In the snowy expanse, a soft substance caught someone's foot. Upon excavation, it revealed a nearly frozen young girl. Having finished selling charcoal, Tanjiro hummed a cheerful tune on his way home, feeling elated at the prospect of purchasing a new kimono for Nezuko. Suddenly, a crunching sound resonated beneath his feet. Looking down, he spotted a corner of fabric peeking through the snow, intricately patterned and exquisitely textured, unmistakably the possession of a wealthy family. A faint scent of human presence wafted to him, startling Tanjiro. Could it be? He discarded his bamboo basket and frantically began to dig through the snow. A snow-white arm emerged, followed by a delicate face that he cautiously checked for breath. There's still life? I must act swiftly. In his fervent thoughts, he discarded the cumbersome bamboo basket and with utmost speed, he cleared the snow. Before long, the visage of the young girl was fully revealed. Tanjiro extended his hand, trembling as he assessed her breath. He removed his haori and draped it over her, then hoisted her onto his back and sprinted homeward. The girl was light, almost akin to Nezuko, yet her body radiated an unbearable chill that sent shivers coursing through him as dusk deepened. Anxiety overwhelmed him, and he exclaimed, "Hold on. Tanjiro, come back." Grandfather Saburo called from the doorway. Tanjiro, seeing a beacon of hope, cried out, "Grandfather, please help her." Once inside, warmth enveloped them, and the girl was wrapped in blankets while Tanjiro tended to her limbs. Time slipped by, until finally, the girl's eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes revealing a pair of golden orbs, wide with bewilderment. "You're awake." Tanjiro beamed with joy. He offered her warm water, and she took a few sips, her voice like a clear spring as she expressed her gratitude softly. Tanjiro felt his cheeks flush. "My name is Yasaki Tamakatsu," she said, lowering her gaze, tears glistening in her eyes. "We came for a winter hunt, but were suddenly attacked by samurai. My father and brothers tried to fend them off, and when my sister Taniko changed my clothes, she was captured. I fell, and when I awoke, I found myself here." Her tears fell like scattered pearls, evoking deep sympathy. Yet, Tanjiro remained oblivious to the subtle smile that lingered at the corner of her mouth as she averted her gaze. Was this girl's tale true? Who were those samurai? Why was she clad in such light clothing, lying in the snow? Had a witch reincarnated into the world of Demon Slayer with the intent of altering fate? Tanjiro could not detect the scent of deceit in Tamakatsu's words, yet he failed to notice the absence of sorrow in her demeanor. Tamakatsu was not of this world. She was a witch who had lived for an extraordinarily long time, reborn in the realm of Demon Slayer solely to fulfill a pact with the god of wishes, to rewrite the predetermined fate in exchange for realizing her desires. Yet, she had long forgotten what her true wish was. Even more absurdly, she had not collapsed from pursuit, but rather from hunger. She had intended to seek out Tanjiro at Yinsu Mountain, but had exhausted her strength and succumbed to the snow. Fortunately, Tanjiro found her otherwise. She would have become the most unfortunate taskbearer in history. Yu Xiao's purpose for entering this world was simple. She had entered into a pact with the god of wishes, promising to rewrite the predetermined outcomes of these parallel worlds in exchange for the fulfillment of her own desires. Demon Slayer was the final realm among all her missions. Old Man Sanlang discerned, "Your family is likely being pursued by enemies. Those samurai are assassins." He offered them shelter for the night and cautioned, "There are demons lurking outside." Tanjiro was skeptical, yet he contemplated bringing his younger siblings to visit their grandfather. At dawn the next day, the two made their way home. With enthusiasm, Tanjiro exclaimed, "My mother's cooking is delicious, Nezuko, and the others will surely adore you." Yu Xiao smiled in response, when suddenly, Tanjiro's expression shifted dramatically. His nose twitched. "It's the smell of blood." The scent of rust mingled with the stench of decay surged into his senses. He dashed home with alarming speed. What had transpired in their home? Could Yu Xiao prevent the impending tragedy? Would her arrival transform the fate of the pillars into a perfect conclusion? Upon pushing open the door, the sight was drenched in blood. Tanjiro's family was gone. Tanjiro rushed home, confronted by a scene of unimaginable horror. The door lay shattered, and two corpses lay in a pool of blood, the crimson liquid melting the snow beneath. A blinding deity was Nezuko, cradling Rokota in her arms, the child's body already cold. He cried out in despair, collapsing to the ground, repeatedly uttering the names of his loved ones. Mother, Hanako, Takeo. His pomegranate-colored eyes brimmed with hopelessness. Just yesterday, he had smiled while promising to buy his sister a new kimono today. His home was no more. He could only watch helplessly as Tanjiro stood vacantly at the threshold, murmuring the names of those he held dear. Mother, Hanako, Takeo. Despair engulfed his pomegranate-colored gaze as he sat on the ground, utterly broken and powerless. Tanjiro, Nezuko still breathes. Yu Xiao suddenly exclaimed. Tanjiro grasped this glimmer of hope, hoisting Nezuko onto his back as he raced toward the town. But as he ran, Nezuko began to struggle. Yu Xiao shouted, "Be careful!" Tanjiro lost his balance and tumbled from a height of several meters. The thick snow cushioned his fall, but Nezuko stood beneath a tree, her head drooping. In the next moment, she lunged at Tanjiro, fiercely biting the axe handle. Her nails sharp and fangs bared, her eyes filled with ferocity. Nezuko, wake up! Don't turn into a demon! Tanjiro's heart ached as if it would shatter. At that instant, a young man clad in a patchwork haori dashed forward, drawing his Nichiren blade to strike at Nezuko. Tanjiro, alarmed, swiftly pushed Nezuko aside, shielding her as they rolled away. The sword struck nothing but air, cleaving through the snow-covered ground, causing ice crystals to swirl momentarily and obscure the vision of all present. It was Ju Tomioka? What brings him here? Can Tanjiro protect his sister Nezuko, who has turned into a demon? Will the witch Hashira lend a helping hand? The water Hashira intends to slay Nezuko? Tanjiro kneels in desperation, pleading for mercy, only to be branded a worthless fool. Ju Tomioka seized Nezuko, brandishing his blade at her throat. She is my sister. She hasn't harmed anyone. Tanjiro cried out, his eyes bloodshot. Those who become demons must die. Jai's voice was frigid as ice. Nezuko writhed in his grip, emitting horrifying howls. Tanjiro fell to his knees, his forehead pressed against the snow. I beg you. I can cure her. Please do not kill her. I will not allow her to harm humans. I will surely return her to humanity. I will definitely heal her. Ju coldly rebuked him. It cannot be cured. Once a human becomes a demon, there is no turning back. Do not let others dictate your fate. Ju suddenly erupted in anger. Does your pitiful state serve any purpose? Will your family come back to life? Weaklings have no right to speak of protection. They can only be trampled by the strong. Tanjiro, stunned by the harsh words, watched helplessly as Jai's blade aimed for Nezuko. Don't. He seized an axe, charging forward in a frenzy. He feigned an attack with a thrown stone, and as Ju dodged, the axe struck with a resounding thud into the tree behind him. Nearly a moment too late. Ju was taken aback. This boy is resorting to trickery? He retaliated, knocking Tanjiro unconscious with the back of his sword. But in the next instant, Nezuko broke free, leaping on a Tanjiro to devour him. But to protect him, Jai's pupils dilated. This demon is shielding a human. Would he retract his blade? Could Tanjiro persuade Ju? Could Nezuko maintain her sanity? The witch pretended to be frail before the water Hashira? Ju Tomioka was caught off guard, discarding his garments. Yashiro descended gracefully from above, her footsteps so light they were nearly imperceptible. Ju was fitting Nezuko with a bamboo muzzle. He suddenly heard a greeting from behind. Whipping around, he drew his sword. Who are you? How could this girl approach him so silently? The maiden, with flowing silver hair and golden eyes, was as beautiful as Kaguya-hime. Pointing a blade at a girl is quite rude. She smiled brightly. You'll find yourself disliked for such behavior. Ju grew flustered. I am not disliked. Then why have you struck my friend and his sister? Perhaps the girl's earlier words struck a chord, for Jai's expression turned icy. His lips pressed tightly together, revealing a hint of vulnerability. He slowly sheathed the blade and solemnly explained, his sister has already become a ghost at Yu Xiao's side. Yesterday, Tanjiro failed to return home while trying to save me. His family is gone. Nezuko is his only remaining kin. Her voice trembled, akin to weeping. After listening, Iong took off his outer garment and tossed it over. Thank you, Mr. Tominaga. Iong remained silent, tacitly accepting the address. Suddenly, Tanjiro stirred. Yu Xiao hastily called out, Wake up. If you sleep any longer, your sister will forget you. Did Iong truly believe her words? Could Yu Xiao's performance deceive everyone? What would Tanjiro do upon awakening? In the temple, a demon was gnawing on an arm. Tanjiro awoke to this gruesome sight. As soon as Tanjiro opened his eyes, he beheld Yu Xiao's face. Nezuko lay beside him, her mouth adorned with a bamboo gag. Realizing he was resting on Yu Xiao's lap, his face flushed crimson, and he abruptly sat up. I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. Under the tree, Tominaga Iong spoke. Go to Misty Mountain and seek out Sakanji Urokodaki. Tell him I sent you. Don't let your sister see the sun. With that, he vanished in a flash. The two returned to the Kamadu household and together buried their family. Yu Xiao insisted on accompanying him to Misty Mountain, and without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro agreed. He often felt that Yu Xiao emanated a delightful fragrance, and being near her sent his heart racing. Taking advantage of the absence of sunlight, they found a cave to shelter Nezuko. Tanjiro, skilled with his hands, repaired the broken bamboo basket. Nezuko obediently shrank and climbed inside, while he covered it with thick cloth to block the light. As he carried the bamboo basket along the path, Yu Xiao offered to help, but he declined, saying, "I'm fine." When night fell, they noticed a light emanating from the temple. Tanjiro's nose twitched. It's the scent of blood. He pushed open the door. Inside lay a scene of chaos. Blood splattered everywhere. The demon crouched there, gnawing on an arm, the sound of crunching echoing ominously. Two male corpses lay on the ground. One bore a gaping wound in its chest, blood gushing forth, while a humanoid creature hunched over, devouring an arm with a disturbing crunching noise. "Tanjiro, be careful." Yu Xiao yanked him back, slamming the door shut with a bang. "Run," but Nezuko seemed frozen, staring into the room, drooling, unable to move. In the next instant, the temple door was kicked open and a green-haired demon peeked in. "Are you humans?" Would Nezuko lose control? Could Tanjiro defeat this demon? What trickery would Yu Xiao employ next? Could a demon, even with its head severed, still speak? Nezuko's kick was divine, yet the witch stood by, watching the commotion. The demon lunged at Yu Xiao, and Tanjiro pushed her aside, drawing his axe to strike. The axe gleamed coldly, but merely grazed the demon's jaw. "This wound heals in an instant." The demon mocked with a sinister grin. Indeed, the injury was visibly mending at an astonishing pace. In the next moment, the demon seized Tanjiro by the throat, pinning him to the ground. Just then, Nezuko appeared in a flash, delivering a powerful kick that sent the demon's head flying. With a resounding crash, it struck a tree, startling a flock of birds into flight. Tanjiro was taken aback. When did my sister become so formidable? The severed head let out a roar from a distance, further intensifying Tanjiro's terror. How can it still speak? More absurdly, the demon, despite being decapitated, continued to fight. Its body rose and pursued Nezuko, while its head sprouted limbs, leaping towards Tanjiro like a spider. This display left Tanjiro utterly bewildered. Yu Xiao shouted, "It'll help Nezuko?" as she rushed toward the edge of a cliff. Seeing Nezuko cornered, she effortlessly kicked the demon's body over the precipice. Shouting down to the bottom, she taunted, "Mr. Demon, I hope you're not deceased." A benevolent smile graced her lips. Nezuko looked on in confusion. What just happened? Back in the temple, as Tanjiro embedded the demon's head in a tree, he prepared to deliver the finishing blow with his short blade. Suddenly, a large hand clapped on his shoulder. Turning around, he found an elderly man wearing a red Tengu mask. Such a thing cannot be slain with a mere short blade. Who was this elder? Would he impart skill for slaying demons to Tanjiro? How much power did the witch Yu Xiao truly conceal? The witch crushed the demon's head with a stone. Mizunaki Sakanji was left dumbfounded and slapped Tanjiro on the back. Tanjiro held the stone aloft, hesitating to strike the demon's head. It would take several blows to kill it. How agonizing. Yu Xiao approached, snatching the stone from him. Being overly gentle is not always a virtue. With a resounding thud, she smashed the demon's head into a pulp, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Her expression remained stoic. Once they begin to consume humans, there is no salvation for them. Mizunaki Sakanji scrutinized Yu Xiao, already discerning her capabilities. Noticing Tanjiro's prolonged silence, Yu Xiao gently patted his head. "Apologies, did I frighten you?" Suddenly, Yu Xiao laughed. "Is it embarrassing to be saved by someone 2 years your junior?" Tanjiro was stunned. "She's actually older than me?" Looking at his slender arms, he suddenly felt a wave of defeat wash over him. As dawn broke, the demon's head turned to ash under the sunlight. Mizunaki Sakanji spoke. "What will you do if Nezuko consumes a human?" Tanjiro was still processing the question when he received a sharp slap. "You are too slow to react. Either kill her or commit seppuku as an apology." Tanjiro's eyes welled with tears. "I understand now." The elder turned and sprinted away. "Keep up with me, the trial has only just begun." Tanjiro chased after him, breathless, while Yu Xiao remained unfazed. Yet her stomach grumbled, reminding her that she was merely an ordinary person neglecting to eat could lead to dire consequences. Would Rengoku take them as disciples? Could Tanjiro successfully pass the trial? When would Yu Xiao be able to indulge in desserts? The witch, defying the odds, navigated through the death traps. Rengoku was left speechless, while Tanjiro's condition was pitiful. Yu Xiao gazed at Tanjiro, whose face was flushed from the blows, and asked, "Does it still hurt?" "It's nothing," Tanjiro replied with an endearing smile. "Oh, protect Nezuko. You must grow stronger," Yu Xiao said earnestly. "A kind-hearted person must sacrifice more to safeguard what they cherish." With a sweet smile, She added, "From now on, I will accompany you, and we shall strive together." Tanjiro felt a lump in his throat aside from family. It was the first time someone had spoken to him thus. After lunch, Rengoku led the two up the mountain, where they would face separate trials. He tossed a parting remark to Yuxiao. Return to the house before dawn. The narrow misty mountain was fraught with traps, each more perilous than the last. Stepping on one could lead to incapacitation. Yet, Yuxiao's eyes sparkled as she activated her illusory true eye. Every trap became clear to her. Humming a cheerful tune, she gracefully maneuvered around them. Like a T-midnight, she returned to the small house. Rengoku stood outside, astonished. She was the first to emerge unscathed from the traps. Rengoku Sakanji gazed at Yuxiao with mixed emotions. "Since you have returned, from this moment forth, you shall be my disciple." Yuxiao shook her head. "I am waiting for Tanjiro." As dawn approached, Tanjiro returned, battered and weary, weakly uttering, "Imbact." He collapsed on the ground, instantly falling asleep. Yuxiao hurried to help him up. "Mr. Rengoku, it isn't dawn yet he has returned. May he be your disciple?" Rengoku looked at Tanjiro and gradually spoke. "Kamadu Tanjiro, I acknowledge it." In a letter to Rengoku, Tomioka even mentioned Yuxiao. "That girl is special. Her talents may be unexpectedly remarkable." One incredible insight. How long could Yuxiao maintain her advantage? Could Tanjiro keep pace with her progress? Would Rengoku teach them the water-breathing technique? The witch learned the total concentration breathing technique in merely 3 days. Rengoku was left astounded. After becoming Rengoku's disciple, Yuxiao and Tanjiro endured grueling training every day. Rengoku showed no favoritism regardless of talent. They were subjected to intense physical training and swordsmanship. Tanjiro suffered greatly, rolling through the trap-laden mountain day after day, with old wounds compounding new ones, driven solely by the desire to protect Nezuko. Since that fateful day, she had fallen asleep. Nezuko had not awakened. Yuxiao, however, seemed to be operating at peak performance. Noticing that the traps posed no challenge to her, Rengoku immediately canceled her descent training. He then turned to teach her the breathing technique. Total concentration breathing allows oxygen to permeate the entire body, enhancing self-healing and stabilizing one's spirit. As Rengoku finished speaking, Yuxiao assumed the proper stance, inhaled deeply, and instantly, she entered a state of focus. The heart quickens before finding its steady rhythm, blood surges, and the body is augmented to unprecedented heights. Kaneo Tiuri, wielding the blade, flawlessly demonstrated the entirety of the water-breathing techniques before Tanjiro. The blade in his hand shimmered with resplendent blue waves, reminiscent of the ocean's grandeur, accompanied by the gentle sound of flowing water, leaving behind ethereal and astonishing splashes in the air, akin to the breathtaking scenes from Hokusai's The Great Wave off Kanagawa. Kaneo was taken aback. How could so much be taught in such a short time? He delved straight into the complete water-breathing forms. The blade danced like the sea, fierce yet gentle, leaving Tanjiro entranced. Before long, Kaneo suddenly stated, "There is nothing more I can teach you." He presented her with a challenge to sever a massive boulder and vanished into the dense forest. Half a year later, Tanjiro sensed something amiss with the water breathing. It felt akin to wearing a beautiful garment that did not fit, leaving her uncomfortable. Could she conceive a unique breathing technique? She soon relinquished that thought. After all, the existing breathing techniques had evolved from the sun breathing, refined over centuries to achieve perfection. Could Tanjiro indeed cleave the boulder? Would she discover a breathing technique that suited her? Would Tanjiro catch up? Despite Tanjiro's extraordinary talent, it was implausible to devise a new breathing technique overnight. Perhaps the right opportunity has yet to present itself. Tanjiro sighed softly, dismissing further contemplation and resolved to continue practicing the total concentration. Constant technique today. In the original tale, Tanjiro and his companions, having faced a battle at Mount Natagomo, recognized their significant shortcomings and underwent a period of restorative training at the Butterfly Mansion, mastering the total concentration, constant breathing technique. Total concentration. Constant is a higher realm above the total concentration breathing method. Its main characteristic is that one can maintain a state of total concentration even while sleeping. As long as this state is kept uninterrupted daily, it can enhance basic physical strength and reaction speed. Most importantly, the constant state can improve the precision of breathing and identify damaged blood vessels in the body to stop bleeding. This is the first step to practicing at the pillar level. Yuxiao has been trying to practice since yesterday. Everything was going smoothly at first, but after falling asleep at night, his body would unconsciously relax, and he would wake up to find himself back at square one, being in a dream state. Achieving this subconsciously is very difficult for an ordinary person, So to become a Hashira, one must accomplish what ordinary people cannot. Yu Xiao is not interested in any pillars. She simply wants to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can she complete her ultimate task, eliminating the root of disasters and eradicating all evil spirits in the world. Under the hazy moonlight, Yu Xiao rushed to the top of the narrow mist mountain, then found a secluded and open spot, sat down quietly, and began to meditate. Meditation can enhance her concentration and also allow her to summarize the mistakes she usually makes during practice. At this moment, Yu Xiao's mind was filled with the movements from her training earlier in the day, observing each of her moves in the third person. The water-breathing technique she used was exactly the same as that of Mr. Rintaki in her memory, and she had mastered the details of how to exert force. The angle and posture of the sword strike with precision, leaving little to summarize. What should I do now? Yu Xiao felt the emotion known as distress for the first time. Does it mean she has to find a way to learn the sun-breathing technique in the future? No, it's not about the breathing technique. This thought made Yu Xiao feel as if she had found a breakthrough. No matter how powerful the breathing technique is, it varies from person to person. She doesn't have the same temperament as Mr. Ryutaki, nor can she achieve the calmness of water. Ultimately, the problem lies with her. But what kind of problem does she have? Is it because her body has turned into that of a human? Yu Xiao muttered to herself. For some reason, she always felt like she had forgotten something, but no matter what, she couldn't remember. Yu Xiao simply gave up on meditation and gazed at the mist that had long surrounded the narrow fog mountain, lost in thought. It seemed tangible, yet was actually intangible. Both real and unreal, both illusory and concrete. Yu Xiao suddenly thought of something. She immediately adjusted her posture, feeling the movements of the surrounding plants and the flowing air, merging into a state of complete immersion. She was completely unaware that Rinlong Zokin was standing not far away, observing her while wearing a Tengu mask. Rinlong Zokin stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Yu Xiao, who was meditating cross-legged on the ground, and guessed in his heart why she had been reluctant to sever that giant stone. This child, even though she has mastered all the sword forms, is still continuously improving. I fear that only when she reaches self-acknowledgement will she complete the task I assigned to her. It seems I need to prepare a bit of special training for her. Rinlong Zokin shook his head helplessly and then disappeared into the night. One must say that Mr. Rinlong's imagination was a bit excessive. Yu Xiao hesitated to break the rocks, just to wait for Tanjiro. After a night passed, Yu Xiao opened her eyes. The sudden inspiration from last night led her to vaguely grasp a new breathing technique. Although she had not fully comprehended it, it was not a big deal. She had other plans. The total concentration state had lasted for a day and a night. And even when fully asleep, her body still maintained the usual state, and by now, she had adapted to it. It seemed that she just needed to practice her reaction ability and lung capacity. There was no need to rush those. She returned to the cabin in the mountains, and the sky was just barely brightening, with Mizunaki Sakanji already standing at the door. Mr. Mizunaki had a sword at his waist and said lightly, "Go get your sword. Follow me." Chapter 12. Duel with the former water Hashira. Yu Xiao held a knife and followed Mr. Rintaki to their usual training spot. The sunlight filtered through the dense leaves of the forest, only to be obstructed by the thick morning fog, leaving behind a mottled and shifting light mist. It was difficult to discern Mr. Rintaki's expression behind a mask, as he issued an irrefutable command to Yu Xiao now. "Show me everything you have learned so far and fight me." Concerned that she might hesitate, he added, "Don't overthink it. Just treat this as a normal practice match with me." Yes. Although Yu Xiao didn't understand why Mr. Rintaki suddenly requested a spar, she felt relieved hearing his words. It was a rare opportunity to fight against a former water Hashira, and she couldn't have asked for more. This was a perfect chance to see just how far her strength had come. Yu Xiao put away the light smile that often lingered on her lips, and a rare seriousness appeared on her face. "Then, I apologize for my rudeness. I would like to ask Mr. Lin Long for guidance." She slowly drew her long knife and took the initiative to attack. The blade aimed directly at Lin Long's neck with a speed that was startling. Lin Long managed to catch this strike. The two blades clashed, producing a resonant clang. Yu Xiao's movement technique was extremely fast, and Rintaki Sakanji also moved seriously. The two figures nearly disappeared in the bamboo forest, with only the dazzling blades constantly colliding, each impact producing a crisp sound and sparks flying. The surrounding air began to distort, and wherever the blades passed, fierce sword energy erupted, cutting down the surrounding bamboo and sending them crashing in all directions. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Accompanied by Yu Xiao's voice, the sword in her hand manifested blue water waves, leaving a winding trail in the air. Utilizing the high mobility of flowing dance, Yu Xiao dodged Rintaki Sakanji's attacks while launching surprise assaults from various angles. Seeing this, Rintaki Sakanji executed his movement technique, twisting and turning in the air and said in a deep voice, "Water breathing, ninth form, water foam flow." He stepped on splashes of water, evading Yu Xiao's attack with extremely fast footwork, and then used a sword form in midair. Water breathing, eighth form, waterfall. A fierce slash came down from above, aimed directly at Yu Xiao's face. Such speed, and there are no flaws in his movement technique. Is this the power of a Hashira? Yu Xiao quickly raised his sword to defend himself against the strike. The two fought fiercely, neither giving an inch. Tanjiro, just waking up, could hear the commotion from a distance. When he rushed over, all he could see were two blurred figures and the sparks flying from their clashing blades. What? Tanjiro was bewildered. He had just taken a nap. How did he wake up to find his teacher fighting Yu Xiao? Mr. Urokodaki. Yu Xiao, Tanjiro shouted loudly, but the two, focused on their battle, could not hear any of his calls. Yu Xiao knew that she could not defeat Mr. Linlong. The breathing techniques used by both of them originated from the same source, and unless one party's strength surpassed the other, it would be difficult to gain an advantage. However, her strength was on par with Linlong's, and after a prolonged struggle, she had not found a breakthrough. This way of fighting is not a solution. Yu Xiao immediately activated the Eye of Illusion and Truth, allowing her to accurately foresee the next move of Linlong's Wachuan, gradually gaining the upper hand. She thought frantically, occasionally recalling the sword form she had comprehended the night before. Although I haven't had time to name it yet, let's give it a try first. Yu Xiao immediately adjusted her posture and changed her breathing technique. The rising body temperature rapidly dropped, and a cold mist escaped from her mouth. The water waves on the blade disappeared, revealing a bone-chilling frost mist, showcasing the sword's manifestation. With the change in her breathing technique, the temperature around her plummeted, and ice crystals formed on the blade. Yu Xiao unleashed a full-force strike, aimed directly at Ring Sakanji. A crescent-shaped arc of attack was unleashed, producing a sharp clang as metal met metal. Ring Sakanji's sword was sent flying, while Yu Xiao's blade stopped just a centimeter away from his throat. Where the blade passed, a thin layer of frost flowers formed. The outcome was already determined. Yu Xiao sheathed her sword, her bright golden eyes filled with a smile. "Mr. Rintaki, I won." The last strike had left Rintaki Sakanji's fingers numb. He picked up the fallen sword from the ground and sighed. "You've already grasped your own sword style and breathing technique, haven't you? In just one night." Rintaki Sakanji had initially wanted to see how far Yu Xiao had come, but he didn't expect that in just 6 months, she would defeat him and comprehend a brand new breathing technique. Go participate in this year's selection. If the master of the Demon Slayer Corps knows how outstanding you are, he will surely be very pleased. You are the most excellent disciple I have ever taught, and perhaps even Yurichi, who has become a Hashira, might not be able to defeat you now. He extended his large hand and gently ruffled Yu Xiao's hair. "Having a disciple of your caliber join the Demon Slayer Corps, I can take pride in you in the future." Faced with Mr. Rintaki's high praise, Yu Xiao felt a bit complicated. In the earlier battle, if she hadn't secretly activated the illusory true eye to foresee Mr. Rintaki's next moves a few seconds in advance, she wouldn't have been able to win so easily. As a cost, Yu Xiao's head was now throbbing painfully. Using the illusory true eye for brief foresight heavily drained her mental energy, although she appeared fine on the surface. She was actually so weak that her legs were trembling. As for Ju Tomioka, that man had mastered the water-breathing technique to an unparalleled level, truly becoming one with the water. It was no exaggeration to say he was even stronger than his master, Rintaki Sakanji. Ju's self-created 11th form, Nagi, signified calm winds. No matter what attack method, as long as it entered his attack range, all damage would instantly nullify. This terrifying technique, akin to a barrier, was virtually unsolvable. However, breaking this technique was not difficult for Yu Xiao. After all, only magic can defeat magic. Without immediately responding to Mr. Rintaki, Yu Xiao walked straight to Tanjiro's side. She wouldn't go until Tanjiro participated in the final selection, not only to avoid any unexpected incidents, but she also had other plans. Tanjiro finally reacted. The earlier battle had been so spectacular that it left him dazzled, and he hadn't even clearly seen their movements and techniques. He only saw Mr. Rintaki's sword fly out, and then the fight ended. All of this gave Tanjiro a new perception of Yu Xiao. He never expected that the seemingly fragile Yu Xiao would defeat Mr. Rintaki. Oh my! Chapter 13. A letter from Kaemaru. Although Tanjiro knew Yu Xiao was strong, he didn't expect that after only half a year of training on the Misty Mountain, she could already defeat Mr. Rentaki. In comparison, he found it quite difficult just to survive Mr. Rentaki's traps every day. Yu Xiao is amazing. Tanjiro felt genuinely happy for her. He had many areas to improve and needed to work harder. Nezuko was waiting for him. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Looking at the boy in front of her, who was about the same height, Yu Xiao reached out to ruffle his hair. Didn't I tell you before? I've been learning swordsmanship at home since I was young. It's already impressive for someone like you to progress so quickly in such a short time. Then she looked at Rentaki Sakanji. Isn't that right, Mr. Rentaki? Her words were completely correct, and Rentaki Sakanji nodded in agreement. Yes, indeed. Over the past 6 months, he had witnessed Tanjiro's hard work, and to progress so much in such a short time, especially without any foundation, was already quite good. Although it seemed somewhat insignificant compared to Yu Xiao's extraordinary talent, Rentaki Sakanji still held great affection for Tanjiro. Really, hearing Mr. Rentaki affirm him, Tanjiro was overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Rentaki. I will definitely do better. Unfortunately, before Tanjiro could bask in his happiness for a few seconds, Rentaki Sakanji's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Don't get carried away. Go practice water breathing right now. Tanjiro instantly wilted, his face falling. Yes. Although she felt sorry for him, Yu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. These two were just too amusing. At that moment, a series of eagle cries suddenly echoed in the sky above Misty Mountain. The sharp, hurried call seemed to warn of impending trouble. Yu Xiao paused upon hearing the sound. She recognized the voice of the hawk. It was Kaemaru, the falcon trained by the Yatsuka family for urgent communication. Whenever a significant event occurred at home, they would send it to contact family members outside. I didn't expect that even in such a secluded place like Narumi Mountain, the Yatsuka family would still be able to find me. They really have eyes and ears everywhere. So, does that mean my previous act of running away was tacitly approved by my father? After pondering for a moment, Yu Xiao called out, Kaemaru. The hawk, which had been circling above her, swiftly flew through the dense forest and landed directly on Yu Xiao's arm. Kaemaru had sharp eyes and was much larger than an ordinary hawk, with shiny silver-gray feathers that were both imposing and beautiful. It raised its left claw, which was wrapped around a piece of paper. Yu Xiao took down the note and opened it, revealing only a few words. Father is seriously ill. The handwriting was neat and stern, unmistakably the handwriting of her elder brother. What's wrong, Yu Xiao? Is something happening? Tanjiro, standing nearby, clearly sensed the girl's distress. Since the appearance of this hawk, Tanjiro had keenly noticed that the once vibrant expression on Yu Xiao's face had lost all its color in that instant. Even her golden eyes had dimmed, as if they had lost all vitality, turning her into a living puppet. Tanjiro remembered that Yu Xiao had previously mentioned a way to contact her family. Could it be that her family had written to her? But with such an expression, Tanjiro unconsciously pressed his lips together, looking at the girl with deep concern, desperately hoping she would provide an answer. It's just that there are some matters at home that need to be handled. It's nothing serious. So you don't need to worry about me. Yu Xiao raised her hand to release Qinya Wan, letting it flap its wings and fly away. Then she said to Linlong's Wakansi, Mr. Linlong, I need to go home for a while, and I'm afraid I have to leave now. All right, be careful on the way. If you need any help, just come find me at Xiao Mountain, Linlong's Wakansi replied. He guessed that something bad might have happened at her home, so he simply gave a few reminders and didn't ask too much. Yu Xiao was extremely grateful for Linlong's Wakansi's understanding. Thank you, Mr. Linlong. When Tanjiro heard Yu Xiao say she was going back, his eyebrows knitted together in a frown. Is it that urgent? The time they had spent together over the past 6 months had led him to develop different feelings for the girl in front of him. Now that she was suddenly leaving Xiaowu Mountain, he couldn't help but feel reluctant. Perhaps once she leaves, I will never see her again. Even though he knew this possibility was very high, Tanjiro didn't ask further and simply lowered his head in disappointment. Yu Xiao bent down upon seeing this, looking into his eyes and smiling as she asked, What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with me? Tanjiro's face instantly turned bright red, and he stammered for a long time without managing to say a complete sentence. Yu Xiao, why bullying little kids is really fun, after hurriedly bidding farewell to the two. Yu Xiao set off to leave the narrow mist mountain. She wasn't worried about the news that Chiba Maru had conveyed about her father's sudden illness. What concerned her was something else. Has the curse-suppressing medicine failed? Yes, it was a curse. In the world of Demon Slayer, the Tanjiro family has always been burdened by a curse, and all the children born from it do not survive past childhood, especially the boys. To prevent the bloodline from dying out, the Tanjiro clan has intermarried with the priestly clan for generations. While this method cannot completely rid them of the curse, it at least allows them to survive into their 20s. The source of this curse is Muzan Kibutsuji. Centuries ago, Muzan Kibutsuji was not a demon, but an ordinary human born into the Tanjiro family, weak and sickly, suffering from severe ailments. Even while still in the womb, Tanjiro Mizutsu had multiple heart failures and was even born as a stillborn. He desperately wanted to live and ultimately survived with a powerful obsession. Yet even so, the doctors predicted he would not live past 20. The shadow of death loomed over Tanjiro Mizutsu at all times, and in his moment of despair, a kind pharmacist saved him, administering a concoction of his own making, pulling the dying Tanjiro Mizutsu back from the brink of death. However, the medicine was only a semi-finished product. Due to its side effects, Tanjiro Mizutsu could not be exposed to sunlight, leading him to believe his condition was worsening. In a fit of rage, he killed the pharmacist. It wasn't until long after the pharmacist's death that Tanjiro Mizutsu realized that not only had his illness completely healed, but he also possessed a strong physique and special abilities. Although he could not be exposed to sunlight, he was truly alive. At the same time, he began to crave human flesh and blood. However, this was not a concern for Tanjiro Mizutsu. After being bedridden for so long and fearing death, he had no human emotions. As long as he could survive, what did it matter if he had to eat people? Thus, Tanjiro Mizutsu became the original demon, renaming himself Muzan Kibutsuji, and began a new life. The innocent pharmacist, who had no idea what he had done wrong until he was killed, was named Yatsuka Shinden. Ironically, the Yatsuka family that healed Tanjiro Mizutsu also fell under a curse. Regardless of whether the children born were male or female, they all could not live past 25. And Yuxiao was one of those born into the Yatsuka family. Chapter 14. Family Legend. When Muzan Kibutsuji was still human, various doctors from different places tried to treat him, but all ended in failure. Years passed, and only Yatsuka Shinden managed to heal Muzan, which piqued Yuxiao's curiosity. Until one day, Yuxiao found an old tome in the family shrine and, after reading it, obtained the answer. Everything began with an ancient legend. It is said that since the Yayoi period, the Yatsuka family has worshipped a celestial being from the Qin state, whose name has long been lost to history, referred to by later generations as the visiting celestial. The celestial, undeterred by hardships, crossed the ocean to Penglai to seek materials for creating the elixir of immortality for the emperor. At that time, the ancestors of the Yatsuka family were ordinary farmers, relying on farming, hunting, and foraging for wild fruits to survive. Life in the Yayoi period was harsh. Nearly everyone struggled to fill their bellies, and many often fell ill, with untreatable deaths being commonplace. Seeing this scene, the visiting celestial felt compassion and taught them farming techniques, weaving skills, and medicine. As a result, most people were able to fill their stomachs and were no longer tormented by illness, leading to an improvement in their quality of life. To express their gratitude, people erected a statue in honor of the celestial and revered her as the goddess of agriculture and goddess of medicine, holding grand ceremonies after each harvest. The visiting celestial felt gratified and gradually integrated into the mortal world, eventually marrying an ancestor of the Yatsuka family and settling in Penglai. After spending nearly several decades, she finally gathered the necessary materials for refining the elixir. After the elixir was created, the celestial did not return to Qin immediately, but planned to share immortality with her partner first. No one anticipated that the mortal's desire for immortality was a rebellion against the heavens. Although the ancestor who took the elixir of immortality was no different from ordinary people. Over time, he began to crave the flesh and blood of his kind, secretly killing to eat. Due to his abilities, those killed by the ancestor were powerless to resist, and many couldn't even scream in despair before being devoured. The village's population dwindled day by day, and fear kept them awake at night. Amidst the people's pleas, the visiting celestial reluctantly accepted reality, knowing she could no longer be lenient. One day, she caught the ancestor in the act of cannibalism, and in a fit of sorrow and rage, she killed him, chopping him into pieces and burning them in the elixir furnace for 7 days and nights, reducing him to ashes, obliterating both his form and spirit. The companion she had shared her years with left in the most painful manner, and the elixir of immortality created from greed was nothing more than a pretense, leading to a transformation into a monster that devoured its kind. What meaning does such immortality hold? Ultimately, the visiting celestial took her own life in bitterness, leaving behind only a few children to survive. These children were descendants of the Celestial, and through a long lineage, the present-day Yatsuka family came to be. Due to inheriting the Celestial's bloodline every few generations, a genius with golden pupils is born in the Yatsuka family, possessing extraordinary talents in any field, and the family reveres them as children of God, meaning children favored by the divine. Yatsuka Shinden, who healed Muzan Kibutsuji, happened to be one of those golden-eyed geniuses born in that generation. With his top-tier talent in pharmacology, Yatsuka Shinden created a formula almost identical to the elixir of immortality. One crucial ingredient, the blue higanbana, only blooms during the hottest days of the year and lasts for only 2 or 3 days, making it incredibly difficult to gather. At that time, Yatsuka Shinden, eager to save others, first gave Muzan a semi-finished medicine, planning to wait for the blooming season to gather the herbs and fully cure him. Little did he expect that Muzan would personally kill him. As a result, over 1,000 years later, Muzan Kibutsuji has created countless evil demons and still cannot find the blue. The demons living in the night are searching for flowers blooming in the daylight. This could be seen as a form of karmic retribution. After learning of Yatsuka Shinden's death and Tanjiro Zutsu's transformation into a demon, the entire Yatsuka family vanished overnight. To avoid being discovered by Muzan and exposing the family's secrets, the Yatsuka family retreated into the desolate mountains, maintaining a low profile. This made it seem as if the Yatsuka family had evaporated overnight, yet by today, they have already accumulated vast assets and established smooth channels, becoming an ancient family with a long history. Even Muzan Kibutsuji, who has lived to this day, has not been able to obtain any information related to the Yatsuka family. Traveling from Narrow Mist Mountain to the Yatsuka family would take at least 2 days. Yuxiao was reluctant to go back, having no intention of accelerating at full speed anyway, as his father wouldn't die anytime soon. After crossing the fields and leaving the village, it took a long time for Yuxiao to finally enter the town. It was the end of summer and the beginning of autumn, and the weather in Tokyo was always hot. The cicadas in the trees were annoyingly chirping, and the ground was scorched. There were few passers-by on the streets, and Yuxiao initially wanted to find a place to eat before continuing on his way. But he couldn't help but stop when passing by a clothing store. The store was clean and tidy, with beautiful kimonos displayed on the fitting rooms, their gorgeous patterns dazzling to the eye. Yuxiao lowered her head to glance at her simple old dress. Then she decisively pushed the door open. Sorry to disturb. The doorbell chimed clearly, and the shop owner, who had been measuring fabric, put down her measuring tape and smiled as she approached. Hello, dear customer. How can I help you? The shop owner appeared to be in her early 30s, slightly plump, dressed in a moonlit cherry blossom-style kimono, and wearing a moon-viewing flower hairpin. She was friendly and kind, and it seemed she was someone who paid great attention to her appearance. Yuxiao got straight to the point and expressed a request. As you can see, I need new clothes. Could you please help me pick out a suitable one? The pattern doesn't matter, but the fabric should preferably be silk. Also, I quite like the style of a yukata. All right, please wait a moment. After the shop owner agreed, she carefully examined Yuxiao from head to toe, took her measurements, and then pondered for a moment before going into the back room to bring out a brand new outfit and presented it with both hands. Customer, this is a kimono I just finished a couple of days ago, and it's about your size. Why don't you try this one? It should be cooler to wear in summer. Okay. Yuxiao nodded in agreement. After changing into new clothes in the changing room, she immediately felt much more comfortable. Let's buy one for Nezuko when we go back. I remember Tanjiro has always wanted to buy Nezuko a new kimono, and the owner of this shop is really nice too. When Yuxiao walked out of the changing room, the boss lady waiting outside was immediately dazzled. You look really beautiful in that. It was not flattery. The boss lady genuinely felt that Yuxiao was very suited to this outfit. Having been in the clothing industry for so long, she considered Yuxiao to be the most beautiful girl she had ever seen, both in appearance and temperament, making it impossible not to admire her. Especially those golden eyes, which should have given off a seductive charm, but due to their owner's innocent and naive gaze, appeared clear and bright, shining like a full moon. Paired with her delicate and lovely face, she was adorable, yet constantly radiated an alluring charm, stirring a restless desire in others and evoking a sense of destructive longing. Yuxiao felt a bit overwhelmed by the eager and strange gaze of the shop owner. So after paying the bill, she wanted to slip away. However, the shop owner suddenly asked a question. Although it was somewhat impolite to ask this, customer, are you not planning to buy some hair accessories to embellish yourself? When I was your age, I always liked to bother my mother to buy me beautiful hairpins. As she spoke, a nostalgic expression appeared on the shop owner's face, as if she was reminiscing about wonderful past times, radiating happiness. Here, accessories? Hearing the shop owner's words, Yu Xiao was clearly taken aback. She then smiled helplessly and said, "Thank you, but I'm used to wearing my hair down like this. Maybe next time." Chapter 15. 10 times spicy, lethal dose. After finishing his task, Ju Tomioka casually found a restaurant to have lunch. Perhaps due to the mealtime, there were quite a few customers in the restaurant. In this hot weather, the staff's clothes were already soaked with sweat, and their hands were busily moving about. Seeing this, Ju simply ordered a bowl of noodles and then chose a corner seat to sit down. Having gotten used to being alone, he no longer wanted to sit with others. It would be fine if it were people he knew, but sitting with strangers only made him feel tense. For some unknown reason. Ever since Ju sat down at this table, even though there were several empty seats around him, later customers had no intention of sitting next to him. Ju had grown accustomed to this. Recalling a recent mission, when he had just arrived at the destination, he was inexplicably misunderstood by a hunter. He had clearly explained that he was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, yet he was still tied up. Fortunately, Shinobu Kocho was present at the time. He had intended to ask the hunter named Ye about demons, but was met with disdain. Even the Shiba Inu that Ye kept would rush over to play when it saw him. Ju didn't understand, but he would not waver. Whether misunderstood or looked down upon, his duty as a Hashira remained unchanged. To eradicate all evil spirits in the world. Lost in his thoughts, Ju stared at the hanging painting on the wall until a steaming bowl of ramen was placed in front of him, bringing him back to reality with the staff's voice. The rich broth of the ramen was floating with golden oil and paired with fried tofu and seaweed. It made his fingers itch. Ju picked up his chopsticks and silently recited in his heart, "I'm starting." Suddenly, a loud noise came from the door. "Excuse me. Please give me a bowl of super spicy tonkatsu ramen and grilled sama." A cheerful girl's voice rang out from nearby. "Oh, and make it 10 times spicy. Preferably with red broth too, please." Huh. The staff's exclamation seemed to echo in every corner of the dining area. Except for Ju, who was quietly eating his noodles. Almost all the customers in the restaurant turned to look at the door. The staff awkwardly stopped their work, staring in shock at the frail-looking girl in front of them. 10 times spicy? You want the broth to be red too? Our chili is really spicy. Little girl, are you sure you're okay? The panicked staff's voice trembled slightly. "I'm fine, I'm not joking," Yu Xiao replied breezily. She had asked many people and walked quite a distance to find a restaurant that served chili. Okay. Please wait a moment." The staff wiped the sweat from their forehead. Similar to the staff's reaction, almost all the customers in the restaurant looked at her with shocked expressions. Yu Xiao was unfazed. She glanced around and noticed that only the table in the corner still had an empty seat, although someone was sitting there. The person wearing the haori looks somewhat familiar. Could it be a coincidence? Yu Xiao raised a casual smile at the corner of her lips as she walked to the empty spot by the table and politely asked the young man, "Excuse me, Madi Sitere?" The young man, who was slurping noodles, lifted his head. "Oh." Yu Xiao tilted her head slightly, revealing a look of confusion. Immediately after, a radiant smile bloomed on her bright face, as beautiful as a flower. "Long time no see, Mr. Tengen." "Tengen Iyong. Who are you?" Iyong looked at her in confusion. The girl in front of him was wearing a kimono with a hydrangea pattern, her light blue hair cascading down to her waist like fine satin, and her pair of golden eyes were bright and clear, currently looking at him with a smile. It wasn't until he met those eyes that Iyong suddenly remembered. "It's you." A hint of surprise could be faintly heard in his calm tone. Yu Xiao sat down next to Iyong with a smile. "Since our last parting, I've been thinking about Mr. Tomioka. I didn't expect to run into you here today." At this point, she paused. "By the way, I haven't had the chance to introduce myself. My name is Yasaki Yu Xiao, and if you don't mind, you can call me Yu Xiao. I'm very grateful for your previous care." Iyong replied coldly and expressionlessly, "You don't need to thank me. I just did what I was supposed to do." After saying that, he frowned again and asked, "Why are you here?" Iyong clearly remembered that he had mentioned Yu Xiao in the letter to Mr. Rintaki and Mr. Rintaki had confirmed in his reply that she should be training in the Misty Mountain. How did she suddenly appear here? To be honest, if an ordinary person heard Tomioka Iyong speak like this, they would probably be itching to go up and give him a beating. His tone was too stiff, and his attitude was aloof, as if everything was just a matter of course in his eyes. However, Yu Xiao understood that Iyong was not good with words, so she didn't mind much. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Tomioka. I had to return home for a bit due to some family matters." Iyong nodded, no longer asking further questions, and continued eating his noodles. However, he felt a little flutter of joy inside. This was the first time someone could understand his words and give a normal response. As she watched Iyong eating, Yu Xiao keenly noticed something different. So it turns out that when Tomioka Iyong is happy, his hair becomes fluffy. That's so cute, ha ha ha. Soon, the staff brought over the noodles Yuxiao ordered. The whole bowl of ramen was soaked in a bright red broth, topped with a thick layer of chili, and just smelling it could make one suffocate. It was completely lethal. Iyong's hand holding the chopsticks trembled, and then he saw Yuxiao happily start eating. She even exclaimed while eating, delicious. Tomioka Iyong, dash winky face. After Yuxiao finished her meal and even drank all the soup, he gradually came back to his senses from the shock. Yuxiao stretched lazily and noticed Iyong staring at her blankly. Suddenly, she thought of something, took out an object resembling a talisman from her clothing, and handed it to him. By the way, Mr. Takanoma, thank you for helping Tanjiro earlier. Please be sure to accept this. It contains the secret to getting along with small animals. I hope it helps you. I don't need it. No, you really do. Yuxiao pulled his hand and stuffed it into his palm. Just hold on to it for me. Then I'll be leaving now. See you next time. She waved her hand and turned to leave. Iyong, who was slow to realize, looked at the talisman in his palm, lost in thought. My hand is a bit cold. Chapter 16. Unseen Obsession. After about 2 days, Yuxiao returned home. The Yasaki family residence is located at the foot of the mountains in Inaji, Tokyo, with a spacious estate and a courtyard filled with red maples. At this moment, a servant was sweeping the entrance and, upon seeing Yuxiao return, hurriedly bowed. Welcome home, Lady Shinko. Yuxiao automatically ignored the boring title and asked, how is father's condition? When it came to the family head's health, the maid's expression became somewhat grim. A few days ago, the family head was just weak and fatigued, but last night his condition suddenly worsened. He coughed up a lot of blood and hadn't slept all night, finally just falling asleep now. What is the cause? The maid shook her head. We can't figure out the reason. Lord Yuchuan has reviewed the historical records, but there has never been any mention of such a situation. After understanding the situation, Yuxiao had a vague suspicion in his heart. The Yatsukasa family has a long history, and their old family records clearly document the prescriptions that can delay curses. Aside from the so-called godchild who is unaffected by the curse, everyone in the Yatsukasa family can only live to about 40 years old, relying entirely on that passed-down prescription. This mysterious prescription has been around for hundreds of years since its formulation, yet there has never been a record of such a sudden deterioration, indicating that the prescription is stable and effective, with an extremely low probability of error. I understand. You can continue your work. Yes. Passing through the courtyard, Yuxiao arrived at his father's study. As soon as he pushed open the door, a faint smell of blood mixed with the bitter scent of herbs wafted out from inside, indicating that someone had cleaned up. Yatsukasa Masaru was lying on the couch, looking as if he was asleep, his face haggard, his eyes sunken deep, and he appeared thinner than usual. Yuxiao lowered her head and leaned closer, using the eye of illusion to carefully observe her father's internal condition. Yatsuka Masaru's organs were deteriorating at an alarming rate, and the blood flow in his veins had slowed significantly. At this rate, he would likely die within 3 days. Even if he suddenly stopped taking the medication, his body shouldn't be deteriorating this quickly. After thinking for a moment, Yuxiao took out a short knife, cut her finger, and let the blood drip into Yatsuka Masaru's mouth. The descendants of the immortals not only possessed extraordinary talents, but also had another hidden special ability: superhuman self-healing. The blood of the divine child was filled with vibrant life force, allowing Yuxiao, who inherited this ability, to recover quickly from injuries as long as she didn't suffer a fatal wound like a pierced heart or excessive blood loss. No one knew about this, not even recorded in the family's old history. It was something Yuxiao discovered through the broken ancient texts in the ancestral hall. The ancient book documenting the legend of the immortal from beyond also contained a formula for the elixir of immortality, but due to its age, the content had become illegible. However, Yuxiao had no interest in researching this so-called elixir. If her blood were given to someone with weakened organs, the repair process it induced would cause immense suffering. But as long as they endured that period, their internal organs could gradually be restored. Yet, if they couldn't withstand it, they might die from the pain. Even if they managed to survive, they would need to continuously take medication to suppress the curse and rely on her blood for sustenance to live on. Ultimately, it was not a long-term solution. All of this indicated that Yatsuka Masaharu's life had reached its end. The wound on her fingertip healed instantly as Yuxiao quietly watched her father on the bed. His body began to convulse, his face twisted in pain, and he let out intermittent cries of anguish from his throat. This continued for nearly half an hour before gradually easing, and he fell back into a deep sleep. Yuxiao immediately left the room and closed the door properly. The original medicine could no longer suppress the curse. She now had to find a way to mix blood into the medicine for continuous use, so that her father could survive. However, according to Yu Xiao's original expectations, Yasaka Seiji's condition could at least hold out for another 5 years. Within those 5 years, it would be no problem to follow Tanjiro to kill Muzan, and she could also help the Kanroji family delay the curse a bit. But now it seemed that the situation was not optimistic. As she strolled through the winding corridor, Yu Xiao was contemplating her future strategies and completely failed to notice a handsome young man approaching her from a distance. The young man was tall and, like Yu Xiao, had long, moon-white hair. Apart from the beauty mark under his right eye and his amber eyes, his appearance was surprisingly similar to Yu Xiao's. This was Yu Xiao's only older brother, Yasaki Yusen. Upon seeing Yu Xiao, Yusen immediately asked her, "Yu Xiao, you're back. Have you seen our father? How is he? I need to reconfigure the medicine for the head of the family." "He won't die," Yu Xiao calmly replied, as if she were discussing something unrelated to herself. "Is that so?" Yusen's gaze flickered slightly. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Yu Xiao, you disobeyed father's arrangements and secretly slipped out to learn breathing techniques from that old man with the Tengu mask to join the Demon Slayer Corps, didn't you? If you had told father back then, I believe he wouldn't have objected. After all, the Yasaka family has been secretly assisting the Demon Slayer Corps. Many of the Fujikage family and logistics are managed by us in the shadows." "Brother," Yu Xiao interrupted him, "have you been monitoring me all along?" Upon hearing this, Yusen awkwardly smiled, his amber eyes filled with regret. "I'm sorry for not considering your feelings, but I really am worried about you. Rather than worry about such things, brother, you might as well consider how to manage the affairs of the family. Also, since the head of the family has tacitly approved my actions, please do not interfere with my matters in the future." Yu Xiao had a blank expression, her words laced with a hint of threat. "I don't want to dislike you, my dear brother." As for Yuen, Yu Xiao neither liked nor disliked him. Although they were born in the same family, they rarely met. The Abasa family was large and prosperous, with many rules. Yu Xiao possessed the unique trait of golden eyes, giving her a special status and treatment different from others, along with the responsibilities that came with being a godchild. Her memories of Yuen were limited to her childhood, a time when she had not yet recovered her memories, and all she had was the monotony and endless training, nothing else. However, Yuen thought differently. Was Yu Xiao angry at him? The smile on the young man's face did not fade, but his originally gentle voice gradually became deeper. "I know that no matter how I apologize, it won't matter. It's only natural for you to be angry, but I don't want you to be molded into a tool because of that so-called curse. A tool without self, that only executes orders, meant to kill Kibutsuji Muzan. I even thought you chose to run away because you could no longer endure all of this." He suddenly grabbed Yu Xiao's shoulders, nearly shouting in a fit of hysteria, completely different from the graceful and handsome young man he was moments ago. As if this side of him was the true him. Yu Xiao allowed him to grip her shoulders, her golden eyes devoid of any emotion as she quietly gazed at him. "So?" The cherry-colored lips parted slightly as the girl slowly spoke. "Does my elder brother no longer wish to live?" Yu Qian trembled all over and stood frozen in place. However, Yu Xiao was completely unconcerned about his reaction. Curses and family matters, past experiences and memories meant nothing to her. As long as she could complete the task, she would do whatever it took, even if it meant death. But seeing her usually gentle elder brother lose control of his emotions like this made Yu Xiao feel an indescribable discomfort. Those amber eyes stared straight at her, and aside from disbelief, why did they evoke such sadness? It was as if he was about to cry. Instead of saying such things, "Elder brother, why not help father share some of the family responsibilities? You will soon be the new head of the family." Yu Xiao felt a bit uncomfortable being looked at by him. After speaking, she left without looking back, fearing another glance from him. It was unclear how long it took, but Ichiyuan, who was stunned in place, gradually came to his senses. "Yu Xiao," he murmured, gazing in the direction the girl had left, clenching his fist silently. "Is this your answer?" The warm breeze swept by, and the young man's pale blue hair danced lightly in the wind. A meaningful smile suddenly appeared on Ichiyuan's originally stern face, with deep and complex emotions swirling in his amber eyes, making it impossible to guess what he was truly thinking. Chapter 17, Return. The bronze rabbit and true mushroom time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. During this time, Yu Xiao created many strange little props for emergencies, and also developed her own unique breathing technique, the Breath of Storm, completing 9 corresponding sword forms. Storm not only represents storms and tempests, but also implies clouds and heavy fog. It possesses powerful lethality and is an improvement based on the breath of water, making the techniques appear both real and illusory like mist. Although it sounds like a combination of the breath of wind and the breath of haze, it is derived from the breath of water and is a completely new, independent existence, fundamentally different from both. Having made ample preparations, Yu Xiao left the Yatsuka house under the cover of night. Before leaving, she took the time to give Chiba Maru a good lecture. Chiba Maru, eagle, eagle. Eagle looking at his wings that were almost plucked bare, tears of regret flowed from Chiba Maru's eyes. He vowed never to report anything about Yu Xiao again. The narrow mist mountain was relatively far from the Yatsuka house. To shorten the travel time, Yu Xiao employed the newly understood breathing technique. Breath of storm, landform. Flashing storm break. This was the sixth sword form created by Yu Xiao, capable of delivering an attack at super high speed that the naked eye could not capture, achieving a surprising effect, making it very suitable for ambushes. At the same time, it could also be used to enhance agility and speed, making it practical for both travel and combat. Yu Xiao rushed to Xiaowu Mountain with the speed of a shooting star, shortening the originally 2-day journey to just 1 night. By the time she arrived at the familiar little cabin, dawn was breaking. The door was pushed open from the inside, and Tanjiro, still half asleep, yawned and looked up to see the blue-haired girl smiling at the door. Igriga Yu Xiao, you're back. He seemed unable to believe it and rubbed his eyes again. I'm back. It had been so long since they last met. Tanjiro seemed to have grown a bit taller, and the hair that had been cut off by Jutomioka had grown back quite a bit. You really are back. Suddenly, Tanjiro rushed over, opened his arms, and embraced her. Yu Xiao, it's really you. It's not a dream. I thought I was hallucinating. Yu Xiao hugged him back, gently patting his back. Is it real or fake? You should be able to feel it, right? I didn't expect you to miss me so much. Tanjiro's face suddenly turned red, and he quickly let go of his hands. By the way, I have to tell this good news to Mr. Intaki, he said to himself, and quickly dashed into the house. Yu Xiao had no choice but to smile and follow inside. The room was basically unchanged since she left. Nezuko was still in a state of deep sleep, but it wouldn't be long before she would wake up. You're back. Kanroji Mitsuri came out from the inner room. He had just heard the noise outside the door, and after several days, seeing this clever child again brought him a sense of joy. I'm back, mister. Kanroji Yu Xiao brought a large pile of gifts for him and Tanjiro, which of course included Nezuko's share. A kimono made from the best fabric she had chosen at that clothing store. Mr. Urokodaki didn't refuse much, given his temperament. He probably intended to keep it as a memento. However, Tanjiro was unwilling to accept them, feeling that these items were too precious. In the end, he reluctantly accepted them after Yu Xiao pretended to be on the verge of tears. After chatting and having breakfast, Yu Xiao followed Tanjiro up the mountain. Due to it being winter, the weather was not very good, with light snowflakes continuously falling from the sky. Tanjiro told Yu Xiao that for some time now, 2 of Mr. Urokodaki's disciples had been helping him train, and today he was going to challenge a man named Kanroji. Upon reaching their destination, Yu Xiao indeed saw 2 people standing in the snow waiting for them. Even without Tanjiro's further introduction, she already knew their identities, Mitsuri and Kanroji. They were not from the same generation of disciples, but both had perished at the hands of the hand demon during the final selection. Mitsuri had been provoked by the hand demon's words when she encountered it, causing her to lose her breath, and, as a result, she was pulled apart and eaten by the demon. Kanroji had nearly protected everyone on Mount Fujikase during the final selection, but after killing many demons, his Nichiren blade gradually dulled and his stamina decreased. Ultimately, when he tried to behead the hand demon, his Nichiren blade suddenly broke, leaving Kanroji unable to evade in time, and he was killed. Both were wearing fox masks handmade by Urokodaki Sakanji, and they showed no surprise upon seeing Yu Xiao, clearly having known of her existence beforehand. I'm here. Tanjiro spoke first, then introduced the 2. This is Yatsuki Yu Xiao, my friend. She's also a disciple of Mr. Urokodaki, and she just returned today due to family matters. Greetings to you both, Yu Xiao politely greeted. Kanroji nodded in response, while Mitsuri smiled and said, we know you. Today, Tanjiro is challenging Kanroji, so come watch the fight with me. Okay. Yu Xiao was indeed very interested in the duel between Tanjiro and Kanroji. After half a year, you finally look a bit more like a man. Kanroji's voice was deep and magnetic as he slowly drew his long blade. Tanjiro didn't dare to be careless and immediately took his stance. I must win today. The battle was fleeting, and in an instant, the outcome was decided. It was Tanjiro's first move. Kanroji's mask was sliced in half, sliding off his face to the sides. The boy had a gruesome scar on the right side of his face, extending to the corner of his mouth, yet it could not conceal his originally handsome features. A trace of sorrowful sadness curved at the corners of his lips, and his eyes, like autumn waters, reflected a mix of emotions, both joy at Tanjiro's growth and sadness at the impending separation. Mitsuri beside him also showed the same smile. Tanjiro, you did very well, but don't forget that last move. You must win against that guy. As she spoke, a dense fog appeared in the forest, and Mitsuri and Kanroji disappeared. When the white mist dissipated, the massive rock in front of Tanjiro had been sliced in half, just like Kanroji's mask, split into two. What had cut? It was the long blade he held in his hand. Tanjiro stared blankly at the rock that had been completely divided into two pieces before him. Yuxiao stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder. Congratulations, Tanjiro. You have successfully completed Mr. Rengoku's trial. Ah yes. Tanjiro came to his senses and sheathed his sword. Where did Zenitsu and Nezuko go? I wanted to thank them properly. They must have left. After all, they have become spirits. Although he thought this in his heart, Yuxiao said, they might have other things to do. By the way, my giant rock hasn't moved yet. Do you want to help me with it? Sure. Then Tanjiro watched in amazement as Yuxiao casually swung his sword and shattered the rock. The rock broke. Yuxiao was unimpressed. The stone was so fragile that she hadn't even used her sword form yet. She just casually struck it, and it shattered into pieces. The quality was too poor. It couldn't be blamed on her being Versailles. After all, her strength and talent were evident. Yuxiao smiled and said, we could participate in the final selection together, Tanjiro. As expected of Yuxiao, she's really much stronger than him. At this moment, the observing Kaguya, Ubuyashiki, slowly stepped forward. He extended his calloused hands and lovingly rubbed Yuxiao and Tanjiro's heads, saying, you both did very well, especially Tanjiro. I always thought you wouldn't be able to cut through that boulder, so I never planned to let you participate in the final selection. But you did it, Tanjiro. You and Yuxiao are my most outstanding disciples so far, so you must come back alive. Mr. Ubuyashiki's voice seemed to age suddenly. He so desperately hoped that both Tanjiro and Yuxiao could pass the test, survive the final selection, and return to him, unlike the previous children who never came back. Mr. Ubuyashiki, I will definitely do it. Perhaps because the process of cutting the boulder was too arduous, or perhaps moved by Mr. Ubuyashiki's heartfelt words. This strong and kind boy's eyes turned red, and he cried like a child. Watching Tanjiro sobbing uncontrollably in Mr. Ubuyashiki's embrace, Yuxiao quietly sighed. Is it finally starting? Chapter 18. Participating in the final selection in the evening, Mr. Ubuyashiki specially prepared a hot pot feast for Yuxiao and Tanjiro to celebrate the end of their training. The fire emitted a warm glow, with a few skewers of grilled fish nearby. The aroma of food filled the entire room, and everything felt so wonderful. When did tea seem so cold anymore? After enjoying the lavish hot pot feast, Tanjiro took out a pair of scissors. Should I cut it? Yuxiao looked at his shoulder-length reddish-brown hair, her brows unconsciously furrowing slightly, feeling a bit of pain in her heart. As a long-hair enthusiast, Yuxiao thought that Tanjiro with long hair looked cuter and felt fluffy to the touch. If he kept his long hair, it might be troublesome in the future. So I plan to cut it off. Tanjiro said this while recalling the day when Tomioka had chopped off his hair in one stroke. Long hair could only be a burden. But I really like how Tanjiro looks with long hair, Yuxiao said dejectedly. She was also looking forward to seeing Tanjiro dressed as a girl in the entertainment district in the future. Long hair Tantanzi, just thinking about it is amazing. I never expected Yuxiao to say this. Tanjiro's face quickly turned red, and he hesitantly spoke. Then, since Yuxiao likes it, why not keep it? Really? Yuxiao suddenly pounced and hugged him. Tanjiro, you're so nice. I didn't expect you to agree just because I casually mentioned it. This is really great. She had already imagined Tanjiro in the future with long hair down to his waist, wearing a women's kimono, suddenly being hugged. Tanjiro felt all the blood rush to his face, hot and flushed. He was so nervous that he didn't know what to do, his heart pounding. Yuxiao was too close. Yuxiao pretended not to hear and rubbed her face against his. Wow. Tanjiro is like a little heater, so warm. She finally understood why so many people liked Tanjiro. He was truly healing, like a little sun. Yuxiao, stop it. The two of them were tangled up together. Ahem. Kaguya Ubuyashiki couldn't watch any longer and coughed twice to remind them. Upon hearing the voice, Yuxiao released Tanjiro and looked seriously at Sakanji Urokodaki. Mr. Urokodaki, is your throat uncomfortable? Fortunately, wearing the Tengu mask, Urokodaki's face almost couldn't hold its composure under the mask. He cleared his throat and tried to appear very serious. I have some things to discuss with you. Humans grow and gain strength by eating enough food, and demons are the same. The more they consume, the stronger they become, even changing their physical form and using special abilities. As he spoke, he took out 2 beautiful fox masks from the cabinet and handed them to the 2 in front of him. This is a disaster-repelling mask. I have cast a spell on it to protect you from calamities. Yu Xiao took it with both hands. Thank you, Mr. Rintaki. Rintaki Sakanji's craftsmanship is excellent. The fox mask he made is lightweight, smooth, and especially beautiful. The fox mask in her hand has a blue hydrangea painted on the right side of its face, while Tanjiro's has a sun pattern painted on the upper left of its forehead. A disaster-warding mask, or perhaps a disaster-bringing mask. In the original world, none of Rintaki Sakanji's disciples who were trained by him returned alive from the final selection, largely due to this mask. There is a demon lurking in the Wisteria Mountain, which has survived for several years. When it was first captured by Rintaki Sakanji, the hand demon was still weak, but over the decades, it has continuously devoured those who came to participate in the final selection, and now its strength is nearly that of the lower 12 moons. It won't be long before it escapes the confines of the wisteria flowers and wreaks havoc on humanity. The hand demon harbors a deep hatred for Rintaki Sakanji, especially vividly remembering that red Tengu mask. Any mask carved by Rintaki Sakanji is well known to the hand demon. Anyone who wears such a mask will be killed and devoured. Almost all of Rintaki Sakanji's disciples met their demise in Wisteria Mountain because of this. Meanwhile, Rintaki Sakanji remains completely unaware of this. He created the disaster-warding mask solely to ask the gods to protect these cherished children, not realizing that it would bring them to their doom. If he knew the truth, this elderly man would surely be filled with immense guilt. In the morning, Yu Xiao and Tanjiro changed into the same style of outer garments as Mr. Rintaki. She played with the Nichiren blade in her hand, watching as Tanjiro solemnly said goodbye to Nezuko. Just before leaving, Tanjiro waved to Rintaki Sakanji. I'm off, Mr. Rintaki. Please send my regards to Kaneo and Shinobu. Rintaki Sakanji's hand, which was waving goodbye, suddenly froze in midair. He did not understand why Tanjiro knew the names of these 2 deceased children. The 2 traveled until nightfall, and before them appeared vast expanses of wisteria flowers. The wisteria cascaded down like waterfalls, dreamlike and beautiful. After crossing several tiers of steps, they finally reached their destination, Wisteria Mountain. The area was already filled with many swordsmen. Among them, Yu Xiao immediately spotted Kaneo Tsuyuri, who was dressed in a peach-colored kimono. Kaneo lowered her gaze, a faint smile on her lips, and a butterfly-shaped hairpin adorned her side ponytail, giving her a serene and beautiful appearance. Not far away stood a blond boy, covered in dirt and looking unwilling. It was Zenitsu Agatsuma. There was also Jinya Shinazugawa, sporting a mohawk hairstyle with a horizontal scar across his right cheek, giving off a fierce and unapproachable vibe. As for the others, well, thank you all for coming to participate in the Demon Slayer core final selection tonight. In the center of the venue, 2 Dolite girls said this. They wore matching kimonos and held paper lanterns, one with white hair and the other with black hair. Yu Xiao knew that they were all children of the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaneo Tsuyuri. The one with white hair was Tsuyuri Kanada, and the one with black hair was Tsuyuri Hayori. It is worth mentioning that Tsuyuri Hayori is a boy, but due to his naturally frail constitution, he was raised as a girl until the age of 13, which is why he wears a women's kimono. In the Fujisaki Mountain, there are demons captured by the Demon Slayers, but they cannot leave this place because the area from the foot of the mountain to the midslope is filled with wisteria flowers that bloom all year round, which demons despise. However, beyond this point, there will be no more wisteria flowers and demons will appear. As long as one survives here for 7 days, they can proceed to the final selection. So, everyone, please take care. After listening to the 2 of them finish speaking, Yu Xiao looked at Tanjiro. We have to endure a trial lasting 7 days. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance and brought a lot of delicious food. Yes, Yu Xiao, are you going to join me? Tanjiro seemed a bit nervous. Yu Xiao pondered for a moment. I think it's better to part ways, she slowly said. If we cooperate together, the chances of passing the test would indeed increase. But once we become demon slayers, we can't always act together. So, for both you and me, acting alone will yield more benefits. Moreover, I believe Tanjiro will definitely pass the test. Yu Xiao said this to avoid disrupting the original plot because of herself. In Wisteria Mountain, Tanjiro will inevitably slay the hand demon through selection. He carries the hopes of Kanata and Shinobu, as well as the hopes of the disciples of Urokodaki Sakanji. She originally intended to change the fate of important characters' deaths without affecting the plot. So it's best for Tanjiro to face all of this. It's definitely not that she wants to slack off. After hearing this, Tanjiro felt that Yu Xiao made a lot of sense, so the two chose to act separately. Chapter 19. Tan strikes back after leaving the area filled with wisteria flowers. The atmosphere around them changed significantly. How to describe it? It was like entering a swamp filled with decaying matter, which was quite nauseating. Yu Xiao used the Eye of Illusion to look around. The number of ghosts in this area is not very large, and most of them are in solitary states, with some distance between each ghost, somewhat similar to the territorial relationships that exist among animals, not interfering with each other. At this moment, many people are already being chased by ghosts. Yu Xiao is definitely not Tanjiro. She doesn't care at all, even if she could help and save them. Would she then have to hope for someone to come to her aid when facing demons alone as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? If she wants to become a swordsman who slays demons, she must be fully prepared for that. Yawning out of boredom, Yu Xiao strolled leisurely through the forest, looking for a nice spot to both watch the show and take a good nap. Logically, she should have been discovered by demons by now, but those demons seemed completely unaware of Yu Xiao's presence, having passed by her several times, attacking others frantically, but not coming for her. There was nothing to be done. They were just too weak. Even if the 12 Kazuki were here, it would still be hard for them to detect Yu Xiao's presence. Even Jutomioka, that fool, didn't notice where Yu Xiao had appeared when he first met her, which speaks volumes about her own strength. Having learned the breathing techniques, Yu Xiao now belongs to the top tier of the leaderboard, returning to the beginner village to fish after reaching max level. On the way, she finally encountered a demon. Before it could act, Yu Xiao kicked it away, sending it crashing through several trees. Before it could wake up, other swordsmen found it and decapitated it. Meanwhile, Tanjiro had just slain 2 lower-ranked demons when he suddenly caught a whiff of a strong, foul odor. He covered his nose and turned around, spotting a boy, also wielding a sword, running frantically, looking back in terror. How could this happen? I never heard of such a thing. Confused, Tanjiro followed the boy's gaze, and his face instantly paled. It was a gigantic demon, with countless arms writhing around it. With each step it took, the ground trembled. The demon was holding a fainted boy, who was then tossed into its gaping maw, and after a few chews, its size visibly increased again. The fleeing boy tripped and fell, and the demon's elongated arms easily caught him. As the boy faced imminent death, Tanjiro's body trembled uncontrollably as he tried to steady his breath. I have to save him. I must save him. He leaped out from behind a tree, drawing his sword and executing a technique. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Tanjiro spun in midair at high speed, delivering a circular slash that severed the demon's arm, causing the boy to drop. The interrupted hand demon squinted its eyes at the fox mask on the boy's head. Here you are again, my cute little fox. Again? Tanjiro looked at the demon in confusion. Hey, little fox, what year is it now? Regarding the demon's question, Tanjiro was somewhat puzzled, but still kindly answered. It's the Taisho era now. Taisho? The demon's expression became sinister, and the arms coiling around it scratched its own flesh in anger, but soon healed completely. The era changed while I was locked up. Damn it, Urokodaki. Damn it, Urokodaki. The hand demon roared. How do you know Mr. Urokodaki? Mr. Urokodaki is a retired trainer. How could this demon know the name of his teacher? Because that guy was the one who caught me. 47 years ago, a night I can never forget. Edo period Giyu era. How is that possible? The boy behind Tanjiro exclaimed in disbelief. There can't possibly be a demon that has lived that long. It should only have been a demon that has eaten 2 or 3 people. But I have survived. In this prison filled with wisteria, I've probably eaten about 50 little demons. And you're the 14th. The hand demon pointed at Tanjiro, letting out an evil grin. Let me think. The one that left the deepest impression on me was that little demon with flesh-colored hair and a scar on the corner of his mouth. And then there was a girl in a flower-patterned kimono. Although she was petite, she was very agile. Those 2 people. Tanjiro suddenly remembered the 2 who had guided him on Kamakiri Mountain for almost half a year, Kanata and Mikomo. Their voices seemed to echo in his mind. Did they get killed by this demon? How is that possible? They appeared just yesterday. His expression of terror was very satisfying for the hand demon, who continued to stoke the flames. The mask you're wearing is a mark. Because you wear this mask, everyone was killed by me, just like Urokodaki personally killed them. Ha ha ha. These words stimulated Tanjiro's spirit, and his anger was almost overwhelming. The powerful Kanata, the gentle Mikomo. No wonder they never told him where they came from. No wonder they only appeared when he was practicing. It's all because of this guy in front of him. All because of it. Tanjiro gripped the hilt of his sword and slashed at the arms reaching for him, vowing to kill this demon. But the hand demon's arms were endless, regrowing immediately after being severed. He let his guard down for a moment and was caught by the legs, flung away, and crashed heavily into a tree, causing his fox mask to crack. The boy who had just been saved by Tanjiro took this opportunity to flee without looking back. Watching Tanjiro, who lay motionless on the ground, the hand demon laughed with glee. Another disciple of Urokodaki dead. I wonder what expression he will have. It was about to swallow Tanjiro whole, but unexpectedly, the kid suddenly woke up and did a backflip to dodge. The hand demon was somewhat shocked. It didn't expect this brat to still be able to move after taking such a blow. But so what? Urokodaki's disciples must die here. It immediately unleashed countless arms, surging towards him like a tide, all of which were slashed apart by Tanjiro. Tanjiro dodged left and right, but the annoying arms seemed to have a tracking device, following him wherever he went. But this level won't take me down. After all, that little demon with flesh-colored hair couldn't even cut my neck. The hand demon continued to interfere with Tanjiro's judgment, attempting to break his spirit with words. This won't do. Tanjiro, calm down. I must think of a solution. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, adjusting his stance. Total concentration, mobilizing all the power in his body. Tanjiro used the entangled arms to reach the hand demon's side, and then he saw an invisible line connecting his sword to the demon's neck. Water breathing, first form. Water surface, slash. The blade shimmered with the foam of water, and the fierce horizontal slash decapitated the hand demon. The hand demon felt the scene before its eyes spin. In an instant, it seemed to be transported back to that night many years ago. The man wearing the red Tengu mask, who had terrified it to the point of never forgetting, was now facing away from it, slowly sheathing the Nichiren blade. Chapter 20. 6 Survivors? Tanjiro clasped his hands together, praying for the deceased hand demon. He then resolutely gripped his sword and headed towards the next area. On the misty mountains, Kanroji sat on the giant rock that Tanjiro had split, gazing blankly at the tranquil night sky. Tanjiro has succeeded. In the snowy field, Makomo smiled. Yes. Kanroji's voice had noticeably softened. Now, we can rest assured. In the forest, more figures gradually emerged. They varied in size and age. But the one thing they all had in common was that they wore fox masks hand-carved by Mr. Urokodaki. With Tanjiro and Tamayo, Mr. Urokodaki would no longer be lonely. Makomo said, but her body gradually began to disappear uncontrollably. Everyone showed a look of comfort at that moment. I wish I could always stay by Mr. Urokodaki's side. Kanroji slowly closed her eyes beneath the mask. It's time to go. The figures of the boys and girls vanished with the wind, leaving no trace. Meanwhile, Urokodaki Sakanji, who was meditating in a house, seemed to sense something. He pushed open the door and looked out at the empty house, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the arrival of dawn announced that the cruel selection had come to an end. Tamayo returned to the place she had come from, standing in the clearing by the Torii Gate, where only 4 survivors remained. When Tanjiro turned around, he saw Tamayo leisurely walking towards him, and seeing her unharmed and showing no signs of distress filled him with genuine joy. Tamayo, here you come. Yuxiao casually glanced at the other people and, upon realizing that the person was missing, silently walked over to Tanjiro's side. How did you get hurt? Earlier, following her advice to keep his long hair, Tanjiro had no choice but to tie it up, but during the battle with Hand Demon, he had sustained an injury on his forehead, causing the fox mask he had been wearing to break. Tanjiro smiled and shook his head. It's nothing, it's fine. He said this to reassure Yuxiao, but she didn't care whether he was fine or not. She took out a bandage from her pocket and firmly wrapped it around his forehead, revealing a satisfied expression. You always end up hurt. You need to take good care of your body, you know? If Nezuko found out, she would definitely worry about you. Yeah, I know. Tanjiro touched the bandage on his forehead, feeling warm inside. Yuxiao is really nice. At that moment, the 2 little girls in kimonos slowly walked out. Kikata was the first to speak. Congratulations, everyone. It's truly fortunate to return safely. Hirizai followed up, huh? And then? The irritable Shinazuwa Jinya showed no interest in their words and questioned with an unhappy expression. Where's the sword? Where is it? First, we will provide you with uniforms. Before that, we need to measure your bodies and then engrave your ranks on them. After explaining, Kikata clapped her hands, and a few dark crows flew out from the forest. One of the crows swiftly dashed towards Yuxiao and landed on her shoulder. Yuxiao. This completely black crow, with its 2 big eyes blinking not at all, seems to look a bit dim-witted. Yu Xiao poked its neck and asked little guy, "Do you have a name?" "Caw, caw, caw." The crow excitedly hopped around on Yu Xiao's shoulder as if it had taken some medicine. Could this crow be mute? Aren't the crows in the Demon Slayer Corps all trained? The little guy seemed quite happy, and Yu Xiao didn't think much of it, casually gave it a name. "Then you'll be called Little Black from now on?" Little Black cawed once, showing no signs of objection. It spotted Yu Xiao's unique long hair and those gem-like shining eyes from afar, and immediately rushed over at the fastest speed, taking the lead. The other crows had no choice but to choose someone else. There's nothing to be done. It's in their nature. Crows just like shiny things. "What crows? What crows?" Nishikawa Jinya swung his hand and startled the crow, angrily walking up to her and grabbing her hair. "Why want a blade?" "The Demon Slayer core color changing blade." "Hurry up and give it to me now." Hikaru seemed unfazed, as if she felt no pain, and didn't stop him, looking expressionless at everyone. "Oh no, what should I do?" Mitsuri Kenroji, who had just been pecked by Jitaru for saying something about sparrows, panicked at this scene. He wanted to intervene, but was a bit timid. Jinya had a fierce look that made him not dare to provoke him. Kaneo Teary remained completely unconcerned about everything happening in front of her, quietly standing aside with a smile on her face. "Let go of this child." At this moment, Tanjiro stepped forward, grabbing Jinya's wrist and stopping his actions. "Huh? Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? If you don't let her go, I'm going to break your wrist." The atmosphere between the two was tense, and it looked like they were about to fight. Suddenly, Jinya shivered, and he noticed that behind the red-haired boy stood a girl wearing a fox mask. The girl's golden eyes showed no emotion, calm like a stagnant pool of water. Jinya, who was not good at dealing with girls, felt intimidated under her gaze, and a layer of cold sweat quickly appeared on his back. Yu Xiao smiled, but his words were as piercing as the wintry snow wind. "Sir, could you please not bully the children? It could hurt her." Before Xuanya could finish speaking, Yu Xiao's knife handle struck directly at his elbow. Instantly, the arm that Tanjiro had grabbed went numb, losing strength, and released Hikaru's hair. The rescued Hikaru looked gratefully at Yu Xiao and Tanjiro. "You guy." Xuanya stepped back a few paces, covering his elbow and looking at Yu Xiao with anger. Yu Xiao did not shy away from his terrifying gaze and calmly said, "Just now, these two children have already mentioned that forging the sword takes 10 to 15 days. There's no use in your impatience. You will get the sword sooner or later, so why rush?" "Oomph." Xuami snorted coldly and said nothing more. Although there was no direct confrontation, he could sense that the girl before him was extraordinary, and her words were not without reason. He was indeed too impatient. He was eager to obtain the sword, simply hoping to gain his brother's approval as soon as possible. Have all the words been said? Hui Li's eye pulled away the black cloth covering the table, revealing various stones of different shapes and sizes. "Now, please everyone choose your own jade steel." "TCH, completely incomprehensible," Xuami said angrily. "Even if I pass the selection, I will definitely die. My wife, Zenitsu, has a very negative attitude." Kana remained silent, staring at the jade steel on the table, showing no intention of picking anything. After a brief observation, Yu Xiao found that these jade steels had no special characteristics, just slight differences in their sunlight absorption, so there was no need to pick and choose. She casually picked one. After everyone had made their selections and measured their bodies, they finally left Fujisaki Mountain. A crow wearing a purple scarf flew over the courtyard and landed on the young man's wrist. The young man gently stroked the crow's feathers, his face covered with terrible purple scars, his eyes devoid of luster, yet the corners of his mouth radiated a warm smile. "Really? 6 people survived, that's impressive. My children have increased again." His lonely figure looked particularly desolate in the vast mansion. Chapter 21. The swordsmith's visit on the way back. Tanjiro's physical condition had reached its limit. He was now limping, relying on Yu Xiao to help him cut a branch to use as a cane. "Are you really okay, Tanjiro? Do you want to rest for a bit?" Seeing his miserable state, Yu Xiao really wanted to carry him back. He had always been so gentle and kind. It was heart-wrenching. Tanjiro's smile looked somewhat forced. "I'm fine. I'm the one causing you trouble. Speaking of which, I need to thank Yu Xiao. Otherwise, I might really have broken that person's wrist, and it wouldn't be good if he got hurt." Despite being in such a state himself, he still worried about others, and Yu Xiao truly didn't know what to do with him. She pouted and lightly huffed. "That's nothing. Didn't I say not to be so polite with me?" I know," Tanjiro said, scratching his head awkwardly. "By the way, Tanjiro." Yu Xiao took out a small glass bottle from his pocket and handed it to him. "This contains medicine that can heal wounds and relieve pain. You can give it a try." This medicine was made by Yu Xiao when he was bored at home, in addition to the usual herbs. It also contains blood that Yu Xiao has diluted, which can achieve quick healing and pain relief. Tanjiro often gets injured, so this is just perfect for him. All right. Tanjiro took the glass bottle, opened it, and a fresh fragrance rushed into his nostrils. The white pills were only the size of a soybean, looking like candy, and they melted in his mouth, leaving only a faint bitterness on his tongue. In just a little while, Tanjiro felt much lighter, and the pain from the injuries he sustained on Fujisaki Mountain was not so severe anymore. What kind of medicine is this? It's amazing. I feel so much better now. Tanjiro looked at Yu Xiao curiously. He had never taken such a miraculous medicine before that took effect immediately. It was truly impressive. Yu Xiao revealed a mysterious smile. This is a medicine I developed myself. Just keep the rest with you, and remember to use it if you get hurt. Although I hope to never see you injured. Tanjiro was extremely impressed, thinking how amazing it was that Yu Xiao understood pharmacology. But then he couldn't help but worry and asked, "If you give this to me, what will you do?" Silly. Yu Xiao poked his forehead in annoyance. I made the medicine myself. How could I be lacking it? All right. So Tanjiro carefully put the medicine away as if it were a treasure. I must take good care of it. Speaking of which, after spending so much time with Yu Xiao, he had never discovered anything that Yu Xiao couldn't do. If he had to say something, it seemed like he had never seen Yu Xiao cook. Could it be that Yu Xiao can't cook? It must be said that Tanjiro guessed this correctly. Yu Xiao not only can't cook, but is also a complete kitchen disaster. The kind that could blow up the kitchen with just a spark. Before the meal is even ready, the kitchen has already turned to ashes. In the evening, the two returned to Narrow Mist Mountain. The light was still on in the window, indicating that Mr. Rentaki was still awake. Just as Yu Xiao reached the side of the house, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang and crashed to the ground. Nezuko, holding a bamboo muzzle in her mouth, swaggered out. Nezuko, Tanjiro called out softly, thinking he was hallucinating, as the familiar voice reached her ears. Nezuko dashed towards Tanjiro and hugged him tightly. Although her mind had become childlike, Nezuko knew that the boy in front of her was the most important person to her. Tanjiro's voice choked with emotion, trembling as he said, "Why haven't you woken up for so long? I almost thought you were dead. It's been 2 years. A full 2 years." Ever since arriving at Narrow Mist Mountain, Nezuko had remained in a deep sleep with no signs of waking up. Now that she was finally awake, all of Tanjiro's worries accumulated over the past 2 years vanished in an instant. Just after returning from chopping firewood, Rentaki Sakanji, upon seeing Yu Xiao and Tanjiro return safely, dropped the firewood he was holding all over the ground. Tears wet his eyes behind the mask. These 2 children had come back alive. The room was as warm as ever, with Mr. Rentaki sitting across from them, patiently listening to their account of what happened on Mount Fujisaki. Upon hearing that the gigantic hand demon had been killed by Tanjiro, the heavy heart he carried from losing his disciples was somewhat eased. It was then that Rentaki Sakanji realized that those deceased children had always been by his side. After Tanjiro finished speaking, he inquired about Yu Xiao's condition. Yu Xiao sighed helplessly. "I haven't had it as tough as Tanjiro. During these 7 days, I did nothing, didn't encounter a single demon, and passed the selection smoothly. You could say I slept for 7 days." What she said was absolutely true. She really had slept on the mountain for a full 7 days. When she woke up, she either snacked or watched the commotion, and when she felt tired, she would tie a hammock and sleep in a tree, completely like an invisible person. Although she cleared the challenge in lazy mode, Yu Xiao was very clear about the movements of everyone else. By the way, during this time, I saw a boy wearing a pig head mask also pass the selection. He was very brave, shouting charge, while slaying several demons, but in the end, I didn't see him when it came time to select the tempered steel. What Yao was talking about was indeed Inosuke Hashira. Huh, so there are actually 6 people selected? Tanjiro thought for a moment, and it seemed that in the end, there were indeed only 5 people. He hadn't seen the boy with the mask that Yu Yao mentioned. Yu Yao nodded. You might encounter him in the future. This relatively peaceful time passed for over 10 days, until 2 swordsmiths came to visit. At that time, Yu Yao was sitting in the house drinking tea when she heard Tanjiro talking to someone outside, so she put down her teacup and went out. What is going on? Yu Yao asked. 2 people wearing fireman masks were standing outside the house, one of whom was wearing a straw hat adorned with glass wind chimes. Seeing the scene, Yu Yao suddenly remembered that the swordsmiths from the village had come to deliver the Nichiren swords. She had indeed been living too comfortably these days. The one wearing the glass-adorned straw hat was Kanetetsu H. Ka, who was talking with Tanjiro, while the other one she had never seen before. Noticing Yu Yao's puzzled gaze, the other swordsmith spoke. I am Kirigane Ritsu, responsible for forging the Nichiren sword for Lady Yasaki Yuya. May I ask, are you Lady Yasaki Yuya? Mr. Hiragain Ritsu's voice was exceptionally gentle. Although he wore an ugly fireman mask, it didn't make him seem rough or unsophisticated at all. Yu Xiao slightly bowed. Thank you for coming all this way despite the hardships. I am Yasaki Yu Xiao. Heidi Lu took out the sword he had been carrying on his back and handed it to her. Give it a try. I am also looking forward to what color the sword will turn when used by you, Lady Yu Xiao. Chapter 22. The Talentless Swordsman, the Nichiren Blade, also known as the color-changing blade, is made from materials that absorb sunlight, namely the scarlet sand iron and scarlet Oregon. It is the only weapon, apart from the poison made from wisteria flowers, that can effectively harm demons. Demons beheaded by the Nichiren Blade will lose all regenerative abilities and turn to ashes. The Nichiren Blade can change color based on the user's attributes. The Nichiren Blade, crafted for Yu Xiao by Heidi Lu, shines brightly, with a snow-white blade reflecting a penetrating cold light under the sun. Between the hilt and the blade, there is a square tsuba, the silver part of which is hollowed out, engraved with exquisite floral and avian designs, a true masterpiece of craftsmanship. Yu Xiao immediately took a liking to this knife guard. She received the Nichiren Blade from the blacksmith, grasping the hilt, which felt quite heavy. Observing the blade closely, Yu Xiao waited for quite a while, but the Nichiren Blade showed no signs of changing. Could it really change color? She couldn't help but question her life. The promised color-changing blade seemed to have failed in her hands. Heitai Lu looked around curiously and exclaimed, in my years of forging knives, I've never seen a colorless blade. Lady Yu Xiao, you are truly special. This Nichiren Blade was forged by him using jade steel, so there couldn't be any issue with the material. Therefore, it must be a problem with the person. The Nichiren Blade, not changing color, only left one possibility. Behind the mask, Heitai Lu looked at Yu Xiao with a complicated expression, hesitating to voice this possibility for fear of discouraging the fragile girl. A colorless blade? Just then, Kanetetsu Shinobu, who had been introducing himself to Tanjiro, came over to Yu Xiao's side. Seeing the unchanged Nichiren Blade in her hand, he disdainfully remarked, a colorless Nichiren Blade? You must not have the talent to be a swordsman. Huh? Yu Xiao was taken aback, although she knew that a swordsman without talent wouldn't have their Nichiren Blade change color. She had been learning swordsmanship under Mr. Sato's guidance for many years, and she had also mastered the total concentration breathing technique. Why wouldn't the blade change color? Hearing Kanetetsu say this, Tanjiro immediately countered loudly, Mr. Kanetetsu, Yu Xiao definitely has the talent of a swordsman. She's really strong. She can shatter huge rocks with a single strike. Much stronger than I am. Without saying a word, Kanetetsu directly put Tanjiro in a firm hold, saying, stop talking nonsense. Let me see what color the blade of the sun's chosen one will be. Tanjiro struggled painfully, gasping for breath. Please let me go. I can't hold a blade like this. After a while, Kanetetsu finally released him. Tanjiro patted his chest in relief. This blacksmith was truly terrifying. He almost got choked to death. He seriously grasped his own blade, and he saw the blade slowly change from the bottom to the top, turning black. Hey, my blade has turned black, Yu Xiao said with a smile. Not bad. Does this mean that Tanjiro is actually more talented than me? The black blade is held by only one person in this world. A man who gathers the love of countless deities, dazzling like the sun, yet ordinary and simple. That dazzling red hair and the Hanafuda earrings are strikingly similar to the boy in front of me. Yu Xiao was initially looking forward to her sword, but when it arrived, it showed no reaction at all, which was truly boring. How about painting it or adding some magic? The thought was quickly dismissed. She wasn't a child anymore. When did she become so childish? The voice of the black sword, Iron Tomb H Key, was filled with resentment. Immediately after, he directed a strong emotional attack at Tanjiro. Damn it. I thought I would see a bright red blade. What is wrong with you two? How did Kagura teach you? Wow. Please calm down. The scene became quite chaotic, with Yu Xiao and Black Iron Law standing silently by the side, appearing particularly small. Yu Xiao remembers that the blacksmiths in knife forging village value their swords more than their own lives. If a sword is damaged in any way, they immediately enter a berserk mode, with combat power comparable to the upper moons of the 12 Kazuki. The reason the blacksmiths are so particular about the color of the blade is due to the scarlet blade. There is an ancient legend in knife forging village. The crimson Nichiren blade can effectively prevent the regeneration of demons. All the blacksmiths work tirelessly to forge a perfect sword to verify whether this legend is true. If it is, then the Scarlet Blade will become a great asset to the Demon Slayer Corps, giving them a significant advantage in slaying demons and reducing casualties. Unfortunately, the Scarlet Blade cannot be forged. It is obtained through the swordsman's own immense strength, in addition to requiring considerable grip strength to activate. A massive impact in Nezuko's unique blood demon art can also temporarily trigger the Scarlet Blade state. Yu Xiao couldn't help but ask secretly, Mr. Black Iron, aren't you angry? Why should I be angry? Her question instead puzzled Black Iron Lu. As long as I forge a Sunwheel knife that is suitable for you, Your Excellency Yu Xiao, and allows it to demonstrate its inherent value, that is enough. I don't think the color of the knife is important. No matter what the people in the knife maker village think, I find it irrelevant. As a knife maker, I only need to forge a Sunwheel knife of acceptable quality. Fulfilling my duties is the most important thing. The ancient legend of the He Blade has yet to be verified to this day. Rather than placing hopes on something elusive, it is better to focus on doing what I should do. If Your Excellency Yu Xiao treats this knife as a loved one, cherishes it, and uses it to slay more evil spirits, then that is the greatest affirmation for me. So it was like this. After hearing this, Yu Xiao was filled with respect for the swordsmith. Please rest assured, I will not let your efforts go to waste and will take good care of this Nicaran blade. She could tell that this Mr. Heidi was a person who understood the greater good and did not fuss over trivialities. And in just a few short sentences, one could feel his calm and reserved character. Heidi replied blandly, then shouted at the still messing with Tanjiro. Tetsuzen Ikari, Tetsuzen, my task is complete, so I will take my leave. After saying that, he pretended to prepare to leave. Upon hearing this, Tetsuzen Hikari immediately released Tanjiro, stood up from the ground, and patted off the dust from his clothes. Kid, this sword is now entrusted to you, so make sure you don't break it. As he spoke, a chilling and terrifying aura emanated from him as he made a gesture across his throat. If you dare to break it, I'll kill you, you know? Tanjiro, having escaped from a near-death situation, clutched the Nicaran blade and was sweating profusely, panicking, yes. I will definitely take good care of this sword. After bidding farewell to the two swordsmiths, Yu Xiao soon received the team uniform sent by the hidden members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Upon seeing that her uniform was the same style as Kanroji Mitsuri's revealing super short skirt, Yu Xiao smiled and chopped the uniform into rags with her sword. Not only that, she threatened, if I find out you make more clothes like this for other girls, be careful, or you might end up like this piece of clothing, okay? The tailor from the Demon Slayer Corps, Maeda Misao, who delivered the uniform, was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. Especially when he saw Yu Xiao's eerie golden eyes revealing a sinister smile. He wished he could grow 2 more legs to run away. People ran ahead while their souls chased behind. Holding the rags, Maeda Misao returned to the headquarters, and his sewing machine was smoking as he desperately worked overnight to produce a brand new, normal-style female uniform. Everyone looked at him with expressions as if the sun had risen in the west. This lecherous four-eyed guy actually changed his ways? Maeda Misao couldn't care less about that. He just wanted to survive. Looking at the normal uniform in his hands, Yu Xiao said nothing more, closed her eyes, and reluctantly nodded, causing Maeda Misao to feel as if he had been granted a reprieve, and he hurriedly fled from the Kurosaki mountain. He never wanted to make clothes for beautiful girls again. It was too terrifying. Sob, sob, sob. Chapter 23. Sick Tanjiro. At noon, with the weather just right, Yu Xiao leisurely sat under a tree, watching Tanjiro practice swordsmanship. As the boy swung his sword with effort, beads of sweat continually rolled down his forehead, the glistening droplets sliding down his slightly angular jawline and disappearing into his collar. His deep red hair was tied back, and the Hanafuda earrings swayed in the air with his movements, radiating vibrant energy. Although there was a noticeable scar on the left side of his forehead, it did not detract from his handsome appearance at all. It was not hard to imagine that as time passed and the boy shed his youthful naivety, he would grow into a mature man, captivating countless women. After the battle at Fujisaki Mountain, Tanjiro had grown significantly, and he was becoming more adept at using the water-breathing techniques, thanks in no small part to the help of Tanjiro and Mikomo. Huff huff. Tanjiro panted, stopping after completing a set of sword forms. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and saw the girl sitting under the tree, half asleep, and smiled helplessly. Yu Xiao. Although it's warm today, if you fall asleep under the tree, you might catch a cold. Yu Xiao leaned lazily against the tree and yawned. It's nothing. Just a quick nap, I won't catch a cold. Saying this, she changed to a more comfortable position and closed her eyes. Yesterday, she had played ghost-catching games with Nezuko all night, only going to sleep when dawn was approaching, and now she was extremely tired. The sunlight warmed her body, and occasionally a gentle breeze blew through the forest, making it the perfect environment for sleep. Tanjiro sighed indulgently, took off his checkered haori, and gently draped it over Yu Xiao, his eyes softening in a way they had never been before. Yu Xiao is actually a bit older than me. yet sometimes she acts like a child, being a bit willful and throwing small tantrums. She could easily return home to continue living as a young lady, enjoying a life free from worry. Yet she chose to endure rigorous training, joining the Demon Slayer Corps with him through the selection process, and even said such kind words about helping more people. It was truly too kind-hearted of her. I'm really glad I was able to save her in the snow back then, Tanjiro often thought to himself. He put down his sword, sat beside Yu Xiao, and gazed at her serene face in a daze. The girl bathed in sunlight, her blue hair very light, almost white, appearing nearly transparent. A few playful strands stuck to her cheek, and because she didn't seem to be sleeping comfortably, her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, and her pink lips were pursed. Tanjiro lifted his hand to brush away the troublesome hair. It seemed she sensed it as Yu Xiao's long, thick eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her expression relaxed a bit afterward. Tanjiro was immediately flustered. What was he just doing? Because of the close proximity, the unique cold yet sweet scent that belonged to Yu Xiao lingered at his nose, making Tanjiro, whose nose was already quite sensitive, almost drown in this pleasant aroma. His throat tightened, he covered his chest, which was rising and falling uncontrollably, and a thin layer of crimson spread from his neck to his earlobes. My heart is beating so fast. Am I sick? A strange feeling fermented in his heart, and Tanjiro closed his eyes, repeatedly telling himself to stay calm. However, just then, two crows flew in and landed on the branch above. Kakamado Tanjiro, I will convey the orders. Head towards the town in the northwest, where a girl is disappearing. One of the crows spoke up. The crow can talk. The sudden message interrupted his thoughts, and Tanjiro, who had been immersed in the ambiguous atmosphere, instantly woke up. Huh? What's going on? Is it time to eat? Yu Xiao rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking around in confusion. It was the messenger crow of the Demon Slayer Corps. At this moment, the other crow, which looked a bit dazed, said, Demon Slayer member Yasaki Yu Xiao, immediately head to the village in the northeast, where children have been disappearing consecutively. Hurry to investigate. This crow was none other than Kuro. What? So it's a mission. Yu Xiao stood up, and the haori that had been draped over her by Tanjiro slipped off. She picked up the falling checkered haori and folded her hands to hold it close. It's time to set off. Tanjiro watched her actions, a hint of shyness flashing in his eyes. Yu Xiao, he called softly. That haori. At this point, Tanjiro's voice was barely a whisper. Can you give it to me? No, you can't, Yu Xiao replied with a smile like a cunning fox. Huh? Why not? If I get back to you, you won't wear the one I bought for you, Yu Xiao answered as if it were the most natural thing. The kimono they had bought at the clothing store had already been changed into by Nezuko, looking adorably cute, and after the set given to Mr. Rengoku, as long as he was happy, it didn't matter whether he wore it or not. But Tanjiro had always been a bit shy, so she had to resort to this tactic. Tanjiro, who had been puzzled, turned bright red upon hearing this explanation. So that's how it is? Let's go. You have to listen to me today. Yu Xiao took his hand, her face full of a triumphant smile. Tanjiro, who was held, paused for a moment, then shyly returned the grip, his heart nearly jumping out. Oh no, he might really be getting sick. Chapter 24. The first mission at Yu Xiao's insistence. Tanjiro changed into the new haori. The bright red haori contrasted sharply with the dark uniform, showcasing the youthful vigor that belonged to him. For some reason, it felt a bit familiar. Yu Xiao suddenly thought of something. Isn't this a smaller version of Kunakuzushi? If Tanjiro meets Muzan in this form in Asakusa, the guy would probably get so scared he'd explode into 1,800 pieces and run away. Seeing Yu Xiao staring at him intently, Tanjiro shyly asked, Is it strange? Absolutely not, Yu Xiao replied, decisively without blinking, full of mischief. In fact, it suits Tanjiro perfectly. Ahem. Receiving such a response, Tanjiro felt a bit embarrassed. He turned his head, his ears turning slightly red, and shyly said, You look good in the uniform too, Yu Xiao. Really? Yu Xiao looked down at her outfit, seemingly finding nothing special. It really is. She nodded vigorously. The girl in front of him wore a light-colored haori, with blue hydrangeas printed from the cuffs to the hem. Since it was a female uniform, it was specially designed with a pleated skirt, and her straight, fair legs under the skirt were quite alluring, making one want to take another look. Tanjiro silently moved his gaze away from her legs. That's really impolite. Although he didn't understand what was attractive about her, being praised always made people feel happy. Yu Xiao happily tucked her Nichiren blade at her waist and said, Let's go. Mr. Urokodaki must have been waiting for us for a long time. Pushing open the door, Urokodaki Sakanji sat in the main hall. Seeing the two of them ready to go, he felt very reluctant. The children he had personally trained were growing up and now had to learn to stand on their own. Before you leave, I have something to tell you. Urokodaki Sakanji picked up the box next to him and handed it to Tanjiro. This is made from mist spruce, very lightweight, and reinforced with rock lacquer on the outside. So its strength has been enhanced. Thank you, Mr. Urokodaki. Tanjiro took the wooden box, and it was indeed very light, almost weightless. Opening the box, Tanjiro called Nezuko, who was hiding in the darkness. Nezuko shrank down and crawled inside, and Tanjiro placed her on his back securely. Nezuko, I will definitely protect you, he said firmly. What an amazing older brother who takes his sister everywhere. Yuxiao sighed with deep emotion. Thinking of her own brother, Yuxiao felt a bit strange. She didn't know when it started, but her brother seemed to have changed completely, adopting a low-key and obedient demeanor, becoming gentle and refined, smiling amiably, and overall becoming much more reserved. Her former brother was like an unmasked sharp blade. Now the blade had retracted its edge and was hidden in its sheath, unobservable. Only a piece of warm jade embedded in the exterior, as translucent as water, flawless, beautiful jade. Compared to who he is now, Yuxiao still had more fondness for her once proud and noble brother, even if the memories of the past were meaningless to her. Yuxiao, what is it, Mr. Urokodaki? No matter how strong or weak your opponent is, you must take them seriously. Never let your guard down, or you could easily fall into a trap. The stronger the demon, the more cunning they are, remember that. Through the Tengu mask, Yuxiao couldn't see Urokodaki's expression at that moment, but she could hear the seriousness in his words. She understood that Urokodaki was concerned about her and replied earnestly, I understand, please don't worry. Urokodaki Sakanji nodded. This child had exceptional talent, but she had never experienced failure or setbacks. Although Yuxiao did not show arrogance because of this, Urokodaki Sakanji could sense that she had absolute confidence in herself. He worried that this confidence might mislead Yuxiao, causing her to be careless and get hurt. Watching the two gradually walk away, Urokodaki Sakanji closed the door and sighed silently. It's good to train more. I just hope my worries are unnecessary. Before parting with Tanjiro, Yuxiao gave him charm. Although it looked like ordinary origami, this charm could withstand one fatal injury and would transmit her location to her when it became ineffective. The purpose of this was mainly to prepare for unforeseen emergencies. What if Muzan acted unpredictably, encountering Tanjiro and breaking his defenses on the spot, entering his demon king form, and fighting him to the end? Even if that possibility was minimal, she had to be fully prepared. After they separated, Yuxiao asked Kuro, who was perched on her shoulder, Little Black, are only children disappearing in the village to the northeast? Gia, with its big, cute eyes, Little Black called out and replied currently, Only children under 10 are disappearing at night. There may be demons lurking. Please investigate carefully. All children? Not a single adult? No. Little Black blinked its big eyes without blinking. I see. Yuxiao made a simple preliminary judgment. If a ghost was causing trouble, then this ghost should really enjoy eating children, just like the swamp demon that Tanjiro would encounter, which specifically targets girls under 16. For my first mission, I wonder what kind of ghost I will meet. I'm a bit excited. The rice field paths under the setting sun were coated in a golden hue, and in the distance, the village at the foot of the mountain had wisps of smoke rising, crossing the small river at the village entrance. Yuxiao saw several fish slowly swimming in the gentle current through the clear water. The surrounding plants were bare as it was winter and, due to its northern location, hardly any crops were growing. There were very few people in the village. Only a few men were chatting, while the doors and windows of the other houses were tightly shut, and the atmosphere was heavy and silent. Yuxiao concealed his presence and moved a little closer. Then he clearly heard the content of the conversation among several people. This is already the third case this month. If we say it's a disappearance, it can't happen so frequently, right? I heard that the child who went missing a couple of days ago is from the Yamada family. He just turned 9 this year and has always been very obedient, staying at home at night. But when Yamada's wife woke up the next morning, she found the child missing. The doors and windows were locked tight. A child leaving would surely make some noise, right? Yet no one heard anything at all. Could it be that we inadvertently angered the mountain god? Should we ask the village chief to find someone to perform a ritual? Who knows? But if this continues, all the children might go missing. It's just too strange. Disappearances at night, and all under the condition of locked doors and windows? Quite intriguing. Yuxiao had no intention of approaching to inquire. The villagers were on edge, and her sudden appearance to gather information might raise suspicion and create trouble. So, Yuxiao quietly patrolled the entire village and, surprisingly, found no anomalies. How strange. She strolled slowly along the path leading to the mountains when suddenly she caught a whiff of a sweet floral fragrance. The alluring scent seemed to come from nowhere, numbing her senses. Just a gentle sniff left her feeling dizzy. She quickly held her breath and used the illusionary eye to trace the source of the scent, leading her to a dark area. Surrounding her were unknown red flowers in full bloom, with green vines coiling around the trunks, bearing clusters of dense brownish-yellow fruits that looked remarkably like potatoes. After just one glance, Yu Xiao drew a conclusion. It's blood demon technique. The peculiar fragrance must be emanating from these flowers, and the potato-like objects were called yam, which could be eaten when cooked. However, neither their quantity nor size seemed natural, and the area where they grew was perfectly shaded, a condition few plants prefer for growth, especially with such an abundance of fruit. But if the blood demon technique was being used here, it would make sense, as it wouldn't be affected by sunlight. That guy might be hiding nearby. Yu Xiao considered using the Eye of Illusion to search for the target, but the current mountain range was vast, making the search exhausting. As the sky darkened, Yu Xiao thought for a moment and decided to wait for the rabbit by the stump. Since the ghost dared not show itself, it indicated that it was very cautious. If she acted rashly, it might notice and become alert, which would be counterproductive. It would be better to wait for it to actively seek food and then catch it off guard. Since this was her first mission, Yu Xiao chose a relatively safe method. It was definitely not because she wanted to be lazy. So far, only 3 children had gone missing, and she believed that this ghost could not be satisfied so quickly and would not give up this place to flee to another. Chapter 25. Fear Engraved in DNA, Asakusa. Tokyo. Night fell, and the bustling city was filled with the sound of traffic and bright lights. Pedestrians hurried through the noisy streets, occasionally quickening their pace to avoid the incoming trams. Looking around, the enormous buildings were arranged in an orderly manner, and one could see the magnificent skyscrapers in the distance. A stark contrast to ordinary towns. The air was filled with the aroma of food and unfamiliar scents, and fresh experiences from all directions overwhelmed the senses, dazzling and disorienting. Tanjiro had just narrowly completed his last mission when the next one followed closely. He was walking down the street, holding his sleepy sister Nezuko's hand. His steps unsteady and his mind foggy, nearly shutting down. Has the city developed to this extent? It's clearly night, yet it's just like daytime. The buildings are so tall, what are they? Tanjiro was at his wit's end, feeling dizzy as he walked through the crowded streets. He tightly grasped his sister's hand, afraid that they might get separated. The streets seemed endless, and he just wanted to leave as quickly as possible. A secluded alley caught his eye, and it felt like a salvation. As soon as he and Nezuko stepped into the alley, 2 overlapping figures abruptly entered his line of sight. Tanjiro was startled by the scene and felt a mix of shame and anger. He quickly bowed and apologized, "I'm sorry." Then, he swiftly fled the alley as if being chased by a flood. After leaving the bustling city center, the surroundings quieted down significantly. Under the dim street lights, a small udon stall was open for business, and Tanjiro realized he was hungry. He weakly addressed the stall owner, "Sorry to bother you. Please give me a bowl of udon." "Oh, sure thing." Nezuko sat beside him, dozing off with her eyes closed. Before long, the stall owner prepared a steaming bowl of udon. Just as Tanjiro was about to fill his stomach, he suddenly stood up, and the bowl slipped from his hands, shattering on the ground. This smell. A look of terror emerged on his face as he grabbed his Nichiren blade and ran. "It's the smell left at home, Mr." Shinazugawa's words echoed clearly in his ears. "Listen carefully, Tanjiro. There's only one being in this world that can turn humans into demons. 1,000 years ago, the first person to become a demon, in other words, that being is your family's enemy. And I believe that only that being knows how to turn your sister back into a human. That demon's name is Muzan Kibutsuji." In a vast crowd, relying on his incredible sense of smell, Tanjiro reached out and pressed his hand on a man's shoulder. "Found you, huh?" The young man wearing a top hat slowly turned around. He was handsome, with well-defined features, but his skin was pale as wax, devoid of life. His slightly curled hair hung down on both sides, and his rose-red eyes were like a deep pool, with a furrowed brow showing impatience and thin lips pressed tightly together. Upon seeing the person behind him, Muzan Kibutsuji felt his legs weaken, and the fear in his heart surged to its peak. The red haori, the high ponytail, the pattern on the left side of his forehead, and the Hanafuda earrings featuring the moon. "It's him, Yurichi Tsujikuni." Muzan screamed inwardly. "No, impossible." He immediately denied this thought. "That person has long since died. He can't be that person." "Calm down. From his physique, this kid was clearly just a child. The mark on his forehead was not a pattern, but a scar, and many subtle details were different from the person in his memory, which eased Musen's tension slightly. If it weren't for his keen observation and 1,000 years of experience, he might have split into 1,000 pieces and fled. Even so, a crack appeared in Musen's otherwise perfect facade. Just as Tanjiro was about to draw his sword to slash this demon, disguised in human skin, a naive, innocent child's voice brought him back to his senses. "Daddy, what's wrong?" Hearing this, Musen Kibutsuji instinctively revealed half of the child he was holding. It was a young girl with big, innocent eyes, looking at Tanjiro with curiosity. Seeing this, Tanjiro's pomegranate-colored eyes filled with rage, burning hotter like lava, his anger escalating. "This guy, how dare he pretend to live as a human?" "It's okay, it's nothing." Musen comforted the girl in his arms. And then the gloom in his brow dissipated, a provocative smile appearing on his lips. "Is there something you want? You seem a bit flustered." A beautiful woman in a dress nearby noticed the situation and walked up to Musen, asking with concern, "What's wrong? Did you run into an acquaintance?" These two were undoubtedly human. How could this be? Tanjiro had never imagined that when he encountered Musen Kibutsuji, the scene would be like this. Did he have to slay him in front of his family? He couldn't do it. At least for now, Musen Kibutsuji was still playing the role of a father. "Do you know him?" The woman in the dress looked at Tanjiro in confusion. Not slightly troubled. "He must be a child I don't recognize. It must be a case of mistaken identity." Musen coldly stared at the red-haired boy before him. His right hand grew sharp nails, secretly slashing the neck of the passerby. A small amount of blood entered the passerby's body, and the injured man stopped, sluggishly covering his wound. His wife walked beside him, puzzled, asking, "What's wrong, dear?" Unexpectedly, there was no answer. The man began to convulse, his veins bulging, and he lunged at his wife with a twisted expression, biting down on her shoulder. The bitten woman let out a piercing scream, and Tanjiro couldn't care less about Musen Kibutsuji. He rushed forward and pinned the demonized man to the ground. The sudden turn of events drew the attention of the surrounding pedestrians, who stopped to watch. The demonized man was incredibly strong, and it took all of Tanjiro's effort to subdue him. The woman who had just been bitten looked at her husband, nervously shouting, "Dear Mung, please take care of yourself. Press a cloth on the wound to avoid excessive blood loss. Miss Lee, this place is dangerous. We should leave quickly." Musen covered the child's eyes and spoke to the panicked woman in a dress. Miss Lee's face turned pale as she covered her mouth and nodded. As Musen Kibutsuji was about to escape, Tanjiro felt exhausted, but his kind nature prevented him from abandoning the man who had turned into a demon. He shouted angrily, "Musen Kibutsuji, I will never let you go, no matter where you go, even if you escape to the ends of the earth. I will chase you down and cut off your head." TSK. Musen, having already distanced himself, felt extremely irritated. He couldn't understand how this damn kid had discovered him. But now that he had escaped, he absolutely wouldn't let those Demon Slayer Corps members find him. He was determined to wipe out the Agatsuma family and these pesky insects. Chapter 26. Do I look like I won't live long? The chaos on the street was quickly reported to the Metropolitan Police Department, and several police officers rushed to the scene. Upon seeing the man pinned to the ground by Tanjiro, they scolded, "What are you doing? Let that person go. Is he a drunk causing trouble?" Tanjiro was too focused to be distracted. He used all his strength to restrain the man on the ground. "Please bring binding tools. I'm begging you." One of the police officers grabbed him by the collar. "Enough, let him go." "No." Tanjiro firmly refused. "No one can control him but me." These officers didn't understand the severity of the situation. Once a person turned into a demon, they possessed immense strength and could easily kill an adult male. If he let go now, innocent people would surely get hurt. Tanjiro was already struggling to resist the man's thrashing, and now these police officers kept pulling at him, which would definitely cause even greater chaos. What should he do? Tanjiro was desperate and at his wit's end. He suddenly remembered a conversation he had with Tamayo during their training. "Tanjiro, do you know that if a person is bitten by a dog, they can get rabies?" Tamayo had said one night after training. "Rabies? What is that?" Tanjiro was curious about the unfamiliar term. Under the dim moonlight, Tamayo smiled gently and patiently explained, "Little animals are cute, but you must be careful when playing with them. If you're bitten by an animal that carries this disease, you will contract rabies. Once you have rabies, there is no cure. You can only wait for death. When the disease manifests, some people may become extremely aggressive, like a rabid wolf. So you must be very careful." "Huh, there is such a terrible disease." "Yes, humans are very fragile. Even a small injury or illness can easily take their lives. Once they die, there is nothing left. At this point, Tamayo's expression was unexpectedly calm, and the once bright golden eyes were now shadowed. It was the first time Tanjiro sensed a feeling of loneliness from the girl who often wore a smile. Right? If I use this reason, they shouldn't stop me. With this thought, Tanjiro saw a glimmer of hope and urged, "It's rabies. This man has rabies. That's why he's attacking people. I have subdued him, and if I let go, he will continue to attack others." Huh? The officers paused, looking at the man on the ground who was going wild. His eyes were indeed very red, which might indicate illness. They planned to listen to the boy's suggestion and retrieve binding tools from the police station. But one officer turned and noticed that the boy was carrying a sword. "Hey, this guy has a sword. Then let's take them both back for questioning." Several officers pulled out their batons. Hearing this, Tanjiro felt like a prisoner sentenced to death. While he was fully focused on restraining the demonized man, had his Nicaran blade accidentally been exposed? Was he really going to be captured by them like this? As the police batons were about to fall in a desperate situation, a flurry of floral patterns bloomed in the air, like ribbons blocking the crowd's view. Blood manipulation, visual dream of fragrance. The street was divided by these floating patterns, and seeing the situation go awry, the police officers retreated in panic. Soon, this small area was cleared. A beautiful woman in a kimono slowly walked over, accompanied by a short-haired young man. Even if he has turned into a demon, you still refer to him as human? Tamayo looked at the red-haired boy with a hint of respect in her eyes. The boy before her, even when faced with a demonized person, did not choose to give up. His actions undoubtedly moved Tamayo, making her feel it was worth revealing her identity to help him. Tanjiro was stunned as he looked at the two in front of him. These two people are demons. After sending away the so-called family, Muzan walked into a small alley with a cold expression. The memories he had just managed to shake off resurfaced, and the damn kid's Hanafuda earrings awakened fears that had been dormant for years. Before Muzan could take a few steps, a drunken man suddenly bumped into him. The man reeked of alcohol, his face flushed, clearly very drunk. He glared at Muzan and complained, "What are you doing?" "I'm very sorry." Muzan's voice was flat, and he lifted his leg to leave, but the drunkard stubbornly placed his hand on the shoulder that Tanjiro had just pinned down. "Hey, stop right there." The drunkard's tone was unfriendly. Muzan suppressed the anger boiling within, and a storm brewed in his eyes. "I'm sorry, but I have urgent business." "Huh? What?" Seeing the well-dressed man in front of him and his handsome appearance, the drunkard felt jealous. He reached out to pat him. Hey, nice clothes you got there. Really makes me mad." Then, he circled around Muzan, provocatively taunting, "You look really pale. You're not about to die, are you?" "Ha ha ha." Touched by the taboo, Muzan's furious emotions reached their peak. Clenching his fist, in the next moment, the drunkard was sent flying against the wall with a loud crash, blood gushing out. "Xiao Ba, what did you do to my brother?" The companion who had been watching the show was now mostly sober. The woman rushed to the drunkard's side, only to find he had no breath left. "Xiao Ba is dead. He has no breath." "What? You bastard." The burly man charged forward, but halfway threw his punch. He was kicked away by Muzan, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. In less than a minute, two people had met their deaths. "Do I look like I have a bad complexion?" Muzan asked with confusion. "Is my skin very pale? Do I look like I won't live long and am about to die?" He squatted in front of the woman, leaning over and with his bony hands, tenderly caressed her cheek as if they were lovers. "That's not right. I am a being infinitely close to perfection." Muzan retracted his hand, placing his index finger on his thin lips, making a shushing gesture. His sharp nails quickly grew and pierced into the woman's forehead. "What would happen if I continuously gave you my blood?" Looking at the woman in front of him, who was on the verge of emotional collapse, Muzan seemed like a bored child who had found a novel toy. The human body could not withstand such a tremendous change. The cells would be destroyed. The woman began to convulse madly, her skin turning dark blue, her blood vessels bursting, twisting like a clay figure, and ultimately, she rotted away into a pool of blood, leaving only an empty kimono on the ground. Muzan snapped his fingers, and two figures knelt down on one knee. "Bring me the head of the demon hunter wearing the Hanazashi earrings, all right?" He calmly instructed, as if what he was dealing with was merely an inconspicuous task. "As you command. We obey your will." Upon receiving the order, Yahaba and Jushiro did not dare to lift their heads and quickly disappeared into the alley. After the two left, Muzan Kabutsuji's body trembled uncontrollably. His mood was darker than ever, just like 100 years ago, on the day he met that person. Chapter 27. The girl planting potatoes the night was cool as water. The large village was eerily silent, occasionally broken by the sound of the cold wind lifting and scattering withered leaves, creating a particularly grim atmosphere. Suddenly, a loud noise shattered the quiet night. Accompanied by the sound of a door being pushed open, a young child stepped outside, looking to be only 6 or 7 years old. He walked out with his eyes closed, as if sleepwalking. Standing at the door was a woman, also with her eyes closed, holding a padlock. Clearly, it was she who had just opened the door. After the child left, the woman closed the door, and a series of metallic clicking sounds followed. As the lock was secured again, the boy, with his eyes tightly shut and without even wearing shoes, wandered alone through the village. Even though he could not see any objects, it seemed as if he knew where the path was. His steps were unsteady, yet he did not stumble. And soon he found himself on the path leading to the back mountain. He was completely unaware of the figure hiding among the branches not far away. This person was Tamayo. On the 5th day of her arrival in the village, she finally witnessed this scene. During this time, everyday women carrying baskets would head to the back mountain of the village. They seemed oblivious, or perhaps had already been enchanted by the strange fragrance emitted by those red flowers, focused solely on gathering yams, which they would later cook and share with their families. Yu Xiao originally thought that waiting for 2 or 3 days would yield results, but who knew that she would end up waiting for a full 5 days. To ensure she didn't miss any clues or opportunities, she stayed in the village without leaving, and all the food she had on her was completely consumed. The only thing left for her to eat was a small jar of candy. She really didn't expect this ghost to be so good at hiding. Yu Xiao let out a soft sigh and followed the controlled little boy as they maneuvered between the branches. The two moved one after the other for about half an hour until the barefoot boy stopped in front of a hidden cave, standing there with a blank expression, like a machine that had been cut off from its power source. At the same time, faint footsteps came from inside the cave. A petite girl with short white hair, named Cece, walked out of the cave. She wore a red kimono with a collar made of animal fur, looking particularly warm. A pair of sharp horns sprouted from her forehead, and there were 2 symmetrical red lines on her face. In her grayish-purple pupils, the left eye was engraved with the words lower 4. Upon seeing the words in her eye, the little black creature in the tree immediately flapped its wings and flew out. I can feel my belly again. How nice! Ling Yuko stared intently at the little boy in front of her, her eyes bursting with greed as she licked her lips, eagerly pouncing on him. Just as she was about to touch the boy, a sharp cold light flashed, and immediately a precise and sharp cut appeared on Ling Yuko's wrist, blood gushing out from the wound. Ling Yuko let out a painful scream and retracted her arm, looking at her fallen hands in terror, glancing around in panic. Who is it? Get out here! Because she was afraid of being killed by demon hunters. She had always been careful to hide in the shadows and secretly eat people, changing her hunting area every once in a while. She had used this method for a long time. As long as it wasn't a Hashira-level demon hunter, she could easily kill them, even if discovered. When encountering a Hashira-level demon hunter, Ling Yuko would unhesitatingly choose to flee, which was why she had survived until now, becoming one of the lower moons. Good evening. Potato-growing girl with a hand suddenly patted her shoulder from behind, and Ling Yuko was taken aback, turning her head to look back. Yu Xiao held the sun wheel blade, her face beaming with a kind smile. Hi. The moonlight is really beautiful tonight. Would you like to enjoy the moon together? Hearing this, Ling Yuzi instinctively looked up at the sky. There was no moon, only rolling black clouds that wouldn't dissipate. She quickly stepped aside, raising her newly grown hands in a defensive posture. How did you find this place? As she spoke, her gaze fixed on the girl in front of her, cold sweat continuously oozing from her forehead. It's okay, this guy looks really weak. There's no oppressive aura of a Hashira-level demon hunter on her at all. I was just caught off guard by her sneak attack. There's no need to be afraid. Ling Yuzi constantly reassured herself in her mind, trying to control her instinct to flee. This level of demon hunter is nothing. She can't be my opponent. Hee hee. Yu Xiao let out a light laugh, pointing at the little boy standing at the cave entrance, her tone laced with sarcasm. Wasn't it you who brought me here? Poor thing. Are you so hungry that you can't even speak clearly? She covered her mouth, making a face of disbelief, her eyes filled with pity. You damn bastard. Facing such blatant ridicule, Ling Yuzi shouted in frustration, completely ignoring Yu Xiao's silent approach earlier due to her anger. This damned demon hunter secretly followed her prey and still dared to speak so shamelessly. I must kill her today. Blood demon art. Vines entwined. Thick vines as stout as barrels rose from the ground. Yu Xiao lightly leaped, evading the vines that surged up from beneath her feet. As her foot landed on a branch, the vines quickly followed, whipping towards her with a gust of wind. Seeing the child, who was frozen in place, about to be affected, Yu Xiao quickly adjusted her position and, at the last moment, grabbed the collar of the child's neck, pulling him away to a safe distance. In the next moment, the trees were snapped by the vines, flying away due to inertia and crashing violently into other trees, producing a thunderous sound. Phew, that was close. Yu Xiao patted her chest, almost forgetting there was a little friend with her. Ling Yuzi roared in anger, the veins on her forehead bulging as more vines erupted from the ground, wildly whipping towards Yu Xiao like the tentacles of a sea monster. However, no matter how many vines there were, they couldn't even touch the hem of the girl's clothing before being sliced into pieces, especially since she was still holding a child. Ling Yuzi was well aware of her own blood demon art. The vines she created had high resilience. Even if an ordinary demon hunter tried to cut them with a blade, they would never be able to sever these vines. Sensing the situation was dire, Ling Yuzi began to have second thoughts. This is too dangerous. What if I accidentally get killed here? She was inherently timid and fearful of death. Being a demon acting alone without the powerful strength of someone like Guli, nor did she have as many family members as Lei to support her. She had survived until now purely by hiding. Otherwise, she would have been killed by a Hashira-level demon hunter long ago. I must run. I must escape. Ling Yuzi quickly made a decision, stopping her vine attacks, and instead using an illusion technique. Blood demon art. Floral bloom. A large number of blood-red flowers bloomed one after another, filling the air with a rich floral scent, sweet enough to make one dizzy, quickly forming a layer of faint crimson mist. Yu Xiao was well aware of Ling Yuzi's little tricks. She held her breath, placed the child she was carrying in a relatively safe spot, and set aside her playful intentions, a serious glint flashing in her eyes. Just now, she had only wanted to tease Ling Yuzi because she was a bit irritable for being hungry for a few days. This guy was such a coward. Every time he encountered a pillar, he would run away. If she let him go, it would be troublesome. Chapter 28. Meaningless pleas for mercy. There's no need to drag this out any longer. Just as Yu Xiao thought this, Ling Yuzi suddenly felt a chill creeping up his back, as if his whole body had fallen into a damp, icy pool, uncontrollably shivering. This was a biological instinct sensing danger, triggering a reflex to escape. Blood demon technique. Blood concealment. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Yuzi instantly disappeared from the spot, and his presence vanished without a trace. Yu Xiao had already instilled enough fear of death in it. If it didn't run now, it might really die. Unfortunately, had it been any other demon slayer, they might have let slip away. But encountered Yasaki Yu Xiao. Seeing Ling Yuko using blood demon art to escape, Yu Xiao calmly grasped the Nicaran blade and gently tapped the white jade pendant hanging from the hilt with her pinky finger. The touched pendant emitted a soft white light, trembling slightly, responding with a humming sound. This pendant had been prepared by Yu Xiao long before she joined the Demon Slayer Corps. It contained a vast amount of magical energy she had stored, which could be used as a medium to enhance tools. For example, the Nicaran blade in her hand right now. However, there was an inconsequential additional condition. It could only be used by her. In any case, there was a ready-made test subject at hand, so she decided to take this opportunity to see just how much power this little gadget could unleash. In the dense night, a faint golden glow appeared in Yu Xiao's eyes. After activating the Eye of Illusion, Ling Yuko, who had vanished, reappeared in her sight. So you burrowed underground. No wonder your presence disappeared. Ling Yuko, now a shadow moving through the ground, was astonishingly fast, darting dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Breath of the Storm. Sixth form, flashing gale break. Ling Yuko's escape speed was quick, but Yu Xiao was quicker, bolstered by the breath of the storm and the pendant. She transformed into an afterimage and pursued at a breathtaking speed. The distance between them quickly closed to just one position. Yu Xiao raised the Nicaran blade, her expression unchanged, and struck fiercely at the shadow. Instantly, the ground was cleaved into a massive pit, accompanied by a deafening roar as dirt mixed with weeds exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Ling Yuko, who had turned into a shadow to escape, was directly bisected by this blow, letting out a heartbreaking wail as it rolled out from the ground. As Yu Xiao's snow-white blade approached, Ling Yuko, with its broken body lying on the ground, kept pleading, "Please, don't kill me. I was forced into this. Please give me a chance. After becoming a demon, I am hungry every day. I am really, truly starving. I just want to fill my stomach." Its cries grew hoarse, tears streaming down its face, looking utterly pitiful. Yu Xiao had long anticipated its pleas for mercy. She slowly wiped the blood from her face, a faint smile on her lips. Earlier, I saw that there were 3 skeletons in that cave, right? I'm curious, why do you only eat children? Is it because their flesh is softer and more tender than adults? Or is it that children are easier to manipulate than adults? Even if they wake up in the middle of eating, they can't resist your actions? With each sentence she spoke, Lingyuko's expression grew more desperate, until finally, it was ashen-faced. Yu Xiao's words undoubtedly hit the nail on the head regarding its inner thoughts. Ling Yuzi's body trembled like sifted chaff, and it denied vehemently, "No, it's not like that." "Why won't admit it?" Yu Xiao interrupted. "You've always done this, haven't you? First, you use the fragrance of flowers to confuse the minds of the women in the village. Then you have them pick yams to take back and eat. By night, you can use your blood demon technique to control the children who have eaten the yams to deliver food to you. After a certain number of children in one area have eaten, you move on to the next place to repeat the trick. Am I wrong?" When she first saw those flowers and fruits, she had already formed a judgment in her heart, and now Ling Yuzi's reaction undoubtedly confirmed that all her guesses were correct. It was cowardly enough. Although its tricks were not particularly clever, it was quite cautious among similar demons. If not for her own formidable strength, it might have truly escaped. No wonder the Demon Slayer Corps could never kill it. As for the children eaten by Ling Yuzi, Yu Xiao felt little emotion. To her, whether it was a demon or a human, what either side did was merely a matter of differing stances, just as humans might hunt other animals for survival. Demons could eat humans out of hunger. Discussing right and wrong, justice and evil, was meaningless. Yet, upon seeing that pile of small bones, Yu Xiao felt a sudden heaviness in her chest, a suffocating discomfort. The passing of life was a natural cycle for this world, an unbreakable law. Death and rebirth overlapped and alternated. Everything circulated. Life continued endlessly. So why should one feel sorrow over it? Just like Ling Yuzi before her. Even though it had become a demon, it was still a being of flesh and blood. It had warm blood, just like a human. No, it's not true. I only did that because I was so hungry. Please, give me a chance. I won't eat people anymore. Ling Yuzi, cornered, refused to admit it, secretly recovering its body, ready to launch a sneak attack with its blood demon technique at any moment. After finally becoming a lower moon of the 12 Kizuki, how could it die here? However, how could such a small thought escape Yu Xiao's notice? Watching Ling Yuzi still trying to argue, Yu Xiao wore her usual gentle smile on her face. Good night. In the next moment, the sharp blade severed its neck. Ling Yuzi's head rolled to the side, its gray-purple pupils suddenly dilating, interwoven with fear and unwillingness. Its body began to gradually dissipate, and the objects before it became blurry. Why? I don't want to die. I want to live. Memories from before it became a demon surged into its brain like a tide, and it remembered everything. Chapter 29. Let's go home together. When did I start to forget? Probably the moment I became a demon. I forgot myself, forgot my family, forgot everything. The only constant that followed me was the endless burning sensation and pain in my abdomen. Ling Yuzi, how could this plant possibly be my name? My name was given by my mother in the year I was born. It sounds like a catchy little poem with meanings of long-standing years and health. My name is Sido Chio. It was a spring day, the season of revival and flourishing. The fields began to slowly sprout green grass, and the small animals hidden in caves or the soil, having endured the harsh winter, all woke up. During this season, my mother's belly grew larger day by day. Little Chio, do you want a little sister or a little brother? My mother always gently held me, her tone light and airy, like the clouds in the sky. She used her calloused hands to gently stroke my head, and I obediently lay in her embrace, listening to the subtle sounds coming from her belly, shaking my head resolutely. No, I don't want a sister. I want a brother. Why? Doesn't little Chio like a cute and obedient sister? No. Hearing my mother's happy laughter, I shook my head like a rattle drum. I don't want a sister anymore. I already have a sister. I want a brother. That's right. I already have a sister, who is 5 years old this year, named Sido Shizuko. She has short black hair and 2 sparkling big eyes, clear and beautiful like the little deer my father sometimes brings back after hunting in the mountains. So I don't want an obedient sister. I want a mischievous brother. If I have a brother, I can take him to play in the mountains, catch fish in the river, and dig for bird nests together. Okay, then mother will try her best to give you a brother. But as his sister, you must protect him well, okay? I will definitely protect my brother. And Shizuko too. Hearing my mother agree, I nodded happily. My mother sat in the room, gazing out the window at the chirping sparrows in the trees. At that time, I was only 6 or 7 years old, and I didn't notice how haggard she looked with many silver strands in her hair. Until after my brother was born, I lay by the bed, looking at my mother's pale face, and when I held her hand, my heart suddenly sank. My mother's hand was so thin, it felt like nothing but dry bones. So light it was like a piece of paper. Not long after, my mother left. I didn't understand why she had to leave me and my brother and sister behind, always pestering my father, asking him, "Where did mother go? When will she come back? Does she not want us anymore?" Since my mother left, my father had a strange smell about him. I didn't like this smell. It was a bit stinky, and if I smelled it for too long, my head would feel dizzy. He impatiently pushed me away, saying, "She went to heaven and will never come back." Where's heaven? I want to go to heaven to find her. I didn't believe what my father said. No matter how far away the place my mother went, she would definitely come home because Shizuko and Ta were waiting for her. Ta was the name my mother gave my brother before she left. She had told me that he was still small, and Shizuko didn't understand. So I had to take good care of them both, to be a qualified and responsible sister. I looked at my mother, who was barely breathing, and cried as I promised. However, my words did not please my father. He suddenly slapped my face hard, roaring in anger like a terrifying bear. "Who allowed you to look for her? From now on, you are not allowed to say such things." After saying that, he picked up the ceramic jar on the ground and staggered away. All that was left on my left cheek was a burning pain. I watched the rice in the fields turn from green to gold, then from gold to white rice. But my heart kept thinking about my mother. Why didn't she come back? Is heaven really such a fun place? Is it better than the little stream in the village? I asked the old grandmother next door. She had snow-white hair and smiled kindly, telling me, "Heaven is a beautiful place. It has everything, and anyone who goes there will live happily ever after, never to return." But Shizuko, Ta, and I are all waiting for our mother to come home. After I said that, my grandmother suddenly fell silent, trembling as she reached out her hand to touch my head, just like my mother used to. That hand felt cold, I thought to myself. That day, my father went hunting in the mountains with a bow and axe. The harvest has been poor in recent years, and my brother Xiangtai is already 3 years old. But he has no flesh on his face, his body is thin and light, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. Jingzi isn't doing much better, but she knows how to force herself to smile, and says to me, "Sister, I'm not hungry." How could I believe her? I was so hungry that I felt dizzy. I didn't know how many days had passed since I last felt the sensation of a full stomach. Almost everyone in the village was hungry. After my father went into the mountains, I went with a few neighbors to dig wild vegetables on the hillside, hoping to let my younger siblings eat a little more and not get sick from hunger. No one expected that my father would not return for several days. I didn't know what had happened. He used to come back in 2 or 3 days at most. When the villagers saw me, they shook their heads and sighed, always saying the same thing in the same tone. "Little Chiyo is only 10 years old this year, right? There is still an 8-year-old sister and a 3-year-old brother at home. Their mother passed away a few years ago, and last week, Hashira went deep into the mountains and hasn't returned. There are bears in those woods. Yes, what a pitiful child. It would be great if Hashira could return safely." Hearing their words, I felt very unhappy because I thought I was not pitiful at all. I still had my younger siblings, and even though our mother was gone, our father would definitely come back. He would never abandon us. Later, I realized how ridiculous that thought was. That father, who looked strong but had a rough voice, never came back again and never appeared. Life without a father became even harder. To ensure my younger siblings had something to eat, I went up the mountain every day to dig wild vegetables. The tastiest one was a type of potato that grows on vines. The adults called it zero yuko, and it was very simple to prepare. It just needed to be boiled in water until cooked, then it was soft and sticky in the mouth, making it hard to swallow, and it was our 3 favorite wild vegetable. As usual, I walked along the small path to the mountainside, searching for something edible in the woods. Since it had rained heavily last night, the muddy ground was slippery, and I accidentally stepped wrong and rolled down the mountain. When I woke up, I realized that one of my legs and one of my arms could no longer move, and blood was flowing uncontrollably. But Jingzi and Xiangtai were still waiting for me. I cried out in pain. My kimono was wet and dirty from the fall, but even so, I gritted my teeth and endured the pain, dragging my body with one hand, holding onto a branch, and using my other leg to push myself along the ground. I knew I must look terribly disheveled, but even crawling, I had to crawl back to see them. I absolutely could not abandon them like father and mother did. When the originally bright sky turned dark, I knew I would definitely not be able to return. Just walking from the village to the foot of the mountain took a long time, and now I had spent so long only leaving the mountain. How could I ever get back? So I cried again. I had never cried so sadly before, not because of the pain, but because I would never see Jingzi and Xiangtai again. How would they live without me? I couldn't leave them. I couldn't die. Perhaps heaven finally showed me some mercy. At that moment, a man in a suit appeared, like a divine being in the pitch-black night. He looked at me with a pair of beautiful rose-colored eyes, a color that looked like it had been ground from blooming hibiscus flowers, shining brightly. He asked from above, "Do you want to live?" I nodded without hesitation. As long as I could see Jingzi and Xiangtai. His index finger pierced into my brain. The piercing pain made me think I was about to collapse and die. But I couldn't die. No matter what, I couldn't die. I don't know how long it took, but the painful torment finally eased. Thus, I became a ghost. However, amusingly, at the moment I became a ghost, I forgot all of this. The hunger made it impossible to distinguish anything. Only one voice kept calling in my heart. Go home. Go home. I returned to the so-called home, and in a daze, 2 small children rushed towards me, crying. They asked with concern, "Ah, what lovely children. Just when I was hungry. Surely eating them would fill my empty stomach, right?" Just thinking about it made drool involuntarily flow from my mouth. And then, under their terrified gaze, I successfully had my first full meal. From that day on, I had a new name, Zero Yuko. I only ate children under 10 years old. They had a familiar feeling to them. Every time I devoured a child, that familiar feeling would bring me immense satisfaction. So that's how it was. Zero Yuko. No. Sito Chio shed tears of regret and closed her eyes. When did it all begin? I actually became a complete monster. In the end, I still couldn't escape the outcome of death. In a daze, she seemed to see 2 small figures appear before her. Sister. It was Jingzi's voice, and beside her stood Xiangtai, both looking at her. Chio reached out her hand to hold them, but suddenly recoiled as if electrocuted. She no longer had the right to touch them. But Jingzi took the initiative to hold her hand. Sister, we don't blame you. We've been waiting for you, okay? Let's go home together. Jingzi's tender voice was like a beam of light shining into the darkness, and Sito Chio broke down and cried out, Jingzi, Xiangtai, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I'm a useless and cowardly sister. I couldn't protect you and did such things. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Xiangtai wrapped his thin arms around her. Sister, let's go home. Okay, let's go home. Let's go home together. As the severed head completely dissipated, the pointed horns on Sito Chio's forehead faded. Her hair turned back to normal black, and she walked in the middle, holding Jingzi with her left hand and Xiangtai with her right, walking towards the distance together. Poor thing. Watching the already disappeared Zoroyuko, Yu Xiao wiped the blood from her knife and sheathed it again. Chapter 30, Fox Immortal. Remembering the little boy who had been left in the woods earlier, Yu Xiao hurried back. The child was lying on the ground, probably having inhaled the flower's fragrance during the recent battle. His face pale, eyes tightly closed, curled up. The effects of the blood demon technique would gradually dissipate after the caster's death, but considering the caster was a child, Yu Xiao still fed him a pill. The medicine took effect quickly, and soon the little boy woke up, rubbing his eyes and slowly sitting up from the ground. How do you feel? Is there anywhere else that hurts? Yu Xiao's voice was like a clear spring, gentle and soft. Upon hearing it, the boy paused in his motion of rubbing his eyes and looked up. As the evening breeze brushed by, her light blue long hair swayed slightly. The girl's brows resembled distant mountains with a hint of green, her skin like, and beneath her long, thick eyelashes, a pair of golden eyes shimmered like rippling water, with a trace of a smile at the corners of her lips. The girl's stunning beauty blurred the boundaries between human and immortal. Just a glance left one unable to look away. The boy stared blankly at the girl in front of him and unconsciously blurted out, "Are you a fox fairy, sister?" Fox fairy? Yu Xiao found this title quite amusing. She felt a playful urge to tease the little boy and casually took out the disaster-warding mask given to her by Mr. Linlong, covering her face with it. Yes, sister is a fox fairy, you, a little child, dare to run around at night. Aren't you afraid I will catch you and eat you? The boy shook his head firmly. No way. Fox fairy's sister is so beautiful. How could she eat people? Although he didn't know how he had run out, he felt no fear at all in that moment. He believed he had encountered the legendary fox fairy who protected the rice fields. Uffed, Yu Xiao was successfully amused by the child. You have such sweet words, little friend. Since you're so good at talking, let sister take you home. Really? The boy's eyes seemed to sparkle with little stars, and he tightly grasped a corner of Yu Xiao's garment, afraid that the person in front of him would change her mind. Then let's go. I want my mom to meet the fox fairy sister too, so she knows that the stories she told are all true. Okay, let's go. Yu Xiao brought the little boy down the mountain and returned to the village. As soon as he saw his house, the little boy excitedly ran to the door, knocked, and shouted, Mom, Mom, open the door. The Fox Fairy is here. It's really the Fox Fairy. After a while, hurried footsteps could be heard from inside the house, followed by the sound of metal clashing. The door was suddenly pushed open, and when the woman saw the boy, she rushed forward and hugged him tightly. "Oh my God! Child, how did you get out?" "I locked the door. What on earth happened?" The boy, held in her arms, looked confused and pointed excitedly behind him. "Mom, the Fox Fairy brought me back. I really saw the Fox Fairy. The Fox Fairy is a beautiful sister. She has long hair and eyes like gold." "What?" The woman was startled, and, as she picked up the child, she looked outside at the empty space. "Where's the Fox Fairy?" "You child, are you possessed?" she said worriedly, feeling it necessary to call someone to perform a ritual to drive away evil spirits. She had been asleep when the knocking woke her up, and upon opening her eyes, she found the child beside her was gone. She had locked the door herself, and logically speaking, a 6 or 7-year-old child without a key couldn't possibly get out. But outside was indeed the familiar voice of her child. Everything felt so strange, making her involuntarily recall that a few days ago, the Yamashita family had also lost a child. It must be because we angered the mountain god. The boy in her arms couldn't understand why the sister who had been right next to him just disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even as he grew up and aged, he could never forget. One night, a girl as beautiful as a Fox Fairy smiled and took him home. After bringing the child back home, Yuxiao basically had nothing else to do. The task could be considered temporarily concluded. However, Yuxiao didn't expect that this time of waiting would actually result in a waning moon. She was still a novice, and starting off with a little B00S seemed a bit unreasonable. But speaking of which, Yuxiao looked up at the crow pretending to be invisible on the tree. "Little Black, what did you just run off to?" This little guy had bolted without even saying hello when he encountered Ling Yuzi, and she didn't know if he only flew back after seeing her slay Ling Yuzi. If that's the case, this crow. Yuxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and the meaning was self-evident. The little black creature on the tree shivered, feeling a chill in its heart, panicking uncontrollably. It hadn't expected that, after reporting back, it would see Yuxiao cut off Ling Yuzi in one swift motion. Originally worried about Yuxiao, the little black creature suddenly felt that it had done something unnecessary, and it seemed to have been misunderstood. Forget it. Yuxiao didn't intend to delve deeper. She was so hungry that she desperately wanted to eat something to replenish her strength. That last small can of candy had just been finished, but sugar couldn't fill her stomach at all, and her belly was still grumbling. "I really miss Tanjiro. If Tanjiro were here, she definitely wouldn't be starving." The rice balls he made were both fragrant and soft, with a sour little plum inside. "Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I'm so hungry." Arriving at the riverbank at the village entrance, Yuxiao, who had been hungry for several days, could no longer hold on. Her legs went weak, and she fell to the ground. "Is this my limit?" Unable to control herself, she closed her eyes and fell asleep right there. "Anyone, please? Just bring me some sweets." Chapter 31. Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, half an hour earlier. Originally accompanying Yuxiao on the mission, Shao Kahn quickly left the scene upon seeing the character lower 4 engraved in the pupils of the demon, Zero Yuzi. As a newly selected member of the Kuei rank, encountering a lower moon demon during her first solo mission was undoubtedly a very dangerous situation. If she didn't report and request support in time, it could very well lead to death. The Crows have a dedicated information network, and Shao Kahn relayed the message newly appointed Kuei rank member Yasaki Yuxiao encountered lower moon demon to another Crow. Through this layered approach, the information was ultimately reported to the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Yoya, in a short amount of time. "I see. The situation is indeed very urgent." The young man's voice was consistently gentle as he calmly soothed the somewhat agitated Crow, issuing commands. "The village to the northeast. The Hashira who can get there the fastest is probably Kaijiro. Let's have Kaijiro head there for support." Previously, Sakanji Urokodaki and Ubuyashiki Yoya had been corresponding through letters. He knew that Urokodaki had taken in 2 exceptionally talented disciples. Among them, the girl named Yasaki Yuxiao was particularly outstanding. Although she didn't have a clear intention to kill demons, she was willing to use her strength to help others. After a period of training, she had even grasped her own breathing technique overnight and defeated the former water Hashira, Urokodaki. From any perspective, Yasaki Yuxiao's talent was far beyond that of ordinary people. However, Ubuyashiki Yoya wouldn't gamble on whether she could successfully kill the lower moon. As the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, every demon-slaying swordsman was like a cherished child to him. Receiving the order, Kaijiro Rengoku immediately headed to the northeast village for support. He used almost all his speed, transforming into a fire meteor that streaked through the night sky, navigating the rugged paths. When he arrived at the village entrance, Kaijuro suddenly stopped. By the river lay a person. Judging by her figure, she appeared to be a girl dressed in the Corps uniform, with a crow standing beside her, pecking at her hand. Am I too late? Kaijuro looked around with a heavy expression. Strangely, there were no signs of any battle nearby. He approached the girl, crouched down, and checked her breath. She's still alive. Girl, wake up! Kaijuro shook the girl lying on the ground, his voice echoing in the quiet night. Yuxiao, who had entered energy-saving mode due to hunger, nearly fell apart from the shaking. Stop it, I'm dying. After several days without food, her voice was weak, like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. But Kaijuro had poor hearing. He only saw her mouth move and couldn't hear her at all. Yuxiao helplessly opened her eyes with difficulty and found that a giant owl had appeared in front of her at some unknown time. Isn't this Kaijuro Rengoku? How'd he end up here? Kaijuro Rengoku had long yellow hair, with the ends dyed a vivid red, beautiful like a blazing flame. His facial features were sharp and defined, giving off a sense of determination. Beneath his dark eyebrows, a pair of bright, piercing eyes were intently watching her. Seeing that the girl had woken up, Rengoku's earlier seriousness faded, and he asked with concern, Miss, how do you feel? Are you injured? What about that lower moon demon? Yuxiao's eyes were unfocused, looking as if she had just woken up. She looked at the little black creature beside her and took a while to understand. It turned out this little guy was worried she wouldn't be able to defeat the lower moon, so it went to call for help. Facing a long string of questions from Rengoku Kyujiro, Yuxiao didn't answer them all. I'm fine. May I ask, sir, do you have any food? No, Kyujiro replied decisively. After receiving the order, he rushed over here immediately. If it were a normal day, he might have brought along a couple of roasted sweet potatoes to eat on the way. After hearing such a concise and straightforward response, Yuxiao fell silent. Caw! The little black creature called out. The lower moon has been defeated. After lying in wait in the village for 5 days. Lady Yuxiao is extremely hungry and has fainted here. So that's how it is. The little black creature's explanation made Kyujiro realize what was happening. He helped the girl lying on the ground up. The members of the Hidden Corps would probably take a while to arrive, so since Yatsuka girl was hungry, they should go eat first. Yuxiao really wanted to send the little black creature over to keep Kayamaru company. Surely the two bald birds would have a lot in common, right? Caw! Sensing danger, the little black creature quickly flapped its wings and fled, feeling an ominous premonition. How about it, Yatsuka girl? Can you still move normally? Yuxiao shook her head, half leaning on Rengoku Kyujiro's shoulder, and replied slowly, no, I'm tired, as she half closed her eyes, looking as if she could fall asleep at any moment. Is that so? Kyujiro nodded seriously. I understand. Then excuse me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly picked Yuxiao up in a horizontal position. This unexpected action startled Yuxiao, and by the time she regained her senses, she was already tightly held in Kyujiro's arms. His strong and powerful arms, with firm muscles, gave a sense of security. He had a warm scent like the sun, and even through the uniform, she could clearly hear the heartbeat coming from his solid chest. Yuxiao's pupils suddenly trembled. This doesn't seem right, does it? Shouldn't they find some ingredients nearby to start a fire and cook? There's a river right next to them. They could easily catch fish. Oh, but Inmu Kaijur can't cook either, so that's fine. Kaijur had no idea that the girl in his arms was so light. Light enough for him to carry with one hand. He looked at Yuxiao, a bright smile on his face, and said loudly, the girl from Yatsukaheim really should eat well. I'm heading out. Hold on tight. With that, he dashed down the path like an arrow released from a bow. Yuxiao grabbed the cloak on his shoulder tightly, afraid that she might accidentally fall off. However, she soon realized that this was so much fun. It was just like riding in a vehicle. The scenery in front of her kept changing, and the sound of the wind whistled in her ears, reducing her previous drowsiness significantly. The flame-patterned cloak behind Shura fluttered in the wind, and his speed was incredibly fast. Even with a person in tow, he was not affected in the slightest. In less than half an hour, he brought Yuxiao to the nearby Wisteria House. Chapter 32. Wisteria Pattern House. The Wisteria Pattern House, abbreviated as Wisteria House, was established by those who had previously received help from the Demon Slayer Corps. They usually marked their doors with special wisteria flower patterns and provided food, clothing, and shelter to the members of the Demon Slayer Corps free of charge, serving as a resting point for the Corps as they traveled the world. Shura raised his hand and knocked on the door. Bang, bang. Soon, the door was opened by a woman who looked to be around 40 years old. Please come in. Sorry for disturbing you at this late hour, Shura said as he carried Yuxiao into the residence. In fact, Yuxiao was not so weak that she couldn't walk a few steps. However, adhering to the philosophy of a lazy fish. If she could sit, she wouldn't stand. If she could lie down, she wouldn't sit. Yu Xiao leaned against Rengoku Shura even more. "It's warm and quite comfortable," she said, noticing that the person he was supporting nestled closer into his embrace. Shura felt a bit strange and didn't even realize how intimate the distance between them was. A faint and cool fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. The girl's long hair was smooth and cool, making Shura feel slightly itchy. He glanced at Yu Xiao, who had her head lowered, quietly leaning on his shoulder. As if sensing his gaze, Yu Xiao slightly raised her head, and the water-like hue in her golden eyes rippled into tiny waves, hiding a barely perceptible smile. "What's wrong?" Caught peeking, Shura rarely felt flustered. He immediately turned his head away, feeling awkward and embarrassed. "It's nothing. I just want to know if the girl from Yatsuka is hurt." The girl from Yatsuka looks so well-behaved, so small, a bit like Chizuru. Yu Xiao thought he was worried about her being injured after the recent battle with Zero Yuzi, and she replied with a smile. "Thank you for your concern. I'm not hurt at all." "Really? That's good." After entering the house, Akaza put Yu Xiao down, and she thanked him and sat down obediently. When the cool touch left, Akaza felt a bit inexplicably lost. He sat down as well, planning to have dinner before leaving, as he had consumed quite a bit of energy earlier. A woman brought hot tea, and Yu Xiao took a small sip to moisten her throat, then asked, "You helped me just now? I really appreciate it. If possible, could you tell me your name?" "I'm Rengoku Kyoyuro. I came to assist you after receiving an order from Lord Muzan." Akaza's voice was loud and penetrating, and just listening to him was enough to lift one's spirits. He discreetly observed the frail girl in front of him and praised, "It's impressive that the Yasuka's girl can kill a lower moon demon." "Well, it's not as you say. I still have many shortcomings to learn from. This time, I just got lucky," Yu Xiao humbly replied. The lower moon demons are not comparable to the upper moons, and killing Zero Yuzi was a piece of cake for her, but if she had encountered an upper moon tonight, it would have been a different story. An upper moon demon's strength requires at least 3 Hashira to contend with, and even Yu Xiao herself is not very clear about how much strength she could muster to fight back. However, even if she encountered one, she wouldn't be afraid. "There are still many little gadgets I haven't used yet." Akaza nodded, looking at her seriously and encouragingly said, "If there are shortcomings, then keep working hard. I believe you can do it." "Yes, I will keep working hard." In the midst of their conversation, the meal was ready. Looking at the bowl of omebashi tea rice and tempura shrimp, Yu Xiao was so touched she nearly cried. Although it wasn't her favorite food, she could finally eat. Although she was very hungry, she knew that the hungrier she was, the more she needed to chew slowly and be careful not to overeat, or it would put a huge burden on her stomach. Delicious. It was clear without much thought that it was Rengoku Kaijuro's voice. Probably out of respect for the food and gratitude to the cook, he would always loudly proclaim how delicious it was every time he ate. After the meal, there were various snacks, and Yu Xiao's eyes sparkled as she quickly devoured them. "Desserts, yay!" Yu Xiao was happily eating the dessert, her face full of joy, looking as cute as a little squirrel, which made Xing Shulang unable to hold back a smile. It reminded him of the time when Mitsuri was studying at the Rengoku family. Whenever she got to eat her favorite sakuramachi, she would cover her face with her hands and show a satisfied expression. The girls from Yatsuka and Kanroji might get along well. If there's a chance, let's have them get to know each other. So, Xing Shulang quietly pushed his portion of dessert in front of Yu Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Rengoku." Yu Xiao did not refuse. The more desserts, the better. Through this experience, she decided that whenever she had the chance, she would bring more delicious food in her 4-dimensional pocket to avoid going hungry in the future. Kaijuiro was about to leave. He had other important missions in the Demon Slayer Corps. Yu Xiao suddenly called out to him and handed over what she was holding. "Thank you so much for your help tonight. Please be sure to accept this." It was a talisman she made, and she hoped he would keep it with him for protection. Is that so?" Akaza glanced at the so-called talisman, which looked very much like ordinary origami, not valuable. But it contained the girl's heartfelt intention, so he accepted it without hesitation. "Thank you. I will keep it with me. Now I must take my leave." With that, he vanished from the spot. "I just hope you carry it with you." That's right. Yu Xiao gave away another talisman that could withstand a fatal blow. Rengoku Kyujuru was the first Hashira to fall. During the Mugen Train arc, he exhausted most of his strength to protect the safety of the passengers in the car, ultimately losing to Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Without a Nichiren blade, without markings, and without the transparent world, he single-handedly blocked Akaza, who wanted to kill Tanjiro, and fought until dawn. Out of 204 people on the train, 1 died. He was like a sun that had fallen to the mortal realm, burning like a flame, dispelling the cold long night and bringing warmth. Until the moment dawn arrived, the flames dissipated and everything returned to silence. Even knowing that he would soon die, Rengoku Kyujuru still maintained a smile and even comforted Tanjiro, telling him not to stop moving forward because of his death. Yu Xiao is unsure if she can take on the task of the Infinity Train, but once she joins the Demon Slayer Corps, she must follow orders. Wait, she has already met the necessary conditions to become a Hashira, right? Killing 50 demons or slaying 12 Kazuki. But it seems there can only be 9 Hashira? Never mind. Let's take it one step at a time. Looking at the empty courtyard, Yu Xiao softly called out, "Little black, don't hide, I know you're there. If you don't come out soon, I'll pluck all your fur off." Gah! Accompanied by Little Black's terrified cry. A shadow flew down from the sky and landed on Yu Xiao's wrist. It didn't want to be plucked, boo-hoo. Do I have other tasks afterward? Not for now. That's good. Yu Xiao revealed a cunning smile as she looked at Xiao Bai's pair of adorable big eyes. She gently lured him. Now I'm giving you a chance to be a bird again. Go find out what Tanjiro is doing and what mission he's going to execute next. Report back to me, and I won't pluck your feathers. Xiao Bai's body trembled like a withered leaf in the autumn wind. He nodded obediently, not daring to voice any objections, and quickly flapped his wings to fly away, as if a flood or fierce beast were chasing him. Chapter 33. Inconsistent words and actions after the battle at the drum house. Tanjiro Kamadu, Zenitsu, Agatsuma, and Inosuke Hashibara were all injured and are currently resting at the Fujita family's home. Every day, a doctor comes to check on them, and today is no exception. After the doctor carefully examined the 3 of them, he informed them that their wounds had healed. At the same time, the crow also conveyed a new mission. How? Northeast. Northeast. The next location is to the northeast. Northeast? This direction sounded somewhat familiar to Tanjiro, and he quickly recalled that the place Yu Xiao was assigned to for her mission was a village in the northeast. Did she encounter some difficulties? Tanjiro immediately asked nervously, "Is it about Yu Xiao? How is she?" Tengakuji Matsuemon shouted angrily, "No. You 3 are heading to Mount Spider. All 3 of you go together." Hearing this, Tanjiro let out a slight sigh of relief. Yu Xiao is so strong. My worries are definitely unnecessary. But I wonder how she is doing. Tanjiro, who is Yu Xiao? Zenitsu, who was fiddling with the wooden box containing Nezuko, paused and asked Tanjiro casually. "Yu Xiao is my most important friend. We are both disciples of Mr. Urokodaki, and we just passed the final selection together not long ago." Hearing the words final selection, Zenitsu recalled something. When preparing to choose the Nichiren sword, Tanjiro had a conflict with a white-haired girl and another person. He wanted to help, but didn't dare because that person looked too fierce. In the end, it seemed that a blue-haired girl stepped in to resolve the situation. Unfortunately, at that time, he was too distracted to pay attention to the girl's appearance. Is Yu Xiao that blue-haired girl? Yes, she's a really nice person. As he spoke, Tanjiro's reddish-brown eyes flickered slightly, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of his mouth. I wish I could see her right now. Seeing you like this, Zenitsu clicked his tongue in disgust, a layer of goosebumps forming on his skin. Tanjiro, your expression is really disgusting. You don't actually like that girl named Yu Xiao, do you? Huh. Tanjiro, who was originally sitting, suddenly stood up, almost tripping over his own clothes due to the swift movement. A thin layer of blush appeared on his cheeks as he loudly retorted, I don't. Your answer is not very decisive. Tanjiro looking at the flustered Tanjiro. Zenitsu had a teasing smile. Oh my, I never expected Tanjiro to have such a side. Absolutely not. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word. However, when he just heard the word like, he obviously had a moment of shock. Just like before, his heart began to race uncontrollably. His loud denial felt like a cover for his own guilt. Could it be that he really liked Yu Xiao as Zenitsu said? Absolutely impossible. To him, Yu Xiao was just a good friend, an important friend. Besides, she's 2 years older than him. Regarding Tanjiro's inconsistent words and actions, Zenitsu was not bothered at all and continued to tease. Really? But I can already hear your abnormal heartbeat. It's like thunder, you know? Tanjiro, you are really not honest, as hearing had always been much more sensitive than average people. Even with a small distance, Zenitsu could still hear Tanjiro's restless heartbeat. How is that possible? Tanjiro was stunned and found it hard to believe. Ha. I never expected Tanjiro to show such an expression. Ha. This is just too wonderful. Zenitsu laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight. Before he could enjoy it for a few seconds, he suddenly got hit on the head. Unsurprisingly, a pig-like scream rang out. Shut up. You're so noisy. The one who struck was Hashira. He withdrew his hand. His face under the boar's head mask filled with impatience. Previously, he felt lightheaded after that seemingly weak old lady said those strange words. He had finally managed to calm down and was sitting in the corridor lost in thought, only to be disturbed by these two's playful banter. Haven't we all received our missions already? Now, let's get going. He couldn't wait to slay a few more demons to vent his frustration. Sorry, Inosuke, we disturbed you. We're getting ready to leave now. Tanjiro scratched his head apologetically. They had indeed been quite loud just now, inevitably causing a bad influence on others. Why is it always me? Zenitsu, with a bump on his head, shed tears of indignation. The last time I got hit was by him. Why is it still him this time? Before they set off, the old lady of the Fujita family took out a firestone. Now, let me strike a spark for you. Okay. Tanjiro and Zenitsu stood obediently, leaving Inosuke confused by their actions. The old lady struck the firestones together, producing sparks. Inosuke, not knowing which nerve was misfiring, rushed over and was about to act violently. What are you doing, you old hag? Fortunately, Tanjiro was quick-witted and hugged his waist, stopping him just in time. Zenitsu, who had just been hit, was already very unhappy. He angrily shouted at Inosuke, "The old lady is striking a spark for us to ward off evil, because we are about to undertake a dangerous mission." Inosuke finally stopped, his big eyes under the boar mask looking somewhat silly. The old lady maintained a kind smile. "No matter when, please live proudly. May you have a successful journey. Thank you for your blessing." Tanjiro and Zenitsu bowed in gratitude. The group followed the crow's guidance and left the Fujita family. On the way, Inosuke was puzzled about the old lady's actions and asked the two, "What was that old lady doing just now? What did her words mean? You really don't understand anything, do you?" Zenitsu was speechless. Why was he assigned to execute a mission with someone like this? This guy is just like a beast. Regarding Inosuke's confusion, Tanjiro seemed more patient. It's normal for Inosuke to not understand such word for the first time. Being proud means having a clear understanding of one's position and feeling proud of it, without letting external factors shake one's beliefs. The old lady prayed for our safety, so she struck a spark with the firestone to dispel ominousness, ensuring our upcoming actions go smoothly. After listening to Tanjiro's explanation, Inosuke's confusion only deepened. What is his own stance? Why should he feel proud of it? What is belief? Why did the old lady pray for their safety? It has nothing to do with her. What are her reasons and purposes for doing so? What stance does that old lady have? Tanjiro couldn't understand why Inosuke would say such things. Everything the old lady did was out of concern and goodwill for them. He let out a muffled grunt and stopped answering Inosuke's questions, quickening his pace. "Hey, don't think I'll lose to you," Inosuke shouted as he sped up to catch up. "Hey, wait for me." Zenitsu, who had been left behind, followed them with a distressed face. Chapter 34. That spider mountain, the stars faded, and the full moon hung high in the night sky. Before entering the mountain, Zenitsu suddenly stopped. "Wait up," he called out to the two in front. Tanjiro and Inosuke halted and turned back to look at him. "What's wrong?" "The closer we get to our destination, the more terrifying it becomes. Don't you feel it?" Zenitsu curled up in fear, sitting on the ground. "Huh? What disgusting things are you saying?" Inosuke crossed his arms, visibly annoyed. "I don't want to hear you say that. You pighead." Zenitsu angrily pointed at the distant mountain. "Can't you feel anything at all?" Tanjiro looked in the direction he was pointing. There was clearly nothing there. Wait, there seemed to be a strange smell mixed in the air. Tanjiro furrowed his brows as his legs began to move. Inosuke, seeing this, followed closely behind. "Hey, wait for me. Don't leave me alone." Zenitsu could only suppress his fear and follow them. After all, being left alone here was even scarier. On the outskirts of the forest, a boy in uniform lay on the ground, still holding a Nicaran blade, tears rolling down his cheeks as he saw the three rushing over. "Help me. What's wrong? Are you okay?" Just as Tanjiro was about to help him, the boy suddenly flew up, as if invisible hands were grabbing him, pulling him into the woods. I'm connected. Help me." The boy struggled, his desperate cries echoing throughout the forest, until the moment he vanished into the woods, his figure completely disappeared. Ugh! Zenitsu was so frightened by this scene that he covered his mouth, stepping back 2 paces, his pupils trembling violently. How could this happen? Tanjiro clenched his fists. Suddenly, he caught that strange smell again. Compared to before, the odor was even stronger. "I have to save him," he said firmly. The person had just been right in front of him, and he hadn't been able to save him. Inosuke shoved Tanjiro's arm aside and stepped out from behind him. "I'll lead the charge. You just hide behind me and tremble." With that, he charged into the woods without looking back. Watching the two leave, Zenitsu squatted in place, too afraid to move. The two walked through the dense forest, covered in spider silk. There were an unusually high number of spiders here, with webs covering both branches and grass. Every few steps, annoying spider silk would wrap around them, making it uncomfortable. Not far away, another boy in uniform was cautiously observing his surroundings. Tanjiro approached and patted him on the shoulder, startling the boy. "We're here to support you. I'm Tanjiro Kamado, a Mizunoto member," Tanjiro whispered to the boy. "Mizunoto?" Upon hearing this, the boy looked disdainful. "Why not Hashira? Mizunoto is just the same. It's meaningless." Just then, a fist landed squarely on his face. "Inosuke!" Tanjiro exclaimed in shock. "Why does he always resort to using his fists?" "Shut up, you coward." Inosuke pushed Tanjiro aside, grabbing the boy by the hair, steam billowing from the nostrils of his pig mask. "Stop talking nonsense and explain the situation clearly." Inosuke was annoyed by the boy's earlier comment. What else with this Mizunoto and Hashira talk? If that's the case, then this guy's existence is meaningless. "What are you doing? Let go." The boy tried to pull away from Inosuke's grip, but he found he couldn't budge the person in the pig mask at all. So he had to compromise. "I understand. Just let me go. I'll tell you." Only then did Inosuke release his grip. The boy with the center parting was named Murata. After receiving a message from the crows, he had come to that spider mountain with a team of 10. Shortly after entering the mountain, the other members inexplicably started attacking each other, and Murata had been lucky enough to stay safe, which was why he had encountered Tanjiro and Inosuke. Such a thing happened. Tanjiro found it hard to believe. No matter what, comrades wouldn't attack each other. There must be something else at play here. It's very likely that a demon lurking in a mountain was using blood demon techniques to cause this. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed around them, like the twang of tightly stretched threads, sending chills down their spines. Murata's face turned pale. "It's this sound." Everyone started attacking each other after hearing it. Everyone immediately tensed up. Shadows flitted through the forest as several uniformed team members emerged from the darkness, acting strangely, walking as if they had lost their souls. Murata recognized them instantly. These were the team members who had been with him before. Just as he was about to warn them, the team members suddenly attacked, stiffly swinging their Nichiren blades towards him. Murata quickly dodged to the side to evade the attack. Are these guys idiots? Don't they know that attacking each other is strictly forbidden? Saying this, Inosuke drew his dual blades, tossing aside the binding cloth wrapped around them. "Let me cut them all down." "No," Tanjiro objected. "No matter what, they are still comrades, and there are living people among them." How annoying. Although he complained, Inosuke still chose not to attack. While dodging, Tanjiro suddenly caught a strange, sweet smell coming from behind one of the team members. He swung his blade, as if something invisible had snapped, and that team member fell to the ground. Tanjiro instantly understood and shouted, "It's the threads. They are being controlled by invisible threads from behind. If we cut the threads, it will be fine." Receiving the message, Inosuke wielded his dual blades, cutting the threads behind the other members one by one. Looking at the fallen people, he proudly put his hands on his hips. I noticed this a long time ago, just when a few people thought it was over. Those who had fallen to the ground slowly stood up again, and a large number of white spiders had appeared around their feet without anyone noticing. The threads were cut by blades, only to be rewrapped by the spiders. And at this rate, exhaustion would be inevitable. It seemed endless. A strange odor wafted through the air, disturbing Tanjiro's sense of smell. So he could only seek help from Inosuke. "Inosuke, there's a strange smell in the air interfering with me. Do you have any way to find the demon controlling these people? If you can, please help." The response came not from Inosuke, but from a strange voice. "Don't disturb my family's peaceful life." Tanjiro looked up to see a short, white-haired boy standing in midair. No, more accurately, he was standing on almost transparent threads. The boy's skin was pale, his whites of the eyes completely blood red, with his hair covering his left eye, and his face adorned with strange, circular patterns. "People like you will be killed by my mother in no time." He looked down at Tanjiro coldly, his tone full of disdain. "Damn it." Inosuke attempted to jump and slash at him while stepping on a teammate's body, but fell to the ground due to insufficient distance. The demon boy, however, seemed unwilling to stay there and left, walking on the threads barefoot. "Is that guy the one?" Inosuke asked. "I'm afraid not." Tanjiro shook his head and continued to clear the threads tangled around the teammates. "Please, Inosuke, think of a way to find that demon controlling everyone." Chapter 35. Will Inosuke dream of the 12th Kazuki? "Damn you, forehead guy. I got it." Inosuke plunged his dual blades into the ground, calming himself as he stretched out his arms, beginning to sense the changes around him. Beast breathing, seventh form, spatial perception. as straightforward as the name of the technique. Inosuke's spatial perception allowed him to detect the movement of air and subtle changes in air currents through his skin, thus locking onto the aura emitted by targets. The prerequisite for using this technique is to maintain complete concentration, and the opponent must show their aura. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult. With Tanjiro and Murata defending against the attacks of the manipulated teammates, Inosuke seized the opportunity to successfully locate the demon's position. Found it. He pointed in one direction. I can feel a powerful aura over there. Really? Tanjiro exclaimed joyfully. Inosuke, you're amazing. Inosuke fell into a brief moment of mysterious silence. That light, floating feeling returned. Since you found the target, you all go ahead. I'll hold them off here. Murata swung his sword to block the attacks of the controlled teammates, desperately buying time. But, Mr. Murata, if it's just you, at least I'm still your senior. Go quickly. I know that cutting these threads will do. As long as we find the demon controlling these people, everyone will be saved. Okay, I understand. Tanjiro gripped his Nichiren blade tightly and, along with Inosuke, pursued the direction of the demon's presence. After hearing the report from the crow about the situation in the Spider Mountain, Kagaya Ubuyashiki immediately dispatched the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, and water Hashira, Tomioka, to provide support, as it might be a 12 Kazuki lurking there. The moon is beautiful tonight. Shinobu looked up at the bright, full moon hanging in the night sky, her gentle voice coming from beside her. Giyu remained expressionless, his feet moving quickly. Since we're rare to be on a mission together, why don't we get along well? To her friendly proposal, Giyu replied indifferently, I'm only here to slay demons. Mr. Tomioka, you really are cold. Ignored, Shinobu was not offended. She maintained her usual gentle smile, her purple eyes as beautiful and transparent as crystal, making it hard to guess her emotions. Then let's split up. I'll go check the west. Being with the unromantic wooden person would only make her feel unpleasant. So Shinobu decided to see if anyone else needed help elsewhere. Understood. Giyu had no objections to this. Splitting up would indeed increase their efficiency significantly. On their way there, they had already seen many fallen teammates. Even a second's delay could lead to more casualties. Meanwhile, Inosuke was also in a predicament. Although the demon controlling the threads had been successfully slain by Tanjiro, a large, grotesque figure emerged. This guy's appearance was utterly disgusting, his entire face covered with numerous eyes. Resembling a living spider. It had no nose or lips, only exposed, jagged fangs and a dark, gaping maw dripping with foul saliva. Even Inosuke, who lived in the mountains and was accustomed to wild beasts, could not withstand such a psychological blow. When he first saw this demon, his pig head mask momentarily froze. So ugly, simply disgusting, but he was already at a disadvantage and had no time to dwell on it. The spider demon, having just had its arms severed by him, bulked up after shedding its skin, and with a single punch, sent Inosuke flying. The ribs that had recently healed broke again. Beast breathing third fong tier. Inosuke gripped his blades with both hands, delivering a powerful cross slash, but the serrated blade shattered the moment it touched the spider demon's skin. How is that possible? The spider demon did not give him any chance to think and immediately swung its fist, sending him crashing against a tree, the force causing the tree to snap and collapse. Cough, cough. Inosuke was covered in wounds, feeling as if his insides had been displaced, and he coughed up blood violently. I'm done for. The spider demon lifted his head with one hand, its immense grip causing Inosuke's vision to darken, feeling as if his head was about to burst. But, beast breathing, first fong, piercing thrust. Inosuke raised his dual blades once more and thrust them into the demon's neck. I can't give up. I can't just die like this. Unfortunately, no miracle occurred. The blade, having lost its edge, barely pierced the demon's skin before getting stuck inside. Unable to move, his action successfully enraged the spider demon, increasing its grip strength. The intense pain forced Inosuke to spit out more blood, and in a daze, he seemed to hear a woman's voice calling his name repeatedly. You must live on, Inosuke. That voice was heart-wrenching, filled with sorrow. Unable to think, the boy under the mask desperately closed his eyes. Unexpectedly, death did not come as scheduled. A long blade was drawn, accompanied by a soft hum, and in an instant, the spider demon's thick arm was severed, causing Inosuke to fall to the ground, with his head relieved of pressure. Inosuke opened his eyes again and saw someone wearing a patchwork haori standing not far away. Did that guy cut it off? The person who hurriedly arrived was Tomioka Giyu. The spider demon let out a deafening roar, and its severed arm instantly grew back. It opened its arms and charged towards Tomioka Giyu, with the young man's indifferent voice. The foamy waves of water carved a brilliant arc in the air. The tide of strikes. In the next moment, the terrifyingly large body of the spider demon disintegrated and fell to the ground. This guy is so strong. Inosuke stood up from the ground, shaking with excitement. Hey, that guy in a half-coat. He pointed at Tomioka Giyu, who paused mid-step. Giyu turned around, his expression unchanged, and raised a questioning eyebrow. You just defeated that upper moon. Now I'm going to defeat you. That way, I will be the strongest. Inosuke exclaimed, steam puffing from his nostrils, seemingly forgetting the pain from his injuries. Tomioka Giyu frowned slightly and said expressionlessly, You should learn again, you babbler. Huh, that was definitely not an upper moon, don't you know? Of course I know that this trash isn't an upper moon. It's what Tanjiro said, I just repeated what he said. The pig-headed boy, furious and embarrassed, didn't even notice he pronounced Tanjiro's name correctly. Giyu pulled out a bundle of ropes from somewhere, and by the time Inosuke realized what was happening, he found himself bound and hanging from a tree. What's going on? So fast, I didn't even see his movements. As the young man clapped his hands and was about to leave, Inosuke swung his body in the air, trying to struggle. Hey, stop. Come back. Come back. A fool who didn't even understand how badly he was hurt should not participate in the battle. Although the words were filled with concern, they came out as disdainful reprimands. Watching Tomioka Giyu's retreating figure, Inosuke was furious. Come back. You think I can't hear you with that quiet voice? Stop. Untie me. Unfortunately, all he received was silence. Chapter 36. Calm Tanjiro, separated from Inosuke, encountered the earlier demon boy again. Its strength was greater than all the demons he had faced before. With just its threads, it cut the Nicaran blade in his hand into 2 pieces. Kid, give me your sister, and I will let you go. Such a ridiculous statement successfully angered Tanjiro. No way. How could I give my sister to a guy like you just to save myself? You don't understand what family is, what the bond between loved ones is. You think you can stop me? Rue sneered coldly, extending his fingers as silver threads shot out from his fingertips. With a wave of his hand, the threads wrapped around Nezuko, pulling her close and settling her firmly in his embrace. See, she is here now. Nezuko struggled to break free from Rue's grasp. But he was incredibly strong. If it weren't for the bamboo muzzle, she would have bitten into Rue's arm. Driven to desperation, Nezuko clawed at Rue's cheek with her sharp nails, and crimson blood gushed out instantly. Give me back my sister. Tanjiro dodged the incoming threads, swinging the half-blade at Rue's neck. When they collided, a sharp clang was heard. The blade can't cut in? You think you can sever my neck? Rue kicked Tanjiro away, wrapping his threads around Nezuko's body and hanging her from the tree above. My body is harder than any thread. If you can't even cut my threads, how could you possibly sever my neck? Tanjiro coughed up blood, but stood back up, seeing her brother being hurt. Nezuko howled in anger, trying to escape the thread's restraint. Be quiet for a moment. Right now, I am your brother. Rue waved his hand irritably, and the threads tightened, instantly slicing through Nezuko's skin, blood dripping to the ground. Nezuko! Tanjiro anxiously looked at his sister above, his heart in turmoil. Give her back to me. His tone was colder than ever, the warmth gone from his pomegranate-colored eyes. The only family he had in this world was Nezuko. She was his last line of defense. And Rue's actions undoubtedly touched his sore spot. A white mist escaped Tanjiro's lips as he calmed down, fully concentrating his breathing technique. A large amount of oxygen was sent to his lungs, pushing his body to its limits, and the remaining half of the blade shimmered with blue waves of water. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. In a spinning motion, the blade severed the threads controlled by Rue. With each swing, the next attack would be further strengthened. This was the strongest sword technique in water breathing. The more times he rotated for leverage, the stronger the slash would become. He aimed to sever the demon's neck with this move. Rue extended both hands, his pale fingers turning blood red, as threads shot out from his fingertips. Blood demon art. Thread prison. The red threads formed a massive net that enveloped Tanjiro, the sharpness of the threads surpassing that of blades. If he got caught, he would definitely end up like the previous careless member, sliced into pieces. But the strength of constant flux isn't enough if this continues. Am I going to die here? Let Nezuko, this demon, be taken away? As death approached, scenes from his life began to flash before Tanjiro's mind. It was a snowy day, and his father, dressed in ceremonial hunting clothes, danced the kagura all night in the snow. With every breath, the cold air made his lungs ache. Tanjiro looked at his mother beside him and asked, confused, Mother, why is father so weak? Yet he can dance barefoot in the snow all night? I feel like I'm freezing just breathing. His mother said nothing, only smiled gently, looking at him with loving eyes. Breathing has its methods, Tanjiro. His father's emaciated body was nothing but skin and bones, and he gently stroked Tanjiro's forehead with his dry hand. As long as you master the correct method, you two can dance in the snow all day long. This pair of earrings and the Kagura dance must be passed down no matter what. Memories hidden deep within surged to the surface, and the water dragon on the blade transformed into a dazzling fire dragon, slicing through all the red threads. At the same time, Nezuko, who had fainted from the pain, was awakened by her mother's voice. Blood demon art, exploding blood. Nezuko clenched her fist with one hand, turning the threads that obstructed Tanjiro's movement to ashes. The pink flames intertwined with the red flames, creating a brilliant light, and Tanjiro seized the opportunity to rush towards Rue, delivering a powerful slash. Dance of the Fire God, circular dance. The flames surged, and a crescent-shaped slash was unleashed, instantly severing Rue's neck. It was over. The head rolled away, and Tanjiro collapsed weakly onto the ground. Strangely, the head did not turn to ash, but was picked up by the headless body and reattached. How could this be? Is the Nichiren blade ineffective? Seeing this scene, Tanjiro's heart raced with alarm. The breathing technique and that strike had exhausted all his strength, and now he could hardly even stand. You thought you severed my neck? I cut it myself with thread. This makes me furious. I've decided to kill both of you. Not a single one will be spared. The tired face twisted in anger. Blood demon art. Kill, I trap. Immediately, denser red threads wove into an impenetrable net, surrounding Tanjiro and Nezuko from all sides. The threads constricted, and Tanjiro could only watch helplessly as he and Nezuko were about to be sliced into pieces. However, unexpectedly, a figure suddenly leaped out from behind, accompanied by the sound of flowing water, and the entire thread net shattered and fell apart in an instant. Upon seeing that figure, Tanjiro, the protector of his sister, immediately recognized him. It was the man who had stabbed Nezuko 2 years ago in the snowy field. You did well to hold on until I arrived. Now, leave the rest to me. Dressed in the same patchwork haori as Tanjiro remembered, the young man reassured him, his reliable demeanor providing comfort. But Tanjiro couldn't relax at all. The haori he wore had become tattered, and some strands of hair had been cut off. Nezuko had also been injured while trying to help him. If Yashiro saw me like this, he might get angry, Tanjiro thought helplessly, feeling a bit sad. If only he could be a little stronger. Since just now, one after another had been appearing. How much longer will this go on? Don't come to obstruct me. Frustrated, Rue stretched out his hands, weaving high-density threads into a vortex. Blood demon art. Thread spiral. The red threads formed a cocoon shape and instantly reached Ju's front. Ju remained unfazed, the blue blade lightly tapping the ground. Water breathing, 11th form, calm. The world seemed to enter a mirrored realm of water and sky. The water surface calm and undisturbed. All the threads dissipated the moment they entered Ju's attack range. How is this possible? Rue's confident eyes suddenly shrank. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened, as the threads seemed to disperse on their own. Rue wanted to use his blood demon art again, but in the next second, his head rolled onto the ground. Ju slowly sheathed his sword. Chapter 37. I really like Mr. Ju. With Rue's death, Tanjiro caught a whiff of intense sorrow. Before becoming a demon, most of them had their own families, their own lives. Rue's headless body fell to the side, and Tanjiro compassionately reached out, placing his hand on that snow-white garment. I hope you can atone for your sins and find happiness in your next life as a human. He closed his eyes, praying silently. Unexpectedly, Ju suddenly stepped on that empty garment. Don't sympathize with man-eating demons, even if they maintain a childlike appearance. They're nothing but ugly monsters that have lived for a few years. Please take your foot away. Although the pain in his body prevented Tanjiro from moving, his hand tightly grasped Rue's clothing, and he retorted loudly. Those wicked demons certainly do not deserve sympathy. But facing a demon that feels remorse for its actions at the moment of death, I may not be able to forgive them, but I will never trample on them. At least they once existed as humans. His tone was firm, and Ju was taken aback, inadvertently glancing at the girl beside Tanjiro, who was holding a bamboo muzzle in her mouth. Upon seeing the bamboo muzzle, Ju suddenly remembered, looking at Tanjiro in shock. It's you, the boy who stabbed his sister in the snow, and now has officially become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? He really has worked hard. Suddenly, a figure swiftly approached. Sensing the killing intent, Ju instinctively drew the Nichiren blade to protect Tanjiro. Clang! The blade clashed, producing a crisp sound. The attacker was none other than Shinobu, who had suggested splitting up earlier. Oh! Seeing her attack blocked, Shinobu immediately spun in the air and landed gracefully. Her fluid movements were beautiful, complementing the butterfly wing patterns on her haori, resembling a dancing butterfly. Confused by Ju's protective action, Shinobu questioned, "Why are you obstructing me, Mr. Tomioka? You clearly said that we can't get along with demons, yet now you're trying to shelter one?" She struggled to maintain a bright smile, but her words carried a chill. "That's exactly why everyone dislikes you." Shinobu pointed her Nichiren blade, which only had a tip, at Ju, her impatience fleeting in her eyes. "All right, Mr. Tomioka, please step aside." Unexpectedly, Ju made no move and seriously countered, "I am not disliked." "Oh, really?" Shinobu sighed in frustration, seemingly reluctant to expose him. "Sorry. It seems you're not aware that you are disliked. I apologize for saying too much." Tanjiro silently protected his sister in his arms, watching the confrontation between the two, feeling that he couldn't quite keep up with their conversation. But he knew that the girl with the butterfly hairpin was definitely here to kill Nezuko. Just as Ju was about to argue about being disliked, a girl's voice suddenly rang out from the forest. "That's not true." Instantly, 3 pairs of eyes turned towards the source of the voice. A girl with light blue long hair stepped out from the shadows of the trees. She wore a dark uniform with a haori adorned with hydrangea patterns and held a paper bag filled with taiyaki. Unfazed by the 3's synchronized gazes, Tamayo smiled and said, "I really like Mr. Ju." As soon as she said this, the scene fell utterly silent. "Actually, I'm not the only one," Yuxiao muttered to herself, and Mr. Intaki, Tanjiro. "Well, Nezuko should count too. In short, we all really like Mr. Ju. So, Mr. Ju isn't disliked. Shinobu Kocho, Ju, Tomioka, Tanjiro Kamadu. Why am I included? Nezuko Kamadu." ZZZ looking at the 3 people in front of her who were all stunned in silence. Yuxiao fell into deep thought. Did she say something wrong? She just thought Mr. Ju looked really pitiful just now. So, she decided to help ease the situation. "Yuxiao." Ju gently called the girl's name, breaking the awkwardness first, and she smiled back, nodding at him. Unlike Tanjiro's reaction, Ju was able to remember her so clearly mainly because of the protective charm Yuxiao had given him. Since he started carrying the charm with him, many cats had appeared in his residence, all seeking to cuddle with him every day, which was very healing. He had always been grateful to Yuxiao, even dining at the shop where they first met, hoping to see her again one day and thank her in person for her kindness, even though they hadn't team met again since then. And now, he heard the girl say those words. "I really like Mr. Ju. She likes me?" Although it didn't show on his face. The earlobes hidden beneath his hair turned a light shade of pink. Besides shyness and confusion, there was also a hint of delight. "Did she just call me Ju?" Thus, Ju Tomioka automatically ignored the latter part of her words, and his hair became fluffy at a visible rate, like a cat that had just been bathed and dried. Looking extremely cute. "Why does the air suddenly feel so happy?" Tanjiro stared at Ju with a puzzled expression. When he heard Yuxiao say she liked Mr. Ju, Tanjiro's heart suddenly tightened, but after hearing the latter part, he let out a long sigh of relief. It was like a roller coaster ride of emotions. In short, Yuxiao is a really good person. She noticed Mr. Tomioka's awkward situation and helped ease it. "That's great." "Yuxiao." Tanjiro looked at the girl in front of him. His pomegranate-colored eyes filled with surprise. "What brings you here?" Yuxiao said seriously while joking, "I heard there are ghosts here. So I came to take a look on my way, and then I ran into you guys." Little Black had already been keeping watch on Spider Mountain. She had seen everything that happened during this time very clearly. She sent Little Black to keep an eye on Zenitsu while she stayed near Tanjiro, enjoying the show and snacking at the same time. The feeling of being immersed in an intense anime was simply amazing. So, it was only when things were about to wrap up that she finally made her appearance. Yuxiao stuffed the grilled sea bream in her hands into Ju Tomioka's embrace and said, "Please hold this for me. Thank you." She then walked straight to Tanjiro's side, squatted down, and pinched his face with both hands, rubbing it. "How did you get yourself all hurt again? What happened to the medicine I gave you?" She asked with concern. This kid never learns to take care of himself. Tanjiro, being questioned, averted his gaze and mumbled, "I forgot." "Oh really?" Yuxiao snorted lightly, pulling his cheeks slightly, causing Tanjiro to grimace in pain. "Yuxiao, be gentle. It hurts. Now you know it hurts, huh? You even broke your Nichiren blade. Do you remember what Mr. Kanroji said to you before he left?" The mention of Mr. Kanroji made Tanjiro's earlier joy at seeing Yuxiao instantly feel like a bucket of cold water was poured over him. He made a bitter face, looking like a wilted eggplant. "I'm done for. Mr. Kanroji is definitely going to kill me." "Ha ha, now you're scared?" Yuxiao mocked, watching Yuxiao and Tanjiro joking around. Along with Giyu holding the grilled sea bream and taking a bite, Shinobu's forehead twitched. Can we tone it down a bit? She reminded them, her smile completely fading. Chapter 38. Don't panic. Let's break the rules together. This is not a place for carefree, joking around. Shinobu couldn't understand Jiyu's protection of a demon. She suppressed her anger and said to Tanjiro in a deep voice, "Boy, the one you're protecting is a demon, you know? It's very dangerous, so please keep your distance." The demon she referred to was Nezuko Kamadu. The previously relaxed atmosphere became tense again, and Tanjiro tried to explain, sorry, this is my sister. Ah, I see. How unfortunate. Upon hearing this, Shinobu covered her mouth in disbelief, then immediately broke into an incredibly gentle smile. Then let me send her to where she belongs with a pain-free poison. After saying that, she flashed and instantly appeared by Tanjiro's side. Her blade aimed directly at Nezuko. Clang! Giyu protected the paper bag with the grilled sea bream in one hand, while easily deflecting the attack with his other hand holding the sword. His mouth still had some red bean paste on it, making his whole face look quite adorable. Take them away. Yusuke was taken aback for a moment and pointed at himself, asking, "Are you talking to me?" Io nodded. Mr. Tenjin, repeatedly burdening this person who constantly helps him, made Tanjiro feel deeply guilty. As he watched the tension rise between Iyong and Shinobu, Yusuke let out a barely audible sigh. It seemed that in this world, only Iyong could tolerate a demon-slaying swordsman who was accompanied by demons. None of the other Hashira could protect Tanjiro and Nezuko like he did. Yashiro can understand Shinobu. After all, everyone who joins the Demon Slayer Corps has been harmed by demons and has chosen this path for that reason. Their hatred cannot be resolved with just a few words. Especially the death of Shinobu's sister, Kane, was a devastating blow for her. Kane, who always held compassion for demons and hoped to coexist peacefully with them, unexpectedly encountered Doma during a mission and lost her life. In her final moments, Kane urged Shinobu to leave the Demon Slayer Corps and live a normal and happy life, not wanting her to bear too much burden and end up dying alone like herself. However, Shinobu went against her sister's wishes and continued her fight against demons. Shinobu cannot forgive the demons that can easily destroy others' happiness, nor can she forgive herself for being too weak to protect her sister. After Kane's death, the originally serious and short-tempered Shinobu underwent a tremendous change. She almost inherited everything from her sister, Kane's butterfly-patterned Haori, the four-leaf-shaped tsuba of her sword, and even her smile and demeanor became exactly like Kane's. The cause of her sister's death became Shinobu's obsession for living. Explaining to her that Nezuko doesn't eat people is as ridiculous as saying that humans can live without food. After all, so far, there are only a few demons that do not eat humans, and Nezuko, who relies solely on sleep to regain her strength, is a complete exception. Yusuke is feeling a bit conflicted. If she runs away with Tanjiro and Nezuko now, she won't get to see that dramatic scene. If I had known, I wouldn't have come out. In the end, she can't bear to watch Tanjiro escape with his sister while being seriously injured. Yusuke helped Tanjiro stand up and then held Nezuko in her arms. "You take the medicine first, and you can leave Nezuko to me," she said to Tanjiro. Tanjiro looked a bit worried. But if that's the case, Yusuke would also be violating the team rules. "It'll be fine. Don't you trust me?" Yusuke smiled and ruffled the boy's long hair, saying to the figure blocking her path, "Well, I'm off now. Mr. Iyong, you hold on, okay?" Iyong responded with a grunt. Seeing Butterfly Shinobu staring intently at her, Yusuke playfully winked at her. "Sorry, Miss Shinobu, although you're very beautiful. Nezuko can't be handed over to you just yet." With that thought in mind, she held Nezuko and disappeared in an instant. So fast. Realizing what had happened, Tanjiro hurriedly took out a medicine bottle and swallowed a pill, then grabbed a wooden box and ran after them. The two of them fled, and Butterfly Shinobu, wanting to chase after them with her blade in hand, was blocked by Iyong. "Mr. Tomioka," she said coldly, her brows furrowing. "What you're doing is already a violation of the squad rules, isn't it?" Iyong remained expressionless, saying nothing, simply standing in her way, his intentions unmistakable. "Fine. Even if you're protecting a demon, I don't want to waste time with you here. So goodbye." Butterfly Shinobu sheathed her sword, exerted force in her legs, and leaped to the treetops. Her figure danced between the branches and quickly disappeared from view. Iyong glanced down at the taiyaki in his hand and chased after her. Yusuke was running through the lush forest while holding Nezuko. Without masking her presence, she quickly realized that someone had been closely pursuing her from behind. Just as she was about to turn a corner, Yusuke deliberately slowed down. Suddenly, a whooshing sound came from above. A girl with a single ponytail launched an attack from the air, her shoe aimed directly at Yu Xiao's head. If she got kicked, there would definitely be a shoe print on her forehead. Yu Xiao raised an eyebrow, elegantly sidestepping as she spun in the air with Nezuko in her arms, instantly leaping a distance of over 10 meters. The girl with a butterfly hairpin in a ponytail landed steadily. Did you dodge? Zulfust. Since earlier, Kana had been pursuing the blue-haired girl, maintaining a fixed distance between them. So, was this a deliberate opening she left for herself? Good evening. Yu Xiao stood not far away, politely greeting Kana. Due to her earlier movement, her long hair inadvertently brushed against Nezuko's forehead, making it a bit itchy. The held Nezuko woke up, touched her forehead, and stared blankly at Yu Xiao. Kana smiled, but there was no emotion in her pale, purple eyes. As if thinking Yu Xiao didn't know. She pointed at Nezuko and reminded her, that child is a demon. I know. Yu Xiao lowered her head and gently combed Nezuko's long hair with her hand. Nezuko squinted her eyes in happiness, looking thoroughly content. She glanced at Kanaho, her eyes filled with laughter. Look, she won't attack me at all. Isn't she cute? Unable to understand, Kanaho took a few steps forward, ready to draw her sword when suddenly, several dark figures flew down from the sky. Caw! Dispatch! Dispatch! The crows circled above the forest, their sharp voices unsettling. Orders came from headquarters. Capture Tanjiro and Nezuko and bring them back to headquarters. Tanjiro, wearing a scarlet haori, injured on his forehead. The demon girl Nezuko, biting a bamboo, bring her back. Bring her back. The voice of the crows echoed throughout the mountains and forests. On the other side, Giyu, who had just finished eating taiyaki while chasing after Shinobu, was about to restrain her when he heard the crows call, bringing their chase to a halt. Yu Xiao put Nezuko down. It seems we don't need to argue anymore. Kanao silently withdrew her hand from the hilt of the sword. Although she wanted to support Tanjiro during the Hashira's judgment, Yu Xiao didn't know where the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was. As a mere junior member, she certainly couldn't just follow them. The thought of Tanjiro facing judgment made Yu Xiao feel strange inside. Why do I feel like a child I've raised with great difficulty is being bullied by others? Chapter 39. Hashira's Judgment. Members of the logistics support team quickly arrived at the scene to clean up. Among them, 2 people were escorting Tanjiro forward. He inadvertently looked up and caught sight of Yu Xiao. His eyes lit up. Yu Xiao. Nezuko. Those pomegranate-colored eyes were filled with joy, and it seemed Yu Xiao could see a fluffy tail wagging wildly behind him. How cute! Yu Xiao tried hard to suppress the impulse to pat Nezuko's head and walked forward holding her hand. Why are they still tied up? Tanjiro's hands were bound from behind with hemp ropes by those 2 hidden figures, yet he seemed completely unconcerned. It's fine. They're just fulfilling their mission. And I have to accept judgment because I violated the team rules. The more Tanjiro spoke, the less confident he became, and his voice gradually grew softer. I understand. Yu Xiao looked at one of the members of the Hidden, who was carrying a wooden box used for Nezuko to sleep in. The sky was about to brighten. Could they let Nezuko go back? Upon hearing this, the member of the Hidden placed the box on the ground and murmured, this box is so small. Can she fit inside? Yes, she can. Yu Xiao opened the wooden door, and Nezuko was already familiar with the routine, immediately shrinking her body to the size of a child and slipping inside. The Hidden member picked up the box again, exclaiming, how amazing. Indeed, even though she was a demon, she had no desire to attack at all. Both of them wore face veils, only their eyes visible, but judging from the voices, the one carrying the box was a woman, while the one holding Tanjiro was a man. Well, I'll take my leave now, said Yu Xiao, looking at him with an expression that suggested she wanted to say more but held back. Tanjiro smiled. Don't worry, Yu Xiao, I'll be fine. Silly. At a time like this, still caring about others' feelings, what else can that be but foolishness? Yu Xiao gently stroked his cheek, where the blood had long since congealed. Does it still hurt? The soft, cool touch came from his face, and Tanjiro comfortably closed his eyes, rubbing against Yu Xiao's palm, feeling sweet in his heart. It's okay. It doesn't hurt at all with Yu Xiao here. It feels really nice to be cared for by her. Yu Xiao gently pinched his face, feeling a bit helpless. Idiot. The 2 Hashira standing nearby. Why do I feel inexplicably full? Watching Tanjiro being taken away by the 2, Yu Xiao was about to leave when a member of the Hashira hurriedly approached. She walked up to Yu Xiao and, after sizing her up, respectfully asked, excuse me, are you Yatsuki Yu Xiao? Yu Xiao paused for a moment and said, that's me. What do you need? The hidden figure bowed to her and replied, the Lord has personally issued a directive, requesting you to come to our headquarters. Since it was the Lord's intention, it was likely related to the incident from a few days ago. Yu Xiao immediately replied, Okay, I understand. Traveling to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was more troublesome than expected. First, they had to blindfold themselves and then be carried by members of the Hidden Corps, which took a long time and finally ended this ordeal. By this time, the sky was already bright. Yu Xiao removed the blindfold and saw that the surroundings were filled with dense wisteria flowers. Occasionally, there were a few bird calls. From a distance, the sea of purple flowers stretched endlessly, resembling a scene from paradise. The courtyard was planted with common black pines, and the greenery was neatly maintained, looking pleasing to the eye. Yu Xiao followed Yin to a relatively open area, and as soon as she arrived, she saw that many people were already waiting there. As the last person to make an appearance, she naturally attracted attention, and in an instant, almost everyone's gaze in the vicinity was focused on the blue-haired girl. Yu Xiao stood quietly to the side, deep in thought. Tanjiro, who was pressed down on the ground in a kneeling position, first felt happy to see Yu Xiao, but then became worried. Could it be that Yu Xiao is also going to be judged? Isn't that the girl from Yatsuka? Rengoku Kyujuru was the first to speak, breaking the tense atmosphere. Mr. Rengoku, good day. Yu Xiao smiled and greeted him. Did the Yatsuka girl also violate the team rules? Then let her be punished alongside this boy. Rengoku Kyujuru said seriously and loudly. Has this guy also sheltered a demon? Those golden eyes are truly dazzling to the point of being unpleasant. Let me elegantly behead her. The one speaking was the sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin. His white hair was tied in a ponytail, wearing a headband adorned with diamonds. In his left, I was painted with radiating red makeup. His strong, muscular arms were each adorned with a golden bracelet, making him stand out among the group. An elegant beheading. Yu Xiao tightly pursed her pink lips, her whole body trembling slightly, almost causing internal injury. To everyone else, this appearance seemed like nervous fear. What shape was that cloud? Hikari no Mucher stared blankly at the sky. Mucher was the youngest of the Hashira and also the most talented, having mastered the breathing techniques in just 2 months and comprehended his own breath of mist. He had long black hair, the ends tinted light blue, and his eyes were clear and bright, though somewhat vacant. What a pitiful child. The stone Hashira, Imajima Jiomi, clasped his hands together, tears flowing from his blind eyes. He was tall and robust, with a horizontal scar on his forehead, draped in a brown robe inscribed with Namu Amida Butsu, and wore prayer beads around his neck and wrists. Compared to these matters, how should Tenjin handle it? There lay another person on the branches in the courtyard. Pointing at Ju Tomioka, his mismatched green and gold eyes filled with displeasure. He wasn't even tied up. It gave me a headache just looking at him. According to the butterfly Hashira, didn't Ju also violate the team rules? The serpent Hashira, Iguro Abanai, couldn't stop talking about Ju Tomioka. One might think there was some love-hate relationship between them. Abanai wore a black and white striped haori, had neck-length black hair, and his mouth was wrapped in bandages, with a small white snake coiled around his neck, hissing as if in agreement with its master. Ju Tomioka, who was called out, remained silent, gazing at Yu Xiao, who seemed lost in thought, his deep blue eyes calm and indifferent, not revealing what he was contemplating. Mr. Iguro still entangles himself like a snake. So hard to deal with, so wonderful the love Hashira. Kanroji Mitsuri was a very cute girl, wearing an open-chest uniform with pink hair styled into 3 braids. The ends a grass green, and each of her light green eyes had a tear mole. Her face flushed as she looked at Abanai in the tree. Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? Mr. Tomioka came over honestly too, right? Let's discuss the punishment later. With a smile, Shinobu Kocho asked Tanjiro Kamadu. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, why are you bringing a demon? Facing Shinobu's question, Tanjiro replied truthfully, that demon is my sister. She was attacked when I left home, and when I returned, everyone was dead. But Nezuko won't eat anyone, now or ever. She will never harm anyone. Stop spouting such nonsense. After all, protecting family is only natural for you. Your words cannot be trusted, and I will not believe you. Abanai in the tree mockingly retorted. He has been possessed by a demon. Someone quickly kill this poor child and give him relief. Tears filled Jiomi's eyes. That's not true. Please, everyone, let me explain. Faced with the misunderstanding and distrust of everyone, Tanjiro found himself at a loss for words, frantically thinking in his mind, when he suddenly noticed Yu Xiao quietly staring at him. Yu Xiao pressed her index finger against her lips, making a shushing gesture and shaking her head. Is Yu Xiao telling me not to speak? Although Tanjiro didn't understand, he instantly felt reassured. Seeing him suddenly fall silent, Kanroji Mitsuri weakly spoke up, I think Lord Gakage doesn't know about this matter yet. Is it really okay to punish them without his permission? As soon as she said this, everyone present fell almost silent. Chapter 40. Shinazugawa Sanemi gets a big shock. Kanroji Mitsuri's words made perfect sense. It was indeed inappropriate to make a judgment on Tanjiro and the others without consulting Lord Gakage first, just as the Hashira were at a loss. A wild and carefree voice came from not far away. Hey, it seems something interesting has happened. As the voice descended, a young man with spiky white hair walked out from the side of the mansion. He held a wooden box in one hand, and his exposed skin was covered in hideous scars, with not a single piece of intact skin on his body. Just looking at him was painfully unbearable. Lord Shinazugawa, please put down that box. It will be a problem for me. The demon slayer responsible for guarding Nezuko looked helplessly at the wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Sanemi, not knowing what to do. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the wooden box, especially Tanjiro, who was afraid that the person in front of him would do something bad to it. Mr. Shinazugawa, please do not act on your own. Kochu Shinobu knew that Nezuko was sleeping inside the box. She reined in her smile and said solemnly, as a demon slayer, Tanjiro's involvement with a demon was indeed hard to accept, but the boy had just acknowledged that his sister was inside. There was currently no evidence to prove whether Nezuko would eat people, but Shinazugawa Sanemi's behavior displeased Kochu Shinobu. After all, Lord Gakage had not yet arrived, and given Sanemi's temperament, it was hard to guarantee he wouldn't do something outrageous. What were you just saying, kid? Sanemi completely ignored Shinobu's words, his terrifying gaze fixated on Tanjiro. Seeing that the situation was not right, Yu Xiao finally took action. Sorry, can I say a few words? She stepped forward, standing between Tanjiro and Sanemi. If things continued to develop this way, Nezuko, who was inside the box, would be in danger. Although Yu Xiao had not spent much time with Nezuko, that did not hinder her fondness for her. In her heart, Tanjiro and his sister had already been included in her side. Yu Xiao was extremely protective of her own. You're just an accomplice hiding the demon like that, kid. I can understand Tenjin, but why are you still standing here? Sanemi glared at the hidden member behind him, his reproach evident. He pointed at Yu Xiao and said harshly, tie her up. The hidden member hesitated, but no need to go through so much trouble, Yu Xiao said calmly. It was Lord Gakage who sent me here, so I came. Yu Xiao smiled faintly at Nishikawa Sumiya. So, I can't be considered an accomplice who shelters demons, right? How could a master possibly summon someone like you? Looking at the fragile girl in front of him, Sumiya opened his mouth, but found it hard to say any harsh words. Damn it, what's up with this woman? Why is she smiling at me? I hate bullying women the most. It felt like hitting a fist against cotton. A wave of frustration surged in Sumiya's heart, making him feel quite stifled. Tanjiro, who was protected behind him, felt confused as to why the master would let Yu Xiao come to the headquarters. So that is how it is. It seems I misunderstood Yasaka's girl before and guessed wrong. Rengoku Kyujiro smiled and touched his chin, completely unfazed by the earlier embarrassment of letting Yu Xiao and Tanjiro be punished together. This was because Shinobu Kochu had already recounted the general situation when she arrived, so it was understandable that he had misjudged Yu Xiao. So, what exactly is going on? Kanroji Mitsuri looked at Kyujiro beside her, hoping for an answer. She still had some fondness for Yu Xiao in her heart, because this blue-haired girl was very beautiful, and her voice was pleasant to hear. Kyujiro had no intention of hiding anything, so he stated the truth about a few days ago. He hadn't finished when Nishikawa Sumiya interrupted him. Who cares about that kind of thing? After all, demons are such ugly creatures. They can't possibly survive without eating humans. Sumiya's eyes were bloodshot as he drew the Nichiren blade from his waist and violently stabbed towards the wooden box in his hand. Nezuko! Tanjiro shouted in terror. In an instant, Yu Xiao moved. She left only an afterimage in place, her speed so fast it was almost invisible. With a gust of wind, the plants in the courtyard trembled, and in just a moment, the wooden box changed hands. The stab naturally missed its target. What? Sumiya looked incredulously at his empty left hand, and when he turned his head, he found Yu Xiao standing behind him, holding a wooden box. Sumiya was secretly shocked, his furious gaze fixed on Yu Xiao. Everyone present was stunned. Even Muichiro, who was indifferent to everything, was no exception. That was the wind Hashira, Nishikawa Sumiya. His strength was evident. Both his power and speed were among the best of the Hashira. To easily take the wooden box from his hands was simply unbelievable. I can understand your hatred for demons, but Nezuko has never eaten a person in the 2 years since she became a demon. Moreover, she has been protecting her human brother. Yu Xiao lowered her gaze, a gentle smile forming at the corners of her lips. I thought that, mister. Giyu must have considered this when he recommended Tanjiro to Mr. Sakanji. Otherwise, Nezuko would have died 2 years ago. Unexpectedly, Giyu, who had not spoken a word from the beginning until now, suddenly opened his mouth. His words were brief, yet filled with affirmation. Giyu quietly watched Yuxiao, his deep ocean-like eyes hiding an imperceptible tenderness. Thus, Yuxiao saw Tanjiro move to tears, looking up at Giyu with longing. It was oddly a bit amusing. The Lord has arrived. 2 youthful voices sounded simultaneously from the mansion. Everyone turned to look at the door. With the support of 2 white-haired girls, Yoya Tsuchimikado slowly walked out. The sunlight shifted from the eaves to the corridor, pouring down on him. Yoya wore a warm smile, his gentle voice as soft as clouds drifting in the sky. Good morning, everyone. It's truly a beautiful day today. The sky must be very blue. I am glad to welcome the semi-annual Hashira meeting with all members unchanged. We pay our respects to the Lord. Almost the moment they saw the young man, everyone present knelt on one knee, respectfully speaking in unison. Yuxiao also squatted down on the ground. Tanjiro, being tied up, was kneeling on the ground, which was not much different from just sitting there. Yuxiao was bored, squatting and counting the stones on the ground. As a member of the Yatsuka family, one must serve the family loyally from beginning to end and must not have any doubts. Since Yuxiao is revered as the godchild, it is necessary to not only abide by the family rules, but also to completely obey and execute them. Yuxiao respects Hashiki Waya, but she cannot break the rules. So she came up with such a compromise. If she shows loyalty to others, it would be equivalent to betraying the Yasaki family. Her actions successfully caught the attention of Shinazugawa Sanemi. Sanemi was closest to Yuxiao, while the others had their heads down and with the Haori covering them. They didn't notice Yuxiao playing tricks. Sanemi had previously thought that this girl was quite sensible, at least understanding the need to respect the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. But unexpectedly, this girl didn't kneel at all. She was just squatting on the ground pretending. What a disrespectful person. How could she not kneel quickly upon seeing the leader? Sanemi scolded in a low voice. I didn't kneel. Yuxiao couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart. Hadn't she already squatted down? Even though one knee hadn't completely touched the ground, how could she still be found out? Shimi was quite angry at her blatant lying. Is that called kneeling? How can you wrong me like this? The two began to argue again, and the others looked towards Yuxiao. From their perspective, Yuxiao was indeed maintaining a kneeling posture, and they didn't understand what Shimi was arguing about. If Shimi knew, she would probably be so angry she'd spit blood. All right, Shimi, stop arguing. At this moment, the leader spoke up. Yuxiao has just joined the team and is not clear about many things. It's understandable if she hasn't done something perfectly. Since he couldn't see, Yoza wasn't sure what kind of posture Yuxiao was in that made Shimikawa Shimi cling to it. But the other Hashira didn't say anything, so it must not be a big issue. Yuxiao is still a newcomer, so it's inevitable that there will be some shortcomings in her work. Therefore, it's also a way to help her out. I agree with the Lord's words. Yuxiao echoed in agreement, then secretly stuck out her tongue at Shimi, looking as if to say, what can you do about it? This infuriated Shimi, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge and his eyes to blaze with anger as he stared at her. If looks could kill, Yuxiao would have died countless times by now. There was no way around it, no matter how angry he was. He couldn't lash out and could only grit his teeth and respond. Yes. Since the Lord himself had spoken, there was no point in pursuing the matter further. Forgive my boldness, but before the Hashira meeting begins, I hope to clarify the situation regarding this boy named Tanjiro Kamadu, who has a demon with him. How do you feel about that? He then directed his attention towards Tanjiro. Chapter 41. Guaranteeing with life indeed, I apologize for disturbing you. Kaneo Tsuri spoke in a calm tone. Tanjiro and Nezuko are acknowledged by me, so I hope everyone can recognize them too. Even if it's the Lord's request. I find it hard to agree. Haimajima Jiomi shed 2 clear tears, the first to express his opposition. I also firmly oppose. It is truly difficult to acknowledge a demon slayer who has a demon. Yuzui Tenjin also disagreed with allowing a swordsman with a demon to join the Demon Slayer Corps. I will fully comply with the Lord's wishes. Kanroji Mitsuri looked into Kaneo Tsuri's eyes, which shimmered with a captivating light. She was currently the only Hashira who expressed support for Tanjiro and his sister. Her trust and admiration for the Lord made Mitsuri unconditionally comply with all of his opinions. No matter which side, I will forget it immediately. Takedo Michiro gazed vacantly at the sky, thinking that in the end, he would forget anyway. It didn't matter to him. Unable to trust. Iguro Abanai pointed at Tanjiro with a look of disdain. After all, I hate demons the most. Even the upright and passionate Rengoku Kaijuro raised his voice to express his opinion. While I sincerely respect the Lord, I truly cannot understand this idea. I oppose it with all my might. The purpose of the Demon Slayer Corps is to eradicate demons, and I hope you can punish Tanjiro Kamado and Tomioka Ju. Shinazugawa Sanemi earnestly pleaded. Except for Michiro, 5 of the 9 Hashira expressed their opposition. For them, the only purpose of joining the Demon Slayer Corps was to eliminate evil demons. Everyone here had an irreconcilable grudge against demons. The conflict between humans and demons had persisted for thousands of years, and they had witnessed countless weak kin being slaughtered time and time again during numerous battles. Relatives, friends, family, or comrades fighting alongside them. Countless people in the world had lost their lives due to the demons' evil deeds, and countless vibrant lives had perished at their hands. To let prey and predator coexist peacefully? Absurd, ridiculous, laughable. Yoya understood that this wouldn't ease the grudges in everyone's hearts. He didn't try to mediate, but simply said to the person next to him, "Hina, take out the letter." "Yes." Hina responded and took out a piece of paper from her clothing. "This letter is from the former Hashira, Sakanji Urokodaki, and I will read part of its contents." She looked at the letter and read aloud. "Please allow Tanjiro to be with his sister, who is a demon. Nezuko relies on her strong mental strength to maintain her rationality as a human. If Nezuko attacks others, Tanjiro Kamado, along with Urokodaki Sakanji, Tomioka Ju, and Yasaki Yusiao, will commit seppuku to apologize." After finishing, Hina neatly put the letter away. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. No one expected that 4 people would be willing to guarantee with their lives that the demon would not eat humans. Even the Hashira, Tomioka Ju, chose to believe in Nezuko. Tanjiro glanced at Yusiao, who was squatting by the side, and then at Ju, who was kneeling on one knee, feeling a surge of bitterness rise to his nose. Tears could not help but stream down his face. Why do this for me? After losing his family, his only blood relative left was Nezuko, who had turned into a demon. And now Mr. Urokodaki, Mr. Tomioka, and Yusiao were all willing to guarantee with their lives for him. How could he not be moved? How could he repay them? Seeing Tanjiro's tear-stained face, Yusiao sighed silently. Gentle children should be treated gently. Why cry? It's truly heartbreaking. The matter of the letter had actually been mentioned to her by Mr. Urokodaki one night long ago. Yusiao agreed without hesitation. It wasn't because she knew Nezuko wouldn't eat people, but because she inherently believed in Nezuko. Even if she had to make a judgment without knowing the plot of the original world, Yusiao would still choose to trust Nezuko. Shimi's emotions were extremely agitated. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins. What does seppuku even prove? If you want to die, just go ahead and die. It doesn't count as any guarantee at all. Kaijuro expressed the same viewpoint. As Naki said, if we kill to eat, it would be irreversible. The people who are killed cannot come back. That is indeed the case. Yosei expressed understanding of their concerns. So, my lord, their voices echoed simultaneously. Ubuyashiki Yosei slowly spoke. There is no guarantee that she won't attack people. At this point, he changed his tone, but there is also no proof that she will attack people. Shimi suddenly felt a lump in his throat. This was indeed the case. To execute Nezuko Kamado, one must prove that she eats people. Without proof that she eats people, discussing execution is inappropriate both emotionally and rationally. It is a fact that Nezuko has not eaten anyone for over 2 years. And now, there are 4 people betting their lives for Nezuko. If one were to deny this, the party denying it must present something of greater value. Does everyone have that kind of will? Ubuyashiki Yosei's words were fair and just, without any favoritism or bias. Although his voice was not loud, it resonated deeply. Shimi and Kaijuro had nothing more to say. Ubuyashiki Yosei remained calm and continued. And I have one more thing to tell my children. Tanjiro once encountered Kibutsuji Muzan. As soon as this was said, it caused a huge uproar, and all the Hashira looked at Tanjiro in shock. How could this be? No Hashira had ever encountered him. Yuzui Tenjin suddenly changed color, incredulously asking, what does he look like? Where are his abilities? Where is he? Did you fight him? Michiro asked with an indifferent expression. Of Muzan, who was scared out of his wits just by seeing those ear ornaments. Yusiao, who was watching the excitement, couldn't help but laugh when she heard Michiro say this. Then she was met with a puzzled look from Takedo Michiro. Ahem, Yusiao quickly steadied herself, waving her hand at Wu Ilong with a hint of apology. Her face full of innocence. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Wu Ilong just quietly stared at her, saying nothing. Meanwhile, the Lord placed his index finger on his lips, signaling for silence. Muzan Kibutsuji was sending people to hunt Tanjiro, although his reason might simply be to silence him. But for the first time, I had caught a glimpse of the tale Muzin had revealed, and I didn't want to let go. I was afraid something unexpected had also happened to Nezuko. Does everyone understand? Yaozai gently stated, hoping they could all acknowledge or understand Nezuko's existence. Nevertheless, Shinazugawa was the first to stand up and refute. I don't understand, my lord. If it were a human, it could be let go, but not a demon. How much conviction have we fought with as the Demon Slayer Corps? How many have sacrificed for this? Therefore, I cannot agree. Let me prove to you, my lord. Demons cannot resist their desire to eat humans. He glared angrily at Yu Xiao and commanded, give me the box containing the demon. Huh? Yu Xiao looked at the wooden box in his hands, seemingly contemplating something. Chapter 42. The non-human eating ghost Shimi Nanaka's forehead veins bulged, and his fists clenched, the joints cracking. His emotions had reached a breaking point. It seemed that if Yu Xiao dared to utter even half a word of refusal, he would snatch it away in the next moment. Yu Xiao could directly sense the intense killing intent that Shimi had towards the demons. She knew that Shimi wanted to use her own blood to test whether Nezuko had a desire to consume humans, so she never intended to intervene. Yu Xiao immediately had a more interesting idea, so she readily agreed, saying, all right, then please wait a moment. After all, ghosts cannot move in the sunlight. Yu Xiao said to Yaozai, then I will be disrespectful, my lord. Although Yaozai from the production house could not see, he still nodded in agreement. Not knowing what Yu Xiao intended to do, Yu Xiao walked into the room carrying a wooden box. After ensuring that sunlight wouldn't come in, she opened the box. Nezuko, who had been tossed around in the hands of Shimi and the others, popped her little head out, a bit dazed. Upon seeing Yu Xiao, Nezuko happily hugged her and affectionately rubbed her face against hers. Nezuko is so well-behaved. Yu Xiao gently brushed her long black hair and said softly, later, a big brother is going to see you. Make sure not to be scared. He can be really terrifying when he's angry. Okay? Nezuko, who was holding a bamboo muzzle, seemed to understand her words and obediently nodded. Yu Xiao's lips curled into an ambiguous smile as she stood up and said to the immortal Shimi outside, all right, the evil spirit has been released by me. You can come and verify it now. The sound of laughter was from Kanroji Mitsuri. Upon hearing Yu Xiao refer to Nezuko as an evil spirit, Mitsuri couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. Realizing that her reaction was inappropriate, she shyly covered her mouth and, feeling embarrassed, said, I'm sorry, but that spirit looks like a normal little child, no matter how you look at it. There's not a hint of aggression at all, and she's so close to Yu Xiao. She looks really cute in her tiny form. Is it because she's wearing a bamboo muzzle that she doesn't bite? She kept guessing in her mind. Yu Xiao's series of actions seemed utterly ridiculous to Shimi. However, releasing the demon indeed facilitated his subsequent actions. But that didn't stop him from thinking that Yu Xiao was out of his mind. Shimi first let out a disdainful snort from his nose, then respectfully said to Ubuyashiki Waya, my lord, I apologize. After speaking, he leaped into the room and approached Nezuko. The pale green blade was drawn, and without blinking, Shimi cut his arm, blood gushing out and dripping onto the floor, quickly soaking a small patch of the wooden floor. Hey, demon, there's your favorite blood here, come on. He provoked Nezuko with his words, ready to slice off her head at the slightest hint of desire from the demon girl before him. However, unexpectedly, there was no reaction. What? Shimi's previously fierce expression turned somewhat bewildered. The demon girl stood in the box before him, her pink eyes blinking in confusion, seemingly not understanding what Shimi was doing. For a moment, Shimi began to doubt whether his blood had lost its effectiveness. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My blood is the rarest of the rare. Even ordinary demons would get drunk just by smelling it. He waved his bleeding arm in front of Nezuko, shouting angrily, hey, come eat. This is your favorite thing. Yet, faced with the temptation of blood, Nezuko appeared exceptionally resistant, even taking a few steps back. How is this possible? Shimi roared in disbelief. Nezuko completely overturned his understanding of demons. How could a demon have no interest in human blood and flesh? Could she still be considered a demon? Yet, the girl before him was undoubtedly a demon, a reality Shimi found hard to accept. His blood had no attraction to Nezuko. In fact, it seemed to repulse her. There couldn't possibly be demons that don't eat humans. What happened? Ubuyashiki Waya asked his two daughters beside him. Hinatsuki answered truthfully. The demon girl showed no reaction to the blood, and she even stepped back in resistance, Nika added. Is that so? Ubuyashiki yapandered for a moment, then addressed everyone in the courtyard, saying, in that case, this is sufficient proof that Nezuko does not eat humans, right? Faced with Shimi's rare blood, Nezuko not only did not drool, but instead retreated in resistance. This matter was utterly surreal and incomprehensible, but they had witnessed everything with their own eyes. Perhaps some would still harbor dissatisfaction, but they had to accept this fact. Even Tanjiro was astonished. He had never considered that Nezuko could restrain her instincts and show no interest in human blood and flesh. Could it be because Mr. Urokodaki had given Nezuko some kind of suggestion before? As the dust settled, Shimi glared fiercely at Nezuko and, unwillingly, retreated outside with his knife. Yuxiao silently drew a talisman from Nezuko's neck and placed her back into the wooden box. Spirit Talisman. Sensory shield can temporarily block the senses of the person it's cast on. Without the smell of blood, Nezuko naturally wouldn't be affected. This is one of the talisman techniques that Yuxiao has mastered, allowing her to inscribe her magical power onto paper and use it as a medium to cast various kinds of spells. Other abilities have basically been sealed, but only the talisman techniques can be used normally. Yuxiao is unclear about the reason, but she suspects it might be because the talisman techniques themselves are not strong, so they were tolerated. Having achieved her goal, Yuxiao carried the wooden box and retreated outside. Tanjiro. Yuya smiled, his voice as refreshing as a spring breeze. Even so, there must still be some in the team who cannot come to terms with your sister's identity. You must prove to them. Show them that both you and Nezuko will fight on the front lines as members of the Demon Slayer Corps and contribute. Work hard to defeat the 12 Kizuki. Only by doing so will your voice carry more weight, and you will earn everyone's recognition. Tanjiro listened intently to every word from Ubuyashiki Yuya, responding with unwavering determination. I will definitely defeat Muzan Kabutsuji together with Nezuko. We siblings will cut this sorrowful chain with our own hands. Upon hearing this, Yuya suddenly smiled. It wasn't team mockery, but genuine relief. Tanjiro currently lacks that capability, so it's best to start with the 12 Kizuki. He gently reminded Tanjiro of reality. Tanjiro, realizing what he just boasted, turned beet red. Puffed. Kanroji Mitsuri bit her lip, trembling all over. Mitsuri, you must hold it in. You can't laugh. You absolutely can't laugh. Kochu Shinobu silently lowered her head, making it hard to see her expression. Even a usually tearful Shinazugawa Sanemi clasped his hands together, desperately trying to suppress a smile. Then, Sanemi, you can't always bully those younger and of a lower rank than you. Being called out, Shinazugawa Sanemi instantly sulked. Understood. Well then, the matter of Tanjiro and his sister ends here. You may step back for now. Kochu Shinobu raised a hand and suggested, since that's the case, let them stay at my butterfly mansion. It's settled. Someone, take them away. After saying that, she clapped her hands. Two shadowy figures emerged from the corners of the mansion, bowing to their lord and the Hashira, then quickly packed up Tanjiro. Yuxiao also handed over the wooden box containing Nezuko to them. Before Tanjiro was taken away, he heard a word from Ubuyashiki Yuya. Please send my regards to Miss Tamayo. Tanjiro, who was being carried on someone's shoulder, widened his eyes in surprise. Does the master also know those two? Chapter 43. The farce caused by the 10th Hashira before the official start of the Hashira meeting. Ubuyashiki Yuya brought up another matter. In fact, the gathering today was not only for the semi-annual Hashira meeting. I have something else to tell my children. Upon hearing that the master had more to say, everyone quietly waited for him to continue. Yuya slowly began. 3 days ago, Yuxiao encountered a lower moon from the 12 Kizuki during her first mission and successfully killed it by herself. This alone is enough to meet the requirements for promotion to Hashira level. Never before have there been 9 Hashira present at the same time like today. And we will be adding a new Hashira. He gently inquired, Yuxiao, what do you think? Yuya did not directly promote Yuxiao to Hashira, but respected her opinion and choice. The Demon Slayer Corps is not an official organization, but an unrecognized civilian group. Few people are willing to join voluntarily unless they have a deep-seated grudge against demons. First, there are the harsh training conditions, and second, there are strict selection assessments. Only those who can endure and survive through these numerous difficulties can take on the heavy responsibility of slaying demons. Every demon slayer fights with their life on the line and could face death at any moment. Although the Ubuyashiki family is large and prosperous, offering generous rewards, no amount of wealth can buy their lives. Like nameless heroes walking in the dark night, their sacrifices will not be remembered by the world until death. It is rare for someone as powerful as Yuxiao to be willing to join the Demon Slayer Corps, especially since she does not have a firm belief in slaying demons. If she is willing to stay, she will be a great asset to the Demon Slayer Corps. After all, Yuxiao can choose to leave at any time. After hearing the master's words, the Hashira were no longer calm. To successfully slay a lower moon on the first mission, is this person really just a newly selected recruit? Moreover, no one has ever been as lucky as her, encountering a lower moon on their first mission. In the Demon Slayer Corps, there are only 2 conditions to become a Hashira: slay 50 demons or directly kill a member of the 12 Kazuki. It is important to note that most of the people present became Hashira through the former, enduring countless hardships and battles. Yet Yu Xiao directly killed a lower moon upon her debut. Without evidence, it would be difficult to convince everyone. Not to mention how much doubt might be involved in this matter. Before Yu Xiao could speak, Kanroji Mitsuri jumped out first. Master, this person actually killed a lower moon? I find it hard to believe. At least tell me how she did it. She is just a newly selected recruit. How could she possibly kill a lower moon without any luck? If someone with only luck and no strength becomes a Hashira, I cannot agree with that. Mitsuri's words seemed to target Yu Xiao, but that was not how he felt inside. Although he was upset that Yu Xiao had outshone him, the fact that she took the bot from him was undeniable. She indeed had some skill. However, no one had seen just how much strength she possessed. Becoming a Hashira not only represents reaching the highest rank, but also means taking on greater risks and working hard to protect more people. Only those who can support all of this are called Hashira. They all made a resolution to be ready to die at any moment to kill Muzan. As long as their heads are not severed by Nichiren blade, demons can be infinitely reborn. But if a person makes even the slightest mistake, they will meet death. Thus, Shinazugawa Sanemi was not intentionally targeting Yu Xiao. He was considering whether she could handle the position and was worried that her lack of strength might lead to her demise. Sanemi is right. If there is no evidence, I will not recognize her, Iguro Abanai said. I also splendidly agree with Shinazugawa's words. Yuzui Tenjin also found this inappropriate. He scrutinized Yu Xiao, saying, "We cannot make a woman who only has beautiful eyes and hair a Hashira." As the center of the event, Yu Xiao remained silent throughout. As for the reason help, why does she want to laugh every time she hears Yuzui Tenjin speak? Yu Xiao was still trying hard to stifle her laughter. Are my hair and eyes really that beautiful? Why does he use splendid in every sentence? In the face of several people's doubts, Wayu was well aware of their concerns. After receiving a report from the crow, Kaijiro Rengoku immediately went to provide support, but by the time he arrived, the battle was already over. Kaijiro, please describe what you saw. Yes, Kaijiro responded, then loudly said, 3 nights ago, the master commanded me to go northeast to support the girl from the Yasaki family. By the time I arrived, the battle had already ended, and the Yasaki girl was lying there. Before Kaijiro could finish his sentence, a hand covered his mouth. At some point, Yu Xiao had appeared behind him and covered his mouth with her hand, stopping him from saying what was about to come next. Yu Xiao leaned down and whispered in Xing Shurong's ear, Mr. Rengoku, I actually think that unimportant matters can be completely overlooked. What do you think? The warm breath of the girl brushed against his ear, making Xing Shurong feel a bit tingly. He instinctively shrank his neck and looked at Yu Xiao with his bright, expressive eyes, looking innocent. Hey, what are you doing? Shimizu Sumiya suddenly stood up and grabbed Yu Xiao's wrist. Keep talking, Rengoku, don't favor this guy. His grip was strong, and Yu Xiao couldn't pull away after struggling for a while. Then a dramatic scene unfolded. Iyong stepped forward and grabbed Sumiya's arm. His gaze sharp as a knife. Let her go. Seeing Iyong holding Sumiya, Ihei Kobain immediately stood up and tightly grasped Iyong's arm. That should be said by me to you, Tenjin. The 4 of them froze in place, and the scene became quite chaotic. Pooh. Then Mitsuri laughed for the second time. She lowered her head, covering her flushed face, and murmured, I'm sorry. What happened? The courtyard became noisy, and Arita Yasuya looked quite puzzled. Arita Hayori was left speechless, and, in the end, it was Arita Hina who explained the situation to him. Lord Yu Xiao just covered the mouth of Lord Flame Pillar. Then Lord Wind Pillar grabbed Lord Yu Xiao's wrist, followed by Lord Water Pillar grabbing the arm of Lord Wind Pillar, and Lord Snake Pillar holding onto Lord Water Pillar. Yu Xiao, Sumiya, Iyong Kobain. Arita Yasuya read the names of the 4 in a deep voice. The 4 instantly released their hands and returned to their original positions. Yu Xiao explained to Shiniashi Yao with a tone full of apology. I'm very sorry, my lord. I acted that way in a moment of panic, and I hope Mr. Rengoku can summarize briefly. I do not wish to delay everyone's time because of me. It would be really strange if that were the case. If Mr. Rengoku were to mention those embarrassing things, it would be a disaster. Rubbing her reddened wrist, Yu Xiao looked at Shimi with resentment. Using such great force against a weak woman like me is really too much. After seeing her aggrieved expression, Shimi coldly turned his head away. It wasn't intentional. Yu Xiao, next time be careful not to do anything disrespectful in front of everyone, Yao Zai reminded with a smile. I'm really sorry, my lord. I want to do it again next time. Yu Xiao sincerely expressed her apology. Hearing her earnest attitude, Yao Zai signaled Rengoku to continue. All right, Rengoku, please try to keep it brief from now on. Understood. Rengoku suddenly turned his head and gave Yu Xiao a meaningful smile before starting to narrate seriously. Seeing his suspicious smile, Yu Xiao raised her hand to wipe away the non-existent cold sweat on her forehead. This owl has issues. Chapter 44. The Storm Pillar from Rengoku's brief summary. The Hashira finally understood what had happened. It turned out that after bringing Yu Xiao back to rest, Rengoku returned to the village. Since it was not far from the Fujikawa residence, he arrived quickly. The logistics team also happened to reach the scene. There was still a patch of plants that had not completely disappeared on the back mountain of the village, and the air was filled with enchanting floral scents. The logistics team quickly cleared that area. Rengoku discovered footprints left by children on a small mountain path, and he followed them to a concealed cave. When he entered, he only saw the white bones left after being gnawed by the demon. 3 complete skeletons. From the small skulls, it was easy to tell they were all young children. Rengoku felt an immense heaviness in his heart as he personally buried the remains of these children. Several trees at the cave entrance had been smashed, and judging by the degree of the breakage, they appear to have been snapped by something whip-like. In a relatively distant clearing from the cave, there was a massive, deep pit that had been forcibly cleaved, and the aura of the demon had completely vanished here. The demon had been killed in one blow. All of this was witnessed by Rengoku himself. To further confirm the true situation of that night, the crow assigned to Yu Xiao, Kuro, was also summoned to the residence, and the accounts from both the person and the bird were quite similar. In the face of the lower moon 4, Yu Xiao not only patiently lay in wait, but also killed it in a single strike, demonstrating her undeniable strength. As a result, no one opposed Yu Xiao becoming a Hashira anymore. So what is Yu Xiao's opinion? In light of everyone's tacit agreement, Yao Zai once again posed this question to Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao thought for a moment and found no reason to refuse. Becoming a Hashira would be beneficial for her future actions, as the restrictions on her movements would further weaken. So, thank you, my lord, for valuing me. It is my honor to become a Hashira. Yu Xiao decisively agreed. Good. Hearing her agreement, Yao Zai's face broke into a faint smile. Each Hashira present has their own title. Has Yu Xiao thought of hers? Title? Yu Xiao blinked. It seems that the other 9 Hashira are named based on their breathing techniques. Since the breathing technique she uses is derived from water breathing, she might as well use that. Well, my lord, I've thought of it, Yu Xiao replied. The breathing technique I currently use is my own creation, storm breathing, so I can just take the character Storm. Storm Hashira? It symbolizes a storm. That's quite a good title. Yao Zai admired, before returning to the main topic. Then, from now on, Yu Xiao will be our companion. Without further ado, let's begin the semi-annual Hashira meeting now. Yes, as for the Hashira meeting, it is essentially a gathering for the Hashira to exchange information and discuss plans. Quite boring. At least, that's how Yu Xiao feels. The most useful information currently is that Muzan Kibutsuji was spotted in Asakusa, but that is all. Killing more demons isn't particularly helpful. While it can reduce the deaths of ordinary people, as long as Muzan Kibutsuji is alive, an endless supply of demons will continue to be created. Otherwise, this deadlock couldn't have lasted for 100 years. Watching the sky outside gradually darken, Yu Xiao secretly touched her stomach. It's hard to bear. Although she had a bento and snacks during lunch break, Yu Xiao still felt it wasn't enough. Desserts. More. Yu Xiao stared at Tomioka Ju, trying to question him with her eyes. Where is my taiyaki? As if sensing a gaze fixed on him, Ju suddenly felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Ju furrowed his brows, turned his head, and found himself staring into a golden lake. Yu Xiao was sitting right next to Meili, separated by only a small distance. The warm orange candlelight filtered through the thin lampshade, softening her outline and blurring the smile at the corners of her lips. In her golden eyes, it seemed as if crushed stardust sparkled, radiating tiny warm lights, incredibly gentle. Eong suddenly recalled what Yu Xiao had said to him last night. The calm surface of his heart was like a stone thrown into water, creating ripples. An unusual feeling surged in his chest again, as if his heart had been lightly tickled by a feather. Eong stiffly turned his head away, afraid to look into Yu Xiao's eyes. Seeing his guilty expression, Yu Xiao knew that the grilled fish must have been completely eaten. Yu Xiao silently sighed. Yu Xiao, do you have any thoughts? Suddenly called by Kanamori Zai, Yu Xiao was taken aback for a second, then quickly sat up straight and responded. Yes. I do have something to say, but this matter needs to be discussed privately with the Lord. Oh, he didn't expect Yu Xiao to give such a response. Just then, the meeting was nearing its end, so Wise Eye spoke up. Then today's Hashira meeting will conclude here. Yu Xiao, please stay behind for now. As you command. Although everyone had their doubts, they said nothing. The main hall quickly emptied, leaving only Kanamori, Hina, and Nichika, the two sisters. Seeing that Yu Xiao was slow to speak, Wise Eye said, Hina and Nichika are both my children. Yu Xiao need not be concerned. If you have something important to say, feel free to speak. Yu Xiao glanced at the two white-haired girls and, after a moment of consideration, chose to get straight to the point. If I remember correctly, Kabutsuji Muzin was originally from the Tsujikuni family, right? It seems that your body is being eroded by a curse. After dismissing the others, Yu Xiao's tone clearly became serious. Yes. Yaozai didn't mind this and nodded, feeling very surprised. It was indeed true that he was being eroded by a curse. But how did Yu Xiao know? This matter was basically known only to his blood relatives. And the fact that Kabutsuji Muzin once had the surname Tsujikuni. Seemingly guessing what he was thinking, Yu Xiao continued. I not only know how Muzin became a demon, but I also know what he has been doing all this time and what his ultimate goal is. Yu Xiao spoke with a hint of a smile. Actually, I am very happy to see you today. My lord, are you interested in hearing me recount some past events? Upon hearing this, Shanshu and Yaozai changed his usual demeanor, putting away his smile and adopting a serious expression. He sat up straight and said, You may speak freely. Yu Xiao told him all about the past of the Yasaki family, starting from the legend of the immortals to the present where Muzin is searching for the blue. Every word was spoken without omission, every detail conveyed without reservation. After all, there was no point in keeping it hidden. These matters were not worth concealing. After listening to Yu Xiao's account, Yaozai let out a deep sigh. He never expected such a thing. He had never thought, or rather he had never even considered, that there were others in this world, like himself, who bore the same curse generation after generation. In fact, I never expected it to be this way either. If I hadn't accidentally come across that ancient book in the ancestral hall, I might have never known the truth of the matter. Yu Xiao's words were indeed not false. She had not expected that Muzin had such deep connections before becoming a demon. What are your plans next? After understanding the ins and outs of the situation, Yaozai returned to his usual calm demeanor, but his tone when speaking to Yu Xiao had changed. It felt as if their original superior-subordinate relationship had directly transformed into a partnership. After all, their statuses were quite similar. Both belonged to long-established noble families, one being the current lord of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the other a divine child with a bloodline of celestial beings. I'm afraid I might disappoint you. I don't have any specific plans at the moment. Muzin Kabutsuji's whereabouts are unknown. It will be quite difficult to actively seek him out, Yu Xiao said slowly. Whenever danger arises, Muzin hides within the Infinity Castle. The Infinity Castle is an alternate space created by the blood demon art of Muzin, and given her current power, it's best to wait for an opportunity. However, please don't worry about it. It won't be long before the era of demons comes to an end, perhaps due to my celestial bloodline. My intuition has always been quite accurate, so you must take care of yourself. Yu Xiao subtly expressed her intentions. What I wanted to say is about it. I hope to rely on you more in the future, my lord. Hee. Yaozai smiled gently. It's I who should rely on you. Before leaving, Yu Xiao took out 2 doses of curse-relieving medicine from her sleeve pocket and handed them to Hina, earnestly reminding her. Just as she stepped out of the residence, Yu Xiao encountered someone at the door. Chapter 45. Gift. Tomioka Ju stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe, seemingly waiting for someone. The silver moonlight enveloped his tall figure, casting a deep shadow on the ground. His handsome features resembled a timeless ink wash painting, blending into the tranquil night. Yu Xiao's face didn't show it, but she felt a bit puzzled inside. What is he still doing here, so late? She had a good impression of Ju Tomioka. He was just not good with words, often wearing a cold expression that made people think he was aloof and hard to get along with. But inside, he was gentler than anyone else. During today's Hashira meeting, he had helped her several times. After thinking this through, Yu Xiao lightened her footsteps and crossed the pebble-strewn courtyard to stand beside him. It seemed he was lost in thought. As Ju had his head down and was completely unaware of the extra person next to him, Yu Xiao stretched out her 5 fingers and waved them in front of him. Hey, it's so late. Aren't you going back? Just a moment of distraction. Yong returned to his usual serious demeanor. You're here. He stepped away from the doorframe of the mansion, stood up straight, his dark brows relaxed, and his deep blue eyes calm and gentle. Being looked at so intently by him made Yu Xiao feel an indescribable strange sensation rise in her heart. What's wrong? Were you waiting for me? Eon replied flatly, taking a small box from his sleeve pocket and handing it to her. Congratulations on becoming a Hashira. His words were as brief as ever. This was not a gift for Yu Xiao for becoming a Hashira, but a return gift for the previous protective charm. Now, Yu Xiao had become a Hashira in such a short time. Eon felt quite complicated. He didn't know what kind of attitude to adopt when facing Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao tilted her head slightly, her expression revealing surprise. Is this for me? Thank you. She received it with both hands. Her eyes filled with expectation as she looked at Eon. Can I open it? Eon gently nodded. The pink wrapping paper looked very girly. Yu Xiao tore open a corner and opened the box, revealing a hair tie inside. The simple red bow hair tie was unexpectedly plain, but on second thought, it was indeed the type that Eon would choose. It was already quite nice to receive a gift from him, right? Yu Xiao was very happy. This was the first time someone had actively given her a gift. With joy in her heart, she picked up the bow-shaped headband, her eyes sparkling. Wow. Thank you, Mr. Eon. I really like it. It has great commemorative value. I must cherish it well. Eon lowered his gaze, the corners of his lips lifting into a very faint smile. I'm glad you like it. It was somewhat amusing to think about. He hadn't originally planned to prepare a return gift, as he hadn't considered this aspect at all. It was only by chance that he saw a small shop one day that he remembered. That day in the restaurant, Yu Xiao had her long hair down, which was inconvenient while eating, so she tucked the strands behind her ear, but they kept slipping down repeatedly. Perhaps even Yu Xiao herself didn't realize it. But this scene happened to catch Eon's eye, and he thought it was quite troublesome, so he silently noted it in his mind. Through the glass window, an array of hair accessories was neatly displayed on the counter. Eon's gaze flickered slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he pushed the door open and walked in. The shop owner was a young woman, who looked somewhat surprised to see Eon enter the shop alone. Generally, customers in such a store were young and beautiful women. It was rare for a man to visit alone, and even if they did, it was usually to pick a gift for their partner. The shop owner didn't think much of it and warmly welcomed him. Welcome to my shop. Are you looking for a gift for your lover? If you don't mind, I can recommend a few options for you, lover. Upon hearing this word, Eon was taken aback for a moment, shaking his head in confusion, denying, not a lover. Oh, the shop owner was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. Then what kind of hair accessories do you need, sir? Eon didn't answer and instead looked around by himself. The hairpins were exquisitely crafted and dazzling, but Eon felt that they weren't suitable for Yu Xiao. Her light blue long hair was already beautiful enough. Adding anything else would seem superfluous. Eon couldn't help but feel troubled, his gaze shifting until it finally landed on a display case in the corner. There were bow-shaped hair accessories displayed there, looking very simple. He pointed to that row of shelves, that one. The shop owner followed his finger and saw the bow headbands she had arranged. Are those the bow accessories, sir? Eon nodded. The shop owner felt a bit embarrassed for his straightforward taste. The sales of such bow accessories were actually not very good. Young girls prefer to wear pretty hairpins, and their pursuit of beauty had long since moved past simple bows, which is why she had placed them on the far corner shelf. She couldn't understand what this gentleman was thinking. The shop owner thought to herself as she took down the headbands one by one, presenting them with both hands. You can take a look at what color styles you need. These are all of them. Various colored bow headbands were quietly displayed in the box she held, and upon seeing a red bow hair tie among them, Eon's expression became somewhat dazed. He trembled as he extended his hand, tightly grasping the red bow hair tie in his palm. Yu Xiao put the bow-shaped hair tie around her wrist, feeling delighted, like she had just eaten cotton candy, soft and sweet. Whenever she thought about how she had previously bullied Eon, saying he was disliked and that he was silly, Yu Xiao felt quite embarrassed. Yu Xiao pressed her lips together, her delicate, pale fingers twisting her long hair in front of her chest. After a long while of hesitation, she finally spoke. Mr. Eon, I called your name without your permission. Eon responded calmly, unfazed. Yu Xiao asked tentatively, do you mind? Eon furrowed his brows and remained silent, the dark blue lashes casting a shadow over his eyelids. A warm current flashed through his eyes, and after a while, he finally spoke. You want me to call you Yu Xiao? The courtyard fell silent for a moment, and suddenly a gentle evening breeze stirred, causing the leaves to whisper softly, rustling like a woven fabric. Yu Xiao seemed to understand something. She looked up and met Eon's deep, dim blue eyes, and suddenly a curious thought emerged in her mind. Mr. Eon, thank you so much for your gift, but... At this point, Yu Xiao made a difficult expression, looking quite troubled. Eon quietly watched her. patiently waiting for her to continue. Actually, I'm not very good at managing my hair, so I've always left it down. To her surprise, the young man only paused for a moment before saying, I can. Huh? The response was completely unexpected. Yu Xiao blinked and asked, then Mr. Iyong. Before she could finish her sentence, Iyong directly agreed. Okay. Chapter 46. For you to braid your hair, Iyong's residence, like himself, was simple and unadorned. The backyard only had a small patch of emerald bamboo, the joints intertwining in shadowy layers. Occasionally, a few slender bamboo leaves would flutter down, and living alone here gave him a kind of indescribable loneliness. Through the thin lamp shade, the incandescent light illuminated the entire room brightly. Iyong held a wooden comb and sat behind Yu Xiao to braid her hair. Her very light blue hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, feeling icy to the touch and smooth like water. He combed it all the way through. At that moment, Iyong regretted a bit, feeling annoyed with himself for agreeing to Yu Xiao so readily. But he couldn't bear to let her expectations go unfulfilled, so he decided to go with the flow. Soft strands of hair fell into his palm, identical to the warmth he had felt that day. The two sat quietly in the room, momentarily at a loss for words. The distance between them seemed a bit too close. The girl carried a faint fragrance, reminiscent of a cedar tree touched by morning mist, now exuding a light and peaceful scent. As she breathed, delicate aromas wafted from the back of her neck, captivating his senses. Yu Xiao. In the end, he couldn't resist letting this strange atmosphere linger. The taciturn Iyong attempted to divert his attention through the simplest means of conversation. What's wrong? Yu Xiao was sitting on the cushion, questioning her life. She still couldn't understand why Tomioka Ju agreed to her request, and he did so readily. Not knowing what to say, Ju had to voice his confusion. There were a lot of chili peppers in the ramen that day. Weren't you afraid of the spiciness? To her surprise, a year and a half later, Ju could still clearly remember what happened in the ramen shop, which shocked Yu Xiao. It's worth noting that at that time on Mount Spider, if it weren't for the bamboo muzzle in Nezuko's mouth, Ju wouldn't have remembered who Tanjiro was at all. Could it be that the bowl of ramen left such a deep impression on him that he remembered it so clearly? No wonder when Ju first saw her on Spider Mountain, he directly called out her name. It seems that ramen had quite an impact. After coming up with a reasonable explanation in her mind, Yu Xiao nodded inwardly and explained to Ju. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Ju, but that level of spiciness is completely fine for me. It's just that my sense of taste isn't very good. So I can't really taste most foods unless they have strong seasonings. So her sense of taste isn't very good? I understand now. Ju lowered his head and continued to use his distinctly knuckled hands to manage her hair. The light-colored hair flowed like a river through his fingers and was soon braided into a long plait, secured with a bow at the end. Ju reluctantly released his hands. All done. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao brought the braid over to her shoulder. Her originally loose long hair had been woven into a long twist by Ju, with a red bow playfully tied at the end, as if showing off his handiwork. I didn't expect Tomioka, Ju, to be so skilled. Why does my own work always end up so messy? Touching the long braid, Yu Xiao suddenly smiled. She turned her head and looked seriously at the young man in front of her, praising, Mr. Ju, your skills are really great. I love it. Being stared at by those clear eyes made Ju's heart tremble. He quickly averted his gaze, looking elsewhere as if avoiding something. Mr. Ju, what are you avoiding? Am I scary? Did I frighten you? Yu Xiao leaned in front of Iyong, looking into his deep blue eyes, trying to find an answer on his face, completely unaware that their distance was almost non-existent. A faint blush slowly crept up the young man's ears, his sensual thin lips pressed tightly together, and a hazy, rosy glow gradually appeared on his fair cheeks, reminiscent of the evening glow. How could it be scary? It's clearly incredibly beautiful. When they first met, Yu Xiao's unique eyes left an indelible impression on Iyong's heart. Those golden eyes were filled with a dazzling, starry river. Just a glance would create an illusion of there's no one else in sight, only you in my eyes. One look was enough to make someone fall. Seeing that Iyong had not responded for a long time, Yu Xiao couldn't help but want to tease him a little. Yu Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Upon closer inspection, Mr. Iyong is truly handsome. Just looking at Mr. Iyong like this makes me feel hungry. Such ambiguous words entered Iyong's ears, causing him to retreat as if he had been electrocuted. He hurriedly stood up from the tatami mat, his face reddening to the point of almost bleeding. His dark blue eyelashes quivered slightly, and his originally magnetic voice became even more hoarse at this moment. I'm not food. Uffed. Yu Xiao couldn't help but cover her lips and let out a low laugh. Sorry, Mr. Iyong. I hope you don't mind. I was just joking. As she spoke, Yu couldn't help but yawn, but I really feel hungry. I'll go prepare some snacks. After saying this, Iyong hurriedly left without looking back, clearly seeming to be fleeing in a bit of a panic. By the time he had prepared the food, Yu was already lying on the tatami, her eyes tightly closed, breathing long and even clearly asleep, worried that she might catch a cold. Iyong set down what he was holding and took out some bedding from the partition to make it ready. Looking at the girl's defenseless and serene appearance, Iyong felt his heart soften completely. After hesitating for a while, he ultimately bent down and picked her up, feeling as if he had done something shameful that might be discovered. Iyong's heart raced as he carefully placed Yu on the bedding and gently covered her with a blanket. Have a good rest, he said in a tone so gentle that he didn't even realize it himself. After sleeping through the night, her first reaction upon waking was hunger. Yu rubbed her eyes, lifted the blanket, and looked around, discovering that it was already bright outside. Although Jutomioka was nowhere to be seen, there was hot tea and wagashi beside her. So, she casually picked one up and put it in her mouth. So sweet. Yu looked suspiciously at the wagashi on the plate. Could it be that her sense of taste had returned? No, that's not it. A weak sense of taste was her inherent trait and wouldn't change due to physical conditions. So there was only one answer. The sweetness of this snack was very high, allowing her to clearly taste the sweetness. Moreover, it seemed she had fallen asleep directly yesterday without covering herself with a blanket. Although he doesn't seem to be good with words, Tomioka Ju is really a nice person. Looking at the hot tea and desserts in front of her, Yu couldn't help but smile, suddenly feeling as if her heart skipped a beat. Huh? She hurriedly covered her chest, thinking she might have been mistaken. Her heartbeat was normal, with no signs of irregularity, and her body felt fine as well. Yu shook her head and happily ate the wagashi. So good, it's a sweet treat. Chapter 47 Butterfly House. After a simple breakfast, Yu felt much more comfortable in her stomach. She truly admired Nezuko, who hadn't eaten for 2 years after becoming a demon and had been resisting her instincts. Such willpower is not something everyone can possess. Pushing open the door, she found a beautiful day outside. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Iyong sitting in the corridor, surrounded by a group of cats, meowing nonstop. The scene of a beautiful person with cats was quite healing. You're awake. Iyong stopped petting the cats and quietly watched her. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Iyong. For the snacks, they were delicious. Iyong nodded, his dark brows relaxing, looking much gentler than usual. In fact, Iyong really liked small animals. When he was a child, he loved Shiba Inu dogs and wanted to get close to pet one. However, the Shiba Inu mistook him for a bad person and bit him on the butt, causing little Iyong to cry and seek help from his sister, Tsubaki. 2 years ago, during a mission at the Northern Post, Iyong encountered a Shiba Inu raised by Ye and couldn't help but want to touch it. Unfortunately, he was bitten on the hand by Tairu and couldn't shake it off no matter how hard he tried, due to his difficulties interacting with small animals. Iyong had given up on the idea of getting a dog. Now, with so many fluffy little kittens accompanying him, it would surely bring about some change. Yu planned to go to the Butterfly Mansion to check on how Tanjiro was doing, as well as Inosuke and Zenitsu. The three of them had suffered quite a few injuries on Mount Spider. After bidding farewell to Ju, Yu called for the crow, Kuro, to lead the way. The Butterfly Mansion is essentially the hospital for the Demon Slayer Corps, currently managed by Shinobu Kocho. Shinobu is well-versed in pharmacology. Not only is her medical skill outstanding, but she has also developed a poison from wisteria that is effective against demons, compensating for her own lack of strength and allowing her to slay countless evil demons, ultimately becoming the insect Hashira. All injured demon slayers are sent to the Butterfly Mansion for treatment and rehabilitation training. Upon arriving at the Butterfly Mansion, Yu found the interior empty, so he followed the small path in the garden to enter. Although winter had not completely ended, the scene in the Butterfly Mansion was full of spring vitality, with several brightly colored butterflies fluttering their wings and dancing joyfully in the air, looking quite pleasing to the eye. It seems that both the headquarters and the Butterfly Mansion have very suitable weather and temperatures. It truly is a nice place. After walking for a short while, Yu heard a noisy commotion coming from inside the mansion. Following the sound, he entered the house, where he found the door conveniently open. As he stepped inside, he saw a girl standing beside a blonde boy, scolding him. Don't repeat the same thing every day. Zenitsu, you are seriously injured. Please take your medicine quickly. The girl had twin ponytails and wore a deep blue butterfly hairpin, and it was easy to guess that she was Kanezaki Aoi. Lying on the hospital bed in a light green patient gown was Zenitsu Agatsuma. Sorry for the interruption. Yu walked into the room, where besides my wife Zenitsu, there were also Tanjiro and Inosuke, all three lying neatly on the bed. Yuxiao. Upon seeing her, Tanjiro abruptly sat up from the bed. Yuxiao immediately saw what he intended to do and quickly spoke to stop him. Don't move. Your injury isn't healed yet. Why are you so eager to get up? The medicine she provided could only achieve quick treatment and pain relief, but it didn't mean that internal injuries or fractures could be instantly repaired. As soon as Tanjiro heard Yuxiao tell him not to move, he halted his action to get up and sat quietly on the bed. Kanzaki Aoi turned to Yuxiao and asked, "Who are you?" Seeing that Yuxiao was neatly dressed and appeared uninjured, she figured that she wasn't there for treatment. "I came to visit Tanjiro," Yuxiao replied. Tanjiro. Kanzaki Aoi looked at the red-haired boy sitting on the sickbed and reminded, "All right, but this is a place for patients to recuperate, so please don't make loud noises." "Okay." Without paying attention to the dazed Zenitsu, Yuxiao walked straight to Tanjiro's side and casually found a chair to sit down. "How are you? Is there any discomfort in your body?" "I'm fine," Tanjiro replied with a gentle smile. "I feel much better now. I just need to rest for a while." But Zenitsu and Inosuke, he suddenly noticed that Yuxiao had tied her hair up and curiously asked, "Did Yuxiao tie her hair up?" "Yes." Yuxiao adjusted the braid behind her to rest on her shoulder, where a red bow was tied. "The hair tie was a gift from Mr. Yon, because I was promoted to a Hashira by the Lord yesterday." "Wait, Yuxiao became a Hashira? That's amazing." Tanjiro looked shocked. It seemed that the few people in the Lord's courtyard yesterday were all Hashira, including Mr. Tomioka, totaling 9 people. Yuxiao should have only completed one mission last time and became a Hashira right after returning. That's incredible. "Oh no, I didn't prepare anything," he secretly lamented in his heart. "Actually, it was just good luck. I encountered a lower moon right after receiving the mission, and it was very weak, not my opponent." Yuxiao smiled and said, "I believe Tanjiro can do it too. After all, the goal is to kill demons. Class distinctions aren't that important most of the time. Although the rewards are more generous, and they even allocated a mansion, it doesn't really help me since I don't lack money or a place to live. I would do my best." Hearing her encouraging words, Tanjiro clenched his fists and silently made a determination. Yuxiao was very happy to become a pillar, and because of this, he felt he should work even harder. He wanted to become stronger so that he could protect Yuxiao and Nezuko, defeat Kibutsuji Musen, and find a way to turn demons back into humans. This blue-haired lady, hello, a soft voice came from behind, and when Yuxiao turned around, he saw Zenitsu blushing and staring at him. Zenitsu had a head of shiny short blonde hair, and his round eyebrows looked particularly cute. Yuxiao politely waved at him. "Hello." "Wow." Zenitsu sat up straight in bed, excited. He had just heard Tanjiro call this girl's name, and she had just become a Hashira. So impressive. Tanjiro had mentioned her before, so this must be the Yuxiao from the final selection. She looked even more beautiful up close. Her skin was so fair, and her legs were also so fair. She had a pair of beautiful golden eyes, and her smile was truly lovely. Zenitsu looked at Yuxiao's eyes, sparkling, and said, "Miss, my name is Zenitsu Agatsuma. Nice to meet you. May I ask what your name is? How old are you this year? Do you have a partner?" "Huh?" Before Yuxiao could answer, Tanjiro immediately scolded Zenitsu. "Zenitsu, don't ask girls such questions right away. It's very impolite." "Ugh." Seeing Tanjiro's angry expression, Zenitsu shrank his neck. Earlier, due to the poison, his limbs had shrunk, and his oversized sleeves hung down, making him look weak, pitiful, and helpless. "It's okay, Tanjiro," Yuxiao smiled and said. "Zenitsu seems very enthusiastic. He should be a good person." She introduced herself to Zenitsu. "Mr. Agatsuma, my name is Yatsuki Yuxiao. You can just call me Yuxiao. No need to be formal. As for my age, well, I'm 17 this year, and I don't have a partner yet." Yuxiao patiently answered all the questions that Zenitsu had raised. Oh, Zenitsu shyly covered his face. "She is really nice, not at all disdainful of me, and answered all my questions." Zenitsu quickly calmed down, and his emotions were not as agitated as before, although he still wore a happy smile. He couldn't help but lose control whenever he saw a pretty girl, but thinking of his adorable sister Nezuko, he naturally returned to his usual state after listening to Yuxiao. "Hello, Yuxiao. You could just call me Zenitsu. For now on we are friends." "Okay, Zenitsu, please take care of me from now on." Please take care." Seeing Zenitsu back to normal, Tanjiro let out a sigh of relief like a caring father. Sigh. It's really not easy for Zenitsu to finally be normal. Chapter 48. Sugar is bitter, sweet Inosuke Hashibara, wearing his boar mask, lay silently in the middle of the bed, radiating a low and depressed aura. Tanjiro sensed his gloomy atmosphere and asked with concern, "Inosuke, are you okay?" "Sorry. It's all because I'm too weak." Inosuke, trapped in self-doubt, didn't sound as lively as before. It seemed that the mission at Mount Spider had really hit him hard. You've really worked hard. Don't be discouraged, Inosuke. Zenitsu and Tanjiro encouraged him from both sides. But Inosuke lay on the bed like a fish that had lost its dream. I can't even beat a demon that isn't one of the 12 Kazuki. Does this boar-headed boy wear his mask to sleep? Doesn't he feel stuffy? Yusiao asked Inosuke, who was lying on the bed. How does the boar-headed boy spend his time throughout the year? Wouldn't it be suffocating to wear such a heavy mask in the summer? Don't mind me, Inosuke replied gloomily. I can't do anything. Ha! Yusiao laughed unkindly. Inosuke's words sounded somewhat familiar. She seemed to have heard it somewhere. Yusiao, don't mind Inosuke. Let him rest quietly for a while. He has been like this since we got back from Spider Mountain, and nothing I or Tanjiro say seems to help. Keeping this depressed is not a solution. Tanjiro earnestly advised. Inosuke must cheer up. After chatting for a while, the cute girl Momo came in with steaming soup medicine. Under the supervision of Aoi Kanzaki, Zenitsu reluctantly drank the medicine, his face contorting into an abstract painting from the bitterness. In contrast, Tanjiro calmly drank it all in one go. Isn't it bitter? From quite a distance, Yusiao could smell the bitterness of the soup medicine. Tanjiro shook his head, a light smile on his lips. Not bitter. What could the bitterness of the medicine mean to him? Losing family is 1,000 times more bitter. As soon as Zenitsu heard Tanjiro say it wasn't bitter, he immediately began to complain. Hey, why isn't Tanjiro's medicine bitter? How can you treat us differently? There should be limits to this. Why is my medicine so bitter it feels like I'm dying? Aoi Kanzaki retorted strongly. I told you not to speak loudly in the ward. If your hands and feet don't recover, don't blame me. How can this be? Too unfair. Wah! Zenitsu was so sad he was about to cry. I clearly told you as long as you drink the medicine and get some sun, there won't be any after effects. I can't do it. Yusiao looked at Kamizaki Aoi, appearing to want to say something but hesitating. What's wrong? It seems like the medicine that Zenitsu took is really bitter. Can't he eat something sweet to alleviate it? Kamizaki Aoi pondered for a moment. He can, but it's best not to, or it might affect the efficacy of the medicine. Is it okay if he eats just a little? Yusiao said, taking a piece of fruit candy out of his sleeve pocket and stuffing it into Tanjiro's hand. Try it. The soft texture in his hand made Tanjiro momentarily dazed, and after coming back to his senses, he unwrapped the candy and popped a round piece into his mouth. The rich sweetness quickly spread across his lips and teeth, dispelling the bitterness that lingered from the medicine he had just taken, leaving only the intense sweetness on his tongue. What a sweet taste. His mouth was completely free of bitterness. Remembering that Yusiao had mentioned he didn't like being thanked, Tanjiro's words were caught halfway as he almost spoke but decided not to continue. Yusiao chuckled softly, pinching the back of his hand, wanted to say that he could just speak up without holding back. Tanjiro is a polite and good kid, after all. However, to his surprise, Tanjiro lowered his head, looking somewhat dejected, and mumbled softly, I'm the eldest son. I'm not a child anymore. Why do you always treat me like one? Yusiao heard his muttering very clearly. I heard that, you know? Tanjiro immediately sat up straight, a slight blush on his face, and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to question Yusiao. And I didn't say it on purpose. Tanjiro's attitude was very sincere, but he felt an inexplicable sense of frustration inside. Please don't treat me like a child. I can protect you too. Even if I can't do it now, I will work twice as hard every day in the future. And one day I will stand in front of you, just like you do for me. Yusiao could see through his thoughts. Forcing oneself too much can easily lead to injury. In her eyes, Tanjiro was just a 15-year-old boy. It was too cruel to expect a 15-year-old boy to accomplish the task of killing Muzan Kabutsuji. At his age, he should have the relaxation and freedom that he doesn't have at all. Not only that, but he has also lost everything he could lose. Spending every day in high-intensity training and a moment's carelessness during a mission could lead to death. Most of the Demon Slayer Corps members are like this. Tanjiro remained silent. He knew that Yusiao was concerned about him. It was like this at the beginning, and it is still like this now. His heart was in turmoil. But why is it that he becomes like this only when facing Yusiao? Yusiao shared some candy with Zenitsu, who was so happy to eat the candy that he danced around like a little child, exclaiming that Yusiao was really nice. At that moment, a boy with a center-parted hairstyle walked into the ward. He first smiled and greeted everyone in the room, but when he saw Yusiao, he froze on the spot, hesitating at the door for quite a while before nervously walking in. Murata respectfully bowed to Yusiao and said, Hello, Lord Yatsuka. Yusiao had seen this young man in various ways. Road Pillar Murata. During yesterday's pillar meeting, Murata was summoned to the headquarters to report on the situation at Tanjiro Spider Mountain. Under the gaze of a group of pillars, Murata trembled, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Mr. Murata, good afternoon. This is the Butterfly House, not the headquarters. So you don't have to be so formal. Just relax. Although Yu Xiao said that, Murata still felt a sense of panic in his heart. He came to visit Tanjiro, but unexpectedly encountered the new wind pillar. It would be even worse if he ran into Butterfly-sama again. While thinking this, Murata suddenly heard a gentle female voice behind him. Hello there, that voice. Murata turned around to see Shinobu Kocho standing behind him with a kind smile on her face. Wow, Bilar, Butterfly-sama. Hello. It's just as I was thinking. The sudden appearance of Shinobu startled Murata so much that he stuttered, quickly bowing to her. Sorry for the interruption. I have things to do. Goodbye, Butterfly-sama. After saying that, he quickly slipped away, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Goodbye after watching Murata leave. Shinobu looked at Yu Xiao. Oh my, I didn't expect the wind pillar to be here too. Chapter 49. Good brothers fan the flames for you. Yu Xiao was not surprised by the appearance of Butterfly Shinobu. Miss Butterfly, greetings. Hello, Miss Yasaka. Butterfly Shinobu smiled. The red bow is very cute and suits you well. Thank you. Yu Xiao didn't quite understand why so many people noticed her just because she wore a braided hairstyle. However, Butterfly Shinobu's next words quickly cleared her confusion. Mr. Tomioka waited outside the Lord's residence for you even so late yesterday. And because of this action, he was harshly mocked by Mr. Iguro and Mr. Shinazugawa. Naturally, Ion's strange behavior after the meeting attracted everyone's attention. Moreover, during the meeting, the little gestures exchanged between Yu Xiao and Ion led Butterfly Shinobu to guess that the hair tie Yu Xiao wore might have been given by Ion. 2 years ago, after that mission, Butterfly Shinobu noticed that Ion seemed to have changed, and now the appearance of the Tanjiro siblings completely confirmed her suspicions. Mr. Tomioka is truly a gentle person at heart. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't be able to spare Nezuko's life like Ion did. Thinking back to the scene yesterday, where the four of them were holding on tightly to each other and refusing to let go, Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps even Ion himself didn't realize how nervous he would be about Yu Xiao. He really looks like a fool. Well, Mr. Tomioka may not be good with words and usually doesn't fit in, but surprisingly, he is a good person. He seems to get along well with you. So if you have time, please talk to him more. Shinobu conveyed her thought subtly. Although she knew that Ion wasn't well liked, Yu Xiao didn't expect him to be so humble as to wait outside the Lord's residence and still be ridiculed by Iguro and Shinazugawa. She really wanted to write the word tragic on Ion's leg. Thank you, Miss Butterfly. If I have the chance, I will often visit Mr. Tomioka. Seeing Yu Xiao agree, Butterfly Shinobu didn't bring it up again. You just became a Hashira, and there may be many things you don't quite understand. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Let's get along well. Butterfly Shinobu's kind smile easily made people let down their guard. But this smile didn't reach her eyes, looking insincere. Ever since her sister passed away, she hadn't smiled genuinely from the heart again. Yu Xiao could sense her good intentions and nodded. Thank you, Miss Butterfly, for your care. I will. That's good. Looking at the three lying on the hospital beds, Butterfly Shinobu asked, How is your recovery? It's almost better, Tanjiro replied. His injuries weren't very serious. Just needed a few more days of recuperation. Zenitsu nodded vigorously, a suspicious blush spreading across his cheeks. Lord Shinobu is really cute. Aside from Inosuke, the other two were in good spirits and would likely recover soon. Well, since you're recovering well, it's about time to start physical rehabilitation training. Physical rehabilitation training? At this moment, Tanjiro still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. Butterfly Shinobu put her hands together in front of her chest and smiled. Yes. Since you've been lying in bed for too long, your body will become very stiff, so we need to do some training to recover. I see. Yu Xiao calculated the time, stood up from the stool, and said to the others, Then I won't disturb you any longer. There are still many tasks to handle after becoming a pillar, and I need to patrol the area that Yasaki arranged for me at least once a day. Are you leaving? Tanjiro's eyes suddenly darkened. There's still other matters to attend to, but you should take care of your injuries here. After Yu Xiao finished speaking, he nodded slightly to Butterfly Ninja. Miss Butterfly, I apologize for the trouble. How could it be a trouble? The Butterfly House always welcomes you. Thank you. Not long after Yu Xiao left, Dairen also followed suit. The midday sun was blazing, and the ward was particularly bright. Occasionally, the chirping of birds could be heard outside, but the room with only 3 people quickly fell silent again. Shani leaned against the pillow, with the window behind him wide open, warm and bright light spilling over him, making it quite pleasant. Tanjiro was lying on the bed, staring at the snow-white ceiling above, silent. Tanjiro, why did you suddenly stop talking? Seeing Tanjiro unusually fall into silence, Shani felt very curious. Tanjiro replied perfunctorily and continued to space out. Don't suddenly immerse yourself in your own world, you idiot. Your voice, your heartbeat, have already told me all the answers. From Yu Xiao's appearance to his departure, Shani had seen all of Tanjiro's reactions. Thanks to his excellent hearing, he could now accurately guess what Tanjiro was thinking. Yu Xiao's voice is just like that of the recently appeared Shinobu, both unique and unlike anything he had ever heard before. Shinobu's voice is sweet and irregular, sounding slightly eerie. However, Yu Xiao gives him a strange feeling that is too complex to describe in words. Her voice is clear and melodious, yet somewhat elusive, as if deliberately hidden by something, creating an unreal feeling like seeing flowers in a fog. In addition, there are many redundant elements mixed in, making it difficult for Zenitsu to discern. But none of this is important, because Zenitsu notices that the usually enthusiastic and energetic Tanjiro seems to be in trouble. So he decides to help Tanjiro out. After all, his future happiness relies on this big brother-in-law. Hey, Tanjiro, that Yu Xiao is really beautiful, both in demeanor and appearance. Perfect like the legendary Kagayaheim. I was stunned for a long time when I first saw her. Zenitsu babbles on, seemingly oblivious to Tanjiro's reaction. Yu Xiao said she has no marriage partner. With her looks, there must be many pursuing her. If I could spend my life with a girl like that, it would be great. Hearing this, Tanjiro reacts like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, fur bristling, looking at Zenitsu with an unprecedentedly tense expression. No way. Huh, why not? Zenitsu pretends to be clueless, secretly delighted. Look, you're getting anxious. Tanjiro stammers for a long time without saying a word. What do you mean by what? Anyway, Yu Xiao has no marriage partner. I think I'm quite suitable. Zenitsu keeps fanning the flames, constantly urging him on. And even if Yu Xiao doesn't like me, she will eventually marry someone else. By then, you'll probably only be able to be ordinary friends with her, watching her from afar. Just a moment ago, Shinobu said to let Yu Xiao talk to that Mr. Tomioka. Perhaps they might end up getting married. Stop talking. Chapter 50. Unable to stop this spreading Zenitsu. Don't say any more. Tanjiro's tone is almost pleading. He lowers his head, gripping the blanket tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. Uncontrollably, memories of the time spent with the girl on the misty mountain flood his mind. After every training session, Yu Xiao would always be there, constantly encouraging him to lift his spirits. Even when his body felt heavy, like it was filled with lead, and his hands were blistered from holding the sword. Just seeing her smile made Tanjiro feel that the physical pain seemed unimportant. It was you who held my hand with eyes full of concern. There is no one else. The most memorable moment was on a winter night. Outside the window, fine snowflakes drifted down, covering the world in white, and, at a distance, the entire misty mountain appeared cloaked in silver. After finishing a grueling descent training, as usual, a weary Tanjiro sat by the fire drinking hot tea. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A biting cold wind rushed in, and Yu Xiao closed the door, walking inside with her hands behind her back, wearing a sweet smile. Just looking at her smile made Tanjiro feel a bit uneasy. He was about to pour a cup of hot tea for the girl whose nose was red from the cold. But unexpectedly, he felt his collar being pulled from behind. A bone-chilling cold seeping into his back, making him flail his arms. To his surprise, Yu Xiao had hidden a snowball in her hand and stuffed it into the back of his neck. Yu Xiao. Tanjiro felt both amused and helpless. He knew that her beautiful smile must have some trick behind it. Yu Xiao took out the partially melted snowball again, threw it on the ground, clasped her hands together, and said apologetically, "Sorry, Tanjiro. I just thought it was fun, don't be mad. Next time, I'll let you put in my clothes." Tanjiro sighed with a smile, his pomegranate-colored eyes gentle enough to seem like they could drip with water. How could he bear to have such a cold snowball stuffed into her clothes? Tanjiro didn't know how he had spent the year and a half after she left. Each day felt so long, and he couldn't help but think. Had Yu Xiao returned home? Would she come back? If she didn't come back, would he ever see her again? Repeating the tedious training. Even Mr. Kiriyama scolded him for not being focused enough, yet he couldn't stop the movements of his sword. It turned out that at that time, his heart had already been shaken, and he found it hard to contain his feelings. Yu Xiao's hand has always been cold. Yet how could it burn his heart to the point of boiling when he held it? If he were as handsome and powerful as Mr. Tengen, Yu Xiao would surely not be disliked, right? Zenitsu's words seemed to expose the cruel reality he was unwilling to face. Just thinking about Yuxiao spending her future with someone else made Tanjiro feel as if he couldn't breathe from the heaviness in his chest. What could he do? What else could he do? His long hair was left for her, and the crimson Haori was worn for her. Since the day they met, the person he spent every day and night with was still her. Warm tears blurred his vision, spilling uncontrollably like a teacup filled to the brim, flowing down his jawline and soaking into the pure white bedding. Tanjiro stared blankly at the bed dampened by his tears, feeling a mix of emotions that he couldn't quite articulate. Zenitsu had never expected him to be so distraught. Realizing that his approach might be wrong, he hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Tanjiro. I didn't mean to say it like that." As a friend who fought side by side with him, he just hoped Tanjiro could face his true feelings. It seemed even he didn't know how important Yuxiao was to him. "It's okay." Tanjiro forced a smile and shook his head. "It's not Zenitsu's fault. I'm just too useless." Seeing him like this, Zenitsu couldn't help but feel heartbroken. That warm boy, like the sun, actually had such a fragile side, which was truly hard to believe. His kindness and gentleness were selflessly given to everyone, yet he forgot to leave any for himself. Zenitsu closed his eyes, seemingly brewing something. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted at Tanjiro, "Don't be so down, Tanjiro. This isn't like you at all. The Tanjiro I know is a very strong person, and even if it means getting hurt, he will do everything to protect others. You need to pick yourself up, you fool." Zenitsu's voice was loud and echoed throughout the hospital room, tried to encourage Tanjiro in this simple and straightforward way. "Zenitsu." Tanjiro felt ashamed that he was being comforted by him. "So, Tanjiro." Zenitsu changed from his usual playful demeanor to an unprecedented seriousness. "Stop avoiding it. Face your heart. If you keep going like this, you'll only live in pain. Do you want Nezuko to see such a brother? If you like her, then just go after her." Zenitsu thought he wasn't good at comforting people. He just hoped this clumsy method could help Tanjiro out of his low point. Even with Inosuke in between them, Tanjiro could clearly sense the goodwill coming from him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. "If you like her, then go after her." "Do I like Yuxiao?" Tanjiro couldn't accurately conclude yet, but one thing was certain. He wanted to be with her no matter what. "I understand now." The red-haired boy finally regained his previous brightness. The gloom in his eyes dissipated, and his smile returned. "Thank you, Zenitsu. I know what to do now." Zenitsu huffed proudly and turned his head aside. "If you know my goodness, then let me marry Nezuko in the future." Tanjiro probably had nothing more to say at this point. It wasn't that he disagreed, it was just that Nezuko was still a demon. Even if she could return to being human in the future, Tanjiro would respect her own decisions. After comforting him for so long, he couldn't even get a verbal promise. And Zenitsu angrily pounded his chest. "Fine, this is how you treat me. Tanjiro, you're so mean." Their playful banter made the hospital room lively again. The boar-headed boy lying in the middle bed clenched his fists tightly. "Are you two done?" Inosuke could no longer hold back and took a deep breath. "If you keep making noise, just get out." Chapter 51. A brand new plan in Adachi Ward, Tokyo. The eastern sky began to brighten, and the day gradually became lighter. A large ancient house was hidden among the foothills, where a blue-haired young man dressed in black hakama gracefully walked through the winding corridors. The camellias blooming along the corridor brushed past his feet, and morning dew dampened his tabi, causing many petals to fall. The young man had gentle brows and eyes, with a hint of a smile on his lips. He pushed open a door and entered the ancestral hall, where a statue of a deity worshipped by the family for generations was displayed. The statue was not large, about the size of an average adult, and from its appearance and figure, it appeared to be an adult woman. The woman stood with her eyes closed, adorned with a red flower on her forehead. Her long hair styled in a bun, wearing a blue celestial dress, with a serene and compassionate expression. Yushuan couldn't remember how long this statue had existed. All he knew was that it had been there since he was little. No one knew its name, and it was only referred to as the celestial being. As usual, Yashe Yushuan took out incense and candles to light, preparing to pay respects. However, as he pulled his hand back, he accidentally bumped into the edge of the incense burner, causing him to wince slightly at the pain in his hand. The incense burner had been moved, revealing a small piece of paper debris. Yushuan was puzzled. The offering table was cleaned daily, so how could there be remnants of paper? He picked up the yellowed paper, which was surprisingly fragile, crumbling into bits with just a light touch. After thinking for a moment, Yushuan moved the incense burner but didn't find any other paper debris. As he supported the empty bottom of the incense burner, Yushuan suddenly felt something different. The incense burner was entirely black, rectangular in shape, adorned with intricate totems and carvings. and had a certain weight to it. Yuchuan lifted the incense burner and observed it carefully. Before long, he discovered something different. It turned out there was a hidden compartment underneath the incense burner. He murmured. He pushed open the hidden compartment at the bottom, and an old, worn ancient book immediately fell out from beneath the incense burner, quietly lying on the offering table. Yuchuan gently picked up the ancient book and carefully began to flip through its pages. The paper had become very fragile due to its age, but fortunately, the writing on it was still legible. However, the more Yuchuan read, the more alarmed he became, until he was finally frowning deeply. This book contained records of the legends of immortals, as well as the recipe for the elixir of immortality. Moreover, it explained that the blood of the golden-eyed descendants contained powerful life force, capable not only of healing themselves, but also of healing others. Recalling that a year ago, when his father's condition suddenly worsened, and Yu Yao had just returned home not long before stabilizing his father's illness, Yuchuan instantly understood. No wonder Yu Yao was able to cure his father in such a short time. Yuchuan was evidently shocked by this hidden truth. Eternal life. As a descendant of a Yatsuka family, Yuchuan knew that he would never live to a natural old age. Due to Muzan Kibutsuji's curse, even with the aid of medicine to prolong his life, he could only live to around 40 at most. And he could die at any moment because the curse might worsen. What didn't he expect was that such a deep connection was hidden behind the curse. He had always thought that if he couldn't kill Muzan Kibutsuji, the curse would never end. But now, this prescription for the immortal elixir provided him with a new perspective. However, the prescription was too damaged, and he didn't know how many medicinal ingredients were missing. Yuchuan lowered his eyes in disappointment. If relying on Yu Xiao's talent, he would surely be able to create a perfect prescription like our ancestor Shindan. Yu Xiao. He was so obedient when he was young, calling me brother in such a cute way. Complex emotions intertwined in his amber eyes as Yuchuan held the ancient text, rearranged the incense burner, and left the ancestral hall. Master, a man in a brown kimono hurriedly approached Yuchuan with an anxious expression and whispered, Muzan Kibutsuji has appeared. Hearing this, Yuchuan's pupil shrank. What? The man explained in detail. A week ago, news came from Asakusa that a boy wearing Hanafuda earrings shouted the name Muzan Kibutsuji in the street. At that time, an attack occurred unexpectedly. A passerby went mad without warning and bit his wife. The boy with the Hanafuda earrings managed to stop him in time, but before that, he had a brief confrontation with a man in a top hat and suit. Due to the chaos caused, the Metropolitan Police received the report and immediately dispatched officers. But the man in the top hat disappeared from the crowd. However, a strange incident occurred later. Yuchuan glanced at him, signaling him to continue. The man, seeing this, slowly said, the police who originally wanted to capture the boy were stopped by the mysteriously appearing patterns. By the time the patterns floating in the air dispersed, the boy had already vanished without a trace. After hearing the entire account, Yuchuan raised an eyebrow. As you said, those floating patterns are indeed likely to be blood demon techniques. However, he sneered and questioned, just because that child shouted, how can it be concluded that Muzan Kibutsuji personally appeared? For years, the Yasaki family has been secretly gathering intelligence to track Muzan Kibutsuji's whereabouts, with the aim of waiting for the right opportunity to completely eliminate him in one fell swoop. After so many years, information about Muzan Kibutsuji is still pitifully scarce. Even when discovered, there is a high probability that Muzan Kibutsuji will notice and silence the informant, resulting in very little information being returned. Furthermore, Muzan has not only lived for thousands of years, but also possesses terrifying abilities, able to constantly change his appearance, making it more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack to gather information about him. Now, suddenly receiving news of Muzan's appearance in Asakusa inevitably raises doubts in Yuchuan's mind. Just as you think, initially, none of us believed it was Muzan. We thought it was one of the 12 Kazuki or another demon. The man continued, but as the investigation progressed, we found that the man in the top hat had mysteriously disappeared, along with his wife and child, as if they had completely evaporated from the world. Dead people naturally do not reappear. From this incident, it can be inferred that this demon is accustomed to hiding among the crowd, and once discovered, will immediately discard their old identity and start a new life. This indeed aligns with Muzan Kibutsuji's methods, but the information is too vague, and there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the man in the top hat is Muzan Kibutsuji. Looking at the neatly planted camellia trees in the corridor, Yuchuan nonchalantly asked, And then? Coincidentally, that night, a murder occurred in a remote alley. The murderer was none other than the man in the top hat, Tsukihiko. Just as recorded in all past documents, he had a pair of rose-red, beast-like vertical pupils. Yuchien's body stiffened for a moment. Soon after, he heard the man say something even more shocking. The boy wearing the Hanafuda earrings was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, named Kamadu Tanjiro. He had lived around the area of Mount Kumatori, and his ancestors made a living by selling charcoal. He had a keen sense of smell. The Hanafuda earrings he wore and the place he lived in were consistent with that legendary wandering swordsman. Even those who knew the breath of the sun technique had mostly been wiped out by Muzan and Kokushibo. However, the legend of that man, who walked the world like a god, was recorded in its entirety. How coincidental it was to receive so much heavy news all at once. Yuchien closed his eyes, constantly sorting through his thoughts in his mind. That cunning guy Muzan Kabutsuji, once he shows himself, won't expose himself again. Continuing the search would be a fruitless effort. It might be better to take a gamble. In Yuchien's mind, a bold and crazy plan quickly took shape. How can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Rather than passively searching, it's better to take the initiative. It's time to end this ridiculous farce that has lasted for 1,000 years. After a moment of thought, he issued a new directive. No more searching for Muzan. The man looked at him in shock. The blue-haired youth had a mocking smile at the corner of his lips, his amber eyes deep and obscure. Like a venomous snake lurking in the dark night, ready to strike. I now have a brand new plan. Don't ask why it's so short. Just know that the author is exhausted from drawing. Chapter 52. The Unpredictable Taketsukoin. A cold light flashed by, and then a dark head rolled to the ground, quickly turning to ash and dissipating before his eyes. The silver blade glinted with a chilling coldness under the moonlight, shaking off a drop of blood from the blade. The sword returned to its sheath with a soft sound. Yu Xiao's expression was calm, with a hint of a smile at the corners of her lips. She turned to look at the young man behind her and said cheerfully, "The mission is complete." Michiro nodded, but did not speak. Not long ago, their leader had issued an order for him to support a team of demon slayers that had fallen into a difficult situation, and coincidentally, Yu Xiao was also wandering around the headquarters at the time, so they came together. In this mountain village, there were 3 abnormal demons. Due to the high number of people they had devoured, and because the 3 demons worked particularly well together, they had toyed with the Demon Slayer team members. One of the demons could create invisible barriers, making it troublesome to deal with. Without hesitation, Michiro launched an attack on the leader, while Yu Xiao took on the task of eliminating the other 2 demons. The 3 demons were forcibly separated by the 2, losing their advantage of teamwork. The barrier demon, which posed no threat, chose to flee on the spot, and Michiro pursued it without any hesitation. Before long, the barrier demon lay dead beneath his blade. Michiro was about to return a check on Yu Xiao's situation when he suddenly heard a loud crash. When he arrived, he saw this scene. The blue-haired girl stood calmly amidst the ruins, blood dripping slowly from the blade in her hand to her feet. The 2 demons that had been so arrogant earlier were nowhere to be found. Only 2 pools of blood on the ground could prove their existence. The surroundings were in disarray, with what had once been intact houses reduced to splinters and debris, likely the source of the loud noise he had just heard. Michiro silently lowered his gaze. I didn't see the attack. Yu Xiao noticed that he didn't seem very happy, and without thinking much, took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and tossed it over. Fitken, get. Mucher caught the chocolate that had been thrown from the air with one hand. He looked at the small square wrapped in foil with confusion, his light blue eyes showing no emotion, just frowning slightly. What is this? It's something to eat. Yu Xiao tore open the chocolate wrapper and popped a piece in her mouth, biting down as she mumbled, "Sweet things can make you feel happy because of the sugar intake. Why don't you give it a try? I'm not hungry." After hesitating for a moment, Michiro still put away a small square. "I'll head back first." Seeing him about to leave, Yu Xiao quickly tucked away her knife and followed him. "Are you in such a hurry to go back?" By the way, Takedo-kun, why do you always have that spaced-out expression every day? Smile a little." "Why should I smile?" Michiro felt confused by her words and retorted, "Like you? Me?" Yu Xiao tilted his head and pointed at himself. Then a harmless, sweet smile appeared on his face. "Yes, just like this. So fake." Mu Yilang commented with a straight face. Yu Xiao indeed made a lively expression, but Wu Yilong saw through it at a glance. Beneath the smile, those golden eyes had a gem-like brilliance, clear and beautiful, yet devoid of emotion. It seemed even she herself was unaware of it. Clearly, she was radiating a joyful mood. "Is it really like that?" Yu Xiao retracted her smile, her expression instantly collapsing, and she covered her face, sorrowfully accusing, "Woo-woo, I'm going to cry." Michiro didn't know what to say. Can dolls cry too? In his eyes, Yu Xiao resembled a delicate and beautiful doll, lively yet completely lifeless. These two contrasting feelings made it difficult for Michiro to determine what kind of emotions the girl before him was harboring and why she revealed a smile. However, Yu Xiao completely disregarded what he said. Yu Xiao knew that Michiro looked like a natural and indifferent boy, showing no concern for anything, but in reality, he was a hidden, sharp-tongued person, comparable to Iguro Abanai. Seeing that Michiro had been silent for a long time, Yu Xiao decided to give up on teasing him. It was originally just out of boredom that she chose to talk to the youngest Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps, but unexpectedly, she accidentally made him fall silent. If it weren't for the overwhelming pain of past memories causing him to forget everything about himself, he wouldn't be like this now. So Yu Xiao tentatively asked Takedo-kun, "Would you consider sparring with me? Since she was just idle anyway, why not take this opportunity to see how much strength this genius boy could display?" If it was for sword practice, he surely wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, after hearing Yu Xiao's words, Michiro immediately stopped in his tracks. He quietly gazed at Yu Xiao, seemingly in a daze, yet also lost in thought. Michiro didn't understand why Yu Xiao suddenly made such a request and didn't care. He simply felt that Yu Xiao's swordsmanship seemed decent, which was why he agreed. Weighing the bamboo sword in his hand, Yu Xiao waved it casually, feeling it was quite good. Compared to a real sword, its power was certainly greatly reduced, but since it was just a spar, the two were merely competing in swordsmanship. Even if they wanted to duel with real swords, that would not be allowed as it was strictly prohibited by the Demon Slayer Corps. Michiro stood not far away, his ink-colored long hair swaying slightly in the wind, the pale blue tips particularly striking. "Let's begin." "All right." As soon as the words fell, the two figures instantly disappeared from their spots. Michiro's speed was fast, and Yu Xiao did not lag behind. Although she didn't use the power of a Magatama, the breath of the gale was still continuously functioning within her body, delivering oxygen to her lungs, merging into her blood, resulting in a qualitative leap in stamina and speed. The bamboo swords clashed together, and the force released kicked up a cloud of dust beneath their feet. Michiro's attacks were sharp and decisive, directly aimed at Yu Xiao's face, with such power that it seemed like the air itself was about to be torn apart. Yu Xiao braced against the strike with the blade, and the bamboo sword seemed to struggle under the pressure, emitting a cracking sound, but fortunately, it didn't break. Without giving himself much time to react, Michiro adjusted the direction of his sword and swung it towards Yu Xiao's abdomen again. Yu Xiao quickly parried the blow, maintaining a defensive stance. As a user of the Breath of Mist, every attack from Michiro was unpredictable, making it difficult to defend against. Moreover, after each encounter, Yu Xiao could intuitively sense that this attack was stronger and harder to deal with than the last. To think he can keep growing even in the midst of battle. Michiro also noticed Yu Xiao's defensive approach. Unable to break through Yu Xiao's defense, he realized that if they continued like this until dawn, they might not be able to determine a victor. Michiro truly did not understand Yu Xiao's intentions. Can't figure it out. He unconsciously pursed his lips, seemingly a bit displeased. Why not attack? Of course, he's waiting for an opportunity. The Breath of Mist is derived from the breath of wind, and in addition to its strong lethality, every move is as elusive as mist. Yet Yu Xiao could always accurately predict his next action and defend against it, which inexplicably irritated Michiro. Even though he appeared indifferent and unconcerned about everything, Michiro was still a growing boy. He was still very young, only 14 years old. Yu Xiao could tell that Weilang's swordsmanship was exquisite, with his blade's force and technique being flawless. Unfortunately, he was ultimately not as skilled and seasoned as Mr. Intaki, who had fought in countless battles. Every sword technique has its own school and skills, just like the tributaries of a river eventually flow into the sea. All breathing techniques used by swordsmen originate from the breath of the sun. After becoming familiar with the general routines, Yu Xiao almost grasped it all. Well then, it's my turn to strike. With that thought, a smile suddenly blossomed on her face, and her eyes shimmered with tiny waves of light. Weilang, looking into those eyes, was momentarily taken aback. Those golden eyes were clearly reflecting his own image. In that brief moment of distraction, Weilang's movements slowed slightly, and Yu Xiao's bamboo sword, which was originally aimed to knock the handle out of his hand, struck fiercely against his right wrist due to this minor deviation. Crack! Yu Xiao's expression suddenly changed, and he instantly dropped the bamboo sword, looking at him in panic. Shito-kun, the boy being called, just stared blankly into those eyes. Did I see it wrong? Chapter 53. Someone will always get hurt. Like you, accompanied by Yu Zhao's exclamation, Wenyang only felt a sharp pain in his wrist. causing him to loosen his grip on the sword, which fell to the ground with a thud. The pain in his right hand made it tremble uncontrollably. Wenyang looked at the bamboo sword that had fallen to the ground and murmured, "I lost." Yu Xiao quickly grabbed his right hand and took a closer look. Sure enough, there was a deep red mark on the young man's soft, fair wrist, and it was even starting to show signs of bruising and swelling. How could this happen? Did I grip too hard? Yu Xiao leaned down and gently blew on Weiling's wrist, trying to help alleviate his pain. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Does it still hurt?" A vague sound emerged from his throat, but the long-haired boy didn't even furrow his brows. He simply gazed at her quietly with his emerald eyes, seemingly not understanding the purpose of her blowing. Yu Xiao noticed that he had no reaction to this and couldn't help but think of Tanjiro. During their time on the Misty Mountain, after every training session, he would be covered in wounds, and whenever asked, he would always force a smile and say he was fine, enduring it no matter the time, pushing himself to learn to adapt. Even if he doesn't say it. It must hurt a lot, even though I can't feel it. In Yu Xiao's eyes, there was a flash of heartache. She patiently educated, "If it hurts, you should say it out loud. If you get hurt like this and don't say anything, even if someone helps you treat it, they won't know where you're hurt. Which will only make them worry more, you know?" Maintaining her unchanged expression, Michiro tilted his head but felt confused inside. This feeling is so familiar. Has someone said this to me before? A vague figure gradually emerged in his mind. A boy who looked similar to him, his expression unclear. Yet his voice was so angry and yet so familiar. "Idiot. If it hurts, just say it. Hiding it like this will only make me worry more." The boy leaned down and gently blew on his scraped knee, probably an injury caused by a fall. "If you keep this up, I won't care about you anymore." Although he spoke disdainfully, Michiro could clearly hear the heartache in his tone. The boy dropped the axe he was using to chop wood and squatted down with his back to him. "Come on, get on my back. I'll carry you back." His body was so small, yet it gave Michiro an immense sense of security. Who could that be? I can't remember. Every time he tried to recall the past, that suffocating feeling, like being swallowed by water, made Michiro feel unable to breathe. The scenes of being with that boy kept repeating in his dreams, but it felt like there was a thick fog in between, obscuring his face. When he woke up, all that was left in his chest was a sense of despair and emptiness. It's definitely easier to forget, but I've forgotten everything. His green eyes lost focus, and tears unconsciously welled up in Michiro's eyes. A single crystal tear slid down the corner of his eye, gathering at his chin before falling to the ground. Plop, plop. The boy's expression looked lonely and serene, creating a wonderful contrast with the surging tears. Dokitokun. Yu Xiao stared in shock at the boy who was crying profusely, and after a few seconds of being stunned, she quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears, continuously comforting him with her words. Don't cry, don't cry. I know you're in pain. It's all my fault. Just tell me how I can make it up to you, okay?" However, no matter what she said, she couldn't stop the boy's tears. It wasn't until Wu Yilong gradually came back to his senses from his memories, looking blankly at Yu Xiao, who was wiping his tears, that he asked, "What are you doing?" As the words came out, Wu Yilong realized that his voice had somehow become so hoarse. "Huh?" Yu Xiao smiled helplessly, then shook the handkerchief in her hand. "As you can see, I'm helping some poor little thing wipe its flower-patterned face." "What are you talking about, you strange guy?" Michiro wiped his somewhat blurry eyes with his hand, confused by the extra water stains. "What is this?" Seeing that he was completely unaware that he had been crying just now, Yu Xiao couldn't help but sigh. She held the boy's hand, which was covered in swollen blisters and broken skin, making her heart ache. This hand was just like Tanjiro's. A 14-year-old boy had become a Hashira in just 2 short months. No one knew how much suffering he had endured behind that. Only he himself knew. Your hands are like this, yet you still have to hold a sword every day. Luckily, I prepared many things that might be useful during that year I stayed at home. Yu Xiao fumbled in her sleeve and indeed found a box of ointment from her fourth-dimensional pocket. She quickly opened the lid and applied it to Wu Yilong's hand. A soft and cool sensation came from the palm, and Wu Yilong watched Yu Xiao's movements as she applied the ointment, feeling somewhat dazed. "What are you doing?" Yu Xiao answered seriously. "You have a lot of wounds on your hands. Holding a knife like this will be very uncomfortable, but it will be fine after using this." Saying this, she started to apply medicine to his other hand. Wu Yilong stood still like a good baby, allowing her to pull his hand up to apply the medicine. The palm that had been treated felt cool, as if it had been soaked in water, and the sharp pain from the blisters and abrasions left by sword practice had dissipated significantly. Watching the girl concentrate on applying medicine to him, Wu Yilong couldn't help but ask, "Do you always carry this kind of stuff with you?" "Yes, because there will always be someone getting hurt." Yu Xiao wiped her hands clean, straightened up, and gently tapped Weilang's nose with her fingertip. Like you. A faint fragrance entered Weilang's nostrils, and his pupils quivered slightly as he looked at the girl in front of him. Her innocent smile held no excess emotion, simply expressing her friendliness and kindness. Pure and beautiful like a flower blooming in the morning dew, it exuded an irresistible allure that made one instinctively want to draw closer. The earlier doubts now had an instant answer. Perhaps only such a pair of eyes can perfectly convey that kind of expression. This fragile-looking girl, along with her golden eyes, was firmly etched into Weilang's heart. Yu Xiao originally wanted to continue teasing Michiro, but when she saw him gazing at her with a deep look in his eyes, her mouth twitched. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that all of a sudden? Michiro thought for a long time before seriously asking, Who are you again? This time, it was Yu Xiao's turn to be silent. So after all this time, Michiro didn't even know who she was? That's really disheartening. After all, we've met at the Hashira meeting, and we've often run into each other at headquarters, and we've even greeted each other. Yu Xiao now understands the goodness of Yon. I'm sorry, Mr. Yon, I shouldn't have thought of you as a fool before. At least you remembered me, gave me gifts, and helped me with my hair. Yu Xiao lowered her head and stuffed the ointment into Wu Yilong's arms. Apply it once a day, and don't hold anything in your hands until the ointment is dry. After that, she picked up her Nicaron blade and walked away without looking back. The girl's figure gradually faded, and Wu Yilong looked at the small box of ointment in his arms, his brows and eyes unconsciously softening, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his lips. I remember, Miss Doll. Chapter 54. Physical recovery training. Just a few days later, Tanjiro's body had completely recovered, making him the fastest to heal among the three. Zenitsu Agatsuma still needed about 2 more weeks to fully recover due to his smaller stature, while Inosuke Hashibara suffered internal injuries from Spider Demon, and his ribs, which had just healed, were broken again, meaning he would need at least another week before he could get out of bed. After treating Tanjiro, Shinobu Kocho brought him to the dojo. Since she had other matters to attend to, the training duties naturally fell to Aoi Kanzaki. The first training session was stretching exercises. Aoi Kanzaki said, pointing to the 3 sisters with bean-like eyes beside them, Those kids will help Mr. Tanjiro recover from the stiffness caused by lying down for too long. Uh-huh. Tanjiro nodded, somewhat understanding. Then let's get started. Tanjiro lay on the soft mat as instructed, with Nakahara Sumi and Takada Naho pressing down on his legs, while Tarachi Kiyo stood behind him, grabbing his arms. Then, she yanked them back suddenly, and a scream erupted. My back. My back is going to break. Maintaining the prone position with his hands being pulled back, Tanjiro felt like a piece of dough flattened by a rolling pin, and he couldn't help but cry out in pain. He genuinely feared that if this continued, his spine would snap. Please hold on. Aoi Kanzaki, stern and unyielding, did not stop despite his wails. After about half an hour of stretching, Aoi clapped her hands, and the 3 sisters finally released him, dragging his nearly incapacitated body. Tanjiro struggled to stand up from the mat, rubbing his almost broken back, still feeling apprehensive. I hope we won't have to do this kind of training every day. Aoi naturally heard his soft murmurs. You have to do it every day. Don't think that just finishing today's training means it's over. Tanjiro wanted to cry without tears. Come on. Next is reaction training. The reaction training was led by Kanawa Tsiuri. The 2 sat at a table in front of them, with cold tea soup on it, emitting a strange smell. The rules were simple. Just splash the tea soup from the table onto the other person's face. If the other person reached for the teacup, they could defend against the action. With a smile, Kanawa, at Aoi's command, splashed cold tea directly onto Tanjiro's face before he had a chance to grab the teacup. That was so fast. He hadn't even seen Kanawa's movement clearly before it was over. Continue, Aoi commanded. No sooner had the command left her lips than another cup of tea soup splashed onto his face. Continue, until all the tea soup on the table was splashed by Kanawa. This round of reaction training finally came to an end. Enduring the unpleasant smell from the tea soup, Tanjiro had successfully turned into a drowned rat, wet from head to toe. He soaked in the bathtub, carefully washing his hair. Still puzzled as to why Kanawa was so fast. There were several opportunities to defend, but he hadn't managed to pick up the teacup before Kanawa acted first. Sighing, Tanjiro patted his face, encouraging himself. I can't give up. If I get discouraged over this level of difficulty, I won't be able to protect anything. After washing up and returning to the sick room, Zenitsu looked at him curiously and asked, How do you feel? What kind of training is it? Well, it's actually fine. Tanjiro smiled, appearing somewhat tired. It's just some training to help my body become more flexible, as well as reaction and evasion training. Saying this, he lay down on the bed listlessly, covering himself with a blanket. Sorry, Zenitsu, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to rest for a while. Oh, you rest first. Zenitsu sensed the weakness in his voice, unsure of what he had actually gone through. The thought of having to undergo training like Tanjiro in 2 weeks made him feel uneasy. For several days, Tanjiro repeated the recovery training. Although he had adapted much better than at the beginning, he still couldn't surpass Kanawa in reaction training. Tanjiro couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Even the 3 sisters who helped him stretch noticed his lack of energy. Mr. Tanjiro, what's wrong? Tarachi Kiyo, with shoulder-length hair, asked with concern. Huh? Tanjiro instinctively responded and then shook his head. I'm fine. Oh, seeing that he said so, Kiyo felt embarrassed to ask further and lowered her head again to help him stretch his arms. The dojo was exceptionally quiet, with the occasional sound of birds chirping outside. Tanjiro let his thoughts drift, and in a daze, he seemed to see a blue figure appear at the door. Am I hallucinating? Just as Tanjiro was lost in thought, a head peeked quietly around the dojo's entrance, a pair of golden eyes staring intently at him, waving their hand. Yuxiao. Tanjiro's eyes lit up with joy, and just as he let out a syllable from his throat, he suddenly noticed the girl at the door nervously putting her finger to her lips, and he hurriedly fell silent, casting a guilty glance at Aoi. Aoi looked at him suspiciously. What were you just shouting? Ah! Tanjiro couldn't lie at all, his expression becoming awkward, and he stammered. I suddenly felt a bit hungry. Aoi stared at him, feeling very suspicious. But then she thought about it, and realized it was indeed about time for lunch. All right, let's call it a day. She signaled the 3 sisters to stop training. I'll go prepare lunch, and you can rest for a bit. Thank you. Tanjiro felt as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders and let out a long sigh. I'm sorry, Miss Aoi. I'm really sorry for lying to you. Looking towards the door again, Tanjiro found the blue-haired girl waving at him. He quickly stood up from the mat and said to Aoi, I'll step out for a moment. I'll be right back. With that, he ran off without looking back. Watching Tanjiro disappear outside, Aoi finally realized that she seemed to have been tricked. This guy. She shook her head helplessly. I might as well go to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Chapter 55. A cool breeze, and you. Falling in love, Yuxiao hid behind a tree outside the butterfly house and called softly, Tanjiro. Over here, Tanjiro quickly came to her side and noticed that Yuxiao was not wearing her uniform as usual, but casual clothes instead. Do you not have a mission today? Yuxiao nodded lightly. I finished everything before coming to find you. Let's go out and have fun today. Huh? Tanjiro never expected that Yuxiao was looking for him just to play, although they occasionally sneaked out to have fun when they were at Nakamura Mountain. Now that they had joined the Demon Slayer Corps, they were busy every day with missions and training, leaving no time to relax, let alone play. Thinking back to the lie he told Miss Aoi just to sneak out to meet her, Tanjiro felt very conflicted, but the training isn't finished yet. Seeing his hesitant expression, Yuxiao bit her lip, took the red-haired boy's hand, and gently shook it, pleading, Please, Tanjiro, let's go have fun, okay? How could Tanjiro resist such a plea? So, he decisively replied, Okay. He was a completely different person from the hesitant boy before. I'm really sorry, Miss Aoi. I'll be back soon. Yay. Before Tanjiro could react, he was enveloped in a soft embrace, the cool and faint scent of the girl lingering at his nose, causing his heart to tremble. I knew Tanjiro was the best. The melodious voice rang in his ears, and Tanjiro couldn't help but blush. After just a brief hug, Yuxiao immediately let go of him. Tanjiro looked at his hands, unsure of where to place them, feeling a bit regretful inside. Yuxiao didn't care much, pulling Tanjiro's hand that was frozen in midair with a big smile. Let's hurry up and go. Tanjiro took a couple steps with her, but suddenly stopped. Wait, Yuxiao. I haven't changed my clothes yet. He was still wearing that light green patient gown. It's okay. We're not going to the town to play. Yuxiao pulled him along as they ran away from the butterfly house, afraid of accidentally being spotted by the butterflies, which would spell trouble. Tanjiro followed her along the mountain path and asked, Where are we going? To a very beautiful place with lots of flowers. Yuxiao said with a mysterious smile on her face, You'll know when we get there. All right. Hearing her say that, Tanjiro felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. In fact, it didn't matter what kind of place it was. As long as you're there, it's better than anything else. Yuxiao and Tanjiro walked together through the dense woods. They stepped on the soft carpet of leaves, producing a delicate crunching sound. A gentle breeze blew through the forest, occasionally causing leaves to fall. Yuxiao paused to confirm the direction before bending down to pass through the thicket. She turned back and said this way. Tanjiro followed her through. Accompanied by the sound of flowing water, they suddenly came upon a clearing. A lush green lawn was covered with flowers of various colors. creating a vibrant scene of purple and red. In the distance, the towering mountains were adorned with trees that followed the undulating terrain, showcasing shades of green from deep to light. The scenery was picturesque and breathtaking. I didn't expect to find such a beautiful view here. I stumbled upon this place by chance, so I wanted to take the time to come and see it with you. Yuxiao smiled and said, "The daily training and tasks must be exhausting, right? How about taking a good rest today to forget about the fatigue?" With that, she took a few steps forward, spread her arms, and lay down straight on the lawn. The ground was super soft, and it was the perfect spot for a nap. Yuxiao slowly closed her eyes. She'd been so tired these days, having just finished one task and immediately starting the next, always on the go. At first, it was fine, but over time, she started to feel a bit unaccustomed to it. Although there were breaks in between, they were never as refreshing as a vacation. Tanjiro felt a surge of emotion upon hearing her words, but when he saw that she was just going to sleep again, he couldn't help but feel both helpless and amused. "It's sleep again? Didn't we agree to come out and have fun?" That said, he still sat down beside Yuxiao. The soft clouds floated in the blue sky, and the sunlight was occasionally blocked by the clouds, casting shadows. The cool breeze was refreshing and comfortable, making it indeed a great place to rest. With nothing to do, Tanjiro picked a few brightly colored flowers, twisted the stems together, and made a beautiful flower crown. Then, he placed it on the girl's head. Perfect. Before this, he had played the flower crown-making game with his younger siblings, chasing each other and laughing carefreely, all while looking forward to what they would have for dinner that night. But everything had changed now. As he recalled the past, Tanjiro's expression gradually grew somber, and a maturity beyond his years appeared on his face. He lay bored beside Yuxiao, watching her serene sleeping face, and gently poked her cheek with his hand. "Yuxiao, are you asleep?" he whispered. The girl lying on the grass had her eyes closed, breathing evenly, and did not respond. Wow, she really is asleep. Tanjiro supported his chin with one hand, and his mind involuntarily recalled what Zenitsu had once told him. If you like her, just go for it. Chasing after what you like. An inexplicable feeling took root in his heart. The person who haunted his dreams was now so close, and he found it hard to control the fluttering in his heart. Tanjiro held his breath and leaned down to place a kiss on the girl's cheek. It was as fleeting as a dragonfly touching the water, with only the lingering warmth on his lips reminding him of what he had just done. Just as he imagined, it was soft and incredible. Tanjiro stared blankly with his hand over his mouth, his face turning as red as blood, his heart racing as if it were about to leap out. What was he doing? But he wanted to do it again. His already flustered heart was completely thrown into chaos by that kiss. His breathing became more erratic than ever, and his originally gentle gaze gradually dimmed, with emotions brewing in his eyes that were spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, the girl who was asleep remained completely unaware of it all. So, he took a deep breath and gently kissed her soft pink lips. In an instant, it felt like countless fireworks exploded in his mind. So soft, so sweet. "I've already fallen." When Yuxiao woke up, she saw the boy lying beside her, supporting his chin with one hand, his pomegranate-colored eyes smiling as they gazed at her. Incredibly charming. Although his face looked the same as usual, it now felt different. Yuxiao yawned and suddenly felt something new on her head. She reached up and found it was a flower crown. It was obvious who had made it. Tanjiro played with a strand of her long hair. A hint of a smile at the corners of his lips, his voice low and charming. "Let's go back, it's getting late." Yuxiao looked up and saw that the sky was getting darker, already close to dusk. She couldn't help but wonder how she had managed to sleep for so long. Moreover, she had made Tanjiro stay with her while she slept. "I'm sorry for sleeping so long. I've been a bit tired lately." Even though we agreed to go out and have fun, she said with sincere apologies. Tanjiro, in a great mood, gently gazed at her and replied, "It's okay, Yuxiao. As long as you rest well, that's what matters. I'm really happy to be able to spend time with you." Yuxiao let out a long breath, feeling a bit guilty in her heart. She pointed to a small river not far away and proposed, "How about we wait a bit before going back? There are fish in that river. Let's catch some for grilled fish, what do you think?" Last time, she had collapsed by the river because she was too hungry, and she had been thinking about eating grilled fish ever since. Now that Tanjiro was here, it would definitely be fine to let him do the grilling. Tanjiro smiled indulgently. Sure, he would never refuse any request Yuxiao made, because he had completely understood his own feelings. Chapter 56. Unrepentant. Next time continue. The two had clear divisions of labor. Yuxiao was responsible for finding firewood, while Tanjiro was in charge of catching fish. Yuxiao piled the firewood she had gathered by the riverbank. She saw Tanjiro holding a branch as if it were a long sword, staring intently at the water's surface. Suddenly, he shouted in a deep voice, "Water breathing, seventh form, drop ripple thrust." The branch instantly plunged into the water, and when he pulled it out, 2 fish were already skewered on it. Yu Xiao couldn't hold back and hit aside, giggling, using water breathing to catch fish. If Mr. Rengoku saw this, he would definitely give you a beating. In this open and quiet place, the girl's laughter was particularly clear. When Tanjiro turned around, he saw Yu Xiao squatting on the ground with her back to him, holding her belly and shaking with laughter. "Stop laughing, Yu Xiao. I'm really trying hard to catch fish." Tanjiro pouted, his earlobes slightly reddening. Okay, I won't laugh anymore, haha." Although she verbally agreed, Yu Xiao still couldn't help it and took a while to calm down. She patted the dust off her clothes and asked Tanjiro, "Do you remember when we were on Mount Kanmitsu, when Mr. Rengoku taught you the total concentration breathing technique?" Tanjiro placed the branch with the fish aside and casually replied, "Yeah, do you remember that time? When Mr. Rengoku made you merge with the water?" "Of course I remember, what about it?" "That time, Mr. Rengoku had directly thrown him off the waterfall to help him learn to merge with the water and understand the total concentration breathing technique. Tanjiro had ended up swallowing a lot of water, and it had left quite a psychological scar. Suddenly, Tanjiro sensed a malicious aura and looked at the girl warily. "Why are you bringing this up?" Yu Xiao leaned close to Tanjiro, and immediately a sweet and harmless smile broke out on her face. "Why are you looking at me so nervously?" "I won't eat you," she said, secretly hiding her hands behind her back. That familiar smile. Tanjiro's heart raced with alarm. "Wait, Yu Xiao, you wouldn't." Before he could finish his sentence, she pushed him directly into the river. With a splash, water flew up from the surface. The moment Tanjiro was pushed in, he inhaled a lot of water through his nose, and he struggled to stand up, coughing uncomfortably. Cough, cough. Fortunately, the river wasn't deep, only reaching up to his chest. Tanjiro stood in the water, wiped his wet face, and pretended to be angry as he shouted, "Yu Xiao, I am Sora Tanjiro. Please don't be mad." Yu Xiao squatted down and said seriously, "I'm helping you practice merging with the water." She looked as if she was genuinely considering his feelings. In fact, Yu Xiao knew very well that Tanjiro would never blame her. As long as she didn't cross his bottom line, Tanjiro's good temper would allow her any mischief. She reached out her hand to the boy in the water. "Come on up. Let's make a fire." Tanjiro swallowed back the words he was about to say. He couldn't possibly be really angry, let alone be angry with her. Looking at the girl's hand held in midair, a fleeting glimmer passed through Tanjiro's eyes, and then he grasped her hand, a barely noticeable smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Yu Xiao was just about to pull him ashore, but before she could exert any strength, an irresistible force came from the other end of her hand. Caught off guard, she was thrown into chaos and with a splash, fell into the river as well. Yu Xiao had never learned to swim. After falling into the water, she panicked and flailed about, splashing water everywhere, while bubbles escaped her mouth. She was completely unaware that her feet were already touching the bottom. "Help, cough, cough, cough." The feeling of water going up her nose was truly uncomfortable. With her eyes tightly shut, Yu Xiao struggled desperately to escape the shackles of the water. Just as she was in a state of panic, a warm figure embraced her from the front. Tanjiro wrapped his arms around the slender waist of the girl, holding her tightly in his embrace. Having always been the one teased and bullied, he couldn't help but want to see if Yu Xiao's face would display a look of panic after all this time. However, the moment he saw her fall into the water, Tanjiro already regretted it. He hadn't expected that Yu Xiao, who seemed to handle everything with ease, would be unable to swim. She could also be so fragile at times. This made Tanjiro's desire to protect her even stronger. He leaned close to the girl's ear, gently comforting her. "It's okay, Yu Xiao. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Yu Xiao clung to his neck as if she had grasped a lifeline, breathing heavily for a long while before regaining her composure. The boy's body was pressed tightly against hers, and through the wet fabric of his clothes, the warmth of his solid chest was intoxicating. Yu Xiao rested her head on his shoulder, blinking her eyes, clearly still a bit dazed. Just now, Tanjiro pulled her into the water? How is that possible? Apart from being incredulous, Yu Xiao felt a few more strands of doubt in her heart. Speaking of which, Tanjiro had been a bit strange since she woke up, but she couldn't quite pinpoint what was odd about him. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Tanjiro quietly embraced Yu Xiao, feeling her delicate and soft body, and at that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. As he inhaled, the cool and refreshing fragrance from the girl wafted over, captivating him for a moment. How nice would it be to hold her like this forever? Just thinking about how clumsily he had fallen into the water earlier made Yu Xiao feel wrong to the point of tears. Why are you bullying me like this? I'm gonna cry. Boo-hoo. Tanjiro immediately panicked, not knowing what to do. He hurriedly released the girl, feeling incredibly guilty. Yu Xiao, don't cry, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. He carefully cupped the girl's face, preparing to wipe away her tears, but to his surprise, the face speckled with water droplets wore a mischievous grin. Yu Xiao playfully stuck out her tongue at him. I cried, just kidding. Tanjiro's eyes darkened, and he quickly looked away. The water is very cold. Let's go up and make a fire first. After saying that, he took her hand, and the two of them returned to the shore. Yu Xiao twisted the water out of her dress and curiously asked him, I just tricked you twice. Aren't you angry? Tanjiro chuckled and looked at her with eyes as gentle as water. How could I be angry with you? As soon as Yu Xiao heard him say this, his eyes brightened, and he said without remorse, Great, let's continue next time. Tanjiro's mouth twitched. Although Yu Xiao's pranks were all harmless little antics, they were varied and unpredictable, making it quite a headache. I should have known better than to say anything. Chapter 57 Important Family. The flames crackled occasionally as the branches burned, the orange-yellow tongues of fire swaying and emitting intense light. The two soaked individuals sat in front of the fire, with several skewers of grilled fish beside them. As the flames roasted them, a tempting aroma of cooked meat wafted through the air. Yu Xiao's eyes were fixed on the grilled fish, secretly rubbing her small hands. Make sure to add more chili and salt later. Tanjiro, with his red hair cascading over his shoulders, looked at her gently. Does Yu Xiao like grilled fish? The fish meat is actually not bad. Yu Xiao replied honestly, I love dim sum the most. Like taiyaki, glutinous rice dumplings, and water buns. Even if I eat dim sum all day, I wouldn't get tired of it. Of course, it's even better if I can have it with steaming hot black tea. As soon as the topic of food came up, Yu Xiao became much more energetic, talking animatedly, while Tanjiro quietly listened and took notes in his mind. Fortunately, most of them are things I can make. By the way, at this point, she seemed to remember something. My lord has arranged a residence for me, and I've almost finished decorating the house. You must remember to come and visit me when you have time. For some reason, the residence assigned to Yu Xiao by Yao Zai was quite close to the Zhu's house, taking about half an hour to walk there. The courtyard was filled with blue hydrangeas, and Yu Xiao didn't understand why it was always this type of flower, so she set aside a small area to plant sunflowers. The reason was simple. She thought sunflowers were beautiful, and when the flowers matured, she could also enjoy sunflower seeds, a win-win situation. Tanjiro didn't expect that being a Hashira came with such good treatment. The Lord even assigned him a house. He smiled and replied, Then I'll be troubling you at that time. Yu Xiao shook her head. We're so familiar with each other, it's not a matter of trouble. I'm just really happy you could come. After saying that, she asked about another matter. How's the body recovery training that Miss Butterfly mentioned going? Is it very tough? When it came to training, Tanjiro felt a bit troubled. He had become somewhat familiar with the training, but he sighed almost imperceptibly and said, The evasion training and reflex training are simply a mess. Miss Kirikawara is very strong. Her speed is fast, and she always gets the first move. While I can only get drenched in tea soup, I've been repeating the training this week, but I still haven't found a way to defeat her. The helplessness in facing Kirikawara Kanaho made Tanjiro's expression inevitably turn sorrowful. After listening, Yu Xiao fell silent for a moment and asked, Do you want to defeat her? Tanjiro's eyes lit up, and he nodded decisively. Yes, does Yu Xiao have a good method? Back then, he had boasted in front of the Lord, but now he couldn't even handle this level of training. How could he protect his sister in the future? How could he guard her? Tanjiro silently clenched his fists. I see. Yu Xiao retracted her smile, gazing at him seriously, and slowly spoke. I don't have any good methods to share. I can only tell you some things I've understood myself. The water-breathing techniques we learned from Mr. Rinku consist of 10 sword forms, and each breathing technique requires a corresponding sword form to be complete. For example, I comprehended my own gale breathing and created the corresponding sword form for it. At that point, I can no longer use water breathing, nor can I use the gale breathing techniques to execute the sword forms of water breathing. It's indeed like that. Tanjiro agreed, deeply resonating with this. When I used the dance of the fire god on the Mount Spider, the change in breathing technique caused me to lose strength after cutting off that demon's neck, and my body and lungs were significantly affected, rendering me completely unable to fight. Is the firelight I saw on the mountain the dance of the fire god? The crimson flames were beautiful. Yu Xiao praised, having witnessed it live. Tanjiro scratched his head awkwardly. Luckily, Nezuko helped me with her blood demon art at that time. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to use that technique, the waltz. Yuxiao joked, while Tanjiro is protecting Nezuko. Nezuko is also protecting you. Your bond is really strong. Because Nezuko is my most important family. At this point, his voice was as soft as a whisper. Yuxiao felt the same way. Yuxiao suddenly leaned in front of him, her gaze burning as she stared at him. Really? If she just lowered her head slightly, she could easily kiss those moist lips. Tanjiro hadn't forgotten what he had done while Yuxiao was sleeping at noon. He lowered his eyes in guilt, a blush slowly creeping up to his ears. Of course it's true. The girl's golden eyes sparkled with tiny glimmers, and she gently hummed, seemingly lost in thought. In this world, from the moment she was born, Yuxiao had shouldered the responsibility of saving the entire Yatsuka family. Like the fate of the Kanroji family, if she didn't kill Muzan, even with the delay of medication, she could only watch helplessly as her father and brother died. Under the rigorous training day after day, she had no time to play or rest, only endless learning and cultivation. Every day was exhausting. She could fall asleep as soon as she got near her bed. She remembered that when she was young, her brother would often come to find her, but she didn't know when he had changed, becoming the perfect heir in their father's eyes. This outcome brought Yuxiao back to the very beginning. She had never even seen her own biological mother. Yuxiao had never had any memories of her mother, and even at the funeral one day, she couldn't see her face clearly. She only heard her sister Tianzi describe her mother, Shifenjuan Rai, as a gentle and unparalleled beauty that no one could ever hate. Even her seemingly cold father inevitably fell in love with her. It wasn't until later that Yuxiao suddenly regained her true memories, realizing that she wasn't from this world, but rather a being referred to as a witch, who wandered aimlessly without a home. There were many past events she couldn't clearly remember. However, staying by Tanjiro's side, Yuxiao felt a warmth she had never experienced before. And she learned many different things from this boy, not just from Tanjiro, but also from Mr. Sakanoto and Mr. Ju. Everyone she had met so far had been wonderful people. What was my wish, after all? Does this world really have the answers I'm seeking? Yuxiao couldn't figure it out. At least for now, she was still very happy. Chapter 58, Surrounded by Fire. However, speaking of which, Yuxiao regained his composure and slowly spoke. Tanjiro, the dance of the fire god and the water breathing are completely different sword styles, right? Tanjiro nodded. Yes. The dance of the fire god is a traditional dance passed down through my family for generations. I happened to recall it that day, and I didn't expect it to be such a powerful sword style. Unfortunately, I still can't fully master it. Let me think. Yushio knows that the so-called dance of the fire god is actually a sword form of sun breathing, which has a total of 13 forms. Sun breathing was created by Yoriichi Tsujikoni and is the original breathing technique. Before Yoriichi joined the Demon Slayer Corps, the Hashira-level Demon Slayers already had the foundation of 5 major sword forms. Later, the sun breathing taught by Yoriichi gave rise to other breathing techniques to enhance strength. The original 5 breathing techniques are thunder breathing, flame breathing, water breathing, wind breathing, and rock breathing. The other breathing styles are all derived from this foundation. Breathing techniques can only exert true power when complemented by their corresponding sword forms. To fully unleash the power of the dance of the fire god, one must use the corresponding sun breathing technique. Currently, Tanjiro has not fully understood the sun breathing technique, and his physical strength is also lacking. So he experiences discomfort in each subsequent use. Yuxiao didn't know how to control the sun breathing, but all breathing techniques trace their origins back to the sun breathing. And no matter what kind of breathing technique it is, there must be a commonality. So she decided to provide Tanjiro with a thought based on this point. After all, even the physically weak Tanjiro Kamado could perform the Kagura dance all night long, and she believed that Tanjiro would be able to grasp the sun breathing quickly. Yuxiao said to him, "If you want to use the dance of the fire god, you must master the corresponding breathing technique, and this can only be explored by yourself. I cannot help you. However, all breathing techniques are interconnected." She smiled. "As long as you master the correct breathing method. Even if Tanjiro continuously uses the dance of the fire god, he will not feel tired." Yuxiao's words made Tanjiro involuntarily think of his father. Once, his father had said the same thing to him, but he could never grasp the essence of it. What exactly counts as the correct breathing? Tanjiro thought to himself, feeling really foolish. His gaze wandered, and his expression grew increasingly somber during the 2 years in the narrow misty mountains. If it hadn't been for the guidance of Kanroji and Shinobu, he wouldn't have even been able to learn the water breathing technique. Yuxiao suddenly pressed her fingertip lightly against his lips. Don't say that about yourself. You are unique. When their eyes met, the girl's golden eyes seemed to sparkle with brilliant starlight. Tanjiro was stunned. Yusuo retracted her hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Do you know why Mr. Kanroji wants you to learn to merge with water? Tanjiro shook his head. Water seems weak, but in reality, it is resilient. Even rocks can be turned into gravel under its influence. Streams gather into rivers, ultimately flowing into the sea. The sea embraces all rivers and can contain everything. Only by merging with water can one truly understand the essence of water breathing. Mr. Kanroji said that only when the heart is as calm as the surface of the water can one become a powerful demon slayer. I cannot reach that state, so I created my own breathing technique. At this point, Yusuo's expression gradually became calm. Tanjiro listened, half understanding. Yusuo knows so much. No wonder she is so powerful. I'm not as amazing as you say, Yusuo smiled, patting his head. I just hope I can help you. However, Tanjiro hesitated, unsure whether to speak. What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to worry so much. Tanjiro furrowed his brow slightly, looking at her with a complicated expression. Why do I always feel like Yusuo knows everything, yet doesn't care about anything? Although she wears a smile, it seems like she doesn't even know why she's smiling. Whether it was swordsmanship or other knowledge, Yusuo understood far more than he did. Even her words completely didn't sound like. He averted his gaze, still lacking the courage to continue with what he wanted to say. Yusuo took over Tanjiro's words and expressed them without reservation. It really doesn't look like how a 17-year-old girl should be, right? Tanjiro nodded slightly. I see. Yusuo pondered for a moment. Then a gentle smile appeared on her face. You've discovered it. Her expression made Tanjiro involuntarily recall the smile that Kanata had shown him after splitting the rock that day. A smile he would never forget in his life. The atmosphere fell into a strange silence, with no one intending to continue speaking, leaving only the sound of the fire crackling around them. At that moment, Tanjiro suddenly caught a faint scent, almost blending with the air. A weak, lonely scent emanated from Yusuo. He looked at the girl in front of him, and his expression froze for a moment. The tale of the bamboo cutter is a well-known story. Kaguya Hime, longing for the human world, was banished from the Moon Palace and was discovered by the bamboo cutter, Taketorai no Okina, who brought her home and cared for her. Young Kaguya quickly grew into a graceful maiden, her beauty causing all things in the world to pale in comparison. Kaguya became famous for her beauty, and suitors came one after another, willing to pay any price just to see her. 5 renowned princes learned of Kaguya's beauty and approached Taketorai no Okina, requesting to marry her. In response to these 5, Kaguya presented them with difficult tasks. If they could bring her any one of the Buddha's stone pestle, the jeweled branch of Punglai, the fire rat's fur, the 5-colored jade of the dragon's head, or the child, she would agree to marry them. However, in the end, none of them were able to procure what Kaguya desired. After experiencing various human sorrows, Kaguya, feeling melancholic, gazed at the moon and sighed. The deities of the Moon Palace heard her lament and came to the mortal realm to drape her with celestial feathered robes, allowing her to forget everything and disappear from the human world, returning to the Moon Palace. Unrelated to Kaguya, Yusuo is an entirely different person, and whether in appearance or talent, she surpasses Kaguya, becoming the new protagonist with her own story. But her current state is the same as Kaguya's. It is a kind of illusion, one that feels unreal even if it can be touched, like a mirage. So does Yusuo feel cold? Tanjiro suddenly asked. Huh? Her thoughts interrupted. Yusuo replied truthfully, a little bit cold. Because the fire can only warm the front, I wanted to warm my back too. As soon as she finished speaking, Tanjiro suddenly hugged her from behind. Yusuo was caught off guard by a sudden movement. What's wrong, Tanjiro? It's nothing. Tanjiro rested his chin on her shoulder, his voice sounding muffled. I want you to be a little warmer. Only by embracing her like this, in such a genuine way, could he dispel the unease and those feelings of unreality in his heart. Yusuo was held in his arms, her ear filled with his warm breath and the slight sound of her flower-patterned earrings swaying with his movements, making her feel a bit of danger. Earlier, when she was in the water, she hadn't paid much attention, but now, being embraced by Tanjiro from behind, she could clearly feel the scorching heat radiating from his chest through the damp fabric. It felt as if her cold back was pressed against a blazing fire. I'm surrounded by fire. Wait, fire? Remembering the grilled fish by the campfire, Yusuo turned her gaze, and sure enough, one side of the fish on the branch had already started to turn black. The fish was going to be burnt. Chapter 59, Big Black Rat? By the time they returned to the butterfly mansion, it was nearly midnight. Tanjiro snuck into the house, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw Aoi Kanazaki standing at the entrance with her hands on her hips. "Mr. Tanjiro, I've prepared your lunch, so are you planning to have dinner now?" Ats said, and Tanjiro lowered his head sheepishly. "Seriously, you just recovered and you sneaked out? You're really being irresponsible to yourself." Aoi was very angry about Tanjiro sneaking away. Although she was scolding him harshly, every word was laced with concern. After preparing the meal, she searched the entire butterfly mansion but couldn't find Tanjiro, and now his lunch was still sitting in the kitchen. "I'm sorry." Tanjiro knew he was in the wrong and obediently stood at the door to face her reprimand. "Why did you suddenly sneak away?" He stammered for a long time without a coherent answer. "You didn't sell Yuxiao, did you?" "Little Aoi." At that moment, Shinobu Kochu appeared behind Aoi Kanazaki, looking at Tanjiro with a half-smile that made him feel a chill down his spine. "It's the smell of anger, and it's even stronger than usual. Lady Shinobu, what brings you here?" Aoi looked at Shinobu, unsure why the busy lady would appear here. "Tanjiro was called away by the wind Hashira, so you don't need to blame him." Shinobu spoke gently, making it impossible to tell that she was angry. "Wind Hashira?" Aoi seemed a bit confused. She had heard that the Demon Slayer Corps had promoted a new Hashira recently. It was said that this Hashira had jumped straight from the lowest rank to Hashira level. Having just passed the selection, they encountered a Lower Moon 4 demon on their first mission and successfully defeated it. Truly impressive. So this wind Hashira is that newly promoted Hashira? Seeing Aoi's puzzled expression, Shinobu patiently explained, "It's that lady with blue hair and golden eyes. She was just promoted to Hashira by Lord Ubuyashiki at the recent Hashira meeting, and she visited Tanjiro last time." Blue hair and golden eyes? Aoi thought for a long time and finally remembered. There indeed was a blue-haired girl who had come to visit Tanjiro. And what impressed her most was that the girl had a bright red bow tied on top of her braided hair, which was particularly eye-catching. At that time, she thought it was so strange that such beautiful blue hair was tied with a red bow. The contrast of red and blue made it hard not to notice. Thus, Aoi had memorized Yuxiao's braided hair from just one encounter. That seemingly delicate girl is actually a Hashira? It should be known that the buttons on the uniforms of Hashira-level swordsmen are gold, while ordinary members have silver buttons. She probably hadn't had time to change into a new uniform. No wonder she didn't recognize her immediately. Seeing Aoi understanding, Shinobu continued at noon. Miss Yasaka's crow came to the butterfly mansion, saying she was looking for Tanjiro for something. However, she shifted her gaze to the red-haired boy outside the door. Her voice slightly lower. "Tanjiro actually came back?" This teasing remark left Tanjiro momentarily speechless. Shinobu's smile seemed very happy, as if she didn't care about this matter at all. "Tanjiro is really disobedient. Although Miss Yasaka sent her crow to tell me to temporarily borrow you, making Aoi worry all day and coming back at midnight is truly unforgivable. How about this?" Seemingly coming up with a good idea, Shinobu clapped her hands. "It looks like Tanjiro's body has recovered quite well. So, starting tomorrow, the training will be doubled, okay?" Shinobu said cheerfully, her tone sounding like a question, but carrying an undeniable pressure. "Ah." Tanjiro sighed heavily, his face instantly drooping yes. In the end, it was Aoi who reheated the lunch that had turned into dinner and served it to him. Miss Aoi may look serious, but she's actually a very gentle person. Humming a cheerful tune, Yuxiao strolled down the street. After sleeping for a long time at noon, she was in great spirits now, with no trace of sleepiness at all. Wandering along the street for quite a while, without reaching home, filled Yuxiao with confusion. As long as she walked out of the street ahead, she could return her mansion, but no matter how she walked, she couldn't seem to find her way back. Yuxiao scratched his head in confusion. Ghost wall? The street looked the same as usual, with no differences, but for some reason, there was a foul smell of decay in the air, accompanied by a faint metallic rust scent. Yuxiao's eyes were slightly cold as she surveyed her surroundings. After a moment, she stepped forward to the fork in the road and turned. The scene before her should have shown something different, but in an almost imperceptible instant, it reverted to its original state, and she miraculously found herself back at the street corner she had just walked past. Is this haunted? After living for so long, it was Yuxiao's first time experiencing a true case of getting stuck in a loop. However, in this world, ghosts really do exist. Yuxiao was about to use the eye of illusion to see what was going on when she suddenly noticed a pitch-black shadow flash by at the end of the street, moving at an incredible speed. A big black rat? Hee hee hee. In the silent night, a strange laughter echoed from not far away. The sound sharp and grating like metal scraping against frosted glass, making Yuxiao frown. She instinctively reached for her waist, but found nothing. She had left her sunwheel blade at home. Yu Xiao cautiously surveyed her surroundings when a sudden gust of wind surged from behind her. Sensing the murderous intent, she quickly pushed off with her toes and leaped onto the outer wall of a nearby estate. Almost as soon as she left her original position, a large pit was instantly formed where she had stood, the smooth ground cracking and splintering, nearly sending debris flying up to her head. Bathed in the dim moonlight, Yu Xiao turned to look back and saw a black and white figure standing not far away. The figure had long, seaweed-like black hair that bizarrely spread out and danced in the air. Dressed in a white kimono, it had the face of a beautiful girl, but its sclerae were completely black, and its blood-red eyes were fixed intently on Yu Xiao. "Oh, such quick movements!" the figure exclaimed with a harsh, unpleasant voice, clearly astonished that its sneak attack had failed. "Hee hee, it really is beautiful. I really like your face." The figure extended its crimson tongue to lick its lips and let out a joyful laugh. "So jealous. So jealous. But soon, she will be mine, ha ha ha." As it spoke, its hair in the air grew incredibly long, each strand resembling countless arms, whipping up strong winds as they lunged toward Yu Xiao. Without her Nicaran blade, Yu Xiao could only dodge back and forth on the wall. Though it was called a wall, it was merely constructed of bamboo. The figure's hair was extremely flexible, and the bamboo wall could not withstand the terrifying force of the attacks, cracking and shattering one after another, scattering debris to the ground. Yu Xiao immediately activated the illusionary eye, and the scene before her stopped repeating, causing the ghost wall to instantly collapse. It was merely a clumsy trick to deceive the eyes. No wonder it made her go in circles here. Yu Xiao quickly darted between the houses, with a vengeful spirit behind her in hot pursuit. Furious at being unable to attack Yu Xiao, it roared angrily, its terrifying long hair whipping through the air and shattering the tiles of the residences it passed. Chapter 60. The house is all yours. The ghost's hair looked very difficult to deal with, so Yu Xiao never considered using close combat. Getting entangled would be disastrous. All she wanted now was to rush home, grab a knife, and chop this ghost down. Eek! The vengeful spirit, unable to catch up with Yu Xiao, emitted a piercing roar, its sharp voice nearly piercing through human eardrums. Yu Xiao immediately covered her ears to avoid being hurt by the sound. "Stop right there!" the ghost roared. "What are you shouting for? If you have the guts, come chase me." Yu Xiao turned around and made a face at it, which infuriated the ghost. How dare this damn human be so arrogant in front of it? In a fit of rage, the ghost grew countless strands of hair that danced like a chaotic mass of seaweed. Wherever it passed, the long hair whipped through the air, leaving a scene of devastation in its wake. The residents on the street were awakened by the tremendous noise it created, and lights in the houses began to flicker on one after another. As people pushed open their doors, they saw a writhing black shadow racing along the walls, with a girl running ahead. "What is that thing? My God, there's a ghost. Quick, call the police. There's a monster." People were shocked and cried out in various tones, and some began to run out of their homes to seek help from the police. "It's so noisy. Shut up." The ghost, annoyed by the shouts of the crowd, flicked its hair, sending several strands whipping towards the nearby houses, intending to kill all those people. Yu Xiao paused for a moment, a hint of coldness appearing on her face. What a troublesome guy. She originally didn't want to expose her special abilities in front of so many people, but now that innocent people were about to get involved, she had no choice but to take action. Quickly pulling out a talisman from her pocket, Yu Xiao pinched it between her fingers and forcefully threw it out. The talisman instantly transformed into a ball of orange-yellow flames flying towards the hair ghost. Flame talisman, swift fire. What the heck? The sudden turn of events startled the hair ghost, and it quickly retracted its hair, frantically whipping at the incoming flames in an attempt to extinguish the fire. If it were ordinary flames, they would have been dispersed. But the moment the ghost's hair made contact with the fire, its originally flexible black hair ignited with a loud bang, the orange-yellow flames rapidly burning from the tips towards the roots. In an instant, the street was filled with the hair ghost's piercing screams. As its hair was part of its being, it naturally felt immense pain from the continuous damage caused by the flames. Meanwhile, the people who had nearly been attacked by the hair fell to the ground, gasping for breath, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. That ghostly creature was truly terrifying. The flames continued to burn, unable to be extinguished no matter what. Seeing the fire about to reach its scalp, in a moment of desperation, the hair ghost extended its hands, sharp nails growing, and viciously slashed at its own scalp. Instantly, a large chunk of flesh fell from its head to the ground. The next second, the flames devoured that piece of flesh, turning it to ashes. It was likely that if it had been just half a second slower, it would have shared the same fate as that burned scalp. Blood flowed down from its head like a fountain. The hair ghost's entire face was drenched in blood, and the missing skin on its head was quickly repaired by its powerful self-healing abilities, with black hair growing back once more. It glared fiercely at the girl in the distance, wishing it could swallow her whole. I originally just wanted to cut off your face, but now I've changed my mind, the hair ghost said in a deep voice. I want to kill you, then tear you apart, throw you in the drainage ditch. Let the rats feast on your corpse. The hair ghost roared, and with its continuously growing hair, faces of young girls began to appear amidst its thick locks, each with varying expressions. But the one thing they all shared was an expression of immense fear. Even though it knew Yu Xiao could use strange techniques, the hair ghost felt no fear at all. It had never suffered such a huge loss since becoming a ghost, especially since the opponent was a frail little girl. Today, it must shred this person who had harmed it into pieces. Yu Xiao didn't have time to play with it. The talisman he used just now was also a last resort. Simple spells are fine, but a powerful talisman like the one just used consumes a large amount of mental and magical energy to draw. Each one is very precious, and using one means having one less. Now that his residence was right in front of him, it would be better to take the Sunwool blade and cut it down directly. This ghost was just an ordinary aberrant ghost. Killing it would be as easy as chopping vegetables for him. Yu Xiao was about to jump into the courtyard to get the knife when the ghost behind him suddenly charged forward like mad. Its hair whipped everything around, destroying the houses and walls, raising dust, and making it difficult to see the surroundings. Yu Xiao was left with no choice but to step back a few paces to avoid the hair that was attacking from the sky. However, this evasion turned out to be inconsequential, as the ghost directly demolished her home. The ghost's hair whip struck the roof violently, and the house couldn't withstand the force of the evil spirit's hair, breaking apart with a loud crack, and the tiles fell to the ground in a chaotic clatter. The hydrangeas that had been planted in the courtyard were also shattered, and the blue petals danced in the air, creating a sense of broken beauty. Looking at the ruins of her house, Yu Xiao felt darkness closing in, nearly fainting from the shock. My house. Yu Xiao covered her forehead with her hand, her expression dazed and confused. Her voice carried a hint of despair as she spoke about her ultra-luxurious, soft, and comfortable big bed. To live a happy and leisurely life, Yu Xiao had put a lot of thought into the interior decoration. This was also the reason why she had been so exhausted these days. Originally, the mansion assigned to her by Yao Yai was fully prepared in advance, with furniture and living essentials all in place. Now that Yu Xiao was no longer under her father's control, she could decorate as she pleased, and Yao Yai wouldn't oppose her, so the house was entirely arranged according to her own preferences. In her room, the floor was completely covered with pure wool carpets, and the bedroom had a super luxurious soft big bed, with a quilt made of velvet. The sofa in the living room was very comfortable to lie on, and there was a set of beautifully customized tea utensils on a coffee table. Now, had the house really disappeared after just 2 days of living there? At this moment, the ghost completely failed to realize the seriousness of the situation. Looking at the dazed girl in front of him, the ghost thought she was scared by him and sneered. Hee hee, weren't you able to run very well? Why aren't you running now? Weren't you just very arrogant? Come on, keep setting me on fire. Yu Xiao lowered her head, her fists clenched tightly, making it hard to see her expression. You scum, she said, her body trembling slightly from the uncontrollable anger, and her words seemed to be squeezed out through her teeth. Each word spoken with great force. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Yu Xiao suddenly raised his head, and in his golden eyes, there was only a cold chill left. Previously, he was dissatisfied, and IA assisted in revising Chapter 61, received by Mr. Yong. In the world of Demon Slayer, besides humans and demons, there is another special existence, souls. Whether human or demon, after death, they will transform into spiritual bodies and go to the underworld for judgment. Innocent souls can gain the opportunity for reincarnation and continue to live as humans, while guilty souls will be punished until they have atoned for their sins before they can be reincarnated as humans. Whether innocent or guilty, fundamentally speaking, their existence will not vanish. If a soul were to dissipate, then everything about that person would be completely annihilated, leaving no possibility of existence. Yu Xiao originally wanted to directly deal with the ghost and send it into reincarnation. But this thing was so ungrateful that it chased her for several streets and even destroyed her house. Furious, Yu Xiao now wanted to beat it to the point of soul scattering. In her 17 years, she had never been as angry as she was today. With her iron fist in motion, a modified non-meme, welcome everyone to use it. Unlike her usual nonchalance, a coldness appeared on the girl's flawless face, and her golden eyes revealed endless killing intent. A black talisman was pinched between her fingers, and just as Yu Xiao was about to take action to finish off the ghost in front of her, a figure suddenly rushed towards the ghost. Water-breathing, fourth form. Title strike. A young man with black hair leaped up, and a blue blade emerged with waves of water. The blade swept through the air, creating a graceful water curtain, and he landed steadily behind the ghost, his movements as swift as lightning. The ghost appeared somewhat stunned by the sudden appearance of the young man. Suddenly, it felt a faint pain coming from all over its body. The ghost incredulously covered its neck, its two blood-red eyes still fixed on Yu Xiao. In the next second, its head and body were severed, its limbs scattered. The young man had his back to Yu Xiao, his shoulder-length black hair slightly disheveled. He was tall, wearing a coat with different patterns on each side, seemingly in a hurry and only dressed in a thin undergarment. Yu Xiao stared at his back, her eyes filled with confusion. Why is Tomioka-ju here? Not long ago, when Yu Xiao was chasing after Fa Gue, the commotion startled Xiao He, who was sleeping in the courtyard. Normally, when there are no tasks, the crow Xiao He would stay in the headquarters on standby, but today Yu Xiao was on leave, so it also took a break. The demon-slaying swordsman can apply for leave, with 3 to 5 days off each month, and in special circumstances, the leave can be extended. However, very few are willing to take time off. Yu Xiao would naturally never miss any opportunity to slack off. If she could take a day off, she would. Little Black happily followed her. Upon hearing the commotion in the street, Little Black immediately flew into the air to scout the situation. Its shiny black eyes quickly noticed Yu Xiao in the distance, being chased by a demon. Little Black knew that Yu Xiao was wearing her regular clothes when she went out and did not have her knicker and blade with her. As just a crow, it couldn't help Yu Xiao retrieve her sword, so it hurriedly flew to Ju's residence to request support, since he was the closest. At that moment, Ju Tomioka was already resting. The room was pitch black, and Ju had laid down early but felt no sleepiness. Tossing and turning, he found it hard to fall asleep. Whenever he closed his eyes, the image of the blue-haired girl with silky long hair would wrap around his fingers. The soft strands were incredibly smooth, making it hard to let go. Ju couldn't tell whether it was a dream or an illusion. Perhaps it was a dream, and in that dream, Yu Xiao always had her back to him. Only when he tied her hair would her delicate face turn toward him. The joy in her golden eyes filled him with warmth, and her pink lips slowly parted to utter words that made his heart tremble. I like Mr. Ju. This sentence lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. For a period afterward, whenever he saw Yu Xiao from afar at the headquarters, he instinctively chose to avoid her. As long as he could confirm she was safe, Ju wished for nothing more. He believed that someone like him would only bring misfortune to others. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks came from the window frame. Ju threw off the covers, put on his Aori, and opened the window. Before he could speak, Little Black's anxious voice came from the window. Mr. Water Pillar, Yu Xiao encountered a demon on her way home and doesn't have her knicker and blade, requesting support. After hearing this, Ju's already expressionless face darkened. Without bothering to dress properly, he grabbed his sword and rushed out the door. Lead the way. In just a few minutes, Ju arrived at the scene. Thus, the previous scene unfolded. Little Black, the fastest rescue legend in history, after sheathed his long blade and eliminated the demon, Ju turned to look at the girl behind him. Why didn't you bring your knicker and blade? His first words were neither concerned nor worried, but rather accusatory. He was reprimanding Yu Xiao for putting herself in danger. A demon-slaying swordsman appearing in front of a demon without a knicker and blade was no different from serving a dish on the table. That dead-hair demon was just an ordinary aberrant demon. If she had encountered a stronger demon or one of the 12 Kazuki today, what would have happened if he hadn't arrived in time? Ju dare not think about it. Only he knew how worried he was about the girl before him. Faced with Ju's clearly irritated question, Yu Xiao momentarily didn't know how to respond. Silently putting away the talisman papers, Yu Xiao lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. I'm sorry, Mr. Ju, for causing you trouble. Feeling a bit down, her voice was somewhat muffled. But Ju didn't want an apology. To him, demons could make mistakes countless times, but demon-slaying swordsmen could not afford any mistakes. However, seeing Yu Xiao's dejected appearance, he swallowed the reprimanding words that were on the tip of his tongue. Ju furrowed his brow, his voice much softer than before. Let's go back. I'll have Shinobu handle this. Where else can I go? Yu Xiao said faintly, pointing at the ruins behind him. That's my home. Ju followed her direction and saw the scene before him. A complete mess. The house had collapsed, shattered tiles scattered everywhere, and a huge gap had been made in the bamboo fence. The blue petals on the ground seemed to silently mock his earlier words. He understood that the demolished house was her home. At that moment, Little Black, who had been left behind, flew back. When it saw its recently intact new home turned into ruins, it plummeted from the air, but luckily Giyu caught it just in time. Caw! Lying in Jiyu's palm. Little Black let out a weak cry, as if it were on the verge of death. My nest. Yuxiao built this nest for me. It's so comfortable and soft. It's gone. After spending these days together, Little Black had completely assimilated into Yuxiao's laid-back spirit. Although sometimes Yuxiao could be quite scary and often threatened to pluck its feathers. She had never actually done so. Moreover, she shared delicious food with it every day. It dared to say it was the happiest among all the crows, being able to take vacations with Yuxiao and being well-fed and cared for every day. But now its happy little nest was gone. Looking at the depressed duo of a girl and a bird, a hint of struggle flashed in Jiyu's deep blue eyes. The girl before him was too exceptional. For someone like him, who had always lived under the protection of others, Yuxiao felt unattainable. Yet he couldn't just stand by and watch her suffer. Giyu let out a helpless sigh. Sigh. His voice was so soft that even the breath from his nostrils could blow it away. After a moment of silence, Giyu ultimately chose to compromise and said to the girl before him, "Let's go." Yuxiao looked up, confused, and asked where to. She hadn't decided where to go yet. So why was Tomioka, Giyu, letting her leave? To her surprise, Giyu replied coldly, "To my residence." Yuxiao was taken aback. Does this mean she has been taken in? Chapter 62. Mr. Iyong is a good person. Yuxiao followed Iyong back to his residence. The lights in the room turned on, and Yuxiao sat obediently on the tatami, hugging her knees. Iyong only instructed her to take a short rest before leaving. Yuxiao appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was a bit anxious. Since he appeared, Giyu Tomioka had been wearing a stern expression. Although he usually looked that way, no matter how you looked at it, Giyu Tomioka seemed angry. I didn't cause any trouble. So why does he look at me with a frown that could crush a mosquito? Yuxiao didn't feel that not bringing the Nichiren blade was particularly dangerous. Instead, she was puzzled about what she had done wrong to upset this taciturn person. Could it be that I disturbed his rest, which made him in a bad mood? A case of morning grumpiness? After all, I didn't call him here. With that thought, Yuxiao's gaze fell on the crow lying beside her. Speaking of which, last time, it was the little black crow that called Kaijiro Rengoku. Fortunately, she had stopped this straightforward owl from speaking at the Hashira meeting, or else she could have been obliterated on the spot. This time, it was also it that brought Giyu Tomioka here. It really seems to be afraid of me dying. The little black crow, under Yuxiao's gaze, opened its big, dark eyes and looked at her in confusion, as if asking what was happening. Seeing the little black crow's dazed expression, Yuxiao couldn't help but tease it. Little Black, I heard there's a kind of soup that's really delicious. She squinted her eyes slightly and revealed a mischievous smile. You just need to pluck the feathers off the bird, clean it out after gutting it. Add some spices to remove the fishy smell, and boil in a pot to make a tasty and nutritious bird soup. The method is very simple. Although I can't do it, I can ask Tanjiro to help me. He will definitely agree. I think he would be quite suitable. Why not let me taste what bird soup is like? As she spoke, she stuck out her tongue and lightly licked her lips, as if she was really hungry. Little Black. Yexia stopped working. After about 3 or 4 seconds of being dazed, Little Black suddenly let out a terrified scream. She's going to kill the bird. Yuxiao is going to kill the bird. The agitated Little Black rushed to the door on its thin legs, suddenly remembering that it could fly, and quickly flapped its wings and flew away in panic. I guess I should just go back to headquarters and wait. Although it knew Yuxiao was probably just trying to scare it, its little heart couldn't take it. Paha! Seeing Little Black wishing it had another pair of wings to escape, Yuxiao lay on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. But she didn't laugh for long. Her laughter abruptly stopped. As if sensing something, Yuxiao suddenly sat up straight, maintaining her ladylike demeanor, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. She put on a surprised expression and looked towards the young man standing at the door. Mr. Giyu, you're back? Were you just laughing? Giyu looked confused. He had clearly heard a girl's clear laughter just now, but as soon as he walked into the room, the laughter stopped, and there was only Yuxiao in the room. Yuxiao blinked her eyes, her delicate face full of innocence. No, Mr. Iyong, you must have heard wrong. My house is gone. How could I possibly smile? Although her acting was superb, it couldn't fool Iyong. Lying. Even though he knew this was Yuxiao's lie, Iyong chose not to expose her. Instead, he threw the prepared towel and clothes in front of the girl and said indifferently, "The hot water is ready." Yuxiao was genuinely surprised this time. She had never expected that Iyong would ask her to stay in the room to help him boil water. After falling into the water with Tanjiro, Most of her hair and clothes had dried out from the fire. Aside from some water stains left on her clothes, it wasn't a big deal. Did he really notice even such things? Yu Xiao believed that her relationship with Yong was not very close, with only a few encounters and conversations to count. She didn't expect him to be so attentive towards her, which made her somewhat touched. Butterfly Ninja is right. Mr. Yong is a good person. I need to help him communicate well with others. Holding the towel that Yong had thrown to her, Yu Xiao stood up and buried half her face in the fabric, revealing only her two curved eyes. She was truly very grateful to Mr. Yong. Yong felt uneasy under her golden gaze, a layer of pink slowly spreading over his earlobes hidden in his hair. Instinctively, he tilted his head to the side and said in a deep voice, "If you want to soak in cold water, just stay here." He still spoke cold words, yet it was impossible to dislike him. With just a little understanding, one could sense the gentle heart hidden beneath Yong's indifferent exterior. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao pouted in dissatisfaction. "Mr. Yong, I'm not as easy to coax as a child. How could the water cool down so quickly?" Yong couldn't help but lower his head, a very faint smile appearing at the corners of his lips. Her serious demeanor was not much different from that of a child. After enjoying a comfortable hot bath, Yu Xiao changed into the clothes Yong had prepared for her. The pure white inner garment was soft and very comfortable, but it was somewhat oversized on Yu Xiao, with the sleeves just covering her hands and the hem reaching halfway down her thighs, making her look a bit like a child wearing an adult's clothes. Why is this outfit so big? Mr. Yong wouldn't he just randomly find me a piece because he doesn't have any spare clothes? Would he? With curiosity, Yu Xiao pinched a corner of the garment and gently sniffed it at her nose. There was a faint fragrance on the clothing, likely from the detergent used in washing, and in addition, there was a warm scent from being sun-dried. "It smells quite nice." Yu Xiao happily returned to the room and found the bed already made. Yong was kneeling, holding a cup of hot tea in his hands, with a teapot beside him, for which steaming white vapor was continuously rising from the lid. Yu Xiao sat down, wiping her wet hair, and casually asked, "Mr. Yong, do you plan to not rest?" "I'm not tired." Silently filling a cup with hot tea, Yong pushed the tea towards her and expressionlessly pointed to the bedding, saying, "You sleep there tonight." "Okay, then I'll trouble you." Having just finished her bath and feeling a bit thirsty, Yu Xiao thought nothing of it, casually tossing aside the towel on her head and drinking the tea in one go. Due to her loose clothing, as she tilted her head back to drink, the collar opened slightly, exposing a small patch of skin below her neck to the air. Yong easily noticed a faint red mark on the girl's snow-white neck. Yong's eyes widened as he leaned closer to Yu Xiao, brushing aside the troublesome strands of hair. And this time he saw more clearly, a small red mark on the upper left side of her neck. It was a hickey. Chapter 63. Are you lying to me? The red hickey was very light, yet Yong noticed it immediately. It was completely different from the marks left by mosquito bites. He often encountered such hickeys on the necks of women he had saved while slaying demons. Tomioka, Yong wasn't foolish. He just wasn't good at expressing himself. Having lived for 21 years, he naturally understood what the mark on the girl's neck represented. Such marks could only be left by someone with whom one had a particularly close and intimate relationship. Could it be that her earlier words of affection were all a deception? As he thought of this, he felt as if his heart was being tightly squeezed by something, making it hard to breathe. Yu Xiao was startled for a moment by his sudden approach, seeing Yong's gaze fixed directly on her neck. She thought there might be something dirty on her body and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Mr. Yong? Is there something dirty on my neck?" Yong's expression was chillingly serious as he lowered his eyes and gently poked at the red mark on the girl's neck with his fingertip, questioning, "Who left this?" The red kiss mark was so conspicuously present on her neck, so annoying, yet impossible to erase. "What do you mean? Who left it?" Yu Xiao was confused. She reached out to the place where Yong had pointed, but felt nothing unusual. "I didn't feel anything. If you want, you could bring a mirror." Her words were cut off. The young man's sensual, thin lips were tightly pressed together, his dark brows furrowed, and his deep blue eyes were turbulent, staring intently at the owner of the golden eyes, trying to find a flaw. "What is wrong, Mr. Yong?" Yu Xiao felt uneasy under his gaze, completely at a loss for his words. The confusion and helplessness on the girl's face didn't seem fake, and for some reason, it slightly relieved Yong's heart. Then, he subtly leaned closer to the girl, his magnetic voice revealing a hint of danger. "Where did you go today? With whom? What did you do? Why'd you come back so late?" Her warm breath brushed against her ear, and Yu Xiao instinctively shrank her neck, but suddenly noticed the handsome face of Yong, whose deep blue eyes were now dark and stormy, like the sea on a stormy night, suppressing a raging tide. Seeing him like this made Yu Xiao feel uneasy, and she honestly replied, I went out to play today and caught fish by the river with Tanjiro. I came home a bit late because I fell into the water. Tanjiro. Iyong silently repeated the name, jealousy churning in his chest. That red-haired boy and his sister who had turned into a demon. Yes, they've been studying with Master Urokodaki together for 2 whole years. Iyong lowered his eyelids, constantly reminding himself to keep a heart as calm as the surface of the water. But no matter what, he couldn't settle his emotions. It felt as if something that originally belonged to him had been taken away. Yu Xiao noticed that his condition was off, and she reached out to pat his shoulder and ask what was wrong. However, unexpectedly, the young man suddenly grabbed her wrist, and after a dizzying spin, she was knocked to the ground. Eon's whole body was pressed against hers. The seemingly delicate girl had an astonishingly soft body, and a unique, cold fragrance that belonged to him lingered at her nose. The distance between them had already exceeded boundaries, their warm breaths intertwined. And with just a slight movement, Eon could kiss her tender pink lips. Yu Xiao stared at the enlarged face in front of her, feeling at a loss. Eon's features were three-dimensional and strikingly handsome, his deep-set eyes dark and mysterious. His dim blue gaze seemed to be veiled in a layer of mist, making it hard to see clearly. He held Yu Xiao's wrist with one hand while the other pressed against her waist. Yu Xiao couldn't understand what he was trying to do and struggled to get up. Don't move. The young man's voice was noticeably hoarse, as if he was trying hard to restrain something. The scorching heat radiated from his body, and Yu Xiao really stopped moving, though a rare faint blush appeared on her face. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she nervously asked, Mr. Eon, I really can't understand why you're treating me like this. Did I do something wrong? She initially thought it was strange enough for Tanjiro to drag her into this situation, but Eon was even stranger, pressing her to the ground without a word, making it feel like an interrogation, which left Yu Xiao feeling very troubled. Ignoring her embarrassment, Eon suppressed the bitterness in his chest and asked, between Tanjiro and me, who do you like more? Please don't ask me such questions, and also, get off me, you're heavy, like a large, fluffy pet acting cute. Eon rubbed his face against hers. You still haven't answered me. He should have known by now that all those illusions and dreams were just excuses for his own fantasies. If Yu Xiao hadn't suddenly confessed that night, he wouldn't be so eager for a definitive answer now. Yu Xiao let out a slight sigh. How do you want me to answer? Eon's deep voice, surprisingly, sounded a bit aggrieved at this moment. Are you lying to me? You clearly said you liked me before. Yu Xiao fell into deep thought. It seemed she had indeed said something like that when they were on Spider Mountain. After a moment of reflection, Yu Xiao reached a conclusion. I had no intention of deceiving Mr. Eon. What I said that day was true, because not only I, but also Mr. Linlong and Tanjiro all like you very much. She explained seriously. It's just that Mr. Eon's question troubled me. I cannot choose between you and Tanjiro. Tanjiro is an important friend to me, and so are you. It was Tanjiro who saved me in the snow, and likewise, it is because of you that I can learn from Mr. Linlong and join the Demon Slayer Corps. To me, both of you are my benefactors. Eon was taken aback. She wasn't lying. Those golden eyes were as clear as ever, but there was nothing inside them. Eon's heart ached. He reluctantly asked, so you call him Tanjiro, but why do you still call me Mr. Eon? Why do you use honorifics with me? Just mentioning this made Eon's heart feel even more sour. So that's how it is. Yu Xiao suddenly realized, because no matter what, Mr. Eon is a senior. You have outstanding abilities and more experience. I admire you. So isn't that how it should be? It's not the same thing. Eon stood up dejectedly. His originally fluffy hair drooped down. Yu Xiao wanted to say something more, but Eon left without looking back. Feeling that his state was not good, Yu Xiao quickly stood up and grabbed the hem of his clothing. Mr. Eon, what's wrong with you? If I did something wrong that upset you, please be sure to tell me. The room is yours to use as you like. Eon expressionlessly pulled his clothing away from her hand, saying, don't meddle in my affairs anymore. After saying that, his figure completely disappeared outside the door. Chapter 64, Repairing the House. I don't know what is making Takuoka Eon so upset. Yu Xiao could only look for the reason within herself. Red? Is there a red scar on my neck? It was useless to guess. She still needed to confirm it with her own eyes. Yu Xiao rummaged through the fourth-dimensional pocket for a long time and finally found a small mirror. She picked up the mirror and carefully observed herself, only to realize after a while that there was indeed a small red mark on the upper left side of her neck. Although the color was very faint and not easy to notice unless one looked closely, she really didn't expect that Tenjin Yuzui had such good eyesight to spot at a glance. Touching the small red mark with her hand, Yu Xiao felt no pain or itch. How strange Could it be that she was accidentally hurt by that demon? Yu recalled the previous scene. She had been dodging left and right, and she was quite a distance away from the ghostly figure. Although the figure's hair was long, it never reached her clothes. Other than that, there was no possibility of her getting hurt. Even mosquito bites didn't cause any discomfort on her neck, and there was no swelling, which didn't make sense either. Yu was contemplating various possibilities when she suddenly remembered that when Iyong mentioned Tanjiro, his tone changed to something almost gritted. Could it be related to Tanjiro? But Tanjiro would never hurt her. Even if she were injured, the wounds would heal quickly, leaving no scars. I'll ask about it another day. Yu put away the mirror and wandered around outside the room. But she couldn't find any trace of Tomioka and didn't know where he had gone. She had no choice but to return to her room and crawl into bed for a long sleep. I'll look for him again tomorrow. I must find out where he is. After all, he has helped me so many times, and I don't want to make him angry. The next morning, Yu still couldn't find Ju, but a member of the Hidden Corps brought her the Nichiren blade in uniform. Yasaki, here is your Nichiren blade in uniform. Yu was happily petting a cat, surrounded by a bunch of cats rubbing against her. She was unable to free her hands, so she casually pointed to a spot. Thank you, you could just put it there. The hidden figure stood straight, with only two bright black eyes visible beneath the mask. After placing the items in the designated spot, he respectfully bowed to Yu Lord Yasaka, we will complete the construction of your residence very soon. Please rest assured. Huh? Are we starting the construction now? Yu didn't expect their actions to be so quick. It seemed she would be able to move back in soon. But what about the furniture? With a sigh in her heart, Yu still raised a smile and thanked them, saying, Thank you for your hard work. The work of the Inasuk is not easy either. I really appreciate it. The boy under the curtain blushed, then bowed deeply. This is the work we should be doing. It's nothing. She had always heard that the Hashira and the Demon Slayer Corps were difficult to get along with, especially the Wind Hashira, who seemed quite intimidating. She didn't expect that the Thunder Hashira in front of her was not only beautiful, but also so gentle when speaking to her. He even understood her work. Indeed, among the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, the girls are the best. They are both gentle and beautiful. They charge to the front lines, bravely killing demons to protect everyone. It's really impressive. After chatting casually with this lively and cute member of the Inasuk, Yu returned to her room to change into her uniform. She had originally planned to invite a few other Hashira to hang out together. After all, she had just been promoted not long ago, and it would be great to communicate friendly with her colleagues. Unfortunately, it would take quite some time to rearrange the furniture now. Considering the incident with the demon last night, Yu went to the headquarters to report to the master. A gentle breeze brushed her face, and the sunlight was just right. In the courtyard of the headquarters, Yasaki was standing, lost in thought as he gazed into the distance, with a white-haired girl Hinaki accompanying him, always supporting him. Good morning, master. Yu greeted. Why turned towards the voice and smiled gently. Ah, it's Yu. Good morning. I heard that you encountered a malicious demon on your way home last night, and that the mansion was damaged, but fortunately, no one was injured. Naturally, someone had reported to him about the events that occurred last night. Yu was on leave and didn't bring her Nichiren blade on the way home, resulting in being chased by demons. Fortunately, Iyong arrived just in time to slay the demon. Yaoyong was well aware of the situation. However, during the subsequent reassurance efforts, the Hidden reported that some citizens said a ball of flame suddenly appeared and attacked the demon, allowing a few people to escape unharmed. The situation at the time was quite chaotic, and Yu action of throwing the talisman was very discreet, so no one noticed it was her doing. They only saw a ball of fire flying past, and then the demon ignited. Yaoyong felt a bit puzzled. His intuition told him this matter was related to Yu but he wouldn't ask further. Everyone has their own little secrets, especially someone like Yu who comes from celestial bloodline. Since she didn't speak about it, she surely had her reasons, so Yaoyong would press for more details. As long as Yu was willing to stay in the Demon Slayer Corps, even if just for a day, she would be a member of the Corps and a trustworthy partner. Moreover, she had never shown any abnormalities during missions and always completed them perfectly. What Yaoyong didn't know was that Yu didn't actively disclose her abilities simply because she didn't want to be seen as an oddity. Even ordinary demons' abilities could instill fear, let alone her being human. Yaoyong gently advised her, never let your guard down, no matter when, even during rest, you must remain vigilant. Iyong may not always appear in time. His eyes lacked brightness, yet he exuded a warm presence like the sun in spring, making people unconsciously want to be close to him. Although the purple scar on his forehead hadn't diminished, Yu noticed that Yaoyong's complexion had improved. looking more energetic than before, indicating that the medicine she provided was effective. Although she knew he couldn't see, Yu Xiao readily replied, "Yes, my lord." This situation was entirely due to her negligence, and she would be more careful in the future. Speaking of that destructive demon made Yu Xiao angry. That hateful demon. If it weren't for Yong slicing you in half, I wouldn't let this go. Demon, please do not disturb. I am dead. Yaoyong nodded slightly. Besides that, I heard that the furniture you painstakingly arranged was all destroyed. I will have someone help you rearrange it. It should be restored in about a week. Sensing that Yu Xiao might have concerns, he added with a smile. Exactly the same as before. Yu Xiao, who had been complaining about the demon, felt her mood visibly brighten. Her face lit up with a surprised smile, and her tone elevated a few pitches. Thank you, my lord. The Demon Slayer Corps truly has good people. My lord even took the initiative to help me restore my furniture. This is wonderful. As she left the headquarters, Kanazuki Hina waved at Yu Xiao. The medicine from Yu Xiao improved her father's condition, and a hint of a smile appeared on Chi's originally stiff, doll-like face. Yu Xiao waved goodbye in return. This child is really cute. It would be even better if they could smile more often. As soon as Yu Xiao stepped out of the courtyard, she ran into Fushikawa Mamiya. Chapter 65. Fushikawa Mamiya explodes. Mamiya had a deep respect for the Lord and would come to greet him every morning whenever he had time. After the pillar meeting, Yu Xiao had seen him a few times, but they had only acknowledged each other from a distance. This time, encountering him face to face, Yu Xiao took the initiative to greet him out of politeness. Good morning, Mr. Fushikawa. Mamiya always wore a fierce expression. Not only did he have several gruesome scars on his face, but his entire body was also covered in wounds, which made him look pitiful. He didn't care about it at all, as these scars, being rare blood among rare blood, symbolized the countless evil spirits he had slain and were a mark of honor. Mamiya glanced sideways at Yu Xiao without stopping his pace and replied in a hoarse voice, "Morning." Surprisingly, receiving a response made Yu Xiao's eyes light up, and she immediately called out to him, Mr. Fushikawa, please wait a moment." Mamiya turned back impatiently, his tone rising to a furious pitch. "What do you want?" "You guy." Like accidentally stepping on a landmine, Fushikawa Mamiya exploded in an instant, the seemingly good mood from earlier vanishing into thin air. His face was filled with irritation, and his expression looked frighteningly fierce. However, Yu Xiao was not afraid of him at all and calmly said, "I want to invite you to my house to hang out." This decision was originally meant to be postponed, but since Yaozai had said that her house could be restored in just a week, Yu Xiao decided not to delay any longer. Huh? Mamiya's expression froze for a moment. Inviting him to her house. Why? Did she think he was a child? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, especially since Yu Xiao had made faces at him during the pillar meeting a few days ago. He felt like a volcano about to erupt, his anger reaching new heights. "Are you trying to provoke me? Don't think I want to do anything just because we're near the headquarters. I'm not trying to provoke you. I'm serious." Yu Xiao blinked and explained the Tianju conference ended very late that day, and everyone has been very busy since then. So I thought I would take some time to get to know everyone well. Isn't that okay? What does that have to do with me? Shermi snorted coldly. "I won't go. Just give up on that idea." Yu Xiao had long anticipated that Shimi wouldn't easily nod in agreement. She lowered her head, feigning a look of disappointment, and murmured, "It's really because of Mr. Yong, isn't it?" Shimi was left puzzled. How did that deadpan face get involved again? Faced with Shimi's confusion, Yu Xiao seemed a bit hesitant. Mr. Bushtuan would also go because of Mr. Yong, which is why he rejected me so decisively, right? What does that guy have to do with it? Mentioning Tamanaga Yong caused Shimi's veins to bulge on his forehead, and his expression grew even darker. Yu Xiao lightly tapped her lips with her fingertips, seriously talking to herself. "I heard that Mr. Tamayo seems to have always been very afraid of Mr. Ju. Every time he sees him, he wishes he could hide far away. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do." Before she could finish her sentence, Shimi angrily grabbed her collar. Shimi almost shouted at her. "Who told you that I'm afraid of him? Who said I avoid Ju Tomioka because I'm scared? I absolutely want to drag that guy out and beat him up. I get annoyed just seeing that deadpan face, so I choose to avoid him. How can you say I'm afraid?" Shimi was really about to explode with anger. With her collar tightly grasped, Shimi's strength wasn't enough to hurt her, but it was uncomfortable. Yu Xiao tried to move his hand away, feeling wronged and on the verge of tears. "It hurts." The girl's trembling voice, tinged with a cry, reached Shimi's ears, causing him to release Yu Xiao in shock, his neck and ears visibly turning pink. He stared at Yu Xiao, and upon seeing her tear-streaked face, he stammered, I didn't mean to." At that moment, Shimi noticed that Yuxiao wasn't wearing her usual Haori today, just a pleated skirt uniform. The girl's petite figure and slender limbs looked like a delicate doll displayed in a shop window. If he exerted even a little force, he feared he might break her. He had actually laid hands on this seemingly fragile girl. An unprecedented sense of guilt surged over him, and Shimi wished he could find a hole to hide in. As he instinctively lifted his foot to leave, he felt something tugging at him from behind. It was Yuxiao holding onto his clothes. "So you really can't come, can you?" Her bright golden eyes sparkled, looking at him with a charming light, quietly waiting for his answer. "Don't look at me like that." Like a cat whose fur had been ruffled, Shimi quickly stepped back, avoiding her gaze, and said fiercely, "Tell Ju to clean his neck for me." After throwing down that harsh remark, Shimi stormed off, while Yuxiao waved at his retreating figure, a radiant smile on her face that could hardly be concealed. No trace of grievance left. "I will inform Mr. Ju. Looking forward to your visit." "Mr. Ju, I'm sorry. Actually, this is part of the plan." Yuxiao was also preparing to head back when, just a few steps out, she unexpectedly ran into someone on the road. Wearing a fireman mask and dressed in a black mid-sleeve coat, wasn't this the blacksmith who had previously delivered the Sun Will sword to her? He was holding a bundle in his hand and quickened his pace upon seeing Yuxiao. "Your Excellency Yuxiao, long time no see." "Huh, Mr. Heidi? Good morning." Yuxiao saw him rushing over and asked, "Are you also looking for the Lord?" Heidi LV was taken aback for a moment and explained, "Your Excellency Yuxiao has already become a Hashira. I came to forge a sword for you, but I was delayed by some matters, so I arrived a bit late. I sincerely apologize. However, you may not know this yet, but for swordsmen who have become Hashira, the Nichiren blade can be adjusted according to their own situation." "Ah, I understand now." Yuxiao remembered that there was indeed such a thing. Swordsmiths who become Hashira can request to reforge their swords. For example, the butterfly ninja, who has low strength but extremely high burst speed, had a specially customized Nichiren blade that underwent a lightweight modification, sacrificing part of the blade to leave only a curved, hook-like tip. When the sword is sheathed, it can adjust the dosage of wisteria poison inside the sheath. Mitsuri's flexible whip sword, Kaneo's curved sword, Tangen's dual chain swords, and Shinobu's meteor hammer have all been modified according to their respective breathing techniques and sword styles. At the same time, if there is no need to forge a new sword, the existing blade will be engraved with the 4 characters to signify their status as Hashira. Additionally, after becoming a Hashira, the original silver buttons on their uniforms will be replaced with gold ones, and the uniform can also be adjusted according to their individual circumstances. Yuxiao rarely uses melee weapons and has no special need for a sword. So he said to Heidi, "Thank you, Mr. Heidi. I don't need a new Nichiren blade right now. The one you forged before is already very suitable." "I see." Heidi's originally gentle voice sounded a bit happy at this moment. "Hearing you say that brings me great comfort. Then, please allow me to engrave the words Evil Demon Slayer on the blade you are currently using, Sir Yuxiao." Yuxiao handed over the knife at his waist to him and glanced at the surrounding wisteria flowers. "Is it inconvenient for you to carve here?" "You need not worry. Just wait a moment," Heidi Lu said, untying his bundle and taking out his carving tools. He quickly entered work mode and soon finished carving 4 characters, returning the sun wheel knife to Yuxiao. "Then my task is complete. I wish you great success in your martial endeavors, Yuxiao." "Thank you, Mr. Heidi. You've worked hard." After Heidi Lu left, Yuxiao noticed that he had a short ponytail tied to the back of his head. He hadn't paid attention during their last hurried parting. Unexpectedly, this swordsmith was quite cute. Chapter 66. Often angry. Never seen clear weather after a period of recuperation, Zenitsu and Inosuke also regained their health and began physical recovery training. Among them, Tanjiro had the worst experience. His daily training was doubled, and during reaction training, he was drenched in tea by Kanaho, making it utterly unbearable. Even Aoi Kanzaki found it hard to watch. Zenitsu and Inosuke initially managed to endure the training, but later they couldn't stand the blows dealt by Kanaho and gradually stopped coming to the dojo, no matter how much Tanjiro tried to persuade them. By nightfall, today's training came to an end. After washing away the strange smell from the tea, Tanjiro walked tiredly down the corridor. "What do I have to do to defeat Kanaho? My speed is still too slow. Even if I can defend once, before I can react, the next cup of tea is already poured on me. Her speed is really fast, and her aura is very similar to that of the Hashira." "Mr. Tanjiro." The red-haired boy was lost in his thoughts and did not respond. "Mr. Tanjiro." It wasn't until someone pulled his arm from behind that Tanjiro stopped. He turned around to see the 3 sisters with bean-shaped eyes who had helped with stretching exercises in the morning. "We've called you several times, Mr. Tanjiro. Are you really okay?" The three girls looked at him with concern. Tanjiro scratched his head in embarrassment. Ah, sorry, is there something you need? The girls looked at each other, and it was the short-haired Teranai Kiyo who spoke first. Mr. Tanjiro, are you practicing total concentration breathing for 24 hours a day? Huh? Tanjiro was dumbfounded. Total concentration breathing for 24 hours a day, what is that? Seeing his confused expression, Teranai Kiyo quickly explained. It's total concentration breathing practice day and night, even while sleeping. He had never heard of such a thing. Could it really be done? Yes. There's a world of difference between those who can do it and those who cannot. Teranai Kiyo answered seriously. The three sisters patiently explained the method of total concentration breathing to Tanjiro. Upon learning that Kirikurai Kanaho had fully mastered this breathing technique, Tanjiro began to practice as well. In addition to the necessary physical recovery training every day, he forced himself to train for strength and speed at the Butterfly Mansion while constantly practicing total concentration breathing. His efforts did not go unnoticed by Shinobu Kocho. The duties of the Hashira were very tedious. In addition to hunting demons and daily patrols, they also had to gather information on demons and teach their disciples, which was truly exhausting. After finally handling most of the above tasks, Yuxiao looked up at the sky. The sun was gradually setting, casting its afterglow, and the streets and sky were coated with a layer of gold. It's already so late. Yuxiao has been unable to find Tomioka Ju these past few days, and her idea of having a good chat with him has to be put on hold for now. She has been quite busy lately and has been staying at a hotel since her house is still not fully repaired. With a helpless sigh, Yuxiao bought a lot of desserts in town, along with a bento of pickled ginger and salted vegetables, all packed to go. She had previously snuck out with Tanjiro for some fun and still needed to apologize to Kochu Shinobu. Given Shinobu's temperament, she probably wouldn't hold a grudge. But it's hard to say with Tanjiro. Tanjiro, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. By the time she reached the Butterfly Mansion, the sky had completely darkened, the night had fallen, and a waning moon hung high above, radiating silver light along with the scattered stars. Yuxiao walked into the mansion, and the bright light shone through the windows. Just as she was about to push the door open, she suddenly heard a faint conversation and stopped in her tracks. Why did you bring us here? It was Tanjiro's voice. He was sitting cross-legged on the roof, having paused his meditation, looking at the purple-haired girl beside him. Because Nezuko has gained everyone's recognition, and you have both sustained serious injuries. Shinobu smiled slightly, her voice gentle. I want to entrust my dream to you. Dream? Tanjiro looked at her in confusion. Yes. Shinobu's gaze turned distant, as if she was lost in a memory. To get along well with demons. If it's you, you can definitely do it, right? Although she maintained a kind and friendly smile, Tanjiro could distinctly sense the smell of anger emanating from her. Are you angry? Upon hearing this, Shinobu's purple pupils trembled slightly, and she looked at the boy in front of her in surprise, not understanding how he could clearly perceive her true emotions. It just seems like you're constantly exuding an odor of anger, Tanjiro said slowly, not wanting to make Shinobu feel awkward because of his words. Yes. Shinobu paused, and the smile on her face instantly vanished without a trace. She lowered her head, letting her eyelids droop, and said, I might have been angry all along, ever since my most important sister was killed. As if recalling a cruel memory she was unwilling to face, Shinobu's voice became somewhat subdued. Every time I see those whose lives are taken by demons, every time I hear their desperate screams, the anger within me continues to accumulate. I hate demons. Most of the Hashira should feel the same way. However, this time they saw Nezuko, who hasn't eaten humans, and they remembered her scent. Plus, with Lord Ubuyashiki's recognition and the guarantee of 4 lives, I don't think anyone will take action against her. Tanjiro listened quietly as she elaborated. Shinobu knew that recalling the past would only bring her more pain, but it was precisely because of the pain that she couldn't let go. Those deeply etched, cruel, and sorrowful images were vivid and ingrained in her bones. She closed her eyes, feeling somewhat weary. But I'm a little tired too. Shinobu's voice became somewhat melancholic, tinged with emotion. Demons always lie, acting irrationally for self-preservation, relying on instinct to kill. But it can't be helped, can it? A crisp female voice came from behind, and both of them sitting on the roof turned their heads in surprise. Chapter 67. I really don't know what to do with you. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation. Yuxiao appeared behind the two without them noticing. She had her hands behind her back, slightly bent forward to maintain eye contact with them. Seeing that they were still a bit stunned, Yuxiao blinked in confusion. What's wrong? I really didn't eavesdrop on your conversation on purpose. I just happened to pass by. After a brief moment of surprise, Tanjiro quickly came to his senses. He looked at the girl with eyes full of joy and smiled. Why did it take you so long to get here? I almost thought you forgot about me. Suddenly realizing there were more than 2 people present, Tanjiro cleared his throat lightly and quickly changed his words. Is there something important that brought you here so late? Yu Xiao? Yu Xiao reached out and flicked his forehead. I already said I was just passing by. The force on his forehead was very light, and Tanjiro could barely feel it. Like a tickle. He covered his forehead and mumbled unhappily. Why is it like this again? I'm not a child anymore. Although he was happy to be treated like this, he still really wanted to grow up quickly. Yu Xiao didn't pay attention to his mumbling and quickly retracted his hand, feeling a bit of pain in his fingernail. How could I be so careless? This kid's forehead is harder than iron. Yu Xiao's sudden appearance interrupted the conversation between Butterfly Shinobu and Tanjiro, which made Butterfly Shinobu a little annoyed. That wasn't the main issue. The most important thing was that Butterfly Shinobu was worried that Yu Xiao overheard what she and Tanjiro were talking about. Butterfly Shinobu was actually a very strong-willed person. If Tanjiro hadn't said he sensed her anger, she would never have voluntarily shared her thoughts and past. Miss Yatsuka. Butterfly Shinobu's voice left Yu Xiao unable to discern her emotions. Eavesdropping on others' conversations is quite impolite, you know? Tanjiro clearly sensed the anger emanating from Butterfly Shinobu, and it was even stronger than before. Butterfly Shinobu maintained her unchanged, gentle smile, stood up, and turned her back to Yu Xiao. It's getting late, and I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Butterfly Shinobu tried to leave, but suddenly someone grabbed the corner of her haori from behind. Surprised, Butterfly Shinobu turned around and found Yu Xiao gently holding her haori with a dejected expression on his face. Didn't Miss Shinobu say she wanted to get along with me? Butterfly Shinobu wanted to say something more, but when she saw Yu Xiao's clear eyes, she swallowed her words back down. Yu Xiao released her and revealed the food box that she had been hiding behind her. I really want to get along well with Miss Shinobu. Shinobu's heart wavered a bit. Then she saw Yu Xiao looking at her with those bright, watery eyes, sincerely saying, I waited in line for a long time to buy this newly released pickled ginger bento, which is why I came so late. Wow, Tanjiro exclaimed when he saw the food box that Yu Xiao was holding. No wonder I smelled the aroma of food, along with a rich, sweet scent. Yu Xiao nodded at him. Yeah, I also bought a lot of desserts. After speaking, she grabbed Butterfly Shinobi's hand, and the cool, soft touch made Shinobi momentarily dazed. Yu Xiao's voice carried a hint of pleading. Miss Shinobu, can't you really have dinner with me? Butterfly Shinobu was already beginning to worry that if she refused her, those beautiful eyes would soon turn red and shed tears. She felt a bit shy and withdrew her hand, averting her gaze, her expression appearing quite troubled. Yet her voice was exceptionally gentle. I really can't help you. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao revealed a radiant smile. I knew Miss Shinobu was the best. Tanjiro suddenly felt it was so difficult. Yu Xiao is so cute. How can anyone dislike her? He felt a bit jealous as he held onto the hand Yu Xiao had previously grabbed while pulling Butterfly Shinobu, puffing out his cheeks in annoyance. Yu Xiao hasn't forgotten my share, right? For some reason, seeing Tanjiro like this made Yu Xiao want to tease him even more. I'm sorry, Tanjiro. She pretended to look regretful. I mainly came to find Miss Shinobu. You must be lying to me. Tanjiro felt his heart shatter. Yu Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! Even Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a low chuckle at the scene. Pooh! Tanjiro, realizing he had been teased, instantly turned red in the face. He roared in embarrassment. Seriously, Yu Xiao only bullies me. It's all Yu Xiao's fault for being so strange. After spending so much time with her, I rarely smell anything related to emotions on her. Could it be that my nose has malfunctioned when it comes to her? How could this happen? I hate it. The 3 of them sat on the corridor of the Butterfly Mansion, having dinner. Wow, the bento is actually still warm. Tanjiro exclaimed in surprise. He could still feel the residual warmth when holding the wooden bento box in his palm, indicating how fast the person who bought the bento must have been to retain that heat. Butterfly Shinobu picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and put it in her mouth. The slight spiciness of the ginger and the sweet sour sauce made her raise her eyebrows in delight. Speaking of which, the first time I saw Miss Yu Xiao, you were holding a paper bag of taiyaki. Since Yu Xiao referred to herself as Miss Shinobu, Butterfly Shinobu also directly called her by name, which brought them much closer. Yu Xiao, sitting between the two, mumbled a response, not intending to reveal the reason. She would never share the embarrassing experience of fainting from hunger by the river. I didn't want to bother the people in a village that already had little food, so I endured the hunger. This is definitely something I must keep secret. Actually, I would feel much better after just one sleep. There's no way I could starve to death. Tanjiro joined the Demon Slayer Corps for Nezuko. But what about Miss Yusuo? Butterfly Shinobu curiously asked. Among the Hashira, except for Mitsuri, who was looking for her ideal husband, the others basically chose this high-risk profession because they had a deep-seated grudge against demons. Butterfly Shinobu couldn't sense even a hint of hatred from Yusuo towards demons, which is why she asked, "Just call me Yusuo, Miss Shinobu." Yusuo stopped the action of picking up food and thought seriously for a moment before replying, "Actually, the reason is quite flimsy. I'm afraid that saying it will upset Miss Shinobu." "You don't have to worry about my feelings," Shinobu said with a slight smile. "As long as I can contribute to the Demon Slayer Corps, I will never be dissatisfied with you. Miss Shinobu is really a nice person." Yusuo then cheerfully revealed her reason. "Actually, I joined the Demon Slayer Corps because I was bored." "Huh?" Shinobu was momentarily stunned. Cough cough. Tanjiro, who was eating his bento on the side, almost choked when he heard her response. Chapter 68. Are we friends now? Even though Tanjiro knew deep down that Yusuo might be joking, he still felt a surge of emotions because of her words. Cough cough. The intense coughing caused the young man's handsome cheeks to flush slightly, and the Hanafuda earrings swayed with his movements. Tanjiro covered his mouth and coughed nonstop, while Yusuo kindly reached out, gently patting his back to help him regulate his breathing. "I was just joking. How did you suddenly choke? Are you all right?" Tanjiro, wearing a thin light green patient gown, could clearly feel Yusuo's delicate hand resting on his back, helping him catch his breath in a gentle manner. After a moment's pause, Tanjiro felt much better, and the coughing stopped. He looked at Yusuo tenderly and shook his head with a smile. "It's fine. It's no big deal. It always feels like you say that every time." Yusuo, somewhat dissatisfied, withdrew her hand, took out the tea set from the food box, and thoughtfully handed a cup of hot tea to Tanjiro. "I don't know if you like it, but I only brought black tea, so just sip it slowly." Fortunately, the food box she brought was large enough to hold not only the bento and desserts, but also the hot tea. The rich aroma spread out, and as Tanjiro accepted the teacup, he was enveloped by the fragrance of black tea, which smelled delightful. The snow-white bone china teacup had a rim adorned with gilded patterns. Delicate and exquisite, clearly expensive. Tanjiro carefully lifted the teacup and took a small sip. The taste was very light, with a hint of citrus fruitiness mixed with an unknown floral fragrance, along with a slight bitterness that was not unpleasant. It was a peculiar flavor, but very enjoyable. Yusuo was initially worried that he might not be accustomed to this flavor, but hearing him say that, she felt a bit relieved. Then, she revealed a happy smile. "As long as you don't dislike it, that's good." Yusuo picked up another cup of red tea and handed it to Butterfly Ninja. "Miss Ninja, would you like to give it a try?" Butterfly Ninja nodded and took it. "Thank you." After taking a small sip, she put down the teacup. Earlier at Miri's house, she had been served red tea, and while she couldn't say she particularly liked this unusual flavor, she didn't dislike it either. Noticing Yusuo's eager expression, she offered a candid remark. "It has a very fragrant aroma." Then she noticed that there seemed to be little stars sparkling in Yusuo's golden eyes. "Yushio, ponto, uyayai, Tanoshi." Butterfly Shinobu found her behavior quite amusing and silently covered her mouth while turning her head away. Yusuo is just like a little child, lively and mischievous, yet a bit quirky. No wonder she can't see it, or rather, she doesn't know. As an observer, Butterfly Shinobu noticed clearly that ever since Yusuo appeared, Tanjiro looked at her with the gaze of someone in love, a longing that nearly overflowed from his pomegranate-colored eyes. Yet Yusuo seemed completely oblivious, even unaware. Butterfly Shinobu quietly lowered her gaze. Besides Tanjiro, Tomioka also treated Yusuo in a special way. During the Hashira meeting, he not only spoke up for her, but even got into a fight with Shinazugawa's Sanemi, resulting in a humorous scene where 4 people were holding onto each other. So, who should she help now? If she remembered correctly, the 3 of them were all from the same dojo. Why not let them love and fight with each other, since Yusuo seemed unaware of it anyway? Although considering Mr. Tomioka's personality, he probably wouldn't do that. I might as well pretend I didn't see anything. The scheming Butterfly Shinobu decisively chose to watch from the sidelines. By the way, Butterfly Shinobu suddenly remembered something important and said to Yusuo, "Last time when I was examining Lord Kagaya, I found that his condition had stabilized, and there were signs of improvement. He said it was all thanks to you. Do you have a good understanding of pharmacology?" Butterfly Shinobu recalled that after the Hashira meeting, Yusuo had a private conversation with Lord Kagaya. Naturally, she wouldn't pry into others' privacy. However, she had been responsible for taking care of Kagaya's health. And no matter what method she used, she couldn't alleviate his condition. Yet Yu Xiao managed to solve it effortlessly. Butterfly Shinobu intended to borrow some medicine for research, but was politely refused by Lord Kagaya. This made her even more curious about Yu Xiao. Now that the person in question was right in front of her, she directly asked. Well, although she had mentally prepared herself, Yu Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the sudden question. Fortunately, she had reminded herself well with Hina. So, Lord Kagaya was sick, Tanjiro murmured to himself. He knew Yu Xiao understood pharmacology, but he didn't expect her to be this capable. Remembering the exceptionally gentle voice of Lord Kagaya, Tanjiro felt very grateful that he recognized both himself and Nezuko. Such a good person, yet he is sick and can't even see. It's really unfair of the heavens. Facing Butterfly Shinobu's puzzled gaze, Yu Xiao took out her prepared statement. I'm actually not particularly skilled in pharmacology. I'm not as good as my elder brother, who has been studying medicine. What she said was completely true. Yu Xiao rarely studies medicine because she finds it too troublesome and is even too lazy to read books. Sometimes she only flips through them when she remembers. Due to this remarkable talent, Yu Xiao can understand the principles with just a glance and can even apply them to other situations. In contrast, her older brother Yuen studies diligently every day, researching day and night, yet he still cannot compare to Yu Xiao. However, Yu Xiao feels that Yuen is much more serious about his studies and is definitely better than her, which is why she says so. Yu Xiao said slowly, the Yasaki family has many medical books, some of which date back to 1,000 years ago and are still preserved. The entire study is filled with them. The medicine that helped the Lord was also something I found by chance in those books. If Miss Rin wants it, I still remember the prescription and can write it down for you. Yu Xiao didn't mind giving the prescription to Butterfly Shinobu. What she was worried about was that Shinobu would research the medicine she gave to the production house. One of those two prescriptions was very special and could only be used when the situation worsened. If Butterfly Shinobu took it for research and discovered that it contained her blood, she would definitely be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu understood right away. So that's how it is. Even ancient texts like that exist. Yu Xiao's family is really impressive. If possible, then she would like to ask Yu Xiao for the prescription. She was very curious to study why this prescription was so miraculous. Yu Xiao nodded. I'll write to Miss Shinobu when I get back. At that moment, Shinobu Kochu stood up, saying, it's getting late, and I've already had dinner. Thank you very much for your hospitality. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Wait a moment. Yu Xiao quickly called out to her. What is it? Is there something else? Thinking she had something important to say, Yu Xiao instead asked, Miss Shinobu, can we consider ourselves friends now? This cute and naive question made Shinobu chuckle softly. She slowly leaned closer to the girl, lightly tapping her forehead with her fingertip. A mysterious smile on her face. You can't just win me over with one meal, well then, goodbye. After saying this, Shinobu vanished from the spot like a gust of wind. Yu Xiao stared blankly in the direction where she had disappeared. The butterfly has flown away. Only Tanjiro could smell the scent left behind by Shinobu before she left. It's a teasing scent, and it seems a bit happy. Looking at the blue-haired girl next to him who was still in a daze, Tanjiro pursed his lips. Why does it feel a bit strange? Chapter 69. Unnoticed feelings after Shinobu left. Only Yu Xiao and Tanjiro remained. The night was quiet, and the light coming through the window illuminated the dim surroundings just enough to discern the environment. Yu Xiao was eating dessert while asking him, how is the training going? Can you catch Miss Karukaharu's tea soup now? She hadn't forgotten Tanjiro's worries and knew he had endured a lot during his training. As the adopted sister of the butterfly sisters, Karukaharu Kanaho was skilled in breath of flowers and had mastered the breathing technique of total concentration, constant long ago. Her swordsmanship and speed were strong enough to rival the Hashira. After a long period of training, Tanjiro finally achieved victory in his reflex training after successfully mastering the constant breathing technique. Hearing Yu Xiao's concerned inquiry about his condition made Tanjiro feel very happy. He propped his chin on his hands, his reddish-brown eyes focused intently on the girl's face. I have been working hard to master the total concentration breathing technique for 24 hours a day. The recent training has been going well. I can at least defend against a few attacks. I'm confident that I will soon be able to defeat Miss Karukaharu. At this point, Tanjiro realized that his total concentration breathing had unknowingly stopped at some point. He tried to return to his previous state, but found that his once orderly breathing was noticeably chaotic. Several times he couldn't enter a perfect state, so he simply cast aside this breathing technique. After all, nothing was more important than the girl in front of him. That's good, Yu Xiao said to herself, quietly lowering her eyelids and gazing blankly at her shoe tips. Yu Xiao had seen Kuruka Haru Kanaho several times. The first time was during the selection at Mount Fujisaki. Kanaho was very beautiful, like a plum blossom blooming alone in the cold wind, quiet and lovely. Her light purple eyes were clear and bright, making people feel affection upon seeing them. When Yu Xiao escaped with Nezuko from Mount Tanagamo, it was the first time he heard Kanaho speak. Her voice was soft and exceptionally pleasant. She was a very cute girl. Most importantly, Kanaho would become Tanjiro's future wife. Yu Xiao didn't mind it too much. Tanjiro was a gentle, good kid, and being with Kanaho, they would surely be very happy. However, she was a bit indecisive at the moment. She should have told Tanjiro about the practice methods for total concentration, constant a long time ago. During their long time at Narukami Mountain, Yu Xiao had never actively helped Tanjiro train. Instead, she often took him around to joke and shared some useless knowledge with him. Every time Tanjiro practiced the sword forms taught by Mr. Urokodaki or did the most basic physical training, Yu Xiao just sat quietly on the side and watched. Yu Xiao felt very conflicted inside. While she hoped that Tanjiro would work hard to become stronger, she couldn't bear to see him suffer. Every time she saw Tanjiro get hurt, her heart ached uncontrollably. This child's life was hard and cruel, and the happiness he desperately tried to maintain was like a dream bubble, easily burst with a light poke. Yu Xiao witnessed his suffering firsthand. Being by Tanjiro's side taught her many things, emotions she had never experienced before. Anger, joy, confusion, and bewilderment. Each emotion felt strange and novel to her. Besides that, Yu Xiao also felt a small sense of guilt towards Tanjiro. She believed that such a good and gentle person like him shouldn't have to bear so much suffering alone. Yu Xiao must be worried about me. Although she couldn't sense her emotions, just from her expression, Tanjiro knew what she was thinking. Yu Xiao's thoughts were all written on her face, and Tanjiro was always sensitive to emotions, so he saw through her hesitation at a glance. Yu Xiao suddenly came to her senses, looking at the boy beside her with a shocked expression. How did you know? I've always known, the boy replied gently, his tone firm. For a long time, Yu Xiao has been worried about me. How could Tanjiro not notice? He could tell that Yu Xiao wanted to help him, but she always seemed overly hesitant in this regard. So even though he was clear-headed, he never asked. Just thinking about Yu Xiao, caring for him, made Tanjiro's heart feel sweeter than honey. The boy smiled gently, and a strange light flickered in his sparkling eyes. When he looked at her, there was an unspoken affection in his gaze, a tenderness he had never shown before. For some reason, seeing this Tanjiro made Yu Xiao feel a bit flustered. Should he be like this? The earlier oddities crossed her mind, leaving her feeling somewhat puzzled. What she didn't expect was that Tanjiro actually embraced her from his side. He slowly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, like lovers in a passionate romance, and leaned close to her ear, whispering softly, "But I hope Yu Xiao can believe in me, rely on me, even just a little." His warm breath enveloped Yu Xiao completely, making her feel utterly drained, her mind a complete mess, unsure of how to respond appropriately. Tanjiro was right next to her, his voice low and muffled. "Yu Xiao, you haven't come to see me for so long. You don't know how much I've missed you." Yu Xiao didn't catch a single word he said. Whether it was his warm body temperature or the warm breath falling on her ear, it made Yu Xiao feel irresistibly sleepy. For some reason, she had been feeling easily drowsy lately, and she thought it was simply because she was tired. Yu Xiao felt everything in front of her swaying. She weakly drooped her eyelids, trying to resist the overwhelming drowsiness, her voice growing softer. "Don't hold me too warmly, or I will fall asleep." After saying that, she directly closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep in Tanjiro's arms. "Am I really that warm?" Tanjiro smiled helplessly and tightened his grip on the girl's arm a bit more. "As long as you are willing, I can warm you for a lifetime." He carried Yu Xiao into the room. The girl in his arms was light, almost the same as 2 years ago. He carefully opened the door and found Nezuko sleeping soundly on the bed. Tanjiro placed Yu Xiao on the bed, took out a set of brand new bedding from the partition, and laid it out, softly apologizing to Nezuko. "Sorry, Nezuko. The hospital room is full of boys, and since Yu Xiao is a girl, the bed is too small, so I can only temporarily put you in a difficult position." In her dream, Nezuko thought, "So, brother's love won't disappear, it will only shift, right?" After doing all this, Tanjiro yawned and finally realized he was also feeling sleepy. "I should rest too." Chapter 70. I'm responsible for the surprise attack. The room was dimly lit, and when Yu Xiao woke up, she thought she had slept until the evening. Thick curtains blocked the light. Yu Xiao slowly got out of bed. Intending to pull back the curtains to see what time it was, but noticed Nezuko still sleeping on the floor. Tanjiro actually let her sleep on the bed while putting his own sister on the floor. Although Nezuko had turned into a demon, she wasn't picky about where she slept. Yusao couldn't help but smile a little. She squatted down and picked Nezuko up again, placing her back on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Unexpectedly, Nezuko suddenly moved, rubbing her eyes as she woke up. Nezuko was wearing a pink kimono with cherry blossom patterns, quietly gazing at Yusao with her light pink eyes, a bamboo muzzle still in her mouth. Yusao didn't expect that she had woken her up. Gently stroking her smooth long hair, he said apologetically, "Sorry, Nezuko. I accidentally woke you up." After becoming a demon, Nezuko's mind had also turned into that of a child. She couldn't quite understand what Yusao was saying, but she could feel that his tone was very gentle, and the sensation of being patted on her head was quite comfortable, so she squinted her eyes. "Nezuko is really beautiful and cute. Marrying you off to Zenitsu. I wouldn't even want to give you to Tanjiro," Yusao teased. Nezuko looked at Yusao in confusion, her brows and eyes curving into a joyful smile. At that moment, a clicking sound came from outside the door. Yusao turned his head, and the door opened. It was Tanjiro. When he saw the warm scene of Yusao and Nezuko getting along harmoniously, his eyes flickered slightly, and he revealed a gentle smile. "You both are awake." Tanjiro walked over to Nezuko and gently patted her head as well. Then he said to Yusao, "I saw you sleeping soundly before, so I didn't wake you. It's almost noon now. Are you hungry? Miss Aoi has prepared lunch." "I'm not hungry yet." As soon as Yusao finished speaking, her stomach let out a grumble of dissatisfaction, and she looked at Tanjiro with a face full of helplessness. She was hungry now. Tanjiro was successfully amused by her cute expression and quickly covered his upturned mouth with his hand. He took the girl's hand and said, "Let's go have lunch together." The warmth from his palm transmitted through to her, and Yusao nodded in agreement, not withdrawing her hand. Tanjiro's hand was very warm, making her feel very comfortable. She had originally wanted to ask about what happened to her neck that day, but upon waking up, Yusao had completely forgotten about it. After having lunch with Tanjiro, and with no task for the time being, Yusao simply decided to stay at the Butterfly Mansion, sitting in the shade under the eaves. She avoided the glaring sunlight and watched Tanjiro practicing in the courtyard, just like he did at the Misty Mountain. A cool breeze blew, and the days were peaceful. The red-haired boy wielded his bamboo sword, completely focused on practicing the sword forms of the dance of the fire god. Tanjiro had already mastered about 80 to 90% of the total concentration breathing technique. Although he occasionally interrupted the constant breathing method while sleeping, his lungs had been strengthened more than ever before. For Tanjiro, using the dance of the fire god was still somewhat strenuous, but he could complete a full set of movements and learn even more from it. Yusao carefully observed every swing of Tanjiro's sword and his steps, noticing that his progress was rapid, much stronger than when he was on Mount Natagomo. This was closely related to his relentless efforts day and night. By the time Tanjiro finished a complete set of exercises, he was already panting heavily, beads of sweat covering his forehead. There was a burning pain in his lungs, and Tanjiro tried to suppress the discomfort as he put down his bamboo sword and sat down next to Yusao. Yusao thoughtfully handed him a dry towel and said, "Wipe off your sweat." The boy's eyes lit up as he took the towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and he said joyfully, "Yusao is really great." Yusao was not convinced, thinking it was just an ordinary small matter. She asked, "Why did you think of practicing the fire god Kagura today?" Tanjiro, who had paused in the action of wiping his face, then stared at her intently and said earnestly, "Because Yusao is very strong. I want to work hard to catch up to you." The latter half of the sentence he silently kept in his heart. Now is not the time to say such things. Yusao pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, "I'm not that strong. Besides, what does that have to do with me being strong or not? Compared to the strongest demon-slaying swordsman in history, Inagami Yorichi, I feel my swordsmanship is completely insignificant, just showing off in front of an expert. Who can compare to Inagami Yorichi, who could take down a kid with a single strike?" Even Muzan trembles at the sight of him. After hearing this, Tanjiro smiled and said, "Since Yusao isn't strong, I need to protect you well." "That's right." Yusao nodded in satisfaction, looking quite pleased. "You have to stand in front of me, and then I'll be responsible for sneaking attacks." Sneak attack. Tanjiro couldn't help but laugh at her, finding Yusao too adorable. The more he looked, the more he liked her. He had already imagined such a scene. While he was fighting a demon, Yusao suddenly sprang out from the darkness, stabbing the demon in the neck with her sword. And before the demon could react, the battle was over. That image was just too funny. Tanjiro lowered his head, covering his face, struggling to hold back his laughter. His body shaking slightly. The Hanafuda earrings by his ears swayed gently with his movements, making a faint sound. Yu Xiao suddenly wanted to touch his earrings. Thinking this, she did it. Yu Xiao reached out and gently grasped the flower-patterned earring. The design was beautiful, with a fiery red sun surrounded by 11 lines. Resembling the MS Getsu from the Hanabi card. This pair of earrings represented the will of the heir, Uranai, who gifted them to Tanjiro Kamado and taught him the so-called Kagura dance. The dance and earrings have been passed down through the Kamado family for generations, until now being passed on to Tanjiro. The earrings are very beautiful, lightweight, and upon closer inspection, one can find traces left by the passage of time. Yu Xiao focused intently on the earrings, gently stroking them with her hand, completely unaware of how ambiguous her actions were. Tanjiro's laughter suddenly stopped. The young girl's face was so close that it made him breathless, and he didn't dare to move, his heart pounding wildly. Tanjiro felt heat spreading throughout his body, especially on his face. The earrings were held in the girl's hand, and her gentle breath brushed against his neck, feeling as if she was caressing his skin, sending shivers down his spine. A rich fragrance filled his nostrils, and Tanjiro closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Yu Xiao, he called softly, his voice a bit hoarse and strained. Don't rush, let me take a look. Not noticing the boy's flushed cheeks, Yu Xiao took another glance at the back of the earrings. Tanjiro was nearly unable to contain himself. His mind was filled with only one thought. He wanted to kiss her. The impulsive thought became uncontrollable, and a layer of mist clouded Tanjiro's pomegranate-colored eyes as he clenched his fists, resisting his body's instincts, constantly reminding himself that he couldn't. Not now. That would scare Yu Xiao. Just when Tanjiro was trapped in this sweet torment, a female voice suddenly rang out, snapping him back to reality. What are you two doing? Chapter 71. I'll keep a close eye on you. The newcomer was none other than Kanzaki Aoi. With her hands on her hips, Kanzaki Aoi looked down at the two, frowning upon noticing their overly intimate behavior. The girl was very close to Tanjiro, and from her angle, it seemed like Yu Xiao was kissing Tanjiro's cheek, while Tanjiro's entire face was as red as a ripe apple. This was the Butterfly Mansion. Injured swordsmen frequently came and went, and it was indeed inappropriate for Tanjiro and this girl to be so affectionate in broad daylight. Ah, it's Miss Aoi. Tanjiro was the first to react. Yu Xiao turned around, looking confused at Kamizaki Aoi, still holding on to Tanjiro's ear pendant. What's wrong, Miss Aoi? Upon seeing Yu Xiao's natural, dazed expression and the flower-card ear pendant in her hand, Kamizaki Aoi guessed that she might have misunderstood. Who would have a blank expression while actively doing something like this? Tenjin Yuzui. Not me, I didn't do it. I don't know. Besides that, Kamizaki Aoi suddenly felt that Yu Xiao's light blue long hair looked somewhat familiar. She seemed to have seen it earlier while busy in the kitchen, but didn't pay much attention to it. Now seeing that long hair, she finally remembered. Lord Rengoku, what are you doing here? Kamizaki Aoi exclaimed in surprise, her voice becoming a bit anxious. The girl in front of her was a swordsman who had stepped up from the Mizunoto rank to the Hashira rank. Would she be angry that she just spoke to her in that tone? Thinking of this, Kamizaki Aoi felt a layer of cold sweat on her back. Surprisingly, Yu Xiao showed no signs of anger. Instead, she smiled warmly at her. I'm here to watch Tanjiro practice. Miss Aoi, you don't need to be so nervous. She released Tanjiro's ear pendant, her tone calm and gentle, making one unconsciously want to lower their guard. Just call me Yu Xiao, Miss Aoi. I still need to thank you for your hospitality at noon. The bento made with eel was delicious. Yu Xiao's approachable and gentle attitude made Kanzaki Aoi instantly breathe a sigh of relief, and she couldn't help but recall the scene when she first met Yu Xiao. Unlike before, Yu Xiao didn't wear the red bow today, which made Kanzaki Aoi feel a sense of familiarity, but she couldn't quite remember why at the moment. Hearing Yu Xiao invite her to call her by name, Kanzaki Aoi appeared quite hesitant. Although Yu Xiao seemed like a very easygoing person, she didn't dare to be careless. As every Hashira was someone deserving of utmost respect, they were all the most crucial pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, and only those who supported everything could be called Hashira. Yu Xiao could see Shinkai Aoi's concerns. You don't have to worry so much, Miss Aoi. Saying this, she stood up, took her hand, and sincerely said, Miss Aoi, you take care of patients, and your work is really hard, so don't be so formal. I also want to get along well with you. Feeling Yu Xiao's warm grip and concern, Shinkai Aoi felt very shy inside. A blush slowly appeared on her serious face, and she took 2 steps back in confusion, worried that she might let go of Yu Xiao's hand. She forced herself to stop. Shinkai Aoi lightly coughed twice to cover her nervousness. Ahem, Yuxiao-sama, I understand. This was her last act of stubbornness. If she didn't address Yuxiao with a respectful title and just called her by name, it would make her feel very impolite. Tanjiro glanced at the shy Shinkai Aoi and then at the happily smiling Yuxiao. While he was happy for her, he also felt a bit jealous. It's reassuring that Yuxiao gets along well with others, but why is she so warm towards girls? It was understandable for him to think this way because Tanjiro didn't know how Yuxiao had spent the 15 years before meeting him. That prison-like life, reaching out her hand, it was a white wall. Looking up, it was a square sky. She underwent various kinds of training every day without interruption, without a single day of rest. And even making mistakes was not allowed. Yuxiao never brings up her family matters and rarely talks about her past. Tanjiro only has a general understanding of her situation. Yuxiao didn't say anything, which must have been for his own reasons, so he wouldn't take the initiative to ask. As long as Yuxiao was willing to speak, he would listen for as long as it took, even if it meant a lifetime. But when he saw her getting along well with other girls, Tanjiro couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. I can't let that happen to me. The thought crossed his mind, but was quickly dismissed. Tanjiro Kamadu, you're the eldest son. How can you think like this? That's too pathetic. Tanjiro gazed at Yuxiao's profile with resentment, but she seemed completely unaffected, happily chatting with the girl in front of her. Then we'll be friends from now on. Xiaoi, can I call you that? Yuxiao smiled as she released her hand. All right, Lord Yuxiao. Kanzaki Aoi eagerly agreed, but then felt she had been too flustered, quickly restoring a serious expression. She turned to Tanjiro and said, Mr. Tanjiro, the afternoon training is about to start, and Lady Kanaho is already waiting for you. Huh? So soon? Tanjiro replied instinctively, then looked reluctantly at Yuxiao. Yuxiao knew what he wanted to say. I'll be with you. She smiled gently. I'll keep a good eye on you, so you better work hard, okay? All right. I will definitely work hard. Tanjiro instantly filled with fighting spirit. The little bit of jealousy he felt just now disappeared without a trace, and his heart was filled with sweetness. As expected, Yuxiao is the best. In the dojo, Yuxiao and the three sisters, Dodo Yen, sat together watching Tanjiro train. The three cute little girls continuously cheered him on. Mr. Tanjiro, go for it. Yuxiao rested her elbow on her knee, cradling her face with both hands, and smiled at him. Upon seeing the sweet smile on the girl's face, Tanjiro couldn't help but blush. With a command from Kanzaki Aoi, Tanjiro moved first. Just as he picked up the teacup from the table, Kanaho quickly intercepted him. Tanjiro then used his other hand to grab the teacup, but was once again stopped by Kanaho. The two of them exchanged swift movements, their hands moving so fast that they left afterimages. Finally, Tanjiro seized the opportunity and placed the teacup on Kanaho's head. The smell of the tea was unpleasant, so he didn't want to spill it on Kanaho. That would be too rude for a girl. That's enough. Aoi announced the end. After persevering until today, Tanjiro could hardly contain his surprise and exclaimed to himself, I did it. I won. Kanaho was still a bit dazed, not understanding why Tanjiro placed the teacup on her head instead of just splashing it on her. Aoi looked at Tanjiro with a hint of admiration. He had indeed had a tough time these days, and this time Mr. Tanjiro had won. Congratulations. The three sisters with bean-shaped eyes happily hugged each other, exclaiming, Mr. Tanjiro finally won. That's great. Tanjiro suddenly stood up, excitedly shouting at Yuxiao, I succeeded. I did it. Yuxiao, did you see that? Yuxiao silently buried her face in her arms, curling up into a ball. Ha ha ha. Seeing the girl's reaction, Tanjiro realized just how childish his behavior was. He shyly scratched his head, his neck and earlobes turning bright red. Why am I becoming less and less like myself? Chapter 72. Just follow your heart. After hearing that Tanjiro successfully passed his training, Inosuke couldn't sit still. He and Zenitsu found Shinobu Kocho and learned about the total concentration breathing technique Tanjiro was currently mastering, and they began to study it as well. The result was that both of them collapsed to the ground. The scheming Shinobu used the provocation method and the motivation method on the two, and encouraged by her, they exerted themselves with all their might, engaging in high-intensity training as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Yuxiao watched the three people running excitedly around the wall, creating quite a lively scene. She inadvertently caught sight of Kanai standing alone by the well. Seeing her slightly lonely figure, Yuxiao felt a stir in her heart and, after a moment of thought, stood up. Earlier, Butterfly Ninja had suggested that Kanai, as a fellow trainee, should join in the training. Kanai had smiled, but not responded. At this moment, Kanai took out a coin, tossed it into the air, and then caught it with her hand. Upon looking at it, the result showed tails. She lowered her eyes in disappointment. Not going. Miss Kanai always seemed to be alone. A gentle and clear female voice came from behind, and Kanai quickly turned her head, only to see a girl with waist-length hair smiling at her. The girl's golden eyes shone brightly, sparkling like a starry sky, and were as clear as if washed by water, making it hard to look away. Light blue long hair. Kanai quickly recalled having met this girl before. That swordsman who sheltered the demon. A hint of surprise flashed in her pink-purple eyes, and then she revealed a polite smile. Hello. Yu Xiao saw her just now tossing the coin. She pretended to be nonchalant and asked Zhang Naihu, "Is it a coin-tossing game? I've never played before. Can I play with Miss Zhang Naihu?" Zhang Nai didn't answer and slightly shook her head at Yu Xiao. "So it's not possible? What a pity." Seeing her show a disappointed expression, Zhang Naihu felt a bit awkward, completely unaware of the cunning glimmer that flashed in Yu Xiao's eyes. Her intention was not to reject Yu Xiao, but to convey that tossing the coin wasn't a game. However, she couldn't express it. Being stared at pitifully by Yu Xiao's golden eyes made Zhang Naihu a bit flustered. She knew that her silence had led to a misunderstanding, and a thin layer of sweat had formed on her forehead. Zhang Naihu, under Yu Xiao's eager gaze, appeared somewhat flustered. I climb. In the end, she had no choice but to toss the coin again. Yu Xiao's gaze followed the coin closely as it was tossed into the air, flipping several times before landing straight into Kanaho's hand. "Looks like I'm lucky?" Kanaho opened her palm and found it facing up. She quickly regained her composure and smiled at Yu Xiao, saying, "This isn't a game. So that's how it is. Relying on a coin toss to decide whether to talk to me, right?" Kanaho nodded. "Why rely on a coin toss to make a decision? Is it because choices are difficult?" Yu Xiao asked knowingly. She was aware of Kanaho's past. Born into a poor family, she barely had enough to eat every day. And not only that, she had to endure her parents' beatings. Thanks to her keen eyesight, Kanaho managed to dodge fatal blows during the beatings and survived, albeit barely. Before her, several children had already been beaten to death. This life continued until one day when her parents sold her off cheaply to someone else. Young Kanaho felt nothing about this. Her heart was devoid of fluctuations. To her, it was all the same whether she went somewhere else. There was no escaping the beatings, the insults, or the hunger. The buyer led her with a rope, the other tied to the already numb Kanaho, whose small frame and messy hair made her look as if a gust of wind could knock her over. Kanaho walked behind the man, waiting for a future that was hardly different from her past. While crossing a bridge, Kanaho met the sisters who would change her life, Butterfly Kanai and Butterfly Shinobu. The gentle voice of Kanai seemed to possess a magic that brought comfort, and she stopped to ask Kanaho her name. The buyer, impatient, tried to shoo Kanai away, but was met with a handful of coins thrown by her sister Shinobu, creating a commotion that allowed them to escape with Kanaho. Due to her past experiences, Kanaho locked away her heart and never took the initiative to make choices, even when faced with the kind Butterfly sisters. Her responses to them were like following instructions. Shinobu couldn't stand such a child and complained in frustration, while Kanai smiled gently and handed her a coin marked with choice and wrap. With this, even if Kanaho was alone, she could make choices. Isn't that too casual, sister? It's okay. Little Shinobu one day, when she meets someone she likes, Kanaho might change for them too. Those warm memories were etched in Kanaho's heart. This time, Kanaho didn't toss the coin again. Instead, she maintained a polite smile and said to Yu Xiao goodbye. Yu Xiao's questions went beyond what she could answer, so Kanai stopped responding, trying to make Yu Xiao give up asking and leave. However, Yu Xiao, who was rejected, did not leave. Instead, she took out 2 candies from her sleeve pocket, apple flavor and strawberry flavor. Which flavor does Ms. Kanai prefer? Like a machine, Kanai repeated goodbye. Sometimes choices are indeed difficult. Yu Xiao muttered to herself, completely ignoring her goodbye. Under Kanai's puzzled gaze, Yu Xiao took her hand and placed both candies in her palm. Yu Xiao's face blossomed with a radiant smile. "So I decided to give them all to you." That slightly smiling voice sounded in Zhang Nai's ear. "Sometimes I want to eat lemon cake, but I also don't want to give up on strawberry cake of another flavor. So I'll have both. Just follow your heart. Miss Zhang Naihu, even if the outcome of the choice isn't ideal. So what? At least the choice is for what you long for in your heart. And after that, you won't feel regret." Ah. Daniel looked down at the 2 extra fruit candies in her hand. The wrapper's almost transparent, clearly showing the round, shiny candies inside, with a crystal-like translucent color. Why? If you ask why, there's no special reason. It's probably because I often see you alone and not talking much. So I took the initiative to come and chat with you. Yu Xiao was a bit worried before, She suddenly approached Zhang Naihu and wondered if she would be disliked. But seeing the current situation, it seemed that Zhang Naihu didn't hate her. And shall we train together? Is that okay? Huh? Zhang Naihu was surprised and a bit hesitant. But I just failed the coin toss. Can I still train with him now? It's fine. Yu Xiao smiled and took her hand. Let's go. Everyone will be so happy to see you join. Especially Zenitsu. He will definitely welcome you warmly. Ah, okay. Zhang Naihu followed her, tightly clutching the 2 candies in her palm. Follow your heart. Can I really do it? Chapter 73. Pain. A few days later, Tanjiro and the others successfully awaited the arrival of the blacksmith Kanetetsu and Tetsuzan. After successfully training, Tanjiro completely forgot about what Kanetetsu had said to him a long time ago. Upon seeing the 2 blacksmiths, Tanjiro happily approached them, but Kanetetsu, seeing him from a distance, immediately pulled out a kitchen knife from his waist and chased Tanjiro down the street for 18 blocks. Tanjiro, who wasn't afraid of demons, was like a mouse in front of Kanetetsu, running around in a panic, desperately trying to survive. After causing a commotion for several hours, Kanetetsu finally let him go. Despite having many complaints and grievances in his heart, Kanetetsu still handed over the new sword to Tanjiro, while Tetsuzan also forged 2 new Nichiren swords for Inosuke. Inosuke, holding the twin swords, quickly turned the white Nichiren swords into a smoky blue color. As if remembering something, Inosuke ran to the courtyard and dug out several pebbles. Then, he smashed them down hard against the blade. Tetsuzan, who had been quite mild-mannered, erupted in anger upon seeing this scene. Shouting furiously at Inosuke, I'm going to slaughter you, you little brat. Look at what you've done. The 2 newly acquired swords quickly became battered and full of uneven dents. Ignoring the furious Tetsuzan, Inosuke waved his serrated twin swords, proudly exclaiming, Yash! Iron Boar! Thanks to Tanjiro desperately holding him back, Tetsuzan definitely would not have spared Inosuke. He looked so angry that he could roast Inosuke like a piece of pork. Sitting indoors drinking tea, Kanetetsu's resentment immediately dissipated, and he even felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, Tanjiro hadn't treated the sword he forged this way. The group was making a ruckus in the courtyard, and Yu Xiao, hiding nearby to watch the fun, couldn't stop laughing. Haha, Yu Xiao couldn't help but fantasize, wondering if Mr. Heidi would suddenly change his demeanor and chase after him with a wild swing of his sword, just like how Inosuke treated the swords forged by Mr. Heidi. The thought of such a ridiculous scene made Yu Xiao laugh so hard that he couldn't stand up straight, squatting on the ground and clutching his stomach, trembling with laughter. The swordsmiths are all so funny, ha ha. Miss Doll? A voice came from behind. Yu Xiao's laughter suddenly caught in her throat. She quickly composed herself and stood up, turning to see Weilang's expressionless face. The young man had long hair that fell to his waist, with slightly fluffy hair on both sides of his ears, and the tips of his hair were a light blue color. His handsome face had a pair of light blue eyes that were bright yet hollow and devoid of emotion. His gaze seemed to linger on Yu Xiao, yet it felt as if he was looking through her, gazing into the distance. Yu Xiao didn't expect Michiro to appear here. Did Takete-kun come to the Butterfly Mansion for something? Or is he injured? Michiro was about the same height as Yu Xiao, so they could look at each other without having to tilt their heads like with Ju Tomioka. Yu Xiao took this opportunity to closely examine him from head to toe, and, thankfully, he found no signs of injury. Oh, what was I here for? Being reminded of his purpose by Yu Xiao, Michiro looked up at the blue sky. After thinking for a while, he came up empty. I forgot. Yu Xiao knew he would definitely say this. Take your time to think, no need to rush. If you get hurt, just find Miss Koei. I'm leaving now. After saying that, she was about to leave. However, Weiling suddenly grabbed her hand. What's wrong? Yu Xiao stopped in her tracks. The touch on her hand was soft and warm. She looked down and saw that Weiling's palm had completely healed. The blisters and broken skin that had been caused by the knife were all gone, as if he had never been hurt at all. I remembered, Weiling said in a flat tone, with a kind of light, ethereal sense of emptiness. He slowly continued, I couldn't find you. The crow said you were in the butterfly house. Yu Xiao found it somewhat hard to believe. Are you here to find me? Could it be that the Lord has arranged some special important task, which is why he sent you to find me? Besides this, Yu Xiao couldn't think of any other possibilities. Weiling nodded, and, after thinking for a moment, said, practice swordsmanship with me. Afraid that Yu Xiao wouldn't understand the reason, he added, I lost last time. When Yu Xiao heard this, she shook her head like a rattle drum. No, I finally got a few days of peace. I don't want to practice swordsmanship. Why don't you find someone else? She directly refused Michiro. She had been troubled ever since she accidentally injured him last time. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps, Yu Xiao had never hurt anyone apart from her regular demon slaying work, and Michiro was the first person she had accidentally injured, so she didn't want to practice with him anymore. However, Michiro held onto her hand and asked in confusion, why? Yuxiao's swordsmanship is very strong, and there's a lot to learn from her. However, Weiling does not understand why she disagreed this time, as it was clearly her who suggested practicing swordsmanship from the very beginning. Yuxiao decisively replied, because I'm very tired. Besides the previous reason, another reason is that I'm afraid of trouble. Leisurely time should be used for proper rest or to enjoy some desserts and relax. Why would I want to find something to do when there's nothing going on? She would definitely not agree. The hands of the two were about the same size, and their fair skin tones were quite similar. Wunyang was wearing a loose team uniform, and his wrists and ankles were usually hidden in the clothing and not visible. At this moment, his exposed wrists were particularly noticeable against the backdrop of the black uniform. His breath of mist was elusive, and in order to conceal the movements of each attack, he had made modifications to the uniform. Yuxiao tried to pull her hand back, but found that her hand was tightly held by Weiling. It didn't hurt, but there was a clear intention that he wouldn't let go unless she gave a reasonable explanation. She sighed helplessly and said, I really don't want to practice today. Let's do it another day, definitely. Hearing this response, Weiling finally released her. All right, I'll wait for you. The next day, Weiling appeared again at the butterfly house. His gaze was fixed on Yuxiao, and as soon as they met, he said, practice swordsmanship. Yuxiao really didn't want to practice and excuse himself, saying, not today, maybe tomorrow. Weiling pursed his lips in displeasure, but fortunately, he didn't say much more. On the third day, Yuxiao secretly slipped out of the butterfly house, thinking to himself, this kid probably won't come again, right? It turned out that what was meant to come always comes, and there was no escaping it. As soon as Yuxiao stepped out of the doorframe, she bumped into Shirtu Michiro again. Taking advantage of the fact that he hadn't noticed her yet, Yuxiao quickly turned and ran, not looking back as she dashed home, swiftly closing the door and leaning against it. No way was she going to practice swordsmanship, as long as she could live a day like a salted fish. She absolutely wouldn't put in any effort. Wiping the non-existent sweat from her forehead with lingering fear, Yuxiao muttered to herself, they shouldn't be able to find me now, right? Just as she finished speaking, she felt a hand press down on her shoulder, and Michiro's eerie voice rang in her ears. Why are you running? In that instant, Yuxiao seemed to don a mask of anguish. Yuxiao, looking at Weiling who appeared next to him. Yuxiao felt the darkness before his eyes and almost fell to the ground, but fortunately, Weiling was quick to support his waist. Why did you follow me here? Weiling pointed at the wide-open window and said calmly, you forgot to close it. Yuxiao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Help! She really didn't want to practice swordsmanship. In the end, she reluctantly picked up the bamboo sword, and the two fought to a standstill in the courtyard of the mansion, finally bringing the matter to a temporary close. Before leaving, Michiro said to her, you didn't use your full strength. I will come again. What is this? Is it true that those who slack off will eventually face punishment? Chapter 74. Why are lower moon demons so useless? Infinite City. The complex space is filled with standard Japanese architecture. Apart from chaos, there are no other words to describe the scene before them. One can walk on any axis, as this is an alternate space, unaffected by external gravity. The stairs are haphazardly interspersed, and the corridors are winding and tortuous. The lights in the buildings prevent the entire space from being too dark, yet the environment still exudes a sense of oppression. Shortly after Rue's death, Muzan Kibutsuji ordered Neikime to summon all the lower moons. With a pluck of the biwa, the remaining 4 lower moons were gathered atop a vast building. Before them stood a woman in a magnificent kimono, her face pale and devoid of color, her long black hair styled up, and her rose-red eyes sporting a pair of eerie slit pupils. The beautiful woman parted her red lips. Bow down to me. Her deep, magnetic voice was clearly that of a man. The demons froze for a moment, but their legs uncontrollably knelt down, a powerful force pressing down on their backs, almost suffocating them, and the 4 demons immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. It is Lord Muzan, dressed in a women's kimono. Muzan Kibutsuji had a delicate feminine appearance, looking down at the lower moons with an expressionless face as he said, Rue has been killed, and so has Enmu. They were lower moon 4 and lower moon 5. Muzan did not care about Enyu's death, that useless one who only ran away when seeing a Hashira. With courage smaller than a rat's, dying was just a destined outcome, of no use whatsoever. The key point was Rue. He took a liking to Rue. Their fates were so similar that Muzan saw a reflection of his past self in Rue, that self who desperately struggled to survive. To give blood was Muzan's special pardon for Rue. Muzan permitted Rue to play house, allowing him to turn other demons into his family. The entire lower moon survived until today because of Rue's existence. Otherwise, they would have been easily slaughtered by the Demon Slayer Corps, with new faces replacing old ones. A group of useless beings that Muzan would have eliminated long ago. However, Rue ultimately disappointed him. Enmu was killed by a blue-haired girl, and Rue was slain by a young man wearing a patchwork Haori. As the Demon King, Muzan could control demons through their cells. He could read minds, spy, and give remote commands, making the demons serve him, kill Hashira, or search for blue spider lilies. Muzan saw clearly the scenes before the deaths of the two lower moons. I only want to ask one thing. His emotionless voice seemed to sentence all the demons present to death. Why are lower moon demons so useless? For 100 years, the upper moons of the 12 Kazuki have hardly changed, with Hashira being killed by upper moon demons. But what about the lower moons? Why are they always replaced by new faces? The pressure of the Demon King bore down, and the few demons kneeling on the ground felt cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, soaking their clothes, not daring to make sound. The newly appointed Lower Moon 6 was a fool. Facing Muzan's questioning, while he didn't speak, he was quite dissatisfied. Even if you say such things to us. Muzan's cold, rose-red slit pupils locked onto the fool. Is your thought being read? This is not good. What is not good? Come, let me see, he said coldly. The fool's back was already soaked with cold sweat, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. Please forgive me, Lord Muzan Kabutsuji. Muzan's arm transformed into a tumor-like mass of flesh, covered with eyeballs and several grotesque mouths. It manipulated this arm to wrap around the fool, who was still crying and begging for mercy. Please show mercy. Forgive my disrespect. Slap. The flesh mass, covered in eyes, opened its bloody maw and swallowed the fool whole, leaving not even a bone fragment, and finally let out a satisfied belch. Blood poured down like a torrential rain onto the heads of the remaining 3 demons, creating a shocking scene. Why has it come to this? The demon Ye, kneeling aside, felt the danger of death. He didn't want to die inexplicably like the fool. Becoming a demon was to survive. He accepted even eating humans. But now being crushed to death by Muzan like an ant, what was the meaning of his survival until now? I finally became a member of the 12 Kazuki. My thoughts have been seen through. No matter what, I cannot escape death, rather than waiting to die. Ye jumped up from the ground, using all his speed to flee. Although the space before him looked complex, it didn't mean there was no way out. He must escape, huh? Ye regained his senses and found that he had already been decapitated. Muzan casually tossed the head in front of the only remaining demon. The lower moons should disband now, he said mercifully. Is there anything else you want to say? The panic of the remaining demon had reached its peak. I can still serve you. As long as you give me a little more time, I will definitely be useful, he vowed. The demon believed that as long as he demonstrated his worth, Muzan would not abandon him. Muzan's tone was extremely cold as he questioned. Specifically, what use do you have? What can you be of use? And what can you do for me with your current abilities? Blood. The deaths of the first 2 had made the demon frantic. As long as you grant me more blood, I will definitely become a stronger demon to fight for you. Muzan's patience with the incompetence of the lower moons had reached its limit, veins bulging on his forehead. Why would I have to give you blood? How shameless. I'm not like that. Please listen to me. The demon saw the situation was dire and wanted to argue, but Muzan directly interrupted him. Shut up. There's nothing wrong. I will not make mistakes. All decisions belong to me. My word is absolute, and you have no right to refuse. What I say is correct. You dare to give me orders. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. After speaking, Muzan manipulated the flesh arm to swallow the demon whole. 3 out of the 4 lower moons were dead, with only one young man still kneeling on the ground. Muzan looked at him. Do you have anything else to say? The demon Yamatsuki had a somewhat dazed expression, his eyes not showing any fear, but rather filled with excitement. You're absolutely right. A suspicious flush spread across its cheeks. Being able to take action yourself feels like a dream, and before death, you can still see the suffering of other demons. I love seeing others in pain. Thank you for keeping me until the end. Muzan was quite satisfied with the performance of Dream. No rebuttals, no excuses, only obedience that barely qualifies as a competent subordinate. As a subordinate, one should unconditionally obey its orders, unconditionally die for it. The other lower moons were like lost dogs, either barking madly or fleeing, truly an eyesore. Muzan controlled the flesh to grow sharp fangs, which instantly pierced the artery in Dream's neck. I have my eye on you. Its voice sounded very pleasant. I will grant you my blood, but you might not be able to withstand it and die. But if you can endure, you will gain greater power and then serve me. The blood flowed through the hollow sharp fangs into the bloodstream, and Dream fell to the ground convulsing in pain, as if its veins were being torn apart. Muzin's cells entered its body, undergoing a new transformation. Kill the Hashira among the Demon Slayers. If you can kill the Demon Slayer with the Hanafuda earrings, I will reward you with more blood. The Demon Slayer, Muzin referred to as Tanjiro Kamado. Nakime gently plucked the biwa, and the scene before her kept changing as Muzin Kibutsuji left the Infinity Castle. Dream was also thrown into a dim alley by Nakime. As Muzin's cells flowed into its body, Dream saw the red-haired boy wearing the Hanafuda earrings. It covered its pierced neck in agony, with a look of obsession in its eyes. As long as I can kill that child, Lord Muzin will reward me with more blood. It felt like a dream. Chapter 75. Is Mr. Tenjin also? Yu Xiao once again visited the Lord. The reason for this is that so far, 40 people have gone missing, and I am worried that the 12 Kazuki may appear, so I would like to request the Lord to allow me to participate in the mission of the Infinity Train. Yu Xiao briefly described her concerns to Kanjuro. I see. Kanjuro is a reasonable person, and after thinking for a moment, he nodded and promised, then I'll trouble you, Yu Xiao. I was originally a bit worried about Rengoku, so after hearing Shinobu's recommendation, I sent Tanjiro and the others along. We cannot rule out the possibility of encountering Upper Moon demons. With you added in, there are now 2 Hashira. Even if we face Upper Moon demons, we should have the ability to fight them. He paused for a moment, staring blankly in the direction where the blue-haired girl stood, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his lips. Yu Xiao, I have great confidence in your strength. However, be cautious. During these days, every time Yu Xiao went on a mission, she completed it quickly and decisively, winning battles without a scratch, which made Kanjuro trust her but also worry a little. However, Yu Xiao didn't take Kanjuro's concerns to heart. She deeply bowed and said, Yes, thank you very much, my lord. Then I will take my leave. Kanjuro nodded gently. Kuro flew down from a tree in the courtyard and landed on Yu Xiao's shoulder. She scratched its smooth feathers with her hand. Let's go, this time at the big scene. Jie, what big scene? Yu Xiao smiled mysteriously and said, You'll know when the time comes. After receiving their mission, Tanjiro and the others prepared to leave the Butterfly Mansion. Tanjiro said goodbye to everyone at the mansion and promised Kanazaki Aoi that he would take her share in a battle with him. He searched the Butterfly Mansion for a while and finally found Kirika Haruko Kanaho. Miss Kirika Haruko was sitting alone outside on the corridor, lost in thought. Even when Tanjiro spoke, she didn't respond. Tanjiro bent down and called her Miss Kirika Haruko. Miss Kirika Haruko. Kanaho suddenly came back to her senses, looked at the boy beside her, and smiled faintly without speaking. Seeing that she had finally returned to her senses, Tanjiro explained, Miss Kirika Haruko, thank you for your care during this time. I received a new mission and came to say goodbye. Kanaho's mind echoed Yu Xiao's earlier words to her, and she suppressed the urge to toss a coin, slowly saying, I wish you success. After being pulled by Yu Xiao to train with a few others that day, Kanaho often sat alone in a daze afterward. As Yu Xiao said, those people were very enthusiastic towards her, especially that boy with yellow hair. Although she wasn't good at chatting with so many people, she felt an unprecedented happiness inside. Recently, when faced with decisions, she had been trying hard to suppress the impulse to flip a coin, as every time she wanted to do so, she recalled Yu Xiao's words. She had also carefully saved the 2 pieces of candy. After a brief chat with Kanaho, Tanjiro left. As he was about to depart, the 3 sisters with bean-like eyes came to see them off at the entrance of the Butterfly Mansion. The little girls each took out 3 giant gourds, and after Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke received the gourds, they simultaneously blew them up. They succeeded. How impressive. Teranai handed over a box of rice balls happily, saying, Please enjoy. Inosuke took off his pig headgear, revealing his extremely handsome face, and then began to gobble up the rice balls with both hands. Hey, don't eat now. Zenitsu protested from the side. These rice balls are just right for eating on the road. What if there are no restaurants in the wilderness later? Inosuke didn't care about that, stuffing rice balls into his mouth while dodging Zenitsu's attempts to stop him, shouting, Mind your own business. So annoying. I said don't eat. Zenitsu directly locked Inosuke's throat from behind, but even so, he couldn't stop Inosuke from eating. Tanjiro watched the 2 of them full of energy and couldn't help but laugh. He inadvertently saw a young man in a patchwork haori standing not far outside the Butterfly Mansion and quickly ran over. Mr. Tomioka. The flower-card earrings swayed with the boy's movements, and Ju turned around, looking at the boy in front of him, his eyes flickering slightly. Are you about to set off? Yes, Tanjiro replied. Giyu had not only helped him in Yuxiao during the Hashira meeting, but even risked his life to guarantee that Nezuko would not eat people. Tanjiro felt very grateful to him. This cold-faced senior seemed very aloof and hard to get along with, but he remembered all the kindness and care he had given. I heard you can achieve total concentration. Constant. I will continue to improve. I understand. Just as Tanjiro was about to say something grateful, he heard Giyu abruptly ask, "Did you do it?" The emotions flickering in Jiyu's deep blue eyes were difficult to understand, leaving Tanjiro confused. "Mr. Tomioka, did I do something?" "Yuxiao neck." The young man's tone was calm, showing no signs of anger or joy. Upon hearing those words, Tanjiro's eyes widened in shock, looking at him with an expression of disbelief. "Mr. Tomioka?" That day, when he sneaked out to play with Yuxiao, he ended up lying on the grass and taking a nap. He couldn't help himself at that moment, so he secretly kissed Yuxiao and then lightly kissed her neck, leaving a faint mark there. Even Yuxiao hadn't noticed this. So how did Giyu know? Seeing the panicked expression on the red-haired boy's face, Giyu confirmed his suspicions. That night, under his questioning, Yuxiao never explained anything, and Giyu had more or less guessed it. So what right did he have to be angry? And why did he have to pressure her? Thinking of that gentle and lovely girl's face losing its smile, her golden eyes looking at him in confusion, tugging at his clothes and softly asking what was wrong, Jiyu's heart twisted painfully. "It's not your fault. I'm sorry." He had been avoiding Yuxiao, hoping to calm down in solitude and question why he had been so impulsive. Could he still be forgiven for such a rude act? Tanjiro didn't know why Giyu suddenly fell silent, but he could sense the guilt and disappointment emanating from him. "Mr. Tomioka, is something wrong between you and Yuxiao?" At that Hashira meeting, only Giyu had stepped forward to help Yuxiao, along with that red ribbon hair tie and his current emotions. All these signs led Tanjiro to form a bold guess in his heart. "Mr. Tomioka, do you also like Yuxiao?" Upon hearing this, Giyu clenched his fists, his pupils trembling. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, rustling the fallen leaves as they were swept away. When Tanjiro blinked again, there was no longer a trace of Giyu in front of him. Is that really the case? Tanjiro silently lowered his gaze. Just then, a call from Zenitsu came from not far away. "Hey, Tanjiro, it's time to set off." "Ah, coming." Chapter 76. Infinite Train in the Evening. The sky at sunset looked like it was covered in orange-red dye, blending into the soft clouds, and a cool breeze gently blew, making one feel relaxed. Guided by Kuro, Yuxiao arrived at Tokyo Station. People were coming and going in front of the station, and, occasionally, the sound of trains passing by could be heard. Yuxiao poked Kuro on her shoulder and said, "All right, don't just stay on my shoulder. You can fly, right?" "Gee, Yuxiao, you're so stingy." Kuro pecked her head in annoyance and quickly flapped his wings to fly away. Yuxiao rubbed the spot that had been pecked at, feeling a bit helpless. Why has this guy become lazier lately? Xiaohei, how can anyone still have the face to say that about me? Before entering the station, Yuxiao carefully checked to confirm that the sun wheel blade was hidden in her haori without any issues. Only then did she buy her ticket for the Infinity Train and smoothly boarded the train. Perhaps it was because the Infinity Train had just resumed operation in the past few days. Coupled with the fact that those who had mysteriously disappeared had not yet been found, there weren't many passengers on the train. Yuxiao walked alone in the carriage, her light blue hair frequently attracting attention. Most of the passengers looked at her with curious eyes, without any malice. As she pushed open the door between the carriages and was about to take a step forward, Yuxiao heard a lively voice. "Delicious." There was a man sitting in a seat, draped in a cloak with flame patterns. He was holding a bento, eating while making loud exclamations of delight. His bright yellow long hair had tips that were slightly tinged with vivid red. Even without looking, Yuxiao could tell who he was just by the sound of his voice. It was Kaidro Rengoku, the flame Hashira. When Yuxiao got closer, she noticed that a mountain of beef bentos had already piled up next to Rengoku. "Mr. Rengoku, long time no see. You look very energetic." Rengoku's voice was somewhat unclear as he chewed, and paired with his bright, expressive eyes. This contrast surprisingly made him seem a bit silly and cute. His soft, fluffy hair made Yuxiao unable to resist the impulse to ruffle it. As expected of a humanoid owl, so cute. Rengoku swallowed his food, turned his head, and smiled at the girl standing in front of him, saying, "Ah, it's the girl from Yatsuka, long time no see." Saying that, he patted the seat next to him. "Sit here." "Okay." Between them was a small mountain of beef bentos, and Rengoku handed her one. "Yatsuka girl, have you had dinner yet? If not, let us eat together." "Ah, thank you, Mr. Rengoku." Yuxiao ate a lot of desserts on the way here, so she wasn't very hungry at the moment. However, Seeing Shuru enjoying his food so happily made her want to give it a try as well. Is it really that delicious? Yu Xiao opened the bento with great anticipation. The surface was covered with a layer of beef, topped with a generous amount of sauce, along with a boiled egg and tamagoyaki. Just looking at it was enough to whet one's appetite. She picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth, but the sparkle in her eyes quickly faded. Her tongue couldn't taste anything. Even the beef mixed with the thick sauce felt like chewing on wax in her mouth. This bento must be delicious, if only she could taste it. Knowing that her sense of taste was problematic, she still felt a sense of expectation. Yu Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile, and the momentary look of disappointment in her eyes seemed like an illusion. She looked at Akaza with surprise and praised. It's really delicious. Thank you, Mr. Rengoku. That's great. Akaza ate quickly, finishing one bento in no time and then grabbing another one to eat. Why did the girl from Yatsukasa appear here? Did she receive a new mission? About that incident at the Hashira meeting, I wanted to find Mr. Rengoku to properly apologize, so I asked Miss Shinobu. She told me that you've been on a new mission recently. Coincidentally, I didn't have anything important to handle lately. So, after getting a general understanding of the situation, I applied to Lord Shinobu for the mission on the Infinity Train, which is why I'm here. I see. Thinking back to when she suddenly covered his mouth from behind during the Hashira meeting and tried to threaten him not to leak that embarrassing incident, Akaza couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, really interesting. Holding a beef bento, Akaza said with a straight face and a serious tone, the Yatsukasa girl doesn't need to worry. I absolutely won't tell anyone about the time you fainted from hunger by the river, coupled with his very straightforward expression. Akazu's loud voice almost echoed throughout the entire train carriage, causing everyone in the carriage to turn their attention to this side at once. Yu Xiao now wants to kill someone. She bites her lower lip tightly and looks up at the man sitting next to her. Her golden eyes shimmer with a glimmer of water as she says wistfully, Mr. Purgatory, you did that on purpose, didn't you? What did you say, Yasaki girl? My ears aren't very good. I can't hear. Please repeat that. Kaidro Rengoku laughs happily, seemingly completely unaware of the girl's embarrassment. Yu Xiao's face broke into a mischievous smile. You like to act, right? I'll let you act to your heart's content. Without warning, she reached out and pinched Akaza's thigh, causing him to shudder. However, Yu Xiao had no intention of letting him off that easily. She applied a bit more pressure, twisting the small piece of flesh, which made Akaza furrow his brows. I said, Tanjiro, you should be able to hear me this time, right? The pinched area sent a slight pain, but to Akaza, it was nothing significant. He merely found Yu Xiao's vengeful act adorably childish. The smile on Akaza's lips remained intact as he reached out his large hand to press down on the girl's mischievous little hand, gently rubbing her hands back with his fingertips. The soft sensation made him almost reluctant to stop this subtle action. He deliberately lowered his voice. Yasaki girl, stop messing around. Yu Xiao gritted her teeth and said, why can't I understand what Mr. Purgatory is saying? I really want to properly thank you. While speaking, she didn't forget to tighten her grip. Asakusa Rengoku held Yu Xiao's hand tightly, not allowing her to continue squeezing. If she did, it would really hurt. He leaned down and whispered into Yu Xiao's ear, there's no need for thanks. I've already accepted your gift. The man's deep voice, accompanied by warm breath, brushed against her ear, causing Yu Xiao to shiver. The tips of her snowy white ears, hidden beneath her hair, turned a shade of pink, making them look even more tempting to bite. Yu Xiao retracted her hand, seeing the laughter hidden in his eyes, appeared on her forehead. Laugh. Laugh enough. When Hashigumi-san comes later and knocks you down, I want to see how you laugh. Thinking that someone would take the liberty to beat up Kaidro Rengoku for free, Yu Xiao quickly regained her good mood. She turned her head to look at the night view outside the train window and happily hummed an unknown tune, unaware that Yu Xiao was filled with malice. Kaidro Rengoku ate the remaining beef bento. 5 ants. Chapter 77. Why not sit on my lap? The first time Inosuke Hashira saw a train, he caused quite a commotion at the platform, attracting the attention of the station staff. When several station employees arrived and found the three with swords, they quickly called the police, scaring Zenitsu into dragging the other two away in a panic. As expected of a user of thunder breathing, Zenitsu's speed in escaping was top-notch, and the group quickly vanished from sight. Once they reached a deserted area, Zenitsu stopped, patting his chest in fear and letting out a sigh. That scared me to death. He pointed at Inosuke and complained, Inosuke, it's all because of you that we got treated like this. Apologize. Inosuke sat on the ground, still confused about the situation, feeling both frustrated and a bit wronged. Why we have to run away? Because the Demon Slayer Corps is not a recognized organization. How can we walk around with swords openly? Even if it's because of a demon, no one would believe it. It would only cause panic. Tanjiro looked a bit downcast. We've worked so hard, but there's nothing we can do. Let's hide our swords. Zenitsu agreed with Tanjiro. He had been forced by his grandfather to participate in the final selection, and now that he had joined the Demon Slayer Corps, there was a risk of death at any moment. He hadn't even married Nezuko yet. The group hid their Nichiren blades, and Zenitsu looked around for the police. Just then, the train let out a long whistle, and thick black smoke billowed from the chimney at the front of the train. Tanjiro shouted to the others, "Oh no, the train is about to start." Zenitsu said worriedly, "But what if the police find us?" Inosuke pushed him aside and rushed out. "I'm going first." Tanjiro followed closely behind, and Zenitsu reluctantly trailed after them. Fortunately, the train had just started, and its speed wasn't very fast, allowing them to board safely. By the way, that Mr. Rengoku is a Hashira, right? Does Tanjiro know him? They had previously received a message from the crow to meet with the flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku. But Zenitsu didn't know this person, so he asked Tanjiro, hoping to get some clues from him. "I met him once not long ago. I remember his scent," Tanjiro replied. The flame Hashira had very striking hair and a strong presence, and Tanjiro easily remembered his characteristics. Walking down the aisle of the train car, Tanjiro diligently searched for that person's figure, with Zenitsu following behind, keeping an eye on the curious Inosuke, who would cause trouble if not watched. Inosuke was full of energy and strength, causing a lot of trouble wherever he went. If he made a scene again, it would be disastrous. The train car was filled with various scents, and Tanjiro felt his nose becoming a bit numb. He pushed open a door and suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Mixed in the air was an extremely faint fragrance, like the mist that wafts through the mountains before dawn, carrying a bone-chilling coolness, with grass and trees soaked in night dew, exuding a refreshing and pleasant aroma. "It's Yu Zhao's scent." Tanjiro looked up and, sure enough, saw the beautiful light blue long hair in the train seats. As he approached, he realized that beside the blue-haired girl sat a man, none other than the flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku. "Mr. Rengoku, Yu Zhao is here too?" Kaijiro continued to eat his bento, constantly praising 5 ants. Yu Xiao had long been immune to his repeated phrase, 5 ants, having heard it no less than dozens of times. She was resting her chin on one hand, staring blankly at the changing scenery outside the car window, when she suddenly turned her head in surprise upon hearing the energetic voice of a young boy. The red-haired boy, with a high ponytail and a wooden box on his back, had handsome and gentle features, carrying a hint of youthful innocence that had not yet completely faded away. The flower-themed ear ornaments by his ears swayed slightly, and he radiated vibrant energy. It was Tanjiro. How coincidental. Let's sit down and chat. Yu Xiao glanced at the Akaza sitting beside her and the neatly stacked empty bento boxes, and then realized, there's no place to sit. Tanjiro smiled and said, "It's okay. There's still an empty spot next to me. Sitting behind is just the same." Although he wanted to sit next to Yu Xiao, he decided against it since Rengoku-sensei was already sitting there. Yu Xiao pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said to Tanjiro in a serious tone, "How about trying to sit on my lap?" Kaijiro almost spat out his food. Cough, cough, cough. He really didn't expect Yu Xiao to say something so shocking. Kaijiro awkwardly coughed a few times and glanced at the blue-haired girl, who was completely oblivious, with an unclear expression in his eyes. Are the Yatsuka girl and the Kamadu boy really this close? Surely this is a joke? Tanjiro's face turned completely red, and he repeatedly waved his hands, stammering to decline. "This probably isn't a good idea. Let's forget it." It was hard to imagine what it would be like if he actually sat on Yu Xiao's lap. Yu Xiao's team uniform is a pleated skirt, which is neither too long nor too short, just enough to cover half of her thigh. She sits in her seat, and the hem of the skirt slightly rolls up, revealing her fair and delicate skin on her legs, which is extremely tempting. Just thinking about it is enough to make one's blood rush. If she were to sit on top of me and gently whisper sweet nothings in my ear from behind. "Stop, Tanjiro, I can't think about this anymore." Tanjiro immediately shook off these strange thoughts, constantly reminding himself that he is an upright person and, as the eldest son, he must not have such thoughts. But why doesn't Yu Xiao say such things to me at home? Even if it would be very embarrassing, I would definitely want to sit on it. Seeing Tanjiro stuck in place, unsure of what to do, Yu Xiao quickly waved her hand, saying, "I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously." She just thought it was fun to say, and if it really came to that, Tanjiro would definitely feel very awkward. Yu Xiao thought for a moment. and suddenly her eyes lit up as she focused on the wooden box behind Tanjiro. If Tanjiro wasn't an option, could Nezuko be? As a girl, Nezuko's hair would be smoother and more manageable, and being small and cuddly when held made Yusuo instantly change her target. Kaijiro sighed and advised Yasaki girl. There are many passengers on the train. If I remember correctly, this boy's sister is a demon, so this might not be appropriate. Although Nezuko showed no desire for human flesh, Kaijiro was still worried about the negative influence it might have on her. With no fewer than 100 passengers on the train, if an emergency occurred, they would not only have to protect ordinary people, but also pay attention to Nezuko, which would only add to the trouble. Keeping her in the boys' box was the most suitable choice. Tanjiro agreed. Mr. Rengoku is right. Yusuo, there are many people on the train, and besides, Nezuko is still sleeping. Fine, I got it. You two are ganging up on me. I'm not playing with you anymore. Yusuo turned her head away and continued to look at the scenery outside the window. Tanjiro knew she was sulking a little, so he quickly tried to cheer her up. I'm sorry, Yusuo. When we get back, I'll make pancakes for you. Fluffy and fragrant pancakes. Upon hearing that her favorite dessert was promised, Yusuo immediately turned around, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the red-haired boy. You're not lying, are you? No, I'm not. Then I want 2 servings. That's fine with me. Yay. They were both surprised at how quickly she could be cheered up, and they both sighed in relief. Tanjiro looked at Kaijiro and said, Mr. Rengoku. Kaijiro understood that the boy in front of him was hesitating about something and kindly said, You don't need to worry, Kamadu. Since Lord Muzan has already agreed to your sister's matter, I won't say anything more about it. Let us talk more when we sit down. Tanjiro was pleasantly surprised by his generous agreement. Thank you, Mr. Rengoku. Chapter 78. The blue mop head as Tanjiro headed to the next train car. Zenitsu intended to follow him, but before he realized it, Inosuke had dashed to the window, repeatedly banging on the glass and shouting, Haha, Zofust. His wild behavior startled the other passengers. Zenitsu kept apologizing and managed to drag the rampaging boar away. Inosuke was excited, flailing his arms and struggling to break free from Zenitsu's grip. Waha, Zenitsu, let go of me. I want to race this iron guy to see who's faster. Shut up. Can you be a little quieter, you idiot? Zenitsu dragged him to the next car and just happened to see Tanjiro and the others talking. Seeing them was like finding a savior. Zenitsu immediately shouted, Tanjiro, come help me. Inosuke is always bouncing around and causing trouble. Tanjiro was inquiring Mr. Rengoku about the fire god Kagura when he was interrupted. He turned around and saw Zenitsu struggling to drag Inosuke through the aisle. Inosuke, there are passengers resting on the train. Can you be a bit quieter? Oof. Inosuke crossed his arms, steam puffing from the nose of the pig mask he wore. I just want to see who's stronger than this iron guy. The train is going really fast now. It won't stop until we reach the station. You'll tire yourself out running. Zenitsu retorted. Just as it seemed the two were about to start arguing, Tanjiro helplessly played the peacemaker. All right, let's not argue about this. I found Mr. Rengoku. He pulled the two over to Kaijiro and introduced them. Mr. Rengoku, this is my friend Zenitsu and Inosuke, both members of the Demon Slayer Corps. And Yusuo. We all met before at the Butterfly Mansion. Kaijiro nodded, his voice booming. Not bad. You boys have a lot of spirit. Yusuo smiled and waved her hand. Zenitsu, Inosuke, it's nice to see you again. Yusuo-chan. I haven't seen you for several days. What a coincidence. Zenitsu exclaimed, his voice rising several pitches with excitement. Nearly ready to dance on the spot. Could this be the destined fate? Zenitsu, Tanjiro was speechless and embarrassed. How did he start again? Although Tanjiro had just introduced them, Inosuke still couldn't remember the names. Isn't that the blue mop head? What's she doing here? Blue mop head? Yusuo was momentarily taken aback by his words, incredulously pointing at herself. Are you talking about me? Aside from the time when Tomioka tied her hair in braids a long time ago, Yusuo had always kept her hair down. As a long hair enthusiast, Yusuo took great care of her long hair, spending effort on maintenance every day, and even during battles, she would never allow her hair to get stained with blood. Being called a mop head hit her hard, and the smile that usually adorned her face vanished. The air suddenly fell silent. Zenitsu was the first to react. He slapped Inosuke's hand away, which was pointing at Yusuo. You pighead. Be polite to girls. How can you say Yusuo-chan is a mop head? Apologize. Tanjiro also looked at him with disappointment. What you said is too much. Yusuo will be sad. Kaijiro shook his head as well. Pighead boy. Saying that about a girl will make you disliked. Under the collective criticism, Inosuke swallowed hard and nervously took 2 steps back. I don't want to apologize. I was just speaking the truth. Her hair is so long and thick, it really looks like a mop. The straightforward Inosuke didn't he expect that his unintentional remark would lead to so many people lecturing him. The more he thought about it, the angrier and more wronged he felt. And ultimately, he just sat down on the ground, venting his grievances. Kabutsuji and Tanjiro just keep saying I'm wrong. And that big-eyed guy too. You're all siding with her. I don't care. Unable to convince Inosuke, the others quickly turned to comfort Yusiao. Yusiao-chan, don't listen to this pighead-s nonsense. Your hair is the best in the world. Not messy at all. Yeah, the light blue color of your hair is very special and looks beautiful. Tanjiro added. Kaijiro, who was closest, reached out and gently stroked the girl's head, comforting her. I think Yasaka's hair is both smooth and beautiful. There's no need to take this to heart. The pighead boy didn't he mean it? Yusiao tilted her head to avoid his hand, saying, don't touch my head. Akaza was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and withdrew his hand, knowing that Yusiao was still holding a grudge from earlier. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, who witnessed the whole scene, secretly added Akaza to his list of people to be wary of. If you need it, I can help you comb your hair every morning, Tanjiro said gently, looking at the girl with earnest and focused eyes. Anytime you need me. This statement, which resembled a confession yet surpassed a confession, left Yusiao momentarily at a loss. After hesitating for a moment, she shyly averted her gaze. Her cheeks uncontrollably flushed with a faint blush. I understand, it's okay. Inosuke just said it casually. I'm not angry. Tanjiro saw her expression clearly. Yusiao is actually shy. So cute. When we were together before, even holding her or hugging her didn't feel like today. Why is that? Kaneo's voice suddenly reminded. There might be demons hiding on the train. It's very dangerous. Hurry and sit down with the other two boys. Tanjiro could smell the warm scent of the sun on him, but at that moment, it was mixed with other odors, further confirming that his vigilance was correct. He didn't show it on his face and obediently replied, You're right, Mr. Rengoku. Inosuke Zenitsu, let's sit down first. Oomph. Inosuke called out, placed his hands on his hips, and heavily sat down with a thud, muttering contradictory complaints. You all are helping that mop head. I don't care. Not at all. Zenitsu, sitting next to Inosuke, clearly understood the situation and couldn't help but comment. Nezuko is so nice. The conflicts between men are so scary. Chapter 79. The lost ticket. The train continued to run, but the overhead lights seemed to have some issues, flickering on and off, occasionally plunging the carriage into brief darkness. Yusiao didn't know when she had fallen asleep. She leaned on Xing Shurong's shoulder, sleeping very soundly. To make her sleep more comfortably, Xing Shurong stayed still next to her, his bright eyes gazing straight ahead, with a faint smile on his lips. Tanjiro sat behind them, beside a wooden box containing Nezuko, and he looked at Yusiao, leaning on Xing Shurong's shoulder, his expression complicated. Before this, the person she had always leaned on had been him, and that had never changed. This made him even more determined to work hard and ensure that no one would take Yusiao away from him. Inosuke and Zenitsu were quite energetic. The former was excitedly bouncing around, while the latter was on high alert, knowing that demons could appear at any moment. Suddenly, the door between the carriages was pushed open. A man in uniform walked in, his head lowered, the brim of his hat obscuring half of his face. Please show your tickets, he said in a tired voice, raising concerns about whether he had rested well. The lightly dozing passengers were awakened and handed over their tickets, which were partially torn by this seemingly unwell staff member. Soon, he reached Xing Shurong and the others. Please show your tickets, he repeated. Xing Shurong was the first to hand over his ticket, then gently patted Yusiao's shoulder. Yasaki girl, wake up. The conductor is here to check tickets. However, the girl let out a discontented murmur, finding a more comfortable position to continue sleeping, completely unwilling to get up. Xing Shurong couldn't help but smile, shaking her shoulder gently like when they first met, calling out, Yasaki girl, it's time for dinner. There are your favorite desserts. Sure enough, upon hearing the word desserts, Yusiao's previously tightly shut eyes instantly opened, and she asked in confusion, what kind of desserts? Puffed. Xing Shurong was holding back laughter so much that he nearly injured himself, his whole shoulder shaking as he lowered his head, trying to hide the smile that he couldn't stop from spreading across his face. Yusiao finally realized she had been set up. She really wanted to give Akizakuro a good beating, but thinking about someone else doing it later made her give up. The conductor stood in the aisle with a ticket puncher, repeatedly saying the same phrase. Yusiao saw him and was about to take out her ticket when a sudden idea struck her. Right, the ticket. She pretended to be frustrated, rummaging through her pocket. I clearly remember putting it in my pocket. How could it be gone? She said, I'm really sorry, Mr. Conductor. It seems I've lost my ticket. Can I pay for it after we arrive at the station? As she finished speaking, Yu Xiao suddenly felt a chill down her back. Someone was watching her. Yindang was staring at her, so it had already begun to merge with the train at this moment. Meanwhile, the conductor seemed to be touched by some taboo. Suddenly raising his head, his eyes bloodshot, locking his gaze tightly on Yu Xiao, and the expression on his gaunt face gradually became crazed. Please show your ticket. The feeling he gave Yu Xiao was as if he would strangle her if she couldn't produce a ticket in the next second. Akaza sensed something was off and scrutinized the man in front of him, saying, "Mr. Conductor, it seems that the ticket for the girl from Yatsuka is lost, but it should be fine to pay for it after the train arrives, right?" Tanjiro also felt that this conductor was a bit strange. Since Yu Xiao lost her ticket, "I'll use mine first. I can pay for it after we arrive too." He handed over his ticket with one hand, while silently placing the other hand on the hilt of his Nicaran blade. This conductor seems a bit off. Could he be controlled by a demon? But I don't smell any demons. The conductor did not move, still glaring at Yu Xiao with a terrifying, crazed expression. Zenitsu bit his finger, anxiously watching the situation on Yu Xiao's side, while Inosuke, reveling in the chaos, laughed, "Haha, the mophead even lost her ticket. I made sure to bring mine." Saying this, he took out his ticket and waved it in front of Yu Xiao. The passengers in the carriage turned to look at Yu Xiao, and many began to whisper among themselves. Is that child lying because she didn't buy a ticket? Who knows? She said she accidentally lost it. Her hair color looked strange, and wearing a studentess uniform. Is she really a student? She just said she would pay for the ticket, so let us not meddle. It's really rude to make assumptions about others without knowing the situation. Yu Xiao originally thought she could pass unnoticed, but didn't expect Yinming to be so vigilant. Yinming's blood demon art has no lethal power. It can only induce dreams, destroying a person's mind through the dream state, rendering them unable to fight. The fact that it could reach a position of influence in the lower ranks indicates it might actually have some capability. If it discovers any issues, leading to Akaza's early appearance or Yinming fleeing, that would be problematic. After a brief contemplation, Yu Xiao showed an apologetic smile and said to the conductor, "Please don't worry. Let me look again. I was truly careless." She pretended to search herself carefully and finally pulled out the ticket from her clothing pocket. "Ah, here it is. This time it was my negligence. I'm really sorry for the trouble." Yu Xiao handed over the ticket with a guilty expression. The conductor almost snatched the ticket away, and after clipping Yu Xiao's ticket, he quickly returned to his previous demeanor, repeating to Tanjiro and the others, "Please show your tickets." The stark contrast made it hard not to raise suspicions. Tanjiro carefully sensed the air for any unusual smells and found nothing amiss. After exchanging glances with the other two, they all took out their tickets. Once all the passengers in this carriage had their tickets clipped, the conductor opened the door and moved on to the next carriage. However, Yiming's scrutiny did not cease. Yu Xiao knew that this guy had begun to suspect her. Kaijiro, looking straight ahead, calmly whispered to Yu Xiao, "Yasaka sh Joe, did you notice?" Yu Xiao naturally knew what he meant by notice. She opened her clear eyes and innocently asked, "Mr. Purgatory, what are you talking about? But it seems like a strange guy is coming." As soon as Yu Xiao finished speaking, the lights in the carriage suddenly went out. About 1 or 2 seconds later, the lights came back on, and an ugly monster with horns and distorted features abruptly appeared in the aisle. "Ah, a monster. There's a monster." In an instant, screams erupted throughout the carriage, and the passengers closest to the ghoul turned pale, frantically backing away until they hit the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. Tanjiro was the first to draw his Nicaran blade, taking a quick step forward to stand in front of the evil spirit, shouting, "Everyone, stay calm. Please move to the next carriage. We'll handle this." Inosuke also jumped out, brandishing his dual blades. "Ha! It's time for my favorite part, fighting. No matter how many there are, bring them all on." Only Zenitsu was huddled in a corner, trembling. "This is too scary. There's really a ghost in the train. I don't want to die." At this moment, Kaijiro also stood up. "As a senior, I can't embarrass myself in front of my juniors." A tremendous fighting spirit erupted from him, and the flame-patterned cloak fluttered dramatically. "Since you want to attack innocent people, then I will use this flame blade in my hand to burn you to ashes." The evil spirit let out a huge roar, accompanied by a gust of strong wind that made everyone's eardrums tingle. In an instant, there was a metallic sound as the Nicaran blade was drawn, and in the blink of an eye, Kaijiro was at the side of the evil spirit. Flame-breathing, first form, unknowing fire, the orange-yellow flames flickered, carving a straight horizontal line in the carriage, the temperature hot enough to incinerate everything, like the scorching sun. In the next moment, the ghoul's head was severed, with a neat cut left on its neck. Just as Kaijiro had said, the beheaded demon turned to ashes like burnt paper, instantly vanishing, with only the residual blood on the ground to prove its previous existence. Chapter 80. A happy dream. There was another demon in the next carriage, but Kaijiro would not give it the chance to attack. Flame-breathing, second form, rising flame, Kaijiro launched a slash from below. The flames on the blade transforming into an arc, effortlessly beheading the aberrant demon. The demon's elongated body collapsed to the ground and disappeared in an instant. The chaos thus subsided. Yuxiao and Zenitsu were hiding behind, watching the excitement, and they didn't even pull out their Nichiren blades. Mr. Rengoku killed all the demons by himself. Shouldn't we go back and continue sleeping? Yuxiao quietly asked Zenitsu beside her. Zenitsu nodded, but had some concerns in his heart. But what if there are other demons hiding in the carriage? What are you afraid of? Yuxiao poked him on the shoulder, her eyes full of cunning smiles. Didn't you see? Mr. Rengoku is so powerful. With him around, there's definitely no problem. Besides, there's also Tanjiro and Inosuke holding the fort. We just need to hide here and not cause any trouble. Her words successfully stirred Zenitsu's enthusiasm. Although it was true, Zenitsu murmured softly to her, but I always feel like Yuxiao-chan is a bit mischievous. Yuxiao sensed something and looked at him warily. Were you just talking bad about me? Zenitsu shook his head repeatedly, not daring to admit it. Absolutely not. Tanjiro often talked to him about Yuxiao, and he knew very well that Yuxiao liked to tease people. If he offended her, he might end up with a fake snake stuffed into his bedding one day, which would definitely scare him to death without him even knowing. Fortunately, Yuxiao didn't pursue the matter further. Just as Kaijiro put away his Nichiren blade and turned around, he saw two heads, one blue and one yellow, sneaking between the seats, looking like they were trying to sneak away. Where are the girl from Yatsuka and the yellow boy going? He asked with a smile. Oh no, I told you to hurry. Look, you've been discovered. But, Yuxiao-chan, why don't we go see if there's anywhere we can help? Zenitsu said hesitantly. Even though he was very timid, he felt very guilty hiding here while his companions were fighting alone. After all, he was never someone who would abandon his friends just because he was scared. Help! Yuxiao lightly tapped his head. There are definitely no demons here, and the two of us are completely useless. Although her words were directed at Zenitsu, they were actually meant for someone else to hear. Sure enough, the dream demon, who was blending with the train, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. What a foolish girl. I was actually worried she would ruin my plans. Although it's a bit strange, well, since you're all in my belly now, I'll gently eat you later saying this. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, a slight blush appearing on his cheeks. To die in a happy dream is truly wonderful. Sensing the feeling of being watched gradually fade away, Yuxiao finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed her acting was quite good. After all, it made the dream demon lower his guard a little. At this moment, Zenitsu spoke again. But if I remember correctly, Yuxiao is a Hashira, right? That was just luck. Yuxiao opened her eyes wide and lied, arguing. Do I look anything like the Hashiras you've met? Zenitsu was taken aback and began to seriously examine Yuxiao. The girl in front of him undoubtedly had a stunning appearance. Her light blue hair cascaded down to her waist. Her skin was pure and translucent, and her mint green eyes seemed to hold a galaxy of stars. Beneath her elegant nose, her cherry blossom pink lips made one unable to resist wanting to kiss them. Observing her from such a close distance made her seem somewhat unreal. She looked more like a beautiful yukai that would appear in a strange tale. Zenitsu suddenly felt his heart race a bit. He covered his chest with one hand, retreating to the corner as if facing a great enemy. Too close. He hadn't noticed earlier because he hadn't looked closely, but now realizing it, Zenitsu found the distance between the two of them quite inappropriate. My heart is already full of Nezuko. Yuxiao should let Tanjiro handle it. Tanjiro, go for it. I'm rooting for you. Seeing his expression filled with extreme fear, Yuxiao's mouth twitched, and she said to Kaijiro, I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep. She pushed open the compartment door, suddenly turned her head, and shouted to Tanjiro, Why are you just standing there? I'm leaving. Hearing Yuxiao call him, Tanjiro happily responded, Coming. Then he smiled apologetically at Kaijiro. Sorry, Mr. Rengoku. After saying that, he chased after her. Hey, Yamagumo Kyohachi. You're not allowed to act on your own without my permission. Seeing Tanjiro run off, Inosuke shouted and chased after him. Only Zenitsu cautiously walked over to Kaijiro's side and asked, Mr. Rengoku, since the demons have been eliminated, shall we return to our seats and rest a bit? You've really worked hard tonight. Kaijiro didn't react much to Tanjiro's actions and still wore a smile. Hmm. Protecting others is my duty. But the yellow boy is right. It's time to rest. Zenitsu looked at him with a face full of resentment. Mr. Rengoku, I have a name. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Kayajuro let out a hearty laugh. Tanjiro's performance is really obvious, he said with an amused smile. However, things are getting more and more interesting. The five of them returned to their seats. Tanjiro had just been scolded by Yusuke for a long time, being told many things, always being the first to rush and recklessly. What if you get hurt? Why do you never think of yourself? And so on. Although he was the one being lectured, Tanjiro felt sweet in his heart, unable to help but raise a charming smile at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, a wave of intense drowsiness washed over him, and Tanjiro gradually closed his eyes. At the same time, everyone in the carriage fell into a deep sleep. Outside the Infinity train, a man dressed in a black split suit was standing on the roof with his hands behind his back. His medium-length hair danced in the wind, and there were square patterns on both sides of his cheeks. His mint-green pupils were engraved with the characters for lower 1 and 1. Sleep. Sleep, have a happy dream. What sustains humanity is the mind and spirit. As long as you destroy the driving force behind their actions. Even the strongest demon slayers can be easily killed without exception. Haha, the mocking laughter faded into the wind. What kind of scene would a so-called happy dream be? Perhaps only the dreamer knows. Chapter 81. Past Dreams, Part 1. Starting today, I will guide you in learning swordsmanship. In the dojo, an old man dressed in black hakama stood with his hands behind his back. His hair was already gray, and his face was full of wrinkles, but his black, obsidian-like eyes were sharp like a hawk. The old man frowned as he looked down at the child kneeling in front of him, his face clearly showing displeasure. Although he didn't like this child, he still said what he needed to say. My name is Saito Nabahiko, and I will teach you everything I have learned in my life. From now on, just call me Saito-sensei. According to the rules, those who teach and impart knowledge should be respectfully addressed as master. However, Saito Nabahiko fundamentally looks down on this child and is unwilling to regard her as a disciple, let alone be called master by her. As Japan's most famous swordsmanship master, Saito Nabahiko's skills have already reached a grandmaster level, and there are countless people who wish to learn swordsmanship from him. Nabahiko rarely accepts disciples, and for anyone to receive personal instruction from him, at least one of two conditions must be met: extraordinary talent or being a master themselves with a unique understanding of swordsmanship. Otherwise, it's not up for discussion. Now, he not only has to reside in this remote wilderness, but also has to teach a child swordsmanship every day, which is hardly conducive to his peace of mind. The most critical issue is that Yusuke not only appears dull and slow-witted, but is also so weak that even taking 2 steps causes her to cough. This is undoubtedly an insult to Nabahiko, a humiliation to his path and swordsmanship. Yusuke did not know what the old man was thinking, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. She quietly and obediently knelt on the cold floor, and even though she was wearing a loose swordsmanship outfit, it couldn't hide her small and thin figure. Her face, devoid of color, had dull golden eyes. Yusuke looked into the old man's eyes, emitted a few awkward syllables from her throat, then bent down and stiffly knelt about him. Mr. Saito. The old man did not respond, but instead picked up a bamboo sword from the side and demonstrated the most basic practice of kendo in front of Yusuke. He then threw the bamboo sword in front of Yusuke and said in a deep voice, "Repeat my actions just now and practice at least 100 times every day." Yusuke stood up from the ground, picked up the bamboo sword, and her hands holding the handle couldn't help but tremble slightly. This bamboo sword was much longer than her body. Imitating Mr. Sato's movements, Yusuke struggled to swing the bamboo sword, but before she could make a second move, her wrist received a heavy blow. Snap! The bamboo sword instantly fell from her hand and dropped to the ground. Mr. Saito, holding a ruler, sternly reprimanded, "Wrong. You must not use your right hand to catch the sword when retracting your strength. Start over." Expecting her to perform the movements perfectly after just one observation was too harsh for a 6-year-old child. But Yusuke was not an ordinary child. From the moment she was born, those golden eyes had already determined. She had to do what she didn't want to do, and she had to achieve what seemed impossible. Not only did she have to achieve it, but it also had to be perfect, without any mistakes. A genius is just someone like this, right? So even when she was hit, Yusuke did not react excessively. As if she felt no pain, she silently picked up the fallen bamboo sword and continued practicing. Thus, with every swing of the sword, Yusuke would be hit once. Wherever she made a mistake, Mr. Saito would strike there, showing no mercy simply because she was a child. Dragging her already weak body, enduring the severe pain in her arms, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Yu Xiao's face, dampening her hair at the forehead, a few strands sticking to her face, looking both haggard and pitiful. She would not complain or call it tiring, just silently repeating the swinging motion until she completed this 100 times of practice. Finally, her body could no longer withstand it, and Yu Xiao uncontrollably collapsed with a thud. Seeing this, Mr. Sato's expression became even more displeased. If she couldn't complete even this minimum level of practice, frequently making mistakes, and even not knowing what she was doing, just aimlessly repeating the swinging of the sword, could such a person learn swordsmanship? Isn't he afraid of being laughed at? Which child her age was not better than her? The old man angrily shook his sleeve and turned to leave the dojo without looking back. If it weren't for the deep friendship between Yasaki Masaru and Mr. Kondo, along with various conditions that were hard for him to refuse, as a master of the Wugong style, Saito Nobuhiko would never personally teach Yu Xiao swordsmanship. Just a few steps out of the dojo, Nobuhiko encountered the current head of the family, Yasaki Masaru, who had come to visit. The man was handsome, with light blue short hair, and under his thick eyebrows were a pair of seemingly affectionate peach blossom eyes that actually revealed more indifference. Upon seeing the old man, Masaru stopped and respectfully bowed to him. Mr. Saito, no need for such formalities. The old man waved his hand impatiently. Since I have already agreed to your request, Saito Nobuhiko, will certainly keep my word and teach this child. However, that child is nothing like you described as clever. She acts more like a block of wood, unable to even perform the simplest basic swings. She fainted after barely practicing a few times due to her frail body. How can I teach her swordsmanship? Speaking of Yu Xiao, Saito Nobuhiko was filled with anger. A renowned master produces exceptional students. Who wouldn't want their students to excel? As a famous swordsmanship master known throughout Japan, he was naturally proud, and ordinary people could hardly catch his eye, let alone be taught swordsmanship. Now that he was personally training Yu Xiao at the residence, he felt he had lowered his standards, especially since this child was completely the opposite of the genius Masaru spoke of, which led him to feel a sense of being deceived. Upon hearing this, the smile that had been on Masaru's lips vanished without a trace. I am truly sorry. I didn't expect to cause you such great trouble. I will do my utmost to compensate you. Sai, you handle it as you see fit. After Saito Nobuhiko left, Masaru entered the dojo and found Yu Xiao, who had already collapsed on the ground. As her father, Masaru showed no concern. Instead, he coldly instructed the servants following him. Carry her back. Yes. Immediately, 2 servants lifted Yu Xiao and carried her out of the dojo. Clearly just a child over 6 years old. Her light body could easily be lifted with one hand, but no one dared to disobey the head of the family's orders. Chapter 82, Past Dreams, Part 2. When Yu Xiao woke up again, it was close to midnight. She struggled to get up from the bed, sitting up, but her throat felt painfully dry, as if it were on fire, and she couldn't help but let out a series of urgent coughs. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing the sound, someone hurriedly brought a cup of hot tea and held it to her lips. Drink quickly. The one speaking was Tianza, the maid responsible for taking care of Yu Xiao. Feeling both exhausted and in pain, with her arms nearly numb, Yu Xiao couldn't use her hands and could only press her lips to the teacup, sipping the water slowly. Tianza looked at the frail girl before her, her eyes filled with an uncontrollable ache. She had watched as Yu Xiao was carried back by 2 people, one in front and one behind, and hurriedly set aside her work to take her in her arms. The girl in her embrace had her clothes soaked with sweat and her eyes tightly closed. Tianza carefully laid her on the bed and began to wash her body. It was only after the clothes were loosened that Tianza saw the girl's wrists, which were swollen high, and the thin arms marked with bruises, some already turning deep purple. All injuries left from being beaten. Since Yu Xiao was born, his health has always been poor. Now that he has just turned 6, he weighs less than 40 pounds, feeling as light as a piece of paper when held in one's arms. Today, on his first day of learning swordsmanship, he has already endured so many blows. How will he get through each day from now on? Tianzi turned his head, hiding his face where it couldn't be seen, remaining silent, and secretly wiped away his tears. Yu Xiao knew she was crying, but she couldn't lift her hands. She tried to lean her body against Tianzi, attempting to comfort her. Sister Tianzi, don't cry. The tender voice came from the girl's mouth, and Tianzi cried even harder. She reached out her hand, wanting to hold Yu Xiao's small body in her arms, but she was afraid of accidentally touching her wounds. In the end, she just gently stroked her head and, with tear-filled eyes, asked Yu Xiao, are you hungry? Let's take the medicine first, and then have dinner, okay? Yu Xiao obediently replied, due to her poor health. Yu Xiao had to take medicine every day. That bitter and smelly herbal soup had no effect on her at all, even if she drank it. It wouldn't improve her weak body by even a bit. Yet, she still held the large bowl of dark soup and swallowed it without blinking. The young Yu Xiao had no thoughts of her own and no will. She only knew how to obey and never resisted. To her, nothing was important, not even the act of living itself. Aside from her sister Tianzi, who stayed by her side, took care of her wholeheartedly, and loved her, it didn't matter who else was around. In this household, only Tianzi called her Yu Xiao, while others would bow respectfully and address her as Lady Son of God. Yu Xiao could clearly see the fear and avoidance in their eyes. Even if she tried to speak, it could scare them into a cold sweat. The head of the family had decreed that, aside from a few specific individuals, no one was allowed to speak to Yu Xiao first, nor could they discuss anything in her presence. They had to maintain absolute silence to avoid affecting her. Previously, a servant had felt that Yu Xiao looked very lonely and couldn't help but express concern. As a result, the next day, that servant completely disappeared from the Yasaki family, and no one knew where they were sent, but it certainly wasn't a good place. After Yu Xiao discovered this matter, she felt a sense of loss for the first time. In this large mansion with dozens of people, apart from Tianzi, there was no one who could sit down and chat with her. After finally having someone, that person disappeared. Since they were all afraid to talk to her, she decided not to speak. After all, it was meaningless to do so. Thus, Yu Xiao closed her mouth and became a quiet, obedient doll. This was exactly the effect that Yasaki Masaharu wanted. A qualified tool does not need a self, let alone nebulous emotions. Any ties would only become stumbling blocks on her path to completing her tasks. Chapter 83. Past Dreams 3. As the next heir of the family, Yasaki Yukuin had to work hard every day to learn how to manage the family business. Only when night fell did his day's studies come to an end. After bidding farewell to his teacher, Yukuin hurriedly walked through the winding corridors, throwing aside all the knowledge and etiquette he had learned during the day. All he wanted to do now was visit his mother. Ever since 6 years ago, after his mother gave birth to his sister, her health had deteriorated. Although they lived in the same house, Yukuin had never seen this sister. Without their father's permission, no one could disturb Yu Xiao, and even Yukuin, as an older brother, had never seen what his sister looked like. Sometimes, he would only catch a glimpse of a small figure with light blue hair. Yukuin had no interest in Yu Xiao. In fact, he felt disgusted. Whenever he saw his mother weakly lying in bed, an unnamed rage burned and swelled in his heart. If it weren't for Yu Xiao's existence, his mother wouldn't be so frail, and his father wouldn't have become so indifferent. The courtyard walls were covered with clematis, his mother's favorite flower. Now that winter had come, he feared it would be a long time before he could see those bright orange flowers again. Yukuin thought to himself. Arriving at his mother's door, Yukuin stopped, adjusted his clothes, and tried his best to appear presentable. Just as he was about to push open the door, he suddenly heard voices from inside. A woman's voice was as clear and gentle as water. That child is a premature baby. It's a miracle she survived. You not only failed to fulfill your duties as a father, but are also so cold and harsh. Husband, you weren't like this before. Why are you so stubborn and insistent now? After the woman's voice fell, a man's voice soon followed. Rihue, don't you know that it has been over 400 years since the last godchild was born? In these 400 years, the Yasaki family has seen generations come and go. Countless people have been replaced. Even with a prescription to suppress the curse, many still do not live past 30. The effect varies for everyone. If we don't end this, more people will die. Musen Kabutsuji's existence threatens not only you and me, not just the Yasaki family, but all living humans. Masaharu's expression was shrouded in an impenetrable gloom, his voice cold and decisive. Yu Xiao carries the fate of the entire family on her shoulders. If we can cultivate her, we can end all of this. Lying in bed, Rihue's face was pale, tears brimming in her eyes, her brows furrowed with unrelenting sorrow. I know everything. Holding back her tears, Rihue forced a pale, weak smile. You place all your hopes on Yu Xiao. But have you ever considered that if she only has the characteristic of golden eyes, but lacks the innate talent? Relying on such so-called talent to kill Musen is too unrealistic. If it were that easy, why has the Demon Slayer course still existed among the people all these years? It has survived for hundreds of years, with experiences that you and I cannot compare to, hidden among the crowd. Over the years, the information gathered has been scant, and many people have died trying to find Musen's whereabouts. Moreover, Yu Xiao is your child, not a tool for you to use at will. Rihue's emotions became more agitated as she spoke, and suddenly a tickle came in her throat. She quickly grabbed a silk handkerchief from the bedside and coughed violently. Cover her lips. Cough, cough, cough. The incessant coughing sounded as if she wanted to cough out her lungs. Soon, a pool of crimson blood seeped into the pure white handkerchief, strikingly vivid like plum blossoms blooming in the snow. Upon seeing this, Masaru's demeanor changed abruptly. Just as he was about to check on his wife's condition, he seemed to realize something and abruptly halted his movements, slowly turning his head away. Rihue wiped the blood from her lips, her words tinged with deep sorrow. Our time is running out. Chapter 84. Past Dreams. 4. Ultimately, people cannot escape death. It is simply a matter of dying early or late. This is something everyone knows, something that cannot be avoided. Rihue, I know I cannot save you, nor can I save myself, but I want to save Yukuin, save the future of the Yasaki family. And what about Yushao? Rihue cried, questioning him. Are you going to give up on her too? Is this fair to Yushao? Masaharu was at a loss for words. His hands clenched into fists hidden in his sleeves, only to relax helplessly. It was unfair to Yushao to be forced to bear the mission of killing the Demon King just because she had a pair of golden eyes and to take on the responsibilities of the Yasaki family. But there was no other way. Masaharu had personally witnessed his father's slow demise due to illness, a scene he could never forget. His father's dying words were still fresh in his mind. Masaharu, among all my children, you are undoubtedly the most outstanding and exceptional. No matter what, never forget that as the head of the Yasaki family, everything must prioritize the family's interests, and you must never act in a way that harms the family's reputation or benefits due to personal feelings. He was not as cold-blooded and heartless as he appeared. Deep down, Masaharu was very afraid. He was afraid of being soft-hearted, afraid of hesitating, afraid of wavering, afraid of failing to fulfill his responsibilities as the head of the family. He was human, and a human heart is made of flesh, not stone or iron. Yukuin and Yushao were both his biological children, but he felt powerless now, unable to protect the woman he loved the most. Even after inviting countless doctors, none could cure Rihue's lung disease or restore her to her former health. Masaharu also knew that Rihue's condition was beyond cure, that no matter what, she could never recover. Yet he just didn't want to give up. He wanted to seek out a non-existent hope. If I could become a demon, like Musen Kibutsuji, would it end all of this? He had once thought about it in despair, but as a rational human being, he could not allow himself to abandon his identity and forsake himself. If Yu Xiao was truly as Rihue said, with only a pair of unique eyes and no talent, then everything he had sacrificed and poured his heart into would be in vain. But he could not give up. Since someone had forced Musen into a corner 100 years ago, then 100 years later, there would be someone who could, like that red-haired swordsman walking the world, or even surpass him, to completely erase Musen. So, even if the road ahead held no possible hope, he had to take a chance. Yasaki Masaharu could be an unqualified father, an incompetent husband, but he could never be an incapable head of the family. If it were possible, who would want their child to face such a cruel fate? Masaharu would rather bear it all himself. I have made up my mind. Masaharu turned around, facing away from the woman on the bed, and said coldly, Yu Xiao will definitely be able to do it. As a descendant of immortals, even if she can't do it, she must. If we can't find Musen Kibutsuji, then let him come to us, right? Cough, cough, cough. Rihue's coughing had almost never stopped, and the blood on her handkerchief grew more and more with each cough, eventually staining the entire handkerchief a deep red. She struggled to steady her breathing and, after a long while, weakly asked, My husband, do you really have to do this? Rihue knew she could not stop him. Masaharu was particularly stubborn about certain things, and it was precisely because of this stubbornness that his originally betrothed elder sister, Shikafu Yumi, had been forcibly replaced by herself. Rihue never regretted marrying him because she had always loved this persistent man. From their first meeting, he had left a significant mark on her life, one that could not be erased or forgotten. If you want to hate, then hate me. The man's words turned into a helpless sigh, and the room quickly returned to silence, leaving only the sporadic sound of coughing and the flickering candlelight. Chapter 85. Past Dreams v. Yushuan, who was hiding outside the door, heard footsteps and, in a panic, directly dove into the grass in the courtyard. Masaharu, stepping outside, seemed to sense something and immediately looked around. At this moment, the night was deep and the courtyard was dimly lit. Aside from the flowers, plants, and trees, it was empty. Although Masaharu was puzzled, he gently closed the door. After his father's figure gradually faded away until it disappeared, Yushuan nervously crawled out from the grass. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. If his father had discovered him eavesdropping outside, he would surely have been locked in the ancestral hall again. Previously, he had been caught reading medical books in the study while skipping class and had been confined for a whole 5 days. Now he had learned to be clever, sneaking the books into his room to read and then putting them back after memorizing them so no one would know. After all, there were so many medical books in the study that even if someone cleaned every day, they wouldn't notice 1 or 2 missing. If no one could cure his mother, then he would learn medicine himself. As long as he could learn, he would definitely be 100 times better than those incompetent quacks. He would find a way to cure his mother. From a room, faint sounds of a woman coughing could be heard, and Yushuan's heart sank. Ignoring his appearance, he quickly pushed open the door and rushed into the bedroom. Mother. What entered his sight was the woman's emaciated figure, half of her body leaning against the soft bedding, as if she were sinking into it. Upon seeing the blood-stained handkerchief by the bedside, Yushuan's nose turned sour, tears blurred his vision, and he collapsed on the ground, crying bitterly. How could this be? Yushuan, don't cry. Rihue reached out her hand, lovingly placing it on the boy's head and gently stroking him, brushing off the leaves stuck to him. You are to become the head of the family in the future. Do not cry easily, otherwise you will have no authority within the family. Yuqian wiped away the tears on his face and said fiercely, I don't care about that. Is the health of our family more important than Mother's body? The foolish child Rihue sighed and seriously taught him. In this world, there is no eternal companionship. Even if Mother is healthy, she will eventually leave you one day. It's just that her departure comes a little earlier than others. We witness the departure of others and ultimately watch ourselves leave. Everything in this world is beautiful yet fleeting. Mayflies live and die within a day. Cicadas sing for a season in the summer. Life is precious precisely because it is short. Rihue, forcing herself to hold on, slowly opened her arms and embraced Yuqian. Feeling the boy tremble uncontrollably from his sorrow, she comforted him. Yuqian, neither mother nor father can accompany you through your whole life. Once your father falls, he will never rise again. At that time, this family will only be yours to bear. For this family, your father has already sacrificed too much. Everything he has done is for the future of the Yabasaka family. As long as the curse is not lifted, neither you nor anyone else, as long as the same blood flows in your veins, is destined to have a complete life. Do not resent him, nor fate, in this world. Those who wish to live are not wrong. Why is it not wrong? Yuqian couldn't understand and choked as he questioned, according to what you say. Does that mean the one who caused all this is also not wrong? Yuqian knows that he has at most 2 or 3 decades of life left, but he cannot understand why his mother would say such things. If merely surviving means going to any lengths, even sacrificing the lives of others to secure one's own safety, can such a person truly be without fault? Faced with Yuqian's confusion, Rihue offered no further explanation, simply letting out a helpless sigh. Kabutsuji Muzin, like all of us, just wants to live. After serving his mother and helping her take her medicine, Yuqian left the room with a serious expression, looking up at the pitch-black sky. His eyes were resolute and filled with hatred. Kabutsuji Muzin, I will make you pay with blood. However, before that, there was something even more important that he needed to confirm. Chapter 86, Past Dreams, 6. Because of her excessive actions, Tansy was punished, and from now on, she became a complete mute, never able to speak again. Tansy could not read or write, and with her becoming a mute, her life was undoubtedly ruined. Tansy was originally to be expelled from the Yasaka family, but the head of the family, recalling their past, decided to show leniency. As Tansy had served the head's wife for many years and had worked diligently in the Yasaka family for over a decade, thus receiving a lighter punishment. Yu Xiao did not understand the reason behind it, but she was very clear that this matter was definitely related to her. After all, anyone who had spoken to her would become unfortunate. After that, Yu Xiao continued to practice swordsmanship day after day under the supervision of Mr. Saito. During this time, Saito Nabahiko also noticed her differences. Yu Xiao makes mistakes and learns things much slower than the average person, but once she learns, she can quickly master it and bring it to its fullest potential, which is a very frightening talent. Xinyan has no doubt that if he dedicates himself to teaching Yu Xiao, she will be able to grasp his lifelong knowledge in a shorter period of time, and at 1 TB long before she surpasses herself, reaching the highest realm of swordsmanship and becoming a master. Xinyan no longer has the dissatisfaction he previously felt, although he remains strict during lessons. His attitude towards Yu Xiao has changed significantly, from initial disdain to now being astonished and filled with an indescribable joy. This feeling is akin to a world-renowned swordsmith receiving the finest jade steel. Each time he refines and forges this jade steel, It will make the sword sharper and stronger in the future, and he is the swordsmith about to forge an unparalleled sword. These peaceful days continued until the day Mr. Saito took his leave. At that time, Yu Xiao was practicing swordsmanship alone in the dojo, completely focused on the movements of her sword, unaware that a new guest had entered the dojo. It was only when the person picked up a bamboo sword and stood in front of her that Yu Xiao stopped her movements and silently observed. The youth was tall, dressed in a white robe and black hakama, with an ethereal aura. His amber eyes were warm like jade, and a small beauty mark at the corner of his right eye added to his already handsome features. Most importantly, like her, the youth had the same light blue long hair. Yu Xiao didn't recognize him at all and didn't take the initiative to speak. The two stood facing each other in silence. Since entering the dojo, Yu Chuan had been quietly observing this unfamiliar younger sister. The girl was even smaller than expected. The loose kendo uniform looked particularly empty on her, and her bare hands were wrapped in bandages soaked with blood, leaving deep and shallow dark red marks. Her arms were so thin they seemed like they could break with a gentle bend. On her face, which bore a 70 resemblance to his own, there was a vacant expression, devoid of life, and her golden eyes were dim and lifeless, as if she were alive yet dead at the same time. He asked, "Do you practice swordsmanship here every day?" Yu Xiao nodded slightly. "Is that so?" From their conversation that day, Yu Chuan learned that the sister he had always despised had been abandoned by their father. Abandoned ruthlessly for the sake of survival, so that the family could continue. He couldn't help but feel curious about this younger sister, who was more than 4 years younger than him. She seemed so miserable that a gust of wind could knock her down. What right did she have to kill Muzan Kibutsuji? Just because of her special eyes? Playing with the bamboo sword in his hand, Yu Chuan said arrogantly and casually, "Then let me be your opponent today." Having practiced kendo for several years, Yu Chuan felt he had an absolute advantage. He didn't believe he would lose to a beginner who had only recently taken up swordsmanship. If Yu Xiao couldn't defeat him, it would be the best outcome, proving that she had no ability to save the family at all. After that, no matter how much their father tried to cultivate her, it would be in vain. His swordsmanship teacher had once said that those with mediocre talent could only reach a limited height in their lives. After reaching their limit, no amount of effort would allow them to surpass that pitiful boundary. Without any hope in sight, their father would definitely abandon the plan to nurture Yu Xiao. However, if Yu Xiao could indeed defeat him, he would do everything in his power to stop their father. Yasaki Yu Chuan would never pin his life and future on someone else. The hope of survival must be fought for by oneself. Why should it be imposed on this girl? Yu Qian did not think at all that he was pitying this sister, whom he had never met before, despite having lived for 6 years. With both hands gripping the bamboo sword, Yu Qian's body tensed up, instantly entering a combat state. "Let's begin." As soon as the words fell, a swift gust of wind struck, and the bamboo sword seemed to slam into him with the force of 1,000 pounds. Yu Qian hadn't even reacted before he found himself lying on the cold floor. Following, that was a sharp pain from his side. Gasping, Yu Qian clutched the injured area, wincing in pain. The bamboo sword he had been holding just moments ago was now flung a considerable distance away. Meanwhile, the girl with blue hair remained standing in place, never moving, not even changing her posture. He lifted his head and found those golden eyes quietly watching him, their gaze cold and devoid of emotion. Chapter 87, Past Dreams, 7. How could I have lost without even seeing her move? Yu Qian never considers himself a genius. Everything he knows so far has been earned through hard work and relentless studying. Whether it is swordsmanship or medicine, all of it is the result of his tireless efforts day and night. No matter what, Yu Qian cannot believe that Yu Xiao truly possesses the power to defeat him. Unless he witnesses it with his own eyes, he will never bow down and admit defeat. Yu Qian picked up the bamboo sword again, stood up from the ground, and without a hint of slack, he focused intently on the girl in front of him. Come again. This time, he was determined to see her flaws. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. In the moment he regained his focus, he was still staring at the tidy ceiling of the dojo. Yu Qian instinctively reached for his waist, where the spot he had already been hit was now swollen, and his brain was continuously transmitting unbearable pain to him. Why was it that he couldn't see her movements clearly for the second time? Was it because he was too weak, or was Yu Xiao too strong? Or perhaps it was both. Yu Chuan stood up from the ground again, picking up the bamboo sword, unwilling to give in. He couldn't believe it. One more time. After repeating it countless times, Yu Chuan finally saw clearly the movement of Yu Xiao's sword strike. It was a draw, so fast it was shocking. A horizontal slash that fell in an instant, impossible to dodge, By the time he noticed, his body had already collapsed first. Enduring the pain, Yuan still wanted to stand up and try again, but he simply couldn't do it, as if all the strength in his body had been drained, not even able to sit up straight. The places hit by Yu were all in the same spot, showing no deviation or change. Now, his side hurt along with his internal organs, making him want to curl up on the ground. This made him start to doubt. If the girl in front of him had a real sword, he might not just be lying here, but could have been completely bisected. She had barely studied swordsmanship for even 3 months. Damn, why are you so strong? Yuan lay on the ground, unwilling to accept it. He just couldn't understand. It was only the color of her eyes that was different from his. Did this guy really have such a miraculous talent? Yuan doesn't know, and even if he did, he wouldn't understand. The way of the sword can be swordsmanship, but swordsmanship is not limited to the way of the sword. Yu followed the swordsmanship taught by Mr. Saito, and whether it was each move or the increasingly accumulated skills, the ultimate purpose was simply to kill the opponent, nothing more. Any sword techniques that could not result in a quick death or cause significant damage were deemed useless in Mr. Sato's eyes. This match was a mistake from the very beginning. One person aimed to determine the winner, while the other intended to kill their opponent. The nature of the two was completely different, and thus the result could only be one: Yatsukasa Tamaki's crushing defeat. In fact, Yu had already held back. Although there were many things she did not understand, she knew that in this house, apart from her father and herself, there was no one else with the same hair color. The boy's light blue hair undoubtedly indicated that there was some connection between them. But Yu was not yet clear on what that connection was. In any case, she had not used her full strength. Otherwise, from the very beginning, Tamaki would not have had any chance to stand up. Why? Yu's calm tone carried confusion. She did not understand why this person was so weak, yet kept getting up after falling down, challenging her again and again. It would be the same no matter how many times he came. The result would not change. Unable to stand, each movement causing pain, Tamaki simply lay on the ground as if dead, until she heard Yu's slightly awkward voice, her amber eyes brightening. So you're not mute after all? Yu ignored him and continued practicing with her bamboo sword. However, those hands, soaked in blood and wrapped in bandages, trembled imperceptibly. She couldn't help but say something unnecessary again. This sudden appearance of a person would probably disappear completely after today, just like those who came before. It was her fault that so many people went missing, and it was also her fault that Sister Tianzi lost her voice. Now, she had harmed another person. Yuqian didn't know what she was thinking and thought she didn't want to pay attention to him, so he silently practiced his sword. He said to himself, "If you want to know why, it's probably because I don't want to lose to you, this younger sister of mine, who knew you looked so weak, but actually hid your strength pretty well." Upon hearing this, Yu paused in her sword-swinging motion. Brother? Sister Tianzi had once told her that aside from the mother she had never met, she seemed to have a very talented older brother. So this person? The golden eyes turned stiffly as Yu looked at the boy lying on the ground, wanting a definite answer. The boy grinned at her, revealing 2 snowy white tiger teeth, looking inexplicably a bit annoying. Your strength is pretty good. I'll tentatively acknowledge you. So from today on, I'm your brother. Come on, call me brother and let me hear it. Chapter 88. Awakening Brother? Yu suddenly opened his eyes. The infinite train continued to run, and all the passengers had fallen into a deep sleep without exception. After waking from the dream, Yu discovered that a piece of hemp rope had somehow been tied around his wrist, and the other end of the rope was connected to a little girl who was now asleep with her eyes closed, leaning against the seat opposite him. So, was I just dreaming? Yu immediately drew her sword and cut the troublesome rope. She fished out the ticket that had been cut, not having discarded it just to see what the blood-sucking technique of nightmare would make her dream about. Unexpectedly, she felt a sudden wave of annoyance and instinctively clenched the ticket, crushing it in her hand. In the 17 years of her life before this, she had never dreamed like she did today. Every image she saw in the dream was too vivid. The days spent under Sister Tianzi's companionship and Mr. Sato's strict guidance, as well as the scene of her first encounter with her brother, felt as if she had experienced them firsthand. Now, upon careful reflection, those past memories seemed wrapped in sheets of oil-soaked paper, with only vague outlines and simple life contents remaining. Why was it that this time she could see clearly and experience so vividly that numb and empty, meaningless life? What was nightmare trying to make her dream about? Yu was just about to stand up when she suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. She glanced sideways and found that it was Kai Jur, who had fallen asleep leaning on her shoulder. Unable to resist the temptation of his fluffy hair, Yu secretly reached out her hand and rubbed it on his vibrant hair. Wow, it was so soft and comfortable. Kaiju's hair felt even better than she had imagined. It was not only fluffy and soft, but also had a beautiful color, like flames burning brightly. After messing up his orange-yellow hair a little, Yu Xiao finally withdrew her hand with satisfaction. The consequences of offending me. Looking around, Yu Xiao noticed that the others had their hands tied with ropes. These ropes were not ordinary hemp ropes. They had a blood demon technique applied by the nightmare, allowing two people connected by the ropes to form a bridge into another's dream. She had cut the ropes the moment she woke up. At that moment, the girl sitting opposite slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Yu Xiao staring at her expressionlessly, she exclaimed in disbelief, "I haven't even entered your dream yet. How did you wake up?" "Surprised, aren't you?" "Actually, I'm surprised too." From what this girl said, it was clear that the others had just tied the ropes, preparing to enter the dream, while she had coincidentally woken up at this critical moment. As soon as Yu Xiao woke up, she naturally followed suit. "Why?" The girl suddenly stood up, roaring in anger. "Can't you just sleep obediently like them? Why does it have to be me? It's all your fault, all your fault, all your fault. It's your fault that I can't have sweet dreams." Unable to complete the task related to that severed hand, she could no longer dream of meeting her mother. She just wanted to be by her mother's side, even if it was just in a dream. Why did this guy in front of her have to wake up? "Don't interfere with my dreams." The girl screamed in despair, raising the cone in her hand and fiercely stabbing it towards Yu Xiao's head. Such a childish attack didn't even make Yu Xiao lift her eyelids. She raised her arm and delivered a chop, followed by a thud. The girl who had just been shouting and trying to attack Yu Xiao was now peacefully asleep on the ground. "Congratulations, you can continue dreaming now." Yu Xiao stood up from her seat and stepped directly over her. "I know you want to thank me, so there's no need to be polite." Chapter 89. Let me have another dream? After waking up, Yu Xiao did not help the others untie their ropes, but instead let them continue to sleep in their dreams. Yu Xiao opened the car door, leaped onto the roof, and the soles of her shoes made a crisp sound upon contact with the iron surface. The strong wind flowed with the train's high-speed movement, lifting her light blue long hair and the feather coat she wore, both billowing backward. A man stood on the roof as well, dressed in a black high-slit suit, the hem fluttering in the wind, with medium-length hair tipped with a few striking pink strands. "Allah, are you awake?" "Good morning." Yinming slowly turned her head, looking at the girl behind her, smiling as she waved. "Aren't you going to sleep a bit longer? It's rare for me to let you have a good dream." "That's exactly what I was thinking, which is why I came to find you." Yu Xiao smiled calmly. "Let me have another dream, okay?" Yinming noticed that she not only didn't draw her sword immediately, but also wore a serene expression, showing no killing intent, which made him feel a bit doubtful and cautious. However, upon hearing Yu Xiao's response, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. "It seems that what happens in dreams is really important to you. Even as a demon hunter, you can't help but ask me to weave a happy dream for you." Such behavior undoubtedly pleased Yinming, who covered its face with a smirk, and even the azure eyes were tinged with a layer of joyful laughter. "Sure, this time, what kind of dream do you want to have?" Yinming's prompt agreement was within Yu Xiao's expectations. This was due to its obsession with manipulating dreams, playing with human emotions and feelings to satisfy its desire for torment. In fact, apart from the most primitive cannibals who only knew how to eat people to fill their stomachs, most demons were like this. The act of killing was not merely driven by hunger. It was more about witnessing the expressions of despair and the cries of hopelessness. However, Yu Xiao's purpose was not simply to dream. Before that, "May I ask a question?" Yinming smiled slightly, revealing the mouth on its hand, the voice exceptionally gentle. "You can ask for anything because it's a beautiful dream. If you can let me have a beautiful dream, that means everything I see and hear in the dream is constructed by you, right?" Yu Xiao calmly analyzed. By reading a certain degree of memory, one can find the most desired thing or matter in the heart of the person under the spell, allowing them to fall deeply into a beautiful dream and unwilling to wake up. "So, what did you see in my memory, or rather in my dream? And how did you determine that I felt intoxicated, joyful, or even happy in that dream?" This is Yu Xiao's greatest doubt. Her memories contain not only the experiences in the world of Demon Slayer, but also the sights and sounds from her wanderings in various countries. Although all past memories have become blurry and gradually faded with the passage of time, why does the nightmare have to extract that experience from her childhood in this world and use it as material to create a dream? Is it forced to do so? Or does it want to do so? The nightmare was momentarily stumped by her coherent analysis and questioning, and the smile that had been on its face faded away. As Yu Xiao said, it could indeed clearly know the dreams of those under the spell, read their memories, adjust them, and create a perfect dream. Without such ability, it would not make those people yearn so much to dream. Just as the nightmare was about to say something, it suddenly recalled that when casting the spell earlier, it could see almost everyone's dreams on the train, except for the dream of the girl standing before it, which was a void of darkness. At that time, it did not pay much attention to it, but now, reflecting on it, it felt as if it had pressed the pause button, freezing in place. The blue-haired girl stood not far from it, her golden eyes particularly eerie in the night, her gaze firmly locked onto it. Chapter 90, The Young Lovers. Why are you not speaking? Yu Xiao squinted slightly, carefully observing the expression of Yanmeng, not missing any details. She stepped forward, and with each step, an invisible sense of oppression came rushing at her. A chill arose, traveling up her spine to the top of her head. The girl in front of her appeared frail. No matter how one looked at her, she resembled a delicate doll, making one suspect that if handled carelessly, her limbs could be pulled off. Even the Nicaran blade, tucked at her waist, seemed utterly devoid of deterrent power, entirely resembling an incongruous ornament. Yet, in the face of such a petite and fragile girl, Yanmeng couldn't help but feel tense. It wasn't until Yu Xiao stood right in front of Yanmeng that she stopped. With her hands clasped together, she revealed a harmless smile and earnestly asked, "Can you let me have a beautiful dream? Please." Hee. Yanmeng suddenly laughed. It laughed at itself for feeling a hint of tension just now. In the past, it had killed countless people, including the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, and had invariably enjoyed their expressions of rage and despair. By destroying their mental core, it could easily obliterate a person, as long as their will to live and beliefs were shattered. Even if it didn't lift a finger, that person would be no different from the dead. Humans are as fragile as flowers living in a greenhouse. Once they leave their survival environment and face the cruel outside world, they would be broken and reduced to nothingness, blending into the mud below. This blue-haired girl actually pleaded with it to cast a spell. Was she completely fearless of death? Or did she not even know what she was saying? "Since you have requested me this way." Before it could finish its thought, a boy's roar came from the wind. "No." Immediately after, a red figure flashed out from the side of the carriage and landed steadily on the roof. Yu Xiao turned her head to look back at the sound, and before she could see clearly, she was pulled into a warm embrace. The young man held her and stepped back a good distance, while his other hand drew the Nicaran blade from his waist, pointing it directly at the dream demon. "You, who barged into someone else's dream and used it to deceive others. I will never let you go." Tanjiro furrowed his brows tightly, a vein popping on his forehead, his crimson eyes glaring at the dream demon. However, when he looked at the girl in his arms, the anger in his eyes dissipated, and his tone softened considerably. "Yu Xiao, don't be deceived by this guy. No matter how beautiful the dream is, it's all an illusion, and it will always be a day to wake up." Yu Xiao didn't expect to wake up so quickly, and as soon as he appeared, he tightly held her in his arms like a hen protecting her chicks, as if afraid that she would be taken away by Yanmeng. She just wanted to confirm one thing. She wasn't so enchanted that she lost her mind and became obsessed with a beautiful dream. Okay. Besides, she was the one who actively sought out Yanmeng. Little did she know that the moment Tanjiro heard her request for Yanmeng, his heart leaped to his throat. As if he had been deprived of the ability to think, and without a second thought, he rushed out directly. After Yu Xiao woke up, Nezuko crawled out of the box. Seeing that her brother was still asleep and couldn't be woken no matter how she called him, Nezuko bumped her head against him, which only hurt herself. Feeling wronged, she set a fire that burned the rope tied to his hand, prompting Tanjiro to realize he was in a dream. To wake himself up, he didn't hesitate to cut his own neck. The fear of death hadn't completely faded, and as soon as Tanjiro opened his eyes, he found that Yu Xiao, who had been sitting next to Kyujiro, had disappeared. In her place was the wide-open door of the carriage and the wind rushing in. It wasn't until he held Yu Xiao in his arms that his heart finally felt at ease. In truth, Tanjiro didn't want to wake up. I want to stay in that beautiful dream too. But no matter how painful it was inside, one still had to face reality. Simply escaping would only lead to becoming weaker, and weak people no longer possessed the strength to protect. He didn't know what kind of dream Yu Xiao had, that upon waking, her first action was to find this demon and ask it to continue dreaming. He could not forgive this demon for peering into others' pasts and manipulating their emotions for its own pleasure. Yu Xiao was tightly held in his arms, unwilling to let go. She could only calmly advise, "Tanjiro, can you let me go? Please?" "I won't let go," Tanjiro responded, tightening his grip around her waist with a stubborn look on his face. He pressed his forehead against Yu Xiao's, and the strong tone he had just a moment ago had turned almost pleading. "Don't be swayed by it, Yu Xiao. Please, whatever you want to change, or any wishes you have, I can help you achieve them." Even if I can't do it, I'll try my best. Yu Xiao's mysterious silence. What is this idiot talking about? Let go of me. They're not just the two of us here. Even though they're a ghost, they're still watching. Okay. Yu Xiao could not ignore the strange look that Yinming was giving her and Tanjiro. She hadn't done anything. However, Tanjiro, whose focus was completely off, couldn't help but feel a slight ripple in his heart after hearing that. So, does that mean they could do such things when it was just the two of them? Then he thought, what if he wanted to do something else? Yinming, who was watching the show, laughed and sarcastically teased. So you two are a pair of lovebirds. Huh? Your relationship is really sweet. She looked at Tanjiro, her questioning tone laced with a hint of temptation. Boy, do you want to have a dream related to your little girlfriend this time? Tanjiro had to admit, he was deeply moved. Chapter 91. Don't lead Tanjiro astray. Yu Xiao witnessed Tanjiro's face change from white to red and then to black. Tanjiro opened his mouth, wanting to argue. But when he saw the girl in his arms looking at him in confusion, he suddenly fell silent. Yu Xiao, if you don't refute what this demon said, does that mean? With this thought, Tanjiro's heart began to race uncontrollably, and his face felt burning hot. Yu Xiao took advantage of his momentary distraction to escape from his embrace. Don't say such things. We are not in that kind of relationship. Tanjiro was meant to be with Kanawa in the future. How could she possibly become his lover? Not to mention the significant age difference that spanned many years. Whether it was the witch's true form, her long and boundless life, or the power that only brought disaster, it had long been destined for eternal loneliness. It had been this way in the past, and it was still the same now. The lifespan of humans is only a brief few decades, even if they connect with each other in different ways. That connection would ultimately be declared over with the end of their lives. Perhaps that was why she had forgotten everything from the past. Forgetting was quite nice. For her now, all she needed to do was to strive to complete the tasks belonging to Yasaki Yu Xiao and fulfill her wishes. At least she still had a goal, didn't she? Tanjiro looked at her, unable to utter a word due to the pain in his heart. Yu Xiao is speaking the truth. They're not in that kind of relationship yet. Even if he expresses his feelings of affection, it would definitely be politely rejected. There's no doubt about it. He understands Yu Xiao. Those golden eyes, so clear that they hold nothing and cannot contain anything, are the best proof. So he can only keep striving, and he always has. But that boy seems to think otherwise, doesn't he? Yum is good at reading people's hearts and can easily detect Tanjiro's disappointment just by observing his expression. Moreover, earlier, he had seen some unspeakable secrets in Tanjiro's memories, almost all concerning that blue-haired girl. Boy, in the dreams I control, any wish can be fulfilled. Everything you desire is in the dream. Yum smiled, continuously tempting Tanjiro. Even things that seem impossible can be achieved, you know? Originally, he wanted to fulfill Tanjiro's wish and let him have that dream. However, after seeing his pitiful past, he benevolently allowed him to have a beautiful dream of reuniting with his family. Well, it's not too late now. He noticed that Tanjiro was wearing an eye-catching pair of Hanafuda earrings. This was an image he had obtained from Muzin's cell some time ago. As long as he brings back the boy's head, Muzin would reward him with more blood. At that point, he could challenge the upper moons of the 12 Kazuki and become one of them. Yum grinned widely, feeling extremely pleased. My luck is really good. I didn't expect him to come knocking so soon. It's like a dream. Don't lead Tanjiro down the wrong path. Yu Xiao sighed and rubbed her forehead. Yum's words sounded just like a cult brainwashing passers-by, and the intent to manipulate was all too obvious. She glanced at Tanjiro and found that the boy indeed had a serious expression, looking quite upset. However, he had been like this from the beginning. No matter how gentle and kind Tanjiro is, his good face toward demons is only shown after they are dead. Even if he feels sympathy for a demon's plight, he will resolutely sever their necks, for only then can their crimes and suffering be ended. It is useless to lie or play pitiful in front of Tanjiro. He has a naturally keen sense of smell, able to detect emotions, let alone distinguish between the scents of demons that have eaten humans and those that haven tea. Even if Yum were to cut out his tongue tonight, Tanjiro would not listen to a single word he said. Yu Xiao didn't want to waste time and said to Yinming, "Don't waste your breath on these trivial matters. You wouldn't want us to drag this out until dawn, would you? We won't attack you, so why not just use the blood demon technique now?" Chapter 92. It seems I'm really a bit sleepy. No way. Tanjiro instinctively opposed. He couldn't understand why Yu Xiao insisted on having this demon use its technique on her. What was she really craving? Was what existed in her dreams really that appealing to her? But Yu Xiao didn't seem to be as deeply entangled as those children. She still appeared clear-headed and rational. So what was her reason for doing this? Yu Xiao understood Tanjiro's confusion and concerns, just confirming that everything was fine. After saying that, she quietly leaned closer to Tanjiro's ear, lowering her voice to remind him, "Close your eyes and cover your ears later." Once the blood demon art of dreaming was activated, anyone caught would be immediately pulled into a dream. Even if there were external disturbances, those in the dream would not realize they were dreaming. Even if they became aware of it, the only way to forcibly wake up would be to take their own life. The method to avoid being pulled into the dream was simple. Just don't make eye contact with its eyes and don't hear the low whispers of slumber. And it would be ineffective. Moreover, Yum's own attack methods were limited, making it unable to pull people into the dream, which basically rendered it useless. In terms of strength, Yum was far inferior to the lower moons, such as the 4th, Ziramiko, and the 5th, Rue. The blood demon arts of these two demons were incredibly deadly. One could weave high-density threads, while the other could create highly resilient vines. Below the Hashira level, whether in one-on-one combat or in a group, it would be difficult to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, their luck was too bad, encountering stronger demon hunters, and being defeated instantly was within reason. However, when it came to intelligence, Yum, as the first lower moon, was undoubtedly the best. After all, didn't it merge itself with the infinity train, wanting to swallow everyone in one go? Hearing her say this, Tanjiro still felt conflicted, but put away the knife. "Or are you unwilling to believe me?" Tanjiro, rarely falling into silence, didn't say anything more and silently put away the knife in his hand. Yuxiao knew that this could be considered a tacit agreement. She couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It seemed that the child had quietly changed after just a few days of not seeing each other. She couldn't quite pinpoint what exactly had changed. "It seems you all have made plans, huh?" Yanmeng was becoming increasingly puzzled. Yuxiao did not draw her sword at the beginning, while Tanjiro sheathed his sword upon her persuasion, although his killing intent had not yet dissipated. What are these two demon hunters up to? No matter what, I must remain cautious. As long as they fall for my technique, I will deal with them immediately and then devour everyone on the train. With this thought, Yanmeng's eyes flashed with a hint of caution as he smiled and extended his left hand towards the two. Well then, good night. The mouth on the back of his hand suddenly opened wide, revealing 2 rows of neat teeth, and a bright red tongue slithered out, making a sound. Blood demon art. Forced fainting, whisper of slumber. At the moment the blood demon art was activated, Tanjiro quickly covered his ears and closed his eyes. Yuxiao made no movement, still standing in place, quietly gazing at Nightmare. 1 second, 2 seconds. The sound of the wind mingled with the sound of the train. Because he was prepared in advance, Tanjiro was not greatly affected. He couldn't help but lift his eyelids, opening a slit to nervously look at the girl beside him. Her moon-white hair swayed in the wind like satin, carrying a faint fragrance. The girl had a gentle expression, a smile playing on her lips. She seemed a bit sleepy, but not too much. "Why don't you try again? Maybe I'll fall asleep." Nightmare stared blankly at the girl in front of him. His blood demon art. It actually failed. Chapter 93. Surprised? Unexpected. There was nothing to be surprised about. Rather, it would be strange if Yuxiao fell asleep. From the moment she woke up, Yuxiao knew that the current situation was just a further confirmation of her speculation. That girl had used the rope of her blood demon art to connect the two of them, intending to interfere with her. However, before she could successfully enter the dream, she suddenly woke up. There was only one explainable answer. Her spirit instinctively made a self-defense. Apart from having a long life, a witch must also possess a vast and almost infinite mental power. Otherwise, even with eternal and undying life, one would uncontrollably fall into despair, ultimately leading to complete collapse. Although she was now in a physical body and faced various limitations, her inherent mental power was still unfathomable. Nightmare's blood demon art, which could only affect the mind, could do nothing to her. Therefore, the dreams she saw after falling asleep on the train could not have been created by Nightmare. Those images must be memories of the Yasaki family. The strict Mr. Saito, the gentle sister Tezuko, and the brother obsessed with proving his worth. If the awakening of memories from 2 years ago is a revelation, could it be that my wish is to retrieve past memories? Yuxiao quickly dismissed the idea. Impossible. Only things that have lost their value would be forgotten. Otherwise, why would she forget? So this time, it was Yuxiao's turn to mock dream. It's a bit of a pity. It seems I can't have a sweet dream. Not only dream, but even Tanjiro found it hard to believe. He had just followed Yuxiao's advice, closing his eyes and covering his ears, which prevented him from being forcibly pulled into a dream. Even so, his head still felt a bit dizzy. In contrast, Yuxiao appeared completely calm and collected, as if nothing was wrong. Was this demon's blood demon art really ineffective against her? Dream hadn't expected such a scene. It was understandable that Tanjiro, having prepared in advance, didn't fall under the spell. But Yu Xiao stood there and directly took the impact of the blood demon art without any reaction. What was going on with these two? Moreover, from the very beginning, this blue-haired girl seemed to understand him well, as if she could see through all of his abilities. You two demon hunters are really strange. Dream refused to believe it and waited for the right moment to strike unexpectedly, casting the spell again. Sleep. The mouth on the back of its hand instantly closed, releasing a circle of blue light. Tanjiro was a moment too late in covering his ears, and as a result, he fell under the spell, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Yu Xiao quickly reached out to grab him, preventing him from falling off the car. Have you had enough fun? Now, it's my turn to strike. Yin Dream was truly panicked this time, repeatedly using the blood demon technique, but against Yu Xiao. Its spell seemed to sink into the sea without a trace. How is this possible? There was no time to think, as Yu Xiao's attack had already arrived in front of her, moving so fast that the action of striking was completely invisible, especially since she was using only one hand. Drawing the sword, swinging it, and sheathing it, Yin Dream only saw the final step, with a flash of silver arc. Its head was severed from its body and fell onto the roof of the car. Despite the separation of the corpse, Yin Dream still did not disappear. Yu Xiao squatted down, looking at its eyes engraved with words, a hint of mockery in his tone. Let me tell you some good news. There are actually two Hashira on this infinite train. One of them is that man who looks like an owl, and as for the other, it's me. Surprised? You, unexpectedly, are also a Hashira. Yinming's pupils constricted, clearly unable to accept this reality. You actually deployed two Hashira for this operation. Why didn't I sense that powerful aura that only a Hashira possesses from you? Yu Xiao chuckled softly. I have to thank you for letting your guard down around me. Otherwise, if you had overheard my conversation with Shawnee, you probably wouldn't have chosen to merge with this train, but rather run away. Mr. Yindream, you should think about how to separate from this train as quickly as possible. Chapter 94. Yandream's breakdown. Yandream could swear that it had never let a single human escape. Anyone it set its sights on would be either killed or devoured by it after enjoying their expressions of despair. It had always acted with great caution, leaving no room for future troubles, and that was precisely why it had reached the position of Lower Moon One. Yet Yu Xiao not only clearly stated its name, but also seemed very familiar with its blood demon techniques, which filled Yin Dream with both surprise and a chill of fear. This girl seems weak, but her strength is unfathomable. The most terrifying part is that she is not affected by my techniques. Though these thoughts raced through its mind, on the surface, Yin Dream showed no signs of fear and remained completely calm. I've found it strange since earlier. We clearly have never met. Yet you act as if you know me very well. Suddenly, a lump of flesh sprouted from its head, connecting the head together and forming a thick mass of flesh and blood that swayed in the air. What is the reason for this? Could you please answer me? Yu Xiao is not surprised at all that Yinming is not dead. Even if you cut off this shell, it won't cause any harm to it. The infinite train is its true form. Want to know the reason? Well, I won't tell you. The more you want to know, the less she will say. So, are you angry? You 12 Kazuki are really useless. You can only bully ordinary people. Even if you brought 100 like you, I could easily handle them without any challenge at all. Yu Xiao pretended to sigh helplessly and spread his hands, saying, The Lower Moon is just a bunch of useless idiots, not impressive at all. Yinming's previously smiling face visibly darkened, with veins popping on his forehead. He glared at Yu Xiao with rage and shouted, Your mouth should be stuffed and sewn shut. Recently, the Lower Moon of the 12 Kazuki had just been disbanded by Lord Muzin, and Yinming didn't care much about it at first, as the other Lower Moons were indeed incompetent and deserved to be eliminated. But now, being provoked and mocked by a little girl face to face, as the first of the Lower Moons, he simply couldn't tolerate it. How could those brainless fools compare to him? It was truly a disgrace to the demons. I finally understand the Lord's feelings. Your Hashira are simply unpleasant to exist, and it makes me sick with anger. This train has over 200 people, and soon they will all become food to strengthen me. Yinming scoffed, You're fighting alone now. Can you protect them? It's quite difficult, isn't it? What a pity. Your teammates are still lost in sweet dreams and can't help you at all. Who will eat them faster, me or you protecting them? Let's wait and see. After delivering his harsh words, Yinming merged into the train, disappearing without a trace. Having achieved his goal, a sly smile slowly appeared on Yu Xiao's face. Oh, young demon can't handle a few words? Your mental fortitude is too weak. Supporting the sleeping Tanjiro, Yu Xiao gently poked his face. What kind of dream are you having? Sleeping so soundly? As Yu Xiao was about to wake him, Her outstretched hand suddenly stopped in midair. The only dream that could make Tanjiro want to have is probably the beautiful dream of being reunited with his family, she thought, feeling a certain indescribable sadness in her heart. Her acquaintance with Tanjiro stemmed from a lie. A loophole created by one lie often requires more lies to cover it up. Once a lie begins, it has no ending, unless it waits for the day when the truth is revealed. But she didn't want to tell the truth, and it was even more impossible for her to do so, because she was an outlier that didn't fit into this world. Yu Xiao ultimately couldn't bear to wake up Tanjiro, but instead removed the control of the nightmare from him. This way, he could peacefully have a good dream. By the time they returned to the carriage, it was already filled with chunks of flesh and had grown countless tentacles. The stench spreading in the carriage was nauseating, and with every step, an unknown sticky liquid would cling to the soles of their shoes, all of which was irritating to the nerves. Yu Xiao furrowed his brows, quickly drawing his sword to cut off the disgusting tentacles, dodging the splattering blood and shattered flesh, clearing out a clean seat before placing Tanjiro on it. Don't worry, Tanjiro. Whatever happens next, I'll handle it. Chapter 95. Leading the children astray, suddenly, a loud, thunderous sound erupted from the rear carriage, and the entire train shook violently, causing the sleeping people to tumble in all directions. Yu Xiao's footing was unsteady, causing her body to sway. She immediately plunged her knife into the floor to maintain her balance, avoiding getting her clothes dirty with the meat chunks. In the next moment, the door in the corridor was shattered, accompanied by a wave of scorching hot wind. Countless knife marks instantly covered the meat chunks in the carriage, along with the newly grown tentacles, all destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Kaijay or Rengoku had arrived in front of Yu Xiao. Yatsukasa girl. Yu Xiao interrupted him forcefully before he could finish speaking. I know. Mr. Purgatory and Zenitsu are responsible for protecting the passengers in the car, while I will go kill this demon. This way, the problem will be solved. The nightmare is merging with the train, constantly growing tentacles, trying to swallow everyone. Someone has to clear these tentacles to protect the passengers on the train. Tanjiro has fallen into a deep sleep, so the task of killing the nightmare naturally falls on me. Even if Tanjiro were awake, the quicker we can eliminate the nightmare, the better. As long as we can deal with the nightmare in advance, Kaijiro won't exhaust too much energy protecting the passengers. By then, even if Akaza comes, with both of them present, a 2-on-1 situation dragging until dawn won't be a problem at all. It's impossible for them to be completely wiped out. Yu Xiao had already planned everything, which is why she deliberately provoked Yinming. As long as it didn't find a way to escape in a short time, everything would proceed smoothly according to her predictions. Their thoughts aligned perfectly. After listening to her, Xing Shuru was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his smile. As expected of the Yasaki girl, I'll leave it to you from here on. Just leave it to me, no matter how you put it. Yu Xiao is still a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and her position is the highest among the Hashira. Lord Maiko takes such good care of her, and if this continues, it's really a bit unreasonable for her to just slack off every day with paid leave. Ha ha ha. Kaijiro let out a hearty laugh and ruffled her hair with his hand. The Yatsuka girl is indeed very reliable at critical moments. You're not allowed to mess up my hair. Seeing her hair in disarray from his rubbing, Yu Xiao immediately got flustered and raised her hand to give him a friendly punch. Kaijiro, seeing the little fox all riled up, made a quick escape, faster than when he arrived, leaving behind a series of laughs echoing in Yu Xiao's ears. This guy should just be killed by Akaza sooner rather than later. There's no helping it. There are other things to do now, so this grudge can only be temporarily set aside. Yu Xiao held the sun wheel blade, leaping out of the carriage, heading straight for the locomotive where the neck of Nightmare Dream was. Before she could run 2 steps, a rough voice came from behind. Hey, mophead. With dual blades in hand, Inosuke called out to Yu Xiao, rushing to her side while wearing a pig's head mask. Did you notice too? That guy is already fused with that iron thing, and the aura of the demon is strongest right ahead. Yu Xiao already knew about this, and without looking back, she perfunctorily replied, got it. Her blatant indifference infuriated Inosuke, who jumped up and down. What kind of attitude is that? Are you trying to steal my credit? And don't ignore me. Yu Xiao had no intention of teasing him at the moment, and made her way to the front of the car. Inosuke followed closely behind, continuously shouting loudly, but he obediently cleared the tentacles that were emerging from the roof of the car, which made things much easier for her. Behind the front of the car was a coal mine used for providing power. Without any hesitation, Yu Xiao swung her knife and cut open the ceiling of the car. Jumping inside, the staff inside the car were startled and yelled at her in panic. What are you doing? Get out of here. This is not a place for you. Driving all night can be exhausting. I think I need to take a break. After Yu Xiao finished speaking, she swiftly stepped forward and knocked him out with a chop of her hand. The man immediately fell to the ground, motionless. Such a simple and brutal method left Inosuk stunned. That was just too decisive. He thought he should try that next time. Just as Yu Xiao raised her knife, preparing to chop off the front of the car, an unexpected change occurred. The flesh and blood clinging to the front of the car quickly converged, forming countless bloody hands that reached out towards her. Yu Xiao immediately picked up the man on the ground and threw him to Inosuk behind him, then swung his sword downwards at an angle. Wind breathing, third form, God Sandstorm Dust Dispersal. The hook jade hanging from the hilt lightly trembled, and the silver blade light shot through the air, instantly splitting into two after penetrating one of the bloody hands. As long as the blade light penetrated the target, it would continue to split. The more targets, the more slashes. Moreover, the power remained undiminished. The silver arcs moved as fast as lightning, and in an instant, they sliced the incoming bloody hands into pieces of flesh, which then fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Chapter 96. Morning mist and frost. The slashes unleashed by Yu Xiao would cut through any obstacles in their path, unless the object contacted was not completely severed. The more the slashes split, the more numerous they became. Both the quantity of the splits and the terrifying destructive power were chilling. The only flaw was that if the slash was evaded, the subsequent splits would not trigger, and thus the power would not be released. Even so, due to Yu Xiao's incredibly fast strike speed, dodging was likely as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Inosuk couldn't help but swallow hard beside him. I thought that big-eyed guy looked strong, but I didn't expect this blue mop-headed one to be even more astonishing. One slash is equivalent to countless slashes. How on earth is he doing this? It's unbelievable. The train engine, which had already lost its roof from Yu Xiao's slash, was now severely damaged by countless blade lights, becoming fragmented and leaving only the floor that could be stepped on. Seeing that the obstructive flesh had been cleared away, Yu Xiao gripped the Nichiren blade tightly, exhaling white mist from his mouth. The hook jade emitted a faint glow, and the white frost soaked into the blade, with a layer of crystalline frost spreading from Yu Xiao's feet, quickly covering the entire front of the train. The cold air penetrated through the clothing, directly invading the body from the skin, making one unable to help but shiver. Yu Xiao made a fierce, horizontal slash towards the ground beneath him. Breath of the storm. First form. Morning mist dyes frost. The clean half-moon arc slash severed the floor beneath him in half, and the explosive power even cut the iron tracks into two segments. The train immediately let out a series of piercing screams, the front and the carriages completely disconnected, derailing and flipping out of control. Inosuk was still frozen in place, not realizing the train was going to flip. Seeing this, Yu Xiao grabbed him and the unconscious conductor, jumping off the train to land safely. With a thunderous roar, the infinite train completely toppled to the ground. The metal carriages scraped against the tracks, sparking and producing a sharp, piercing sound. After sliding for a short distance, the train eventually collapsed to the ground, having lost its momentum. Yu Xiao looked at Inosuk beside him and asked, "Are you okay?" Inosuk was startled and then anxiously jumped up. "Don't get too proud. I didn't get saved because of you." Yu Xiao released the hand that was holding him and said with a smile, "All right, then I won't take care of you next time. Anyway, there's no way you could get killed from a fall like that, right? I don't need you to take care of me. If it weren't for you throwing this guy at me, I could have chopped that ghost neck off too." Jumping off a train is also a piece of cake. Hey. Yu Xiao looked at his frantic expression and couldn't help but laugh. As she laughed, she started to feel that something was off. The strike that had just severed the front of the car was somewhat different from what she had anticipated. Although she had held back and didn't use her full strength, the sensation coming from the blade felt a bit strange. It was somewhat akin to when she had cut off the neck of the false body of Nightmare on the train. Yu Xiao's smile froze on her face. "Oh no." She quickly instructed Inosuk, "Inosuk, hurry and help Mr. Rengoku and Zenitsu rescue the passengers on the train. I have something else to deal with right now, and I'll join you later. Don't order me around." Inosuk stomped his feet in anger, but in the blink of an eye, Yu Xiao disappeared without a trace. That damn mophead. How dare she order me to do things? He angrily picked up the train conductor and headed toward the nearby train. "One day, I will definitely challenge you and defeat you, and pull your hair hard." Chapter 97. Escape and hostage. Yinmeng swiftly moved through the dense forest, holding onto a person. With a red-high ponytail and floral ear accessories, the boy had his eyes tightly closed, clearly still in a dream. The forest was dark and silent. Yinmeng stopped, glancing around nervously. Having run this far, that stinky girl shouldn't be able to catch up. Just thinking of Yu Xiao made Yin Ming wish to devour her flesh, filled with intense hatred. That damn woman. If it weren't for her suddenly waking up from the dream and disrupting its perfect plan, how could it have fallen to such a state? After finally coming up with such a brilliant idea to merge with the Infinity Train and swallow a large number of humans in one go, it ended up not eating a single person and lost most of its power instead. If it hadn't been on guard, it might have really died on the train. Long before Yu Xiao woke up, Yin Ming sensed something was off. When it saw that Yu Xiao was unaffected by its blood demon art, fear arose within it. Hearing her say that there were two Hashira on the train sent its panic to an all-time high. Since becoming a lower moon of the 12 Kizuki, Yin Ming had never encountered a Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps. It sensed the powerful aura of the man who resembled an owl. To be safe, it deliberately chose a few children to replace itself in the dream, aiming to destroy these people's mental cores. The goal was to hide its own aura, otherwise, it would definitely be detected by that man. Everything was originally under its control. But what happened? Those useless fools didn't succeed at all. Instead, they let Yu Xiao wake up. At first, Yin Ming thought Yu Xiao was dissatisfied with waking up. Although it didn't understand why the woman woke up, it kindly agreed to let her continue dreaming. Unexpectedly, this woman was playing it the whole time. Letting it use the blood demon art was just to experiment whether she would fall asleep under the spell. The most critical part was that Yu Xiao ruthlessly mocked it, saying it was a useless piece of trash. Yin Ming was truly infuriated, but it could feel the faint, terrifying aura radiating from Yu Xiao. That girl's appearance was highly deceptive. No matter how one looked at her, she seemed like an innocent and ignorant little girl. Coupled with her slender physique, it felt like a single punch could kill her. However, Yin Ming had lived for so many years and knew its blood demon art lacked lethality, so it always acted with caution. Even though Yu Xiao seemed powerless, it still kept its guard up. Thus, after hearing those mocking words, it deliberately pretended to be enraged, hoping to lower Yu Xiao's vigilance, while secretly detaching part of its body. Taking advantage of the other Demon Slayer Corps members still clearing the tentacles and protecting the passengers, Yin Ming seized Tanjiro and escaped. At the moment the train's front was severed by Yu Xiao, it realized its vigilance was justified, but it still couldn't avoid the heavy losses. It survived, but everything that was destroyed was part of its flesh and blood. Not only did it abandon the power gained from Yuzen's blood, but it also lost a significant amount of the strength it had painstakingly acquired from eating humans. Now, it no longer possessed the strength of a lower moon. Fortunately, it had seized the opportunity to capture Tanjiro. As long as it killed this boy, Lord Muzan would reward it with more blood. Although it had suffered many losses this time, there was still a chance. I am still one of the 12 Kizuki. Yin Ming laughed maniacally. Next time, I will devise an even more perfect plan, devour more people, and gain more power to challenge the upper moons. Once I become an upper moon, the first thing I will do is kill that damn woman. Make her unable to live or die. Yin Ming's face twisted in rage as it roughly tugged at Tanjiro's hair. One hand growing sharp nails. It intended to sever Tanjiro's head and take it back to Lord Muzan, but before that, it would eat his body to regain some strength. Just as Yin Ming prepared to swiftly deal with Tanjiro, it suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness from behind, two cold gazes piercing into its back like knives. The terrifying aura caused every cell in its body to sound alarms. Yin Ming immediately turned around, quickly grabbing Tanjiro to shield itself, while its other hand with nails pressed tightly against his neck's artery. The sharp nails pierced the boy's skin, and crimson blood began to flow. At the same time, a cold, moonlit long knife was pressed against Yin Ming's neck. The girl with golden eyes looked grim, her voice revealing no emotion. Let him go. Upon hearing this, Yin Ming not only did not loosen its grip, but instead tightened it a little more, blood sliding down the boy's neck and soaking a small patch of his clothing. It revealed a cruel smile. As long as you dare to move against me, I will kill him. Yu Xiao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, seemingly enduring something with great effort. She retracted the sun wheel sword and threw it backward into the dark woods beyond her sight. The demon hunter had abandoned the sun wheel sword, which was essential for her survival, and had undoubtedly become a complete waste. Unexpectedly, for the sake of this boy, Yu Xiao had actually severed her own path to survival. Ha 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 ha. Nightmare laughed loudly. Earlier on the train, it had suffered immense pain from being sliced by those demon hunters, forcing it to awkwardly separate a part of its body and abandon most of its power to escape in a sorry state. All of this was thanks to the girl in front of it. Nightmare held Tanjiro hostage and viciously kicked Yu Xiao, commanding, "Kneel down." Yu Xiao took the kick solidly, yet her figure didn't even sway, still standing firmly. However, her eyes were already filled with icy coldness. "Let him go first. Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me right now? Kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, I will cut off his neck. You'll witness his body and head parting with your own eyes." Yu Xiao lowered her head, making it hard to see her expression. Her legs beneath the skirt were slightly bent, inching closer to the ground. Just as Yinming thought she was about to kneel down, Yu Xiao suddenly sprang up and, with lightning speed, tightly seized Yinming's wrist. Immediately after, a series of cracking sounds echoed, and looking at Yinming, both of her hands had been broken and twisted into a spiral shape. Ah! In an instant, Yinming let out a sharp and piercing scream. Before her wailing could end, Yu Xiao executed a series of spinning kicks, directly sending Yinming flying, crashing heavily into a tree trunk. The tree collapsed with a thunderous noise. A gleaming Nicaran blade was thrown down in front of Yinming. The girl's voice was devoid of any fluctuation, yet each word sent chills down Yinming's spine. "Will you take your own life, or should I do it?" Chapter 98. Kiss. The knife thrown in front of Yinming was the Nicaran blade that Tanjiro carried with him. "What, you don't want to die?" The blue-haired girl looked down at her from above, her golden eyes eerily glimmering in the dark night. Yinming's wrist was slowly healing, and, as if awakening from a dream, he raised his head, looking at Yu Xiao with disbelief. Why must you damned demon slayers obstruct me? I was just one step away, just one step from becoming an upper rank of the 12 Kazuki. If it weren't for you and that man, my plan would have succeeded long ago. What meaning does it have for those humans to live? In the end, they will still die. Does it matter if they die early or late? Rather than wasting it like this, why not give your life to me? Demons can live forever. Demons are the most perfect beings. Yinming raged madly, roaring at Yu Xiao. He had worked so hard, toiling away, even sacrificing most of his flesh and blood just to survive. Why must he die just because his neck was cut off by a Nicaran blade? It's so unfair. Demons should be the most perfect existence in the world. Those damned demon slayers can live at most a few decades. No matter how powerful they are, they will still die. Even if demons fear sunlight, they are 100 times stronger than humans. So what? Yu Xiao sneered. Did I not give you a chance? Every time she killed a demon, Yu Xiao instinctively delivered a decisive blow, acting swiftly and cleanly without any hesitation. The 2 times she had held back were not out of fear, but because she was desperately suppressing her body's instincts. She didn't want to simply kill Yinming with one stroke. That would be too easy for him. Having been with Tanjiro for so long, Yu Xiao could never bear to bully him too harshly, even feeling heartache for him when she saw him diligently practicing swordsmanship, his hands getting calloused and bleeding. The time she held back during the Spider Mountain incident was also due to the consideration of the fire god Kagura, and besides, the exhaustion was dealt with later by Giyu, who arrived at the scene and killed it, so there was nothing to say. And how dare Yinming use Tanjiro to threaten her, even going so far as to injure him? No matter what kind of beating or scolding, Yu Xiao could accept it, because it was herself and she wouldn't care. But when it came to Tanjiro, absolutely not. Since you don't want to do it yourself, then let me handle it. Yu Xiao picked up the sunwheel knife from the ground, his eyes as deep as a cold pond, and his tone terrifyingly calm. You forced him to use this knife to commit suicide in his dreams, so now I will use this knife to let you experience the taste of death as well. No. Yin Dream wanted to retreat in fear, but bumped into a broken tree stump. It didn't want to die. Ironically, the situation had now reversed. With the roles of perpetrator and victim switched, and Yin Dream could not accept it. Those innocent humans he had killed also desperately longed to live, didn't they? Don't worry, your death won't be quick. I have a pretty good idea of your regeneration speed. So, before you fully die, enjoy the experience of what it feels like to be the ones you toyed with, killed, and devoured. Yin Dream was completely in despair. Impossible, impossible. This is definitely a nightmare. How could I be killed by you? Yu Xiao had a blank expression as she raised the knife in her hand and stabbed it fiercely into the ghost on the ground. The unwilling roar and mournful cries gradually faded away, and before they completely dissipated, the nightmare was staring at Yu Xiao with a resentful gaze. It wanted to curse this damned woman. Curse her to die a terrible death. To die without a complete corpse. Yu Xiao crushed its eyeball with a kick, turned around, and took out a handkerchief to wipe the dirty blood off the knife. After using it, he casually tossed it aside, and the soiled handkerchief ignited in the air. By the time it landed on the ground, only ashes of the remaining fire were left. With the gleaming blade, Yu Xiao could clearly see his slightly furrowed brows and displeased, pursed lips. I mustn't show such an expression. Yu Xiao closed her eyes, a faint smile lingering on her lips, making herself appear gentle and friendly enough. Then, after a long time, she summoned the magic within her to clean the blood-stained clothes. Once she was done, she approached Tanjiro and returned the sword to him. The boy lay unconscious on the ground, still lost in his dreams, with the flesh on the left side of his neck torn open and a bloody mess. Fortunately, his breathing technique had not been interrupted, and with the cooler night temperature, the blood had begun to coagulate, so he was not in serious danger. Yu Xiao hurriedly took out everything that could be used for healing. There were many medicines, but none could achieve instant healing. After thinking for a while, she decided to take out one of the few talismans she had. Healing Talisman. Pain-free healing could instantly restore injuries as long as they weren't extensive, leaving no scars behind. She had very few talismans, most of which she had accumulated during the year and a half she spent at home. Without a magic circuit, she had to forcibly channel her magical energy, which caused her to feel dizzy for a long time after drawing each one. The stronger the effect, the more severe the dizziness. Especially for those few she used as trump cards. Yu Xiao glanced at the only black talisman paper among them, which was densely filled with red incantations and emitted an ominous aura. This was her greatest trump card. In a fit of anger that day, she almost threw it to a random ghost, although she could never truly do that. As she activated the talisman, it instantly disintegrated, transforming into scattered glowing specks that enveloped the wound on the boy's neck. Soon, the damaged flesh was restored to its original state, smooth and flawless. Yu Xiao let out a sigh of relief and woke up Tanjiro. The boy slowly opened his eyelids, his gaze slightly confused, looking as if he hadn't fully woken up yet. Yu Xiao smiled at him, completely contrasting with her previous indifference and coldness towards Yanmeng. She softly called out, "Tanjiro," but before she could finish saying his name, she was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by Tanjiro. "You, As Yu Xiao was about to ask, her lips were suddenly sealed. Instead, there was a soft, warm sensation, and the words that were about to be spoken turned into ambiguous, indistinct sounds, with nothing but each other's breath in close proximity. Yu Xiao stared blankly at the face pressed against hers. Tanjiro was kissing her. Chapter 99, An Overlooked Confession. To prevent the situation from escalating further, Yu Xiao pushed Tanjiro away and stood up from the ground. Her face was so red it looked like it was bleeding. It was hard to tell whether it was from anger or embarrassment. "What are you doing, you idiot? Look clearly. I'm not some delicious food." With her push, Tanjiro fell directly to the ground. Rubbing his still dazed head, after seeing his surroundings, Tanjiro was extremely shocked. "Huh? Weren't we just on the bed? How did we end up here in the blink of an eye?" As soon as he spoke, Tanjiro sensed something was off. He instinctively stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, only to unexpectedly taste a faint sweetness. "It tastes like candy, and it's even more real than in my dreams." Tanjiro felt his face heat up, and it was as if he was set ablaze, burning from head to toe. He really kissed Yu Xiao. It wasn't a dream. What should I do? How did this happen? Why am I so impulsive? Tanjiro's heart raced, and he kept apologizing. "Yu Xiao, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to." He was genuinely afraid that the girl in front of him would be angry because of this. If Yu Xiao never spoke to him again, it would be more painful than being stabbed in the chest with a knife. Yu Xiao almost said in a commanding tone, "No apologies allowed." She initially thought that Tanjiro was half asleep and mistook her for food or something like that. But his previous words had already proven that it was completely different from her assumption. Remembering what Yanmeng had said before Tanjiro underwent surgery, as well as his strange behavior during this time, even Yu Xiao, no matter how slow-witted she was, sensed something was off. "Explain it to me. What did you mean by your last statement? And why did you do that?" Tanjiro wished he could sew his mouth shut with a needle. How did he let that slip? That was because... Yu Xiao asked why. Tanjiro was forced into a corner, rolling my eyes and explaining with an extremely stiff expression. "I had a dream before, dreaming that I was in bed, sleeping and lying." Yu Xiao immediately exposed him. Tanjiro, who was raised by his parents to be an honest and reliable good child, simply couldn't lie. As soon as he told a lie, his expression would become very unnatural, making it easy to see through. This was the first time Yu Xiao had seen Tanjiro lie. It made her even more curious about the contents of the dream. What kind of dream could make Tanjiro go so far as to lie to her in order to cover it up? He even acted that way upon waking up. Yu Xiao felt more and more confused, her face red enough to bleed. She grabbed the boy's head with both hands, forcing him to look into her eyes. "You look into my eyes and speak. You can't lie." Tanjiro tried to avoid her scrutinizing gaze. But no matter where he looked, those golden eyes followed him, leaving him nowhere to escape, and he could only close his eyes. Once his eyes were shut, the unbearable scenes from his dreams rushed back into his mind. In the dream, the girl entwined with him on the bed had long, light blue hair that felt icy to the touch, cascading like satin beneath him. Her originally clear eyes were filled with tears, losing focus, her exquisite face marked with tear stains, a complete mess. Her lush lips constantly emitted broken pleas and sobs, each sound frantically plucking at the string called reason. It felt like walking on a tightrope, with an unseen abyss beneath, where a slight misstep could lead to a fall, shattering him to pieces, stimulating an adrenaline rush, every nerve in his body taut with excitement. If it were just the first half of the dream, it wouldn't be a problem, but almost all of it was like that. Suddenly, Tanjiro felt a warmth in his nose, as if something wet was uncontrollably flowing out. He reached up to wipe it, only to find blood on his hand. He was actually having a nosebleed. Oh, how embarrassing, Tanjiro. You're the eldest son. How could you get so worked up over something like this that you start bleeding? Tanjiro roared in his heart. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiao's beautiful eyes widened, and her expression was filled with shock. Tanjiro, you can't possibly. Tanjiro thought she had guessed something, and in an instant, he panicked, ignoring his still bleeding nose, and loudly defended himself. No, I like Yu Xiao. That's why I did such rude things. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. Huh? Yu Xiao originally wanted to ask him if it was because she had pushed too hard that he became overly emotional, resulting in a burst blood vessel and bleeding. She didn't expect Tanjiro to actually use this excuse to evade her. Yu Xiao sighed helplessly, not taking the words to heart. I know I was too forceful with you. You don't need to find such excuses. It's okay. Don't worry, I won't be angry. As usual, she rubbed Tanjiro's head. All right, don't dwell on this. It was just an accident. Let's go back, right? Mr. Rengoku and Inosuke are waiting. However, Tanjiro brushed her hand away. He lowered his head, silently practicing his breathing technique to stop the bleeding from his nose and wipe the blood from his face. In Yu Xiao's eyes, were the words I said all just excuses? No, what I meant was, maybe I was overthinking it. Being brushed off, Yu Xiao was not upset. She thought Tanjiro was still feeling guilty about his reckless actions. So she kindly reassured him. You were affected by the blood demon art of the dream demon. It's normal that you haven't recovered since waking up. After all, that girl on the train was the same. In any case, don't think too much about it. Sure enough, Tanjiro had anticipated this. Although this confession came from a moment of urgency, the result was not surprising at all. Despite having imagined it countless times, when his feelings were ignored in person, his heart still ached. Yu Xiao, she always wore a cheerful expression, saying just the right things that made people naturally fond of her, unable to feel any dislike. No matter what she did, it seemed she could never get angry, except for sometimes pretending to be angry. Even when she truly felt anger, she would quickly return to smiling. She was friendly to everyone, and her gentle, lively, and cute appearance was very endearing. But only by truly getting close to Yu Xiao would one slowly discover that the insurmountable chasm between them always existed, like a transparent barrier that gently and tenderly kept those who tried to approach at bay. There was also a subtle sense of loneliness and occasional bewilderment. From these signs, it was not hard to see that there were many contradictions within her. Everyone is contradictory, but Yu Xiao was special. Her contradictions were not caused by a mix of complex emotions, but rather a simple self-contradiction. It was as if she was deliberately playing a role in life, with a hollow void beneath her radiant exterior. What should I do? If even liking you needs proof, Tanjiro dusted himself off and stood up from the ground. I'm not making excuses, nor am I joking. He looked at Yu Xiao seriously, his smile slightly melancholic, and spoke each word clearly. I like you. Chapter 100, The Reason for Liking You. The red-haired boy's eyes were focused, staring at her unwaveringly. Yu Xiao was momentarily stunned, unsure of what expression to show in front of Tanjiro. But she quickly thought of something, nodded at Tanjiro, and replied, Yeah, I understand. You understand? Tanjiro felt it was quite unbelievable, and even the sadness he had just felt vanished without a trace because of her words. Yu Xiao, do you know that he likes her? If so, a hint of hope quietly sprouted in his heart, and he unconsciously clenched the sleeves of his clothes in nervousness, looking at the girl with a glimmer of expectation in his gaze. I think I understand what you mean. Seeing the boy's face filled with astonishment, Yu Xiao felt somewhat puzzled, but still explained, because Tanjiro has always been very good to me, and didn't you say that day that I am your most important family? Although I have never heard you call me sister, it's okay, because for me, Tanjiro is also a very important person. The girl gently played with her long hair in front of her chest, easily providing an answer. She looked up at the dark night sky, her beautiful face serene and gentle at that moment, and said, "All right, it should be a few hours until dawn. Let's head back early. I'm still waiting to eat the pancakes you make." "Huh." Tanjiro suddenly let out a low laugh. He stepped forward, placing his hands on the girl's shoulders, forcing her to look up at him. In the dim forest, Tanjiro's figure completely blocked the faint moonlight, casting a dark shadow around them. Yuxiao then noticed that the boy in front of her had grown quite a bit taller compared to 2 years ago, already surpassing her. His long hair, left because of her, was neatly styled and tied back, with only a few shorter strands covering his forehead, adding a touch of elegance to his already handsome face. He wore a bright red haori that complemented him perfectly. This was in stark contrast to the memory of the shy, youthful boy wearing a checkered haori. This made Yuxiao feel an inexplicable sense of panic rising in her chest. She couldn't help but shrug her shoulders, wanting to step back, but she held herself back. "I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I feel anxious? It's really strange." Yuxiao asked, "What's wrong? Is there something else you want to say? The matter with the infinite train hasn't been resolved yet. If you're not in a hurry, can we talk about it later?" Tanjiro's expression was unclear. His thin lips moved slightly, slowly uttering 2 syllables. "Sister?" Suddenly being called sister by him, Yuxiao was a bit surprised and couldn't respond correctly right away. For some reason, hearing Tanjiro call her that made Yuxiao feel strange. Was it just her illusion? However, the next moment, Tanjiro's answer completely stunned Yuxiao. "I've never considered you as a sister." "Huh? What do you mean?" Tanjiro leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "I like Yuxiao. The kind of liking that wants you to be my lover, to be my wife. Do you understand?" This news was like a bolt from the blue, causing Yuxiao's brain to completely crash. What does this mean? Shouldn't Tanjiro like Kanawo? Why has it become me? Kanawo is the one who will become his wife. It seems like we got a situation. Yuxiao never imagined, or rather, she didn't think at all, that Tanjiro would like her. Lovers, wives, something like that. Huh? It's not funny at all. And isn't this liking a bit excessive? This kid has started a babble. The word like, as understood by Yuxiao, refers to being interested in something or someone, having a certain degree of fondness, which can be called liking. For example, she likes eating desserts not only because her body feels pleasure from a sugar intake, but also because her subjective interest in sweets is greater than in other foods. However, Tanjiro's words completely overturn her understanding and add a new, more abstract concept to it. Liking is not just liking. It may also encompass admiration, infatuation, and even the complex feelings of love. Yuxiao put away her usual casual attitude and stood stiffly like a statue. Sweat began to form in the palms of her hands, and her golden eyes blinked not once as she stared straight at the boy in front of her. "Tanjiro, you should be awake now, right?" Yuxiao asked tentatively. I'm very awake." "Then why say something like that?" Tanjiro replied matter-of-factly, "Because I like you." Yuxiao bit her lower lip and stammered, Then why do you like me?" "Reasons? There are many." The feelings that had been buried deep in his heart were now being spoken aloud to her. Tanjiro instead calmed down and even felt relaxed. "It's because Yuxiao has always been with me. During those days in the narrow mist mountain, every time I trained to come down the mountain, no matter how bitter or exhausting it was, even if I was injured by traps, I just had to think of you waiting for me. And I gained the courage to keep going. Because I knew, no matter how late it was, Yuxiao would always be waiting outside the door for me to come back." The boy's expression was more serious and determined than ever, his face tinged with a light blush, and his gentle eyes were filled with deep affection, making Yuxiao's cheeks uncontrollably flush. "You were the first to clean my wounds when I was hurt. It was you who held my hand with concern, always appearing when I needed you most, encouraging and comforting me with your gentle voice. When I came to my senses, my heart was already filled by you. Even if you tease me, I willingly accept it, because Yuxiao's smile after a prank is so cute. The way your eyes light up at sweets is so adorable. And even when you pretend to be angry, it's also very cute. Every move you make makes my heart flutter." "Stop, don't say anymore." Yuxiao felt her face flush with embarrassment from what he said, and she could hardly bear it, wishing she could find a hole in the ground to jump into. She held her forehead, feeling dizzy, as if the ground beneath her feet was not solid earth, but fluffy, insubstantial cotton. "Why?" All of Yuxiao's doubts and confusion turned into a brief question at this moment. "Why do you like me? Why has it become like this? Why do you say such things? Aren't those things what I should do? It was Tanjiro who saved me 2 years ago. If it weren't for you, I would have been buried in the snow and died by now, right? And others would do the same, wouldn't they? Because Tanjiro is a good person and deserves care and attention." A flicker of hurt crossed Tanjiro's eyes. He saw Yuxiao desperately defending herself, urgently trying to push him away, and his heart ached like it was being cut by a knife. So, does she think her actions are all about repaying a debt? That's truly a kindness that feels cruel. But he doesn't need it. Indeed, as Yu Xiao said, if another girl had appeared that day and treated me like this, I might have fallen for her. Tanjiro smiled bitterly. But the one in front of me is not someone else. There's no one else. Only you. Chapter 101. The awakened true heart, faced with Tanjiro's heartfelt confession, Yu Xiao wavered. She knew very well that she had been lying all along. Her kindness towards Tanjiro was merely born from guilt due to deception. Yet she failed to realize that, without knowing when, she had become overly concerned and interfered with him, leading this feeling that should belong to another to shift towards herself. This was undoubtedly wrong, and this situation was not Yu Xiao's intention. However, she was no longer an outsider, already trapped unknowingly, like a moth drawn to the flame, instinctively flapping her wings to chase that light until the flames burned her. Awakening her, Tanjiro is honest and kind-hearted, always treating others with sincerity. His gentleness is neither as continuous as the autumn rain nor as overwhelming as the summer rain, but rather like the gentle and delicate spring drizzle, truly just right. It is this gentleness that continually attracts Yu Xiao, pulling at her, making her want to draw near uncontrollably. Yet the broken memories of the past constantly remind her that the outlier can never blend into the crowd. Those who once had goodwill towards her, offered her warmth, and taught her what feelings are, all inevitably left because of her. What followed was the scorn and condemnation of the people. The hateful and resentful gazes formed countless intangible sharp blades, piercing her chest, shattering her fragile heart. Even when pierced by the sharp blades, she wouldn't bleed, nor would she die. There is nothing but pain left, in the little feelings remaining in her heart. There is not a shred of resentment or hatred, only the brilliance she sees and regret. Thus, she took away the qualities of those she cherished and began her endless wandering. Until one day, she met the one scorned by the world as a witch, Fiseting, who took her in. After that, she gradually lost track of the details. Why? Yu Xiao turned the focus of the problem onto herself, struggling to think, and began to examine herself after a long time, finally realizing that the issue lay within her. She didn't know when it all began, but she had lost herself. After years of abandoning her true self and going with the flow, she had grown weary of this self-reflection. Her gaze instinctively followed others, causing her to completely forget about herself. Only then did she discover that the fragmented and chaotic memories of the past had merged with her current memories as a human, making it incredibly difficult for her to distinguish who she really was, to the point that she had even forgotten her true name. If the past her was her, then who was the present her? Yatsuki Yu Xiao? I seem to have lost myself. Realizing this, Yu Xiao fell into an endless cycle of self-contradiction. She felt confused and searched through her fragmented memories in her mind, trying to recall her true name that belonged to her. However, the more she thought, the more her head ached, as if it were about to explode, yet she stubbornly refused to give up. Suddenly, Tanjiro caught a terrible scent from her. It was a smell so filled with despair that it nearly dulled his sense of smell, permeated with confusion and pain, woven with intense regret and loneliness, choking him to the point of almost losing his sense of smell. What is this? Before he could think too much, he saw Yu Xiao's face gradually turning pale. Her golden irises lost their luster, becoming hollow and numb, as if she were being deprived of her consciousness, slowly fading away. He immediately called out to the girl, Yu Xiao. What's wrong? This exclamation successfully brought Yu Xiao back to her senses. As her gaze shifted, the lively girl quickly returned, along with the terrible scent vanishing, as if everything he had just seen and heard was merely an illusion. Tanjiro knew very well that it couldn't have been an illusion. Long ago, he had noticed that Yu Xiao was hiding something from him. He wanted to ask, but she didn't want to say. Putting away her chaotic thoughts, Yu Xiao took a deep breath. Her expression was calm, yet it carried a sense of exhaustion as she moved away the hands that rested on her shoulders. Speaking as if to Tanjiro, and yet also to herself, "It's okay, I'm fine." How could she possibly be fine? Tanjiro struggled to control his emotions. He showed a pained expression, compressing his feelings deep within, before carefully opening his mouth. "If there's anything sad or difficult, please tell me, okay? No matter what it is, I will listen seriously." Yu Xiao pressed her lips together, remaining silent, feeling extremely conflicted. "I can't go on like this," she repeatedly reminded herself in her heart. "This kind of feeling is wrong, and I have no right to possess or crave something that doesn't belong to me. I just need to focus on doing what I should do." Yu Xiao turned her head, her hair covering her face. She closed her eyes, quickly adjusting her state. When she opened her eyes again, she appeared radiant, like a flower bathed in morning light. It's okay, you don't need to worry about me. I just didn't rest well. However, I'm afraid I might disappoint you. Yu Xiao smiled softly and gently rejected the young man with less hurtful words. I'm sorry for saying things that upset you, but I can't reciprocate your feelings. I'm not as good as you think, so I don't care. Tanjiro interrupted her, saying, I like Yu Xiao. Not because I'm attracted to your appearance, nor because I'm enamored with your kindness towards me, but simply because Tanjiro paused for a moment and slowly said, whenever I recall Musen's actions, I can't help but feel anger, but as long as I think of Yu Xiao, I can naturally calm down. Although I am still angry, it always helps me regain my sanity in the midst of rage. Being with Yu Xiao brings me an unprecedented peace. Tanjiro furrowed his brows and smiled. That smile was as gentle as a spring breeze, as if he was reminiscing about the past, adding a touch of affection to the expression on his face. A long time ago, I once asked my father why he married my mother and had me and my siblings. My father glanced at my mother, but did not speak. However, my mother covered her mouth and laughed secretly, then ruffled my hair and told me that when I met the person I wanted to spend my life with, I would naturally have the answer in my heart. At that time, I didn't understand the meaning behind my mother's words, and this matter gradually faded with time. Until now, when I think back on it, I finally have an answer in my heart. Tanjiro did not continue speaking. After joining the Demon Slayer Corps for a period of time, Tanjiro came to understand. The work of slaying demons is a life and death struggle, and no one can guarantee whether they can survive in this seemingly endless battle. Perhaps the next mission could be the last day of their lives. For this reason, he had already made his determination. Yu Xiao's response, whether a rejection or not, no longer mattered. It was enough to convey his feelings to her. So he simply laid bare his emotions, without making any promises or asking for her agreement. And he didn't mention the future at all. Don't do this anymore, Tanjiro. I'm not worth it. Just like before, that's all I ask. Yu Xiao spoke incoherently, not realizing that her voice was gradually choking up. She didn't have the courage to face it again, nor did she want to watch anyone leave her anymore. Tanjiro's words were undoubtedly shaking her, trying to awaken her long-buried, decayed, and fragile heart. Tanjiro didn't speak. He simply extended his arms and gently embraced her. But if that were the case, wouldn't Yu Xiao feel even more alone? One sentence made Yu Xiao's already shaken heart restless once again. It shouldn't be like this. This is wrong. But really it feels so warm. Without resisting his embrace, Yu Xiao closed her eyes, listening to the sound of the wind blowing through the branches in the distance, listening to Tanjiro's breathing, and listening to the rhythmic beating of her own heart. Slowly, she reached out her hand, greedily returning his embrace, truly feeling this burning warmth. It was as if her rationality was divided in two, battling in her mind. She warned herself, don't be greedy. Don't wish for things that don't belong to you. Don't repeat past mistakes. Yet she couldn't help but yearn for it. Just like this, even if it's just a moment of warmth, please, just this once. Tanjiro, I'm listening. In that moment, when Yu Xiao hesitated to reveal her feelings, tiny glowing lights suddenly appeared around her. Those small glimmers sparkled like scattered stars across the sky, flickering and dancing, only to vanish in an instant. Yu Xiao suddenly woke up and quickly released her hand. Tanjiro also noticed the scattered lights. What was that just now? Fireflies? We need to go back. There was no time to explain further. After leaving this message, Yu Xiao turned around and disappeared without a trace. The talisman she had given to Rengoku was triggered. If she didn't hurry back, Rengoku would be killed by Akaza. Retrieving the Nichiren blade she had thrown earlier, Yu Xiao rushed back as fast as she could. This time it's really going to be the end. Why am I like this? Ow, you have to hold on. Chapter 102, Upper Moon 3. Akaza at the very moment before the Infinity Train derailed and flipped over, Rengoku jumped out of the carriage. Was it resolved? It went even smoother than expected. Yu Xiao had almost killed the demon immediately after meeting him, which made Rengoku even more certain of his thoughts. Although Yu Xiao appears to be relaxed and shows little hostility towards demons, she can be quite decisive when she gets serious. Her strength is indeed impressive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to kill the Lower Moon 4 without a scratch and take the box from the immortal Chuan in public. Moreover, from Yu Zhao's daily greetings, she doesn't seem like an ordinary girl from a common family, yet she is willing to join a high-risk organization like the Demon Slayer Corps. After the Hashira meeting that night, she took the initiative to stay behind and have a private chat with the Lord. The Lord seems to value her highly. Otherwise, this mission wouldn't involve two Hashira. Although Yu Xiao had no hatred towards demons, she acted without mercy, diligently carrying out her tasks every day without a hint of complaint. Kyujiro had no reason to doubt her, just a bit curious. Most members of the Demon Slayer Corps were motivated by hatred, with only a small number joining for money or other reasons. His former stepson, Kanroji Mitsuri, had joined the Demon Slayer Corps to find a beloved husband. So what about Yusuo? She trained under the same master as Iyong and Tanjiro. Could be for Tanjiro? Upon reflection, it was clear that Yusuo cared for Nezuko and had an unusual relationship with Tanjiro. Anyone with eyes could see Tanjiro's feelings for Yusuo. Kyujiro found himself gradually understanding everything. Yet, he felt inexplicably unhappy. His thoughts briefly paused before returning to reality. The chunks of flesh clinging to the train ceased their attacks, slowly turning to ash and dissipating. Kyujiro sheathed his Nichiren blade and went to check on the passengers in the carriage. Fortunately, all the passengers were alive, though they had suffered varying degrees of injury due to the train's derailment. Inosuke ran back, carrying the train conductor. Upon seeing Kyujiro, he dropped the conductor to the ground and ignored him. He waved his dual blades and shouted, "Gulu, gulu big eye guy." Huh? Kyujiro turned around and saw that Inosuke was uninjured and in good spirits, smilingly saying, "Pig-headed boy, well done. I'm the king of the mountains. I don't need your affirmation." Inosuke was irritated. Why were these guys so annoying? That old lady, the forehead guy, the mop head, and now this big-eye guy were all saying things that made him feel lightheaded. It was so annoying. Having lived with beasts since he could remember and never receiving any affection, Inosuke felt awkward when he heard words of concern. He huffed, hands on his hips, and said to Kyujiro, "The demon that merged with the train has been taken down by the blue-haired guy. After the train flipped, she ran away for some reason. So I came to find you in Zenitsu." Although he didn't want to admit it, Yusuo and Kyujiro were indeed very powerful, something Inosuke couldn't deny. Is that so? Then everyone will be safe. Kyujiro smiled knowingly and instructed, "Before Zenitsu arrives here, pig-headed boy, let us do our best to help the injured." Thus, the two of them took on the task of assisting the wounded. Zenitsu and Nezuko were protecting the passengers in the rear carriage. Both had been inside when the train flipped and had suffered a considerable impact, causing them to faint. Inosuke was trying to wake them up. In the carriage near the front, many people were trapped under the train. Kyujiro moved the injured out, letting them rest nearby while comforting them. Just then, a loud crash came from behind, and at that moment, Kyujiro felt an extremely terrifying pressure. He immediately turned around, positioning himself in front of everyone, gripping his blade and assuming a defensive stance. The dust quickly dispersed, revealing a man with short peach-colored hair, crouching not far away. The man wore a pink cardigan, plain shorts, and had prayer beads on his ankles, dressed like a warrior. His exposed upper body had well-defined muscles, with strong and explosive arms. Deep blue tattoos representing a sinner extended from his abdomen to his arms and even to his face. His golden eyes radiated an endless chill, marked with the words Upper Moon 3. Kyujiro remained calm on the surface, but was horrified inside. Upper Moon Demon, in a situation where humans were already at a disadvantage. The Demon Slayer Corps had very little information about the Upper Moons, almost none at all. Even those who had seen Upper Moon demons were dead, leaving no one to return with information. The aura of this demon was incredibly frightening. Even from a distance, it made Kyujiro's hair stand on end. Every cell in his body sounding alarms. "You must be a Hashira?" A magnetic voice reached his ears, and the owner of those inscribed eyes was looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. "I can tell at a glance, your power. That fighting spirit has been tempered through countless trials, approaching the highest realm." Kyujiro didn't dare to be the least bit lax, replying solemnly, "I am the Flame Hashira." "Kyujiro, Rengoku. I am Akaza." Akaza raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he extended his hand. "Kyujiro, I admire your strength. I have a splendid proposal for you. Why not become a demon?" Like a cult leader, Akaza, as an Upper Moon demon, not only did not initiate an attack, but also kindly addressed Kyujiro by name, inviting him. "If it's you, you have the qualifications to be chosen by that great one. The fighting spirit you exude is just a step away from the realm of the strongest. But your fragile human body and limited lifespan will forever prevent you from taking that step. So become a demon, Kyujiro. As a demon, you can train and fight endlessly without worrying about lifespan. Even if you get injured, you can recover quickly." Kyujiro's brows furrowed, his expression quickly turning cold as he firmly rejected, "Impossible. Although human life is short and fragile, that makes it all the more precious. Strength must be forged through continuous effort. Relying on becoming a demon to gain power does not represent true strength, and I cannot accept that. Our values are fundamentally different. No matter how many reasons you give me, I will never become a demon. This decisive and unhesitating refusal not only did not anger Akaza, but instead made him laugh heartily. Haha, you truly deserve to be my opponent, Kyujiro. Akaza stepped forward, stomping heavily on the ground, causing it to crack and kicking up a cloud of dust. Technique unleashed. Destruction killing, Hazen. As he spoke, a 12-pointed snowflake pattern spread out from beneath Akaza's feet, with different numbers written on each point. The 12-pointed snowflake formation emitted a ghostly blue light. Filled with a chilling aura, Akaza clenched his fist with one hand, adopting a fighting stance. Then let me see what you, as a human, can achieve. Kyujiro bit his lip and remained silent, gripping his Nichiren blade tightly, ready to face the fight. Chapter 103, The Blessing of the Stars. Akaza grew more excited as the fight progressed, and even his gaze upon Kyujiro held more admiration. Why? Demons do not age, do not fall ill, and do not die easily. Only those chosen have the right to become demons. The talent you possess already satisfies this point. As long as you become a demon, you can battle with me endlessly. Don't you wish to stand at the top of the world and become the strongest? Kyujiro. The battle has reached this point, and Kyujiro Rengoku has gradually fallen into a disadvantage. His ribs have been broken by Akaza, and even his left eye has been injured, forcing him to observe the situation with only his right eye, making defense extremely difficult. He has no time to pay attention to Akaza's nonsensical arguments. All things in the world follow the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death. The elderly will gradually decline until death, which is an unchangeable natural law. However, even after they die, new life and new hope will be born again. Therefore, no matter how eloquently Akaza speaks, Kyujiro will never waver in his belief. Seeing that he does not respond, Akaza's smile remains unchanged. What a pity that I have to kill you here. If I had a few more years, your techniques and strength would surely improve. Dodging Kyujiro's slash, Akaza retreats a little, creating some distance between them. Destructive killing, chaos style. Akaza's aura suddenly changes, and he swings his arms to unleash several punches. The azure fist winds he generates seem to carry immense power, rushing towards Kyujiro. Flame breathing, fifth form, Flame Tiger. Kyujiro does not back down, channeling all his strength into the blade, transforming himself into a fierce tiger of crimson flames, lunging at Akaza. Bang, bang, bang. The blade collides with the dense fist winds, creating a series of explosive sounds that are deafening. Inuzuka, who had rushed to assist but was ordered to stay put, feels a chill in his heart, his pig mask eyes fixed on the two figures at the center of the explosion. Guru Big-Eyed Boy. As the smoke clears, the two fighters in the battle simultaneously stop their attacks. Blood drips from Kyujiro's lips, falling to the ground and quickly merging into the soil. Kyujiro struggles to regulate his breathing, his grip on the sword never loosening. Even when faced with such a disparity in strength, he shows no sign of retreat, because behind him, there are 200 lives still living. Keep fighting me, Kyujiro. Don't die. After finally encountering such a highly talented swordsman dedicated to the pursuit of martial arts, Akaza feels a strong reluctance and does not want Kyujiro to die just yet. Although he has not used his full strength, Kyujiro, as a human, has already demonstrated exceptional power among the strong. But unfortunately, he is limited by his physical body. Whether it is the slow healing of a human after injury or the continuously depleting stamina as the battle progresses, it will only lead Kyujiro down a path of decline until death. Even if you fight with the determination to sacrifice yourself, it will be in vain. Just look at your current state, Kyujiro. Akaza says, his eyes filled with regret. No matter how fierce your slashes are, the wounds I take will heal in an instant. But what about you? Your left eye is destroyed, your ribs are nearly shattered, and your organs are damaged. These injuries are irreparable. If you were a demon, you would recover in the blink of an eye. For demons, this degree of injury is nothing at all. Akaza strokes his chest, where Kyujiro previously slashed from his ribs to his left shoulder, and now there is only a trace of blood left. Compared to the battered Kyujiro, he is unscathed, and even his stamina has hardly been depleted. Humans cannot defeat demons. What you are doing is just a waste of effort. You might even lose your life. If you are willing to become a demon, these injuries will heal immediately. Then you can fight me however you want. We would both survive and grow stronger in endless battles until we reach the peak of martial arts. Akaza says excitedly. He admires Kaijuro's outstanding strength, which is why he repeatedly and tirelessly invites him to become a demon. For Kaijuro, this is absolutely impossible. Akaza's words undoubtedly anger him. No matter how many times you say it, I will never agree. I will never abandon my identity as a human. The reason strong people exist in this world is to protect the weak from being bullied, to maintain order in the world. It is precisely because of this that people can live ordinary and happy lives. This is a feeling that you, as a demon, will never understand. Kaijuro grips his sword tightly and assumes a fighting stance once again. His gaze is incredibly resolute, and he seems to transform into a blazing fire, erupting with overwhelming fighting spirit, even stronger than at the beginning. None of the people here will die, and I will fulfill my duty to the end, until the very last moment of my life. That high-pitched voice, along with the magnificent aura revealing his conviction and fighting spirit, makes even Akaza shudder involuntarily, further solidifying his thoughts. If Kaijuro were to die here, it would be such a pity. Even heavily injured, he can still maintain such momentum, and his stance has no flaws. Ha ha ha. Kaijuro, you are indeed more suitable to become a demon. Let us fight together forever. Kaijuro remains unmoved, with only one goal in his heart. Only by inflicting massive damage on him in an instant is there a chance. Flame breathing, secret art. In this moment, just ignite the spirit and surpass the limits. Flames surge like rolling waves from Kaijuro, and the blade in his hand transforms into a fire dragon. The flame-wrapped blade, dazzling like molten fire, briefly illuminating the long night. Then, Kaijuro rushes toward Akaza like a fiery meteor, recklessly charging forward. Ninth form, Purgatory. Seeing this, Akaza's emotions surge, his excitement hard to conceal, decisively swinging both fists to meet the attack head-on. Destructive killing, annihilation style. Boom! At the moment of collision, a tremendous explosion echoes through the sky, the ground beneath them collapsing and cracking, gradually spreading outward, kicking up clouds of dust. Kaijuro's blade pierces through Akaza's arm, running from top to bottom through his chest, and then midway, he changes the angle of the blade to slash upward. At the same time, Akaza's devastating punch strikes fiercely at Kaijuro's abdomen. An iron taste surges uncontrollably from Kaijuro's throat, and he immediately spits out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs have been shattered, his footing unstable, and his vision darkening. But at the moment when that punch is about to penetrate his body, starlight flickers, and Kaijuro's chest suddenly blooms into a sea of stars. Star symbol, protection of the stars. A thin barrier formed by purple nebulae and twinkling fragments of stars emerges, seemingly as fragile as butterfly wings, yet firmly blocks Akaza's terrifying punch, and, in the next moment, directly deflects his fist away. What? Akaza's expression is astonished, quickly retracting his hand and jumping back, instantly creating a large distance between him and Kaijuro. Kaijuro is equally shocked. What on earth is this? Before he can touch it, the sea of stars vanishes in an instant. Seemingly recalling something, Kaijuro reaches into his pocket, only to find it empty. Could it be the Yatsuka girl? The pocket close to his chest contained nothing other than the token of gratitude he received when he first met Yuxiao, a purple origami known as a talisman. Since then, he had always worn this talisman, never leaving it behind, but now it had vanished. At this moment, Xing Shoulong seemed to have guessed something. There appeared to be another secret and mystery about Yuxiao. Xing Shoulong, what is that technique? Yuoza asked in confusion. This bizarre starry sea had suddenly appeared, like an alternate space, not only blocking his attack, but also deflecting his hand away. He had never seen such a peculiar phenomenon, even among demons. He had never encountered this type of blood demon art. Xing Shoulong himself couldn't answer that. Perhaps it was the effect brought by the talisman imbued with the girl's feelings? What is this? A girl's scolding voice came from the nearby woods, causing the three present to instinctively look in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, a blue shadow burst out from the thick bushes. Following that, a girl in a light-colored haori stood in front of Yuoza. I made it just in time. Before the others could speak, Yuxiao pointed at Yuoza, appearing to defend Xing Shoulong, and indignantly said, "A demon hundreds of years old, attacking someone in their 20s? That's really not fair at all. At least he should wait until he's 200 years old before fighting, right? Yuoza?" Chapter 104. Surrender if you can't win, huh? Yuoza looked impatiently at the girl who had barged into the battle. Is your head okay? If he didn't become a demon, he wouldn't even need 200 years. In just a few decades, he would turn to dust. He revealed a cruel smile. It's better to die young here than to wait. Yasaki girl. Xing Sholong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to the girl blocking him, "This guy is completely different from the Upper Moon 3 and Lower Moon." Although he really wanted to say, "You probably aren't his match," he swallowed the words back down. Yu Xiao is a Hashira. If I weren't injured, even if I teamed up with Yasaki, I'm afraid we still wouldn't be a match for Yuoza. From the earlier battle, Xing Sholong already knew that Yuoza had been trying to persuade him with words to join the demon's side and hadn't used his full strength at all. If Yuoza had gone all out, he wouldn't have lasted this long. At this moment, Inosuke could no longer hold back, raising his dual blades, angrily shouting at Yu Xiao, "Blue hair, I'm going in with you. I don't believe we can't take down this Upper Moon demon." Although Inosuke said this, he felt no confidence inside. In the battle at Spider Mountain, he personally experienced just how strong the 12 Kazuki were. Just one Spider Father had beaten him without the ability to fight back. If it hadn't been for that guy in the half-half Haori showing up, he would have been finished, and afterward, he spent half a month recovering in the Butterfly Mansion. Even though he had grasped the basic breathing techniques after some training, every inch of Inosuke's skin was screaming in alarm at the thought of facing Yuoza, fully aware that he was on a completely different level than that guy. With Zenitsu unconscious and Tanjiro not there, the only ones left to fight were the two of them. They had to go all out. Thinking of this, Inosuke tensed up, gripping his sword tightly, his eyes locked on Yuoza, ready to spring into action. "So what is Blue Hair? Is that her new nickname?" Yu Xiao's lips twitched slightly. "Very well. I've noted this habit of giving nicknames. Sooner or later, I need to teach this reckless boar a lesson." Ignoring him, Yu Xiao silently glanced at the bloodied Akaza behind her. Crushed ribs, multiple soft tissue contusions, internal organ damage, and left that blindness. I leave for a bit and it ends up like this. It really is worrying. But it's not a big problem. It can be treated. There should be about an hour until dawn. During this time, I should be able to hold off Akaza alone. But after a brief moment of thought, Yu Xiao had a good idea in her mind. She turned back and saw Akaza covered in blood, her face instantly losing color as she dramatically exclaimed, "Oh my, Mr. Rengoku, how did you get beaten up like this? With such serious injuries, your eyes are even asymmetrical. This is simply too much." The terrified expression and exaggerated acting made Akaza's eyelids twitch, his heart pounding with unease. Just as Akaza was about to advise her against causing trouble, the girl quickly covered his mouth with her hand and stuffed something into it. He could only feel a round object slide down his throat, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't throw it up. MMM. What did you make me eat, Yatsuka girl? This scene felt oddly familiar. Yu Xiao winked at him, pretending that nothing had happened, gently wiping the blood off his face, and said, "Since Mr. Rengoku is so badly injured, it looks like I can only rely on myself. Inosuke, you take care of Mr. Rengoku." Inosuke didn't understand what she was getting at, thinking she looked down on him, and angrily exclaimed, "What do you mean, Blue Hair? You look down on me, huh? I said I'm going with you. Why are you so stubborn?" Yu Xiao deliberately elongated her tone and said sadly, "If you can't even handle taking care of Mr. Rengoku, it seems you're really overestimating yourself." Inosuke was enraged. "You're definitely underestimating me. Just a little gula big-eyed guy. Even if there are 10, no, 100 of them, I won't be afraid. Then I can rest assured." Yu Xiao smiled and patted his shoulder, "Duel. Or tomorrow you'll be having roasted whole pig. You should know where the raw materials will come from, right? You. I'm a human, not a real pig." Inosuke fumed, feeling both angry and a bit scared. Yu Xiao is very similar to the old lady at the Vine House. Inosuke can hardly sense any fighting spirit from her, which is why he reacts so negatively towards her. Ignoring Inosuke's furious outburst behind her, Yu Xiao drew her Nichiren blade, tossing the obstructive sheath aside, and faced Akaza directly. "Then let me be your opponent. Just you?" Akaza couldn't even be bothered to spare her a glance, disdainfully saying, "Is the Demon Slayer Corps out of people or what? Each one weaker than the last. It's really nauseating. It's making me want to vomit." In his eyes, the girl in front of him was weaker than a chicken kept by the old lady at the village entrance. The mere fact that she could wield a Nichiren blade made Akaza regard her with a bit more respect, but he was genuinely afraid that if he threw a punch, he might just shatter her. He waved his hand disinterestedly. "I don't kill women. You can leave, but Kayajuro and that pig have to stay. That's not acceptable." Yu Xiao rejected him without a second thought. "I can't agree to leave my companion behind while I go free, unless you're willing to let us all go together." This girl actually dared to bargain? Akaza immediately scolded coldly. "You don't know when to give up," with the conversation failing. Yu Xiao raised her Nichiren blade and charged straight at Akaza, aiming for his neck with a strike that showed no technique or finesse. Even if that strike was weak, Akaza would never allow her to act recklessly. He raised his hand to catch the blade. The sharp edge didn't even cut into his palm, while his other fist swung directly towards Yu Xiao's forehead. Yu Xiao was so scared that she decisively gave up the fight, panicking and shouting, "Don't hit me. I'm afraid of pain. I surrender." Just as the fist was about to land on Yu Xiao's forehead, it suddenly stopped, and then Yuoza flicked her forehead with a cold finger. "I told you, women shouldn't meddle. Just stay at home obediently." Yu Xiao immediately covered her forehead and said, "I know I was wrong. Please let me go. Actually, my family is sick and needs a lot of money for medicine. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps was just to earn some wages, because they pay way too much." As she spoke, she exerted all her strength, trying to pull the Nichiren blade back from Akaza's hand. But Akaza's hand didn't even budge. Yu Xiao immediately cried with a mournful face, "Can you give me back the knife? I can sell it for money when I take it back." No matter how you say it, the Nichiren blade is a tool for slaying demons. Akaza originally wanted to crush this knife, but for some reason, upon hearing her say that, his heart softened, especially when he heard her say she needed a lot of money to buy medicine. It felt as if something was blocking his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. What a familiar feeling. Why does my heart feel so uncomfortable? Akaza expressionlessly let go of the knife, but his tone unconsciously softened as he said to her, "You can go now. Don't let me see you again." "Thank you. I'm leaving right now." Yu Xiao gratefully put away the Nichiren blade and turned to run away. "What the hell are you doing, blue-hair guy?" Inosuke was dumbfounded. What did Yu Xiao mean by this? She said she wanted to fight, then surrendered on the spot. And now she wanted to leave them behind to escape? Is she playing with him? Although Kaijiro was puzzled, he didn't say a word, as Yu Xiao had previously given him a signal. After consuming what she had given him, he could clearly feel that his body seemed to be slowly healing from some kind of power, and the pain from his injuries wasn't as severe anymore. With the troublesome person gone, let's continue the unfinished battle, Kyo. Before Akaza could finish his sentence, a sharp sound of slicing air reached his ears. Due to being emotionally stirred by Yu Xiao's words earlier, and coupled with her surprisingly weak display of strength, Akaza was completely unprepared for what was coming from behind. He didn't have time to dodge, and his neck was struck by a snow-white blade. In an instant, blood gushed out. Behind him, the girl who was supposed to be leaving wore an incredibly sweet smile on her pretty face, a stark contrast to the blood-stained blade in her hand. Wind breathing, first form, morning mist. Chapter 105, Chatty Demon Akaza. This unexpected strike came from behind, fast and fierce. The blade, glinting coldly, instantly sliced into Akaza's neck, tearing flesh apart. Just as it seemed he was about to lose his head, the blade was suddenly stopped by a powerful force, unable to move an inch. Akaza blocked the blade with one arm, his expression cold, with a surge of anger rising in his eyes. Seeking death. Seeing this, Yu Xiao showed no hesitation, as if she had anticipated it. Before Iwazwa could counter, she decisively drew her blade and retreated, as if unaware of what she had just done. Yu Xiao still wore a sweet smile on her face. "I'm just a fragile girl. Even if I use a bit of cleverness, it should be forgivable, right?" If it weren't for the bloodied knife dripping onto the ground, Iwazwa might have truly believed that she was as innocent and harmless as she appeared. However, the wound on his neck reminded him that this girl before him was no ordinary person. Hiding her strength, "I underestimated you." Iwazwa touched his neck, surprised to find that his recovery speed had actually slowed down. The wound inflicted by the girl with the Nichiren blade was now covered with a thick layer of snow crystals. The biting cold frost spread from the ghastly wound all the way to his left shoulder, causing his blood vessels to freeze momentarily, unable to heal instantly. Interesting, truly fascinating. Iwazwa had thought that tonight would be just like any other night, with nothing to gain. Unexpectedly, while searching for the spider lily, he received Lord Musen's orders. Not only encountering a powerful figure like Kaijiro Rengoku, but now another Yu Xiao. His smile returned, and his gaze towards Yu Xiao became fervent. "Woman, tell me your name." "You want to know?" Yu Xiao said with a smile. "Then I won't tell you." She didn't want to be called by her name like Kaijiro Rengoku was by Iwazwa. Hearing her childish response, Iwazwa couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, then I'll just have to beat it out of you. Yatsuka." After saying that, he stomped his left foot hard on the ground, once again unleashing the technique of the needle, revealing a 12-pointed snowflake pattern beneath him, glowing with a cold blue light. At the moment the snowflake array unfolded, the previously playful Yu Zhao's expression gradually turned serious, because she clearly sensed that Iwazwa's needle had actually captured her, even with the ability of breath concealment. She was still caught by Iwazwa's needle. That invisible force was now attached to her. How is it possible? As long as I don't actively expose my presence. Even Tanjiro can't sense my emotions, and Inosuke can't detect anything. Why am I still being captured by the needle? Yu Zhao's expression was more serious than ever. Yu Xiao originally thought that relying on her unique trait of aura concealment would allow her to hide her presence and evade Akaza's sensing. However, reality harshly mocked her. Akaza's ability allowed him to clearly perceive every movement of his opponent and accurately evade attacks. The stronger the fighting spirit displayed by the opponent, the more pronounced Akaza's perception became, with higher intensity and accuracy. Conversely, if the fighting spirit was weaker, his perception would also diminish. To avoid being sensed by Akaza, one would need to either have no fighting spirit or completely hide it. There is only one method for fully concealing fighting spirit, with no time for her to think. Akaza swung his fist at great speed, and Yu Xiao hurriedly wielded her blade to defend against his attack. Dust filled the air, and only two shadows could be seen flashing back and forth, the white blade clashing with the eerie blue fist, sparking fire, moving so fast that bystanders could hardly see. Tanjiro, who had been left behind by Yu Xiao earlier, had now arrived at Kaijiro's side. Tanjiro quickly noticed the blood on Kaijiro. "Mr. Rengoku, are you okay?" Kaijiro slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. "I'm fine. Just a little injury." The medicine that Yu Xiao gave him eased a lot of his pain. He gripped the Nichiren blade and said to the two, "The strength of Upper Moon 3 is extraordinary. The girl from Yasaka alone probably won't be able to match him. I must go support her." Upper Moon 3. Just hearing the words Upper Moon made Tanjiro gasp. Even Kaijiro, as a Hashira, was gravely injured, and he could hardly imagine just how powerful the Upper Moon demons truly were. Yu Xiao is alone now, fighting Upper Moon 3? Didn't you see just now? The blue-haired one almost chopped off that pink-haired tattooed monster's head. Inosuke said indignantly to Tanjiro, "If only that damned Upper Moon demon hadn't T-reacted. Unfortunately, that strike was just blocked. It's so frustrating." "Really?" Tanjiro looked into the distance, realizing he couldn't see the movements of the two at all. Only shadows and flashes of sword light. That was a battle he couldn't intervene in. Why am I so weak? A deep sense of helplessness filled his heart. What can I do to catch up to your pace? Kamadu boy, pull yourself together. Kyudru looked ahead, observing the situation, his voice loud. Training requires perseverance. What you can't do now doesn't mean you won't be able to do it in the future. Being overly obsessed with something can easily lead to losing oneself, making it difficult to see oneself clearly, thus achieving the opposite effect. Kyudru saw his urgent desire to become stronger. Anything pursued too hastily will not be accomplished. Everything requires a gradual process, and being too fixated on one thing will only trap oneself deeper. After Kyudru finished speaking, he seized the opportunity and rushed into the battle, leaving Tanjiro alone in deep thought. Achieving the opposite effect, Akaza's regeneration speed was incredibly fast. No matter how many times Yu Xiao swung her sword, the wounds would always heal the next second. Even the arms she severed could grow back instantly. This forced her to continuously use the first form to slow down Akaza's recovery speed. However, Akaza was even more terrifying than she had imagined. After a few moves, his body completely adapted to the cold frost, and his healing speed gradually stopped being affected by it. "Your swordsmanship is truly exquisite," Akaza praised in surprise. "Until now, I have never met a demon slayer stronger than you in terms of technique. With such strength, without a doubt, you and Kyudru are both Hashira, right? You're so annoying." Yu Xiao really found it bothersome and couldn't help but retort. Akaza was simply a chatterbox of a demon, talking nonstop since the battle began. "I really can't think of a reason for you to refuse me." For the strong, Akaza clearly had more than enough patience. He advised Yu Xiao, "Yasaka, with your strength, that master will surely recognize you. If you become a demon, you could definitely become one of the Upper Moons. Then I will fight with you until we annoy each other to death." Yu Xiao was fed up, the veins on his forehead bulging, unable to endure any longer. He grabbed a handful of something from his sleeve pocket and threw it directly at Yuoza's face. The round red balls smashed into Yuoza, instantly exploding into a cloud of red powder. Cough, cough, cough. Yuoza immediately coughed twice. It turned out to be chili bombs. This stuff was completely useless against ghosts and couldn't cause any substantial harm. Its power was even less than that of wisteria pollen, but it successfully interrupted Yuoza's speech. Yu Xiao seized this opportunity and launched a surprise attack. The Breath of Storm, Fourth Form, Calamity Gale, Fong Thrust. The snow-white Nichiren blade transformed into the fangs of a beast. Accurately and swiftly piercing into Akaza's neck. At the same time, a red firelight suddenly leaped up beside Yu Xiao, and an orange-red Nichiren blade swung down towards Akaza's neck. The Breath of Flame, First Form, Unknown Fire. Chapter 106, Combined Assault. The orange-red Nichiren blade ignited flames as it slashed fiercely towards Akaza's neck. Yu Xiao quickly reacted, twisting the blade to coordinate with his attack, as the two of them worked together in an attempt to behead Akaza. Despite being gravely injured, "You still want to continue fighting with me? Kaijuro, are you really okay?" Even surrounded by two people, Akaza still seemed at ease. Gripping the Nichiren blade around his neck with one hand to restrict Yu Xiao's strength, while his right fist generated a gust of wind, striking Kaijuro's blade with a heavy blow. Clang! This punch made Kaijuro's hands go numb, his grip uncontrollably loosening, causing the Nichiren blade to barely graze Akaza's fist, leaving a line of blood. "Are you really not going to reconsider my previous suggestion? This is your last chance." Kaijuro gritted his teeth, suddenly increasing the force on his blade and chopping off half of Akaza's palm. "No matter how many times you repeat it, my answer won't change." His severely injured body was barely able to support him in continuing to fight, but he couldn't give up just yet. He had to at least help Yu Xiao. Even if he couldn't defeat Akaza, as long as they could hold out until dawn, there was still hope. Demons, once exposed to sunlight, are doomed to die. Is that so? Then go die. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Akaza's eyes as he laughed maniacally, grabbing the Nichiren blade that Yu Xiao had stabbed into his neck and yanking it out. The gruesome wound on his severed neck bled profusely, but healed completely in an instant, leaving not even a scar. Akaza raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Yasaka, your swordsmanship is indeed impressive, and your speed is fast, but unfortunately your strength is still lacking." After saying that, he tightened his grip on the blade, closing his fingers, suddenly exerting force to crush Yu Xiao's Nichiren blade. "Don't forget about me." It was unknown when, but Inosuke had somehow arrived behind Akaza. Inosuke charged forward like an arrow released from a bow, his twin blades crossed, aiming for Akaza's nape, shouting fiercely as he launched a ferocious slash. Beast-breathing second Fong blade split. Akaza's expression suddenly changed, an endless killing intent flashing in his eyes as he swung his fist, smashing backward without looking. "Unts! Die for me." At a critical moment, Kaijuro struck Akaza's arm with his blade, firmly restraining him and creating an opportunity for Inosuke. Overestimating yourselves. Akaza's aura surged violently, swinging his arms to repel Yu Xiao and Kaijuro, dodging Inosuke's serrated blade and leaping into the air. Destructive killing, empty style, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. Akaza unleashed several punches in midair, the invisible air punches tearing through the air, crashing down towards the three on the ground. Yu Xiao's pupils constricted. The speed of this air punch was too fast. She could dodge it herself, but it was another story for Inosuke and the heavily injured Kaijuro. Wind-breathing, fifth form. Raindropping gale, wild sky. She immediately positioned her sword horizontally in front of the two, channeling her magic to create a barrier of wind with the blade. The invisible air punches struck the wind wall, dissipating like raindrops falling into water, creating ripples before vanishing. Seeing Yu Xiao neutralize his attack, Akaza was somewhat surprised. But more than that, he was excited. This was an unprecedented technique. "Yasaka, you truly haven't shown your full strength." Just as Yu Xiao was about to retort, he noticed Tanjiro suddenly flash in the corner and then appear behind Akaza, launching two incredibly sharp slashes at him. Hinakami Kagura. Rengoku. During the training at the Butterfly Mansion, Tanjiro's physical abilities had improved significantly, and he had practiced the Hinakami Kagura to a certain extent, making it no longer as painful to use as before. However, in front of Akaza, the upper rank 3 with hundreds of years of combat experience and terrifying strength, his moves were simply not enough. Moreover, Akaza's blood demon art was still active. Everyone present was under the perception of his ability, and even when 4 people surrounded and attacked a demon, they couldn't gain the upper hand. No matter how many weaklings there were, it was useless. Akaza's face twisted in anger as he effortlessly blocked Tanjiro's slashes and threw a devastating punch straight at Tanjiro's forehead. Tanjiro. Seeing that Akaza was intent on killing Tanjiro, Yu Xiao disregarded everything else and rushed forward at the fastest speed, instantly appearing in front of Tanjiro to block the punch for him. The blade and fist collided violently, sending sparks flying, particularly noticeable in the night. Yu Xiao exerted all her strength to block, but this punch from Akaza was different from before. He held nothing back, causing the ground beneath her feet to shatter and create a pit. That frail figure once again stood in front of him, and Tanjiro's pupils constricted as his voice trembled. Yu Xiao, don't worry about me. Yu Xiao tried to maintain a calm tone. You take good care of Mr. Rengoku. His injuries are severe. I'm enough here. But Tanjiro wanted to argue further, but Yu Xiao interrupted him decisively. No buts. Trust me. Yu Xiao turned her head to look at the worried eyes behind her and said firmly, I will not lose. Tanjiro didn't say anything more, lowering his gaze to hide his complex emotions, taking a deep breath. All right, I understand. Continuing to insist would be useless. He knew he couldn't help and might even distract Yu Xiao from focusing on the fight. Why again? Tanjiro clenched his fists, unwillingly withdrawing from the battle. So your name is Yu Xiao. It was as if he had discovered a rare treasure, and Akaza's expression changed from anger to joy, repeating the name in his mind. A smile crept onto Akaza's lips. A strange name, but quite nice. Chapter 107. This feeling must be very humiliating, right? Yu Xiao did not appreciate Akaza's praise at all. Being complimented by a demon was not something to be happy about. And also, we are not familiar. Don't call me that. This guy kept talking during the fight, disrupting her thoughts, and was quite annoying. Yu Xiao thought that as long as he ignored him, he would feel bored and give up on talking. He never expected that Yuoza would be so chatty. Shouldn't it be Tong Mao who talks endlessly? Yu Xiao couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Huh. Yuoza chuckled lightly, not taking it to heart. He retracted his fist and faced Yu Xiao with interest. Yu Xiao, I originally thought you would be different, but I didn't expect you to be as stubborn as Kaijur. The initial surprise attack from Yu Xiao indeed caught him off guard. After all, no one had ever dared to ambush him, especially not with such a lowly tactic as a backstab. If she had encountered a lower-ranked Upper Moon demon today, she might have really been killed by that sudden strike, of course, provided she could have tricked them. However, some demons are useless even if beheaded, like Daki, who still has a brother. For some reason, Akaza always felt that Yu Xiao seemed to know him. It was as if she calculated that he wouldn't attack a woman, which allowed her to carry out her ambush without restraint. But he had never seen Yu Xiao before, nor had he ever encountered anyone with long light blue hair like hers, which was quite strange. However, no matter what he asked, Yu Xiao refused to say anything. This left Akaza feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Don't you understand? Even if the four of you team up, it would just mean more people to die. Akaza calmly spread his hands, stating that human lives are as humble as the weeds on the ground, trampled underfoot. He truly could not comprehend how the two boys she had desperately protected just now would still be weak and useless even after 10 or 100 years. Even if they didn't die here today, they would die at the hands of other demons tomorrow. Akaza suddenly clenched his fists, his expression revealing a rage he hadn't even realized he felt. The weak do not deserve to live. His words completely enraged Yu Xiao. Tanjiro is not weak at all. What Yu Xiao cannot tolerate the most is when those who give their all do not receive any rewards and are trampled instead. The hand gripping the knife is now covered in veins, trembling wildly, showcasing just how furious the wielder is. Tanjiro only studied under Mr. Urokodaki for 2 years before joining the Demon Slayer Corps, and Inosuke has always stayed in the mountains, never having anyone teach him the breathing techniques. Yet he has comprehended the beast breathing on his own. Compared to you, a demon who has lived for hundreds of years, they may indeed seem inadequate, but that does not mean they are weak. Suddenly, Akaza felt the fighting spirit of the girl in front of him surge dramatically, akin to raging waves in a furious sea, sweeping in like a tidal wave. That intense anger and killing intent almost engulfed him. Yet, in the next moment, it vanished without a trace, as if it were just an illusion. You keep referring to humans as weaklings, acting as if you understand them well. After all, weren't you also a human before you became a demon? Now that you have lost your human identity, what right do you have to judge humans? What right do you have to despise them? The anger almost overwhelmed Yu Xiao's sanity, with only that taut string in her mind still struggling to hold on. Where did this rage come from? Is it simply because she can't stand seeing hardworking people not being rewarded? Akaza was left speechless by her retort, gritting his teeth as he said, "You brat?" He glared at Yu Xiao with a grim expression, his tone icy. "Don't think that just because you are a woman, I won't kill you." "Oh really?" Yu Xiao sneered. "Then come and try to kill me, to prevent you from hesitating to kill me. Let me tell you one more thing. Don't you want to know why we would never choose to become demons?" The answer is actually very simple. Yu Xiao suddenly revealed an extremely malicious smile. Then, she said slowly and deliberately, being forced to hide in a dark corner, never able to touch the sunlight. Must feel very humiliating. When she spoke the word humiliating, Yu Xiao deliberately emphasized her tone. As soon as her words fell, A cold voice echoed in Yawazawa's mind. Kill her. Yawazawa's pupils contracted. He never expected that his boss would give him an order at this moment. Muzan-sama? According to logic, he had already received instructions from Muzan-sama earlier, so he would naturally deal with the Demon Slayer Corps members without leaving anyone behind. Therefore, Muzan-sama's current order to kill Yuxiao meant he didn't want him to let her go. Don't make me repeat myself, Yawazawa. Muzan's chilling voice rang in his mind again, and the even more forceful attitude left no room for refusal. Yawazawa had no doubt that if he dared to utter even a half-hearted refusal or had any thoughts of resistance, he would turn into a puddle of blood in the next second. This was the pressure from the Demon King. Yes, Yawazawa closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had already put away his previous playful demeanor and became serious. He had always found it difficult to deal lethal blows to women, and he had let many go in the past. But this time, it was an order personally given by Muzan-sama, and he had to obey. If he had to blame someone, it could only be the girl in front of him who had provoked the Demon King. Destruction kill, foot technique, flowing flash, group light. Yawazawa raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick towards Yuxiao, his swift kick causing his toes to emit a blue flash, dazzling like fireworks exploding in the night sky. He aimed for a quick resolution to eliminate these 5 demon hunters and report back to Muzan-sama. Chapter 108. Crazy step on the mind. Yawazawa's flowing flash group light was as fast as lightning, to the point where Yuxiao couldn't even summon her magic power to activate the 5th form again in time and was forced to block with her Nicaran blade. White flashes continuously exploded before Yuxiao's eyes as Yawazawa's high-speed kicks struck her Nicaran blade, causing her arms to go numb and her body to involuntarily begin to retreat. Just then, Yawazawa suddenly delivered a kick directly aimed at Yuxiao's head. Yuxiao couldn't dodge in time. Her neck twisted as she turned her head away. Although she avoided the kick, the airflow generated by Yuzora's toes still grazed her left cheek. A few strands of light blue, almost white hair fell, and a bloody wound instantly appeared on the porcelain-white left side of the girl's face. Crimson blood slid down the curve of her cheek and dripped to the ground. Just being brushed by the airflow, a small portion of skin on Yuxiao's face was shaved off, demonstrating the terrifying power of that kick. If she hadn't dodged just now, her head might have exploded. In a full power state, Yuzora was clearly not someone Yuxiao could contend with. The disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable, something that couldn't be compensated by speed or skill, especially since Yuzora's speed was basically on par with Yuxiao's. Relying solely on technique, she had no advantage whatsoever. Is this the true strength of the Upper Moon 3? Much stronger than I anticipated. In fact, from the moment they engaged, Yuxiao knew that she might not be able to defeat Yuzora. That was why she said those words, intending to provoke Muzan Kibutsuji, who was behind Yuzora. The inability to see sunlight was a stain that Muzan viewed as a shameful mark, and it was his greatest pain as the Demon King. If he weren't afraid of the death and terror brought by sunlight, he wouldn't have been searching for the blue spider lily. Judging by Yuzora's reaction, her words seemed to have had some effect. However, there was one thing Yuxiao couldn't understand. Her words had undoubtedly struck a nerve with Muzan, and given his temperament that couldn't tolerate defiance, he should have jumped out to eliminate her by now. Yet he remained hidden. Why? Wasn't what she said vicious enough? After having this thought, Yuxiao immediately dismissed it. No, there was no doubt her words were effective. Otherwise, Yuzora wouldn't have reacted so strongly, especially since he had always been lenient towards women. Moreover, her master once said that physical pain could be healed through various methods, but emotional pain was difficult to cure. A person's words were like an invisible knife, composed of a few simple phrases that formed the blade. With just a voice, one could stab another person's heart. Being pierced by this knife wouldn't cause bleeding or make a sound, only leaving an indelible wound. Her master said that such a knife was 100 times more painful than a real knife piercing the chest. Yet today, she not only spoke but addressed more than one person. But since Muzan and Yuzora were demons, it didn't matter as long as they weren't human, right? Then why not stab again? After all, they weren't human. Yuxiao looked at Yuoza and suddenly laughed, her eerie smile making the latter unconsciously furrow his brows. What's wrong? I only said a few casual remarks, and you can't take it? As a demon, your tolerance is really too low, isn't it? You've lived for hundreds of years, and it seems like that's all there is to it? As expected, Yuxiao's mouth opened, filled with mocking words, and paired with her meaningful expression. It made Yuoza's forehead throb with anger. Is this girl crazy? Muzan had already ordered him to go all out. Yet she still had the audacity to speak so boldly. Was she too stupid, not afraid of death? Or was she seeking death wholeheartedly? Meanwhile, in a room filled with strong Western-style decor, A boy standing in front of a bookshelf watched as the book in his hands instantly turned to dust. The veins on his fair hands were clearly visible. The boy's originally gloomy face was now darkened to the extreme. His deep-colored eyes suddenly turned a vivid rose red, with endless rage filling his slit pupils. Chapter 109. The game in the mist. Muzin had been secretly observing Yu Xiao through Yuoza's eyes. When he heard Yu Xiao say those words, Muzin could no longer bear it. Not being able to live normally under the sunlight was a deep-seated pain that had accumulated over 1,000 years, and it was his most profound source of suffering. The burning of sunlight would lead to death, forcing him to live like a filthy rat, doomed to survive in darkness. For Muzin, this was a humiliation greater than anything else. An indelible stain far surpassing the shame of being cornered by Kibutsuji Yurichi and self-destructing into thousands of pieces to escape. Where on earth did this damn girl come from? Muzin trembled with anger, a violent aura surrounding him, shaking the entire room, the chandelier on the ceiling swaying violently, ready to crash down at any moment. He initially wanted to take action and eliminate Yu Xiao directly, but soon calmed down. Something's not right. Yu Xiao's words were directed at Yiguzu, yet they carried a sense of insinuation. Despite being in the background, she could still provoke his anger with precision. After all, he was a demon who had lived for over 1,000 years. With a little thought, Muzin could guess the general idea. This girl not only knew he was hiding in the shadows, but also realized that he could observe her through Yiguzu. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with Yu Xiao. A month ago, when Zoroya died, the one wielding the knife was indeed a blue-haired girl. That wasn't surprising, as lower moons were of little value. Aside from causing panic and chaos, they were of no use other than creating some trouble for the Demon Slayer Corps. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abolished the lower moon himself after exhausting himself. However, today Muzin clearly saw that he had never met Yu Xiao before and had never encountered any swordsman with light blue hair prior to this. Except for those eyes, golden eyes, with a uniquely shaped pupil, seemed familiar to him, evoking a sense of deja vu, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen them. Muzin carefully sorted through his memories in his mind and found no clues. Considering other factors, he decided to change his orders. Yiguzu, leave her a breath. Bring her back to me. Understood. No matter from which angle, Yu Xiao must not be left alive, but at least there were still some things to confirm before her death. It wouldn't be too late to let her die afterward. As for why Muzin suddenly changed his orders, Yiguzu was unaware. He simply followed the command unconditionally. The battle was not yet over, but Yu Xiao was starting to struggle. It wasn't dawn yet, and Muzin hadn't appeared as she had hoped. Her provocation seemed to have failed, doing no good at all, and instead, it only made Yiguzu press her harder. If this continued, she would undoubtedly lose within 10 minutes. But it was okay. This was within her expectations. Yu Xiao wiped the blood off her face. She could hardly feel any pain. Her sense of pain had long dulled, and such injuries had no real effect on her. So why was she so determined to delay time until dawn? From a moment she stepped onto the infinite train. Every time Yu Xiao thought about how Kairo Rengoku would be defeated, the idea of stalling for time until dawn automatically appeared in her mind, as if she had fallen into a trap of fixed thinking. She could easily come up with a different plan, couldn't she? With this thought, Yu Xiao suddenly felt her mind clear up and become sharp. Wouldn't it be better if she could deal with Akaza here? Akaza saw a strange smile suddenly appear on Yu Xiao's face. That bloodied half of her face, combined with the eerie smile, looked particularly frightening in the darkness. Most importantly, Akaza noticed that the wound on Yu Xiao's left cheek was healing at a visibly fast rate. In just a moment, her face returned to its original state. This guy. Akaza was utterly shocked. Such a rate of recovery was beyond what a human could achieve. But Yu Xiao was a genuine human, and as a demon, Akaza was well aware of this. So then, my wound has healed, and you seem quite surprised? Yu Xiao maintained a mocking smile on his face. After wiping the blood off his face, he acted as if nothing had happened and said to Yuazuo, "That's true. After all, the ability to heal quickly is a privilege exclusive to demons. Humans can't possibly do that. How did you manage to do it?" Yuazuo did not hide his shock. He had never bothered to disguise himself as a demon. Yu Xiao shrugged. It's a very simple principle. I want it to recover, and it does. You understand what I mean, right? Just looking at her nonchalant attitude was enough to infuriate others. Yuoza believed he had a good temper among demons, but he couldn't stand being teased by Yu Xiao more than once. If it were Tong Mao, he would probably be happily preparing for a meal by now, right? Just as Yuoza was about to explode, Yu Xiao continued. Actually, in this world, besides humans and demons who possess high intelligence, there's another type of special being. If I say I'm neither human nor demon, would you believe me? Boring. Yuoza had lost patience to listen to her nonsense. Yuxiao was clearly stalling because she couldn't win. He couldn't trust a single word she said anymore, nor could he give her that opportunity. Destruction kill, annihilation form. Yuoza clenched his fists and suddenly lunged towards Yuxiao. Wind breathing, second form. Mountain gale assault. Yuxiao continued to swing her blade, each strike creating a dim light curtain. Her fists collided repeatedly with the sunwheel knife. But a strange force neutralized the impact, gradually diminishing its power. Akaza fought faster and more fiercely, while Yuxiao maintained a calm demeanor, fending off his attacks. The dim light curtains created by Yuxiao quickly formed dense fog. As Yuxiao swung her blade more frequently, the fog thickened. The dense mist obstructed Akaza's vision and wrapped around Yuxiao, making her almost one with the fog. As they fought, Akaza realized that Yuxiao had vanished. What the hell is this fog? His compass was still active, but perhaps due to the interference of the mist, which already made it difficult for him to sense Yuxiao. The compass could barely detect her fighting spirit, only giving him a rough idea of her position. I must get out of this fog area. The lack of precise sensing from the compass was disadvantageous for Akaza. He quickly darted in one direction, trying to break free from the mist. Yuxiao, hidden in the shadows, naturally understood his intentions. Now that she was here, leaving wouldn't be so easy. By using the thick fog to envelop herself, Yuxiao further concealed her presence, obstructing the compass's ability to sense her while creating a favorable environment for herself. So now, it was her turn to strike. Chapter 110. A thought's instant birth. Akaza wanted to escape the fog's encirclement, but was constantly ambushed by Yuxiao, who would dart out from the mist. The reduced sensing ability of the compass in the fog meant he could only passively respond to Yuxiao's attacks. Playing tricks. Akaza punched the sunwheel knife that lunged at him. He saw the blade shift, and the hand gripping the knife, along with its sleeve, disappeared into the fog in an instant, leaving no trace. Do you think you can drag this out until dawn with such methods? Naive. Despite saying this, Akaza felt anxious inside. He knew time was running short. He had already wasted too much time fighting with Rengoku Kaijuro, and soon it would be dawn. If he got trapped by Yuxiao's methods again, once the sun rose, he would not only fail the task entrusted to him by Muzan Kibutsuji, but he might also lose his own life. As the third upper rank among the 12 Kazuki, Akaza could only die at the hands of someone stronger than himself. Dying from sunlight? What a joke. Hee hee. A girl's lightly mocking laughter echoed through the fog. If the sun could really kill you, that would actually be a win-win situation for me. Hidden in the thick fog, Yuxiao moved as swiftly as a ghost. Earlier, she had taken advantage of the mist to use several talismans to enhance her speed and strength. With these external boosts, combined with her breathing techniques, the power she could unleash had significantly increased, ensuring that even in a direct confrontation with Akaza, she wouldn't fall behind in a short time. But she didn't want to prolong the fight any longer. What she needed to do now was to kill Akaza before sunrise. After all, taking the initiative into her own hands was far more advantageous than waiting for the sun to appear, wasn't it? Breath of the Storm, 6th form, flashing stormbreak. Yuxiao moved back and forth in the mist, constantly changing her position while restraining Yuoza, and her knife-wielding actions became increasingly rapid. With each slash, a silver arc of attack was produced, and those silver strikes, once released, seemed to freeze in mid-air as if time had paused, quickly forming an impenetrable net. The slashes were launched from different angles according to Yuxiao's changing position, yet without exception, they all targeted the same direction. Even so, Yuxiao did not stop her knife-wielding movements. She was very clear that relying solely on these slashes was far from enough to kill Yuoza. Therefore, she needed to use other trump cards. With a thought, Yuxiao conjured a white origami in her hand. Shikigami, Paperman. This paper figure could transform into her likeness and fight under her control, exhibiting the same strength as her own. The only downside was that when the paper figure was destroyed, the user would suffer a certain degree of backlash. Everything comes at a cost. I originally intended to save this for dealing with Donma. Yuxiao tightened the origami in her hand, and a hint of nostalgia appeared in her water-like, transparent golden eyes. The ability to write spells on paper by condensing magical power, using paper as a medium, was not taught to her by her master, the witch Physiding. Long before she met her master, she had known and made many friends. However, due to the differences in lifespan, all those who had been kind to her and had helped her had, without exception, left her. The fact that she could still use such abilities might be because the person who taught her back then in the era she currently lived and shared certain commonalities. Therefore, no matter what, she would not lose. Yu Xiao swung out her final strike, then immediately adjusted her breathing, entering the highest state of total concentration. A large amount of oxygen filled her lungs, causing her blood to boil rapidly, and her normally cold body temperature climbed sharply at that moment. Yu Xiao desperately seized every ounce of power within her body, while a faint blue hydrangea pattern subtly appeared on her right cheek. Breath of the Gale, ninth form moment of thought. Instantly, the silver sword light frozen in the mist activated simultaneously, and hundreds, if not thousands, of sharp slashes shot out like a torrential rain, aiming at Akaza. Caught in the fog, Akaza faced this sudden terrifying attack without any hesitation and immediately unleashed his ultimate technique. Destruction Kill Final Form Blue Shadow Chaotic Light. The snowflake formation beneath him lit up with blue light, and in an instant, Akaza unleashed over 100 punches at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The blue light radiated from Akaza like shooting stars, continuously colliding with the silver sword light, producing a deafening explosion that echoed through the sky. The thick mist that had enveloped the surroundings was shattered by the shockwaves generated by these two terrifying forces. Before Akaza could completely neutralize Yu Xiao's slashes, he felt a reaction from the needle beneath his feet. A weak fighting spirit was rapidly approaching from behind him. How was this possible? With such dense attacks, even if she is fast, she shouldn't be able to dodge. Akaza exclaimed in shock. Countless blue projectiles shot out continuously from around Akaza, but Yu Xiao perfectly avoided them all at the slightest angle. Breath of the Gale, fifth form rain, crossing Gale Reed Sprout. Amidst the explosions generated by the sword light and projectiles, Yu Xiao was as light as a reed leaf, almost brushing against those projectiles, slipping past them with a tiny margin. And in an instant, she reached behind Akaza. A glint of cold light flashed, and Yu Xiao's long knife struck straight toward the back of Akaza's neck. However, it did not sever Akaza's head as she had anticipated. You think using the same trick again will work on me? Akaza blocked with one hand. The long knife slashed along his arm but got stuck in his bone, causing blood to splatter in all directions. Yu Xiao's strike intended to decapitate also completely vanished at that moment. The recent explosion had dispersed the mist, allowing the needle to regain its sensing ability free from the mist's interference. Yu Xiao, unable to completely conceal her fighting spirit, was just a high-speed moving target in Akaza's eyes, no matter how fast she was. Akaza raised an eyebrow, lifted his hand to knock aside the obstructive blade, and then quickly grabbed Yu Xiao's wrist. The coldness and the tightening grip felt like a venomous snake clinging tightly to its prey. Got you. Seeing the expression of disbelief and despair on the girl's face so close, Akaza smirked cruelly. Then, with his other hand, he suddenly clenched it into a fist and struck Yu Xiao's abdomen. Thud! The fist smashed into her soft abdomen, breaking through flesh and skin, and then a crack resounded as her hard spine shattered. In an instant, Yu Xiao's body was pierced through by this punch. It's over. Akaza expressionlessly withdrew his hand, half of his forearm still stained with warm blood. A feeling of reverse surging pressed up to Yu Xiao's throat, forcing her to cough out large amounts of blood. Cough! She instinctively lowered her head to look at her hollow, dark abdomen, where bright red blood rushed out, pattering down to the ground along her skirt. It felt as if cold wind was passing through her body. The next second, the slender figure of the girl fell straight to the ground, lifeless. The outcome was decided. Chapter 111. The monster girl of the mist had not completely dissipated, but the surroundings gradually became clearer as the night faded, with a glimmer of light appearing on the distant horizon, heralding the dawn's approach. Akaza shook the blood off his hands and looked down at the unmoving girl on the ground, feeling a twinge of regret. What a pity. It was rare to have the opportunity to fight a human so thoroughly. Although Yu Xiao is a woman, she is stronger than any of the pillars he has encountered in the past, especially with that recent strike that came like a sudden downpour, forcing him to use his ultimate skill, Qingying Wan Sangwang. If it weren't for Lord Muzin specifically demanding Yu Xiao's death, he would never have been so ruthless. She should still have a breath left. Let's take her back to Lord Muzin first. The punch he just threw didn't hit any vital points, so it wouldn't cause immediate death. Although Yu Xiao looks fragile, given her strange regenerative abilities, she shouldn't die so quickly. As for the other few people, they were completely disregarded by Akaza. Even if those demon slayers teamed up, they wouldn't be his match. Even if he let them go today, he could just deal with them next time. Right now, completing the task assigned by Lord Muzin is the priority. As dawn approached, Akaza dared not linger. He bent down, reaching out to grab Yuxiao to take her away, but at that moment, the luo needle beneath his feet sensed something again. Akaza's brow furrowed, and his outstretched hand froze in midair. Suddenly, a very weak fighting spirit appeared behind him. According to the perception from the luo needle, this fighting spirit was very close to him, almost within 20 meters. Another sneak attack from behind? Akaza almost forgot how many times he had been ambushed that night. All those attempts had failed, yet these demon slayers just didn't understand that such low-level tactics were ineffective against him. A cold expression spread across Akaza's face, and a murderous intent flickered in his golden eyes as he quickly turned around, fists clenched, ready to unleash the air style. So who is it this time? Is it the injured Kaijiro? Or one of the other two weaklings? Or perhaps someone else coming to assist? Wait. Upon seeing the figure, Akaza froze, his eyes widening in shock. It was none other than Yuxiao. Not far away, the girl in a black uniform, with long moon-white hair dancing in the wind, had a flawless white face and a pair of golden eyes fixed intently on him. She held a sword in one hand and lunged forward with lightning speed. That weak fighting spirit could not belong to anyone else. The perception from his luo needle was unmistakable. This girl was undoubtedly Yuxiao herself. Then, Akaza's expression shifted between uncertainty and vigilance. His gaze locked on Yuxiao, fearful of missing any detail that could lead to a misjudgment. He even used his peripheral vision to confirm the situation behind him once more. Behind him, the girl who had previously fallen to the ground seemed completely lifeless, still quietly lying there, silent as ever. So who is this Yuxiao? Could it be that she is truly a monster? Akaza was startled by his own thoughts. But the situation before him left no room for contemplation. Yuxiao had already swung her sword at him. Her speed was incredibly fast, and the force and angle of her strike were identical to the previous one, as if it were a perfect replica. The repeated attack, even the method of execution, remained unchanged, which was nothing short of silent provocation. Seeing this, Akaza let out a cold sneer, the surprise in his eyes quickly turning into murderous intent, and his doubts vanished in an instant. Whether human or monster, whoever came today would die here. Akaza seized the moment, and just as the blade was about to approach him, he stepped forward abruptly, twisting his waist and using the strength from his lower body to kick Yuxiao's head from below. Destruction kill, foot style, crown first cut. This kick sent the sword in Yuxiao's hand flying. Moreover, without the protection of the Nichiren blade, Yuxiao had no time to dodge and was struck by Akaza's toes on her jaw. Crack! A crisp sound echoed through the air, followed by Yuxiao's neck being snapped by Akaza's kick. The broken vertebrae pierced through her throat, exposing a section of white bone as crimson blood gushed forth. Yuxiao's entire head lost support and bent backward, but because the flesh on her neck hadn't completely severed, her head hung in an extremely bizarre state, barely attached to her neck. Even more terrifying was that, despite receiving such a fatal blow, Yuxiao not only didn't fall, but instead lunged at Yozawa. Yozawa was completely unprepared for Yuxiao's astonishing willpower, capable of normal movement, even with her head nearly severed. However, he was a demon. Although he had never seen a human retaliate in such a near-death state, it was quite normal for demons to act even with their heads smashed or bodies pierced. As Yuxiao charged at him, Yozawa didn't blink, raising his hand to deliver a punch straight at her. The punch landed squarely on Yuxiao, yet it felt as if it struck cotton, lacking any substantial impact. Yozawa was momentarily stunned. Not good, he quickly realized. But just that half-second of hesitation led to a sudden turn of events. Yuxiao's body swayed as she was hit, instantly transforming into countless white ribbons that scattered in all directions, wrapping tightly around Yozawa's outstretched fist. Simultaneously, a teasing voice from the girl echoed behind him. You've been tricked again, Yuxiao, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, stood up as if nothing had happened. Her abdomen, which had been pierced by Yozawa, was still bleeding, but the condition of her wound now looked much better than at first, seemingly showing signs of slow recovery. You despicable woman. Realizing she had tricked him again, Yozawa's teeth ground together in rage. This detestable woman. He should have never trusted a single word or action from her. He should have killed her completely earlier, but it was too late. Even a half-second was far too late. The ribbons binding him were incredibly flexible, and no matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't break free in time. Meanwhile, the Nichiren blade in Yuxiao's hand gave him no chance at all. Breath of the Storm, 9th form, Storm Burial. The blade swiftly cut through the air, creating a silver arc and drawing a line of crimson blood, droplets splattering like ink, with a few drops landing on Yuxiao's face. A pink head flew out, spinning in the air before crashing down to the ground. The pair of eyes bearing the mark of Upper Moon 3 remained fixed in the same direction. He saw a pair of golden eyes shimmering with tiny stars. Chapter 112. The wise may have a slip-up at work. Just as her tense body began to relax, a wave of intense pain surged from her abdomen, jolting Yu Xiao's nerves and causing her to gasp. It hurts. During the heightened concentration earlier, Yu Xiao hadn't felt it, but now that she relaxed a bit, the pain from her wound made her forehead break out in cold sweat. She had somewhat overestimated her recovery ability. The injuries she sustained this time were far more severe than any she had ever received during training. Even her sluggish and numb body could clearly feel the pain. Yozawa's punch not only broke her ribs but also pierced through her body, severely damaging her internal organs, and even her spine was not spared. Had she not prepared in advance and used a talisman to accelerate her regeneration, even with her healing speed, she could have succumbed to excessive blood loss. Covering her abdominal wound, Yu Xiao forced a bitter smile. In truth, the moment she decided to shift from defense to offense, a plan had already formed in her mind. A plan that ensured she could clearly set up Yozawa. The plan was simple, divided into 3 parts. The first part, at the very beginning, was for Yu Xiao to deliberately expose her extraordinary recovery ability to raise Yozawa's suspicions. Humans could never instantly recover. Only demons had powerful physiques and corresponding recovery abilities, which corresponded to the number of people they consumed, making their recovery speed even faster. Instant recovery was only achievable by Upper Moon demons. Coupled with her deliberately ambiguous words to lead him on, it was no surprise that Yozawa developed some suspicion towards her. After completing this part, the next step was to create a favorable combat environment for herself as much as possible. Her breath of the storm, aside from speed and technique, primarily focused on the concept of deception. Swift as the wind, unpredictable. The more complex and chaotic the battle environment, the more advantageous it was for Yu Xiao. Her second form existed precisely for this purpose, and it would not be an exaggeration to call a core skill. It could not only compensate for environmental shortcomings, but also effectively neutralize the opponent's offensive, placing them in a passive position, while reducing her own risks. She could also use the fog for a counterattack, achieving multiple goals with one action. With a favorable environment established, it was time for the most critical phase of the plan, the timing of the attack. Yozawa's needle could sense fighting spirit, making his evasions and attacks incredibly precise as if attracted by a magnet. Conversely, if the needle lost its sense of fighting spirit, Yozawa's combat capabilities would drop significantly. Only those without fighting spirit, or those who opened the transparent world, could completely avoid the needle's detection. But Yu Xiao could not meet either condition in a short time. Thus, she continuously changed positions in the fog, launching irregular surprise attacks on Yozawa, preventing him from leaving the fog area and creating the illusion of being unable to fight back and stalling for time. Yu Xiao's true purpose in the fog was to buy herself time to execute the first half of the 9th form, a thoughts moment, forcing Yozawa to unleash the final form, Blue Shadow Chaotic Light, to respond. At that moment, she would use paper dolls to sandwich him from both sides and simultaneously unleash the second half of the 9th form, Storm Burial, ensuring Yozawa's certain death. As a being not from this realm, Yu Xiao is very aware of the characteristics of Iwa's, holding an absolute advantage in intelligence, while the other party knows nothing about her. Under such favorable conditions, her plan is undoubtedly feasible, which is why the first 2 parts of the plan went so smoothly. However, Yu Xiao did not continue to execute it. The reason is the consideration of the possibility of failure. What if Iwa's does not have his head chopped off as she envisioned, but instead blocks her attack? Hypothetical plans ultimately remain empty talk, and no one knows what kind of outcome will follow such events. The unknown future is filled with endless variables, and her illusory true eye is the key to resolving all of this. Through future sight, Yu Xiao can briefly observe the future, personally confirm the outcome, turning the unknown into the known. However, the side effects of the illusory true eye are too great, and she is also subject to various restrictions. Able to observe for at most 5 seconds, looking even a moment longer would cause an explosion. This is already her greatest limit, not to mention the continuous headaches that follow. However, the result was that Yu Xiao saw her own disastrous defeat. Even using such a powerful move as a single thought momentarily, it was not enough to be fatal for the Upper Moon 3. Iwa's was Qing Ingwan Kangguang completely dispelled the thousands of slashes she unleashed, and by the time she used the latter half of her move, Lanzong, it was too late. As long as there was a trace of fighting spirit, Luo Zhun could sense her. Thus, she failed and, due to the paper doll clone, was punched in the head by Iwizwa, dying on the spot. Knowing the outcome of her death, this plan naturally could not continue. Therefore, Yu Xiao calculated from countless futures a method that would not incur too much loss and could perfectly behead Iwizwa, placing oneself in a desperate situation to achieve rebirth. The first part of the plan would continue as usual, but the order of the final fatal blow would change. Yu Xiao's main body would strike first, and for some reason, Iwizwa would spare her life. The paper doll would attack later to create confusion, and Iwizwa would definitely use lethal force the second time. A paper doll that has its head knocked off does not die immediately. Only a kill or a shattering blow can make the paper doll ineffective on the spot. Utilizing this, she would seize that decisive half a second, at the moment when Iwizwa is uncertain. Yu Xiao would immediately control the paper doll to transform into a ribbon, trapping Iwizwa. Finally, with the fallen Yu Xiao, she would unleash the fatal blow, Lanzong, sending Iwizwa away. Thus, the current scene of Iwizwa being beheaded came to be. Even though I lost the paper doll, a rapid regeneration talisman, and sustained such serious injuries, being able to make Muzan lose an Upper Moon 3 is simply too worthwhile. It's a blood profit. Yu Xiao secretly calculated in her heart. The sky above grew ever clearer, and in the distance a red dot could faintly be seen rising, the sky finally brightening. And Yu Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. Let me think about what to eat when I get back to reward myself. It's best to have Tanjiro cook unlimited pancakes. Cough, cough. Yu Xiao was muttering to herself, still coughing up blood. But her face wore an expression of anticipation as she began to imagine a large table filled with desserts laid out before her, free for her to indulge. Just as she wiped the demon blood off her blade, she suddenly noticed the head of Akaza that had fallen to the ground, still staring at her, causing her to freeze in place. It hasn't disappeared yet. Before she could finish her thought, Yu Xiao stopped herself. She suddenly remembered that Upper Moon demons, even if beheaded by the Sunblade, might not die immediately and could even break through their limits to become stronger. But after Akaza was beheaded, wouldn't he see Koyuki? Wouldn't he recall the past and give up his identity as a demon to join Koyuki on the other side? Could it be that he hasn't, Bam? The bandages wrapped around the headless body exploded into countless fragments, scattering everywhere, and Akaza's body broke free from its restraints, charging directly at Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao's heart suddenly rang alarm bells as she raised her knife for a vertical slash. However, she had only completed half of the motion when she spat out a mouthful of blood from the backlash of the paper figure. A punch from Yoziye came crashing towards her, accompanied by a gust of wind. Yu Xiao's hand holding the knife trembled wildly as she desperately tried to block it. But the terrifying force of the punch knocked the knife aside, and the fist struck solidly against her shoulder. A strange electric sound seemed to ring in her ears, filled with malice, and then Yu Xiao was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! A pit instantly appeared on the ground, with shattered cracks extending outward from the center. Looking again, Yu Xiao was covered in blood. The wounds that had barely healed moments ago reopened, and her spine, connected only by a layer of bone membrane, broke into two pieces again. Chapter 113. Who holds? Who sighs? Yu Xiao, the girl of Yatsuka, the head of the mop. 3 different exclamations rang out almost simultaneously. Tanjiro rushed forward first, but when he saw the girl on the ground, his eyes turned red, and he collapsed to the ground as if all his strength had been drained away. The girl on the ground was covered in blood, with her abdomen gouged out, revealing a dark blood hole, and blood surged out of the wound as if in a race. The wound that penetrated her almost occupied half of her waist. Shocking to behold, Tanjiro felt as if his entire world was collapsing. Just moments ago, he had mustered unprecedented courage to express his true feelings to her, gently embracing her under the witness of the hazy moonlight and the evening breeze in the forest. Just a second ago, she had stood in front of him, earnestly telling him to believe in her. If it weren't for the faint rise and fall of her chest and the weak breath still lingering at her nose, he might have thought we need to stop the bleeding, Tanjiro said in a frenzy. When Inosuke and Kayajiro arrived, they saw Tanjiro madly tearing his red haori into shreds, quickly wrapping it around Yu Xiao's wounds. Yatsuka girl! Yatsuka girl! Kayajiro knelt beside Yu Xiao, continuously calling out. But no matter how he called, the girl remained unresponsive throughout. Yu Xiao's half-open eyes were dazed, her consciousness hazy. All she could see was boundless darkness. She could see nothing, hear nothing. Instinctively, she wanted to stand up from the ground again, but her body was already at its limit, not allowing her to move an inch. just slightly shifting her body, caused a surge of blood to rise in her throat. Unable to suppress it, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Her lips and teeth warm and wet, her nostrils filled with a metallic smell. I can't fall, I can't fail. In a daze, Yu Xiao seemed to return to the Yatsuka family, where the man who instilled deep fear in her heart was now coldly staring at her with his mismatched eyes. Your mission is to kill Kibutsuji Muzan. No matter what means you use, even if it means dying together with him, you must kill him, understand? The coldness emanating from those eyes seemed to penetrate her flesh and invade her bones, sending chills down her spine. If you can't do it, no, I will do it. I will definitely do it. On her blood-stained face, the blue hydrangea pattern reappeared. Yu Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, completely ignoring the injuries on her body, and she tried her best to stand up. I can't fall here. She had to kill Akaza. She had to kill Muzan. Only then could she complete her mission. Her purpose. Kaijiro instantly sensed Yu Xiao's intentions and anxiously shouted at her, Yasaki girl. Stop. If you overuse your total concentration breathing in this condition, you'll die. But Yu Xiao couldn't hear his cries at all. Like a puppet being controlled, her right hand tightly gripped the Nicaran blade, pushing against the ground to stand up. Just a little more, just a little more. Breathe. Adjust your breathing. Stand up. Keep Akaza here. At least keep Akaza here. Let him be turned to ash under the sun. But it hurts so much, my body won't move. It felt like being in an endless sea of hellfire. Yu Xiao felt her body, her organs, as if filled with magma, burning fiercely along with the dancing flames. Sigh. A sound of lament came from somewhere. Yu Xiao's struggle to get up suddenly came to a halt. Her body was burning, as if it were being gnawed at by fierce flames, and the pain was unbearable. At that moment, a pair of soft yet somewhat cold hands gently caressed Yu Xiao's cheek, bringing back a trace of her sanity. You still like to push yourself so hard. The gentle voice came from the unknown darkness. A mysterious aura, accompanied by a fleeting glimpse of a brilliant sea of stars, soothed Yu Xiao's pain and lifted her consciousness back to reality. Yu Xiao slowed her breathing, and finally, the darkness in front of her faded away. She could hear sounds again and saw Tanjiro and Kyujiro surrounding her. In a hoarse voice, she said, "You are all here." Fortunately, she had signaled them earlier from the shadows, telling them to never enter the mist. Otherwise, with the instantaneous birth of thoughts and the indiscriminate attacks caused by the chaotic shadows, they would have definitely been harmed. This was the only thing she felt grateful for. Yu Xiao, seeing her regain consciousness, Tanjiro felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and found hope again. His eyes glistened with tears as he gently held the girl in his arms, his voice trembling. Yu Xiao, hang in there. Everyone from the Hidden Core will be here soon. Miss Butterfly will definitely heal you. Kyuka, you've done really well. Don't push yourself any further. Kyujiru's face was filled with concern. I'm fine. Thank you all. Yu Xiao is very aware of her condition. She is not dead yet, just severely injured and needs some time to recover. However, the broken bones, especially the vertebrae, will likely take a while to heal completely. But if she goes to the butterfly house, Yu Xiao suddenly thought of something and urgently said, Mr. Purgatory, please don't take me to the butterfly mansion. Cough, cough, my injury. No problem, just a good sleep will be fine. Xing Shuru furrowed his brows, recalling Yu Xiao's earlier actions that seemed almost possessed, feeling a heaviness in his heart. He did not answer her directly, Yasaki girl, don't worry. Someone will come to handle the issues afterwards. No, it's not. Yu Xiao was burning with anxiety. She had lost too much blood and couldn't hold on to consciousness for much longer. She looked at Tanjiro with pleading eyes, gripping his arm tightly. Please don't take me to the butterfly mansion. Yu Xiao was very worried. Shinobu Kocho was meticulous in her thoughts and incredibly intelligent. If she were taken to the butterfly mansion for treatment, she would definitely discover the secret of the celestial bloodline. Although, knowing Shinobu's character, she wouldn't do anything harmful to her. The most important thing was that this time she not only lost the battle, but was also injured. If her father and that person found out, it would be a problem. Yu Xiao dared not think, but her body trembled instinctively, placing all her hopes on Tanjiro. Tanjiro tightened his lips, looked deeply at her for a moment, then turned his gaze away, not saying a word. No matter what, he couldn't agree to such an unreasonable request. Yu Xiao was already so badly injured. If they didn't take her to the butterfly mansion for treatment, it would be equivalent to letting her die, right? Without waiting for Tanjiro's answer, Yu Xiao's body could no longer hold on, and she despairingly closed her eyes, fainting. Hey, no way. At that moment, Inosuke, who had been silent by the side, suddenly spoke up, his tone filled with panic and shock. The two looked at him in confusion. while Inosuke pointed in a direction. This guy really did it. Not far away. As the mist dissipated, a pool of blood remained on the ground, belonging to some unknown person. As the red sun gradually rose in the sky, under the illumination of the magnificent crimson light, a pink head slowly dissipated into the world like snow melting away. Chapter 114. Severe injury. No one expected that Yuxiao, relying solely on herself, successfully killed an upper moon demon, especially one ranked third among the upper moons, Akaza. This matter was somewhat strange. Kayajiro looked into the distance and said solemnly. The severed head had completely vanished by now, but Kayajiro's serious expression did not relax. Kamadu boy, boarhead boy. After a brief moment of thought, Kayajiro turned back and instructed the two. For now, don't tell anyone about this news. We'll wait for the Yatsuka girl to wake up before making any conclusions. Understand. Tanjiro nodded in agreement, knowing this was also for Yuxiao's sake. Although the demon's head had been severed, the headless body was still nowhere to be seen. Yuxiao was gravely injured but still wanted to continue fighting, which raised many concerns. Killing an upper moon demon was undoubtedly an exhilarating event. However, if things took a turn and that upper moon demon was not dead, yet the news spread, even if they managed to explain it clearly, how would others view Yuxiao then? Even if no one would blame her, she would inevitably feel disappointed, right? Why? Didn't the blue-haired girl already kill that pink-haired tattooed monster? Inosuke was filled with questions, unable to understand Kayajiro's reasoning. Initially, Inosuke was somewhat unconvinced about Yuxiao because he couldn't sense her aura and felt a bit scared. He had also had a conflict with her on the train, but Yuxiao not only held no grudge against him, but also stepped forward when facing such a terrifying enemy as Akaza. Moreover, she had saved him twice when the train overturned. No matter how stubborn Inosuke was, he couldn't go against his own feelings. Now, he not only acknowledged Yuxiao's strength, but also regarded her as a comrade to fight alongside. Since the mop-headed one killed the upper moon demon, why not share this good news with others? That way, wouldn't more people admire her? Inosuke was deeply puzzled. Although that demon's head was cut off, the headless body has vanished. Haven't you noticed, Inosuke? Tanjiro reminded him. What? Of course, I noticed such a small thing. Inosuke instinctively retorted, but the more he spoke, the less confident he felt, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be? Even if the head is cut off by the Nicaran blade, it wouldn't die? If that's the case, the Demon Slayer Corps. Caw. The crows cawing from above broke the heavy atmosphere at the scene, and soon after, the Corps arrived at the scene and quickly began to clean up. Yuxiao was sent to the Butterfly Mansion for treatment. Although her breath was weak, it was stable enough for the time being, and she was not in immediate danger. Zenitsu also woke up from his coma, and Nezuko was well protected by him, avoiding the sunlight, but having consumed a lot of energy and was now sleeping in the box. The three-person team regrouped, and surprisingly, apart from Kayajiro, no one was seriously injured, which made Tanjiro, who was almost unscathed, feel even more guilty, although he did not show it. The events that took place on the Infinity Train were reported one after another by the crows to Ubuyashiki Yoya and the other Hashira. Shinobu and Kanawa were out purchasing supplies, and upon hearing the news from the crows, Shinobu's smile immediately faded. How did Yuxiao end up participating in the Infinity Train mission? And she got so badly hurt. She had previously recommended Tanjiro to Lord Ubuyashiki. How did this girl also end up going? Although I can guess it was Lord Ubuyashiki's suggestion, but could it be that even Yuxiao and Mr. Rengoku together couldn't defeat an upper moon demon? Shinobu's mood was heavy, but more than that, she was anxious. She handed over the list of supplies to Kanawa and instructed, Kanawa, please take care of the remaining medicine. I need to return to the Butterfly Mansion first. But Kanawa's words were not finished when Shinobu vanished like a gust of wind, leaving her alone, staring blankly at the passers-by on the street. Yuxiao, will she be okay? Kanawa lowered her gaze, tightly gripping the list filled with writing in her hand. Shopping alone. Must hurry buy everything and go back. Kanroji Mitsuri was sitting under an umbrella, about to enjoy some dango, but upon hearing the news from the crows, she covered her mouth in disbelief. Mr. Rengoku and Yuxiao are injured. During the Hashira meeting, she had only chatted briefly with Yuxiao during lunch break, and for various reasons, she hadn't found the opportunity to spend time with her. Mr. Rengoku had said that Yuxiao also loved sweets, and that they would definitely get along well. With another girl added to the Hashira, Mitsuri had been thinking of visiting Yuxiao someday, but now, I can't think like that. Mitsuri. Shinobu will definitely be able to heal her. Yuxiao is just seriously injured. She will be safe. Mitsuri suddenly stood up from the bench, causing her revealing uniform to sway. She slapped her cheeks, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and regained her spirit. All right, it's decided. I must find an opportunity to spend time with her. Sunlight filtered through the dense bamboo forest, casting mottled and sparse shadows. A long-haired boy walked slowly through the bamboo grove with a blank expression. Crows flew behind him, chattering incessantly. Upon hearing a certain word, the boy suddenly stopped, his clear green eyes flickering slightly. The upper moon could actually injure her? Yuzui Tenjin was gathering information when he heard from his crow about the upper moon demon and that both Rengoku and Yusuo were injured at the same time. His expression darkened. Rengoku and that girl couldn't even stand up to an upper moon? The upper moon demons are indeed that strong? There was no doubt about Kaijuro's strength. Although he didn't know much about Yusuo, being born into a family of shinobi, Yuzui Tenjin could keenly sense that Yusuo and he might be similar kinds of people. It wasn't that he thought Yusuo was also a shinobi, but rather, he could feel that she bore some kind of mission. Feeling numb and confused as if she were treated as a tool, even if she hid it deep down. Hey cabin, upon receiving the news of Yusuo's serious injury and coma, said coldly without looking up, it must be that girl who held Rengoku back. It was hard for Cabin to accept that someone as strong as Kaijuro could be seriously injured when facing an upper moon. He felt he needed to find Kaijuro to confirm this fact in person. Nishikawa Jinya, who had initially passed the selection with Tanjiro and Yusuo, had recently completed special training with his master, Kanroji Shinobu. The crow stood on a broken wooden post, relaying the general situation of the Infinity Train to Shinobu. With his hands clasped together, Shinobu's tough face shed 2 lines of clear tears as he chanted a Buddhist prayer. Namu Amida Butsu. In the courtyard, Nishikawa Sabito held a handkerchief, wiping the Nichiren blade, surrounded by broken bamboo segments. His furious face bore a fierce scar. That girl has tasted the lesson this time. If she continues to be frivolous and disorganized, I will have to teach her a good lesson. Sabito said this, but deep down he was very worried. Yusuo can at least single-handedly kill a lower moon demon, so her strength can't be too weak. Moreover, this mission involves not only 2 Hashira, but also an upper moon demon, which could severely injure both of them. Mitsuri paused her action of wiping the blade, her hands covered in veins. I swear to eliminate all of you evil demons. The black-haired youth, dressed in a patchwork haori, slowly closed the door of the mansion and was about to leave when a pitch-black raven flew in and landed on his shoulder. Is Yusuo injured? A hint of melancholy flickered in his deep blue eyes as his thin lips tightened slightly. After doing such an excessive thing, did he still have the right to see her? I shouldn't have recommended her to go to Mr. Rengoku, Ju thought. If he hadn't let Yusuo and Tanjiro learn from Mr. Rengoku back then, she wouldn't have been injured, nor would she have had to undergo such arduous training, and could have continued enjoying the life of a wealthy family. If he had ignored Yusuo's desire to help Tanjiro and sent her back to her family, would such a thing have happened? Ju was engulfed in deep self-blame. Despite it not being his fault at all, he felt as if his heart was being tortured just by thinking of the girl covered in blood. In the courtyard, Ubuyashiki Kagaya was supported by a beautiful young woman, standing under the shade of a tree. His vacant eyes stared at the flowing water before him, his expression calm and gentle as always. None of the 200 passengers on the train died. Kaijuro and Yusuo worked very hard. It was rare in the past to send 2 Hashira on the same mission. But Kagaya believed in Yusuo. That's why he promoted her to Hashira. Now, not only did Yusuo not disappoint his expectations, but she also protected the lives of hundreds of people alongside Kaijuro and brought back intelligence about the upper moon demon. In his heart, Kagaya felt that Tanjiro and Yusuo would be the variables for the Demon Slayer Corps, the key to balancing the demons and ultimately overthrowing and killing Muzan. Chapter 115. Powerless fury after breaking free from his restraints and landing that punch, Akaza was transported to Infinity Castle with a sound like a plucked string. The sky outside was already bright. Even if he left the mist, he couldn't hide in the dark in the shortest time possible. He might even get burned by the sun. Because of this, Muzan ordered Nakheim to use her blood demon art to send Akaza directly back to Infinity Castle. Muzan-sama. Akaza knelt and bowed. His headless body now had a mouth growing from the neatly cut neck, and the remaining blood vessels and muscle tissues were gradually healing. Muzan was dressed as a youth this time, a completely new appearance compared to his previous female guise. The only unchanged aspect was that his cold eyes turned a rose red when he was extremely angry. Where's the thing I asked you to find? Muzan questioned coldly. With his head regrowing perfectly, Akaza didn't dare to lift it. His subordinate failed to find the blue spider lily and couldn't gather any accurate information about it. So, a vein throbbed on Muzan's forehead as he crushed the book in his hand, furious. "Where are the people I asked you to bring back? Where are they?" Before Akaza could say anything, a long whip-like thorn shot out from behind Muzan, striking him with such speed that it left no trace in the air. The whip instantly cut Akaza's body in half, smashing through the ground, sending with chips and blood flying, a horrifying sight. However, Akaza accepted this calmly, suffering in silence. This time he had failed to complete the task, lost his own head, and Muzan had not destroyed him on the spot, but instead transported him to Infinity Castle, which was exceptionally merciful. "You didn't kill a single one of the 5 demon slayers I sent you after, and I even specifically dispatched you. And you? You were beheaded by a little girl. As an upper moon, you possess a body far stronger than a human, yet you were defeated by someone weaker than yourself. Do you know why this is? Because of your attitude, your indecision, your kindness towards women. It cost you today." Muzan roared, furiously lashing the whip against Akaza, sending him crashing into the wall. Ugh! Akaza spat blood, his body covered in wounds, healing slowly, unable to utter a word. The fact was that against Kaijiro, he not only failed to finish the fight quickly, but also held back during battle and showed kindness to a woman, which ultimately led to his demise at her hands. Even though Yu Xiao was cunning, repeatedly deceiving him and using peculiar techniques, all of that became meaningless in the face of defeat. Muzan was angry, but he wouldn't actually kill Akaza. All lower moons had been eliminated, and the only remaining combat power under him was upper moons. It would be impossible to cultivate new and more qualified demons in a short time. Moreover, the Demon Slayer Corps had been relentless lately, with lower-level demons continuously being reduced, making powerful demons particularly important. Although he was angry, it was only because Akaza was not cruel enough. Over the past few hundred years, besides Kibutsuji Muzan, whom he could call a partner, he valued Akaza the most and had high hopes for him. If Akaza had been as ruthless as Doma, he definitely wouldn't have been beheaded by a woman today. Just thinking of Yu Xiao's mocking expression and her words that seemed to ridicule him made Muzan tremble with anger. He could have personally eliminated Yu Xiao, but his instinct told him that she would not be easy to deal with. If he had shown up at that moment, that girl might have used some strange means against him, and if he ended up getting caught in it, wouldn't that be a disaster? Not worth the risk. 1,000 years ago, during the Heian period, the reputation of Onmyoji rose, and just their ability to exorcise evil spirits caused him considerable losses, making him hate those people deeply. Could it be that girl is a descendant of Onmyoji? I can't rule that out. I didn't expect that after all these years. Those guys are still around, truly haunting. In the end, it was still Akaza's carelessness. Otherwise, with his abilities, he would never have lost his head. "Akaza, I feel ashamed for you." Muzan's angry roar echoed throughout Infinity Castle, accompanied by the sounds of Akaza being violently beaten. Muzan-sama, in a corner of the entrance, a black-haired woman in a kimono, holding a pipa, suddenly spoke, interrupting Muzan's punishment. "Neikime, what is it?" Muzan turned to Neikime, the cold light in his rose-red vertical pupils. "Lord Upper Moon 1 requests an audience." Oh, Muzan was somewhat surprised. Kokushibo chose this moment to seek him out. What could it be for? Although Muzan felt a bit puzzled, he still agreed, saying, "Let him in." With a sound, the pipa was plucked again, and another person immediately appeared in the dim and chaotic space. Muzan-sama, a tall swordsman, appeared before Muzan, with red hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed in a purple snake-patterned kimono and a black hakama. The swordsman was tall, but not bulky, with red hair cascading over his shoulders, and there were red markings on the left side of his forehead and the right side of his neck, resembling flames. The most bizarre aspect was that he had 3 pairs of eyes on his face, which made anyone who saw him feel intimidated and unwilling to meet his gaze. "Kokushibo, why are you here?" Seeing Kokushibo suddenly teleport to Infinity City, Muzan was a bit taken aback, but most of his surprise had dissipated. He retracted the whip from his back. This gave Akaza a moment to breathe. He didn't care if Kokushibo saw his disheveled appearance. After all, he couldn't bear being beaten continuously. Kokushibo slightly nodded to Muzan as a sign of respect, then slowly spoke. "Muzan-sama, this matter is not solely Akaza's fault." Oh, hearing this, Muzan suddenly became interested. "What is your insight?" Akaza's death would naturally be known to the other upper moons, and, as the first of the upper moons, Kokushibo would certainly be aware of it as well. However, he had come here, likely for reasons beyond simply defending Akaza. Akaza was also surprised. He had previously challenged this Upper Moon 1 to a blood battle, only to be overwhelmingly defeated. According to the rules, the loser would be devoured by the victor and become nourishment. But Kokushibo had not done so and was willing to give him a chance to become stronger, even saying, "I'll look forward to the day you can kill me." The noble girl, Kokushibo began, but then stopped, lowering his head and seemingly glancing at Akaza. The punishment had been given, the reprimand had been made. Keeping Akaza in Infinity City served no purpose. Moreover, Kokushibo didn't seem to want others to know about this matter, so Muzan ordered, dismissed. In the next moment, Akaza was teleported to a pitch-black room. The old dojo was dark and devoid of light, but it made Akaza feel somewhat relaxed, and the injuries on his body healed at that moment. More than that, his mind was filled with the image of that girl. Fireworks, snowflakes, kimono. Under a starry night sky, the girl reached out her hand to him. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, Akaza thought that she was probably smiling. Mr. KCH. That graceful figure and soft voice made Akaza's heart flutter, and he found it hard to calm down. KCH repeating that name in his mind, Akaza suddenly smiled self-deprecatingly. "I'm not the person you're looking for, and I'm certainly not KCH. The KCH you speak of has probably long been dead." Chapter 116. Be obedient in front of the Dr. Butterfly Mansion. Kaijiro Rengoku lay on a clean, white hospital bed, his body wrapped in bandages. After being injured in a previous battle by Akaza's attack to his left eye, Rengoku could temporarily only see with his other eye, yet he still appeared spirited. Beside him, the doctor treating him, Shinobu Kocho, also let out a slight sigh of relief, though her expression showed some confusion. Although he was injured, fortunately, it was not very serious. With continued treatment for a while, he would completely recover, and his eyesight should return to normal levels. Rengoku nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, Shinobu." "Not at all. This is what I should do." A slight smile appeared on Shinobu's face, but it seemed somewhat out of place with her slightly furrowed brows. "However, there's something that puzzles me. Mr. Rengoku, did you receive any other treatment before returning to Butterfly Mansion?" "No," Rengoku answered honestly. Although it sounded a bit embarrassing, Shinobu, you should know that I was forcibly carried back by them, right?" "Ha ha ha." Everyone was so enthusiastic. It was really hard to refuse, cough, cough, cough. After the insect Hashira arrived, they prioritized taking the most seriously injured, Tamayo, to Butterfly Mansion. Rengoku had initially wanted to return by himself. After the Infinity Train lost control and tipped over, many passengers were injured. If he returned on his own, it would save some manpower to help more people. However, the people from the Insect Corps saw that he was covered in blood and insisted on putting him on a stretcher, forcibly bringing him back to Butterfly Mansion, which was why he was able to lie on the hospital bed so early. "Is that so?" "I see." Shinobu seemed to ponder. As Rengoku said, she understood his intentions. The Demon Slayer Corps members, especially the Hashira, were always selfless and would not create trouble for others because of their own reasons. Moreover, that could hardly be considered trouble. This was also what troubled Shinobu the most. Clearly injured, yet still prioritizing others. What if this delayed treatment and worsened the injuries? As a doctor, the last thing she wanted to see was a patient who stubbornly endured their illness until it worsened, only to seek treatment when they could no longer bear it. Regardless of the reasons, such behavior was incorrect. "However, Shinobu, I think I still need to tell you." Rengoku took a moment to calm his breathing. "I did not receive treatment from anyone else, but when I was injured, the girl from Yatsuka gave me some medicine. I'm not sure what it was, but I could clearly feel that after taking the medicine, my body seemed to be slowly healing due to some mysterious power, and even now, that feeling hasn't disappeared." Shinobu was not surprised at all upon hearing this. "So that's how it is. No wonder Lord Muzan rejected me at that time and said that if I wanted to study the prescription, I should just ask Tamayo directly. Although up until now, Tamayo still hasn't given me the prescription. However, if that's the case, everything makes sense. What is wrong, Shinobu? Is the girl from Yatsuka okay?" Seeing her serious expression, Rengoku couldn't help but worry. Shinobu shook her head. "Tamayo is fine. She just fainted from excessive blood loss. In a few days, she should wake up soon." This is indeed good news, but I remember that Yatsuka Shaojo was seriously injured at that time. Kyudru also had some suspicions in his heart, but he couldn't be certain yet. Whether it was the starry sea that suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking Akaza's fists, or the miraculous medicine. Various signs pointed to Tamayo. Kyudru was not doubting Tamayo, nor was there a need to doubt her. The reason was simple. If Tamayo was a spy planted by Muzan Kabutsuji in the Demon Slayer Corps, once she became a Hashira and learned the location of the headquarters, she could easily bring other demons in. Given Akaza's personal strength as an upper moon, it would not be difficult for Muzan to wipe out the entire Demon Slayer Corps. This was not about boosting others' morale while diminishing one's own. The strength of the upper moons far exceeded expectations, and to deal with them, strict and meticulous strategies had to be devised. In this situation, if Tamayo really had some special abilities and was willing to help, that would be even better. Even if, hypothetically, Tamayo had no special abilities or was unwilling, as long as she stayed in the Demon Slayer Corps to slay demons, she could contribute. Especially since she had saved him. Shinobu's thoughts aligned with his. This was also what he wanted to say. Mr. Rengoku, when I was treating Tamayo, I discovered that her body is very special. Tamayo's self-healing speed is astonishing, far beyond that of an ordinary person. So much so that I hadn't even had the chance to treat her before she had nearly recovered. When this matter was brought up, Shinobu was somewhat speechless. She hurried back to the butterfly mansion, quickly prepared everything, even administered anesthetics, and was ready to stitch Tamayo's wounds, only to find that Tamayo's injuries were gradually healing on their own, rendering her assistance unnecessary. When she checked Tamayo again later, she found that most of her injuries had healed. Aside from the bones taking time to recover, her body was basically fine. Such powerful physical qualities could almost rival a demon. However, it was undeniable that Tamayo was human. So that's how it is. Kyujiro felt complex emotions. Knowing that she could recover quickly, did she disregard her injuries at that time and still think about continuing to fight? If I had rushed into the fog without considering her gestures, given the thick fog, and without knowing Yatsuka Shoujo's tactics, I would surely have been affected. And being mistakenly harmed was not impossible. So what she did was actually to protect me, combining the timeline of Tamayo's appearances. Kyujiro suddenly felt that he was touching the truth. His heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. So, Mr. Rengoku, can you now tell me what exactly happened on the moving train? Shinobu found it hard to imagine what kind of powerful enemy they had encountered that caused them both to be so severely injured. The breath of flame is one of the oldest 5 major breathing styles, passed down through the Rengoku family. Kyujiro, as the flame Hashira, had remarkable strength. To be injured like this by an upper moon demon, how terrifying must it be? Shinobu could roughly guess that the demon that killed her sister back then must have been one of the upper moons. Otherwise, her sister, as the flower Hashira, would never have died so easily. This matter was somewhat complicated. Kyujiro recounted his encounter with Akaza in detail to Shinobu. However, he was not clear about the specifics of the battle between Tamayo and Akaza in the fog, and would have to wait until Tamayo woke up to discuss it. By the way, Shinobu, there's one more thing. Shinobu guessed what he was about to say. You mean the pattern on Tamayo's face? As expected of you, Shinobu. That's exactly what I want to talk about. Do you have any clues about that suddenly appearing pattern? Kyujiro had personally witnessed Tamayo in a poor state, severely injured and having overused her breathing techniques, which caused that flower-like pattern to appear on her face. That pattern looked like a hydrangea. I'm not very clear, and it's already disappeared. Shinobu shook her head. However, I noticed that when that pattern was present, Tamayo had a high fever, with her temperature reaching 39 degrees. And her heartbeat was more than doubled, even exceeding 200 beats per minute, Shinobu said, her eyes dimming slightly. At that time, she really didn't know what to do. Yuxiao was covered in blood, with a large wound on her chest. Her heartbeat and body temperature were frighteningly low, making her worry to the point of near panic. Just 2 days ago, she had seen Yuxiao playing hide and seek with Shinobu and the others in the butterfly house, but in just a few days, she had changed into a completely different state. However, upon reflection, Shinobu quickly realized that Yuxiao, despite saying she wanted to get along with her, was having so much fun with others that she even forgot to write a prescription for her. That's really something. Shinobu noted silently in her heart. The pattern soon disappeared, and Yuxiao's body temperature and heartbeat returned to normal, with her self-healing speed increasing as well. I didn't delve deeply into it, but I could only roughly speculate that the appearance of the hydrangea pattern might affect Yuxiao's self-healing speed, Shinobu analyzed. Akaza agreed with her speculation. Well, if that's the case, if Yuxiao's face shows that pattern again in the future, I think we should pay close attention. It wouldn't be good if it affects her health. I'll ask the Lord later, or check the notes left by previous Flame Hashira to see if there's any record of such a situation. Once I find new information, I will notify you immediately. Shinobu nodded. Yes, I will also do my best to look up relevant materials, but at this point, Shinobu's beautiful eyes sparkled, and a faint smile appeared on her lips as she teased. I really didn't expect Mr. Rengoku to care so much about Yuxiao cough. Akaza was caught off guard, realizing that he was being too obvious, and quickly covered his lips to cough twice, saying with a serious expression, isn't it the duty of a senior to care about the health of their juniors? Is it? Shinobu smiled slightly. But why is Mr. Rengoku's face so red? You saw it wrong. Akaza denied vehemently. There's no way my face is red. Absolutely impossible. That's true. It seems we need to get a mirror for Mr. Rengoku to confirm on the spot. Shinobu found his reaction quite amusing and pretended to get ready to leave. That's not necessary. Akaza forced a smile. He really couldn't handle Shinobu's teasing. There was nothing he could do. After all, the other party's skill level was higher than his. Good. Shinobu couldn't help but laugh. This couldn't be blamed on her. Who knew Mr. Rengoku would actually show such a strange expression? Then I won't disturb you. Mr. Rengoku, please rest and heal in the butterfly house during this time. And don't run around carelessly, okay? I don't know what would happen if you pull at your wound. Shinobu smiled gently, but her smile was chilling. Akaza felt a drop of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. I understand. Then I'm sorry to trouble you. Now he truly felt grateful to those who had carried him back. Chapter 117. The fallen ideal city light the sky was stained gray-black by the rising smoke, making it difficult to distinguish between day and night. However, there were still flames burning, illuminating the area. The towering, dense buildings had now turned into ruins, with corpses littered everywhere, and the ground was scorched earth as far as the eye could see. It was hard to imagine what had happened here. At least it was clear that before it was destroyed, this place must have been thriving. Boom! A loud noise came from above, as an island floating in the air, supported by some incomprehensible force, seemed to have lost its support and was uncontrollably falling from the dark clouds. Upon landing, as expected, there was another loud crash. The floating island crashed down like a meteor, and the moment it touched the ground, it created a terrifying shockwave that obliterated the already ruined earth. As the dust and smoke gradually dissipated, countless large, twisted figures appeared on the fallen island. Among them, a white-haired girl could be seen wielding a silver giant hammer that was far larger than her own body, fighting against the ugly monsters. The girl held the giant hammer with one hand and swung it down with a force that nearly tore the surrounding space apart. The grotesque, twisted black monsters showed no fear in their eyes. Even under such a terrifying attack, many monsters were smashed to pieces, exploding into black liquid. Yet they still rushed towards the girl one after another. There were too many of them. It was impossible to kill them all. Every time one monster fell, the black liquid it produced would be consumed by the next monster, making them grow taller and more ferocious, and increasing their strength. The girl was also trapped in a desperate situation under the onslaught of the monsters, but she still fought hard to protect the small space behind her. The reason was simple. Stop. It's useless. Suddenly, a weak female voice came from behind the girl. Despite the surrounding shrieks and screams, the girl wielding the giant hammer heard it, but she did not stop her attacks. Stop. The weak voice continued to persuade the girl, their target is me. As she said, the goal of these wicked beasts was not the white-haired girl in front of them, but the beautiful woman lying on the ground behind her, covered in wounds. No, I will never leave my master alone. The white-haired girl resisted, then raised the giant hammer and slammed it down onto the ground. Boom! The impact from the giant hammer swept out, shattering the ground. Countless beasts surrounding the girl were blasted apart by this strike, temporarily creating a small safe space. Seizing this opportunity, the girl gathered a magic circle in her palm. Spatial magic, holy domain of radiance. A faint white halo erupted from the girl's palm, and countless brilliant streams of light spread out, instantly forming a semicircular barrier made of pale white light, enveloping the girl and the woman behind her. The wicked beasts that kept emerging from the darkness roared angrily, madly attacking the barrier without rest. If this continued, it wouldn't hold for long. The barrier would eventually shatter. Master! The girl hurriedly put down the huge hammer in her hand, knelt beside the woman, and checked her condition. However, in a desperate turn of events, the girl's master, Fisterlin, a powerful witch, had been tainted during an endless battle with the vile beasts. It wouldn't be long before she would be assimilated, becoming one of the countless vile beasts. Stop. This is fate. We cannot defy the will of the world. Fisterlin's voice was intermittent, filled with profound fatigue. Her spirit and consciousness were about to dissipate under the erosion of the taint. Yet, she still gently gazed at the girl before her, showing a loving but sorrowful and helpless smile. Leave this place. Black lines were spreading from Fisterlin's neck upward. She could clearly feel her power rapidly draining away, only to be devoured by another force of brutality and darkness. She was close to death. Unlike the natural end of life, once tainted, there would be no room for escape. Her soul would completely vanish, with no possibility of rebirth. Even transforming into other forms of life, matter, or concepts was impossible. It was utter and complete death. Faced with such a despairingly cruel reality, Fisterlin appeared calm. She had long accepted her fate. The only person she cared about, the one she was most reluctant to part with, was the girl before her. "Master, I won't let you die. I will definitely save you," the girl said, tears streaming down her face, her determination unwavering. "I don't want to lose anyone anymore. I don't want to lose anyone, no matter who it is." The girl extended her hands, grasping Fisterlin's arms, then closed her eyes, channeling her power to begin absorbing all the taint within Fisterlin. A miracle occurred. The black lines that had covered Fisterlin's skin began to gradually fade. The taint was transformed into a special kind of energy absorbed by the girl. But the white-haired girl soon realized that this endless taint was like a bottomless pit. Her method couldn't resolve the root of the problem. And even her hands began to show black lines. "Stop. You will be tainted too." Fisterlin used all her strength to try to pull her hand back, to stop her. "No. Master, please don't resist. I will save you. I will not let you disappear like this." The girl held tightly to her arm, unwilling to give up. Fisterlin smiled bitterly and shook her head. A single tear slipped from her purple eyes. "Master? Witches are not creatures that cry." But her master was crying. "Why, I'm sorry. I can't hear you. What is Master saying?" "Don't be afraid of losing. If you choose not to start because of the fear of loss, you will lose even more. Although witches have long lifespans, they too have an end." Like a moment of clarity before death, Fisterlin smiled gently, stroking the girl's cheek with her hand, her heart already having made a decision. "I'm sorry, I can no longer stay with you." In the next moment, Fisterlin's body exploded into countless streams of black liquid, black blood spraying out, instantly splattering onto the girl's face. Refusing to become one of the monsters, Fisterlin chose to self-destruct. This was the final dignity she, as a witch, would defend even in the face of death. "Master? Master!" Accompanied by the girl's heart-wrenching cries, the vile beasts, previously ferocious and menacing, stopped their attacks and began to leave the ruins, aimlessly wandering away. "Master!" No matter how much she cried, how much pain she felt, or how many tears she shed, those who had passed could not return. "Yuxiao!" A voice called out to the girl from somewhere. Who? Who is it? Who is Yuxiao? All life had been destroyed. In this world, where could there still be life that could be named? The white-haired girl looked up in confusion at the pitch-black sky. Could it be me? The girl on the sick bed shuddered all over, suddenly waking up, as soon as she opened her eyes. The bright lights forced her to shut them again. After a moment, Yuxiao adjusted to the brightness, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she half opened her eyes, looking toward a corner of her field of vision. "Mr. Tomioka?" After speaking, Yuxiao felt as if her throat had been scraped by a knife, burning painfully. Her voice dry and hoarse, nothing like her usual clear tone. But she didn't care about that. "How are you?" A deep voice filled with concern and worry reached her ears. Tomioka Ju's eternally expressionless poker face now showed obvious concern. His deep blue eyes quietly watching the girl in the sickbed, always attentive to her condition. To be honest, he had really been startled earlier. Ju had thought to quietly check on her while the butterfly mansion was empty at night. He didn't expect to stumble upon the girl in pain, muttering crazily, repeating words he couldn't understand. Fortunately, she finally woke up at his call. Yuxiao stared blankly at the ceiling above her, her golden eyes dull and lifeless. I don't know. Just now, it seemed she had fallen into a memory, but suddenly waking up, combined with her own chaotic recollections, made it difficult for her to remember clearly. However, Yuxiao could not forget, for in that memory, the indescribable pain drove her nearly to madness and collapse, making it hard for her to control the sadness and fear she felt even after waking up. "Don't leave me." Eong frowned, seemingly displeased. He suddenly sat up straight and turned to walk towards the door. "Don't go." Yuxiao anxiously reached out and grabbed a piece of his sleeve. "Mr. Eong, please don't go." The girl's weak voice was filled with pleading, even carrying a barely perceptible hint of tears. Eong turned his head back, only to see Yuxiao's reddened eyes glistening with tears. Her small face, usually lacking color, appeared especially pale under the harsh light of the fluorescent bulb. Eong silently averted his gaze. His thin lips parted slightly as he spoke softly, "I won't leave." Chapter 118. On this side, overwhelmed by despair upon hearing his answer, Yuxiao did not immediately let go. The fear from her memories made her afraid that if she loosened her grip, the person in front of her would disappear like someone important had done before. She anxiously clutched Eong's sleeve, her fingertips slowly tightening as she asked again, "Really won't go?" Eong replied, allowing her to hold onto his sleeve. His deep blue eyes revealing no emotion. "I'm just going to get some water. Let go." He explained unusually clearly. Yu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, and then quickly realized that his eagerness to leave just now was not due to anger, but rather because he had noticed his voice was hoarse and wanted to get some water. With this thought, a warm feeling suddenly rose in Yu Xiao's heart, which had been filled with panic. Even though there was still a lingering sense of unease, as if something was amiss, she felt less afraid. Yu Xiao loosened the grip on the hem of her clothes and asked worriedly, "You'll come back, right?" Yong's expression was indifferent, but his tone was certain. "Can you come back quickly?" Yu Xiao said, her mood unintentionally dropping, and her voice became much softer. "I don't want to stay here alone." That fragile voice was so faint that if it weren't for the years of killing demons that had forced Yong to hone his keen senses, he might not have heard it, even standing so close. But he did hear it indeed. Although he was not good with words and couldn't offer more comfort to the girl, Yong still patiently responded to her, "I will." "Thank you." Yu Xiao's expression brightened a lot. At this moment, apart from gratitude, she couldn't find more words. She quietly watched Yong, seeing him gradually leave until his figure disappeared outside the door. The light was still on, but the room had become empty. Yu Xiao was the only one in the entire ward, and the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. A clock hung on the wall, its second hand moving around the numbers in a regular pattern. Yu Xiao looked up and realized it was already 1 a.m. No wonder the curtains were drawn. It was so dark outside. How long had she actually slept? Yu Xiao thought of the infinity train. Rengoku and the others should be fine, right? Although they were injured. They had taken their own medicine, so it shouldn't be too serious. As for Akaza, who had clearly lost his head to his own strike, but could still move, it was very likely that he had broken through his limits and would no longer fear the sun-breathing techniques. But why is this happening? Yu Xiao couldn't understand what made Yuoza overcome the sun-will blade in the end and break free from her restraints. If it weren't for her quick reflexes and her effort to tilt her body to avoid a fatal blow, that punch from Yuoza would have been much more than just hitting her shoulder. Perhaps from that moment on, Yuoza no longer saw her as a woman, but as a worthy opponent to be killed. Yu Xiao could sense the terrifying aura emanating from Yuozuo at that moment, as well as the endless and intense battle intent. What should we do from now on? It's a good thing that Rengoku Kaijiro survived, but Yuozo no longer fears the Nichiren blade. Only sunlight can completely kill him. What does that mean? Equivalent exchange? Wait a minute. Yu Xiao reached out to touch her abdomen, which was wrapped in bandages. However, the wound had healed. Aside from a slight heaviness in her chest when she breathed, there was no pain or emptiness. It was a punch she had received, an unavoidable blow predicted by the Eye of Illusion, and it was also the reason for the true death of Enmu Akaza. The concept of equivalent exchange reminded her of various past events. From her failed attempts to learn breathing techniques on her own to the disturbances in her mind on the infinity train. Suddenly, Yu Xiao understood something. She could not unleash powerful magic directly, not only due to the lack of magic circuit, but also because of the suppression of the world laws. It was also for this reason that the Eye of Illusion could not exert its full power. Yu Xiao originally thought that the existence of laws was to ensure balance in everything in the world, so he accepted it. However, it now seems that the matter is far from that simple. Yu Xiao's mind was in a mess, and she imagined countless worst-case scenarios, giving her a headache. No wonder that Guy threw himself into this world through reincarnation. To fulfill a wish, one must pay the corresponding price. What is my wish, after all? Yu Xiao couldn't help but recall the memory from just now. The destroyed homeland, the evil beasts born from darkness, the fallen sky city, and master. Yu Xiao slowly closed her eyes, and a woman's figure appeared in her mind. Long, deep purple hair, slightly curled, a black vintage long dress, a graceful figure, a pair of violet eyes, glistening with moisture, and an incredibly beautiful face, smiling gently at this moment. That smile made her feel an overwhelming longing. For no reason. Her master's nose tinged with a sour sensation. Although she didn't want to recall the past, Yu Xiao could no longer deceive herself. She couldn't forget Ficeting. Nor could she forget those who had once lent her a helping hand and cared for her deeply. But the more she thought about it, the more desolate her heart became. She could do nothing, and even if she eventually learned magic, she couldn't truly bring them back. She could only watch them gradually fade away in her memories. Even now, she couldn't distinguish who she was, to the point where she had even forgotten herself. Aside from the traits she had taken away in herself, nothing remained. Why did I survive? What is the meaning of my existence? Who am I? Is it Yatsuki Yu Xiao? Or the monster hidden within this body? In an instant, the despair that sprouted from the depths of Yu Xiao's heart surged like waves on the sea. overwhelming her with an unrelenting darkness that swallowed her whole. Yuxiao. A voice broke the silence. It was this call that pulled Yuxiao back from the endless darkness. I cannot succumb. If I give up because of this, then it will be the end. Yuxiao tried hard to suppress his emotions and then opened his eyes. It turned out he hadn't fallen asleep after all. He should drink some water first. Tomioka Giyu held a teacup, and white steam was rising from it. He had returned very quickly. Probably only a few minutes had passed, but in Yu Zhao's heart, it felt like countless centuries had gone by. Yu Xiao was very grateful that Yong took such good care of her. She wanted to sit up, but found that the bandages on her body and the wooden pieces used to stabilize her back made it impossible for her to move. After several failed attempts to get up, Yu Xiao had no choice but to apologetically say to him, I'm sorry to trouble you to get water for me, but it seems I can't drink. Yong showed no signs of dissatisfaction, only asking in confusion, Can't move? Yu Xiao said helplessly, It's not that I can't move completely. It's just that my back is fixed, so I can't exert any strength. I can sit up, but Yu Xiao didn't continue speaking. She didn't want to create any more trouble for the other person. Mr. Yong, I'm sorry. Let me help you up. Yong didn't give her a chance to finish her sentence. Huh. Yong said no more, put down the teacup in his hand, leaned slightly forward, and wrapped his arms around Yu Xiao's sides. One hand reached behind her back, his movements careful and gentle, asking, Does it hurt? Oh no, it doesn't hurt. Yu Xiao was somewhat surprised, but mostly she felt nervous. The two were very close enough for Yu Xiao to clearly hear his breathing. She looked into Yong's deep blue eyes, as vast as the sea, and beneath his straight nose were his pale, thin lips, which had no curve. Yong ignored her gaze and gently helped the girl sit up from the hospital bed, making sure to adjust the pillow behind her to allow her to lean comfortably. Then, he picked up the teacup again and brought it to the girl's slightly dry lips. Drink. This, thank you. Although she was injured, her arms and hands could still move, so she didn't need to be fed water. Yu Xiao took the teacup with both hands, but her fingertips accidentally brushed against Yong's hand. A cold sensation passed through her. But in just a moment, Yong's expression remained unchanged, though his heart felt as if it had been gently scratched by a feather. He quietly watched the girl before him as she held the teacup, sipping it slowly, soon finishing the entire cup. After drinking the warm tea, Yu Xiao felt much more comfortable in her throat. She set down the teacup, leaned back against the soft pillow, and let out a sigh. She felt alive again. Seeing that Tomioka Yong was still standing there in a daze, Yu Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. Not seeing any chairs around, she patted the edge of her bed and said, Mr. Yong, please sit down and talk. Yong nodded, not refusing, and sat down at the edge of the bed. He noticed that the girl's complexion had improved significantly compared to the beginning, so he asked, Did you have a nightmare? Mentioning the nightmare caused Yu Xiao's gaze to darken again. With just a few words, she could easily brush over all her despair, pain, and helplessness. Yes, if everything she had experienced in the past were just a nightmare. How wonderful would that be? In that case, even if she felt sad after waking up, she could cry in her master's arms, act spoiled, and let her stroke her head, listening to her comfort her by saying, It's okay. But it wasn't a dream at all. It was something that had truly happened. So she had to stay awake and constantly remind herself that she was different from humans. Yes, I had a nightmare. Yu Xiao casually continued along with Yong's words. But then, a warm hand gently covered her hand. Although the palm of that hand was calloused and not soft, it was very warm, and the long, fair fingers tightened slightly, firmly holding her hand. Yu Xiao stared blankly at Yong in front of her. Chapter 119. The temperature that can be transmitted through the palm. Yong remained expressionless, holding her hand without the slightest relaxation. He looked directly into the girl's astonished, slightly widened golden eyes and said softly, That was just a dream. Immersed in the heat radiating from the back of her hand, Yu Xiao instinctively responded. Once she regained her senses and replayed Yong's words in her mind, she was surprised to discover, Mr. Yong, are you comforting me? Yong nodded seriously, his azure eyes showing almost no emotion. I'm very worried about you. Such a straightforward answer left Yu Xiao at a loss for how to respond. What virtue or ability did she possess that would make someone who was not good with words express concern for others? Not to mention the possibility that the other person might still be suspected of being disliked. Mr. Yong, thank you. You're really interesting. Yu Xiao held back her laughter for a long time. If she had laughed out loud at that moment, it would have been too rude. Fortunately, a hint of a smile finally appeared on her slightly pale face, and her expression softened. Interesting? What do you mean by that? Did I say something wrong? Yong lowered his eyes, pondering silently. He indeed visited the butterfly mansion late at night out of concern for her health, and there was nothing wrong with that. But why did she seem so happy? Because I worry about her, so she feels happy? Thinking of this, Taketo Iyong's previously confused gaze suddenly became much clearer, as if a light had dawned upon him, and even his usually cold and stiff expression softened considerably. Counting the days, it had been almost half a month since the two last met. Now that they could rarely coexist harmoniously, Yu Xiao hesitated repeatedly, but ultimately voiced her doubts. Mr. Iyong, why have I not seen you during this time? Is it because your work is very busy? Yu Xiao chose to approach the topic indirectly rather than stating it directly. After all, Taketo Iyong had done her a favor, and Yu Xiao did not want to pursue his strange behavior that night. Some inconsequential matters were best left in the past. There was no need to dwell on them. Furthermore, regarding that previous incident, it goes without saying that Yu Xiao could guess that the mark was undoubtedly made by Tanjiro. What kind of behavior is it for a 15-year-old boy to ambush a 17-year-old old fossil like herself? It's unacceptable. How infuriating. Once she healed completely, she would definitely give Tanjiro a good beating. Thinking of this, Iyong felt a surge of guilt. I'm sorry. He had indeed been too irrational at that time. As a user of the water-breathing technique, and having created his unique 11th form, Nagi, he had lost all composure and calmness, obsessively entangled with her. And his heart, which was as still as the surface of water, had been stirred into ripples by her unintentional actions. Looking back now, he suspected that he had developed feelings for her even earlier than when they encountered the Spider Mountain. What was the reason? Was it the charm containing the strange powder? Perhaps. Speaking of which, it was the first gift he had received since joining the Demon Slayer Corps. However, with someone like him, who relied on others for protection to survive, really deserving of her kindness. Thinking of this, a trace of pain and sorrow slowly emerged in Iyong's eyes. Sister Yato, I'm sorry. Yu Xiao noticed his self-reproach and comforted him, saying, there's no need to apologize. It's not such a serious matter. Instead of discussing things that might make us uncomfortable, why don't we change the topic? As she spoke, Yu Xiao suddenly took his warm and strong hand in hers. The softness and coolness enveloping his palm made the originally dejected Iyong tremble slightly, and he looked up at the girl with a blank expression, his ears hidden in his hair, turning slightly red. The girl's clear eyes were fixed on him, and she smiled back at him. I'm really happy that Mr. Iyong could come to the butterfly house to see me tonight. In that instant, Tomioka Iyong realized, whether it was a gift or anything else, just being able to listen to her talk to him like this was enough to satisfy the emptiness within him. What a powerful technique this was. It was several times more powerful than just saying I like you. Just relying on her voice and words made him uncontrollably want to fall into this feeling. He was starting to lose control. Chapter 120. Everywhere his interest in the room fell silent, and Tomioka Iyong stared at their clasped hands, looking dazed and lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yu Xiao recalled that she had previously invited Shinazugawa Sanemi to her home. So many days had passed, and she hadn't contacted him again. Did he forget about it? Or do you think she intentionally stood him up? Yu Xiao felt it was very likely. However, in any case, there is now a suitable reason to invite the other Hashira. After all, besides Musen Kabutsuji, there's probably no information more valuable than that of the Upper Moons, right? It is important to note that the Hashira's work is extremely busy, even if they often meet in daily life. It is still difficult to gather everyone at the same time. The only way to assemble all the Hashira is to hold a Hashira meeting. Although Yu Xiao can propose to Ubuyashiki Yoya to hold an emergency Hashira meeting, she does not want to do so. The Hashira meetings are held only once every 6 months, and when they are convened, they last for a full day. Although there are breaks during the meeting, the participants must maintain a kneeling posture throughout the duration, which can be exhausting even for the Hashira. As the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Yoya not only has to maintain the operation of the entire corps, but also must make judgments based on the information transmitted by the crows and quickly issue commands. If any unexpected situations arise, any hesitation or mistake will result in consequences that Ubuyashiki Yoya alone must bear. Yu Xiao does not want Yaoya to work too hard. His health has only recently improved, and it is best for him to rest quietly, even if it's just for a moment longer. Using medication to suppress the curse is ultimately not a long-term solution. Moreover, Yu Xiao's father, after that illness, has been getting worse and worse. And now he is in the twilight of his life, with little time left. I'm afraid that even if we manage to kill Musen in time, my father's life cannot be saved. Nevertheless, Yu Xiao has never dared to forget his mission. By the way, Mr. Iyong, there's one more thing I want to discuss with you. Yu Xiao expressed her thoughts to Iyong. This time we encountered Upper Moon 3. and I gained a lot of useful information from it. I want to share this information with the other Hashira and discuss together to formulate an effective plan to deal with the Upper Moon demons. Iong nodded slightly in agreement. The Upper Moon demons are a serious matter, and indeed, measures should be prepared. Speaking of which, Rengoku Kuduru was also injured quite a bit this time and should be resting next door now. But it seems he was too focused on watching Yu Xiao and forgot about Rengoku. After all, Rengoku is one of the few who is willing to talk to him. However, visiting can wait for another day. Seeing that Iong did not raise any objections, Yu Xiao continued. So, I've decided to initiate a team meeting in my personal capacity this time. So there is no need to trouble Lord Muzan. As for the content, it's just what I mentioned earlier. Let us tentatively set the time for a week from today. Considering various factors, Yu Xiao decided to postpone the time to a week later. Plans can't keep up with changes. If something goes wrong by then, she can adjust it. And besides, Yu Xiao has some other ideas. Finally, I can hold a tea party. Yay? Since this meeting is initiated by me, the location will of course be my residence. Everyone can relax and not be so serious then, Yu Xiao said cheerfully. Mr. Iong, do you think this is okay? As you wish. Naturally, Tenjin Iong had no objections regarding the meeting. It's just that the time seems a bit rushed. Do you think you can recover in 7 days? Iong questioned, his tone noticeably colder. He remembered that when the crow delivered the message, it said Yu Xiao was severely injured and unconscious and was carried back to the butterfly mansion. Moreover, she had a wooden piece fixed on her back, indicating that she had suffered serious injuries, most likely to her spine, and was definitely not as relaxed as she appeared. My self-healing speed is much faster than that of an average person. So, Yu Xiao felt that it was pointless to explain further, as Iong didn't really want to hear her explanation. So, she decided to change her strategy. Since time was a bit tight, she would just decide later. After speaking, she secretly glanced at Iong and noticed that his expression had softened, so she continued to play along. Since that's the case, everyone will come, and as a member of the Pillars, Mr. Iong surely won't be absent, right? Iong's lips moved as he was about to say something, but Yu Xiao interrupted him. If you don't come, I'll be very sad. Yu Xiao covered her eyes with her hand, saying, I'll be so sad that I might cry. Iong remained silent. It was obvious that she was just pretending to be upset over such a small matter, right? He just wasn't too good at communicating, not that he was foolish. But knowing that she was lying, Iong ultimately chose to compromise. I understand, I'll go. Even if she wouldn't really be sad enough to cry. If he didn't agree, she might actually feel upset. Seeing him agree, a sweet smile instantly blossomed on Yu Xiao's face. Great. It's settled then, no backing out. Iong's eyes softened, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips. No backing out. Compared to the lost look he had when he first woke up, he preferred to see her smiling and full of energy. Yu Xiao blinked in surprise, never expecting to see a smile on Tomioka Ju's face. However, she quickly felt relieved. Ju wasn't really expressionless. He just had grown accustomed to being solitary and was lacking in communication. His usually cold and unapproachable demeanor might be due to the pain he had suffered in the past, which often left him immersed in sadness, causing him to forget how to express his emotions on his face. The result was that Ju's smile looked a bit strange. It wasn't quite right to describe it as strange. It was better to say it was stiff. How could someone smile with a straight face? Pahaha. Yu Xiao couldn't hold back any longer. Despite covering her mouth, she couldn't stop herself from laughing out loud. Ju's eyes were filled with confusion. Had he made another mistake? Ahem. Yu Xiao coughed a couple of times, and under Ju's puzzled gaze, she earnestly explained, I'm sorry, Mr. Ju. I'm just so happy to hear you agree to my request that I couldn't help but laugh. Yu Xiao gently shook the hands of the two people holding each other, blinking and asking, You don't blame me, do you? Is that so? Iong always felt that something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Yu Xiao was afraid that he would realize and pursue the topic, so she hurriedly changed the subject. I heard from Miss Rin that Mr. Iong doesn't talk much, so his relationship with the other Hashira is not very good, and everyone doesn't really know you. But I feel that Mr. Iong and I get along well, and it's not as difficult to deal with as I imagined. Iong couldn't help but frown. Was he really that hard to get along with? But he felt that, aside from those few Hashira who were not very willing to interact with him, his relationships with the others weren't that bad, right? Especially Shinazugawa Sanemi, who seemed particularly excited every time he saw him, and Iguro Abanai always took the initiative to greet him warmly. Although they didn't seem to like him much, they were still among the few good people willing to talk to him in such situations. As for the issue of speaking, Iong thought that he indeed talked less. But he didn't completely stop talking, right? He just didn't understand why they seemed unable to comprehend what he was saying, always wearing strange expressions. It couldn't all be his fault, could it? Clearly speaking the same language. Why was it only Yu Xiao who could understand? Young seemed to think of something and shook his head inwardly. I'm not disliked. If Yu Xiao knew what Young was thinking at that moment, she would probably laugh for an entire day. No, perhaps she could laugh for a whole year. The reason was simple. Tenjin Young was just too amusing. Unfortunately, Yu Xiao was unaware of Young's thoughts. Mr. Young might, as well, try chatting casually with the other Hashira like this. Perhaps their relationships would improve. People wouldn't reject someone without reason, nor would they like someone without reason. This principle was universal. So what was my reason? Young looked in her eyes and asked seriously. Such a short sentence made Yu Xiao ponder for a while to understand its meaning. Reason? Did Mr. Young really not know? In fact, I have already mentioned it. Yu Xiao didn't intend to hide it from him and spoke frankly. Because Mr. Young is very interesting. Where is it interesting? Young looked confused, not thinking of himself as particularly interesting, but why did Yu Xiao always find him interesting? Well, the girl's clear eyes flickered slightly, and her slender, glossy jade finger pointed to her lips, ambiguously saying, "It's interesting everywhere." Young was taken aback and inexplicably blushed. Chapter 121, Shy Butterfly Ninja. The next day, Yu Xiao opened her eyes and found that she was still in the empty hospital bed, which put her mind at ease. She slowly stretched her body. It was dawn, and the drowsiness was at its peak, yet Yu Xiao felt refreshed. She had slept soundly, without any dreams, although the bed was a bit hard. Her physical and mental strength had recovered significantly. Getting out of bed, Yu Xiao immediately took off her clothes and began to unwrap the bandages that were wrapped around her. Without the constraint of the bandages, her chest seemed to feel heavier, which made Yu Xiao slightly uncomfortable. The difference between bones and muscles meant that most women's bodies were naturally softer than men's, and they also had to bear additional burdens, which was very disadvantageous for combat. Therefore, Yu Xiao had always worn a chest wrap. Although it was not good for her body, she had gotten used to it over time. Yu Xiao glanced down at her abdomen, where a scar the size of a baby's fist was left, with freshly healed tender flesh looking grotesquely pink. Similarly, there was a scar on her smooth, fair back. It looked serious, but in fact, it would completely fade away in just a few days. Yu Xiao gently touched the scar on her back. The broken vertebra had healed, and her injured shoulder was also fine. She believed that it wouldn't take long before she could return to battle. After putting on her clothes again, Yu Xiao began to move her limbs. Fortunately, her body was still light and agile, without any stiffness. She thought she could be discharged from the hospital. As soon as she finished speaking, the door was opened from the outside, and Butterfly Shinobu walked in with a smile on her face. "Oh dear, could it be that I haven't taken good care of you, causing you to want to leave the butterfly house?" That's truly heartbreaking looking at Butterfly Shinobu's kind smile. Yu Xiao didn't hesitate to dive into the covers, quickly covering herself with the blanket and falling asleep in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Yu Xiao, who had been standing, lay back down in the bed, so fast that Butterfly Shinobu thought she was seeing things. This girl, Butterfly Shinobu, felt both angry and amused. She had just recovered from serious illness and was eager to get out of bed, completely disregarding her own health. However, judging by the speed at which she burrowed into the blankets, it seemed she was recovering well, which eased Butterfly Shinobu's worries a bit. Was I just seeing things? Butterfly Shinobu approached the bedside and saw the torn bandages scattered all over the floor and the peacefully sleeping girl, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. "So Yu Xiao is still asleep, then I can relax." As Butterfly Shinobu spoke, a dangerous glint flashed in her purple eyes. She pretended to be nonchalant and slowly bent down, gazing at the girl's serene sleeping face, a smile creeping on her lips as she suddenly reached out to pinch the slightly twitching small nose. Yu Xiao, who was pretending to be asleep, felt her breath hitch, just as she was about to switch to breathing through her mouth. It was as if Butterfly Shinobu had seen through her thoughts, and her mouth was immediately covered by a soft hand. Yu Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, seeing her awake. Butterfly Shin let go of her hand and chuckled. Yu Xiao, aren't you going to continue sleeping? How could she possibly sleep like this?" Yu Xiao pouted angrily. She couldn't even breathe. How could she sleep? Miss Shin is so scheming. In response to Yu Xiao's accusation, Butterfly Shin not only felt no guilt, but her eyes sparkled with even more amusement. "Then tell me, why were you pretending to sleep just now?" "I was just afraid you'd get angry." "Do you think I'm a type to get angry easily?" In Yu Xiao's eyes, Butterfly Shin smiled gently, but her purple eyes showed no fluctuations. "I never thought that." Yu Xiao shook her head and said seriously, "I'm sorry." "Huh." Butterfly Shinobu was still a bit unclear why she suddenly apologized, but soon she heard Yu Xiao explain the reason. Actually, I heard the conversation that night. Butterfly Shinobu's smile froze on her face, and her pupils trembled slightly. As expected, she knows everything. If it weren't for Tanjiro seeing through her that night, she would never have brought up the past. Every time she thought of her sister's smile, her sister's voice, an uncontrollable rage and self-hatred would almost suffocate her. Only the Haori she wore could remind her at all times not to get angry. Since she wore this Haori with butterfly wing patterns, she had to maintain a smile and present a gentle and reliable image. Only by doing so could Butterfly Shinobu feel that her sister had not left and was always with her. Butterfly Shinobu quickly regained her composure, a smile returning to her face, and her originally gentle voice became much stronger. Is that so? What kind of conversation was it? I'm a bit unclear about what you're saying. Her pride made her unwilling to admit her vulnerability, and she didn't want others to see her weak side. Even with her closest friend, Mitsuri, she had never actively brought up her past. As for Yu Xiao, Butterfly Shinobu had not completely let her guard down, so it was naturally impossible for her to fully open her heart to her. Miss Shinobu, it seems that it was not the right time for me to bring this up, wasn't it? Yu Xiao knew she wanted to avoid the topic and didn't plan to continue. So she cleverly changed the subject. Of course, it was the conversation from last night that I overheard. Mr. Ion came to visit me last night, and I happened to wake up. After he left, I heard his voice outside the door. So I guess Mr. Ion must have encountered Miss Rin near the door. Yu Xiao indignantly said, because I heard it. Mr. Ion complained to you. He said I would be discharged in 7 days. Mr. Ion is really too bad. I can hold a grudge. Her feigned, angry expression successfully amused Butterfly Shinobu. Last night, she indeed encountered Ju Tomioka, but it couldn't be considered an encounter. She just knew that Ion was at the Butterfly Mansion, so she didn't disturb his visit at the beginning. Before leaving, Ion didn't say much, only that Yu Xiao had woken up and was preparing to invite the other Hashira in a week. All right, since you know, just honestly lie in bed. Your body hasn't fully recovered, so you can't run around, okay? Butterfly Shinobu advised. Upon hearing that she still had to lie down, Yu Xiao instantly pouted, and her smile faded. Why'd she still have to lie down? She really enjoyed a laid-back lifestyle, but if she had to lie down all day, she wouldn't be able to stand it. Moreover, the hospital bed in the Butterfly Mansion was narrow and hard. It was nowhere near as comfortable as the luxurious big bed in her own residence. I must be discharged. I need to be discharged as soon as possible. Yu Xiao looked at Butterfly Ninja with a pitiful expression, pleading, I really have recovered. I still need to be observed for a while. Butterfly Ninja remained unmoved. For some reason, she just enjoyed watching Yu Xiao's anxious demeanor, wanting to tease her a little. It felt as fun as playing with a little fox. Yu Xiao really didn't want to lie down, so she simply lifted the blanket, turned over, and got out of bed. In front of Butterfly Shinobu, she unbuttoned her chest, revealing the scar on her abdomen. Look, it's completely healed here. My ribs and spine have also healed, Yu Xiao said, pointing to the scar on her belly. Both were girls, so there was nothing to be shy about, and besides, she didn't reveal anything inappropriate. Butterfly Shinobu was momentarily speechless, her purple eyes trembling slightly as a faint blush spread across her cheeks. As a fellow woman and a healer, there was no reason for Butterfly Shinobu to feel shy. However, she didn't expect Yu Xiao to be so straightforward and honest with her, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. She was just avoiding her words earlier, Butterfly Shinobu thought. Feeling her cheeks heat up, her gaze swept past the fair and deep cleft on the girl's chest. And when she saw the sudden and hideous scar on the girl's pale abdomen, a sharp pain surged in her chest. I understand now, do whatever you want. Butterfly Shinobu silently averted her gaze, her delicate hands clenched into fists beneath her haori, but she couldn't engage in vigorous activity. During this time, you still have to stay at the Butterfly Mansion. I will examine you daily until I confirm that your body is fully healed. Yay! Yu Xiao cheered, raising her arms in excitement. Finally gained freedom in Butterfly Shinobu's hands. She must be the first one to get her to make such a concession, right? Yu Xiao. Butterfly Shinobu wanted to say something, but hesitated. Yu Xiao tightly hugged her arms, staring at her with a wary expression. Huh? What's wrong? You're not going to go back on your word, are you? No. Butterfly Ninja, blushing, was just about to remind her to button up her clothes when, at that moment, the door was open from the outside. Yu Xiao quickly tightened her clothes, wrapping herself up snugly, and in the blink of an eye, she shrank into the quilt, sitting upright and looking quiet and well-behaved. Master Yu Xiao? From behind the door, Kirihana Kanaho peeked in, nervously observing the two people in the room. Chapter 122, Genuine Pillar Level. Behind Kanaho stood Kamizaki Aoi and the three sisters, Xiaoqing, Xiaosui, and Xiaojing. The few of them simultaneously cast concerned glances at the girl on the hospital bed. Yu Xiao was already dressed neatly at this time, sitting upright on the hospital bed as if nothing had happened. Why is everyone standing outside the door? If there's something to say, why not come in first? The 5 people outside finally entered the room. Lord Yu Xiao, how is your body? Are you all right? Kanzaki Aoi looked at her with a worried expression. Yes. After such a serious injury, are you really okay? The 3 sisters, Do Yin, asked in unison. The girl with shoulder-length hair, Xiaoqing, had a tear hanging from the corner of her eye and looked very pitiful. Even the usually quiet Kanahu couldn't help but ask, Yu Xiao, are you feeling okay? Kanahu no longer relied on tossing a coin to decide whether to speak, because Yu Xiao had previously told her to follow her heart. Moreover, since Yu Xiao often came to the butterfly house and had her by her side, Kanahu gradually stopped using the coin and instead decided what to do based on her own thoughts. Although she sometimes instinctively wanted to toss the coin to solve difficult choices. As long as she thought of Yu Xiao and the candy she had given her, Kanahu ultimately restrained herself. For some reason, doing things after deciding for herself always gave Kanahu a sense of satisfaction. I'm fine. I'm really sorry to worry everyone. It's all because I was too careless, Yu Xiao said apologetically. Upon hearing this, Kanzaki Aoi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that she's okay. Yesterday, she had witnessed Yu Xiao covered in blood, and even thinking back on it, now still sent chills down her spine. Fortunately, just a day later, Yu Xiao had woken up from her coma and looked to be in good condition. Otherwise, Kanzaki Aoi would have been extremely worried. Yu Xiao is her most beloved and respected pillar-level swordsman, aside from Butterfly Shinobu, and is as important a friend as Kanahu. It can be said that anyone who frequently interacts with Yu Xiao cannot help but like her. After all, who can refuse a girl with stunning beauty, a gentle yet slightly lively personality, and such a charming way of speaking? Anyway, Kanzaki Aoi definitely can't refuse. Lady Yu Xiao, you don't have to be so harsh on yourself. Even the most skilled swordsmen can get injured while fighting demons. We just hope you can keep safe, Kanzaki Aoi said understandingly. Yes. The 3 cute girls with bean-shaped eyes around the bed chimed in unison. Kanahu also smiled, saying, it's really great that everyone is so worried about me. I truly appreciate it. Yu Xiao never expected that her lying down would attract so much concern and care from others. Whether in the Yagasaka family in the past, or now in the Demon Slayer Corps, this was the first time she had received such treatment. This made Yu Xiao feel flattered, and while her heart was filled with anxiety, she couldn't help but start to reflect. Could someone like her really receive their care? Because of her negligence, Kaidro Rengoku was injured, and it also allowed Akaza, who was Upper Moon 3, to break through his limits and completely overcome the weakness of being beheaded by the Nichiren blade. And she, just lying here due to excessive blood loss, could receive so much concern. Wasn't that a bit too cunning? Clearly, everyone had been deceived by her disguise. Moreover, Tanjiro. With this thought, Yu Xiao silently glanced at Kanawa. Kanawa was staring directly at her. In the moment their eyes met, Kanawa was momentarily stunned, and a hint of shyness quickly flashed in her eyes. Then she lowered her head, nervously fiddling with her fingers, looking undeniably like a bashful young girl. Yu Xiao was puzzled, but thinking of Kanahu's introverted personality, she assumed that Kanahu felt embarrassed because of her gaze, which made her feel even guiltier. So, she smiled apologetically at her. Kanahu's cheeks turned red, her head lowered almost to the point of tucking into her neck. Yu Xiao's eyes are so beautiful. On the side, Shinobu Kocho, observing their interaction, laughed even more joyfully and decided to make Yu Xiao's medicine 3 times as bitter from now on. Caw! Suddenly, a crow's call came from outside, and then a black shadow squeezed in awkwardly through the slightly ajar door. Upon seeing the girl lying on the bed, the little black creature could no longer hold back and dove forward. Caw! Yu Xiao! Hey! Yu Xiao was caught completely off guard, helplessly watching the little black bird cry fiercely on her chest. What is wrong with this little guy? Why is it crying all of a sudden? All right. Don't cry, I'm fine, aren't I? Gah, just cry. Who asked you to care? Woo-woo. The little black bird was crying very sadly. When it saw Yu Xiao lying unconscious in Tanjiro's arms, it felt like its entire bird life had lost hope. In the little black bird's world, Yu Xiao was the best to it. Not only building a nest for it with her own hands, but also feeding it all sorts of delicious food it had never seen before. Although Yu Xiao often liked to bully it, to the little black bird, Yu Xiao was the best partner it could ever have in its life. Other than her, the little black bird didn't want to be anyone else's pet, Because of this, it often stayed by Yu Xiao's side, afraid that something would happen to her. Unexpectedly, after it had only left for a short while, Yu Xiao was seriously injured by a demon, which made the little black bird even more determined to protect her. The little black bird vowed that if it found out which damned demon hurt Yu Xiao, even if it couldn't win, it would gather a group of people to kill that demon. After learning that Yu Xiao had awakened, everyone hurried to the butterfly mansion. Shinazugawa Sanemi was the first to arrive, accompanied by Iguro Abanai. Yuzui Tenjin arrived slightly later, but also came personally to the butterfly mansion. Upon seeing Yu Xiao, Sanemi sternly reproached her. How could you be severely injured and unconscious by a mere upper moon demon? How did you manage to kill lower moon 4 and become a Hashira? Humph, you slept for a whole day, and you're lucky to wake up at all. Abanai added sarcastically. The day before, they had visited Rengoku Kaijuro and learned about the situation from him. It was hard to believe that, according to Kaijuro, he was defeated in battle against Akaza and nearly lost his life, and it was thanks to Yu Xiao arriving just in time to save him. After that, due to his serious injuries, he couldn't fight alongside Yu Xiao to fend off the enemy, which led to Yu Xiao's defeat in her one-on-one with Akaza. As for whether Akaza was dead or not, Kaijuro didn't say, only telling them to ask Yu Xiao herself once she woke up. Through these days of contact, the few of them had gotten to know Yu Xiao to some extent. Although this girl appeared weak and usually acted very laid back, once she got serious, her strength was probably not inferior to any of the Hashira. Moreover, during the Hashira meeting, Yu Xiao had snatched a wooden box right in front of Shinazugawa Sanemi, displaying power that left everyone astonished. However, they never imagined that even someone as powerful as Rengoku Kaijuro couldn't completely defeat Akaza and was severely injured by him. Such a terrifying enemy had actually suffered quite a bit against Yu Xiao and might even have died at her hands. If it weren't for Rengoku Kaijuro's own words, Sanemi would never have believed it. Abanai shared the same view as him. In their eyes, a newcomer who had just graduated from the training corps and had only recently been selected through trials could possess such strength. She was definitely a top-tier genius. Perhaps there were still some who doubted whether the lower moon demon that Yu Xiao had killed was too weak to be taken down in one hit. But at least now, no one would have such thoughts anymore. There was no doubt that Yasaki Yu Xiao was a genuine Hashira-level fighter. Chapter 123. Sanemi exploded again. Yuzui Tenjin, carrying 2 swords, remained silent. He glanced at Sanemi and Abanai, genuinely surprised that these two held such grudges. Rengoku Kaijuro had mentioned yesterday that Yu Xiao was punched through the abdomen by Akaza and had sustained fatal injuries. Just a broken spine alone could have caused instant death. That Yu Xiao survived was nothing short of a miracle. Even more astonishing was that within just one night, she had awakened from her coma and had mostly recovered. Even knowing that Yu Xiao had extraordinary self-healing abilities, Yuzui Tenjin still found it unbelievable. In contrast, these two seemed fine, skipping pleasantries and coming straight to accuse her. One might think Yu Xiao had broken some heavenly law. Just because she got closer to that annoying guy Tenjin, she got dragged into it for no reason. What a pitiful girl. I wonder how she managed to get along with Tenjin. With that thought, Yuzui Tenjin suddenly felt a bit more pity for Yu Xiao. However, when he turned his gaze to Yu Xiao, he immediately felt that his thoughts were completely unnecessary. The reason was Yu Xiao was lost in thought. I only had some very light porridge for breakfast. At least for this lunch, they should make me something delicious, right? How can I sneakily eat dessert without being discovered by Miss and I? By the way, where's Tanjiro gone? Why haven't I seen him? Is he hiding because he's afraid I'll pursue him? Immersed in her own thoughts, Yu Xiao seemed to have not heard anything when faced with the questioning from Shinazugawa and the others, showing no reaction at all. She quietly sat on the bed, not blinking, her gaze seemingly passing through the things in front of her, unaware of where it was going, looking completely lost in another world. She was just like Taketu Michiru. This girl is actually a hidden airhead? Yuzui Tenjin felt quite speechless, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Hey! Seeing that the girl on the bed had no reaction, Shinazugawa Mitsuri grimaced and waved his hand in front of her eyes. What are you daydreaming about? Yu Xiao snapped back to reality and looked up to see Shimi's scarred face. Sorry, were you just talking to me? Such a light-hearted question seemed to ignite a powder keg. A vein popped on Shimi's forehead, and his eyes burned with fury as he gritted his teeth and said, You little brat. If it weren't for the fact that Purgatory said this girl was seriously injured and that Upper Moon 3 was missing, with only her knowing what actually happened in the end, I wouldn't have come to the Butterfly Mansion to see her. Just looking at her made him furious. Although Shimi was irritable and quick to anger, he was also clear about right and wrong. Most of the time, he wasn't really angry, just appeared hard to get along with. Otherwise, he would have long become the second person to be disliked. The main reason Shimi was so angry was that during the Hashira meeting, Yusei repeatedly protected the demons, disrupting the order of the meeting, and even played tricks right under the eyes of the master. More importantly, a few days ago, he had been tricked by Yusei. Shimi had always remembered that he had agreed to visit Yusei, but was inexplicably stood up for so long without any explanation. This made Shimi feel completely played, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Yet even in this situation, Shimi still came to the Butterfly Mansion. In fact, he was the first to arrive. As Shimi was on the verge of exploding with rage, Yuzui Tenjin finally spoke up. All right, Nakahara, we're not here to assign blame. Let's get back to the main topic. Being able to face off against Upper Moon 3 and not fall into a disadvantage in a short time. Yusei's strength as a Hashira was undoubtedly qualified. Although she ended up severely injured, she at least protected Purgatory and bought time for the dawn to arrive, which prevented any casualties. So there was no need to be so harsh on her. Iguro Abanai pointed at Yusei, his heterochromatic eyes filled with indifference. Look at her like this, what do you expect her to say? Indeed, Yuzui Tenjin crossed his arms, his expression haughty, compared to before. She's much less spirited. Chapter 124. High attack. Low defense is truly hard to maintain. Looking at the furious Nakahara Shimi in front of her, Yusei thought for a moment, then clapped her hands and exclaimed, so that's it. I completely understand now. It was because I didn't speak properly with Mr. Nakahara just now that Mr. Nakahara got angry, right? What are you talking about? Nakahara Shimi shouted in exasperation. Do you think anyone came here just to chat with you? Stop being so self-important. Yusei blinked her beautiful eyes, looking puzzled. Isn't it like this? From the very beginning, it was Mr. Fushishun and Ihei who were enthusiastically caring for me, right? Did I misunderstand? You call that caring? Shimi felt a darkness before his eyes, nearly losing his breath. He admitted that he came to the Butterfly House to see how serious Yusei's injuries were. But the main purpose was to obtain detailed information about the Upper Moon demons and to stir up some trouble for Yusei. That's why there was that initial scene. However, Shimi never expected that despite how harsh his words were, Yusei would still feel good about herself. Damn, I'm really unlucky. Shimi was quite angry, to the point that his chest, covered in multiple scars, was heaving violently. Beside him, the little Bane's expression wasn't much better. If you're not using your brain properly, you should tell the butterfly to help you fix it. Although I don't think she can help you. Yusei didn't pay any attention to Xiaoba, and his words went in one ear and out the other. She smiled gently at Shimi, her golden eyes curving into two crescent moons. Regardless of anything, I still want to thank Mr. Undying Chuan. Not only did he not hold a grudge, but he also came to the Butterfly House to visit me so eagerly after I woke up. You really are a gentle and kind person. In the next moment, Shimi, who had been on the brink of fury just a second ago, suddenly deflated like a punctured ball, staring blankly at Yusei, unable to utter a complete sentence for quite a while. You. Yusei tilted her head, looking innocent with a sweet smile. What's wrong? Oomph. Shimi snorted coldly, quickly turning her head away to avoid her gaze. The originally dark expression on her face now showed a slight flush, and her earlobes were completely red. Yusei had anticipated his reaction and deliberately said those words. Nishikawa Shimi, like his brother Genmi, appeared fierce and prickly, making it hard to approach them. And they even had a bit of a tsundere attitude. In reality, they were just shy paper tigers. To put it simply, they were not good at handling compliments, especially when it came to girls. Oh my, I really didn't expect that such a hot-tempered wind pillar would actually be Xiao. Xiao covered her lips and smiled lightly, her eyes full of mischief. Shimi felt both shy and angry, completely unaware of this. He dared not look directly at Xiao again, and finally fixed his gaze on the empty bed behind him, choosing to sit down and hug his arms, sulking. Xiaobanai, who was on the same side as him, coldly shot a remark at Xiao, smooth talker. At the same time, the white snake Diwan, coiled around his neck, was staring at Xiao with its crimson eyes and hissing a warning. Thank you for the compliment. Xiao smiled calmly, showing no fear. Xiaobanai fell silent. He had never been so speechless in his life. All you can do is talk, really more annoying than that guy Fujigane. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became quiet, and no one spoke again. Only Yuzui Tenjin, an outsider, couldn't help but think to himself that this was the first time someone other than Lord and the Rock Pillar could suppress Shimi. He had thought Shimi was a volatile powder keg, but it turned out to be a firecracker that had gone out. High attack and low defense was indeed hard to maintain. However, Yusei was impressive as well. not only managing to handle Shermi with just a few words, but also leaving the notoriously sharp-tongued Xiao Ba Nai speechless. This made a hint of appreciation flash in Yuzui Tengen's eyes. One interesting girl, upholding the spirit of enjoying the spectacle. Yuzui Tengen fearlessly added fuel to the fire. Oh, why is everyone quiet now? How mundane. Shermi sat on the edge of the bed without saying a word, while Xiao Ba Nai shot him an annoyed glance. Can you just shut up? He had just suffered a loss in front of you, Xiao, and was thinking of how to get back at her. But this guy just knew how to watch the fun and had no idea what side he was on. TSK, Yuzui Tengen touched the diamond on his forehead protector, looking completely unconcerned. All right, I know you all came to the butterfly house early for detailed information on the Upper Moon Demon. So let's get back to the main topic. Yu Xiao smiled and tried to smooth things over. You know that. Xiao Banai retorted sharply, his attack power extremely strong. If his gaze could kill, Yu Xiao would have died countless times already. Yu Xiao was completely indifferent to this and continued. The difference in strength between the upper moons and lower moons is like heaven and earth. For the Hashira, killing a lower moon in one move is not difficult. However, dealing with an upper moon would likely require at least 3 Hashira-level fighters to barely match one upper moon. Upon hearing this, Xiaobane's expression darkened. Do you think Hashira are like cabbages in the field that you can just have whenever you want? As soon as the word demon was mentioned, Shimi instantly snapped out of his embarrassment, his eyes bloodshot, and he said with a harsh tone, "Are you underestimating us?" Although he had a preliminary understanding of the strength of the upper moons, he still found it hard to accept what Yu Xiao said. Yuzui Tengen reined in his smile and did not immediately question Yu Xiao's words. Instead, he furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought. It is well known that Musen's 12 Kazuki are split evenly between upper and lower moons. If what Yu Xiao said is true, that dealing with one upper moon requires 3 Hashira, then the 10 remaining Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps are simply not enough. If they can't even eliminate an upper moon, what can they do when facing Musen Kibutsuji directly? However, the facts are clear. Just facing Akaza, Yu Xiao and Kaijiro were both injured. Moreover, Yu Xiao only stated they could barely cope, and if the actual situation deviated, wouldn't they need even more Hashira? It takes at least 1 or 2 years to train an ordinary member of a Demon Slayer Corps, not to mention whether they would be killed by an aberrant demon during subsequent missions. Among the few hundred members of the Demon Slayer Corps, Hashira-level fighters are exceptionally rare. Without a certain level of talent and unique skills, how could one possibly become a Hashira? In fact, Yu Xiao has been very conservative in his assessment. Among the upper moons, there is a drastic disparity in strength with each level. Even excluding the most terrifying upper one, Kokushibo, just the upper 2, Doma, could potentially wipe out the entire Hashira level if not for having devoured the poison-filled Shinobu Kocho. The techniques of the breath styles are restrained, and with large-scale ice attacks, he can even create ice clones of equal strength to fight alongside him, which is enough to inspire despair. Thinking of how Shinobu injected herself with wisteria poison repeatedly to create an opportunity to kill Doma in order to avenge her sister made Yu Xiao's heart a mess. No matter what, I will not let you die. Absolutely not. Due to past experiences, Yu Xiao had his own selfish feelings towards Shinobu. He did not want her to risk her life for a chance to kill Doma. But for now, they could only plan carefully for the long term. Yu Xiao closed his eyes for a moment, briefly calming his chaotic thoughts, and said to the 3 people with different expressions, "I have not exaggerated the facts. Reality is as such. In order to better cope with the Upper Moon Demon, I would like to invite all of you to my residence a week from now to discuss the intelligence we have gathered and formulate effective countermeasures. Considering that our Lord is unwell, I will inform him about this matter in advance and seek his consent. What do you all think?" Chapter 125. Don't watch the witch's commotion. Beware of the curse. Dealing with the Upper Moon Demon is indeed a significant matter. Even if the Hashira find it difficult to communicate on ordinary days, when faced with a common enemy, they can always unite and prepare for battle. Therefore, no one opposed Yu Xiao's proposal. However, Ihei Cabin found a flaw in it. In the end, you still couldn't kill Upper Moon 3 and let him slip away, right? Yu Xiao nodded slightly. I guess so. She didn't want to tell them yet about Yawazawa's beheading and rebirth. Instead, Yu Xiao was considering another matter. In the morning, Butterfly Shinobu told Yu Xiao that after being sent to the Butterfly Mansion, she noticed mysterious patterns appearing on her face. Combining that with the immense pain she felt from being engulfed in flames at the time, Yu Xiao speculated that she might have inadvertently activated the mark. The so-called mark is a special state that swordsmen who have practiced breathing techniques for a long time can occasionally activate. Once the mark is activated. Special patterns usually appear on the swordsman's face or neck, and their combat abilities are significantly enhanced in this state. Generally, for swordsmen to activate the mark, their body temperature must reach 39 degrees, and their heart rate must exceed 200 beats per minute. Only swordsmen who can survive in this state can successfully activate the mark. Otherwise, they will die quickly. Even so, swordsmen who activate the mark do not live past 25 years old. No matter how you look at it, activating the mark seems like a way to exchange lifespan for immense power. Yuxiao was not entirely sure, but to confirm her guess, she needed some time. As long as she could confirm it, she would tell these people all the methods to unlock the patterns. The strength of the upper moons was too powerful. If the Hashira could master the methods to unlock the patterns, the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps would further increase. This way, when facing the upper moons, they would at least have some means of resistance. However, what Yuxiao wanted to do was not just this. She also wanted to study methods to eliminate the side effects of the patterns. We can discuss Akaza and the patterns at the tea party in 7 days. Right now, I must first master the methods to unlock the patterns so that I can use myself as a sample for research. If successful, even if we unlock the patterns, everyone will still be able to live normally in the future. If it fails, then we'll use that method. Remembering how her master had looked at her with those gentle amethyst eyes before passing away, Yuxiao's expression became a bit dazed. What's this? Now she's starting to reflect. Seeing her somewhat downcast expression, Xiaobai couldn't help but mock. Don't worry. We never expected you to be of much use anyway. He said this purely to provoke her. In reality, he didn't blame Yuxiao too much for not being able to kill the upper moon. After all, even Kaijiro Rengoku couldn't defeat them. So it would be unreasonable to demand Yuxiao to kill the upper moon. Yuxiao was not angry, lifting the corners of her lips to reveal a smile once more as she extended her hand towards Xiaobai. Looking at the snow-white palm in front of her, Xiaobai asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Offering comfort items, Yuxiao replied with a smile. Xiaobai still didn't understand. What do you mean? Yuxiao feigned helplessness and retracted her hand in disappointment. You all can bear to come empty-handed to the butterfly house to see me? I am, after all, an injured person. Xiaobai fell silent again. What else could he say? Of course, he didn't have such things, and it was impossible for him to buy them. Besides, who would actively ask for comfort items? Yuzui Tenjin laughed, his tall figure visibly shaking. He turned his head, covering his face with one hand to avoid letting others see him trying to suppress his laughter. Yuxiao observed him struggling to suppress his laughter and slightly squinted his eyes, resting his chin on one hand, his voice lazily saying, "Mr. Yuzui seems very happy. It looks like you haven't forgotten to bring me some consolation gifts." Truly worthy of the magnificent Mr. Yuzui upon hearing this. Yuzui Tenjin's body stiffened, the remnants of his smile immediately choking in his throat. He was just here to watch the fun. Why was the fire spreading to him? But Yuxiao's mischievous nature was just that. As long as she lived, she would continue to tease others, and no matter who the target was, they couldn't escape her clutches. She even dared to trick ghosts for fun, let alone humans. So, be careful not to get caught up in the witch's antics, or you might end up cursed. Yuzui Tenjin was quite speechless, inexplicably caught in the crossfire, and had no way to deal with it, especially with the two previous colleagues setting such a living example. Rather than thinking about how to respond, it was better to slip away early. I suddenly remembered that I have a long-term investigation task recently. He said with a serious expression, "Yasaka, you should rest and recover in the butterfly mansion for now. I won't disturb you. Perhaps only the butterflies can handle her." Yuzui Tenjin thought for a moment and still felt that his three wives were great, secretly glad he hadn't team-married a troublesome kunoichi like Yuxiao. Is it a task from the Yoshiwara Pleasure District? I didn't expect the investigation to start so early. Yuxiao collected her thoughts and decided not to continue teasing him. All right, I wish you all the best. Yuzui Tenjin responded and turned to leave, casting a meaningful glance at the other two before he departed. He sure runs fast, Xiaobai mocked, then turned to Shirmi and said, "Shinazugawa, let's go. Staying here will only make us feel stifled." Yuxiao is quite peculiar. No matter how heavy the words spoken to her are, she seems indifferent, as if a punch has landed on cotton. If this continues, the only one who will feel frustrated is herself. He hasn't reached the point of needing to fight Yuxiao to the death. As fellow Hashira demon hunters, Xiaobai simply cannot stand Yuxiao's laid-back attitude. However, unexpectedly, Shimi did not seem inclined to leave. "Hey, you go ahead. I have something to ask this girl." Xiaobai did not press further. "Got it." He turned to Yuxiao, his heterochromatic eyes filled with warning, and threatened, "You better not die easily. Otherwise, as a fellow Hashira, I'll find it very embarrassing. After saying that, he left the butterfly mansion. The room was finally left with just the two of them. Shimi sat boldly on the bed opposite Yu Xiao, leaning on his thighs. And before he could speak, Yu Xiao took the initiative. Mr. Fuyukawa, I apologize for not reaching out after inviting you previously. At this moment, Yu Xiao's attitude was sincere, unlike her usual careless demeanor. She explained, I believe you can see that I'm just looking for a suitable opportunity to gather everyone reasonably. Whether it's that matter or you. I've never forgotten, because I know that since Mr. Immortal Chuan promised me, he will definitely keep his word. Shimi's face instantly flushed red, and he stared at Yu Xiao, shouting, Who told you that I want to pursue that matter? Chapter 126. Her reason. Isn't it about that matter? In Yu Xiao's eyes, there was a hint of confusion. If it weren't for her previous failure to show up, what could Shimi possibly want to discuss with her alone? Could it be related to the Lord? Based on Shimi's straightforward personality and his usual deep respect for the Lord, it wasn't hard for Yu Xiao to guess what he would say next. So annoying. Shimi turned his face away and complained to himself, a slight blush visible on his ears. With his not-so-gentle, even somewhat embarrassed expression, it all seemed quite awkward. After a while, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice, saying softly, The Lord's health has improved recently. Thank you. Perhaps he wasn't very good at expressing his goodwill, as by the end, his voice was even lighter than the wind rustling outside the window. It was clear to anyone with eyes that the condition of the delivery rooms, Yao Zai, had improved. Moreover, since he himself wanted to eliminate the barriers between Yu Xiao and the other pillars, he naturally took all the credit for it without reservation. Yu Xiao can already imagine the scene where the Lord, while smiling gently, pushes all the credit onto himself. It is likely that Xiaobane guessed that Shimi was going to bring this up, which is why he left so quickly. After all, given Xiaobane's sharp tone, it would be almost impossible to hear him say thank you. It would be easier to ascend to heaven. So it's better to leave it to Shimi. At least he can express it. Yu Xiao smiled helplessly. You don't need to be polite. This is not something worth thanking. The creator of the recipe is someone else. And if there's really a need for gratitude, it should be directed to the ancestor of the Yasaki family from 400 years ago. I have merely done something insignificant. Don't think that I came to find you just to say this. Shimi suddenly changed her usual demeanor, examining her with a serious expression. Yasaki, answer me. Why did you act smart during the Hashira meeting that day? Shimi's gaze was sharp as a knife, questioning Yu Xiao without looking away. Or is it that your respect for the Lord is merely for show? During the last Hashira meeting, Shimi clearly saw that when the Lord appeared, although Yu Xiao knelt on one knee, her knee was raised, completely, just for appearance's sake. For Shimi, who held immense respect for the Lord, Yu Xiao's behavior was undoubtedly deceitful and disrespectful. If Yu Xiao could not provide a reasonable explanation, this matter would become a thorn in his heart that he could never remove. Facing Shimi's questioning, Yu Xiao neither panicked nor rushed to defend herself. She took a deep breath and then calmly asked in return, Mr. Nishikawa, what does kneeling on one knee before the Lord represent? Without thinking, Shimi directly answered, respect, loyalty. That's right. Yu Xiao nodded. It may sound unreasonable, but as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, I respect the Lord, yet I cannot show absolute loyalty to him. What do you mean? Shimi could not understand her intention. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, how could she not be completely loyal to the Lord who leads the Corps? Even someone as impulsive and thoughtless as Shimi quickly reacted. Yasaki Yu Xiao. What are you really trying to achieve? What am I trying to achieve? Yu Xiao murmured, a bitter smile curling at the corners of her lips. I also want to know what I am truly trying to achieve. Before meeting Tanjiro, the girl named Yasaki Yu Xiao was merely a ruthless tool born for her family, tasked with eradicating curses. It wasn't until she regained a small part of her past life memories that the current Yasaki Yu Xiao, aside from her family's mission, added a selfish goal, desire, lies, deceit, and flattery. Everything was a fabricated illusion to achieve her goals. Not only did she deceive everyone around her, but she also deceived herself. How laughable. Looking at the slightly melancholic girl in front of him, Shimi felt an inexplicable sense of panic in his heart. Were his previous words too harsh? Thinking carefully, if Yu Xiao had ulterior motives, why would she help the Lord alleviate his pain? Why would she fight to the death against the third upper moon? What benefit did this bring her? Damn, is her selfishness for that red-haired brat? Shimi thought wildly, the image of the stubborn red-haired boy flashing in his mind. What was his name again? Tanjiro Kamadu, right? That's it. This girl has been covering for that kid. And joining the Demon Slayer Corps with that demon girl must be for that kid's sake. But what does that have to do with me? In just a few seconds, Shimi's heart was in turmoil. He gritted his teeth, finally mustering the courage to try to soften his voice. Hey, Yasaka, stop making that face. Shimi really couldn't take it anymore. As long as it didn't violate the core rules, Yu Xiao could do whatever she wanted. Just don't suddenly show that heart-wrenching expression. Yu Xiao blinked in confusion, her curled eyelashes framing a pair of golden eyes as clear as crystal. Her pinkish-white lips were gently pressed together, making her look incredibly endearing. The android's capabilities were insufficient, so it used AI to assist in generating images. Got hit. Sorry, I got distracted again. TSK. Shimi pouted and said nothing. Suddenly, he found himself disliking Tanjiro a bit. Yu Xiao has been acting strangely since she woke up last night. She often seems lost in thought and easily immerses herself in her own reflections. It must be because of that memory. With a sigh, Yu Xiao regained her composure and said to Shimi, the reason I cannot completely pledge my loyalty to the Lord is due to rules. As a member of the family, Yatsuki Yu Xiao can only be loyal to the head of the family and the family itself. Beyond that, I cannot wholeheartedly serve the Lord. Yu Xiao spoke slowly. If I were to kneel on one knee to show loyalty to the Lord, it would be deceitful, disloyal to my family, and disrespectful to the Lord. Shimi was completely confused by her words. What rules and what family? There is indeed an ancient saying that a servant should not serve two masters. But is Yu Xiao a servant? Ugh, my head itches. I feel like I'm going to grow a brain. Shimi said impatiently, so what? Yu Xiao thought he was going to get angry again, so he had to continue. As for the clever tricks you mentioned, it was because I didn't want to attract attention that I came up with those ideas. And back then, Yu Xiao bit her lower lip, hesitating for a while before continuing. Mr. Buzzachin always keeps bothering me, so I made a face at you. I just wanted to get back at you, huh? Shimi was taken aback, looking at her slightly flushed cheeks due to embarrassment, and suddenly felt as if something had struck him in the chest. Damn, what's with the cuteness? Chapter 127. A brief appearance after spending some effort, Shimi finally sorted out his thoughts. Is it because of your family that you can't pledge absolute loyalty to the Lord? Shimi felt confused. It was clearly something that could be explained in one sentence. So why did Yu Xiao have to go around in such a big circle? Was she afraid he wouldn't accept this reason? But it didn't matter. He had no interest in digging into others' backgrounds, as long as Yu Xiao could provide a reasonable explanation. After all, with hundreds of members in the Demon Slayer Corps, who could guarantee that every single one of them had no ulterior motives and was absolutely loyal to the Lord? I can barely accept your reason, but there's one thing I must confirm. Although Shimi frowned when he said this, his voice was much gentler than before. Will you betray the Demon Slayer Corps? Yu Xiao's golden eyes widened slightly, seemingly unable to believe that he would so directly ask such a question face to face. But upon reflection, she realized that she indeed was an unstable factor. If one day, the head of the family recalled her orders and asked her to withdraw from the Demon Slayer Corps and do something else, could she defy that? This raised a new question. What was more important, the mission entrusted by the family or her own pursuit of dreams and answers? She could not ignore the gratitude owed to her family for raising her. She could not abandon her master's teachings and the memories she had lost. The conclusion drawn from this was, it was impossible to measure. But now is not the time to think about these things. Shimi Nishikawa was still waiting for her response. Are you not worried that I will lie? Yu Xiao asked. From an observer's perspective, Shimi's actions were undoubtedly for the sake of the Demon Slayer Corps. He was indeed a qualified Hashira-level swordsman. However, his approach was too straightforward to the point where it elicited some resistance. The optimal solution for a normal person dealing with someone they were suspicious of would be to observe them in secret, never to directly bring up the topic as he did. However, compared to being secretly doubted, his straightforwardness surprisingly did not create a heavy psychological burden on people. After hearing Yu Xiao's question, Shimi's gaze was particularly firm as he said word by word, "You won't. If you still had to lie about such a question, then you would truly be beyond saving." Moreover, Shimi paused, seemingly reluctant to say this. No one believed that the Lord would misjudge someone, whether it was you, or that red-haired kid, or his sister who had turned into a demon. Yu Xiao's eyes widened, her pupils constantly contracting, and her face was filled with astonishment. But soon, she smiled in relief. It turned out that she had already been accepted as one of them. But why had she been so slow to realize it until now? No, it was simply because she didn't want to face it. Subconsciously resisting, she was also escaping it invisibly. Can I really accept the kindness from others again? For a moment, Yu Xiao felt a mix of emotions. Just the feelings given to her by Tanjiro alone were enough to make her feel guilty and ashamed. Now, there was also Lord Giyu and the other Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. No matter what, I have to do something for them. After reaching this conclusion, Yu Xiao suddenly felt much more at peace. Her brows and eyes were like paintings, and a gentle smile appeared at the corners of her lips as she showed Shimi a sincere smile from the heart. Mr. Shinazugawa, thank you. Thank you for coming to find me today and for talking to me so much. I'll try to bully you a little less in the future, provided I can manage it. What on earth? Shimi was taken aback by the smile on her face, completely bewildered by this sudden gratitude. But one must admit, Yu Xiao's smile was truly beautiful. Unlike her usual expression that always held a hint of a smile, at this moment, she was like a flower blooming in the light, radiant, graceful, and endearing. Her bright eyes seemed like morning dew, sparkling with gentle light, so beautiful that one couldn't look away. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, the girl's smile vanished like a fleeting dream, disappearing without a trace. A hint of amazement crossed Shimi's eyes. He felt a bit regretful, but knew it was definitely not an illusion. He looked at Yu Xiao with a strange expression, urging her impatiently. You still haven't answered. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Yu Xiao clasped her hands together and playfully winked at him. Since I haven't had much sugar all day, my brain is actually not functioning well. As for the word betrayal, if you mean joining the ranks of demons or betraying my companions, then I absolutely won't do such a thing. All right, got it. Shimi waved his hand, accepting Yu Xiao's answer. That's all I wanted to say. He stood up, walked towards the door, but suddenly stopped, turning his back to Yu Xiao, and said, Take care of your injuries. Okay, goodbye. Yu Xiao smiled and waved at his back, casually reminding him. By the way, Mr. Immortal River, if you encounter other Hashira, please let them know about the meeting. I'm currently in great shape, so there's no need to worry everyone. Also, remember to bring some consolation gifts next time. Shimi's mouth twitched, and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. Consolation gifts? Sure, just wait and see. You'll never get them in this lifetime. With a dark expression, Shimi didn't say anything and grabbed the doorknob, preparing to close the door. Just as the door was about to close, it seemed to Shimi that Yu Xiao was making a face at him again. Bang! Furious, Shimi slammed the door shut. This girl, I really need to find a chance to teach her a lesson. After watching Shimi leave, Yu Xiao waited a moment, then got out of bed and quietly opened the door. The corridor was empty, and taking the opportunity, Yu Xiao went to the next patient room and knocked on the door. A strong voice came from inside. Come in. With the invitation granted, Yu Xiao entered the room, casually closing the door behind her. However, before she could turn around, she heard Zenitsu's surprised shout and Inosuke's excited howl. Yu Xiao-chan. Oh wow, it's the mop head. Hearing this familiar nickname, Yu Xiao immediately turned around, forcing a smile as she scanned the room. Where's my sword? Why is there no sword in this room? There were only 3 people in the boys' patient room. Zenitsu, who was sitting excitedly on the bed, Inosuke wearing a pig head mask with his hands on his hips, and Kaijuro, who was leaning against the bed with his left eye bandaged. The only one missing was Tanjiro. Chapter 128. What bad intentions can Al have? Yatsuka girl? Upon realizing that the person entering the room was Yu Xiao, Kaijuro immediately got out of bed, disregarding Shinobu's admonitions, and hurried over to Yu Xiao, hugging her tightly. Mr. Rengoku? Before Yu Xiao could react, she was embraced by Xing Shirong. The overwhelming heat from his body made her shiver, and her voice trembled as she spoke. On the side, Inosuke's eyes almost popped out from under his Born mask. Galila big-eyed guy, what are you doing? Yu Xiao's appearance here surprised Inosuke, but what was this person doing? Why was he holding her? Zenitsu gasped, terrified, biting his fingers and silently lighting a candle for Tanjiro in his heart. Tanjiro, your opponent is too strong. You'd better pray for your own safety. Kaijuro wrapped his arms around the girl's delicate body, feeling her warm temperature, and let out a deep sigh of relief. Yasaki girl, it's really great to see you safe and sound, he sincerely sighed. Although Shinobu had said that Yu Xiao would wake up soon, Kaijuro never expected that Yu Xiao would not only wake up the day after being injured, but she also looked to be in good spirits. However, after just one night, she seemed to have become thinner. Even in loose clothing, her frail figure was hard to conceal, her waist delicate and seemingly breakable with just a little force. Remembering their first encounter, when the girl had a body as light and soft as a feather, Kaijuro's gaze darkened slightly, and his hand, resting on her waist, subtly moved upward. Is she really eating well? Mr. Rengoku, I'm fine now. Please let me go, Yu Xiao said, both shy and angry, her fair face flushed red. She wanted to push Kaijuro away, but was afraid of hurting him, so she didn't dare to use much strength. Most importantly, she was only wearing a single garment. If it was this close, Kaijuro didn't listen, gently stroking her back where there were no bandages, and the wound had completely healed, even through the thin fabric. He could feel how smooth and delicate her skin was underneath. Yu Xiao trembled at his touch and instinctively let out a scream. The high-pitched, urgent tone carried a hint of allure, making the other three present swallow hard, a strange itch rising in their hearts. Forgetting about any injuries, Yu Xiao instantly pushed Kaijiro away, covering her mouth with wide eyes filled with disbelief. How could she make such a sound? I'm sorry, it's not like that. Yu Xiao's eyes misted over, her face entirely red as she hurried to explain but couldn't find the right words. Kaijiro raised the corners of his mouth, giving her a meaningful glance. Just as he was about to say something, he realized there were two others present, so he put on a serious face to ease the situation. Sorry, Yasaki girl, your body has just recovered. It was my oversight and abruptness. Really not on purpose? Despite her doubts, Yu Xiao held back. It's okay, I understand. Covering her burning face, Yu Xiao felt so embarrassed that she wanted to escape. But thinking about her purpose for being here, she could only force herself to stay put. Fortunately, Zenitsu, being perceptive, spoke up in time to ease the awkward atmosphere. Yu Xiao-chan, how is your body? Are you okay? It's only been a day, and you can walk? You should rest more and take care of yourself. Zenitsu's face turned slightly red, clearly still recovering from the earlier scream. Standing next to him, Inosuke, wearing a boar's head mask, had an expressionless face, lost in thought, with strange pink bubbles floating around him. Don't worry. Zenitsu's concern warmed Yu Xiao's heart, making her feel less uncomfortable than before. My self-healing ability is strong. I'm almost fully recovered now. Miss Shinobu even came to check on me this morning and allowed me to move freely, so I'm fine. Zenitsu nodded repeatedly, genuinely happy that she was okay. That's really great. This little episode quickly passed. During this time, Yu Xiao confirmed Kaijiro's injuries, finding him in good condition, needing only a bit of recovery time to fully heal without significant impact. In the battle on the Mugen train, although Kaijiro and she were quite injured, fortunately, no one lost their life, so Yu Xiao had nothing much to worry about. By the way, Yasaki girl, what happened between you and Akaza in the mist? Kaijiro asked. He really wanted to know what had happened at that time. Even from a distance, he could hear the thunderous explosion from a mist, shortly after which Yu Xiao had fallen. Akaza is very strong. I am not his opponent. I had to use the mist to hold him back, but in the end, due to my carelessness, I was defeated. Yu Xiao intended to conceal her use of talismans and paper dolls, briefly explaining the situation. There was no way to anticipate that Yuoza would suddenly strike at the last moment. She had invested so much, even using the Eye of True Illusion to predict the future, striving to kill Yuoza, but the results were unsatisfactory. Not only did it trigger Yuoza's fighting spirit, but it also allowed him to completely overcome his weakness of being decapitated by the Nichiren blade. If they were to meet again, killing him would likely require waiting until dawn to use the sunlight to do so. This is just terrible, Yu Xiao lamented. She felt anxious while contemplating countermeasures, and her frustration was further fueled by Yuoza's arrogant disdain for others. It wasn't until she successfully decapitated him that she momentarily relaxed, which led to her being hit by Yuoza's punch, sending her flying and worsening her injuries, causing her to lose too much blood and fall into a coma. However, she had no choice. If she didn't deal with Yuoza before sunrise, Muzan could very well have Nezuko bring Yuoza into the Infinity Castle. At that point, there would be no hope of killing him. In short, she failed. Not only did she fail, but she also created a huge problem. Yu Xiao rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit tired. As for the more specific situation, I'll explain everything clearly in the meeting a week later. Can we not discuss this for now? It's okay. Yu Xiao-chan can say whatever she wants. I don't mind at all. Zenitsu waved his hands repeatedly, comforting her, being able to fight with the upper moons for that long. Yu Xiao-chan is already amazing. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it at all. I might die really quickly. So you have to believe in yourself. Yu Xiao smiled gently and said, don't belittle yourself so much. I know Zenitsu is also very impressive. Zenitsu was overjoyed by the compliment, covering his face and laughing foolishly. Ha ha ha. Kaijiro laughed loudly. Previously at the Fujikawa house, I told the Atsuka girl that I needed to work hard and such. But now it seems that the one who truly needs to work hard is me. Kaijiro stared at her intently, his eyes burning like flames, making Yu Xiao lower her head involuntarily. What is this person? Such a bad guy. I hate it. Oomph. With that light blue mob head, you're quite something. Inosuke proudly put his hands on his hips, but compared to me, you're still a bit lacking. Yes, of course, I'm not as good as Inosuke. Yu Xiao deliberately put on a serious face and looked at him. You could be made into grilled mountain boar, but I can't. In terms of becoming ingredients, you're definitely more talented. How could that be? I'm a human, don't get it wrong. Inosuke was so angry he stomped his feet with smoke coming out of his nostrils. Ha ha ha. Everyone was amused by him and laughed. Yuxiao finally returned to the main topic and revealed his true purpose for coming here. By the way, do you know where Tanjiro went? Chapter 129, The Quarreling Crow. Tanjiro received a new mission and set off yesterday evening. When Tanjiro was mentioned, Zenitsu's expression suddenly became quite subtle. He clearly hoped more than anyone that Yuxiao could be safe. But he had to leave the Butterfly Mansion to save others' lives and embark on a journey to slay demons once again. Tanjiro must be feeling very sad inside, right? What does Yuxiao really think of Tanjiro? It feels like Yuxiao's voice has changed a bit, but why can't I tell what kind of change it is? Ugh, Zenitsu thought dejectedly, feeling completely helpless. So there was a new mission, huh? Yuxiao pondered. He didn't expect that Tanjiro was not at the Butterfly Mansion because he had received a new mission. But this seems too hasty. It had only been a few hours since the mission on the Infinity Train ended. Tanjiro was assigned to the next mission without even having enough time to rest. Is this really okay? Did something happen? Although he was a bit worried about Tanjiro, Yuxiao still keenly noticed the unnatural expression on Zenitsu's face and asked further. Huh? Zenitsu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly snapped back to reality. After hesitating for a while, he said to Yuxiao, actually, Tanjiro was supposed to stay at the Butterfly Mansion to rest like us, but his crow, Tenjinji Matsuemon, took the initiative to accept a new mission for him. What? Before Yuxiao could say anything, Inosuke was the first to be shocked, his voice involuntarily rising a few notches. So the crow can take on missions on its own? His chatty crow, Akazukumu, usually avoids him at all costs, and he rarely sees it. He didn't expect it to have such a use. That damned fish cake, Koyahachi. How dare he secretly take on missions behind his brother's back? Inosuke let out a low growl from his throat like an angry wild boar. That despicable Koyahachi. I also want a new mission. This time, those light blue mop-headed and big-eyed guys stole the spotlight. I want to kill more demons, and then become stronger. The boar-headed boy has quite the spirit. Kaijuro praised him with a smile, saying, since you are determined to become stronger, you must train hard and never slack off. Only by being persistent can you continuously improve. I saw your performance on the train. You have great talent. Why not be my adopted son? Oh. Inosuke was filled with excitement. Although he didn't quite understand what Kaijuro meant by adopted son, as long as it sounded impressive, that was enough. Yuxiao automatically ignored the two noisy guys, focusing solely on figuring out what exactly happened. Zenitsu, do you know why Tenjin Uzui gave Tanjiro the mission? Zenitsu was initially worried that if he revealed the truth, it might trouble Yuxiao. However, since Yuxiao asked, there was no need to hide anything anymore. He also didn't want to see Tanjiro so tired, and besides, Yuxiao was so cute. It would be better for him to be with Tanjiro quickly to avoid being thought of by others. Zenitsu quietly glanced at Kaijuro beside him and noticed he wasn't paying attention to him, but was instead chatting enthusiastically with Inosuke. So he withdrew his gaze and said to Yuxiao, actually, Tanjiro had been continuously doing missions with very little time to rest. I was also puzzled about why Tanjiro had so many missions, but then one day I heard two crows arguing in a tree. Zenitsu recounted everything he knew. One of the arguing crows was Kuro, and the other was Tanjiro's messenger crow, Tenjin Uzui. The reason for their argument was quite simple. Yuxiao, as Xiaoka's partner, joined the Demon Slayer Corps not long ago and quickly rose to the rank of Hashira. This also elevated Xiaoka's status among the other crows, making him extremely arrogant due to his association. Tenjinji Matsuemon found this very displeasing because during the final selection, Xiaoka, the sixth, rushed out first and landed on Yuxiao's shoulder at his fastest speed, snatching this dazzling beauty. Crows, by nature, love shiny things. Xiaoka's act of stealing what the crow loves infuriated Tenjinji Matsuemon, who called him uncouth. In desperation, Matsuemon could only follow Tanjiro around. The rivalry had already begun at that time, and coincidentally, not long ago, Yuxiao had coerced Xiaoka into finding out Tanjiro's whereabouts. Sure enough, when the two crows met, they soon got into a fierce argument. During this time, Xiaoka, feeling proud, arrogantly revealed the news that Yuxiao had slain a lower moon demon. This provoked Tenjinji Matsuemon, making him anxious. Thus, the two crows erupted into a heated quarrel at the treetops, arguing from dusk until dawn. It was only when Matsuemon could no longer keep up with the argument that Xiaoka shook off his feathers and left with the demeanor of a victor. Afterward, the more Matsuemon thought about it, the angrier he became, leading him to frantically assign tasks to Tanjiro. As long as Tanjiro wasn't too injured, He could seamlessly transition to the next task, and it wasn't until Tanjiro was nearly exhausted that Matsuamon reluctantly allowed him a brief rest. His intention was to quickly train Tanjiro to slay 50 demons and rise to the rank of Hashira, so he could suppress Xiaoka's arrogance. As for the 12th Kazuki, not everyone has that kind of luck. Even if one does encounter them, survival is not guaranteed. Accumulating the number of demons slain in battle experience is the priority. This is all I heard, and seeing Yuxiao's expression, which was hard to decipher, Zenitsu couldn't help but shrink his neck. Ah, should I have said that? Yuxiao-chan might get angry. Yuxiao was silent for a moment before slowly speaking, her voice revealing no trace of emotion. I understand. Thank you for telling me. Zenitsu could not lie, and indeed his hearing was excellent. He could hear distant and faint sounds and could clearly distinguish the names of those sounds, recognizing both people and spirits effortlessly. However, Yuxiao did not expect that the seemingly not very bright, even somewhat timid, little black in her eyes had completely different faces in places she was unaware of. The Raven's jealousy was strong, and because of a quarrel with Little Black, Tenwei's Matsuamon had given Tanjiro so many tasks, which was naturally related to her. The matter of restraining Little Black was smoothly placed on Yuxiao's agenda. It seems I should pluck some feathers, but I wonder if Chaiwamaru's feathers have grown back yet. If they have, it won't be easy for them to be companions. But thinking of how Little Black had been crying and clinging to her in the morning, Yuxiao's heart softened again. Let's give this little guy a break for now. However, the food should be reduced. If I keep feeding it like this, it'll become as round as a coal ball. Chapter 130. Stepson Kaijiro explained the concept of a stepson to Inosuke. After receiving Inosuke's agreement to become a stepson, he turned to Zenitsu. Yellow-hair boy, do you want to be my stepson? The Hashira was an existence that everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps aspired to. Being able to become a stepson of a Hashira was an unimaginable blessing. However, in the face of such an opportunity, Zenitsu appeared hesitant. Thank you, Mr. Rengoku. But can I really do it? Zenitsu lowered his head, anxiously fiddling with his fingers. He was certain that if he became Kaijiro's stepson, he would undoubtedly receive his full guidance. After all, just from the way Kaijiro spoke, it was clear that he was a warm-hearted, generous person with a strong sense of responsibility. But Zenitsu did not believe he was qualified for such an opportunity. The thunder-breathing technique had a total of 6 forms, and he had only mastered the most basic first form. No matter what, he could not learn the other 5 forms. Although his predecessor, the former flame Hashira, had never given up on him, Zenitsu was very clear in his heart that someone like him, who was only half-trained, would eventually die at the hands of a demon. Even if he could receive guidance from a powerful swordsman like Mr. Rengoku, it would likely be a waste of the other person's good intentions. His senior brother had once said that someone like him, who only cried and could only perform the first form, was destined to face difficulties on the path of demon slaying. Who knows, one day he might encounter a slightly stronger demon and end up getting killed and eaten. Wakazashi boy. Kaijiro suddenly spoke, his mature and resonant voice pulling Zenitsu out of his anxious and inferior feelings. If one were to be timid due to worries, nothing could be accomplished. Techniques cannot be mastered overnight. Wakazashi boy and Zenitsu boy are both excellent members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and that's exactly why I hope you can become my stepsons. As Kaijiro spoke, he patted Zenitsu's shoulder, the warmth from his broad palm, leaving Zenitsu momentarily stunned. The Wakazashi boy still has a lot of room for improvement. I believe that one day in the future, you will definitely become stronger than you are now. So, Wakazashi boy, you must believe in yourself too. Mr. Rengoku. Zenitsu incredulously snapped back to reality, only to realize that his eyes were already wet with tears. He hastily wiped his face, his hands immediately stained with water. He wasn't even crying, yet he couldn't stop the tears from flowing. This was the first time he had received such serious affirmation from someone other than his master. Woo-woo, why am I crying again, in front of so many people? How embarrassing. I'm going to socially die, Zenitsu said, covering his face and not daring to look up. Zenitsu's eyes are like a faucet that's not turned off. Inosuke pointed at Zenitsu, exposing his attempt to hide his small actions. Wakazashi boy. Kaijiro wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yuxiao. Mr. Rengoku is really terrible. Bullying a little kid. Inexplicably bearing the accusation of bullying a child, Kaijiro couldn't help but laugh. Ha, this is truly a disaster. In a sense, being remembered by Yuxiao with a grudge was indeed not a good thing. Yuxiao didn't seize the opportunity to continue criticizing Xing Shoyulong. She pulled Zenitsu closer to her, gently rubbing his head and whispered, I heard that Nezuko really likes boys with a strong masculine vibe if Zenitsu becomes strong enough to protect Nezuko. Yu Xiao smiled silently, her words full of temptation. Maybe Tanjiro will agree to marry Nezuko to you. Zenitsu's back instantly straightened, and his tears stopped in an instant. Suddenly, without warning, he sprang to his feet, followed by a slide kneel, prostrating himself at Kaijiro's feet, his voice loud enough to almost be a shout. Please, you must take me as your stepson. Uffed. Yu Xiao silently covered her face and turned her head, but her body shook uncontrollably like a sieve. She could hardly hold it in. Help, why is this so funny? She just wanted to stir things up a bit to help Zenitsu become Kaijiro's stepson. But she didn't expect Nezuko's impact on Zenitsu to be so great that it could change his expression in an instant. Good. Since my young wife is so sincere. Ha ha. Kaijiro initially didn't want to laugh much, but the contrast in Zenitsu's behavior was too significant, causing him to eventually burst into laughter. Inosuke rolled his eyes in disdain. Zenitsu's strange behavior wasn't new. He was already used to it. Thus, Kaijiro naturally ended up with 2 more stepsons. Originally, Kaijiro also planned to take Tanjiro as a stepson, but since Tanjiro wasn't present, he decided to postpone it until Tanjiro completed his mission and returned to the Butterfly Mansion, at which point he would bring it up to him. Yu Xiao casually mentioned her plan to hold a tea party. The meeting a week later should be fine for Mr. Purgatory, right? Akizakuro nodded. Sharing information is indeed important, but compared to me, the 8 Sokka girl is clearly more hurt. Is this really okay? It's fine, Yu Xiao said nonchalantly. If it weren't for the fact that Akizakuro still needed some time to recover, Yu Xiao would have wanted to move the time even earlier. But just thinking about how Ju Tomioka looked with a cold face, emanating a chilling aura while staring at her, made Yu Xiao feel a bit guilty. Sigh. It's just a week. Why is Mr. Ju so hard to talk to? What a stingy person. Having said what needed to be said, Yu Xiao prepared to leave when Akizakuro suddenly called out to her. 8 Sokka girl, wait. The door stopped halfway open, and Yu Xiao turned back. Is there anything else? What was the result of that matter? Akizakuro asked abruptly. Inuzuka and Zenitsu beside them were confused, not knowing what kind of riddle this was. Yu Xiao understood at once that the matter referred to was nothing more than her battle with Uozuo, and the question was naturally about Uozuo's whereabouts. However, Yu Xiao had not wanted to bring it up before, so Xing Shulang had to come up with a different way to phrase it. Yu Xiao glanced at the 2 who were still in a daze, let out a light laugh, and replied, the result is just as you guessed. After saying this, the moon-white figure disappeared outside the door. Xing Shiru was momentarily speechless, his expression unchanged, but his heart was gradually freezing inch by inch. So he really didn't die? Chapter 131. Leisurely noon after going around in circles, Yu Xiao ultimately only found out that Tanjiro was not at the Butterfly Mansion. The matter of wanting to settle scores with him had to be put on hold for now. Yu Xiao felt a bit uncomfortable as she touched her back, secretly muttering to herself, that guy, Kaijiro Rengoku, definitely touched my back on purpose just now. Although her sense of pain had dulled, it didn't mean she had lost her sense of touch. She had endured his previous teasing on the Infinity Train, especially since Akaza had taken the liberty of giving Rengoku a good beating. But this time, in front of Zenitsu and Inosuke, it was just too embarrassing, unforgivable. Next time, if I get the chance, you're done for, Kaijiro Rengoku. Yu Xiao gritted her teeth, and when she came to her senses, she found herself in the backyard of the butterfly house. The April breeze was filled with warmth, the sun was shining brightly, and the sky was clear, making it hard not to squint in comfort. Shinzaki Aoi was hanging out bed sheets, which had finally been flattened and hung on the drying rack, but were now fluttering wildly in the unruly wind. She frowned and picked up clothespins to secure each sheet, and after finishing all this, she nodded in satisfaction. Now they won't be blown away by the wind. Yu Xiao stood on the outdoor corridor, wanting to lend a hand, but unfortunately, she wasn't wearing any shoes and could only silently observe Shinchi Aoi's every move from the side. Before she knew it, Yu Xiao had become somewhat entranced watching her, and by the time she snapped back to reality, Shinchi Aoi was already in front of her. My lady Yu Xiao, what's wrong? In the distance, there were still a few unwashed bed sheets left in the bamboo basket, indicating that Shinchi Aoi had just noticed her and hurriedly set aside her work to come over. Yu Xiao looked at the unreserved concern on her face and wanted to reach out and ruffle the hair of this lovely girl. His fingers hanging by his side moved slightly, but he didn't do it. Sorry, I got a bit distracted watching you hang the clothes. Yu Xiao smiled faintly. Did you see me distracted? Aoi Kanzaki's eyes widened, and a faint blush appeared on her face. She quickly realized her loss of composure, cleared her throat, and returned to her serious demeanor. Lord Yuxiao, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Although the weather is warm, the wind outside is quite strong. It wouldn't be good if you caught a cold, but it's so boring to stay indoors all the time. I want to go out for a walk. Yuxiao made a pitiful expression. Aoi Kanzaki hesitated, clearly softening, but remained unmoved and said sternly, as a medical staff member of the Butterfly House, it is necessary for me to make reasonable suggestions for Lord Yuxiao's speedy recovery. So please do go back and rest. Really, not at all. Yuxiao didn't want to give up just like that, and, at the same time, she was frustrated with herself for zoning out just now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been caught off guard by Kamizaki Aoi, although the other party was doing it for her own good. No, Kamizaki Aoi answered very decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. If it weren't for her strong convictions, she might have almost agreed. To prevent Yuxiao from thinking of other ways to make her relent, Kamizaki Aoi firmly escorted Yuxiao back to the door of her room. Watching her obediently walk inside, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, it seems like I haven't finished hanging my sheets yet. Remembering that she had only done half of the sheets before stopping, Kamizaki Aoi hurriedly made her way to the backyard. Chapter 132. Miri's Visit. Yuxiao was half pushed and half led back to the room by Shinchi Aoi. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a strange scene. A girl with pink three-stranded braids was kneeling on the clean floor. The girl lifted the bed curtain with one hand, then bent down to look under the bed, seemingly searching for something. Hearing the sound of the door, the girl turned her head back like a vigilant cat, her grass-green eyes instantly brightening upon seeing Yuxiao. Yuxiao, so you are here. Ganlu Temple Mealy quickly stood up from the ground and rushed to Yuxiao's side. As she got closer, Yuxiao could smell a sweet fragrance reminiscent of peach blossoms coming from her, making Yuxiao, who hadn't eaten any sweets all day, feel incredibly hungry, despite having just eaten the specially prepared nutritional meal by Shinchi Aoi not long ago. Mealy, what brings you here? And what were you looking for just now? Yuxiao was pleasantly surprised by Ganlu Temple Mealy's sudden visit. Although they had spent little time together, it didn't hinder her fondness for Mealy. If there were levels of affection, Mealy would definitely belong to the highest level of super fondness in Yuxiao's heart. Mealy, a bit shy, covered her flushed cheeks and said, I came yesterday, but I didn't see you. Today, I heard from Koisher that you woke up, so I hurried to see you. I just saw you weren't here, so I was looking for you. I didn't expect you to come in from outside. Her face turned even redder. Yuxiao found Mealy's shy demeanor incredibly cute, and she was also amused by her silly and adorable behavior of searching for her under the bed. It was obvious at a glance that she had gone outside. Even a child who had just learned to dress themselves would know this. Before Yuxiao could tease her, an emotionless, youthful voice came from the corner. Yuxiao turned to look and, as expected, saw Shirtu Michiro standing like a ghost in a shadowy corner of the room, his gaze faintly fixed on her. So if it's Michiro, no wonder his aura is so weak. Just as she entered the room, Yuxiao had sensed two different auras present, although both were Hashira level. Michiro's presence felt very concealed compared to Mitsuri's. This was closely related to his use of mist breathing. Unless one was of equal strength or stronger, it would be difficult for anyone to notice his approach. Why is this happening? I just want to find Yuxiao, Mitsuri said, her head hanging low, clearly affected by Michiro's words. Even though Michiro had lost his memory and seemed a bit airheaded, he still retained some of his sharp tongue traits, which Yuxiao was well aware of. Michiro-kun, be careful about how you speak to girls, or you might end up being disliked like Mr. Ju, Yuxiao said with a harmless smile, yet her words were quite sharp. It was a joke. She had finally managed to sneak some time to relax, only to be dragged by Michiro to be a sparring partner. Even if Yuxiao had a good temper, she would still hold some resentment. Moreover, after all this time, this guy hadn't even remembered her name. Humph. Michiro looked down with half-closed eyes, not saying a word, seeming to be angry. Yuxiao heard a cold snort coming from his throat, a very faint sound that carried a hint of almost imperceptible grievance, as if it were an illusion. Yuxiao didn't pay much attention, but Mealy, who was still feeling down, instantly burst into laughter upon hearing Yuxiao's words. Ha ha ha. Mealy laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Yuxiao, saying that about Mr. Tenjin is just too cruel. Chapter 133. Sarcastic taunts for Michiro. Yuxiao innocently spread her hands, quickly distancing herself from the situation. This is something Miss Shinobu said just recently, and if you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Ion. He heard it too, so you can't blame me. Haha. Mitsuri wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. It did sound like something Shinobu would say. However, Mr. Tenjin is indeed quite strange sometimes, saying things that are hard to understand. And that's probably why his relationship with Mr. Takadu has become so strained. After saying this, Mitsuri carefully leaned in closer to Yuxiao, seriously examining her until she confirmed that Yuxiao was fine, and only then did she feel relieved. I was really worried when I came to see you yesterday. Even though Shinobu told me many times that you would be okay, I really couldn't help but be concerned. Thinking of Yuxiao wrapped in bandages, lying on the bed in a state of unconsciousness, Mitsuri's eyes filled with sorrow. Yesterday, she received news from Kaneo and rushed to the Butterfly Mansion, where a crowd had already gathered outside. It could be said that nearly all the Hashira who could come had arrived. It wasn't until they heard Shinobu announce that both Kaijuro and Yuxiao were no longer in danger that everyone collectively sighed in relief. Even though they were used to the cycle of life and death, no one dared to think about how painful it would be to lose another companion in such a short time. Moreover, according to Kaijuro Rengoku, if Yuxiao hadn't stepped up at a critical moment, he might have been the one pierced by Akaza's fist afterward. Thinking of this, Mitsuri pouted sadly, her eyes misting over. She took Yuxiao's hand and gently held it. It must hurt a lot after such serious injuries, right? Yuxiao was taken aback for a moment. She looked into Mealy's light green eyes, where the concern and worry were unmistakably evident, as if at this moment they had turned into a tangible entity, enveloping her from head to toe with streams of warmth. It was so comforting, it made one feel attached. Should I tell her? The fact that she could hardly feel any pain. That would probably make things very complicated, right? Yuxiao faintly remembers the harsh education she received in her childhood, which brought her physical and emotional suffering. Even though blood and sweat mingled together, as a member of the family, she could only grit her teeth and endure silently. This was the responsibility she had to bear, as well as a mission she could not escape from. During that time, the only person who cared for her and loved her wholeheartedly was Sister Tianzi. However, in the end, Sister Tianzi still left her. Yuxiao suddenly said in a very serious tone, "Miri, you don't have to worry about me so much. My physical constitution is quite special. I can quickly heal myself in a short period after being injured. Although I can't compare to those who have turned into demons, it won't be easy to defeat me." When Butterfly Shinobu was treating her, she must have noticed her unusual traits, so Yuxiao didn't intend to hide it. However, if Butterfly Shinobu wanted to use her blood for research in the future, even if Yuxiao cooperated, she wouldn't be able to make that decision on her own. This special healing ability is a secret within the entire family. Only Yuxiao and another elder know about it, while the others are completely unaware. Miri tightened her grip on her hand, her expression somewhat sad. "I understand your intentions. After all, everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps is fighting hard for a better future. But Yuxiao, even if your wounds heal quickly, you should still cherish your body and not neglect it just because of this special constitution." Before Miri could finish her words, she was interrupted by Michiro, who was standing in the corner. "So this is your reason for your crushing defeat?" In an instant, both Miri and Yuxiao turned to look at him. Miri, in disbelief, said, "Takedo-kun, how can you say that about Yuxiao?" In Miri's impression, Michiro was more of a well-behaved type, often daydreaming and speaking little. Because he was young and inexperienced, he sometimes said things that were hard to accept, but everyone understood and tolerated him. However, Yuxiao had just gone through a fierce battle and was seriously injured. It was one thing for him not to express concern, but how could he say such harsh words? Miri instantly found Michiro unlikable. Yet, Michiro simply replied without changing his expression, "I'm just stating the facts." Isn't it true that she lost? Those two light words seemed devoid of any emotion. But Michiro knew very well what Yuxiao's defeat to Upper Moon 3 truly meant. As the only one who often practiced with Yuxiao and had always fought her to a standstill, he understood just how strong Yuxiao was. Yuxiao was not only stronger than him, but much stronger. The most obvious evidence was that after every practice session, Michiro felt that Yuxiao hadn't gone all out. Moreover, he could make some progress in their practice each time, as if Yuxiao was intentionally or unintentionally training him. Therefore, even though he didn't want to admit it, facing the reality that he had lost to someone stronger than himself made it hard for Michiro to accept the result. If he couldn't defeat an enemy that even Yuxiao couldn't beat, would he even be able to return alive? If I can't even defeat an Upper Moon demon, then what are the chances of killing Muzan Kibutsuji? On the surface, Michiro still appeared indifferent, but the hand hidden in his oversized sleeve clenched into a fist. "Who told you I lost?" Yuxiao smiled and winked at him. "I never personally admitted that I lost." "Igriga Yuxiao?" Miri's eyes widened, staring intently. Even the hand holding hers couldn't help but tremble slightly with excitement. "What does Yuxiao mean?" Could it be that she really did it? Did she cut off the head of Upper Moon 3? Michiro opened his mouth, his eyes showing no change, but a hint of astonishment crossed his expression. Are you all very curious about what really happened? Yuxiao retracted her hand that was held by Mealy, pretending to be mysterious as she took 2 steps forward. She twirled her fingers around her hair, smiling at the two of them, and finally, under their expectant and surprised gazes, she slowly said, I won't tell you. Wei Lang's face immediately darkened. Mealy had a few black lines appear on her forehead. Seeing the subtle expressions on their faces as expected, Yuxiao couldn't help but laugh happily. Her laughter was crisp and pleasant, like silver bells, but the other two present had no mood to listen at all. Come to the tea party I'm hosting a week later. Yuxiao stopped laughing and said to the two, By then, I will tell you everything I know. Chapter 134. Big E loses the dessert. When Yuxiao sent out the tea party invitation, Mitsuri naturally agreed without hesitation. In fact, Mitsuri had been looking forward to such activities for a long time, imagining how fun it would be to participate with everyone. Unfortunately, every member of the Demon Slayer Corps was very busy. Even during the rare moments of leisure, she could only talk about girlhood secrets with Shinobu, the only other girl among the Hashira. This felt a bit lonely for the lively and outgoing Mitsuri. But now it was different. Whether it was the current popular clothing styles or the trending snacks, Mitsuri and Yuxiao could chat in perfect harmony, sharing almost the same topics and interests. Especially when it came to desserts and snacks, Yuxiao seemed to open up like a chatterbox, naming dishes like they were lines of a poem, each one rhyming and never repeating. This left Mitsuri, who could eat 170 Sakura cakes in a day, in awe. Besides that, Mitsuri also noticed that whenever the topic of romance came up, Yuxiao would become quite silly. It was hard to find the right words to describe Yuxiao's state. She appeared as pure and innocent as a young child, completely devoid of the passion and excitement that belonged to a teenage girl. Could it be because Yuxiao comes from a strict family? Mitsuri felt a bit confused but didn't think too much about it. Matters of the heart often rely on fate and cannot be forced. Besides, who knows, maybe one day Yuxiao would figure out on her own. Their light-hearted conversation had to be temporarily interrupted when Kaneo brought news of a new mission. Mitsuri reluctantly said goodbye to Yuxiao, and before leaving, she made sure to give her a large bag of treats she had brought. This bag, filled with Mitsuri's heartfelt desserts, was soon discovered by the ever-elusive Shinobu. Oh dear, the injured must not overindulge. Shinobu easily swiped the entire bag of sweets away, saying, Yuxiao's body hasn't fully recovered yet. I'll keep these dangerous foods that could spike your blood sugar for now. The treats that were about to be enjoyed disappeared in an instant, leaving Yuxiao feeling dizzy. She weakly held her forehead and muttered to herself, How could I be so careless? Shinobu remained unfazed, still wearing her signature gentle smile, and presented Yuxiao with a bowl of dark, murky medicine. Here, Yuxiao, it's time to take your medicine. The black concoction in the bowl seemed cursed, exuding an ominous aura. The scent wafting through the air was so unappealing that even Michiro, who had been hiding in the corner, couldn't help but pinch his nose, exuding disdain for the medicine. What kind of medicine is this? It smells terrible and is so bitter. Oh, come on. Shinobu feigned surprise. Yuxiao was seriously injured this time. And this is a special concoction I've prepared to replenish her energy and blood. It's a bit bitter, but it's all for her health. Michiro fell silent, then looked at Yuxiao, seemingly waiting for her to deal with this hot potato. Surprisingly, Yuxiao did not refuse at all. Thank you for your concern, Miss Shinobu. Yuxiao took the medicine, tilted her head back, and drank it all in one go. The whole process is familiar as drinking water. It was incomprehensible. The doll girl was indeed not a normal person. Wu Yilang immediately reached this conclusion. Yuxiao replied with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. It's quite disrespectful of you, Takata-kun, to evaluate girls like that. Shinobu quietly retracted the medicine bowl, a hint of surprise appearing in her eyes. This medicine was specially concocted by her. In addition to nourishing the chi and blood, it was several times more bitter than ordinary herbal soups. Anyone who saw it would inevitably show a difficult expression and refuse to take it. Yet Yuxiao drank it all so easily. Did Yuxiao often take medicine before? Shinobu casually asked. Yuxiao nodded and said, When I was young, my health was very poor, and I often drank various soups and medicines to nourish my body. But there was no improvement. Until one day, my body suddenly got better, and I no longer felt the weakness and fatigue I had before, and I rarely got sick again. Everyone believed that it was the spirit of the immortal my family worships that helped me regain my health. Yuxiao's memory of her recovery is quite hazy. She only vaguely remembers that it seemed she had slept for a very long time. When she woke up again, the weakness and sense of powerlessness that had accompanied her since birth disappeared without a trace. She didn't know what had happened before that, but being healthy was undoubtedly a good thing, both for Yuxiao herself and for her family. The butterfly was somewhat surprised, so such a magical thing had actually happened? To become healthy in a short period of time, and without any external assistance. She lowered her gaze in thought, and quickly realized a problem. Yuxiao said that he was just weak and sickly when he was young, and then one day his health suddenly improved. This means that a long time must have passed since then, right? A healthy person has no need to take medicine, and since Yuxiao hasn't taken any medicine for so long, he can still calmly drink that bowl of bitter herbal soup now. Yuxiao, can't you taste the flavor of the soup? Clever as Butterfly Ninja is, she pinpointed the problem directly. Chapter 135, The Cunning Liar. The more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen, just like now. Even if Yuxiao doesn't say it, Butterfly Ninja can guess it herself. She's too smart. Any information mentioned by Yuxiao will become her clue, and she can deduce the answer from it, which can only be described as unexpected yet reasonable. Moreover, being able to develop a highly potent wisteria flower poison against demons and taking on the role of the insect Hashira, despite her own lack of strength, undoubtedly proves that Shinobu Kocho's mind is quite meticulous and resourceful, even comparable to the leader of the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Since she has already been confronted directly, Yuxiao can only give up her intention to evade and choose to admit it straightforwardly. Yes, Miss Shinobu guessed correctly. My sense of taste has never been good, which is innate and currently has no treatment, but it does not affect me at all. Yu Zhao's demeanor was very calm, showing no signs of being exposed, and her words were flawless, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, Butterfly Shinobi was clearly not so easily fooled. Yu Zhao, you should know that the feedback from human taste and pain comes from two different sensory systems. Butterfly Shinobi's lips curled into a faint smile, her voice gentle yet pressing with a strong momentum. Perhaps for you, the taste of this medicinal soup is bland, but each herb has its own distinct flavor. It won't just be bitter, it can also be sweet, sour, or spicy. Since you are also well-versed in pharmacology, why not take a guess at what herbs are in this restorative soup for replenishing qi and blood? Butterfly Shinobi smiled, her scrutinizing gaze falling on Yu Xiao as if it were tangible weight. She carefully observed any reaction from Yu Xiao, leaving no hint of suspicion unchecked. Yu Xiao's mood instantly plummeted. She certainly knew that this bowl of medicinal soup was not only excessively bitter, but also had a spicy flavor that was hard to ignore, making it not something that could be easily swallowed. If only Butterfly Shinobu could be as easy to talk to as Ju Tomioka. Yu Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly, only blaming herself for being too calm when she took the medicine earlier. But she couldn't lie to Shinobu, especially when facing those beautiful purple eyes. The reason she answered the question from another angle was that Yu Xiao was afraid Shinobu would discover her secret, think of her as a habitual liar, and no longer maintain closeness with her. If that happened, how could she persuade Shinobu to give up the idea of a one-for-one exchange, sacrificing herself for revenge? So Yu Xiao hesitated for a moment, then, under Shinobu's unwavering gaze, revealed the truth. Not only is my sense of taste dull, but my sense of pain is also very blunt. Besides that, ordinary poisons cause me very little harm. Yu Xiao closed her eyes, not really wanting to tell her all these things. But even if she didn't say it now, Butterfly Shinobu was so smart that she would find out sooner or later. It was better to just tell her to avoid any gaps that might form between them in the future. Although the current situation didn't seem to be improving much. So that's how it is. Butterfly Shinobu smiled gently. No wonder Yu Xiao could be lively and energetic the day after her serious injury. It seems that besides her quick physical recovery, it also had something to do with her dull pain perception. Although Butterfly Shinobu was smiling, there was no hint of joy in her eyes, and her voice remained as gentle as ever, but it sent chills down people's spines. She was angry. Meanwhile, Michiro blinked in confusion, completely not understanding why their conversation had shifted from taking medicine to taste and pain perception. The 14-year-old genius swordsman did not grasp the intricacies of human relationships, nor the mutual probing hidden beneath their seemingly harmonious exchange. He tried to clarify the connection between the topics, but as he pondered, his thoughts began to wander, and he drifted off into the void. What was I here for? Sorry, Miss Shinobu. I didn't mean to deceive you on purpose. I just didn't want to cause trouble for others because of my own reasons. And besides, Yu Xiao looked into her eyes, a faint smile on her lips. I'm in good shape. You don't need to worry about that. Both her indifferent words and her nonchalant attitude made Butterfly Shin feel incredibly angry. How could she be like this? She completely disregarded herself. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if a person's sense of pain became dull. In daily life, she wouldn't notice if she got burned, tripped and fell, or cut by sharp objects. Even if she did react, due to her constitution, those seemingly insignificant injuries would heal quickly, as if nothing had ever happened. But when facing a powerful enemy, this dull pain response, to put it bluntly, could cost someone their life. If it weren't for her extraordinary recovery ability, her attitude and way of doing things, Butterfly Shin suppressed her smile, enduring the turmoil of anger within her, biting her tongue several times to swallow back the words that nearly escaped her lips. The two remained in a stalemate, neither of them speaking again. But soon, Butterfly Shin realized something. Powerful self-healing, dulled pain perception, resistance to poison, and excellent combat ability. Instantly, she thought of someone. Yuzui Tengen. In an instant, countless possibilities and speculations flashed through Butterfly Shin's mind, eventually calming her down. She suddenly remembered something. I recall that the surname Yasaki is very rare. Definitely not a name that ordinary people can have. It seems to have been recorded in history. With this thought, Butterfly Shin's eyes widened in shock, looking at Yu Xiao in disbelief. The other party merely smiled and shook her head at her. Miss Shin, everyone has their reasons for what they do. In this regard, we are the same. From the moment I reported my real name and joined the Demon Slayer Corps, my position no longer represents just myself. I hope you can understand. Yu Xiao almost made her point clear. Is that so? Butterfly Shin managed a cold smile, feeling very displeased. It was she who had said she wanted to be friends before. Those sweet words were indeed all to deceive her. That sly trickster. Butterfly Shin bit her lip hard, one hand subtly pressing against her pocket. Inside was a bag of candy, prepared because she worried that the medicine she concocted would be too bitter and make Yu Xiao uncomfortable after drinking it. A wave of bitterness spread in her heart. I'm not concerned about her. I don't want to care about her anymore. Then I won't disturb her rest. Same goes for Mitsuri. If there's nothing else, it's better not to disturb the patient. Butterfly Shin said expressionlessly before leaving. Yu Xiao knew that she had made her angry, but there was nothing she could do. Besides, if Butterfly knew that she planned to leave Butterfly House tonight, she would probably be even angrier, right? Chapter 136, A Story Without Witnesses. I'm sorry, Mr. Shido. I was too engrossed in my conversation with Honeyglass earlier and neglected you. Now that Miss Rin has left, is there something you need from me? Yu Xiao sat on the edge of the bed, her toes barely touching the floor. She propped herself up with one hand on the bed's edge, her hair cascading down in front of her chest. Her pale complexion from excessive blood loss after her serious injury exuding a kind of sickly beauty. Wujalong came back to his senses and walked to Yu Xiao's bedside. He looked at her for a while before realizing, slowly pulling out a beautifully packaged box of chocolates from his pocket. Here, he held the chocolates in front of Yu Xiao. Sweet and cloying. I don't like this. Is this specially bought for me? Thank you. Yu Xiao felt incredible, but she still carefully accepted the gift. What surprised her even more was that, from the packaging, this box of chocolates was actually from the same brand as the chocolate she had given to Weiling that time. Despite being just a small box, it was quite expensive. The most important thing was that someone as forgetful as Weiling could actually remember to buy something for someone else. It was truly hard to believe. Why did Miss Puppet, who clearly couldn't taste food, still enjoy sweet things so much? Weiling skillfully sat down next to Yu Xiao, tilted his head to observe her profile, and asked in confusion. Yu Xiao pressed her lips together in silence, her fingertips gently rubbing the exquisite gift box, her thoughts gradually drifting away. After a long while, she finally spoke. A long time ago, there was a poor and kind-hearted girl who loved desserts very much and was even more passionate about making them herself. She dreamed that one day she could have her own dessert shop in the royal city. Unfortunately, the girl was born with a weak sense of taste. Even if she put a full spoonful of sugar in her mouth, she could only taste a sweetness that was just right for ordinary people or even considered bland. Thus, the desserts she made always had various problems. The girl never thought of giving up. She was hardworking and diligently tried to realize her wish. However, before that wish could come true, the girl was cruelly murdered. Yu Xiao tightened her grip on the gift box, leaving marks from her nails on it. Her throat felt tight, making it almost impossible to speak, and her hoarse voice carried a hint of sadness. The sweet taste always brings happiness. However, compared to delicious desserts, I prefer to see everyone smiles. She had said this before. Wujerong listened, somewhat confused, propping his chin on his hand and pondering for a moment before asking. Was she killed by a demon? Yu Xiao shook his head, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his lips. This is just a story, a tale I made up on a whim. No one witnessed this event happening, and there is no evidence to prove that what I say is the truth. But Yu Xiao slowly turned her head, looking at him seriously, her expression filled with indescribable melancholy. If I said all of this is true, would you believe me? In the exchange of their gazes, Wu Yang only saw the deep sorrow in her golden eyes. Unlike what he had seen before, her eyes were still a rare golden color. But at this moment, they revealed an indescribable sadness. Wu Yang judged that she was not lying. I believe you, he said. The chaos of day returned to silence at night. In the backyard of the butterfly house, there was a cherry tree, its branches laden with flower buds resembling white jade, which seemed likely to bloom in 2 or 3 days. Yu Xiao was dressed in a white robe and blue trousers, with a spare sunwheel knife clipped to her waist. Her long hair was neatly styled, and her appearance was simple and appropriate. On her raised arm stood a silver-gray eagle, which upon closer inspection had some bare patches of feathers, as if it had been plucked and was now growing new ones. It was none other than Qin Yawan. With its big, bright eyes, Qin Yawan stared intently at Yu Xiao, its gaze filled with resentment as it lifted its paw, which was tied with a letter meant for her, signaling her to take it. Yu Xiao took down the letter and sighed. Even if you don't come to find me, I know I have to go back. Qin Yawan flapped its wings and called out twice in protest, tried to express its dissatisfaction with Yu Xiao. Unfortunately, it couldn't speak human language like Xiao He, and Yu Xiao wasn't in the mood to pay attention to it. After opening the letter and glancing at it, the content was not much different from what he had expected. Yu Xiao lost interest and waved his hand casually, conjuring a flame from his fingertips that instantly burned the letter to ashes. The sudden burst of fire startled Qin Yawan, which flapped its wings in a panic and flew to the nearby cherry tree, squawking incessantly, and it was easy to guess it was cursing loudly. Oomph, your feathers aren't even fully grown, yet you've gained quite a bit of ability. Yu Xiao looked up at the eagle that was calling incessantly from the branches. A fleeting coldness flashed in her eyes, signaling a sign of danger. Qin Yawan's cries suddenly stopped, although it was well loved by the current head of the family, Inquan. If it angered Yu Xiao, even the head of the family couldn't protect its life. Qin Yawan was a very intelligent eagle, knowing how to assess the situation. The aura that occasionally emanated from Yu Xiao was enough to warn it that she was not someone it could provoke. Better returned to report to the head of the family. I will arrive on time tomorrow morning. Yu Xiao raised her hand, and as she took a step forward, she suddenly sensed a presence. Instinctively, she drew her blade and turned around, the tip of the sword aimed directly at the intruder's throat. Akazuki Rengoku showed no fear, instantly pinching the blade with 2 fingers, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. The man's dark, thick eyebrows furrowed deeply, his face serious as he stared at her. Yasaki girl, where are you going? For a moment, the expression on the girl's face was so unfamiliar it was disorienting, her gaze cold as if it were about to freeze. Yet, Rengoku still reached out to stop her. Injured individuals should rest quietly in the butterfly mansion and cannot run around recklessly. This was Shinobu Kocho's instruction. And since Yu Xiao clearly intended to leave, he could not stand by and do nothing. Yu Xiao was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit frustrated with her body's instinctive reaction. Yet she couldn't control it. The letter from Qin Yawan plunged her already hopeless heart even deeper into despair, making her unusually irritable, to the point where she couldn't even discern the aura that Kaijiro Rengoku emitted when he got close. Moreover, being in the safe environment of the butterfly mansion, even if there were members of the Demon Slayer Corps who were dissatisfied with her, they wouldn't dare to harm her. She was too tense. Sorry. Yu Xiao pressed her lips together, retracted the sunwheel blade, and when she raised her eyes, she found that Akisuger was holding a bitten roasted sweet potato in his other hand. The frustration that had been suppressed in her heart instantly dissipated. Yu Xiao forcibly held back her laughter, silently lowered her head, and her body trembled slightly, giving Akisuger some face. Sneaking into the kitchen at midnight to steal roasted sweet potatoes, yet still daring to stand up so justly to stop her from leaving the butterfly mansion. This was truly encountering an equally matched opponent. Chapter 137. The potato thief and the escapist seeing Yu Xiao with her head down and her body trembling imperceptibly. Akisuger thought she was trying to sneak away from the butterfly mansion after being discovered. So he advised, Yasaki girl, although you can move freely, you have been seriously injured. Moreover, you have only been recuperating for less than 2 days. Isn't it too hasty for you to leave the butterfly mansion? Does Butterfly know about this? Akisuger's expression was serious, his eyes fixed on the girl. He was very concerned about Yu Xiao's physical condition, and, at the same time, he worried that speaking too urgently might provoke a resistance. So, before Yu Xiao could respond, he softened his tone and added, no matter what urgent matter you need to handle, As long as it is within our capabilities, we can provide help for you. Please take care of your health. Yu Xiao did not answer immediately. She could clearly feel the unreserved concern and anxiety from Xing Shiru. However, she could not go against orders. Qin Yawan had already sent her a message, and she had to return to the Yasaki family to report quickly. There was no time to explain. Moreover, when it came to family matters, only the head of the family, Ayakashi Yoya, needed to be informed. I need to leave the butterfly house quickly to find the Lord. I have no intention of leaving the butterfly house. Yu Xiao spoke softly, her tone dull and tinged with a hint of grievance. Her mood gradually calming with the cold breeze that floated through the night. She looked up directly at the man before her, whose hair was like flames. His stunning face adorned with the usual gentle smile, yet there was no trace of mirth in his golden eyes. I just can't sleep. I'm only practicing my sword here. If I were to directly say that I want to leave the butterfly house, considering Akazuki Rengoku's character, things would become quite difficult, wouldn't they? Yu Xiao gave a seemingly reasonable excuse without a moment's thought. Akihiro looked at her with a complex expression and suddenly sensed an inexplicable sense of discord from her face. Especially at this moment. He was only a step away from Yu Xiao, and in the dim night, the girl showed him a gentle smile that seemed unintentional but could easily put one at ease. Her smile gave the first impression of a gentle and harmless, obedient girl. Very friendly, similar at first glance to Shinobu Kocho. But upon closer inspection, they were entirely different. If Shinobu smiled to mimic her deceased sister, then Yu Xiao's smile was a deliberate disguise to better connect with others, creating a submissive demeanor that elicited no suspicion. Akihiro could not describe that feeling. It felt like an unknown creature disguised as a human, desperately trying to mimic human behavior to blend perfectly into society, making itself appear kind in order to avoid detection as an anomaly hidden among the crowd. Akihiro was startled by his own thoughts, but he was certain that Yu Xiao harbored no malice. So what exactly did she go through to become like this? Akihiro unconsciously furrowed his brows. He didn't confront Yu Xiao about her lie. He simply looked up at the eagle perched on the treetop, ready to fly away at any moment when he wasn't paying attention. Crows are common in Japan, but eagles, such raptors, wouldn't appear in such places at midnight. The implication was clear. Yu Xiao followed his gaze, and, in the next moment of eye contact, Qin Yawan flew away. Ah, are you looking at that eagle? Yu Xiao, feeling a bit late to the moment, played with her long hair that fell over her chest, appearing nonchalant as she softly said, "That eagle is called Chinyamaru. It's a carrier pigeon my family and I use to communicate." The girl's voice was very soft, and at this distance, Kaijuro could barely hear her. However, more than that, "Mr. Rengoku, I have a question I want to ask you." Kaijuro looked at her intently. What question? The girl's pale pink lips moved slightly, but no sound came out as expected. It seemed she said something, but Kaijuro couldn't hear clearly. Just as he was about to ask her to repeat it louder, he caught a faint fragrance with the tip of his nose, and his pupils jolted as he realized the girl had stepped forward, leaning in closer to him. The moonlight-colored hair, swayed by the gentle breeze, felt like a pair of soft, boneless hands gliding across Kaijuro's chest through the thin fabric, with a strand even brushing against his neck. The scent became more intense as the girl drew nearer. Kaijuro couldn't help but recall the embrace from earlier in the day. The wonderful sensation made his heart race uncontrollably, and his breathing became noticeably rapid. Yasaki girl? He had only gotten halfway through when he swallowed the words back down, because at that moment, Yu Xiao was on her tiptoes, pressing against his shoulder, whispering in his ear, "Mr. Rengoku, I have something very important to ask you." Her voice was as soft as a whisper, and Kaijuro was too distracted to listen to what she was about to say. He only felt a tingling sensation by his ear, his blood boiling instantly. A wave of heat surged from the base of his ears all the way to the top of his head, and his neck and face felt as if they were burning red. It felt as if his ears were receiving kiss after kiss from the breaths the girl took while speaking, making his earlobes warm and tingly, causing Kaijuro to shudder, especially with the girl's soft body brushing against him, almost imperceptibly. Kaijuro suddenly felt his legs weaken, nearly losing his balance, and even the scene in front of him began to sway. Before he could react, he heard Yu Xiao's teasing voice in his ear. "Is roasted sweet potato delicious, Mr. Rengoku?" Yu Xiao's face had long lost its gentleness, replaced by a malicious smile. Despite this, her smile was still captivating enough to leave people unable to look away. Xing Shiru felt his limbs growing weak, his eyelids sinking uncontrollably, and a strong wave of drowsiness sweeping over every nerve in his body. In a daze, he realized that he had fallen into her trap. That fragrance is completely different from the light scent she had before, so that's how it is. As if anticipating this day would come, Xing Shuru smiled in resignation. The cycle of karma is indeed fair. This time, it was finally his turn to be toyed with. Chapter 138. Xiao's Revenge. Mr. Rengoku, has anyone ever told you not to try to provoke a lady? Yu Xiao leisurely sized him up, her pale pink lips parting and closing. Because you cannot imagine what kind of consequences will arise from angering her. This time, you came knocking on my door, so you can't blame me. Yu Xiao narrowed her eyes slightly, the corners of her eyes lifting, smiling in a very cunning manner. She had long wanted to take revenge on Xing Shuru, but she didn't expect him to come to her voluntarily. Xing Shuru gasped heavily, trying to hold himself up, attempting to use his breathing techniques to regain his spirits. Unfortunately, he had no idea what kind of drug Yu Xiao had used on him. Even using breathing techniques couldn't slow down the spread of the drug effects throughout his body. Yu Xiao saw his intentions and did not stop him, just admiring the restrained expression on the man's face while not forgetting to mock him with a hint of schadenfreude. Mr. Rengoku, you don't really think that using breathing techniques can slow down the effects of the drug, do you? It's useless. This is a special enhanced version designed specifically for someone with your strong will. Kaijuro's lips forced a smile, his voice betraying weakness. To have such an honor, should he not first say thank you? However, at this moment, Kaijuro was clearly unable to stand. A thin layer of sweat formed on his forehead. His eyelids felt heavy as if weighed down by lead, and each blink became incredibly laborious. His legs felt as if they were sinking into a quagmire, utterly weak. This isn't looking good, he thought. Rengoku Kaijuro, a tall and mighty man, a flame Hashira, and the eldest son at home, unexpectedly found himself at the mercy of the girl before him. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. Just as Kaijuro was about to succumb to the drug and fall to the ground, at a critical moment, Yu Xiao extended a hand of salvation, grabbing his arm, which gave him a new point of support, preventing him from collapsing completely. Her action was not out of kindness. All the laundry was the responsibility of Kanzaki Aoi, and Yu Xiao did not want to add to her workload. However, in that brief moment, the pull from Yu Xiao caused the already weak and unsteady Kaijuro to lurch toward her. Yu Xiao instinctively supported herself on Xing Shurong's shoulder with one hand to prevent him from falling. However, just as her hand touched his shoulder, she suddenly felt a tightness around her waist, and the next moment, the man's warm body enveloped her completely. What are you doing? Yu Xiao glared with her beautiful eyes, scolding him. This guy, who could barely stand due to exhaustion, actually wanted to trap her in this way. Don't go. A low, slightly weak voice echoed in her ear. Xing Shurong's tall figure leaned almost entirely against Yu Xiao, burying his head in the girl's neck. With each breath, his chest rose and fell, and his bright yellow, fluffy head brushed against Yu Xiao's cheek, occasionally nudging her as if trying to please her or act coy. At least make it clear that it's dangerous for you to go out like this, Xing Shurong gasped softly, his burning cheeks pressed against the girl's cool, soft hair. His half-closed eyes filled with a hazy gaze as he spoke weakly. Yu Xiao's delicate body trembled slightly. She was not accustomed to being this close to someone, especially since the aura around Xing Shurong was overwhelmingly strong. Even through so many layers of clothing, she could feel the heat radiating from his body. A mix of complex emotions, irritation, shame, panic, and unease flooded Yu Xiao's mind. She didn't understand why she felt this way. She instinctively wanted to escape. Why should she concede when she was clearly in the advantageous position? With this thought, Yu Xiao seemed to gain a bit of confidence. Mr. Rengoku, how rude of you. It seems you've forgotten that I still have the lingering scent of the incense on me. Being this close, do you want to be knocked out faster? The girl scoffed mercilessly, her words laced with sarcasm, though the earlobes hidden beneath her hair had already turned pink. All right then, I'll indulge you. Keep using your total concentration breathing. Just inhale all these narcotics without a care for your life. After all, the larger the dose, the faster you fall asleep. Xing Shurong's chest quivered, his handsome face flushed red, and he silently held his breath, not uttering a word. Remembering to hold his breath now seemed a bit too late, didn't it? Yu Xiao suddenly had a wicked idea, pressing both hands on the man's face and forcibly turning it toward her. She carefully examined the expression on Rengoku's face and couldn't help but sneer. Hee, Mr. Rengoku, you look quite amusing right now. I should carry a camera with me to capture your expression, so I can enjoy it any time in the future. Then I can let the members of the Demon Slayer Corps pass it around one by one, so they can all see that the revered flame Hashira has such a pathetic side. Rengoku's mouth twitched at Yu Xiao's words, his half-closed eyes trembled with fear, and he was so terrified that he even changed how he addressed her. If she really did that, His career as the Flame Hashira would come to an end. Yu Xiao watched him suffer and felt a fleeting sense of satisfaction from her revenge. She continued to press on. What's wrong, Mr. Purgatory? Are you not going to keep pretending? It was my fault before, Akaza said weakly, not expecting Yu Xiao to become so aggressive when angry. Her words were sharp and stung, raising his sense of shame. It wasn't that he was afraid of Yu Xiao, but rather that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back and would want to shut her incessant chatter. Didn't she realize how tempting her expression was at that moment? Her face was flushed, yet she still pretended to be strong. He really wanted to hold her in his arms and cherish her fiercely. Akazukuro's heart raced violently, every muscle in his body tensed. The scent of the girl and her soft figure continuously tempted him. For the first time, he felt something unusual for such a girl. He thought about telling the butterfly. Otherwise she would get angry, but ultimately, the drowsiness overwhelmed him. Saying that took all the strength he had left. Yu Xiao suddenly felt a lightness at her waist. The hands that had been holding her had already loosened. At this moment, the culprit had closed his eyes and fallen into a deep sleep. However, even while asleep, Rengoku Kaijuro's hand still firmly grasped the roasted sweet potato, with such strength that the outer skin of the sweet potato had slightly deformed. It was clear that he really liked the roasted sweet potato. Hee, don't think that just because you're asleep, you can escape this, Rengoku Kaijuro. A fleeting dark glimmer flashed in Yu Xiao's eyes. She clearly had no intention of letting Kaijuro off the hook just like that. Her revenge was not over yet. Chapter 139. The Lord's Expectations. Yu Xiao finally carried Akaza back. Zenitsu and Inosuke were fast asleep. Yu Xiao quietly entered, placed Akaza, who was on his back, onto the bed, let out a sigh of relief, and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. This level of effort was nothing for Yu Xiao. However, Akaza was tall, broad-shouldered, long-legged, and quite sturdy. For Yu Xiao, who was only 1.6 meters tall, it was not easy to carry him. Carrying him all this way was quite a challenge. Be prepared, Kaijuro Rengoku. Now is the time for you to pay the price. Yu Xiao secretly ground her teeth, took out a finely crafted brush from her dimensional pocket, and began to scribble on the handsome face of Kaijr, her brush moving like a dragon and snake, revealing a sinister smile as she drew. Daring to embarrass me, just wait for the humiliation. After dealing with Kaijr, Yu Xiao hurriedly made her way to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters to report to her lord. Although she was in the recovery period, Yu Xiao was still a member of the Demon Slayer Corps and held the highest position as a Hashira, so even if she had to leave the Butterfly Mansion, she needed to inform her lord in advance, since she had already asked Kuro to notify them beforehand. When Yu Xiao arrived at the headquarters, she saw Kagaya Ubuyashiki kneeling on the small platform outside the door, waiting for her. Next to Kagaya, there was also a beautiful white-haired woman in a kimono kneeling, who was his wife, a descendant of the priestly clan, Tenin Ubuyashiki. To be precise, she should be called Ubuyashiki Tenin. Usually, Kagaya was accompanied by his biological children. So this was Yu Xiao's first time seeing Tenin, and she couldn't help but feel a bit dazzled. Tenin was not only stunningly beautiful, but also had a dignified and ethereal demeanor unique to priestly women. Under her ethereal gaze, it felt as if all of Yu Xiao's thoughts were being seen through. I apologize for the sudden visit at such a late hour, my lord. Please forgive my intrusion. Just like before, Yu Xiao knelt on one knee and performed a respectful greeting to her lord on the small platform, remaining calm even under Tenin's watchful eyes. Yu Xiao, there is no need for such formality between us. Kagaya smiled slightly. Though he could not see, it seemed he could sense Yu Xiao's actions and nodded in response. Tenin, kneeling beside him, also bowed slightly in respect for Yu Xiao as a gesture of courtesy and respect for the Hashira. If it weren't for my frail body, I should have come to the Butterfly Mansion to visit you and Kaijr as soon as you woke up. Kagaya spoke gently, his words heartfelt. Every swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps was like his beloved child. Thank you for your concern, my lord. My health is no longer a serious issue. Yu Xiao stood up, his expression a bit more serious. I am here to report to you about the battle results regarding Upper Moon 3, as well as a rather unwelcome request. I have a general understanding of the Infinite Train mission situation, and the strength of the Upper Moon demons is certainly not comparable to that of the Lower Moon demons. Yao Zai gently spoke up, asking, aside from that, I heard from Eon that you want to hold an information exchange meeting among the Hashira. Your body still needs to recover, so there's no need to push yourself too hard. Yu Zhao didn't expect Eon to report to the masters so quickly, but felt it was quite reasonable. It was very much in line with Ju Tomioka's style of doing things. So he laid everything bare. You know, I carry the bloodline of a celestial being. This level of injury is nothing to me. However, the information is extremely important for the Hashira and the entire Demon Slayer Corps. During the mission on the Mugen train, not only did Upper Moon demons appear, but Lower Moon demons were also involved. While I was pursuing a fleeing Lower Moon demon, Mr. Rengoku faced off alone against the suddenly appearing Upper Moon 3, Akaza, in order to protect the passengers on the train. It was only after I returned to the Mugen train and officially engaged with Akaza that I realized his strength was on a completely different level from that of the Lower Moon demons. Fortunately, it was almost dawn at that time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yu Xiao spoke very reasonably, neither intentionally showcasing himself nor deliberately belittling anyone. Strength is something that can be seen and is not something that can be boasted about with just a few words. Yaozawa, as a mere demon, is powerful enough to reach such heights, and the lack of information regarding the upper moons from the Demon Slayer Corps is not without reason. Yose's calm voice carried a hint of sadness. Fortunately, you are all still alive. You and Kaijiro are undoubtedly excellent children, and those who have remained in the past are equally outstanding. Perhaps that is why they have left me. The Demon Slayer Corps has been established for over 100 years, and aside from the Demon King Muzan, information about the upper moons is extremely scarce. Over the years, they have conducted countless investigations, yet there are hardly any who can bring back information alive. Among those scattered bits of information, very few survived, obtained by the crow that desperately escaped back. However, the mobility and expressiveness of birds are limited, which makes the information about the upper moons particularly precious. My lord, I have more to report regarding the battle results. Yu Xiao said solemnly. I used certain methods, and at the break of dawn, successfully decapitated Yoizawa with the Nichiren blade. But he not only did not die, he was taken away by a mysterious force. That force, I suspect, is some kind of blood demon art that can drag living beings into another space. Muzan Kibutsuji is likely hiding within it. Yu Xiao, you did well. Before Yose could finish speaking, he suddenly coughed violently. Tianyin immediately supported him, her eyes filled with concern. Lord Ubuyashiki, my lord, pardon my rudeness. Seeing this, Yu Xiao hurriedly climbed up to the stage, getting close to Yose to check on his condition. Fortunately, it was just that he had been too emotionally unstable and excited. He was not coughing up blood and was not in mortal danger. Yu Xiao, don't worry, I'm fine. I'll leave the follow-up matters to you. Yose said weakly after taking a moment to catch his breath. I understand. Yu Xiao nodded. There is one more request, my lord. The head of the family has summoned me, and I need to leave the Butterfly Mansion for a while. It won't be long, so I hope you will allow it. So what she meant by her request was not to hold an information exchange meeting, but this. Yose revealed a pale smile. Thank you for your hard work, Yu Xiao. Be careful on the road. Yu Xiao stepped down from the stage and said to Tianyin, Madam, the night dew is heavy, although the Lord is not seriously injured. To avoid catching a cold, please take the Lord back to rest. I will take my leave now. Tianyin bowed slightly and thanked Yu Xiao before supporting Yaozai back to the room. After Yaozai was settled down, he suddenly asked Tianyin, what do you think of that child? Tianyin had learned about Yu Xiao's identity from him before, and although they had only met for a short time today, she had keenly observed some details. It's hard to describe. Lord Yu Xiao is excellent in every aspect, and although she appears very approachable, she has always remained single and has not accepted anyone. Tianyin succinctly expressed her view. Carrying an almost impossible mission since birth, I can't imagine what kind of suffering she has endured in such an environment. It's really heartbreaking for such a well-behaved girl. Tianyin, I have always hoped that Yu Xiao could see the Demon Slayer Corps as part of herself. And I also hope that one day she can accept all of us and treat this place as her other home. Yaozai said with a gentle smile, lightly holding Tianyin's hand. I have a feeling that Yu Xiao will definitely do that. Just as she said before, Kibutsuji Muzan will surely meet his end in this era. One day it will happen. Tianyin gently squeezed his hand back, her tone serious yet filled with expectation. She believed in her husband and also in Yu Xiao, feeling grateful towards her. After all, the sight of that child leaving was truly too lonely and heartbreaking. Chapter 140. Butterfly Shinobu's Fury. Kaijiro had a night full of nightmares. He dreamed that Yu Xiao took many pictures of him and circulated them widely in the Demon Slayer Corps. No matter where he went, people pointed and laughed at him. Even his closest friend, the sound Hashira, couldn't help but make jokes about him. Upon learning this, his father directly kicked him out of the house, saying he had disgraced the Rengoku family and that he should never think of stepping into the house again. Brother, Senjuro cried out, chasing after him from the room, but was pulled back by his father by the collar, leaving Kaijiro to watch helplessly without making a sound. Brother, wake up! This voice, why is it getting closer? Wait, Senjuro? Kaijuro suddenly threw off the blanket covering his head, sitting up abruptly in bed and scanning the surroundings with wide eyes. What met his eyes was a familiar room. He was still staying in the Butterfly Mansion, and his younger brother, Rengoku Senjuro, who looked almost exactly like him, was standing by the bed with a worried expression. Thank goodness it's just a dream. Kaijuro breathed a sigh of relief, but the corner of his eye caught sight of the teacup he used to drink water, which was resting on top of a cold-baked sweet potato, silently reminding him that everything that happened last night was real. Brother, here are the notes of the previous flame Hashira that you wanted. I brought them for you. Senjuro held a cloth bag filled with thick books. Looking at his brother's face with a strange expression, hesitating to speak. Brother, what happened to you? Huh, I'm fine. Just a bit stuffy under the blanket. No need to worry. Kaijuro laughed heartily, appearing to be in great condition, with no signs of anything unusual. No, brother, I mean, what's wrong with your face? Senjuro asked weakly. 2 days ago, he had received news that his brother was injured and had been sent to the Butterfly Mansion for treatment. Their father had thrown a fit upon hearing this and ordered him not to visit his brother. After waiting for their father to calm down a bit, Senjuro received a message from Kaneo and hurried to the Butterfly Mansion early in the morning with the family notes. Senjuro knew that his brother had unfortunately been hurt in the left eye during the recent battle, but why was his face covered in such a mess? At this point, Kaijuro still didn't know that his face had been turned into a laughingstock by Yu Xiao. Facing Senjuro's confusion, he replied seriously, as you can see, my left eye was injured a bit, but it's nothing to worry about. The butterfly said it will recover in a while and won't have a significant impact on my vision. I see, but that's not what I meant. Senjuro's gaze flickered, biting the soft flesh of his cheeks, and he tried hard not to show a smile, gently suggesting, brother, you should wash up first while you still look like this. When you see yourself in the mirror, you should understand. Who did this? How did they play a prank on my brother's face? Yeah, you're right. I'll go wash up right away. Kaijuro was oblivious to it all, sporting an incredibly comical face as he spoke to Senjuro. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door, and before the two could respond, the door was flung open. Butterfly Shinobu stormed in, moving quickly, her usual gentle smile nowhere to be seen, and her face was clearly filled with anger, with veins visible on her forehead. I just got back, and Yu Xiao is missing. I asked everyone in the Butterfly Mansion, and not a single person knows where she is. She disappeared into thin air after just one night. How dare she leave without a word? Butterfly Shinobu was already furious and hadn't noticed the small owl standing by the big owl's bed. Senjuro, on the other hand, was frozen in fear by her terrifying rage, not daring to move. Every inch of Butterfly Shinobu's voice suppressed her overwhelming anger. Mr. Rengoku, have you seen Yu Xiao? Kaijuro's eyes wandered. Should he say it? If telling her that he not only failed to stop Yu Xiao, but was also played by her would get him in trouble. Wouldn't that be the end for him? Butterfly Shinobu frowned, but froze upon seeing Kaijuro's face. Mr. Rengoku, what happened to your face? Kaijuro's face, besides the bandaged left eye, was almost entirely covered with black ink stains. These black marks formed a ridiculous doodle, glaringly spread across Kaijuro's face. On his full forehead was a big character for king. The tip of his nose was painted black. A circle was drawn over his right eye, resembling a monocle, and there were 3 symmetrical whiskers on each cheek, with 2 exaggerated curly mustaches hanging above his philtrum, while his chin was covered with various sized spiral patterns. He looked completely unrecognizable. The most amusing part was that Kaijuro wore an expression of complete confusion, looking at her with a blank stare. Butterfly Shinobu, who was filled with anger, could not help but laugh out loud when she saw Kaijuro's face. This was the first time she lost her composure and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, this is just too funny. Did Yu Xiao actually draw you like this? Is she a genius? Kaijuro's face, covered in doodles, was undoubtedly the work of Yu Xiao. In the entire Demon Slayer Corps, who else would dare to do such a thing besides Yu Xiao? She certainly couldn't think of anyone else. Excuse me, that Yu Xiao. Is she the Miss Hashira who saved my brother? In such a strange atmosphere, Kyujiro cautiously raised his hand and softly asked. He had heard from his brother that Lord Rengoku really liked desserts, so he had specially made some by hand to express his gratitude. Kyujiro's voice became quieter, almost inaudible by the end. Don't give them to her, Shinobu immediately ordered with a stern expression. And, Rengoku, you better explain what happened yesterday while I was away. Kyujiro felt overwhelmed and could only reveal the truth due to Shinobu's pressure. Shinobu listened with a serious face throughout the whole story. And instead of mocking Kyujiro as he had expected, she simply said, remember to wash your face clean, and left without looking back, heading straight to the headquarters. Since Yu Xiao dared to leave, there must be the Lord's instructions behind her actions. She needs to find the Lord and get a clear understanding of this matter. After she left, Xing Shurong relaxed, as if a burden had been lifted from his body, but suddenly realizing something, he reminded Qianshirang and immediately went to the washroom. It wasn't until he saw his own ridiculous face in the mirror that Xing Shurong's smile completely froze on his face. The girl from Yatsukasa truly is ruthless towards her subordinates. Chapter 141. Clue and interrogation in the rolling mountains. A thin mist enveloped the area, and the morning light was faint. Wisteria trees were adorned with clusters of flowers, scattered from the foot of the mountain to the peak. The distance between each tree appeared so natural, as if it were created by nature itself. Yet cleverly, it concealed a secret path leading to the Yatsukasa family. Dewdrops glistened on the leaves of the trees, and the mixed scent of grass and moist earth subtly permeated the air, making one unable to resist gazing around. Lost in thought and longing, Yu Xiao, however, had a dark expression, her robes fluttering as she walked briskly, moving with the wind. Wherever she passed, the cold wind flowed, and the branches and leaves swayed. It wasn't until the familiar residence appeared in her sight that she finally slowed her pace. I have finally returned. Yu Xiao silently sighed, her golden eyes shrouded in a layer of shadow, feeling quite amused by the resistance in her heart that she deemed unworthy. Here is her home, the home of Yasaki Yu Xiao. If she doesn't return here, where else could she go? To that non-existent realm, a world already destroyed? If I were to die in this world, where would I go afterward? Could I return? Whenever she pondered such questions, endless despair and exhaustion surged within her. Sometimes, Yu Xiao truly couldn't distinguish who she was. The only constant was that no matter where she was, her heart never found a place to call home. Perhaps my wish is to see everyone from that world again, the place that gave me life, a place that can be called my hometown. Even if I can't remember clearly, I really miss everyone. Mississippi. The tangled thoughts were abruptly interrupted as a servant waiting outside the mansion saw Yu Xiao return and respectfully bowed to her, informing her that the head of the family was waiting for her in the study. I understand. Yu Xiao's eyes were half lowered, her face devoid of extra expression. Ever since her father fell ill and Yushuan took over as the head of the family, no one had referred to her as Lady Shinko anymore. This should be the only fortunate thing. Yu Xiao could feel a moment of freedom, as if the shackles and chains that usually bound her were no longer tightening around her, but rather left her with a bit of breathing space. Upon entering the mansion, Yu Xiao headed straight for the study, inevitably encountering a few household servants along the way. The servants all bowed their heads and stepped aside for her. This was a perfectly normal occurrence, yet Yu Xiao keenly sensed something amiss. These servants had clearly been partially replaced. The servants of the Yabasaka family wouldn't be easily changed. These people were clearly unfamiliar faces, and the aura they exuded didn't resemble that of ordinary servants. Even though they concealed it well, they couldn't hide it from Yu Xiao. All these servants had martial training. It seemed that only a small portion of them had been replaced. This matter was undoubtedly related to Yushuan, but Yu Xiao did not know his intentions, as long as it did not violate family rules or contradict ancestral teachings. Yu Xiao would never intervene. Otherwise, Yu Xiao lowered her head, her gaze sweeping over the sun-wheel knife at her waist. The hilt adorned with a translucent white hooked jade, emitting a faint cold light. She stopped in front of the study door, her demeanor dignified and composed, and raised her hand to gently knock on the door. A gentle and elegant male voice came from within. Please come in. Yu Xiao did not dare to be negligent. Upon entering the study, he saw the cold figure of a man sitting calmly behind the desk. The room was spacious, with ukiyo-e paintings of flowers, birds, and the moon hanging on the walls. The bookshelves were filled with bound books and some quite ancient scrolls. Incense was burning on the desk, and a wisp of blue smoke slowly rose from the incense burner, surrounding the area with a faint scent of camellias. Yuquan was busy reviewing documents, with a stack of papers beside him piled up high like a small mountain. He looked very occupied and didn't even glance at Yu Xiao once during the process. Greetings, Master. Yu Xiao's long hair fell loosely, her hands crossed and supporting herself on the ground, deeply kneeling with a posture so standard it could rival a textbook, displaying great respect. This was not the first time she referred to Yu Quan as master of the house. Yet, every time she uttered this title, Yu Quan's heart would suddenly ache. His hand holding the pen paused, instinctively tightening his grip, and then a faint cracking sound was heard as several tiny cracks appeared on the smooth pen barrel. Just a simple title of master of the house could further divide and sever the already distant relationship between them. Yu Chuan raised her eyes and looked at the girl kneeling in front of the desk. A wave of sorrow surfaced in her amber-colored pupils. Clearly, the distance between you and me is so close, yet it feels so unattainable. Unfortunately, the kneeling Yu Xiao could not see or know what complex feelings her brother held for her, feelings so intricate that even words could hardly express them. Yu Chuan calmly withdrew his gaze, a smile on his face that was hard to decipher, deliberately adopting the posture of someone in a superior position as he questioned her. I heard that during the mission on the Infinity Train, you encountered the Upper Moon Demon. What was the outcome? Reporting to the head of the family, he did not die. He is still alive. Yu Xiao did not raise her head, still kneeling obediently, her tone showing no signs of fluctuation. Even though she had indeed severed Akaza's head with the Nicaran blade, the fact remained, and there was no need for excessive explanation. Although such an answer might not satisfy the head of the family. Sure enough, Yu Chuan smiled. He chuckled softly, his voice not loud, but the smile did not reach his eyes. The brush in his hand was placed on the stand with a heavy sound, signaling his anger. How could he not slay even the Upper Moon Demon and still dare to dream of killing the Demon King, who had lived for 1,000 years? The family had pinned all their hopes on you, sparing no expense in manpower and resources, carefully nurturing you for decades, only to receive such a result in return. In Yu Chuan's narrow, cold eyes, there was a striking contrast to his handsome and gentle face. The words that came from his mouth were sharp criticisms and harsh reproaches. You don't need to go to the Demon Slayer Corps anymore. He issued an unassailable command to Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao's pupils trembled in shock, completely unprepared for her elder brother, the current head of the family, to deviate from his usual demeanor and issue such an order that was inconsistent with the head's style and detrimental to the family's interests. What else could she do after leaving the Demon Slayer Corps? Since her birth, she had been assigned the mission of killing Muzan, avenging her family, and saving her clan. For this, she even spent years learning swordsmanship and all means to kill demons. Now, with a single command from the head of the family, she was being asked to give up her mission. What then was the meaning of her existence? How would she fulfill her long-cherished wish? Yu Xiao felt panic and endless confusion because of this. To avoid such a desperate situation from happening again for the first time, she spoke words that represented only her own will in front of Yu Chuan. She asked the family head to retract the order. Yu Xiao lowered her head, her long hair cascading like a waterfall to the ground, earnestly and sincerely pleading. Yu Chuan stared at her in shock, not expecting that she would dare to defy the command of the family head. I asked the family head to withdraw the order, Yu Xiao repeated. Bang! The incense burner on the table was violently thrown by Yu Chuan, crashing down beside Yu Xiao, scattering incense, ash all over the ground, and filling the room with choking smoke and the strong fragrance of camellias. Some of the ash splattered onto Yu Xiao's hair and clothes, staining her pure white robe with dirt. Yu Chuan had never been this angry, bursting into a rage. Deep down, he felt an icy coldness, a mix of sorrow and helplessness. Who could tell him why his sister had turned out this way? For that damn mission. She had even gone so far as to defy herself and go against the master's orders. Yu Chuan's nails dug deeply into her palm. Every word she uttered was like chewing through bleeding gums, using all her strength to hysterically roar, "You can't." The atmosphere was so heavy that the two faced off in silence, neither willing to back down. At this moment, the study door was pulled open, and a tall figure walked in calmly. "Nephew, why such a commotion?" Chapter 142. A nightmarish existence. The man had long, dark gray hair, slightly white at the roots, as if intentionally dyed. The bangs hanging over his forehead obscured the left half of his eyebrows and eyes, revealing only one amber-colored eye. He was tall and dressed in a grayish-blue robe, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Although he appeared somewhat aged, his appearance and demeanor were excellent. "Uncle." Yu Chuan immediately suppressed his anger, transforming back into the gentle and distant head of the Yatsuka family. Compared to the furious person just moments ago, his attitude was like that of two different people. Fortunately, I was prepared in advance. I intentionally acted the part of the family head to reprimand Yu Xiao, without revealing my true intentions. With this thought, Yu Chuan's nails nearly pierced his palm, and he felt an intense hatred for the uncle in front of him, Yatsuka Ryoji. Ryoji, a blood brother of his father Yatsuka Masaru, was an elder whom both he and Yu Xiao had to respectfully call uncle. He was also the instigator who encouraged their father and other family retainers to train Yu Xiao as a tool for killing. One could say that Yu Xiao's current state was largely due to Ryoji's influence. "What happened to Yu Xiao?" "Uncle came specifically to see you." yet you don't even bother to greet him? Ryoji cast a casual glance at the girl kneeling motionless on the ground, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. His expression seemed to carry a hypocritical kind of affection, and his voice was relatively kind, but to Yu Xiao, it felt as cold as the harsh winter, penetrating to the bone. Yu Xiao pays respects to uncle. Yu Xiao's muscles were tense, her eyes filled with fear, and her teeth slightly chattered as she spoke. She forced her body to bow respectfully to the man, but the moment he stepped into the study, a thin layer of cold sweat broke out across her body, and her mind was filled with a single thought. He back, he really has appeared again. Even when facing a terrifying powerhouse like a Wazawa, Yu Xiao only felt that she must be on high alert and not let her guard down. Yet in front of Ryoji, a seemingly unarmed ordinary man, she felt unprecedented pressure and profound fear. My head hurts. I can't remember. No matter how hard Yu Xiao tried to recall, she couldn't pinpoint the source of her fear. Her body instinctively sensed danger. She gradually felt difficulty in breathing, as if someone was gripping her throat tightly. In her muddled mind, several fragmented and obscure images flashed by. The table was filled with delicacies, the abundance of food dazzling to the eyes. Yu Xiao expressionlessly picked up her chopsticks, and under Ling Shi's cold gaze, she chewed and swallowed the food bite by bite. Before long, she couldn't help but spit it all out, until she was vomiting black blood from her mouth, her whole body writhing in pain on the ground. Ling Shi could only sigh as he slowly fed her the antidote. In a daze, Yu Xiao seemed to hear him say, "If you can't even endure this level of poison, how long can you last against a demon that specializes in poison, no matter how skilled your swordsmanship is? Yu Xiao, you must work harder. Don't let your uncle's expectations down." A vague pain throbbed in her stomach, as if her body was being cut open again and again, only to be stitched back together with needles. This torment seemed endless, until she gradually lost the ability to feel pain. For Yu Xiao, Ling Shi was a nightmarish presence. While I was away, Yu Xiao seems to have changed a lot. Ling Shi crouched down, lifting Yu Xiao's chin with one hand. Looking at her pale face, clearly terrified but still forcing herself to appear calm, he chuckled softly. I heard that Yu Xiao has a good reputation within the Demon Slayer Corps. Not only has she become a Hashira, but she also gets along well with the other Hashira. It seems that during this time, Yu Xiao has learned quite a few new things in the outside world. Perhaps this is what they call growth? The current Yu Xiao no longer needs her uncle to guide her on how to be a well-behaved and sensible child. Ling Shi said with a smile that seemed both real and fake, as if genuinely pleased by it. Through the strands of hair falling from the man's forehead, Yu Xiao could clearly see that his left eye, covered by bangs, had the same golden color as hers, and in his mismatched pupils, there was a faint chill. Yu Xuan, witnessing all this, could only silently grit his teeth and choose to ignore it. With his current strength, he was temporarily unable to confront this hypocritical scoundrel, Ling Shi, directly. Uncle, Yu Xiao's failure to defeat Akaza this time is truly disappointing. Given her current strength, killing Muzan Kibutsuji is indeed as difficult as reaching the heavens. Yu Qing's warm voice opened his mouth, fully displaying the coldness that a family head should have, while secretly wishing to execute Ringshi Lingshi. That damn bastard actually dared to threaten Yu Xiao in front of me. I will never let you go. Yabasaka Ringshi, as if he hadn't heard his words. Ringshi raised a strand of Yu Xiao's hair, placing it in his palm and gently blowing away the fragrant ash that had settled on it. Such beautiful hair. It would be a shame if it got dirty. Be careful next time, Yu Xiao. Ringshi smiled, releasing his grip on Yu Xiao's chin and slowly standing up. Muzan Kibutsuji had lived for 1,000 years. It was indeed too harsh to make Yu Xiao deal with him alone. He avoided the ash at his feet and strolled leisurely to the table, casually picking up a piece of paper. While looking at the contents, he said nonchalantly, "But Yu Qing, don't forget, there's still the Demon Slayer Corps as stepping stones that can help Yu Xiao gain the upper hand." Muzan has been searching for a secret medicine that can overcome sunlight for years. If you're to find out that the descendant of the pharmacist who once saved his worthless life is Yu Xiao, what do you think he would do? Yu Qin pressed her lips together, remaining silent, fully aware of the situation. There was no doubt that if Muzan found out about this matter, he would dig up the Yasukawa family, and when the time came, he would reveal himself without them needing to search. Casually tossing the paper aside, a flash of contempt flickered in Rinshir's eyes. These meaningless reports are nothing but the waste that can't stir up any waves. So, my dear nephew, you still have a long way to go. He patted Yu Qian's shoulder earnestly and said, "Let's give Yu Xiao another chance. Both she and the one in charge of the production house need ample time to prepare. Likewise, Our Yasukawa family naturally has our own trump cards against Muzan. A cold smile curled at the corners of Rincher's mouth, his eyes filled with chilling malice. When the time comes, it will be the death of Kibutsuji Muzan. Uncle is wise, so let's give Yuxiao another chance, Yuchin echoed. Originally, he had wanted to take this opportunity to challenge and test the family's commitment to cultivating Yuxiao. But now it seemed he would have to find another way. Yuxiao, aren't you going to thank Uncle? Yuchin said coldly, directing her words at the girl kneeling on the ground. Yuxiao's eyes were filled with numbness as he trembled and bowed towards the direction of the two. Yuxiao thanked his uncle and the family head. Yuchuan impatiently waved her away and said, "All right, I have important matters to discuss with my uncle, so hurry up and leave." Only upon hearing this did Yuxiao finally feel a sense of relief as she stood up and quickly, but cautiously left the study. It wasn't until the moment the door was closed that Yuxiao noticed Yuchuan was looking at her with an extremely obscure gaze, deeply fixed on her. Chapter 143. The revelation of fate. After returning to her room, Yuxiao's tense body instantly relaxed, as if she had survived a disaster, and she slumped weakly onto the tatami. Her gaze was vacant as she stared blankly at the home where she had lived for 17 years, feeling only endless coldness and oppression in her heart. For Yuxiao, who had undergone the brutal training of her family since childhood, life in the Demon Slayer Corps felt as beautiful and dreamlike as strolling through a blooming garden in the warm spring. So much so that she almost forgot how much suffering she had endured here. Tanjiro, Mr. Rengoku. For the first time, Yuxiao began to reminisce about the time she spent living in the narrow mist mountain. Besides practicing breathing techniques and swordsmanship during her leisure time, she could also tease Tanjiro and create some small troubles for Mr. Urokodaki whenever she saw them at a loss due to her pranks. Yet unable to do anything about it, Yuxiao felt particularly happy. Only during these moments could the loneliness buried deep within her heart be slightly alleviated. I've lived here for so long, I've already gotten used to it. Why am I thinking like this? Is it because of memories from my past life? At this moment, Yuxiao finally realized the severe sense of disconnection that existed within her. On the outside, she was the gentle and kind-hearted demon slayer, swordswoman Yuxiao, who enjoyed teasing others. Yet at home, she was the silent and reticent Yatsuki Yuxiao, who had no self and strictly adhered to family rules, living out the will of her family. Why is it like this? Yuxiao was puzzled. Ever since that day, 2 years ago, when she woke up in a familiar room, everything had silently changed. From that moment on, many memories that did not belong to Yatsuki Yuxiao appeared in her mind. And it was also from that time that a mysterious and distant voice began to echo in her mind. Go find that boy named Tanjiro Kamado. Follow him, and you will find the answers you seek. Thus, she left her home without hesitation, and when she was utterly exhausted, she fainted on the snowy Yunsu mountain. Coincidentally, she encountered the red-haired boy who was returning from selling charcoal. Was it a coincidence? Or was it destiny? Yuxiao fell into deep thought, repeatedly murmuring the word destiny. At that moment, she suddenly felt something vaguely flash through her mind, as if it were a clue buried in the truth. She tried to capture that clue, but it was too swift, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Intuition told Yuxiao that the word destiny was very important to her, perhaps closely related to the wish she had made when she was once a witch. Although she couldn't grasp this clue, receiving an insight was enough. Yuxiao took a deep breath and quickly regained her composure. She shed her clothes stained with incense ashes and refreshed herself. After tying her hair into a high ponytail with a hairband, she chose a formal and dignified kimono from the wardrobe and dressed neatly, preparing to visit her father. Zhengji lay on the bed, his face gaunt and breath weak, with purple scars covering his cheeks and arms. In just over a year, he had wasted away to an unrecognizable state. Once a magnificent head of the family in front of others, he had now fallen to a sickbed, relying on medication to barely survive, which was truly lamentable. During these days of illness, Zhengji contemplated many things he had previously ignored. For instance, his late wife Rai, who had suffered greatly at his hands and ultimately succumbed to lung disease. His eldest son, whom he had trained as an heir, strictly restrained since childhood, with no freedom. And Yuxiao, whom he had ignored for a full 17 years, never showing her any affection, and who had been molded into a tool for revenge without an identity of her own. In the name of the family, Zhengji had sacrificed his own household, repeatedly ignoring his wife's desperate pleas and advice, and had pushed Yuxiao into the fire pit himself. During this time, even Yuan, who had always respected him the most, had grown estranged from him. Reflecting on this, he realized that his life had indeed been tragic. Now, having fallen into such a desolate situation, it could be considered a fitting retribution, paying respects to father. In a moment of scattered thoughts, a familiar voice awakened Zhengji's consciousness. He struggled to turn his head and saw the girl who had knelt beside him at some point. Her lips moved, producing a hoarse and aged voice from her decayed throat. "You've returned." "Yes, father." Yu Xiao knelt with her hands on her thighs, her expression emotionless, her demeanor solemn and respectful. Compared to her identity as a daughter, she appeared more like an excellent subordinate. Zhengji blinked hard, trying to see more clearly through his murky eyes. Through the hazy vision, he could barely make out a blurred outline. As memories slowly surfaced, the girl's frail figure gradually aligned with the silhouette before him. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, but the atmosphere in the room was as still as water. Zhengji suddenly found himself at a loss for words. It was only at this moment that he realized he seemed to have a daughter whom he had forgotten in the corner all along. After a long silence, he finally asked, "How do you feel in the Demon Slayer Corps?" Yu Xiao reported to him in great detail. "The Lord of the Demon Slayer Corps has the same curse as the Yasaki family, and I have given him the medicine to suppress the curse. He is a very strategic and visionary person. Under his governance, the Demon Slayer Corps is well organized, and almost everyone is united in their strong hatred and determination to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. I hope my father takes care of his health. Yu Xiao will definitely not disappoint the family's expectations. Even if I perish, I will ensure that Muzan Kibutsuji is slain." "Is that so?" Hearing an answer that was almost the same as he had expected, Seiji felt a bit disappointed for some reason. In the past, he would have been satisfied with this. But now he was no longer the head of the Yasaki family. "I know my time is limited. Yu Xiao, no matter where you are, as a member of the family, you must always remember to uphold the family rules. Also, your elder brother, he has been coughing. Remembering what happened that day, Seiji could not control his emotions and suddenly coughed up a large amount of blood. Seeing this, Yu Xiao abruptly stood up and shouted to the servant waiting outside the door, "Father is seriously ill. Hurry and bring the medicine." "Yes." The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside, and soon a bowl of steaming medicinal soup was brought in. Seiji, under the servant's care, drank the soup and fell into a daze, while Yu Xiao carefully checked again before leaving the room. During the time she left Kirike's mountain, she had been in the Yasaki family developing an antidote to suppress the curse, but no matter what method she used, she could not concoct a remedy that could completely cure the curse, as if an invisible force was blocking her. The prescription to suppress the curse seems to have become the best solution at the moment. What did father want to tell me just now? And what happened to my elder brother? During the Infinity Train incident, Yu Xiao recalled some past events. Had something happened between her and her brother? But why can't she remember anything now? Clearly, I can barely feel pain anymore, but why does my head hurt so much when I think of these things? Yu Xiao covered her forehead in pain. I can't think about it anymore. I need to quickly study how to unlock the patterns and how to suppress the side effects caused by the patterns. Chapter 144. The cost of cheating. Inside the Yasaki family's dojo, Yu Xiao stood upright in a middle stance, holding the Nichiren blade. She focused her mind and began to swing the blade continuously, following the no-self swordsmanship taught by Mr. Saito from her memory. Swish, swish, swish. The blade left several silver arcs in the air. The no-self swordsmanship, fully named No-Self One-Blade Style, is a swordsmanship school created by Mr. Saito based on years of combat experience. It may seem simple and unadorned, but every move is fierce and strikes directly at the vital points. Yu Xiao had already memorized and mastered each move. The no-self one-blade style had been perfected by her, far surpassing the swordsmanship taught to her by Mr. Saito in the past. After practicing this set of swordsmanship, Yu Xiao paused for a moment, adjusted her stance, took a deep breath, and began to use the total concentration breathing technique. At that time, when I fought against Akaza, I used the 9th form of the breath of wind, momentary life, but when I first studied this move, I didn't have that special feeling. Why was I able to unlock the patterns back then? Was it because the enemy was strong, and I had no choice but to go all out? Yu Xiao practiced her self-created technique, the breath of the storm, while using breathing methods and thinking hard about the details of activating the patterns. That's right, in that battle, I used several talismans to enhance my strength and speed. Could it be this reason that allowed me to successfully activate the patterns? This speculation made Yu Xiao feel she had identified the issue. She immediately stopped swinging her sword, reached into her dimensional pocket, and took out the few talisman papers she had left, finding only 2 enhancement talismans remaining. Spirit Talisman, Divine Speed, and Spirit Talisman, Fierce Might. These enhancement talismans are considered the lowest tier among various talismans. However, they are easy to write, requiring little energy and magical power to complete the drawing. Speaking of which, the genius girl who taught her talisman techniques, Giyu, could even condense incredibly powerful guardian spirit phantoms with just her bare hands, without needing to write or draw. In the country where she lived at that time, she was a top-tier powerhouse that countless people could only look up to. The country where Giyu lived was very similar to Japan, but more like Japan hundreds of years ago, during a feudal dynasty, a nation ruled by nobles, flourishing in elegance, poetry, and music. Perhaps it was this connection born from similarity that allowed Yuxiao to continue using talismans here. But these are two talismans. It feels like a waste to use them for an experiment. Although she was reluctant, Yuxiao hesitated for only a moment before slapping the two talisman papers onto herself. Instantly, a misty, white light suddenly brightened, enveloping Yuxiao's entire body, only to disappear in the blink of an eye, as if it had never appeared. Only Yuxiao could clearly feel that her body had been forcibly unlocked to a limit, with both speed and strength far exceeding what she could originally exert. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Yuxiao felt a slight heaviness in her chest, and her breathing became somewhat labored. It should be due to her wounds not healing yet. But it wasn't a big problem. Her blood had strong vitality and could withstand it. Let us try with a wooden sword first. Otherwise, even if the dojo is large, it might be destroyed by the power of the ninth style. The ninth style, a thought in an instant, is the strongest move among the breathing techniques Yuxiao created and can be considered the ultimate trick of the Breath of the Storm. To unleash such a powerful move, in addition to speed and skill, spatial magic must also be coordinated, and the timing of the activation is the key to victory. It can be said to be a trinity, with each part indispensable. After making up her mind, Yuxiao switched her sword to prevent the wooden sword from being damaged midway. She had also reinforced it with a spell, so even if the wooden sword suffered a great impact, it wouldn't easily break. Yuxiao's eyes narrowed, fully focused, mobilizing all the strength in her body. Her speed was so fast that she seemed to flash in place. Breath of the Storm, ninth form. In the vast dojo, the slender figure of the girl appeared almost simultaneously in different positions, either standing on the ground or leaping into the air, as if there were countless versions of her, wielding a wooden sword and launching slashes from various angles. The wooden sword in her hand made a metallic sound as she swung it, as if even the air was being sliced in two. A thought, a moment born. In just a few seconds, Yuxiao had unleashed nearly hundreds, if not thousands, of slashes. Such a dense barrage of attacks, combined with space magic unleashed in an instant, is unimaginable in its terrifying power. If the preparation time could be extended and the number of slashes increased further, even Musen Kabutsuji would likely feel a headache at the sight. From the moment she began to unleash her sword forms, Yuxiao felt discomfort in her body. Her temperature was rapidly rising, her heart was pounding violently, each beat feeling as if it might explode, and her vision began to blur. What's wrong? My chest feels so tight. Yuxiao immediately stopped, disregarding everything else, and hurriedly trembled as she took out a mirror from her pocket to carefully examine her face. Indeed, on her right cheek, a blue hydrangea pattern was currently appearing, but the color was very faint, as if it could disappear at any moment. Is this the legendary pattern? Why does it look different from what I imagined? Cough, cough, cough. A sudden itchiness surged in her throat, and Yuxiao began to cough violently, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand, only to feel a dampness in her palm. She looked down and saw her hand covered in bright red, warm blood, dripping down through her fingers onto the floor, mixed with some crystalline fragments. What? Yuxiao looked at the blood in her hands in disbelief. How could this happen? She had only used 2 talismans to strengthen her body and employed the total concentration breathing technique of the Breath of the Storm. The patterns had indeed manifested successfully through this method, which was enough to confirm that her hypothesis was correct. But why was she spitting blood? Her nostrils were filled with a strong metallic smell, and her insides felt as if they were being burned by flames. Yuxiao snapped back to reality from her disbelief and quickly stopped using the total concentration breathing technique, feeling the pain ease slightly. How could this be? Yuxiao stumbled and staggered to the edge of the dojo, leaning weakly against the wall, her eyes closed as she gasped for breath. After a while, she managed to open her eyes with difficulty, examining the fragmented crystals mixed with blood in her palm. Upon seeing the structure of those crystals clearly, a bitter smile involuntarily formed at the corner of her lips. Magic crystals and magic are convenient and efficient, but not everyone can use them at will. To use magic, there must be a circuit in the body that constitutes its operation. Just like a light bulb requires not only electricity, but also a circuit to connect the two, ensuring safe transmission of power so that it can shine brightly for a long time. Typically, a person capable of using magic must have at least two magical circuits in their body, one for absorbing external energy and converting it into magical power, and another for storing and releasing that magical power. However, in this world, people do not possess magical circuits, nor does magic exist. Forcing the use of magic without magical circuits is akin to using one's flesh and blood as a medium to complete the functions of the above two circuits. It is a suicidal act. The fact that she wasn't blown to smithereens on the spot is nothing short of a miracle. Yu Xiao dared to use magic, relying on the powerful vitality of the blood within her body, which allowed her to harm herself while simultaneously healing. Her dull sense of pain created a perfect cycle. But now, that was no longer possible. The situation was clear. Her body had already exceeded its limits and could no longer support the use of magic while activating a pattern that inflicted debuffs on her body. She could only choose one. Additionally, the injury she sustained a few days ago had not yet healed, further worsening her physical condition. Her self-healing was insufficient, and she had no way to channel her magic for self-circulation. Soon, the blocked magical energy formed high concentrations of magic crystals, distributed throughout her body. If this continued, the outcome was predictable. She would die. What bad luck. Is this the price of cheating? Yu Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief and gazed blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, she recalled what Akaza had said to her that day. Yasaki, your swordsmanship is indeed good, and your speed is fast, but unfortunately, your strength is still lacking. At least this statement was correct. Lack of strength was a congenital defect that could not be compensated for no matter how hard she tried later on. She was a premature baby and had been weak as a child. As for why her body suddenly improved one day, it was likely due to the awakening of her celestial bloodline. Why is my body so weak? If only I could have muscles with 8 times the density, like Miri. How wonderful that would be. Yu Xiao lowered her eyelids, her golden eyes shimmering with a glimmer, disheveled strands of hair sticking to her sweaty cheeks. Her slender body appearing so fragile that it seemed like she would dissipate at any moment. She couldn't afford to be so despondent. Although her power was limited, she could still achieve many things. The uses of magic were far broader than just a pattern. Giving up on using magic for the sake of a single pattern was not a wise choice. Although this time the pattern was opened with the aid of talisman paper, the benefits brought by the pattern were also evident. Whether in strength or speed, it could definitely elevate her current abilities by several levels. Therefore, she had to find a win-win solution, even if the possibility was minuscule. Feeling extremely sleepy, she decided to clean up the bloodstains before sleeping. As drowsiness overwhelmed her, Yu Xiao no longer thought much and planned to rest well during this time. Everything could wait until she regained her strength. Chapter 145. Taboo. As midnight approached, Yu Chuan finally finished processing the documents he needed to review. He had been working from dawn until now, and if this continued, even with a healthy body, he could end up falling ill, especially since he bore a curse that had lasted for 1,000 years. Putting down his pen, Yu Chuan rubbed his weary brow, recalling the reprimands from Ling Shi in the morning, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. There was no reason for Ling Shi to come unless it was for something important. This time, he came not to investigate Yu Chuan's movements, nor to confirm Yu Xiao's condition, but for profit. The Yasaki family had relied on practicing medicine and making medicine since their ancestors. 1,000 years ago, during the Heian period, they were granted a surname and territory, becoming a renowned noble. If it weren't for the appearance of Kibutsuji Musen, the Yasaki family would never have chosen to withdraw from the historical stage at their peak and disappear for 1,000 years. Although today's Yasaki family does not hold a prominent position, they have a long-standing foundation and, relying on medicine production, reselling overseas imports, and other industries. They are considered a wealthy family in Tokyo. Even so, Ling Shi remained unsatisfied. He had his eyes set on the power of the Hojo family. And to gain more convenience in the future, forming an alliance with the Hojo family became his primary goal. The simplest and most direct way to create a cooperative relationship between the two families was through marriage. Ling Shi had already chosen a candidate. The second daughter of the Hojo family, Hojo Yuka. Hojo Yuka had a pleasant name, making one think she was a noble lady from a respectable family. In reality, however, Hojo Yuka was not only ugly but also arrogant and licentious. She often mingled among handsome kabuki actors, and when in a bad mood, She would resort to beatings and insults, using her power to bully others, truly a disgrace among disgrace. Due to Hojo Yuka's notorious reputation, other noble youths avoided her like the plague, causing the head of the Hojo family great frustration and worry over his daughter's future. In this way, if someone could endure humiliation and marry Hojo Yuka, they would undoubtedly gain the head of the Hojo family's favor and reap countless benefits. Ling Shi, however, was not willing to let his own son suffer such a fate. Instead, he intended to have his good nephew bear the burden, all while claiming it was a necessary sacrifice for the future development of the family. Upon learning of this, Yu Qiuan, even with his good temper, could not help but laugh in anger. Ling Shi was clearly trying to humiliate him. If he really married Hojo Yuka, what good would come of it? However, at least for now, Yu Qiuan had no room for choice. If he wanted to completely sever ties with Ling Shi and fight to the death, he needed to plan for a while longer. Thus, Yu Qiuan could only pretend to agree, temporarily stalling for time. The thought of marrying such a woman was absolutely impossible. Moreover, in his heart, he had long. Yu Qian's face darkened, her amber eyes filled with malice. Yasaki Ryoji, one day I will kill you with my own hands. After a moment, Yu Qian summoned the servant waiting outside the door. How is Yu Xiao? The servant replied. Reporting to the head of the family, the young lady was practicing swordsmanship at the dojo earlier. At the end, she looked very unwell. The lights in her room are still on, and we don't know if she is rested. The servant added, the young lady hasn't eaten all day. Not a drop of water has crossed her lips, and the meals sent to her remain untouched. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Yu Qian's eyes, deepening her hatred for Ryoji. It was always like this. Whenever Yu Xiao encountered Ryoji, she would refuse to eat for several days, no matter what kind of food was offered. And even when extremely thirsty, she wouldn't dare to drink a sip of water. Their father never asked much about it, nor did he know how much suffering Yu Xiao endured at Ryoji's hands, and even if he did know, he wouldn't react much. For the family, as long as Yu Xiao was alive and could create value, no one cared about her thoughts, and no one was concerned about her physical condition. Yu Qian could no longer bear it all. I will go see her. You may leave first. He waved his hand to dismiss the servant, put on a wide kimono, left the study, and stepped into the corridor leading to the courtyard where Yu Xiao was located. The courtyard of Yu Xiao is located in the most western corner of the entire Yasaki family, making it very secluded. When her father arranged for her to be there, the intention was to allow her to focus on sword practice without distractions, and he never neglected her in terms of daily life. From a moment she entered the courtyard, a sense of desolation and bleakness quietly spread in the night, heavy and oppressive, almost suffocating. Only the light streaming in through the window could slightly dispel it. Yu Qian stood outside the door, hesitating as she raised her hand to knock. What else can I say to her? Should she scold her as the head of the family, or resent her as a brother for forgetting him? Even if she didn't know how to face her, could she still go see her? In just a few days, she would be returning to that ghost-slaying team that had once haunted Yu Qian's dreams, the abyss from which she would never return. Yu Qian, oh Yu Qian, at this point, will you still continue to be willful? What is this stubbornness and arrogance for? She has completely forgotten you, no matter how angry you get at her. She will not remember you again. What are you still hoping for? But I can't let her go. In the end, he lost it himself and raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. In the quiet courtyard, the sudden sound of knocking was particularly loud. Yu Qian waited for a long time, but received no response. Have you already rested? Or, remembering what the servant had reported earlier, that Yu Xiao had come out of the temple looking very unwell, Yu Qian furrowed his brows in concern and pushed the door open to enter. The furnishings in the room were the same as before, almost unchanged, and aside from the necessities of life, it was monotonous to the point of being ridiculous. In the center of the low table, there were a few books and some small porcelain bottles that looked like they were used for storing medicine. Yu Xiao was kneeling at the table, fast asleep. Perhaps because she was too tired, she was sleeping very soundly. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall across the table, and only half of her sleeping face was visible from the crook of her arm. Her delicate brows were relaxed, her lips slightly pursed, and her eyelashes cast a shadow on her eyelids, making her look unusually obedient and adorable, a sight rarely seen in her daily life. Everything seemed to have returned to the past. Yu Qiuan couldn't help but chuckle, his voice becoming incredibly gentle. You, it seems, only show your true self when you're asleep. He sat next to Yu Xiao, kneeling at the low table, his gaze landing on the open pages of a book. He flipped through a few pages and found that they were all handwritten records of curse studies. Even the porcelain bottle on the table contained medicine used to delay the curse. Yu Qing's whole body trembled, And for a moment, he even thought about flipping the table along with those things and smashing them to pieces. He gripped the porcelain bottle in his hand, suppressing the urge to shatter it, and placed it back without a change. How could you do this to yourself just to study such things? Do you think the blood of immortals flowing through your veins can save them? How naive. They have never cared about your feelings. Why are you so angry? Once again, anger seized his reason, and Yuqing almost roared, but upon seeing the tranquil, sleeping face of the girl, it was as if his throat had been grabbed, and he immediately fell silent. There were 1,000 words in his heart, yet at this moment, they turned into a sigh. Alas! Yuqing gently embraced her from the side, and after a while, finally said a sentence. You've lost weight. Yuqian's slender fingers traced the girl's face little by little, moving slowly along her soft facial contours, and suddenly stopped. Yuxiao, if one day I were to act against the family, violating the family rules, would you forgive me? You wouldn't, because your head is full of stones. Moreover, Yuqian laughed self-deprecatingly. If that day really comes, you would probably kill me without hesitation, right? The Yatsuka family does not allow harm among kin. If he killed Renshir, Yuxiao would definitely execute him, because she is revered as a divine child. Violating the family rules is tantamount to betraying the entire Yatsuka family. But that's okay. Brother will drive away all the bad people who bully Yuxiao. Yuqian leaned slightly, resting her forehead against hers, their light blue long hair intertwined, the colors surprisingly matching perfectly, making it difficult to distinguish which strand belonged to him. A soft touch came from her lips, yet there was no warmth at all. Yuqian silently stepped back, widening the distance between the two, glancing at the flickering candlelight on the table. Under the glow of the flames, the young man's amber eyes were swirling with emotions that were hard to decipher. That day, he had acted on his own accord, almost making a grave mistake that nearly cost her her life. When his father learned of it, he was furious for the first time, personally administering punishment and locking him in the ancestral hall for a whole month. By the time he emerged from the hall, everything had changed. Not only had Yuxiao forgotten him, but his mother had also left him. Yet, people began to praise him, saying he had finally matured and was increasingly behaving like a proper heir, not wasting the painstaking efforts of the family head. Only Yuqian himself knew that from that moment on, he had already gone mad. You're not a Zanami. Yuqing scoffed and quietly left. If it weren't for the faint scent of camellia lingering in the air, he would seem as if he had never appeared at all. Chapter 146, Father's Entrustment. Yuxiao had slept so deeply that it felt like the world was spinning. When she woke up, her whole body ached severely. She had originally been sleeping with her head resting on a low table, but somehow she had ended up lying on the tatami mat. Due to lying on her side, one side of her face was marked with red impressions. The lamp on the table had long since burned out, and outside the window, the daylight was bright. She had no idea how long she had actually slept. It wasn't until she finished washing up and had lunch that she learned from a servant that a full 5 days had passed. Yuxiao couldn't believe that she had actually slept for 5 days, and during this time, no one had come to wake her up. She immediately asked, "Why didn't anyone come awake me?" The servant looked quite troubled and replied, "Miss, this is an order from the master of the house, and we didn't dare to disturb your rest without permission." Why did the master of the house issue such an order? Yuxiao was puzzled. She had always been strict with herself at home, and she also bore the heavy responsibilities of her family. Why did her brother allow her to sleep like this? The subordinate was also not very clear and asked for the young lady's forgiveness. Seeing Yuxiao's slightly somber expression, the servant hurriedly knelt down to plead for forgiveness, fearing that she would blame him. "Get up, you were just doing your job. There's no need to be so tense. I won't blame you." Yuxiao slightly eased her expression. The servant immediately breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly thanking her, and after tidying up the tableware, quickly left the room. Although the title had changed, Yuxiao was still the shrine maiden of the Yabasaka family, even though she seemed easy to get along with. Being in the same room with her still put immense pressure on these servants. There isn't much time left until the scheduled tea party. I need to go back quickly. Yuxiao prepared what she needed before leaving, planning to bid farewell to the family head and return to the Demon Slayer Corps. However, just as she stepped out of the courtyard, she encountered a middle-aged man in the corridor, Haikawa Akira, a retainer of the Yatsuka family. "Lady Yuxiao." Haikawa Akira greeted her with a bow, his voice unusually tinged with urgency. "Lord Seiji wishes to see you. He has something important to entrust to you." "I understand." Yuxiao nodded and did not ask further. The two of them arrived at Zhengji's room, and Mingchuan consciously stood guard outside the door. "Father, what instructions do you have for Yuxiao?" Yuxiao's expression was serious as he lowered his head, kneeling on one knee, looking ready for action at any moment. Coughing. Zhengji lay on the bedding, his eye sockets deeply sunken, appearing in worse condition than a few days ago. Your brother has been coughing recently, and he might be in life-threatening danger. You must stay by his side and remain vigilant against any danger. Zhengji struggled to say these few words. Since the last episode of illness, he had fallen into a coma. During this time, images occasionally flashed through his mind, many of which he could not see clearly or had forgotten. However, one image was deeply etched in his heart. He saw Yuyuin covered in wounds, lying in a pool of blood, his life uncertain. Beside him stood a young man in a suit, with pale, emaciated skin. Zhengji could not make out the man's features, but just a vague outline emanated a chilling aura that made him feel cold all over. The scene in the image was too vivid for Zhengji to believe it was just a dream. Moreover, he vaguely remembered a similar situation occurring when the old family head was still alive. Thus, Zhengji concluded that the images he saw were surely a warning of something about to happen. Understood. I will immediately report to the family head. Yu Xiao has no doubts about him. She will unconditionally obey the orders given by her father. Yu Xiao must protect your elder brother, as he is your only family in the future. This is the first time that Zhengji has earnestly advised her like this. Father, please prioritize your health. It is Yu Xiao's duty to protect the family head, and she will not fail in her mission. Yu Xiao showed no emotion in his eyes. After finishing his words, he bowed respectfully to Zhengji and then turned to leave, heading straight for the study. At that moment, in the study, Yu Chuan was sitting at the desk, rarely taking a leisurely moment to groom Qin Yaowan's fur. Master of the house. The door was pushed open, and Yu Xiao quickly walked in, lowering his head and kneeling on one knee, saying, Father has ordered me to stay by your side immediately. What are your instructions? Yu Qin paused his movements. Qin Yaowan, who was originally immersed in enjoyment and comfortably squinting his eyes, suddenly opened them wide and stared intently at Yu Xiao, as if expressing his dissatisfaction. Mister, Mingchuan has already told me. My father is only seriously ill, and during his coma, he was haunted by nightmares, which is why he feels lingering fear. It's an unnecessary worry. Yu Chuan's expression was, and he casually tossed the comb in his hand aside, losing the earlier enthusiasm. However, Yu Xiao wanted to say something more, but was impatiently interrupted by Yu Chuan. What? Do you have any objections? A sarcastic smile curled at the corner of his lips. Or are you saying that you can no longer tell who the current head of the Yatsuka family is? Hearing this, Yu Xiao lowered his head even more. I dare not. Oh really? I think your courage is growing bigger. Yu Qin propped his chin on one hand, examining her with a smile that was neither here nor there. His incredibly handsome face seemed to thaw like ice and snow in the coming warm spring, and the tear mole at the corner of his eye added an extra touch of charm. After that night, it seemed he had found himself again. Even in front of Yu Xiao, he wouldn't reveal the slightest hint of his feelings. It was as if overnight, all his thoughts, his infatuation, and his grievances had been completely severed with her forgetfulness. Even though his heart still endured agony. There is no need for you here. Go back to where you belong. Yu Qin waved his hand without looking up. He wouldn't allow Yu Xiao to stay by his side, because he was about to start preparing for the marriage alliance with the Beiqiao family. Letting Yu Xiao witness his engagement to another woman? What a joke. It would be better to kill him outright. Yu Xiao felt helpless, but had no choice. In the Yasaki family, the head of the family's orders were paramount. Even her father could not bypass the head of the family and directly command her. Yu Xiao complied, hoping that the head of the family would take care of their health and not overexert themselves. Remembering her father's words, the only family member, Yu Xiao ultimately couldn't help but express a bit more concern. Yu Qin was slightly taken aback. It seemed that something had reignited in the dark, damp corner. He stared at the girl in front of him without showing any emotion, but unexpectedly locked eyes with her golden gaze. Her eyes were not as cold and empty as he had anticipated. Instead, they looked back at him with a hint of concern. It was probably just like this when the dead ashes were rekindled. Yu Qin quickly averted her gaze, but did not miss the dagger she had tucked at her waist, the hilt of which bore a translucent white hook jade. So she has been carrying it with her all along, he thought subconsciously, placing his hand on his lapel, where there was also a hook jade, but it was entirely black, as deep as eternal night, in stark contrast to her pure and flawless hook jade. Do what you must do, and do not let the family down. Perhaps it was Yu Qiao's illusion, but Yu Chuan's voice suddenly softened a lot. I still have official business to attend to. You may leave. Yes. The door was closed, and the room returned to silence once more. Yu Qin gently stroked Qin Yaowan, murmuring to herself, do you know? For a moment, I even thought she remembered. Yin couldn't understand human language, but could sense emotions. It let out a low sound in response. Do you also like the outside world? Yu chuckled softly and murmured, That's true, for you with wings. The sky outside is countless times more vast than this little courtyard. But even if we leave this courtyard, can we truly attain freedom? Chapter 147. Reunion under the night Sakura after being rejected by Yuqian. Yu Xiao had no choice but to return to her father's courtyard to report. She told Hei's Mingchuan about the matter, and this older middle-aged man sighed repeatedly. Lord Heisa, the sudden order from Lord Seiji today for you to serve the bodyguard is certainly not influenced by nightmares. However, now that the order has been given by the head of the family, Lord Yu Xiao should temporarily return to the Demon Slayer Corps. I believe you've already sensed that the Yasaki family has the Yishin clan secretly protecting the head of the family, so you need not worry too much. The people referred to as the Yishin clan by Mingchuan mostly had tragic backgrounds, either having wandered the streets since childhood or being homeless due to the atrocities committed by demons against their families. The Yasaki family took these people in, providing them with food, clothing, and shelter, and trained them to be similar to ninjas. These individuals, without exception, were loyal only to the head of the family. Yu Xiao had only heard a little about the Yishin clan. In reality, she was not very clear about the specific tasks they were responsible for. Then I will leave it to you, Mr. Hei's. Yu Xiao nodded slightly to him and turned to leave. Wishing you a prosperous military fortune. Mingchuan bowed deeply to her back. May the immortal bless Lord Yu Xiao to successfully eliminate Muzan Kibutsuji and return safely. He clasped his hands together and silently prayed in his heart. On the way, Yu Xiao passed by a small town. The evening sun was like a golden painting, gently casting a warm glow that made the rooftops shine. The small town was peaceful and serene, with several children chasing each other on the road, their laughter echoing everywhere. Among them, a little girl was tugging at her mother's skirt, constantly begging her to buy her some golden sugar. Yu Xiao slowed down, her gaze unconsciously drawn to a girl. The girl, holding on her mother's clothing, was acting cute. Mom, I want to eat some candy. Can you buy it for me, please? Rico, sweetie, eating too much candy can give you cavities, you know? And you had quite a bit yesterday, so you can't have any more today. But can I have just a little? Just a tiny bit, please? The little girl continued to plead persistently. Oh dear, you child. The girl's mother looked somewhat helpless, but just then, the man walking in front of them suddenly turned around and squatted down to pick up the girl. All right, Rico, don't make it hard for your mom. Dad can buy you candy, but you can't eat too much. Otherwise, if your face swells up from a toothache, other kids will laugh at you, okay? The man smiled and pinched the little girl's nose. Rico understands. Thank you, Dad. You're the best. Oh dear, you spoil her too much. She's currently losing her baby teeth. Eating too many sweets isn't good for her, the woman said somewhat disapprovingly. Haha, it's all right. After all, Rico is just a child. The man said indulgently. Besides, our Rico is the most sensible one. She knows what's right, doesn't she? Rico is the most sensible little girl. I want tea trouble, Dad. The little girl smiled widely, revealing a few missing front teeth. Haha. Yu Xiao watched the scene unfold. Taking it all in, she looked up at the distant sky, her golden eyes flickering slightly, lost in thought. So, this is what it feels like to have family by blood. Yu Xiao doesn't quite understand. There are many families in this world, although most of them are not very wealthy. They can still be considered happy and complete. But when night falls and the sun disappears, the wandering evil spirits will emerge in full force. With each hunt and each meal, they unknowingly destroy countless originally happy families, and many people lose their loved ones or even their lives as a result. Yu Xiao tightened the sun blade hidden in her haori and quickened her pace. It was night, and the full moon hung high in the sky, casting a bright silver light over the earth, as if everything was draped in a layer of silver. The stars twinkled in the night sky, resembling jewels embedded in a black curtain, complementing the moonlight and making the entire night sky even more splendid. Tanjiro had just completed his mission and hurried towards the butterfly mansion without a moment's rest, having not closed his eyes all day. Tenjin Yuzui hovered above him, cawing and urging him to take a break at the nearby tofu house, but Tanjiro couldn't stop for a second. Caw! Tanjiro! You're crazy! You're crazy! Tenjin shouted hoarsely. But Tanjiro ignored him. Furious, Tenjin dove down from the sky and pecked madly at Tanjiro's forehead. That guy from the Sanzanin said, Yu Xiao went home a few days ago. Even if you hurry back to the butterfly mansion, you won't see her Ka. Sanzanin Cuckoo, the crow that Yu Xiao named Kuro, often quarreled with Tenjin, but had been instructed by Yu Xiao to pay more attention to Tanjiro's movements. So he relayed this news to Tenjin. I know, stop shouting. Tanjiro's head was being pecked loudly. But he wasn't angry. He simply raised his hand to gently push Tenjin away. The butterfly mansion was just ahead, and after all that noise, he thought Tenjin should rest for a bit. Caw! I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Tenjin's relentless pecking didn't hurt Tanjiro, but nearly gave himself a concussion. So he bit down on Tanjiro's hand. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I know I was wrong. Tenjin, let go of me. Tanjiro shook his hand in pain, but Tenjin seemed to be welded to it. No matter how he swung, he couldn't shake it off. With no other choice, he had to endure the pain and protect the crow in his arms as he continued towards the butterfly mansion. In the courtyard of the butterfly mansion, the white cherry blossoms were just beginning to bloom. Tanjiro pushed the door open and saw from a distance that a tree full of snow-white cherry blossoms was quietly blooming. He couldn't help but sigh as he slowly walked towards the cherry tree. As he got a bit closer, he noticed a figure standing beneath the snow-white blossoms. The person had their back to him, with long hair cascading down to her waist, and the moonlight enveloped her like a silver veil. A few petals quietly fell on her shoulders, reflecting a pearl-like glow. The white blossoms fluttered down, and the surroundings were utterly silent. Tanjiro stared blankly at that graceful figure, his breath quickening uncontrollably. He heard his heart thumping wildly, and for a moment, it felt as if he was frozen in place, unable to move. Just then, the girl turned around, and in a fleeting glance, the white blossoms that had covered her shoulders fell like snow. It's you. Yu Xiao smiled gently at him, her golden eyes as soft as dew-laden petals. Chapter 148, Escape. It had only been 7 days since the Infinite Train mission ended. During these 7 days, Tanjiro missed Yu Xiao every moment. He worked tirelessly as if under a spell, not daring to rest for a second on the way back, just to return to the butterfly mansion and see her as soon as possible. Now, the person he had been thinking about day and night stood quietly before him, revealing a flawless smile, yet Tanjiro felt as if something was blocking his throat, staring at her foolishly, unable to utter a word. What's wrong, Tanjiro? Are you so surprised to see me that you can't even speak? The girl smiled softly as cherry blossoms fell under the moonlight. The overwhelming longing flooded over him like a tide, instantly drowning him. Tanjiro could no longer suppress the throbbing in his heart. He dashed past Tenjin and ran toward her, leaping into her embrace, wrapping his arms around her tightly like vines. The girl's soft, cool body, filled with the scent of morning dew and flowers, filled his nostrils. At that moment, Tanjiro forgot everything. He forgot he was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, forgot his mission, forgot his responsibilities, only remembering her existence. Yu Xiao, Yu Xiao. Tanjiro's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of choking. Each call expressed his longing. What happened to you? It's only been a few days, and you look like you've been bullied. Do you want to complain to me? Yu Xiao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, her arm frozen in midair as she hesitated several times, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to push him away. But Tanjiro's eyes turned red in an instant. I'm sorry, Yu Xiao. I'm really sorry. It's all because I'm too weak that you got hurt by Akaza. It was supposed to be a mission we did together, but I couldn't be of any help. I'm really sorry for not being able to protect you. Tanjiro sobbed, tears pouring out like a breached dam, quickly soaking her shoulder. Are you an idiot? A sudden pain surged in Yu Xiao's chest. She bit her lip and murmured softly, You're crying for someone like me. That's not true, Tanjiro retorted loudly. Yu Xiao is the best person in the world. I would rather be the one hurt than see you get hurt. So please don't say such self-deprecating things. It was a strange feeling. The boy before her was clearly still crying sadly. Yet the voice coming from him sounded like a roar, every word powerful and resonant. Yu Xiao remained silent, not responding, but gently rubbed his head with her hand. Is it my illusion? Tanjiro, it seems like you've grown taller after not seeing you for a while. She observed the boy who was now half a head taller than her, and found that his appearance was not good, even a bit disheveled. His red hair was messy, his clothes were stained with dirt, and there were several tears, as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. Even the red Haori she had given him had disappeared. Tanjiro had changed back into the green, checkered Haori. For reasons she couldn't understand, Yu Xiao cautiously asked Tanjiro, Where did your previous Haori go? Did you accidentally get it dirty? Or do you no longer like it? Tanjiro suddenly looked up, directly meeting her gaze. His face still marked with wet tear stains. I didn't dislike it. I like everything that you gave me. It wasn't just the things she had given him. He liked Yu Xiao herself immensely. But that red Haori had been ruined by his own hands. Even Miss Aoi, who could repair Nezuko's box, expressed her inability to help with this. Although he had damaged the Haori for her sake, Tanjiro still took all the blame upon himself. I'm sorry, Yu Xiao. I ruined the Haori. If it were in the past, if Yuxiao knew that the Haori she gave to Tanjiro was damaged, she would definitely buy him a new one without hesitation. But now, she didn't dare to do that anymore. Yuxiao looked at him with a complex gaze. The vibrant and gentle boy in front of her, who should have been as warm and dazzling as the sun hanging in the sky, was now shrouded in a layer of shadow because of her, losing his brilliance and becoming increasingly dim. It shouldn't be like this. Yuxiao tried to maintain a calm facade, wiping the tears from his cheeks with her hand, forcing a smile. It's okay, just stay like this. You're doing great right now. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro immediately released his hold on her, looking extremely panicked, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, Yuxiao. I know I've done a lot of wrong things. Please don't be mad at me. Okay, I won't make you angry again. He looked at Yuxiao with a pleading expression, like a small animal about to be abandoned by its owner. With his tear-red eyes full of sadness and a sense of grievance that was heart-wrenching, Yuxiao seemed to be scalded by his gaze, instinctively withdrawing her hand as if shocked. Don't be like this, Tanjiro, please. I'm not angry, and you didn't do anything wrong. You don't need to apologize to me at all. In fact, at first, Yuxiao wanted to give Tanjiro a good scolding and then make him compensate her with 10 times the amount of desserts as punishment. But in the end, after thinking it over, she let go of all those thoughts. She didn't have the courage to face Tanjiro's feelings, nor the courage to confess everything to him. What would happen if Tanjiro found out that she had been deceiving him all along? Yuxiao couldn't figure it out and didn't dare to think about it. She was afraid that Tanjiro would look at her with disgust and call her a hypocritical liar for deceiving him for so long. After all, she didn't deserve Tanjiro's heartfelt kindness. So Yuxiao chose to evade the situation. You must be exhausted from the journey. After washing up, get a good sleep at the Butterfly Mansion and you'll feel much better, Yuxiao said, handing a small jar of golden candy to Tanjiro. But her smile looked more like a cry than anything else. I bought this on the way. It's for Nezuko. Yuxiao. Tanjiro hurriedly tried to grasp her hand. But at the moment he was about to touch her, she dodged away. I'm sorry. As the words fell, white cherry blossoms scattered, and the girl's figure disappeared. Only Tanjiro stood there, lost and disoriented under the cherry tree, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Tanjiro couldn't understand. He could clearly feel that Yuxiao had some different feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have shown such an expression before leaving, caring about his state and worrying about Nezuko. But why things turn out this way? I'm really too useless. Chapter 149. The Mask of Deception. After returning to the mansion, Yuxiao lay on the soft bed, tossing and turning but unable to sleep, her mind filled with the image of Tanjiro's dejected look. She began to regret her evasive behavior, but didn't know how to face it. Love, whether romantic or otherwise, was something too unfamiliar for Yuxiao. She had only seen it from others, but still felt unable to understand it. Being liked by someone is a very happy thing. It means that besides oneself, there are others in this world who care about and pay attention to you. But this kind of liking is different from another kind of liking. At a certain moment, Yuxiao had a fleeting moment of hesitation. She wanted to open her heart to Tanjiro, to express her feelings, to share everything with him without reservation. Even imagining that such a gentle person like Tanjiro would surely accept her and forgive her lies. But in the end, she retreated in fear. What if Tanjiro chose to leave her after learning the truth? What would she do then? Even if Tanjiro could accept her words and forgive her for lying, who could ensure that he wouldn't harbor resentment? Moreover, if it weren't for her sudden appearance disrupting the original timeline, how would Tanjiro ever come to like her? Feelings are really a complex thing. Once you gain something, you want to acquire more, leading to an endless craving. Is that desire? Then what is my desire? Yuxiao sat up from the bed. The dormitory was pitch black, with heavy black curtains blocking out the moonlight from outside, making it impossible to see anything. It felt like an excellent place for ghosts to rest. She turned on the switch by the bed, and in an instant, a dim warm light illuminated the room from above. The specially designed ceiling sparkled with fragmented lights, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky, emitting a warm yet faint glow. Yuxiao was wearing only a silk camisole nightgown, the thin and soft fabric accentuating her curvaceous figure. She stepped out of bed barefoot, walking on the cashmere carpet all the way to the washroom. Looking at her expressionless face in the mirror, Yuxiao let out a deep breath, then turned on the faucet, splashing her cheeks with icy cold water, trying to wake herself up a bit. Meaningless worries and fantasies will only lead my mind to gradually fall apart. I need to maintain this state and keep going. Yuxiao suddenly raised her head, only to unexpectedly meet a pair of cold golden eyes. Her pupils trembled, and beads of water rolled down her damp cheeks, flowing into the dark whirlpool along the edge of the washstand. The girl in the mirror exuded an imposing presence without anger, her gaze scrutinizing her unblinkingly. Her pale lips slightly parted, as if uttering an ancient curse. Monster! Yu Xiao suddenly swung her fist and smashed it into her face. Bang! In an instant, the mirror shattered into countless pieces, and even the wall was dented. Her hand was deeply embedded in the wall, the broken glass cutting into her skin, and crimson blood flowed along the spiderweb-like cracks, as if being consumed by a greedy monster, continuously seeping out and forming blood-red veins. The shattered mirror pieces reflected her face, each showing a different expression. Some were mocking, some were disdainful, some were contemptuous, some were disgusted. They kept repeating the same word: hypocrisy. In that moment, Yu Xiao seemed to be drained of strength, collapsing to the ground. The flowing blood quickly stopped, and the shards embedded in her skin were pushed out, falling to the ground. Before long, her hand became whole and undamaged again. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiao let out a low chuckle. So what? Even if one wears a hypocritical mask, what difference does it make? The next day, at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yu Xiao once again visited the residence of Kanmaki Yoya and presented the details that were not explained last time. Unable to be killed by the Nicaran blade, Akaza has become a troublesome existence. If they meet again, the situation will become exceptionally perilous. Given Akaza's combative nature, his revenge target will undoubtedly prioritize Yu Xiao, while Tanjiro is being hunted by the demons dispatched by Muzan, which worries Yoya greatly. My lord, are you aware of the existence of patterns? Yu Xiao quietly knelt and suddenly spoke. Patterns? Yoya pondered for a moment. Records in the preserved historical texts mentioned that about 400 years ago, swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps would develop various patterns on their bodies as they mastered the breathing techniques, collectively referred to as patterns. The emergence of these patterns could significantly enhance a swordsman's combat power, but without exception, swordsmen who activated patterns would perish before the age of 25. Yoya's tone was distant, as if recalling the past. Since then, up to the present day, no swordsman has successfully activated a pattern, and the existence of patterns has become an ancient legend. Yu Xiao certainly knows what Yaozai means by since then. 400 years ago, during the Warring States period, the betrayal of a pillar-level swordsman almost led to the annihilation of the entire Demon Slayer Corps. That pillar-level swordsman killed the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps at the time and presented his head to Muzan Kibutsuji in submission. He is the top-ranking demon swordsman among the Upper Moons, Kokoshibo. My lord, in this battle against Akaza, my greatest gain was learning the method to unlock the markings. Yu Xiao raised the corners of his lips and smiled lightly, saying, I will impart the method to unlock the markings to the other pillars without reservation. Unlocking the markings places a tremendous burden on one's internal organs, which may be the reason why marked swordsmen meet an early demise. I will do my utmost to research ways to alleviate the side effects. So please rest assured and take care of your health, without excessive worry, to avoid harming yourself. Yu Xiao's words could be considered the remarks of an excellent employee, bringing a sense of relief to the leader, and Yao Yao was no exception. He nodded in gratitude to Yu Xiao. Thank you, Yu Xiao. However, you also need to be more cautious. My children, and I do not wish for you and many others to get hurt. Even though you have the blood of immortals flowing through you, you are still human, and there are limits to what you can endure. Yaya did not want Yu Xiao to fight to the death with demons just because of her special constitution. The Demon Slayer Corps is currently at its peak, with unprecedented strength among the Hashira, but it is still somewhat insufficient to deal with Muzan and the other Upper Moons. Moreover, the Corps has rules to protect ordinary people at all costs. In this situation, the lives of the members themselves are more important. Only by protecting themselves can they protect others. Every swordsman is an indispensable force, and Yaya understands this principle deeply. I understand. Yu Xiao nodded in agreement. Yaya looked at her gently, and after a moment of thought, asked, Yu Xiao, did something happen during your return? Why do you say that, my lord? Yu Xiao replied without changing her expression, calm and unruffled. Although my eyes cannot see, I can sense that something seems to have changed in you. If you are facing difficulties, you can tell me. While I cannot guarantee that I can solve them, I can at least share your burden. Yaya smiled sincerely, but Yu Xiao did not respond. The air fell silent in that moment, and one could hear a pin drop in the vast hall. After a while, the young girl opened her mouth. My lord, do you believe in the concept of previous lives? Chapter 150. A healer cannot heal themselves. It is somewhat laughable that Yu Xiao had never considered voicing such a question, especially not in front of the wise Yao Ya. Perhaps influenced by the illusions in the mirror, a sleepless night left Yu Xiao's mental state somewhat unstable. Upon hearing Yaoya's calm and wonderfully soothing voice, she felt a glimmer of hope, wishing to receive a guiding answer from this clever lord. Yaoya was slightly taken aback. The term previous life seemed too mystical for a modern society that had long abandoned the yin-yang way and embraced technological and industrial development. Although he did not know much about it, his wife, Aminai, belonged to a priestly family, and he had absorbed some knowledge of metaphysics through her. The term previous life sounds somewhat ethereal, although I have not personally experienced it. I have heard of similar situations. For instance, some extraordinarily gifted individuals can awaken ancestral memories under certain special circumstances, but this is very rare. However, since Yu Xiao could ask such a question, it must have been troubling her. He directly pointed out the topic without probing too much into the specifics, maintaining a sense of decorum while giving Yu Xiao the respect she deserved. My lord, your insight is extraordinary. Yu Xiao withdrew her smile. I want to know, if a person suddenly possesses memories of a previous life, then who is this person? Are they the current version of themselves or the past version? Or perhaps, are they both? Yu Xiao's purpose is very simple. She just wants to understand who she really is. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous and simple question has troubled her for days, leaving her feeling trapped and anxious. Yao Zai fell into a long-awaited silence. He did not respond immediately, but after a moment of thought, he gazed gently at Yu Xiao and slowly said, "That depends on what the person involved thinks. She can choose to stay in the past, unable to extricate herself from the memories of her previous life, gradually sinking deeper. Or she can abandon everything from her past and face an unknown future with a brand new identity." Yao Zai paused briefly before continuing, or she might waver between the two, deeply lost in confusion, ultimately losing herself. Losing oneself? Yu Xiao pondered. In the end, a faint smile appeared on her lips. However, this smile seemed to carry a hint of self-mockery. Indeed, before she even realized this issue, she had already been gradually losing herself. Now, she was merely more certain of this fact. An inescapable past, and a future she doesn't want to face. She feels like a fish stranded in a dried-up rut, unable to save herself. A doctor cannot heal themselves. Do not be afraid of losing. If you choose not to start out of fear of losing, you will lose even more. This was the earnest teaching left to her by her master, Fiseting, before his passing. But master, I have lost you too. Yao Zai could not see Yu Xiao's facial expression, but he could clearly sense the emotional fluctuation in the girl before him. Just as he was about to say something else, Yu Xiao spoke up first, thanking the Lord for the enlightenment. Yu Xiao's gaze fell on a certain corner of the room. Can you come out now, Miss Shinobu? As soon as the words fell, the door to the hall's compartment was pulled open, and a petite purple figure stepped out from the shadows. Shinobu Kochu pressed her lips together, her face unusually devoid of any smile, silently staring at Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao did not show any anger at being overheard. Instead, she casually smiled at her as a greeting. Before entering the main house, Yu Xiao already knew that there was more than just Sakenoshita Zai inside. This was thanks to the custom of removing shoes before entering a Japanese-style home. Both Zai himself and the wife and daughter who often accompanied him were all wearing wooden footwear. As for the pair of geta that looked smaller on the step, Yu Xiao could guess without hesitation who the owner of the shoes was. She tacitly allowed Koke Shinobu to listen in. Shinobu herself had a serious and particular personality. Otherwise, she wouldn't have defied Kane's request and resolutely become a demon slayer, eventually becoming the insect Hashira. Moreover, if one were to count carefully, it was indeed Yu Xiao who made the first mistake. Not only did she try to deceive Shinobu, but she also left the butterfly mansion without prior notice, which probably made Shinobu furious. Just thinking about it made Yu Xiao break out in a cold sweat. It was all her own doing. Sorry, Yu Xiao, for disturbing you. It's my habit to have Shinobu examine me, and not informing you in advance was my fault. The two were at a standstill when Sakenoshita Zai spoke first, breaking the previously tense atmosphere. Not at all, Shinobu said, kneeling on one knee and respectfully adding, I hid in advance upon learning that Yu Xiao was coming. So this is not the fault of Lord Zai. She looked at Yu Xiao with a serious expression and said, if you are angry, you can blame me alone. It has nothing to do with Lord Zai. After Yu Xiao left the butterfly mansion, Butterfly Shinobu came to the headquarters to find the leader. Regarding Yu Xiao's background and origins, only Kanroji Yoya in the entire Demon Slayer Corps knows the truth. Apart from him, Yu Xiao has not told anyone else. Not even Tanjiro. Yu Xiao didn't want to speak, surely for her own reasons. Yashiki Yoza could understand her feelings, but as the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, he also had to consider Butterfly Shinobu's feelings. He He did not reveal Yuxiao's past, but subtly gave Butterfly Shinobu some hints. Beyond that, it was not within his control. Butterfly Shinobu was incredibly intelligent. Although the leader did not state it outright, she could deduce the truth she wanted from those hints alone. Therefore, her current mood was very complicated. Miss Shinobu, I have no intention of blaming you or the leader, Yuxiao said with a faint smile. As long as you're not angry with me, that's enough. Leader, I apologize for the disturbance today. Please forgive me. I will take my leave now. If you have more to say, I hope you can share it with me next time, if there's a chance. After Yuxiao finished speaking to Hoshiki Yoza, she turned to glance at Kochu Shinobu, who understood and left the headquarters with her. Looking in the direction the two were leaving, Yoza's dim eyes faintly showed a hint of worry. Once outside the mansion, Kochu Shinobu summoned a messenger crow and whispered a few words to it. The crow quickly flew off in one direction and soon disappeared from sight. On the way, the two walked side by side, but remained silent. Unable to hold back any longer, Kochu Shinobu asked, "Don't you have anything you want to say?" Yuxiao tilted her head, looking at her in confusion. Did Miss Shinobu not get the answer she wanted? I want the answer, but not in this way. Shinobu Kocho's face turned cold. Her voice no longer gentle, already tinged with anger. If I don't pursue this, are you planning to continue like this? Chapter 151. The Heart That Still Holds Firm. How could it be? Yuxiao chuckled. Isn't this just Miss Shinobu's way of doing things? Things she wants to know must be clarified, and promises must be kept no matter what. After hearing the girl's words, Shinobu's delicate body shivered, her pupils suddenly constricting, as if her innermost thoughts had been pierced, leaving her frozen in place. In that moment, she felt that all her disguises were laid bare before Yuxiao. Don't act like you understand me so well. She pursed her lips in displeasure, her tone cold, her slender brows furrowed, and whether it was because she had been exposed, her expression looked even angrier than before. But I do know. Yuxiao's smile remained undiminished, her tone incredibly certain, and for a moment, Shinobu was somewhat lost in thought. How can you still smile? She inadvertently voiced her inner thoughts. Shinobu simply couldn't understand what kind of mindset Yuxiao had to show her smile until now. From birth, she had borne the hatred of her family, been used, forced to undergo brutal training, and even her body had been tortured in poison resistance experiments. Losing most of its pain sensitivity, she seemed to have crawled out of hell, drenched in blood. Not only was she seemingly oblivious to this, but she could even continue to maintain gentleness and politeness in front of others. Does she even have self-awareness? Even the former Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin, chose to leave because he couldn't accept such a cold and brutal family. Yuxiao is different. Even now, despite joining the Demon Slayer Corps, she is still serving her family. This makes Butterfly Shinobu feel a deep chill in her heart. Yes, why is that? Yuxiao casually tapped her lips, putting on a distressed expression. Such questions have never crossed my mind. However, since Miss Shinobu has asked, I suppose I should provide an explanation. Yuxiao smiled with her eyes curved. The reason is actually quite simple, though it might sound a bit convoluted when said out loud. However, I believe that as long as it's you will definitely understand. The girl seems to possess a kind of magic that can stir the emotions of others. Butterfly Ninja couldn't help but be drawn to her. Her purple eyes flickered slightly, and for some reason, a hint of nervousness rose in her heart. You heard the question I just asked the Lord, right? Yuxiao inquired in a declarative tone. Butterfly Ninja gently nodded. The conversation between Yuxiao and the Lord was heard clearly by her in the partition. Even if she had to recount it word for word, she could do so. All right, this may sound strange, but I still have to tell you that the past me is not the same as the present me. In other words, the person you see now cannot be considered the true Yasaki Yuxiao in the real sense. Yuxiao lowered her eyelashes, the long, black feather-like lashes obscuring the emotions in her eyes. Human personality can change under various influences, but these factors mostly come from the outside world, rather than from within oneself. Even from a psychological perspective, no one would experience a sudden personality change without reason, becoming two entirely different people. But I am different. She raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a faint smile. I have two sets of memories. Although both sets are incomplete, the memories from my past life have, to some extent, indeed patched up Yuxiao. At least they allow her current self to appear as an individual with independent self-awareness, rather than a void and numb marionette, manipulated by others. Butterfly Shinobu pressed her lips together, and then, as if realizing something, her gaze toward the girl became more serious. What was your past life like? It's a secret for now. Yuxiao winked at her, casually making a playful remark. If Miss Shinobu really wants to know, She'll have to offer an equal secret in exchange? Butterfly Shinobu's expression remained unchanged, secretly clenching her fists. After a long silence, she finally adjusted her expression and revealed a gentle smile again. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I don't have any secrets. As Yu Xiao had said earlier, once she made up her mind about something, she would do it at any cost. The wisteria poison had already corroded every inch of her flesh and blood. Even her originally black hair had turned purple at the ends due to the accumulation of toxins. However, to kill the upper moon demon, this dosage was still far from sufficient. She would not give up easily. Hatred and anger burned like a raging fire, consuming her last bit of rationality until the venom penetrated her bones, fully merging into every vein. That would be the day she avenged her great grievance. Yu Xiao saw that she had made up her mind and no longer spoke further. Compared to the last futile attempt, at least this time she could take a step further, even though the outcome was still the same failure. She no longer had extra time to conquer Butterfly Shinobu's heart. The longer time dragged on, the deeper the damage the wisteria poison would cause to her body. Therefore, Yu Xiao could only take a different approach, starting with her closest person, Kaneo Tsuyuri. Coincidentally, she still had many things she wanted to discuss with Kaneo. After making up her mind, Yu Xiao completely set aside her probing thoughts. She pretended to be helpless and shrugged. If there are no secrets, then there's nothing I can do. If I were to tell you without any conditions, wouldn't I be at a loss? After saying that, she suddenly ran forward a few steps, turned her head, and stuck out her tongue at Butterfly Shinobu. But now you already know my secrets. As a price, I will rush back to the Butterfly Mansion, mess up your pharmacy, and then take the opportunity to escape. Let's see what you can do about it. Butterfly Shinobu's face twitched with veins showing, and she threatened with a forced smile. You can try. Oh dear Miss Shinobu wouldn't be angry, would she? Yu Xiao feigned surprise and said, I didn't expect that in your eyes. The pharmacy is even more important than me? While saying this, she accelerated towards the Butterfly Mansion, with Butterfly Shinobu chasing after her, giving an ambiguous reply. Guess. Yu Xiao smiled brightly. Of course I'm more important. Butterfly Shinobu smiled, but remained silent. Compared to before, it might be true that she has become a little more important now. Just a little bit, really. Chapter 152. The escaping storm pillar is caught on the spot while claiming to want to destroy the medicine room. Yu Xiao was the first to return to the Butterfly Mansion, but she honestly waited in the examination room and obediently cooperated with Butterfly Shinobu to complete a full body checkup. Well, everything was normal except for slightly low body temperature and blood pressure. Butterfly Shinobu took off the stethoscope, and a ripple appeared in her calm purple eyes. Your recovery speed is truly astonishing. In such circumstances, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to survive. That's the only thing that can be of some use. Yu Xiao muttered softly, lowering her head to button her clothes. The gruesome scar that had been left on her abdomen from being pierced through it faded quite a bit with the passage of time. Oh my, Yu Xiao is really strict with herself. Wearing a chest binder every day like this will affect breast development, Butterfly Shinobu said, her eyes curving as she covered her lips and laughed lightly. Yu Xiao's cheeks immediately flushed red, and her voice rose a few pitches. It doesn't matter. Although I can't compare to Kenroji Mitsuri, my figure is still quite normal. Right? By the way, why bring this up to tease me? However, Kochu Shinobu seemed to be enjoying herself, and seeing Yu Xiao's shy appearance, the smile in her purple eyes deepened. Nevertheless, she noticed that Yu Xiao not only had strong self-healing abilities, but even the scars from her wounds faded over time, possibly leaving no trace at all in the end. This was likely the reason why Yu Xiao appeared to be perfectly fine. Despite years of sword training, there wasn't even a single callus on her hands. How many unknown scars were hidden beneath her seemingly flawless body? Where would the blood that flowed from her lead her fate? Do her family members really not care at all? Kochu Shinobu thought silently, feeling a pang of sadness. Yu Xiao, if possible, could I collect some of your blood? Your blood is very special, and if I could research the principles of rapid healing, it would be of great use. She said sincerely, without any pretense. I know it's unreasonable to make such a request suddenly, but I hope you can forgive my selfishness. Even if you refuse me, I won't have any complaints. It's your right. As a healer, Kochu Shinobu naturally wanted to help more people. Though Yu Xiao wanted to agree immediately, she knew very well that she was powerless. Her uncle would not allow her to give her blood to others for research. Thus, Yu Xiao politely declined her. I'm sorry. Miss Shinobu, I can't help you. Speaking of which, she should have been punished when she returned home this time. But for some reason, neither her father nor her brother took the initiative to punish her. Even her uncle had not sought her out. instead letting her stay in her room and sleep peacefully for 5 days. Yu Xiao had a faint feeling deep down that this matter was definitely related to her elder brother. It must be that her brother did something, which made their uncle stop looking for him. Otherwise, according to past experiences, whenever their uncle appeared, he would take her to the medicine room. She couldn't remember exactly what happened there, but when she woke up, she felt as if all her blood had been drained, her whole body weak and in a daze. She was truly afraid of Ling Shi. It was a fear that stemmed from her body's instinct. Although Yu Xiao found it difficult to understand her brother's intentions, she still felt grateful to him deep down. After being rejected by Butterfly Ninja, she didn't say much more and let out a slight sigh of disappointment. It's okay. Yu Xiao nodded and said goodbye, preparing to leave. But Dairen suddenly spoke up with a smile behind her. Yu Xiao, you haven't completed your stamina recovery training yet, so you can't leave the butterfly house for now. As soon as Dairen finished speaking, Yu Xiao flashed to the door. Miss Ren, I'm already fully recovered. As for training, let's skip it, shall we? Yu Xiao raised a faint smile, twisted the doorknob, and turned to run. However, before she could make it out the door, she bumped into a solid chest. The person had their collar open, and their toned muscles were visible from the chest down to the abdomen. Yu Xiao was in a hurry to escape and didn't even have time to see clearly before she crashed right into him, her entire body almost buried in the other person's embrace. Oh dear! Yu Xiao let out a startled cry, covering her nose and about to retreat when someone suddenly grabbed her wrist. The force was astonishing, causing Yu Xiao to stumble. Hey! A rough, hoarse voice came from above. Shimi Bisujima's ears turned red as he looked down at Yu Xiao with an angry glare and sternly scolded. Are you not looking where you're going? Yu Xiao was so enraged by his behavior of turning the tables that her eyes widened in anger, her silver teeth clenched tightly, completely ignoring the fact that her face had just been buried in his chest. Nonsense. It was clearly you who stood in the doorway first. Let go of me. Yu Xiao tried to shake off Fushikawa Shimi's hand, but her nose seemed to catch a faint sweet fragrance, the scent of red beans and sugar. She looked at Fushikawa Shimi with a puzzled expression. Does he also like to eat desserts? Wait, why isn't he putting on his clothes properly? Yu Xiao's expression was slightly flustered, and a blush appeared on her originally delicate face. Her voice trembled as she said, Why are you still holding on to me? Let go of me, please. Heh! Shimi Batuin scoffed disdainfully, but the sound that came from his throat seemed to mock her. You want to run away? I'm the butterfly specially brought in to assist you with your recovery training. He raised his eyebrows, a wild smile curving his lips, looking down at Yu Xiao with a teasing expression. He slightly relaxed his grip on her wrist, but showed no intention of letting go. Don't think I don't know what tricks you're trying to play. Yu Xiao Baichi bit her lower lip tightly and hurriedly sought help from Butterfly Ninja behind her. Miss Ninja, isn't Mr. Shinazugawa being unreasonable like this? Aren't you going to do something about it? Oh, dear Mr. Shinazugawa has always had this temperament. There's nothing I can do. Butterfly Ninja stood by with a smile, looking like she was enjoying the show. Mr. Shinazugawa came at just the right time. There's no time to waste. Let's go to the dojo and start training right now. With her hands clasped, Butterfly Ninja walked out of the examination room with a beaming smile, while Shinazugawa Sanemi, like a prison guard, grabbed Yu Xiao's wrist and forcibly dragged her away. Yu Xiao was extremely unwilling, scratching at the wall with all her might, her nails almost leaving 5 deep scratches on it. She glared at Shinazugawa Sanemi with gritted teeth, wishing she could transform into Tanjiro and give him a headbutt if it weren't for her image. Damn it, I've been set up. Seeing this, Shinazugawa Sanemi laughed even more wildly, feeling a sense of satisfaction as if revenge was about to be achieved. You might as well save your energy. Everyone is here. Do you really think you can escape? Earlier, Kochu Shinobu had sent a message through Kaneo for Shinazugawa Sanemi to assist Yu Xiao with her training. Without a second thought, Shinazugawa Sanemi, with a rice cake still in his mouth, rushed to the butterfly mansion at the fastest speed possible. As expected, Iguro Abanai also learned about this news. Soon, all the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps who could come gathered at the Butterfly Mansion's dojo just to see Yu Xiao get put in her place. This time, with Shinazugawa Sanemi involved, they were eager to see just how capable Yu Xiao was in dealing with someone who was recognized as the second strongest among all the Hashira. Only Yu Xiao felt completely broken inside. Had she really done anything to deserve this treatment? Why were they treating her like this? She had only been away for a few days, and now she was inexplicably detained. What the hell was that? A large documentary titled The Escaping Wind Hashira Caught on the Spot was about to premiere. It wouldn't sound good if this got out. Didn't anyone care about her feelings? Chapter 153, Wind versus Storm in the Butterfly Mansion dojo. It was packed with people. Looking around, Aside from Kanroji Mitsuri, who was responsible for guarding the headquarters and had not arrived, the other Hashira had gathered here. Among the crowd, only Ju Tomioka stood at the far edge, with his head down, separated from everyone by a considerable distance, making him quite conspicuous. Yu Xiao, feeling hopeless, was being dragged inside by Shinazugawa Sanemi, resembling a death row inmate before execution. When she saw Ju Tomioka in the corner, it was as if she had found her savior, and her golden eyes instantly brightened. Mr. Ju. The girl's call attracted everyone's attention to Ju Tomioka. Upon hearing her voice, Ju looked up, his gaze cutting through the crowd and landing directly on the girl. Mr. Ju, Shinazugawa is bullying me. Come save me. Yu Xiao looked at him with a face full of pleading, her golden eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her gaze filled with sorrow. Her slender and delicate figure appeared pitiful, as if she had endured much injustice, making one feel heartache just by looking at her. Eong's heart trembled violently, momentarily frozen in place, as an incomprehensible tenderness slowly emerged in his deep, cold gaze. He struggled to open his mouth, but not a single word could escape. Yu Xiao wouldn't be hoping for Mr. Tomioka to save you, would she? Shinobu smiled with her lips pressed together, mercilessly adding fuel to the fire. Everyone knows that not only have you not been resting well, but you also left the Butterfly Mansion without permission. Mr. Tomioka is angry now. He can't save you. I'm not angry. Tomioka, Eong spoke indifferently, shifting his gaze away from Yu Xiao, which only added to the suspicion of trying to hide his feelings. Yu Xiao is so pitiful, but the sulking Mr. Tomioka is so cute too. Clearly, he helped Yu Xiao voluntarily at the last Hashira meeting, but now that it's Yu Xiao's turn to ask for help, he pretends not to see. He must be angry. Kanroji Mitsuri, with a gossiping expression, excitedly ate her snacks while hiding in the crowd. Yu Xiao gritted his teeth secretly. Seeing that his plea for help from the volunteers had failed, he had no choice but to change his target. Miri, I know you're the best. You surely can't bear to see me get beaten up by Mr. Fushikawa, right? Miri, suddenly called out, was momentarily stunned, then showed a look of compassion. She weakly suggested to Kocho Shinobu, Shinobu, how about we switch to someone else? I can also assist Yu Xiao in training. Oh dear, but Mr. Fushikawa has already decided to help actively, so I can't interfere. Kocho Shinobu put on a troubled expression, but her voice betrayed a hint of glee. You really are persistent. Seeing Yu Xiao daring to target Miri, Ihei Kaname immediately coldly mocked. Do you want to ask everyone here for help? Mr. Ihei is still as difficult as ever. So handsome and cool. Miri blushed and looked at Ihei Kaname. Go on, let's see who else can help you today. Shinya raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously, feeling quite pleased to see Yu Xiao in a predicament. Yu Xiao struggled to maintain her expression, but inside, she was roaring madly. Don't feel good about yourself. Don't you know why you haven't received a stepson until now? Because you're too harsh and can't keep anyone around. You fool. Why doesn't the girl from Yatsuka ask me for help? Rengoku Kaijuro's loud voice almost echoed in every corner. Everyone instantly looked at him with puzzled expressions. Because I never had any expectations of you at all. Yu Xiao finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and a crack appeared in the smile on her face. It seems I accidentally got disliked by the Yatsuka girl. Kaijuro smiled with his eyes, standing straight, not feeling that anything was wrong at all. Let's get started quickly. Dragging things out is really not glamorous at all. Yuzi Tenjin casually flicked the jewel on his forehead and said impatiently. Without Yin, it was so boring. Takito Michiru quietly stood by, staring blankly at the brown ceiling. Aren't you all usually very busy? Why is everyone not busy now? Although Yu Xiao was smiling, he gave off a fierce impression, like a furiously puffed up little fox, crouching and baring its sharp teeth at people. We are indeed very busy. So don't try to waste time anymore, Yubasa. Ehei Kobain said coldly. I will report your workplace bullying to the Lord. Yu Xiao quietly looked around, tried to find an opportunity to escape. It's just normal physical training. How can it be considered bullying? Butterfly Shinobu said with a smile. At that moment, Shinazugawa released his grip and picked up 2 wooden swords from the side, throwing one of them to her. Yu Xiao pouted and caught it with one hand. Butterfly Shinobu clapped her hands with a beaming smile. Then let's begin. A proper duel in front of everyone. No cheating allowed. As soon as Butterfly Shinobu finished speaking, Shinazugawa charged at Yu Xiao like a gust of wind. He swung his sword horizontally, aiming directly at Yu Xiao's neck, the speed so fast it was shocking. Yu Xiao's pupils shrank, and he slid back, barely avoiding the strike. Mr. Shinazugawa, are you trying to kill me? Yu Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Both were wielding wooden swords, but with Shinazugawa's strength. The wooden blade cut through the air with a metallic sound, showcasing just how powerful he was. Enough with the nonsense. Shinazugawa continued to slash, the blade slicing through the air with a booming sound, demonstrating the precision of his swordsmanship. If hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yushao never made a move, constantly dodging as Shimi Nishikawa pressed the attack, retreating repeatedly and narrowly avoiding the blade each time, making spectators break out in a cold sweat for her. Yuzui Tenjin watched the movements of the two intently and analyzed. Although the girl from Yasaki has been dodging, her reaction speed is surprisingly fast, managing to avoid Nishikawa's attacks every time. She's quite skilled. Ha ha ha. Yuzui, your way of referring to the Yasaki girl is really amusing. Kaedro, Rengoko laughed heartily in agreement. The Yasaki girl is indeed strong. I've seen it with my own eyes. Don't underestimate her. This is just the initial test. Nishikawa hasn't even used the wind-breathing sword forms yet, Mitsuri Kanroji said solemnly, her expression gradually becoming serious. From the perspective of evasion alone, Yu Zhao's agility was already remarkable, especially considering she was facing the wind pillar, Shimi Nishikawa. In terms of speed, power, and precision of swordsmanship, Nishikawa was undoubtedly one of the best among the Hashira, and even he had to feel impressed. Mr. Nishikawa is so strong. But does Yushao have to keep dodging like this? I'm really worried about her, Mitsuri said nervously as she watched Yushao dodge left and right, fearing that she might get hurt by Nishikawa if she slipped up. Mist all seems reluctant to fight. Even when practicing with me, she focuses mainly on defense. Michiro Takedo said quietly, observing the two entangled in battle with a contemplative expression. Yushao, Tomioka said without a word, biting his lip, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes, his muscles tense beneath his clothing, ready to intervene if the situation became dire. I really can't stand this. Are you going to keep dodging? Chapter 154. The furious Shimi Nishikawa's strikes grew increasingly fierce, forcing Yushao to defend with her sword. Mr. Nishikawa, I'm just a weak woman with no strength to bind a chicken. Is it really fun to bully me like this? Weak woman? Nishikawa laughed instead of getting angry. It's impressive that you can say that. What kind of weak woman can remain unscathed under my fierce attacks? The wooden sword in Nishikawa's hand continued to strike against Yu Zhao's blade. Yu Xiao had nowhere to retreat, with the wall closing in behind her. Seeing this, she suddenly performed a backflip, lightly tapping the wall to spring herself forward, her movements as agile as a cat. She landed gracefully in the center of the dojo. The two immediately distanced themselves from each other. If you keep this up, I'm going to make a scene, Yu Xiao said, raising a sweet and harmless smile, her tone affectionate, almost like a spoiled child. However, there was a hint of danger hidden in her eyes. All right, then let me see just how much noise you can make. Shimi laughed maniacally, his scarred face making him look particularly ferocious. I don't believe I can't handle you. Oh really? Yu Xiao held her sword with one hand and slowly stepped back, her other hand discreetly retreating into her sleeve. But before she could do anything, the voice of the butterfly ninja rang out from nearby. Yu Xiao, no tricks allowed. Yu Xiao glared at her with puffed cheeks. Her hand that had originally been hidden in her sleeve came out again, and she abandoned the thought of using hidden weapons. This was going to force her to confront Nishikawa Sabimi head-on. Seeing this situation, Kochu Shinobu added fuel to the fire and shouted at her. Yu Xiao, if you can't satisfy Mr. Nishikawa and continue to hide, Mr. Nishikawa won't let you off easily. Wow, little Shinobu is so scheming. Is she afraid that Yu Xiao and Mr. Nishikawa won't fight? Why is she doing this? Mitsuri exclaimed in surprise, covering her mouth, completely unable to guess Kochu Shinobu's intentions. The only thing she could be sure of was that Yu Xiao's current physical condition must be fine. Otherwise, Kochu Shinobu would never have allowed Nishikawa Sabimi to be her sparring partner. Come on, Yalan, make a grand scene. Knock Nishikawa down. Teach him a good lesson. In the spectator seats, Yuzui Tenjin was also egging Yu Xiao on alongside Kochu Shinobu. Yu Xiao felt a headache coming on. Teach Nishikawa Sabimi, that unruly wolf, a lesson? Was she trying to get her killed faster? Although she probably wouldn't lose anyway. Also, why did she get another nickname? Yuzui, are you looking for death or what? Sabimi's face darkened with anger at Yuzui's words, cursing loudly, wishing he could rush over and stab this guy to death right now. He really couldn't figure out whose side Yuzui was on. Did he have a good relationship with Yatsuka or something? Meanwhile, in the spectator seats, Iguro Abanai stared gloomily at Yuzui Tenjin. The little white snake, Komu, coiled around his neck, flicking its tongue. Not really, but don't you think this is quite interesting? Yuzui Tenjin said with enthusiasm. Between the wind and the storm, which one would prevail, the raging wind or the violent storm? Speaking of which, from a literal standpoint, there is quite a mountain of difference between the storm and the wind. Strength determines everything. Iguro Abanai's gaze was unwavering. Nishikawa won't lose to a girl like her. You just trust Nishikawa, and he is indeed very strong. But in the end, you haven't really understood Yatsuka. Yuzui Tenjin waved his hand, disagreeing. The girl Yalan looks carefree and relaxed. Carefree all day long, quite lazy. But I've done a bit of research on her. Can you guess how many demons she has killed since she just passed the selection? After Yuzui Tenjin finished speaking, he deliberately paused, keeping everyone in suspense, while the others beside him silently perked up their ears, waiting for the following. Together, the two lower moons totaled 29 demons, and almost every time was a one-hit kill. She had never been injured, except for the last time she encountered an upper moon demon and was seriously injured. She had almost no defeats. Even without encountering the lower moon demons, it would just be a matter of time before the girl Yalan became a Hashira. So, are you surprised? To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that Yalan became a Hashira, someone as glamorous as her should be following me, becoming my adopted son, learning the sound breathing. Yuzui Tenjin's words were full of admiration for Yu Xiao. It was clear that he had been paying extra attention to Yu Xiao's movements during this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't know so many details. After all, being from a ninja background, gathering information was Yuzui Tenjin's specialty. Iguro Abanai believed him, and for once, he kept his mouth shut, shocked, his opinion of Yu Xiao gradually changing. It had only been a little over a month since the selection ended, and during this time, Yu Xiao had killed so many demons. It was simply unbelievable. Moreover, there were actually 2 lower moon demons. What kind of heaven-defying luck was this? If she didn't have enough strength, encountering lower moon demons would be a dead end. Whether she could hold out until support arrived was a question. Yet she just took them down. However, the girl Yalan was quite interesting. Every time she completed a mission, it was as if she were collecting a commission. She would kill a demon and receive a certain amount of money, never taking more. You have to know that the Lord is always generous towards demon-slaying swordsmen, and the financial resources of the Hashira are limitless. So, Iguro, you have never really understood her, and there's no need to harbor such great hostility towards her. Yuzui Tenjin raised his chin and spoke calmly. Iguro Abanai was left speechless, and after a long time, he stubbornly forced out a sentence. Even if what you said is true, so what? I only believe what I see. The other Hashira were focused on watching the two confronting each other in the dojo, while several heads of different colors quietly peeked out at the entrance. Eek! Why are all the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered at Butterfly Mansion? It's so scary. Zenitsu shrank his neck, tears hanging in his eyes, looking frightened. Damn it, where did these guys come from? Their presence is so strong. Inosuk, wearing a boar's head, said angrily. The red-haired boy remained silent, quietly watching the figure of the girl in the distance. Her graceful silhouette, his once bright pomegranate-colored eyes now slightly dimmed. A hint of melancholy appearing on his handsome face that was uncharacteristic of him. Kanawo and Aoi hid in a corner, nervously watching the blue-haired girl standing in the center of the dojo. Well, anyway, it seems Mr. Nishikawa doesn't plan to let me off, so I can only reluctantly spar with you a little. After confirming the current situation, Yu Xiao finally compromised. With so many Hashira watching, if she wanted to run, she would have to poke a big hole in the ceiling, but if she did that, Kochu Shinobu would probably peel her skin off alive. Are you finally going to show your true skills? Yatsuka, please don't let me down. Excitement shone in Sabimi's eyes, and, as he finished speaking, he prepared to make a move, looking quite determined to fight to the end. Yu Xiao immediately raised his hand to stop him and said, "Don't rush. Since we're going to spar, there will inevitably be a winner and a loser, right? Why not add another twist to it? That would make it more interesting." Yu Xiao wiggled his index finger, his golden eyes narrowing slightly, the corners of his lips curling into a mischievous arc. The loser must agree to a condition set by the winner, as long as it does not violate ethics and morals, whatever the condition. It is up to the winner to decide. What do you think? Before Shimi could respond, Yu Xiao suddenly changed the subject, speaking in a teasing tone. Oh, am I being too much? What if Mr. Bukawa accidentally loses to me? That would be too embarrassing. As if just realizing he had misspoken, Yu Xiao panicked and covered his mouth, looking apologetically at the already furious Shimi. I'm sorry, Mr. Bukawa. Maybe we should just forget it. It doesn't really matter to me anyway. All right. Shimi laughed in anger, his killing intent soaring, a violent aura almost materializing and engulfing the surroundings, making him look more fearsome than a vengeful spirit. If I lose, I'll be your servant. But, Yu Xiao, you're dead meat. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind, slashing. Chapter 155, stunning all around with Shimi's furious shout. A strong wind suddenly swept through the dojo. In an instant, the wooden sword in Shimi's hand shot toward Yu Xiao, and the floor beneath him was torn apart by the swirling wind blades, leaving a trail of spinning wind blades. Mr. Bukawa really is a hothead, but it's not often to meet someone as straightforward as you. I have high hopes for you. Yu Xiao was saying flattering words, but in reality, he was overjoyed inside. Ha ha, I've tricked a big fool. The crowd of Hashira below fell into silence, feeling embarrassed. Almost everyone knew that Nakahara Shimi had a fiery temper, and this so-called bet was clearly a trap set by Yu Xiao. Just a little provocation was enough to make Shimi jump into the pit with his eyes closed. Yu Xiao was truly cunning, completely manipulating Shimi. It seemed that Mr. Nakahara felt that the Butterfly Mansion's training hall was too small to accommodate him, so he planned to renovate it. Right? Butterfly, Shinobu maintained her smile, but a symbol appeared on her forehead, radiating a chilling aura. The Hashira nearby instinctively took a step back. Wow, Mr. Nakahara's swordsmanship is too destructive. He damaged the floor of the Butterfly Mansion, and little Shinobu is getting angry. Mitsuri exclaimed, her grass-green eyes wide open, secretly thinking in astonishment. Meanwhile, Shimi completely ignored Butterfly Shinobu. Right now, he just wanted to give Yu Xiao a good beating until Yu Xiao obediently begged for mercy. How could Yu Xiao possibly give him this opportunity? Wind breathing, fifth form, rain crossing wind, reed sprout. Just before the blade was about to pierce her, Yu Xiao used an extremely bizarre body technique to narrowly evade Shimi's attack. Immediately after, she swung her sword with one hand, launching a swift horizontal slash at Shimi. Wind breathing, first form, morning mist dying frost. The wooden sword, devoid of magical enhancement, was only covered by a thin layer of white frost, the blade swirling with silver light, from which tiny frost crystals seemed to fall. The arc of sword energy flying straight towards Shimi. Wind breathing, second form, claw wind. Shimi instantly unleashed 4 wind blades that resembled sharp claws, forcefully shattering the silver sword energy that was flying towards him. Moreover, those 4 wind blades did not dissipate, tearing straight toward Yu Xiao. To be able to accurately evade my attacks, her speed is quite fast, but unfortunately, she is considerably weaker in strength. Although angered, Shimi did not lose his rationality. On the contrary, his mind was exceptionally clear during the battle. Before Yu Xiao could react, Shimi stomped the ground, leaped forward, and simultaneously swung a slightly twisted black wind blade from below. Wind breathing, sixth form, black wind smoke. The chaotic sword energy spread from the black wind blade, and along with the previously unleashed 4 claw-like wind blades, they came from both sides to attack Yu Xiao, giving her no chance to evade. Without the aid of magic, relying solely on the fifth form's defensive technique to withstand Bukichuan's attack will be quite strenuous. Last time in Mr. Intaki's trial, I only managed to win by using the illusory true eye. This time, I want to see what I can achieve relying solely on breathing techniques and sword forms. Being overly reliant on magical assistance is not a good thing. If one day in the future, Yu Xiao finds herself unable to bear the burden of operating magical power due to excessive use of magic, what awaits her would be a dire situation of complete collapse. Therefore, Yu Xiao intends to test whether she can fight back against this powerful wind pillar. Although it seems a bit unfair to have set a trap from the beginning. I'm a girl. Isn't it reasonable to use a bit of cleverness? With a brief flash of thought, Yu Xiao slightly lowered her body, stabilizing her center of gravity to block with her sword. Wind breathing, fifth form, rain crossing wind, wild sky. Invisible air currents gather before her, forming an unseen barrier, and Shimi's originally fierce wind blade struck it, their power significantly diminished. You can actually weaken my wind blades. A flash of surprise crossed Shimi's eyes as he tightened his grip on the sword hilt and swiftly unleashed 3 larger wind blades centered around himself. Wind breathing, third form, clear mist wind tree. The green wind blades came rushing at Yu Xiao, who remained calm and unafraid, her golden eyes filled with starlight, focusing intently on Shimi's sword movements, making predictions based on experience and instinct, continuously changing her sword stance to block all his attacks. This guy. Shimi stared at Yu Xiao in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Although he had not used all his strength, he had still exerted around 70 to 80% of it. and the change to a wooden sword had somewhat diminished its power. Yet Yu Xiao, with her slender arms and legs, looked like a delicate girl, but to his surprise, she had such high skill in defense. He had heard that water breathing was a technique that combined offense and defense, and witnessing Yu Xiao's independently created wind breathing today was truly impressive. Hey, did I get this wrong? How can the storm represented by wind be so tough? I really can't land a hit. Shimi's lips curled into a smile, his eyes bursting with intense fighting spirit, and while he verbally complained, his sword movements did not stop for a moment. He felt a surge of blood boiling within him, even faintly sensing the warm blood flowing through his veins, invigorating his spirit and making his strikes even fiercer. To be able to fight with someone like this is truly exhilarating. The word wind originally refers to the mist in the mountains. The Chinese characters we have written to date were borrowed from another ancient country, but were given different meanings. Yu Xiao answered seriously. So, are you surprised that I could defend against your attacks? Also, Mr. Bukitsuan, this time your opponent is me. In the past, you weakened your enemy's combat ability by injuring yourself to utilize the unique scent of your rare blood. That tactic won't work this time. Don't ask how I know. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Instead, why don't you take a moment to admire Miss Shinobu's beautiful expression? I'm sure you'll have a very pleasant time in the butterfly mansion in the future. The girl teased, her smile brighter than flowers blooming in spring. Her light blue hair dancing gently with her sword movements, her graceful figure as radiant as a kind fairy bathed in the morning light. The large training hall fell silent at this moment, the air enveloped in an eerie stillness. Countless people were captivated by this stunning scene, forgetting to breathe as they gazed at the moon-white figure. You little brat, looking for fight, huh? Mind your own business. Shimi gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fierce light, resembling a ferocious wolf. His unruly, handsome face was flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. From the momentum alone, he had already lost a significant portion of the battle. Wind breathing, 7th form, strong wind, Tengu wind. Shimi's voice carried a hint of frustration as he abruptly unleashed several spiral wind blades resembling tornadoes, slicing through the air toward Yu Xiao. Now I finally understand why Akaza likes to talk during battles. It's actually quite fun. Ha ha. Bukitsuan is so entertaining like this. Disliking Akaza, understanding Akaza, becoming Akaza. Facing the overwhelming, swirling wind blades, Yu Xiao no longer adopted a defensive stance. She swiftly retreated a few steps before halting, bending her snow-white leg at the knee, and suddenly leaped into the air. As her body soared, Yu Xiao immediately swung her sword several times, dispersing the small portion of wind blades that threatened her. Due to the earlier retreat, Yu Xiao was now very close to the wall. She had already calculated the distance, flipping twice in the air before jumping off the wall to launch a downward thrust at Shimi. Wind breathing, 6th form, flashing absolute windbreak. Chapter 156. Assassination Stream. Yu Xiao held the knife in one hand, kicked off the wall with both feet, and launched himself at an incredible speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture, initiating a surprise attack on Shimi. Good one. Shimi grinned, his eyes full of excitement. Breath of wind, 4th form, rising dust storm. He swung his knife fiercely, and 5 green wind blades shot out from below, slashing toward Yu Xiao at different angles, while Shimi, positioned at the center of the wind blades, was almost flawless. Yu Xiao thrust her arm continuously, the rapid stabs colliding with the 5 gusts of wind, creating a burst of silver and green flashes in the air. Even though her thrusts are fast, they ultimately cannot compete with Shimi's wide-reaching wind blades. By the time Yu Xiao lands again, her feathered coat is visibly more damaged. Honestly, it should be my turn to complain this time, right? Yu Xiao casually tidied up her somewhat messy hair, her cherry-colored lips slightly pursed, her expression a bit cold. Is your breath of wind really that shameless? Why is it all wide area attacks? Is such a breathing technique really justified? Shimi's expression was arrogant, and he nonchalantly spread his hands, provocatively saying, the breath of wind has always been like this. I've been using it for so many years. Isn't it only natural to use whatever techniques I want? Yasaka, don't tell me this is all you've got? Since the formal engagement until now, Yu Xiao had mostly been on the defensive, and Shimi didn't believe that her breath of storm only had these few moves. That would be too underwhelming. Mr. Fukushikawa really knows how to give me trouble. Yu Xiao sighed helplessly, her gaze sweeping over a certain spot, quickly retracting when it touched a hint of red. And then she took a deep breath and smiled silently. Well then, I'm going to make my move. You better catch it well. The cold light suddenly appeared in the girl's eyes, and as soon as she spoke, she began to move with an extremely strange footwork. Her figure became increasingly ghostly as she moved at high speed, like an elusive shadow, sometimes far and sometimes near, making it difficult to grasp. One eerie footwork. I can hardly detect her presence to lock onto her position, and my eyes can't keep up with her speed. Shimi didn't dare to be careless, immediately taking a defensive stance, her purple-gray eyes fixed on the almost illusory figure, trying to find a flaw. At the same time, Yuzui Tenjin, who had been watching the duel with great interest, suddenly changed his expression, exclaiming in shock. If I'm not mistaken, that footwork should be the assassination technique Eerie Shadow Step. But the Eerie Shadow Step has been lost since the Edo period. How could Yatsukasa possibly know this technique? All the Hashira were taken aback. Yuzui Tenjin came from a family of ninjas, which was not a secret. The term ninja is not exactly glorious. It refers to those who serve the powerful, responsible for gathering intelligence and executing assassination missions. How did a girl like Yuxiao, who clearly is not from a ninja background, learn such a long-lost technique? Mr. Yuzui, I can assure you, Yuxiao is not from a ninja background, Mitsuri said seriously. But didn't Mr. Yuzui say this technique has long been lost? If Yuxiao isn't a ninja, how did she learn it? Mitsuri blinked in confusion. That is something we'll have to ask Yuxiao herself. Butterfly Shinobu smiled, her purple eyes carrying a hint of chill. This girl truly exceeds my imagination. What else can she do? Yuzui Tenjin felt somewhat incredulous, and then as if recalling something, turned to Butterfly Shinobu and asked Shinobu, "You deliberately interrupted Yuxiao earlier to prevent her from using hidden weapons, didn't you?" Butterfly Shinobu wore a fake smile. "I'm not too sure about that. Yatsukasa really keeps her cards close to her chest," Kaijiro remarked, feeling quite complicated. "This footwork strangely resonates with my breath of mist." Michiro's empty eyes suddenly lit up upon seeing Yuxiao's footwork, and he began observing intently as if he had discovered something new. "Hey, Tomioka, Yatsukasa was trained by the same master as you, right? Don't you have anything to explain?" Iguro Abanai asked displeasedly. Among the Hashira present, the one who knew Yuxiao the best was probably Ju Tomioka. Therefore, even though Abanai disliked him, he still spoke up, trying to get more information from him. Unfortunately, Ju was destined to disappoint him. The black-haired young man remained expressionless, not even giving him a glance, and coldly replied, "I have nothing to say." "You're still as annoying as ever, Tomioka." Abanai glared at him, his voice clearly suppressing his anger. "I'm not annoying," Ju replied calmly. "She said many people like me." Abanai's fist tightened. In a corner by the dojo, Kanawa Kurahara was staring intently into the distance, her pink-purple eyes flickering, and fine beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Yuxiao's footwork is so fast. My eyes can hardly keep up with her movements. Lord Windpillar's wind blade is terrifying. Lady Yuxiao managed to block it all. That's incredible. Aoi Kanzaki exclaimed in surprise, her eyes full of admiration. Why doesn't that mop-headed guy use that amazing technique that can create countless blades with one slash? Why is she always dodging around? It's driving me crazy. I really want to punch that Scarface guy. Inosuke waved his fists in dissatisfaction. Inosuke, do you want to be turned into minced meat by that wind pillar? His breathing technique is too terrifying. If I accidentally provoke him, I'll definitely be chopped to pieces. Zenitsu bit his fingers in terror, already imagining his own demise. Assassination flow. Tanjiro repeated the term in his mind, feeling a mix of emotions. Not only is she skilled with a sword, but she's also proficient in the assassination techniques of a noble family. Yet she finds herself helpless against a sudden attack by a group of samurai. No matter how he thought about it, there were flaws everywhere. Yuxiao lied to him, and he felt sad, but it wasn't because he was deceived by her. Rather, it was because he couldn't fully earn her trust that he felt so lost. In fact, a long time ago, Tanjiro had a vague feeling that Yuxiao was definitely hiding something from him. However, every time he cautiously tried to broach the subject, she would skillfully steer the conversation away. Yuxiao rarely talks about herself, and even when asked, she quickly brushes it off. Because of this, until now, Tanjiro has deeply realized that he knows nothing about her. Zenitsu keenly sensed that Tanjiro seemed preoccupied and asked with concern, "Tanjiro, why have you been so distracted all day? Did something happen?" "I'm fine." Tanjiro shook his head, the flower card earrings at his ears making a light sound. When he casually glanced up, he noticed a tall boy with a mohawk hairstyle had appeared in the dojo at some point. Isn't that the person who was eager to get the Nichiren blade during the final selection? Why is he here in the dojo? Chapter 157 Checkmate, the Shadow Step Technique. was something Yu Xiao had used once before to restrain Akaza's movements during their battle in the mist. This kind of low-profile technique was not something she would normally use easily. Even if she did, she would first use the second form's mist to obscure her actions before employing it. However, now Yu Xiao was openly revealing her capabilities in front of so many people, and the implications of this were obvious. Those who can use assassination techniques like this are certainly not good people. Yu Xiao wielded a wooden sword, her figure flickering as she suddenly closed the distance from afar, striking towards Shimi with a single slash. Although Shimi couldn't fully capture Yu Xiao's movements, his years of accumulated combat intuition allowed him to instinctively block the blow. However, Yu Xiao's intention was not to stop there. She immediately retracted her sword, swiftly darting to Shimi's back, stabbing him in the right shoulder, and then quickly creating distance again, repeating this action and continuously applying pressure on Shimi. Yu Xiao's footwork is too strange, and she always pulls off unexpected sneak attacks. Her strikes are also very light, as if she's afraid of actually hurting Shimi, which only makes Shimi grind her teeth in anger, feeling like a caged beast being constantly toyed with by Yu Xiao. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Yasaka, are you done playing around? Shimi shouted furiously, seizing the moment to instantly unleash the third form, Clear Gale Wind Tree. 3 blades of wind were slashed out from Shimi's center, pushing back Yu Xiao, who intended to sneak attack again. Taking advantage of this brief gap, Shimi once again charged forward with the first form, Dust Whirlwind, Cleaving Slash, and in an instant, she reached Yu Xiao with her blade. Seeing this, Yu Xiao's lips curled up slightly. This was the moment she had been waiting for, when Shimi would come to her. Longi Breathing Technique. 4th form, Calamity Gale, Tooth Thrust. It was still a thrust, but this time the blade was facing up, and the tip of the wooden sword was aimed directly at Shimi's lower left rib. Shimi immediately swung his sword diagonally, but Yu Xiao seemed to have anticipated it. She twisted her wrist to evade his attack, and then with a sudden thrust of the wooden sword, she aimed straight for his throat. Shimi's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively leaned his head back, narrowly avoiding this deadly strike, while simultaneously bringing his sword horizontally to block Yu Xiao's blade. However, this move was exactly what Yu Xiao had been hoping for. Zen Fei Ge. Yu Xiao used the technique of a long-handled weapon, pressing down on the handle with one hand while lifting the back of the blade with the other. His arms suddenly erupted with immense strength as he made a swift upward flick. In an instant, Shimi had no time to react, and the blade in his hand was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the floor. Yu Xiao held a wooden sword, the blade lightly touching Shimi's neck. General, the outcome is clear. Shimi's face was filled with disbelief. This guy had never intended to engage in a serious duel from the start. She had been looking for an opportunity to win. From the moment they started fighting, Yu Xiao had been creating an illusion of being weak. Therefore, she mostly defended during the battle, leading him to mistakenly believe that was her full strength. It wasn't until just now, when Yu Xiao unleashed her full power and Shimi was caught off guard, with his wooden sword knocked away on the spot, that he realized he had fallen into Yu Xiao's scheme from the very beginning. This guy is too cunning. Shimi was furious. Mr. Basukawa, what's wrong with you? In Yu Xiao's eyes, there was a look of confusion as she slightly tilted her head. I held back my strength during the attack just now, so I shouldn't have hurt you, right? Why are you looking at me like that? You guy. Shimi was filled with frustration, his face contorted with veins, his back teeth clenched, ready to explode. But he noticed not far away, Shinobu Kocho was giving him a look. Don't get too carried away, Yasaka. Receiving Shinobu's hint, Shimi grasped the wooden sword with one hand and slowly moved the tip away from his neck, a smile then appearing on his lips. Who told you that losing your sword means losing? Yu Xiao was taken aback as the wooden knife in his hand was suddenly yanked away by an extremely overpowering force, and then thrown aside by Shimi. In the blink of an eye, Shimi fiercely grabbed the girl's wrist, twisting her arms behind her back, while the other hand pressed firmly on the back of her neck, pinning her helplessly against the wall of the dojo. Unable to move, Yu Xiao let out a muffled groan and unexpectedly made intimate contact with the wall. She tried to break free, but Shimi didn't give her any chance this time. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape Shimi's grip. Mr. Hibushi Chuan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You've clearly already lost, yet you're so shameless. Yu Xiao complained discontentedly, her breathing becoming very difficult due to being pinned against the wall, her voice clearly gasping. You were the one who played dirty first. Shimi's earlobes turned red, his heart feeling as if lightly brushed by feathers, a tingling sensation spreading throughout his body. He swallowed hard, his throat feeling scorched, hoarse to an unbearable degree. Damn it, why is this happening on? The atmosphere became somewhat delicate. In the spectator seats, Tomioka Giyu coldly stared at Shimi, his expression icy, about to step forward but was held back by Kochu Shinobu, who grasped his Haori. Mr. Tomioka, the match isn't over yet, is it? Are you so eager to get on stage because you want Yu Xiao to lose? Don't forget, Yu Xiao just proposed a bet, and the loser has to agree to one condition from the winner. Considering Mr. Agitsuma's personality, he might just make Yu Xiao undergo high-intensity training under his supervision until she drops dead, Kochu Shinobu said with a hint of threat in her smile. Agitsuma has already lost. Jiyu's voice was extremely cold as he pulled back his Haori and turned to leave. Giyu, calm down. Ihei Kobanai grabbed his arm. Physical training is also part of the trial. What's wrong with having Agitsuma train that girl a bit? Hey, everyone don't fight. Let's talk it out, Mitsuri said, looking at the two on edge, wanting to mediate but not daring to. Giyu, calm down. It's just that Agitsuma has taken the initiative. Yatsuka hasn't lost yet. Kyujiro urged loudly, not taking his eyes off the match. Giyu, are you so nervous about the girl that you might actually? Yuzui Tenjin had a meaningful smile on his face. Jiyu's eyes trembled, as if his heart had been poked, falling silent, but not intending to step forward again. Ihei Kobanai also released him under the persuasion of other Hashira. Only Mitsuri seemed to have stumbled upon a huge scoop, covering her mouth in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. No way. Mr. Tomioka actually likes Yu Xiao? No wonder he is so nervous about Yu Xiao. He even defended her at the Hashira meeting. Is that how it is? On the training ground, the two were at a stalemate, completely uninterested in what was happening on the other side. Shimi stubbornly refused to let go of Yu Xiao, insisting she had to admit defeat with her own mouth before he would relent, while Yu Xiao suspected he was doing it on purpose, purely wanting to see her humiliated, thus mocking him in various ways, making Shimi feel both ashamed and furious. Mr. Agitsuma, why do you always cling to me? What did I do wrong to make you so dissatisfied with me? Yu Xiao bit her lower lip unwillingly, her golden eyes shimmering with tears, looking like she had been bullied badly. Can I really attract your attention this way? Is my charm greater than money? This is too much. I can't take it anymore. Breathing is so painful. Hey, stop pretending. It can't be that serious, right? Shimi hesitated a bit, but still unconsciously loosened her grip. I give up. In the previous moment, Yu Xiao was still pretending to be weak, but the next second, a mischievous smile suddenly appeared on her face. You didn't think I would say that, did you? As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Xiao suddenly raised her leg and delivered back kick. The slightly short, pleated skirt quickly lifted a corner with her movement, revealing an area that was difficult to look at directly, seemingly equipped with a pair of black lace-trimmed leggings, which was quite reassuring. Damn! Shimi was caught off guard and stumbled from the kick, immediately letting go of the hand that was holding her. Yu Xiao took the opportunity to bring him down, kneeling on one knee on his leg, wrapping one arm around his neck and applying a chokehold. The pale blue long hair fell down, its cold and smooth touch pressed against his cheek, carrying the unique fragrance of a girl. Shimi was forced to bend his body, his neck tightly constricted by Yu Xiao, causing his entire face to turn red. Yabasaka, Shimi, spoke each word with difficulty, his eyes almost bursting with flames. He had been tricked yet again. Shoo! A delicate and lustrous finger gently pressed against his lips. Now it's my turn. Chapter 158, Local Specialty Giveaway. That's enough. Butterfly Ninja finally stepped forward to announce the end of the match. Miss Ninja really shows no mercy to me at all. Yu Xiao released her arm, stood up by raising her leg, and casually brushed off the non-existent dust on her clothes. Mr. Tamashikawa has managed to escape a disaster this time. If it weren't for Shinobu Kocho stopping me in time, I wouldn't have let Tamashikawa shimmy off so easily, given my mischievous nature. With the restraints gone from his neck, Shimi collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. It seemed that there was still a lingering, cool touch on his lips, and the cold fragrance that had surrounded his nose just a moment ago faded significantly with the girl's departure. Shimi glared at Yu Xiao, his cheeks flushed with a suspicious redness, and said fiercely, "You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve." After being played for a fool so many times, Shimi felt utterly unwilling. Despite his overwhelming anger, he found himself powerless against the girl in front of him, having to cover his easily shy heart with prickly defenses like a hedgehog. Clearly, he never discriminated between genders when killing demons, but once the target turned into a girl, especially a beautiful one like Yu Xiao, he could only accept his fate. Thank you for the compliment after all. A delicate girl like me has to protect herself wherever she goes, Yu Xiao did not feel ashamed by his words. With a smile in her eyes, she bent down and reached out her hand toward Shimi, saying, "Don't be angry, Mr. Busugawa. Although I trick you this time and won, next time you can use tricks against me to win back, right?" The girl's hand was delicate and fair, her palms free of calluses, entirely unlike someone who had practiced swordsmanship for years. Shimi was momentarily stunned. He was about to swat her hand away in annoyance when he heard her soft voice from above. "Mr. Busugawa, don't forget. You lost to me and still owe me a condition that hasn't been fulfilled." She deliberately lowered her voice, leaning slightly closer to his ear, and softly said in a tone only the two of them could hear, "If Mr. Busugawa wants to hear me propose a condition like wear a maid outfit and serve me for a whole day, which would make you feel embarrassed, then please be sure to swat my hand away and refuse my good intentions." Shimi's hand froze, his face alternating between green and red, momentarily too angry to speak. He wished he could curse her with every word he had ever used in his life, filled with resentment and humiliation, but in the end, he hesitantly reached out his hand and gently placed it on the girl's palm. Yu Xiao held his hand and pulled him up from the ground, her lively eyes sparkling with laughter, and her mischievous smile was impossible to hide. "Hey, now we've made peace with a handshake. You mustn't hold a grudge in the future." The soft touch of her palm made Shimi momentarily dazed, as if something had rushed in along with the girl's smile. Shimi snorted coldly, about to withdraw his hand, but Yu Xiao refused to let go, enveloping his hand with both of hers. "What are you doing? Don't be in a hurry. Let me show you a magic trick." After Yu Xiao finished speaking, she playfully winked at him. Shimi felt a faint tremor and then realized that something seemed to have appeared in his hand, and Yu Xiao also timely released his hand. Ding ding ding. A specialty cake from Daocheng, the annual ring cake. It's the spring limited strawberry flavor. He didn't know how she did it, but when he came to his senses, a beautifully packaged small gift box had appeared in his hand, which looked like it had been bought from a specialty gift shop. Not only that, the girl, like a magician, produced more identical small gift boxes from her hands and ran joyfully to the crowd, happily distributing the local specialties. "This dessert is really super delicious. You must eat it in time. It will spoil if left too long." So it turns out that Yu Xiao's home is in the Daocheng area. It really is a beautiful place suitable for farming and retirement. Butterflies accepted the gift she handed over with a smile. Daocheng has a lot of fields, and they have already been planted with wheat. When the wind blows, you can smell a faint fragrance. How about you? Eong looked at her with a hint of concern in his eyes. Yu Xiao's eyes sparkled as she flashed a brilliant smile at him. "It's nothing. Mr. Bukitawa took it easy on me, and we weren't hurt at all. Thank you, Mr. Eong." Eong responded lightly, his expression softening a bit. Michiro was still in a daze, and after Yu Xiao forcibly stuffed a local specialty into his hands, he took a while to react sluggishly. He stared at the gift box in his hand, recalling the essential afternoon tea time spent with Yu Xiao, and the dessert stand that was always piled high with sweets. He muttered quietly, "Dessert demon, you didn't say that when you were munching away. Is this simple local specialty from a glamorous girl? Thanai, the overly glamorous god of the festival, will reluctantly accept it." Yuzui Tenjin posed in what he thought was a cool manner. "Being accepted as an offering by the god of the festival. I suppose I should feel honored?" Yu Xiao had a black line drop from her forehead. "Thank you. Yatsuka girl. Previously Chizuru brought handmade sweets to see you, but you had left the butterfly mansion at that time. So, if you have time, please do visit the Rengoku family's residence. Chizuru said he would definitely treat you well." Kayajuro said enthusiastically. "What? I actually missed Chizuru-kuin's sweets? I will definitely find time to visit Mr. Rengoku. Mr. Rengoku, don't you dare back out. There is even something for me. Yu Xiao is the best." Mitsuri looked at Yu Xiao in surprise. Her cheeks flushed and extremely cute. How could I forget Mitsuri? I love Mitsuri the most. As soon as this was said, Mitsuri felt countless gazes suddenly focused on her. She looked around helplessly, trembling. Although I'm very happy. Why is everyone looking at me? Woo, so scary. Just some boring stuff. Iguro Abanai had an unfriendly expression but did not refuse, silently helping Mitsuri block the gazes from others and glaring back at them one by one. Thank you for the gift, Lord Yu Xiao." Kanzaki Aoi was somewhat surprised, but more so delighted. She never expected that, even as a logistics staff member like herself, she would one day receive a gift from Hashira other than Shinobu Kocho. What an honor this was. Yu Xiao smiled, saying, "I should be the one to thank you. I'm very grateful for Xiao Kuei's meticulous care for me, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Lord Yu Xiao is really so gentle. A mist slowly rose in Kanzaki Aoi's eyes. Thank you, Yu Xiao, for welcoming me back. Kanahu shyly lowered her head, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face, her heart fluttering with joy. Kanahu, if you have time, would you like to have afternoon tea with me? I have many topics I want to discuss with you. Kano nodded vigorously. Yay, Yu Xiao-chan actually brought me a gift. You must have me in your heart too, right? Zenitsu exclaimed excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. I've never forgotten Zenitsu. Yu Xiao helplessly agreed. I knew it. Ha ha ha. Zenitsu jumped up and down joyfully like a child. Huh? What? What is this? For me. Mophead, what have you hidden inside? Let this king see what scheme you have. Inasuk, who had lived in the deep mountains with beasts, was receiving a gift from someone for the first time and couldn't accurately express his feelings, thus appearing unusually excited. Sigh. Yu Xiao was already starting to feel tired, until he stood still in front of Tanjiro. Neither of them spoke, just silently gazing at each other. Yu Xiao, as usual, had a slight smile at the corners of her lips, her gentle gaze fixed on him, calm as if nothing had happened the night before, making Tanjiro momentarily think that her departure was merely a figment of his imagination due to his exhaustion from traveling without rest. But it was not an illusion. Now, there was only a step between them, yet an invisible, bottomless chasm had opened up in between. In the silence, Tanjiro recalled her smile, which was more painful than crying, and his mind was filled with her words, "You're doing just fine like this." Being avoided by her felt more disheartening and powerless than being outright rejected. He had finally managed to get a little closer to her, only to find himself back at square one overnight, still isolated. Yu Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he handed over the items and was about to leave when suddenly, a tall figure sprang out from the side. Big Brother. Chapter 159, A Stranger Brother. It seemed unbelievable as Shimi Fukashi stiffly turned around, looking in the direction of the voice. The dusty memories were suddenly pulled back, like an old yellowed book being hastily opened, its fragile pages scattering everywhere. Time seemed to reverse, bringing everything back to the very beginning. The boy who still lingered in his memory had grown quite a bit taller, and his once childish face had matured and hardened over time. If it weren't for the conspicuous scar running across his left cheek that harshly evoked the painfully heartbreaking memory, he would hardly recall that the boy before him was his own biological younger brother. Shimi's expression instantly turned cold, his demeanor indifferent, as if he were looking at a complete stranger, while Jinya was the exact opposite. He eagerly stepped forward, his eyes bursting with the joy of a long-awaited reunion and overflowing with unspoken remorse. Big Brother, I passed the selection not long ago and officially joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Lord Tenjin even took me as his adopted son. I'm also a Demon Slayer now. Jinya was so excited that he stumbled over his words, his heart swelling with unprecedented courage as he deeply bowed to Shimi. I'm sorry, Big Brother. I've always wanted to apologize for what happened back then. Who are you? Shimi interrupted him with an impatient look, his voice cold and laced with chilling disdain. I have no younger brother. Don't come here pretending to be related to me. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Jinya's heart was ruthlessly extinguished by that one sentence. Immediately after, a bucket of cold water was poured over him, leaving him feeling utterly chilled. He stood there momentarily dazed. Why? It was a terrible past. Young siblings, a gentle and weak mother, and a father who would resort to domestic violence at the slightest inconvenience. Whenever their father got angry, the younger siblings would huddle together, while the older brother stood in front, and their mother would shelter them all in her arms, silently enduring the father's fists and kicks. Such despairing days continued endlessly, with no end in sight, until one day, that beastly man suddenly died, and their lives welcomed a new turning point. Even though life was not affluent, it was stable and happy enough. Jinya thought that such a simple, ordinary life would continue indefinitely, but it seemed that heaven always enjoyed playing tricks on people. A sudden misfortune plunged his life back into despair. Demons broke into their home, killing his younger siblings, and the young Jinya witnessed everything helplessly, barely escaping death himself under the claws of a demon. At a critical moment, the older brother, who had gone out searching for their mother in vain, stepped forward, saved him, and ordered him to flee immediately, while he alone fought the demon. Unable to let go of his concern, Jinya chased after his brother outside, just as dusk was breaking. However, what he saw at that moment would haunt him for life. His older brother, covered in blood, and their mother, already dead before him. Jinya was heartbroken, his mind blank, and he wailed in despair, blaming his brother as a murderer. After that, his brother left him. Once Jinya calmed down, he learned about the existence of demons and realized he had wrongly accused his brother, wanting to apologize, but he had already vanished to avenge his younger siblings. Ginya endured tremendous hardships and finally passed the selection to join the Demon Slayer Corps, unexpectedly discovering that his older brother Shimi Fukashi was also there, leading to the current scene. "Big brother, it's me, Ginya." Ginya looked at him helplessly, his eyes still holding a glimmer of hope. "I know it's all my fault. I'm sorry. I was ignorant back then and wrongly accused you. Please forgive me. I already said I don't know you. Can't you understand?" Shimi's eyes widened in anger, his expression filled with murderous intent. "Someone like you, a useless waste with no talent. Joining the Demon Slayer Corps is just a path to death. Hurry up and pack your things and get lost." Shimi walked past him with determination, turning to leave. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, leaving them all bewildered, completely unaware of the underlying story. Even Shinobu Kocho had never heard Shimi Fukashi mention that he had a younger brother, but seeing Jinya's expression, she sensed he wasn't lying and couldn't make a decision. So she could only watch the situation unfold. Mr. Fukashi is deliberately saying these things because he is worried that Jinya-kun will be in danger. So he wants to force him to leave the Demon Slayer Corps. But this method is too cruel. Shinobu frowned slightly. She had cared for Ginya frequently due to his special constitution and knew a little about the conflict between the two brothers. But she never expected it to develop into this. "Big brother." Watching the resolute back of the silver-haired youth, Jinya's eyes dimmed, instantly drained of life, as if he were about to shatter. "Why? To see you, I even devoured demons, just hoping to see you one more time and apologize to you face to face." Ginya seemed to lose his soul, staring blankly as he whispered, his voice just reaching Shimi's ears, who had yet to walk far. "What did you say?" Shimi thought he had misheard and paused, turning back to question, "What did you do to the demons?" Ginya realized he had misspoken, hurriedly looking around, relieved not to find anything unusual. Just as he wanted to recover, in the next moment, Shimi's fingers suddenly lunged toward his eyes. "Fukashi! Ginya-kun!" Several different exclamations rang out simultaneously. Shimi's movements were too fast, leaving no time to intervene. In a critical moment, a golden flash darted by quickly, accurately striking the nerve at Shimi's elbow, successfully preventing the impending tragedy. A gold coin rolled away, circling around their feet a few times before falling, letting out a reluctant wail, as if it were accusing its purpose should not be like this. "Phew, that was close." Yu Xiao pretended to breathe a sigh of relief, nervously touching his chest. "Fortunately, I am very rich. Otherwise, Mr. Busi Chuan would have almost violated the team rules." Chapter 160, For Brother, Fearless in the Face of Death. The Demon Slayer Corps has a clear rule prohibiting members from causing trouble, fighting, or engaging in other misconduct. Violating the rules will not only result in punishment, but serious offenders may also be expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. "Yatsuka, don't meddle in my affairs." Shimi was in a fit of anger and couldn't hear a word of Yu Xiao's advice. He turned around and threw the local specialty that Yu Xiao had just given him to the ground. "This kid doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Today, I'll poke out his eyes and make him go home." Like an enraged beast, Shimi's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted in rage, as if he could snap Schwami's neck in the next second. Yu Xiao's eyes flickered slightly, and she said nothing more, quietly standing to the side. As Shimi was about to make a move again, Butterfly Shinobu quickly stepped forward to intervene, saying, "Mr. Taket, please calm down. Schwami-kun is Mr. Kanroji's stepson. If you hurt him, not only will you face punishment, but Mr. Kanroji will also be angry when he finds out. Kanroji's Hayoma is the only person, aside from the master, who can subdue Shimi. Since the stone pillar is not present, merely using his name might not dissuade the furious Shimi from attacking Schwanmi. Therefore, Butterfly Shinobu took a step back, secretly signaling Schwanmi, and then casually said to Shimi, since you want to withdraw from the team, there is no need for Mr. Taket to worry about the follow-up matters. Schwami-kun, please come with me." Upon hearing this, Shimi indeed stopped pursuing the matter, glaring fiercely at Schwami before turning to leave. "Big brother," Schwami called out, trying to hold him back, then turned to Butterfly Shinobu with a pleading look, saying, "Lady Insect Pillar, I don't want to leave the Demon Slayer Corps. I joined the Corps to seek revenge." "I know," Butterfly Shinobu sighed. "Schwami-kun, Mr. Taket is still angry, and your presence will only make him explode with rage, so it's better for you to avoid him for a while. Although Mr. Taket appears heartless, it's precisely because he worries about you facing various life-threatening dangers on the path of demon hunting that he coldly asked you to leave. He is the Wind Pillar and can truly understand those feelings. We won't force you to leave the Demon Slayer Corps, but to earn Mr. Taket's recognition and for your own sake, You must train hard under Mr. Kanroji. Only then can you restore your brotherly relationship with him one day. Do you understand? Schwami nodded blankly, surprised at how much Butterfly Shinobu cared for him, his eyes misting over. I understand, Lady Insect Pillar. I will not let you and Mr. Kanroji down. I will work hard to slay demons and strive to become a Hashira one day. He sincerely bowed at a 90-degree angle to everyone present, apologizing. I'm really sorry for causing everyone so much trouble today. So, Schwami-kun is really Mr. Taket's brother? Mitsuri curiously looked him up and down, then blushed as she praised. Oh, no wonder you two look so alike. You both have such masculine charm. Schwami-kun, keep it up. Seeing his beloved praise another man, Iguro Abanai immediately felt jealous. His gaze cold as he retorted, he's just a rookie. Thinking he can become a Hashira? What delusion. With your current state, if you encounter a lower moon demon, you would know how many times you die. You better be prepared and train until you drop. Don't embarrass Kanroji and Taket. Mitsuri listened with shining eyes, covering her flushed cheeks, looking at him with admiration. Ah, Mr. Iguro, who strictly admonishes his juniors, is also so handsome. What a clutch statement. I give it a 0. Yuzui Tenjin said, disinterestedly, not interested in the brotherly matters between them. Well, since you've made up your mind, keep that enthusiasm going. I look forward to seeing the performance of the black-haired boy in the future. Kaidro Rengoku said loudly, his words filled with motivating power. Arigato, I will do my best. Schwami was deeply moved and bowed to all the Hashira. Yuxiao silently stepped forward, picked up the discarded ring-shaped cake, and casually retrieved the gold coins she had thrown away earlier into her pouch. It should have been damaged, so I might as well keep it myself. Her expression was as usual, and her voice was cheerful, but made people feel a pang of sympathy. After all, this was Yuxiao's heartfelt intention, and it was really a bit unreasonable for Shimi Nanshichuan to just toss it aside in anger. Yuxiao put away the local specialty and took out 2 more portions to hand to Schwani. Here, for those who see it. Mr. Biming didn't come today, so could you please deliver the other portion to him? Thank you. Schwani was still a bit stunned, blankly receiving it with both hands. But when he saw Yuxiao's face and her long hair that resembled water, his cheeks instantly turned hot. He stammered and stepped back, almost dropping the items he was holding due to panic. Why, you were the mist pillar. When he was watching the fight earlier, Yuxiao and Shimi were moving too fast, and from a distance, he couldn't see clearly. He only felt that Yuxiao's voice and hair color were somewhat familiar, and now it all clicked. She was the girl who had hit his elbow with the hilt of her sword during the final selection. Moreover, after that, she had encountered a lower moon on her first mission and successfully killed it, directly promoting from grade Gue to pillar-level genius. That coin just now was also thrown by her, just like last time, precisely hitting the elbow. She can actually fight evenly with my brother. She's really amazing. Schwani's face turned red as he awkwardly looked at her, not knowing what to say. I saw you during the final selection, chasing a demon with a gun through the forest. It was very innovative and quite interesting. Remembering the scene of herself sitting on a branch, Yuxiao couldn't help but laugh, her eyes squinting with joy. Schwani's eyes widened comically, his mouth pressed into a line, cheeks puffed out, shyly emitting steam from his head. At that time, that demon was about to escape. How could I let him go? Why did she have to see me? So embarrassing. Butterfly Shinobu saw his mortified expression and covered her mouth, laughing quietly to the side. Schwani? Since there are 2 Mr. Fushikawa, I'm not sure if I can call you that, but it seems like you and your elder brother have had some unpleasantness. You seem very eager to reconcile with him. Yuxiao's eyes turned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of seduction. If I can help you reconcile with your elder brother, then as a trade, can you help me with a favor? Schwami's eyes lit up, forgetting her shyness, and exclaimed in surprise, Can you really help me make up with my brother? Although she didn't know much about Yuxiao, she had indeed helped her before, and being recognized as a pillar by the Lord meant she must have a way. After a moment of thought, hope rekindled in Schwami's eyes. If you can really help me reconcile with my brother, I would be willing to work hard as repayment. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Is it because they are brothers that they all like to be submissive? It's to the extent that a capitalist would grin from ear to ear. However, she also wanted to see what methods Yuxiao would use to tame the wild horse that is Fukushikawa Shimiya. If it was just a matter of forcing a condition through a bet, given Fukushikawa Shimiya's stubborn temperament, it would be difficult for him to agree to Yuxiao. Being a beast of burden is really not necessary. A drop of sweat appeared on Yuxiao's forehead, but he still smiled and said, Then it's settled. Without further ado, let's find another place to discuss this in detail, shall we? Right now? Schwami was at a loss. Does this mean that Yu Xiao wants to be alone with him? This is bad, isn't it? He can't communicate with any women other than the bug pillar. But for the sake of his big brother, he has no choice but to give it a shot. Schwami looked resigned to his fate, keeping his head down and silent. Following Yu Xiao step by step as they prepared to leave the dojo. Yu Xiao was amused by him, her lips curving into a smile. She turned around and waved to the crowd of pillars. Everyone, please be sure to attend tomorrow's meeting on time. I put a lot of effort into preparing for it. Mr. Tomioka, I know you can understand my feelings, right? Being directly named, Ju Tomioka awkwardly turned his head and muttered a muffled in his throat, wondering if Yu Xiao could hear him from so far away. However, Mitsuri, who was closer, widened her eyes in surprise after hearing his response, unable to close her mouth. No way. Mr. Tomioka actually agreed. He's surprisingly well-behaved like this. It seems he really cares about Yu Xiao. Kanroji, when Iguro Abanai saw her expression of disbelief, he asked, "There's Sakura Machi available in the cafeteria today. Do you want to go?" Mitsuri came back to her senses and quickly nodded, yes. I can't miss the Sakura Machi. Mr. Iguro, will you come with me? Great. Then this time I want to eat 100 Sakura Machi to celebrate. What about you, Mr. Iguro? As you wish. Chapter 161. Methods of reconciliation in the mansion where Yu Xiao resides. The backyard is adorned with clusters of purple roses blooming along the edges of the wall, each flower exceptionally beautiful, clearly the result of careful tending. The air is filled with a rich floral fragrance, and a few butterflies dance gracefully on a round table in the open space. A variety of tea snacks are laid out. Yu Xiao sits across from Xuanmi, while Xiaohei occupies a chair all to himself, lazily basking in the sun. That Yasaki-san? In such a cozy environment, Xuanmi feels very uneasy being alone with the girl. He lowers his head to look at his thighs, unable to meet Yu Xiao's gaze, and a thin layer of sweat forms in his palms. Even without looking up at him, Yu Xiao can sense his nervousness. You don't need to be tense. You can think of me as a tree, a blade of grass, or non-existent air, whatever helps you feel relaxed. As for addressing us as teammates from the same batch, I suppose we are of similar age, right? You don't have to use honorifics. Rather than the surname Yasaka, I would prefer you to call me Yu Xiao, as I find it more convenient. In contrast, Yu Xiao remains very easygoing throughout. She picks up her teacup, takes a small sip, and then spreads out a piece of paper to write and draw on, completely not focusing on Xuanmi. This action subtly helps Xuanmi gradually relax. I understand. Xuanmi closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and starts trying to place her and the butterflies in the same context to reduce his tension. However, addressing her directly by name is still somewhat difficult for him. Yu Xiao patiently waited for a while before speaking at the right moment. I can help you. But the premise is that you have to tell me the reason behind this matter, as well as the entire story. After all, only by understanding the crux of the problem can we find the right solution. I have no intention of interrogating you. Yu Xiao spread her hands innocently, maintaining a measured demeanor. Of course, if you don't want to tell me, I can understand. You could just treat this as an invitation to come here for tea and enjoy the flowers. It's not a big deal. Xuanmi shook his head. As long as he could repair his relationship with his brother, he was willing to try any method. So, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, Xuanmi recounted the entanglements between him and Shimi Fushikawa in detail. During this time, Yu Xiao never looked at him even once, focusing intently on sketching something on the paper, not revealing what she was writing. Occasionally, she would free up a hand to pick up a biscuit and chew on it thoughtfully. Every action of hers seemed casual, yet it felt as if elegance was ingrained in her bones. No matter what posture she took, it was pleasing to the eye without showing any disrespect. This left Xuanmi with mixed feelings about her. It must be my illusion, he thought. He and Yu Xiao had almost no intersection in their lives. Yet she seemed to understand him well. She knew he wasn't good at interacting with girls, so she never directed her gaze at him, which made the conversation unusually smooth. That should be about it. Yu Xiao put down the pen in his hand, finally lifting his gaze to look back at Xuanmi, and smiled at him. However, I'm really curious. Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? What if I not only fail to help you reconcile with your brother, but instead mess things up? Xuanmi was taken aback, the skin on his cheeks uncontrollably starting to flush. Once he regained his composure, he stammered out his most genuine thoughts. Because you brought it up in front of so many Hashira, it means you definitely have a way. And you are also a Hashira. Hashira would never let someone down. Moreover, you also have things you need my help with. After saying that, he muttered softly. The insect Hashira was also present at that time, and she didn't question it, so it must be fine. Yu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Xuanmi looked quite similar to his older brother Shimi, with a rather intimidating appearance. Just a slight glare from his eyes seemed like he was about to explode with anger, and he had a rather straightforward temper. He appeared to be easily influenced by his emotions, but in reality, he had his own thoughts, being both sentimental and intelligent. However, she still wanted to tease Xuanmi. Then you've made the wrong bet, because I won't give up on messing with you just because of your status as a pillar. Yu Xiao propped her chin up with one hand, her brows slightly raised, and her smile had a hint of mischief. I'm the one who specializes in tricking people, you know. You fell for it. Xuanmi was taken aback, his brain still not processing what was happening, and his body moved first. He suddenly stood up from the chair, angrily pointing at Yu Xiao and exclaiming, "You actually played me?" When he realized something was off, what greeted him was the girl's clear, bell-like laughter. Yu Xiao tilted her head, her hand resting against her upturned lips, her whole body trembling with laughter. "I'll just play a little joke on you. Why is your reaction so big?" Xianmi seemed like a firecracker that had fizzled out, remaining silent. Although this guy looked quite cute and seemed gentle, his personality was unexpectedly bad. Yu Xiao smiled enough and then returned to a serious demeanor, comforting, "Don't worry, if I say I can help you. There will definitely be a way." She had almost figured out Shimi Fushichuan, who was a typical soft-hearted person, especially towards girls. To be precise, he wasn't good at interacting with girls and easily got shy, so it wouldn't be difficult for Yu Xiao to persuade him. However, Xuanya was curious. "What method do you plan to use to persuade Big Brother?" "That's confidential for now." Yu Xiao winked at him. "During this time, just follow Miss Ren's advice and practice with Mr. Beiminjiu. Unless necessary, try not to show up for now. As for what happens later, I'll have Kuroi contact you, and you just need to cooperate with my plan." "All right." Xuanya sat back down, looking a bit deflated like a puncture ball. "I guess I can't be too anxious." Then he remembered that Yu Xiao seemed to need his help and asked, "So, what can I do to help you?" Yu Xiao blinked her eyes, looking as if she was deep in thought. Xuanmi couldn't help but swallow hard, and with her hesitation, his mood gradually became uneasy. But he soon noticed that she was smiling again, her eyes and brows filled with an uncontainable joy, as if she found it amusing to see him fidgeting. "As for your matter, I haven't thought it through yet. I'll let you know when I figure it out, okay?" Was she really just toying with him? Xuanmi ground his teeth in frustration. Damn it, so annoying. But she's a girl, and she's really strong. I can't even fight back. There was no choice. Facing someone with such a mischievous nature, he could only swallow his anger and accept reality. Chapter 162, Little Black's Determination Before Leaving. Yu Xiao specifically asked him to demonstrate his Nichiren blade. The blade shimmered with a silver light under the sunlight, looking no different from an ordinary katana. Yu Xiao drew his Nichiren blade from his waist, silently examining the sharp, slender blade. The Nichiren blade is also known as the color-changing blade, as the blade changes color according to the user's breathing techniques. Due to his physical condition, Kaneo Tsuri has not learned any breathing techniques since joining the Demon Slayer Corps. It is only through his firearm and his unique Demon Eater physique that he's been able to have some resistance against demons. Therefore, it is completely normal for his Nichiren blade to have no color. However, Yu Xiao has clearly learned water breathing and even grasped his own unique gale breathing. Yet he still could not make his Nichiren blade change color. Yu Xiao took out a handkerchief and wiped the gleaming blade, involuntarily recalling that day when she had a conversation with Mr. Kanroji. "I heard from Tanjiro that not long ago. The blacksmith came to visit and entrusted the finished Nichiren blade to you." Outside the window, a gentle breeze blew, and a red-haired boy was swinging a sword back and forth with great fondness. Mr. Kanroji, wearing a terrifying red Tengu mask, knelt by the tea table, withdrew his gaze from the window, and took a sip of the green tea misted with white vapor. "Yes, Mr. Kanroji." The two blacksmiths seemed to have other matters to attend to and did not linger for long before leaving. Yu Xiao sat opposite him, with the newly acquired Nichiren blade resting on his lap, the pure white and smooth sheath reflecting a radiant glow. Tanjiro's Nichiren blade was forged by Mr. Steelgrave, and after he obtained it, the blade turned pitch black. As the long sword was drawn, it let out a crisp and light hum. "But Mr. Kanroji, why has my Nichiren blade not changed in color at all? Could it be because I have learned a new breathing technique?" Gently tapping his fingertips on the bright blade, a hint of confusion appeared in Yu Xiao's golden eyes as he humbly sought advice from Mr. Kanroji. "The breath of the storm?" Kanroji Sakanji pondered. Whether it is a storm or a tempest, both are formless and colorless. The fact that your Nichiren blade has not changed color likely means that your breathing technique itself reflects the color of the blade. The unchanged color of the Nichiren blade often confirms that the wielder lacks the talent of a swordsman. Although I have taught you for far less time than Tanjiro, Yuxiao, you undoubtedly possess the talent to become a swordsman, so there is no need to feel troubled by this. Kanroji Sakanji affectionately reached out to ruffle her hair, saying that even if one lacks talent, it does not matter. As long as one holds a firm conviction in their heart, even an ordinary person can unleash tremendous power. Yuxiao slowly raised her head, her gaze blank as she looked at the old man in front of her. Questions surged within her heart, yet she swallowed them back down several times. I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Limon. With her thoughts collected, Yuxiao stood up from her seat and walked to an open space, holding the knife in one hand. She brought her index finger and thumb together and swept across the knife's hilt. Burn! In an instant, the blade was enveloped in roaring flames, the tongues of fire flickering and the intense heat creating rolling waves that distorted the surrounding space. Yet the knife, wrapped in flames, remained silver white as before, showing no signs of change. In the original timeline, to help Tanjiro fight against Hantengu, Nezuko used her blood demon art to assist Tanjiro in activating the Hinakami Kagura, successfully severing Hantengu's neck. Although Hantengu did not die from this, the sudden appearance of the Hinakami Kagura increased Tanjiro's chances of winning in the duel, and later played a crucial role in the final battle against Muzan with the Hashira. The Hinakami Kagura can effectively suppress a demon's regeneration speed. However, the flames surrounding the knife did not reveal its true form because they did not originate from Nezuko's blood demon art, right? But in terms of grip strength, Yuxiao definitely couldn't activate the Hinakami Kagura. She had yet to find the opportunity to clash blades with the other Hashira. And as for Nezuko, she wasn't ready to face Tanjiro just yet. The pattern can't be used, and resorting to the Hinakami Kagura has also led to a deadlock. This situation seems quite unfavorable for me. The crow-blue eyelashes fluttered slightly, and Yuxiao pursed her lips, her half-closed eyes reflecting a deep darkness like the night. Suddenly, a shrill scream interrupted Yuxiao's thoughts. The little crow, who had been sleeping on the chair, was startled by the commotion, flapping its wings and flying up into the air, cawing loudly from a distance at Yuxiao. Caw-caw. Yuxiao, you're not planning to roast me for some grilled bird meat while I'm asleep, are you? Yuxiao smiled helplessly, but still followed its words and ominously threatened. I didn't expect you to find out. You really are sharp. Gah, I don't believe it. Little Black was about to cry, with sparkling tears welling up in its pitch-black eyes. I've been so good to you, and you actually want to cook me. Gagaga. This is too much, boo-hoo. All right. How could I ever cook you? That was just a joke. Yuxiao found it amusing, extinguished the flame on the sword, and sheathed the sunwheel blade. Only then did Little Black fly over to her with a look of grievance. You stop bickering with Tianwang Temple all the time. Be a bit more obedient when you see other crows, okay? You've been showing off about me everywhere, and everyone has had a grudge against me for a long time. Yuxiao held it in his arms and gently smoothed its feathers. He really liked the little black one, but this little guy had too strong a competitive spirit. Ever since Zenitsu reported to him, Yuxiao had secretly observed for a few days and discovered that this little black one actually had two faces. When Yuxiao was around, Xiaohai was gentle and well-behaved. When Yuxiao was not there, Xiaohai immediately performed a coronation, skillfully using its wits to argue, even outshouting Weilang Silver. This led to other crows expressing their grievances against Xiaohai's misdeeds, causing Yuxiao's reputation to suffer a little as well. Only Xiaohai felt good about itself, isolating all the other crows by its own power. It was all because they were jealous of me. Xiaohai was very unconvinced. My Yuxiao is the best in the world, the most powerful, the most beautiful swordsman. How can they compare with me? All right, don't get too carried away. Yuxiao gently tapped its little head, reminding it to get along well with the other crows. Behaving like this will leave you without friends. Bah, I don't care about that. Yuxiao is my best friend. Xiaohai raised its head, looking proud. If you don't listen, I won't feed you any more little cookies, and all snacks will be canceled. Yuxiao ruthlessly delivered a fatal blow. I don't want that. Xiaohai curled up like a caterpillar in Yuxiao's arms, twisting and crying out loud. Yuxiao sighed. You have to be obedient, Sanchiyuan Jioqing. Yuxiao, how do you know my name? Xiaohei froze, staring at Yuxiao with its round, big eyes, unblinking. When they first met, Xiaohei was too excited, and Yuxiao casually gave it the name Xiaohei, which Xiaohei happily accepted. As long as it could stay with Yuxiao, it was happy no matter what Yuxiao called it. It had never revealed to Yuxiao that it had a name, yet Yuxiao mentioned it at that moment. Yuxiao gently scratched its chin, because I like you so much, so it's impossible for me to be completely oblivious to your name, right? Woo-woo. I knew Yuxiao was the best to me. The lifespan of a crow is similar to that of a small dog, at most only a decade or so, which is incredibly short compared to humans. So short that just when they get used to each other's familiarity, they have to face the fate of separation. Although it is just a talking crow, not as smart as humans, and its thoughts are not as complex, it really likes Yu Xiao. So, no matter what happens in the future, even death, it absolutely does not want to be separated from Yu Xiao. Chapter 163. The tea party begins. Early the next morning, the Hashira arrived on time for the appointment. Yu Xiao had long been prepared for this, inviting everyone to take their seats in the main hall. However, when the guests saw the room filled with extravagant Western-style decor, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Are you trying to turn this room into a royal palace? Cobain glanced around and noticed that the cashmere carpet almost covered every corner, and the other furnishings also appear to be quite expensive, leading him to seriously suspect that Yu Xiao had spent all the money earned from killing demons on renovations, and might even have to pay extra. Isn't a room just a place for people to rest and relax? Compared to being close to nature, I prefer this elegant Western style, which looks impressive, doesn't it? Yu Xiao said with a calm smile. It's simply too extravagant. Yuzui Tenjin pointed at Yu Xiao with a serious expression, although it's still a bit lacking compared to mine. Your extravagance is recognized by the god of festivals. Yu Xiao casually responded, yes, welcome the god of festivals to my humble abode. Wow, what a wonderful room. Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes sparkled as she looked around curiously. The carpet is so soft, it feels so comfortable to step on. It's truly a blessing in this cold winter. This crystal chandelier is so gorgeous. The sofa looks amazing too. Can I sit on it? Of course. Please make yourself comfortable. Butterfly Shinobu walked over to Yu Xiao's side and leaned closer to whisper, I now reasonably suspect that you want to show off your room. There might indeed be a bit of a desire to show off, right? Yu Xiao squinted her eyes and teased, but Miss Shinobu, if you like it, you can stay tonight. My bed is quite big. Butterfly Shinobu's eyes flickered, as if she thought of something. A faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks as she smiled and declined her invitation. Oh, the work at the Butterfly House is very busy. I'm afraid I won't have the time. It's okay, Yu Xiao said seriously, looking at her. As long as Miss Shinobu wants to come, Yu Xiao will always be waiting. Butterfly Shinobu's face turned slightly red, and she quickly shifted her gaze elsewhere. Feeling that Yu Xiao seemed more difficult than usual today, Yu Xiao no longer teased her, but instead felt an undeniable gaze fixed on her. She turned her head and saw that beside her, Ju Tomioka was looking at her with a dark expression. Mr. Ju? Yu Xiao tentatively called out. Ju's voice was low, sounding somewhat unhappy. Good morning. Yu Xiao smiled brightly, sweetly saying, I knew Mr. Ju wouldn't let my expectations down. Ju still only responded with one syllable. But his tone clearly lifted a bit, and his expression was no longer as stern as before. Namu Amida Buddha, Biming Island, he said, hands clasped together, standing tall like a mountain. Since the wind Hashira has invited us here for a meeting, let's put the small talk aside and get to the point. Perhaps influenced by Xuanyu yesterday, Shimi Kakushi's face was especially grim at that moment. You went through so much trouble to gather us here. What is your intention? Just get to the point. Seeing everyone take their seats, Yu Xiao no longer played nice and directly laid her cards on the table, saying, strictly speaking, this can't be considered a meeting, but rather a tea party, because I have prepared many entertainment activities. After Yu Xiao finished speaking, he pulled aside a table covered with a curtain, revealing a neatly stacked set of mahjong on the square table. Earlier, he had passed by a tea house, intending just to relax with a cup of tea, but unexpectedly found it was a mahjong parlor. In any case, this is the current situation. If you want information, you have to defeat me first. Don't be too quick to get angry and leave. I have a complete set of information on the entire 12 demon months. And I'm not joking about this. After Yu Xiao finished speaking, he pulled out a stack of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Butterfly Ninja, signaling everyone to pass it around. One by one, black and white portraits appeared before the Hashira, ranging from Upper Moon 1 to Upper Moon 6. Each demon had a different appearance, and if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe that someone could create such lifelike portraits just from imagination. Each portrait had a label in the lower left corner, and Butterfly Ninja frowned, reading aloud. Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo. Upper Moon 2, Doma. Upper Moon 3, Akaza. The other Hashira gathered around to take a look as the portraits were continuously passed around. Mitsuri covered her mouth in disbelief. Oh my. Upper Moon 1 actually has 6 eyes. Doesn't he get dizzy looking at things? Or does he only use one pair of eyes? Are the other eyes just for show? This demon is really ugly, Michiro said expressionlessly. The jar is also ugly, Kaijiro said, his eyes already unwrapped from the bandages. Intently examining the portrait, Akaza, it is definitely him. His tattoos are very noticeable. Shinazugawa Mitsuri scoffed. They're all damn guys. Sooner or later, they will become souls beneath my sword. The others remained silent. Although Jiyomi Himejima was blind, he could sense the discussions around him and had a rough idea. Where did you get these paintings? Butterfly Ninja raised her eyes, looking at Yuxiao, eagerly wanting an answer. Such realistic portraits. How could they be drawn without having seen them in person? Yuxiao smiled lightly because she was Yabasaki Yuxiao. She certainly couldn't tell Butterfly Shinobu that she had known everything about this world for a long time. Her memories of her past life were her greatest secret, something that absolutely couldn't be told to anyone. Now, bringing out these things was because she no longer had the need to hide, and besides, even if she didn't say anything, Butterfly Shinobu could piece together the result herself. Don't play the riddle master. Ihei Kabanai glanced at her, clarifying his words. One no. Yuxiao casually picked up a mahjong tile, playing with it in her hand, and said nonchalantly, "Win against me first, then we'll talk. Don't go too far." Shimi's emotions were very volatile. This is the Demon Slayer Corps, not a casino. What you're doing now is no different from gathering us to gamble. Of course, there's a difference. I'm not betting money. This can only be considered a recreational activity at most. Yuxiao shot him a displeased glance. The rules are simple. As long as you win against me, I'll tell you anything you want to know, but if you lose, what do you want to do? As the #1 victim of Yuxiao's persecution, Fushishun Shimi felt alarm bells ringing in his heart. Oh no, Fushishun-san is looking at me with such a wary gaze. It really hurts. Yuxiao laughed softly, her gaze containing a hint of provocation. The one who loses will have their face painted with a brush, and the more rounds lost, the more strokes there will be. The last 3 rounds come with special penalties, so what do you think? Do you want to give it a try? Or would you rather choose to back out at the last moment? Oh, I should clarify in advance. Don't think about using the Lord to pressure me. This information doesn't belong to just me. Even the Lord can't force someone against their will, right? Yuxiao's words undoubtedly blocked all escape routes. But I don't know how to play mahjong. The honest immediately let out a sigh. If it were flower cards, I would understand a bit. The interests of a Yatsuka girl are indeed quite broad. Kayajuro crossed his arms, full of vigor. And since we have to win to get information, we have no choice but to join. Yuzui Tenjin had no major objections. So you brought us here, which, to put it simply, is just a play, right? Occasionally doing this isn't bad. After all, the lives of the Hashira are truly monotonous and lack freshness. Then let me be your first opponent. Yatsuka. Chapter 164. You pit me, I pit you. Yuxiao gave a brief explanation of the rules of mahjong to a few people. Basically, that's how it works. Is there anyone who wants to give it a try first? Since this is the teaching phase, winning or losing doesn't count. Upon hearing Yuxiao say that winning or losing doesn't matter, Shinobu was the first to speak up. Then let me give it a try. Although she already understood the gameplay and rules, she had never actually practiced. Now that there was such a good opportunity, she definitely wanted to practice first. Once she got familiar with it, she wasn't afraid of not being able to win against her. Shinobu made up her mind. I want to try too. Mitsuri eagerly raised her hand. All right, Yuxiao said. Then Mr. V, Miss Shinobu, and Mitsuri will practice with me first, while the rest will temporarily observe. Everyone had no objections and gathered around the square table to watch. After the 4 were seated, Yuxiao began to shuffle the tiles. She neatly arranged the mahjong tiles, then skillfully pushed the stack, producing a crisp sound, and soon the tiles were shuffled. Now, let us get started, she said with a smile. Shinobu carefully looked at the tiles in front of her, contemplating what to play next, while Mitsuri appeared more excited, eagerly playing a tile. Pong! Yuxiao exclaimed, quickly picking up that tile from the table, arranging 3 tiles of the same suit. Ah, I made a mistake, Mitsuri said nervously, not expecting that her first tile would give Yuxiao an opportunity. It seemed she had to be more careful from now on. Seeing her troubled expression, Shinobu softly comforted her. Don't worry. This is just the beginning. There will be more opportunities later. She glanced at her own hand and had already made a plan in her mind. When it was Shinobu's turn to play, she discarded a 9 of dots, choosing to go for a quick attack on the terminals. However, Yuxiao didn't give her that chance. After drawing a tile, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Self-draw. All honors. She revealed the tiles in her hand. The onlookers were slightly surprised, not expecting this round to end so quickly, and Yuxiao looked very composed, as if she hadn't used all her strength at all. Ah, I haven't drawn the tile I wanted yet, Mitsuri said, feeling a bit dejected, leaning on the table. Shinobu, meanwhile, was thoughtfully looking at her hand, while Yuzui was constantly pondering strategies. Soon, after several rounds, the three gradually grasped the techniques. Although their winning frequency couldn't compare to Yuxiao's, they had become increasingly skilled. Yuxiao saw that the timing was almost right and announced, "Well, let's get started. I'm going to be serious now. You only need to win against me once, and I will give you the information. But if you keep losing, then I won't be able to help you, okay? I hope everyone can give their all to make this fun for me." Yuxiao smiled faintly, and her words concealed deep meaning. Butterfly Ninja instantly understood the implication behind her words. She smirked and stood up from her chair. "I request a change of personnel." The practice session was over. It was time for her to exit the stage. Now the match was officially starting, and she was more suited to stay in the spectator seats to contemplate strategies. After all, if they lost, it would be Yuxiao who would end up with face paint. At such times, one should first find a scapegoat. Oh no, a brave warrior, to take the lead, under the pretext of testing the waters. Sound good? Yuxiao naturally understood her thoughts and did not try to stop her, instead maintaining an attitude of watching the show. She asked, since that's the case, who will take Miss Ren's place? Just then, Yuzui Tenjin quickly spoke up, clearly sensing something. He offered his seat and invited Rengoku Kyudru. "Rengoku, why don't you join in?" Kyudru instinctively touched his face, feeling that the places Yuxiao had doodled on earlier seemed not to be washed clean. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and agreed. "Well then, I will play against the Yatsuka girl." Butterfly Shinobu looked at Yuzui Tenjin with a gaze of disbelief, then began to plot something mischievous, pulling out the shadowy and mushroom-growing Tomioka from the corner. "Let Mr. Tomioka take my place, then?" Butterfly Shinobu smiled innocently and secretly urged Ju. "This is a rare opportunity. Doesn't Team Mr. Tomioka want to play with Yuxiao?" Ju blinked in confusion, still unclear about the twists and turns of the situation, and was pressed onto a chair by Butterfly Shinobu. "Go for it, Mr. Tomioka. I have high hopes for you." Butterfly Shinobu quickly stepped aside, smiling to cheer him on, as if afraid he would realize something and back out. "Huh?" Mitsuri looked dumbfounded. "Why are we suddenly switching people when we were having so much fun? Isn't this fine?" Ihei Kaneo glanced over the group, seeing their friendly and kind smiles, and suddenly understood. "Kenroji, why don't you switch with me?" He looked at Yuxiao with a gloomy expression. "Just let me." Hey. Takahashi Mitsuri suddenly interrupted him. "Let me practice with this guy." Ihei Kaneo heard this, looked at Mitsuri, then at him, and finally nodded. "Okay, Takahashi, you need to be careful." After saying that, he took Mitsuri aside. "Mitsuri. All right, haha, this is great. Everyone is really awesome." Yuxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. As soon as she heard that she was going to get serious, she decisively made her escape, and before leaving, she didn't forget to mess with her teammates. Is this really the harmonious and loving atmosphere among the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps? It's truly fascinating. Yuxiao couldn't help but smile at the corners of her mouth. Let me show you a glimpse of the true strength of the holder of the title god of sparrows. No one knows what exactly happened on the day Yuxiao first stepped into the tea house. Only the customers who were there that day still remember the fear that this unknown girl instilled in them. The game officially began, and Yuxiao was unusually fast, shuffling the tiles in an instant and almost immediately arranging them. The moment she revealed her hand, the world seemed to plunge into endless darkness. Tianha, Yakamon, self-drawn, Kakushi Muzu with 13 tiles. Yakamon, self-drawn, Shinrutu, Yakamon, self-drawn, Kirin Budidu, Yakamon, Chiha, Yakamon. Dozens of minutes later, the three people at the mahjong table looked at the numerous Richi sticks in front of Yuxiao, exchanging glances. The air fell into a dead silence. Fortunately, it wasn't for money. Otherwise, they would have lost everything, even the bitter tea. Chapter 165, Punishment Time. No one expected Yuxiao's serious mahjong skills to be this terrifying. The expressions of the three at the table varied. Tosaka Iyong lowered his head, as if a dark cloud was raining on him. Kyudru Rengoku was sweating profusely, as if facing a great enemy, while Shizumi Fushikawa's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Shizumi suddenly slammed the table, stood up from his chair, and pointed at Tosaka Iyong, shouting, "Tosaka, I've tolerated you for a long time. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Every time, it looks like I'm about to win. You hurry up and let Yatsuka draw. What the hell do you mean by that?" Shizumi was so angry he almost spat blood. He had just managed to quickly form a hand under Yuxiao's intense assault, but Tosaka Iyong, who had no sense of timing, kept messing things up at the most critical moments. If it weren't for him causing trouble, he would have won long ago. He really wanted to punch him into the wall and then kick him twice every time he walked by. He He was about to be driven crazy. Fushikawa, don't be angry. Yatsuka's mahjong skills are very impressive, and we're all beginners. It's normal to lose. Tosaka definitely didn't do it on purpose, Kyujiro said quickly, noting Shizumi's furious expression, as if he wanted to swallow Iyong alive. However, his last statement was ambiguous and only fueled Shizumi's hatred for Iyong. What do you mean he didn't do it on purpose? He clearly did it on purpose. Shizumi's chest was heaving with rage, and if it weren't for Baimingyu standing next to him, he would have already lunged at Iyong with a knife. Yu Xiao observed the situation, neither speaking to dissuade nor expressing her stance, but maintaining a smile and remaining a bystander. In reality, her thoughts had already drifted far away. Oh no! What should I do if I accidentally win too much? With so many rounds, how many strokes will it take to finish? Do I have to paint all three of them as? Iyong lifted his head, looking at Shimi with a deadpan expression, sincerely saying, I really admire your card skills. I haven't managed to catch any of the shots you've thrown. Pumalai couldn't help but cover her face with her hands, letting out a laugh. Butterfly Shinobu pressed her lips together, silently turning her face to the other side. Akaiser laughed outright, without any restraint. Tomioka, you're asking for death. Shimi shouted angrily, grabbing Iyong by the collar and raising a fist, ready to smash it into his face. At this moment, Yu Xiao finally regained his senses and immediately shouted at him. Mr. Undying River, please stop right now. Are you trying to confuse the situation? Don't forget that almost every one of you has lost to me at least 100 times. Hurry up and put your faces over here. It's punishment time. No one gets to escape. A powerful aura suddenly emanated from Yu Xiao. In her hand, a brush appeared out of nowhere, and her golden eyes fixed intently on the three people before her, as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter. Shimi's fist, which had yet to be swung, froze in midair. He gritted his teeth and ultimately released Iyong's collar, forcing himself to sit back down in his chair, wearing an expression of resignation. One must accept the consequences of the bet. Losing means facing punishment, a prearranged agreement. Shimi wouldn't resort to tricks over such a minor issue. No matter how frustrated he felt inside, he had to accept it. The other two, seeing this, also sat obediently without daring to protest, quietly awaiting the fate of their faces being ravaged. Yu Xiao was very satisfied with their performance. However, she felt a bit troubled about what to draw. Each person had to draw more than 100 strokes, which meant that one person would have to make over 100 marks. Even if she finished painting all three of their faces, it still wouldn't be enough. Moreover, no one had stipulated that she couldn't draw long strokes. If that were the case, she might not even have enough space to draw with just her hands and arms. Drawing doodles all the time is boring. Why not change it up a bit? Got it. With the brush spinning in her hand, Yu Xiao suddenly had an idea and revealed a sinister smile, making the three of them feel uneasy. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't make things too difficult for you. Yu Xiao said this while holding a brush and stepped forward to stand in front of Shimi, preparing to take action against him first. Seeing Yu Xiao approaching him voluntarily and getting so close that she even pinched his chin with one hand, forcing him to tilt his head back, Shimi felt a mixture of shame and humiliation. He simply closed his eyes, refusing to look at Yu Xiao's face, but his slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed his inner tension. Damn it, I just lost to her in the competition yesterday, and now I've lost again at the card table. This is so frustrating. A chill swept across his cheek. The damp sensation from the inked brush felt slightly itchy, and Shimi's brows almost knitted together, his cheeks also slightly flushed. Yu Xiao quickly finished painting and, when releasing his chin, casually poked his cheek. All right, that's it. Oomph. Shimi, feeling a bit tsundere, turned her head away, refusing to look at her again. The other two simultaneously directed their gazes toward Yu Xiao, their eyes vaguely revealing a hint of expectation. Yu Xiao, although a bit confused, Yu Xiao calmly approached Ju Tomioka. Mr. Tomioka, I'm going to start drawing now. You mustn't get angry or blame me afterward, okay? Ju showed a completely compliant attitude, without a hint of reluctance. Go ahead, I've lost. I won't hold it against you. He half lowered his eyes, glancing awkwardly elsewhere, seemingly trying to avoid something intentionally. Yu Xiao bent down and supported Iyong's profile with her hand, turning his face toward herself, then began to draw. Compared to Shimi, her actions toward Iyong were noticeably much gentler. The corners of Iyong's mouth slightly tightened, revealing a hint of barely noticeable nervousness, and his deep blue pupils shimmered, not knowing what he was thinking. At the moment he raised his gaze, his eyes unexpectedly met Yu Xiao's focused and serious expression, and in that instant, scattered thoughts surged forth, stirring up waves on the originally calm sea. By the time he realized what had happened, His hand was already clasped around Yu Xiao's wrist. "What's wrong, Mr. Yong? Do you want to back out?" "That wouldn't do." Yong was startled for a moment, quickly retracting his hand as if it had been electrocuted. He placed both hands back neatly on his knees, like a child who had made a mistake and was earnestly reflecting, obediently endearing. "I don't want to back out." His gaze wandered, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. "You can continue to draw. I've already finished." Yu Xiao smiled as she put away her pen and quietly leaned closer to Yong's ear. "If you are willing, I can take special care of you." "Special care?" Yong lowered his head silently, not responding. His long hair at this moment showcased its advantage, tightly covering his flushed ears. Apart from the waves of heat rising from him, he appeared outwardly unaffected. Is it finally my turn?" Chapter 166, The Articulate Mister. Yong Hashiomi raised his gaze to the spirited Kaijuro Rengoku. He looked great. The injury on his left eye had mostly healed, and his bright eyes sparkled with energy as he looked at Hashiomi, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Yu Xiao glanced at him sideways, her expression, "Mr. Purgatory is quite enthusiastic, isn't he?" She initially wanted to take this opportunity to openly take revenge on Xing Shuru, but the other party's performance instantly diminished her interest by more than half. Yu Xiao didn't plan to waste time on him. After speaking, she picked up a pen and started drawing on Xing Shuru's face. Just as she was about to make the final stroke, Xing Shuru suddenly spoke up. "Yasaki girl, after you left that day, the butterfly was very angry." He stared ahead without blinking, his voice very soft, as if he was casually bringing up a chat. If it weren't for the slight movement of his lips while speaking, Yu Xiao would have thought she was hallucinating. Yu Xiao paused with the pen in hand. "I know. It's expected that Shinobu Kocho would be angry. There's nothing Yu Xiao can do about it. Since becoming a Hashira, it's the first time I've seen her so angry." Kaijuro added another comment. Yu Xiao glanced at her, then, seemingly venting his anger, deliberately made a heavy stroke on the tip of his nose. The damp brush was pressed against Xing Shuru's nose, the cold sensation slightly tickling, making him almost unable to hold back a sneeze. Yu Xiao ignored him and turned back to her seat, leaving Hachiro to rub his nose in frustration, finding her grudge-holding demeanor inexplicably amusing. "I've finally finished. Let me see what Yu Xiao has drawn." Mitsuri leaned in curiously, filled with anticipation and a hint of secret excitement. When she clearly saw the faces of Hachiro and the other two, she couldn't hold back her laughter any longer and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha!" In an instant, the entire room was filled with the cheerful laughter of the girl. "I'm sorry. Ha ha, but this is just too funny." The three being laughed at. Apart from the stone Hashira, the other Hashira displayed a range of spectacular expressions upon seeing the words on the faces of the three, while Yu Xiao remained unfazed, calmly taking a sip of tea. This time, Yu Xiao did not use graffiti to paint, but instead wrote different words on the faces of the three of them. On Shinazuwa Sanemi's face, it said, "Fighting is the worst." On Tenjin Yuzui's face, it said, "Good at talking." And on Kaijuro Rengoku's face, it said, "Passionate fool." At this moment, the three of them seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation, looking at each other without daring to speak. However, Shinobu Kocho was the first to openly mock them, saying, "It's impressive that you can make such concise evaluations, Yu Xiao." "Ha ha." Miri couldn't stop laughing. "So Mr. Tenjin is really good at talking?" "Ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Help." Himejima Jiomi sighed and shook his head silently. Fortunately, he realized the problem and chose to withdraw in time. Now being painted with a flower face and embarrassed in public was something Sanemi brought upon himself, and it had nothing to do with him, so he couldn't be blamed. "So tacky." Tenjin smirked, his tone full of schadenfreude. Luckily, he had dodged earlier, or he would definitely be the one being laughed at now. However, with Yu Xiao's sharp words, he truly had no idea how Yu Xiao would evaluate him. But it certainly wouldn't be anything good. Jiomi remained silent, his eyes devoid of light, unable to participate in the game. Even if he could see, he wouldn't join such a game. Likewise, he wouldn't deliberately disrupt this hard-won light atmosphere, so he quietly sat aside, patiently waiting for the outcome. "You guys won't win against her like this." Michiro Takedo suddenly spoke after watching for a long time. His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly drawing everyone's attention, and all eyes in the room turned to him. Chapter 167. Openly cheating even under the intense gaze of everyone, Michiro's expression remained calm and unperturbed. The outcome of the game had already been decided from the very beginning. Even if they tried to change their strategy, it would only be a meaningless struggle. Michiro sharply commented. His words made the three who were already losing badly look even more dejected. Sanemi was the most visibly affected, He looked almost furious, his expression distorted, the corners of his mouth twitching, and his head was practically on fire from rage. However, he quickly calmed down. Then, as if he thought of something, he suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing towards Yu Xiao. "You bastard! How dare you cheat?" Sanemi's tone was filled with anger and a hint of astonishment. Michiro's words made the other Hashira realize the key to winning and losing, and they all turned their eyes towards Yu Xiao, making Yu Xiao the target of their collective scrutiny. "Oh no, I've been found out," Yu Xiao said, showing no embarrassment at being exposed. Instead, he smiled and leaned on the table, resting his chin on his hand, arguing, "But I didn't cheat, did I? So unfortunately, it can't be considered cheating indeed." Yu Xiao had set them up from the very beginning, even during the shuffling phase. Yu Xiao had secretly memorized the order of each card, and then used his superb shuffling skills to discreetly place the cards he wanted in the pile he would draw from. This sounded simple, but in practice, it was exceptionally difficult. Without hard work and practice, an ordinary person could never pull off tricks right under everyone's noses. Moreover, the Hashira present were all top-tier individuals, their observation and judgment skills having reached the peak. To deceive them, all showed how skilled Yu Xiao was. Truly a god of gambling at the card table. Having such skills is indeed impressive. Shinobu smiled and said, "But Yu Xiao, any trickery at the card table is cheating. So even though you won against us, it's still against the rules, right?" "Ah, then let's say I was cheating," Yu Xiao replied, blinking innocently, "but I never stipulated that cheating was not allowed, right?" Shinobu was left speechless, nearly losing the smile that was always on her lips. Rascal. Yu Xiao is completely behaving like a rogue. Not only is she acting like a rogue, but she is doing so openly and brazenly in front of everyone. Yet, there's nothing they can do about it. At this moment, even if someone says, "But you didn't specify that cheating is not allowed," it would only make them seem like they are receiving unfair treatment, and clumsily insisting on their point would only allow her to succeed in another aspect, thus pleasing her malicious sense of humor. Cunning. It's simply despicable. She should have noticed this earlier, but each time she was coaxed and deceived into overlooking it. Butterfly Ninja pressed her lips together, her usually calm purple eyes showing a bit of anger as she stared discontentedly at Yu Xiao. But she saw the unmasked mockery and teasing in the other's eyes, as if Yu Xiao was saying, "I didn't expect you to notice this. Oh dear, you won't be angry, will you?" This made Butterfly Ninja's cheeks slightly flush, and her fingers and palms unconsciously clenched tightly together. It's just being tricked. She won't let herself be at a disadvantage. Just wait. Butterfly Ninja secretly kept this score in her mind. Obviously, Ihei Cabin would not miss the chance to criticize Yu Xiao. Openly cheating and still having the nerve to argue, "You never intended to share those pieces of information with us, did you?" Provocation, or perhaps just angry words. Yu Xiao knew right away that she wouldn't fall for it. Arguing with Cabin would only make her seem guilty. "Although I didn't explicitly state that cheating is not allowed, it doesn't mean you can't do the same as me." Yu Xiao was just about to make things clear. But even if it came down to a showdown, there were still beginners who had just started playing mahjong. No matter how you put it, it was impossible for them to calculate every single tile with the same precision she did. So should they continue? Yu Xiao smiled calmly, with a hint of seduction in her smile. "Aren't you going to reconsider? You only need to win one game, and the information you want will be right in front of you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Your previous promise still stands, right?" Butterfly Ninja asked. You said that as long as it's something you know, you will definitely speak without reservation." Butterfly Ninja stared at her, looking particularly serious. "I can ask anything, and you will answer, you won't lie, right?" She emphasized the words "won't lie." Yu Xiao let out a light laugh. "As long as you ask me. Of course I will answer one by one. But whether the answers are true or false, I can't guarantee. Then let's begin." The corners of Butterfly Shinobu's lips lifted into a smile again. "Is there anyone who wants to join me?" Chapter 168. No matter how skilled, one fears the unexpected with Butterfly Shinobu's declaration. The match was quickly settled. Aside from the severely defeated Wind Pillar, the three of them, and the Blind Stone Pillar, Kaneo, Tiuri, and Mitsuri Kanroji, Yu Xiao was going to face a combination of Michiro Takedo, Kaneo Tiuri, and Butterfly Shinobu this time. For some reason, perhaps because losing would mean getting their faces painted, Yuzui Tenjin chose not to continue participating in the game this time and sat beside Kaneo to watch. Mitsuri wanted to play, but worried she might mess up and hinder everyone from obtaining information from Yu Xiao, so she decided to forego it. After the three decided on the order, they took their seats in turn. Yu Xiao's upper partner is Shirtu Michiro, the lower partner is Ihei Kobane, and the opposite partner is the smiling Butterfly Shinobu. Butterfly Shinobu sits gracefully, her brows and eyes revealing a sense of determination. Recalling how the three had quietly discussed strategies behind her back, Yuxiao raised an eyebrow slightly, understanding in her heart. It seems you have already decided how to deal with me. Indeed. A smile tugged at the corners of Butterfly Shinobu's lips. Otherwise, Yuxiao is so tricky that we really wouldn't know how to handle you for a while. Yuxiao glanced at Weilang without revealing any emotions and noticed that the latter was not his usual absent-minded self, but was instead intently focused on the mahjong on the table, as if he were in the midst of a battle. For Weilang, who had little interest in anything other than observing Yun, this was a rare situation. Yuxiao silently withdrew her gaze. Let's get started. As the words fell, Yuxiao quickly began to shuffle the cards, clearly having made plans to count them. However, Butterfly Ninja instantly struck, launching a merciless attack on her hands. Yuxiao's pupils trembled, and she immediately withdrew her hand, turning to reach for another pile of mahjong. Meanwhile, Ihei cabin in front of her had been waiting for a long time and raised his hand to strike her with a knife-hand blow. How could Yuxiao truly allow him to hit himself? He immediately retracted his hand, and Ihei Xiaoba suddenly found himself striking air. Initially planning to touch Wu Yichiro's tiles to salvage the situation, in just a moment, the three had already firmly defended their own mahjong tiles, arranged neatly. Yuxiao's mouth twitched. Is this how you play? She had figured it out. The three of them had no intention of letting her shuffle. It was just a special situation. Treated specially. Butterfly Shinobu raised her eyebrows at her and returned a smile. All right, we'll see. Yuxiao shrugged it off with a nonchalant smile. Did they really think they could win her over with this method? Of course, Butterfly Shinobu didn't think so. That's why she had already made countermeasures. The three players at the table exchanged glances in secret. The first round began, and Ihei Kobain played a one-man tile. Butterfly Shinobu didn't hesitate, immediately forming a meld, and then played a two-man tile, which was promptly eaten by Michiro. Michiro discarded a 9 bamboo, and it was Yuxiao's turn. She neither ponged nor ate and drew a 4-character tile. Her hand wasn't great. She needed 2 key tiles to be in a winning position. However, she had guessed a bit of the three's tactics. The rule in mahjong is that one cannot win without a meld, since Butterfly Shinobu had ponged a one-man tile. She was no longer in a pure hand state, meaning she definitely held some valuable tiles. Michiro had eaten Butterfly Shinobu's 2-man tile with a 3- and 4-man, most likely planning to go for a 7-pair strategy. As for Ihei Kobain, although she didn't know what hand he was forming, their strategy seemed to be a fast attack, not giving Yuxiao any chance to build a big hand. Since that was the case, whoever could declare a winning hand first would have a greater chance of winning. Draw, play, eat, pong, and can. The mahjong tiles clattered on the table nonstop as the 4 of them engaged in a high-intensity match, the excitement rivaling a professional competition. In just a few minutes, a round had already ended. The first round concluded with Yuxiao self-drawing. Since she hadn't formed a big hand, the points she won weren't very high. However, the next several rounds ended in a draw. No one had won. Ihei Kobain frantically passed tiles to Butterfly Shinobu, refusing to give Yuxiao even the slightest opportunity, even if his tiles were in tatters. Or rather, he had no intention of making a winning hand. His task was to assist Butterfly Shinobu and Michiro in forming their hands. Butterfly Shinobu and Michiro chose fast attack hands while also defending, aiming to block Yuxiao's path. This situation of draws continued for a long time, long enough that beads of sweat appeared on their faces and foreheads. Yuxiao felt a bit bored. She was stuck too tightly. At this rate, no one would win, unless she decided to cheat. But there was no need. She looked at the Butterfly Ninja across from her, who was eyeing her intently, and lowered her gaze, pretending to hesitate before finally throwing out a 3 of dots. The Butterfly Ninja's eyes lit up instantly. She pushed her cards away from her. As expected, it was a pure 1 and 9 tile set. I won. The Butterfly Ninja's tone unconsciously became much lighter. Oh no, miscalculated. Yuxiao knocked on her head with a hint of frustration, a trace of an almost imperceptible smile hidden in her eyes. Chapter 169. Boy, it's 3 o'clock. Let's have some tea first. So, according to our agreement, I will provide you with all the information I know without reservation. However, Yuxiao's tone shifted as she raised her lips, smiling brightly at the 3 people in front of her. Before that, the number of times you lost to me, I will correspondingly draw each one back onto your faces. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Shinobu's body tensed momentarily. Then she forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes and looked at Yuxiao, her tone laced with a threat. Are you sure? Of course, Yuxiao replied. showing no intention of giving Butterfly Shinobu a chance to resist. Grabbing a pen and swiftly drawing 2 strokes on Butterfly Shinobu's beautiful and gentle face. Without a hint of pity, Butterfly Shinobu's smile instantly froze on her face. The wet ink horizontally marked both sides of her cheeks, making her look like a little calico cat, complete with 2 whiskers. Yuxiao, Butterfly Shinobu suppressed her anger, gritting her teeth as she glared at the instigator in front of her. Her frequently twitching brows and the veins bulging on her forehead, making her look quite terrifying at that moment. But she ultimately held back. It's okay to lose the bet. I'm not angry at all, not at all, Little Shinobu's expression was frightening, and Mitsuri couldn't help but shrink back, muttering softly. The room fell silent. Aside from Yuxiao, smiling sweetly and happily, no one dared to openly laugh. They even unconsciously shifted their gazes away from Butterfly Shinobu's face, instinctively looking elsewhere. If only there were a camera. Yuxiao quietly leaned closer to Butterfly Shinobu's ear, whispering softly, "Miss Shinobu, you look particularly cute right now. So cute that I can't help but want to capture this moment and admire it repeatedly." The vague tone, accompanied by the breath escaping from the girl's lips, fell into her ears, and the ambiguous words made one's heart race. The faint scent in her hair further stirred a sense of intoxication. Butterfly Shinobu's earlobes turned red, and she covered her mouth with one hand, angrily saying, "Enough." Yuxiao quickly stepped back to avoid her attempt to stop her. A sly smile of triumph spread across her face. She stuck her tongue out at Butterfly Ninja. Butterfly Ninja's cheeks were flushed, yet she glared at Yuxiao with a fierce expression. Unfortunately, the 2 symmetrical whiskers made her look not intimidating at all, but rather like an angry pufferfish. Yuxiao proudly twirled the brush in his hand, then extended his claw towards Shitmucher, launching an attack with a 0-frame start. Whoosh, whoosh. Yuxiao nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Now, Wuyin also had a little cat face like Butterfly Shinobu. Wuyin tilted his head in confusion and instinctively touched his face. Looking down, he noticed a black ink mark on his hand. It felt so unpleasant. His face was wet and felt dirty. His hands were dirty too. He didn't like this feeling. It was very uncomfortable. It was like after every battle, discovering he was covered in demon blood. Wuyin was still very particular about cleanliness. However, he didn't say much. He could just wash his face properly when he got back and get rid of the dirt. But before that, he needed to endure for a little while longer. Next, Yuxiao's gaze fell on Ihei Kobane. Ihei Kobane covered his face with his sleeve, clearly resistant. "Don't come near me." The small white snake on his neck, Dama, also hissed in dissatisfaction to warn Yuxiao not to approach. "Mr. Ihei, so many people are watching. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" "Oomph. You don't need to bother. I can handle myself." "All right." Yuxiao readily agreed and smiled as she handed him the pen. "Please." Ihei Xiao took the pen and casually drew a couple of lines on a bandage wrapped around his face before returning the pen to her. With a serious expression, he asked, "Is that enough? Now you should tell us your feelings, right?" "Of course, I won't play tricks on this matter. After all, I just had a lot of fun." Yuxiao put away her pen and took out a golden pocket watch with intricate hollow patterns from her sleeve. She stared at the time on it, completely motionless, as if time had stopped for her, utterly frozen. The crowd was momentarily bewildered. What was she doing? Didn't she say she would tell them the information if she won? Why was she suddenly standing still, staring at the watch? "Hey." Shimi Basukawa was getting a bit impatient. Just as he was about to ask Yuxiao what she was up to, she quickly interrupted him. "Wait a minute." Shimi's facial muscles twitched, and he let out a faint grinding sound from his teeth. Yuxiao stood still, her beautiful face and a pair of enchanting eyes fixed intently on the pocket watch in her hand. Her gaze so focused that it seemed as if the entire world had been reduced to this small object. The pocket watch appeared to possess some kind of magic, deeply attracting her and making it impossible for her to look away for even a moment. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Yuxiao suddenly moved. The others watched her with varying expressions, all thinking she was on the verge of revealing something important, just as they expected her to announce something significant. Yuxiao gently closed the watch's cover and tucked the pocket watch back in her sleeve, a radiant smile blooming on her face like spring flowers. Great! It was finally 3 o'clock. Time for afternoon tea. In the quiet living room, it seemed as if a crow flew over everyone's heads, trailing a series of ellipses. Chapter 170. Bombshell. Ignoring the speechless expressions of the crowd, Yuxiao calmly sat down on the sofa and raised her hand to gently clap. The large door facing the entrance was pulled open from the outside, and several masked attendants entered in single file, holding trays. They served exquisite pastries and tea. arranging them neatly before quietly exiting, their movements so practiced that it was clear this was not their first time doing so. In no time, the mahjong table and tea table that had been in the living room were cleared away. In their place were sweet fruits, a variety of desserts, and snacks that looked so enticing that they made one's appetite surge, leaving everyone eager to grab a piece and taste it. Wonderful! Mealy was the first to let out an excited cheer, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the treats on the table. Can I eat all of these? Really? Of course you can. Yu Xiao smiled lightly and made a gesture inviting everyone in. Welcome to my humble abode. If my hospitality is lacking, please forgive me. It was a lengthy and very culturally appropriate Japanese greeting, like a tongue twister that left listeners dizzy. Shinobu was sure that Yu Xiao's actions today were entirely intentional. This was her twisted sense of humor. She was very keen on observing people's expressions when they felt uncomfortable and took pleasure in it. She looked so cute. Yet she's actually a terrible person. Well then, let's take a moment to relax and enjoy a leisurely afternoon tea together. Finally, Yu Xiao finished speaking, looking at the not-so-great, even slightly unpleasant expressions on everyone's faces. Yu Xiao felt an unprecedented sense of joy. She almost couldn't suppress her laughter, the corners of her mouth curving up so much that she had to cover her face, her body shaking slightly before she quickly regained her elegant demeanor and composed expression. Miri couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Yu Xiao is good for serving everyone tea and snacks. Yu Xiao is bad for deliberately dragging out her speech. However, it seemed Yu Xiao had a kind of telepathic ability, as she glanced in Miri's direction the next second, startling Miri into thinking she had heard her thoughts. She quickly grabbed a piece of pastry in front of her and took a bite. In an instant, she forgot her earlier embarrassment, her eyes sparkling. This is so delicious. Yu Xiao saw her satisfied expression and a gentle smile appeared on her face. As long as you like it. Millie indeed liked desserts just like her, and it was simply wonderful to earn her affection. You really know how to enjoy. Shimi couldn't help but poke her with a remark. I did indeed pay them their wages. Yu Xiao answered confidently, while shaking her purse. The coins clinking against each other made a crisp sound that was particularly pleasant. Shimi could no longer find any points to criticize. With delicious food in front of them, everyone slowly began to enjoy the snacks, although they had all eaten before coming. The time spent playing mahjong with Yu Xiao had taken quite a while, and they inevitably felt a bit hungry after some time. While these snacks couldn't compare to a full meal, they were still enough to replenish their energy. It's worth mentioning that Yu Xiao had prepared a wide variety of snacks. Not only were there Western sweets, but also popular Japanese sweets with many different kinds. The tea was thoughtfully prepared with at least 3 different types. It was clear that she had put a lot of effort into this, trying to accommodate everyone present as much as possible. Now, let's get to the main topic. Yu Xiao sat upright and slowly spoke. You ask, and I will answer. For everything I know, I will certainly leave nothing unspoken and hold nothing back. First, let me roughly explain the matters you are most interested in regarding the information about the 12 Kazuki and the upper moons. I believe everyone present has firmly memorized the appearance of the demons from the earlier images, but that alone is far from enough. According to my investigation, the demons under Muzan Kibutsuji possess his blood within them. The more of his blood they have, the stronger they become. Similarly, the more people they consume, the stronger they can also become. They also utilize some supernatural abilities, such as blood demon arts. Therefore, even if you remember their appearances, it cannot ensure that they won't use their abilities to disguise their looks, voices, and postures, etc. Indeed, this is the case. Kochu Shinobu agreed with her words. But at least for now, we have a general impression of them in our minds, and we are not completely ignorant. Your images are still very useful. Yu Xiao nodded and continued. Then according to the order, I'll start with the first one, Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibo. There's a world of difference between the upper moons and the lower moons in the 12 Kazuki. To obtain information related to them, countless lives must be sacrificed. Yu Xiao can tell them this, thanks to her having peeked at the plot in advance, which is the predetermined course of the original world. Over the past few centuries, the Yasaki family has been secretly investigating information about these demons, and naturally, countless lives were lost along the way. But for some reason, the investigation suddenly halted for several decades. The interruption occurred around 400 years ago. The specific reason is unclear, but Yu Xiao speculates it may be related to the previous godchild. During that period, a major event occurred in the Yasaki family, leading everyone to urgently evacuate from Kyoto and migrate eastward until they settled at Xiangyang Mountain in Inokashira. During the migration, it was inevitable that some important documents were lost. This has also resulted in the fact that even Yu Xiao, the current godchild, has no way of knowing what exactly happened 400 years ago. Fortunately, The incense burner used to honor the immortals was preserved intact, and by various coincidences, Yu Xiao accidentally discovered a diary hidden in the secret compartment of the incense burner. The content of the diary is comprehensive, not like it was completed by one person, but more like a compilation. These are not useful at the moment, so let us not mention them. Within her capability, Yu Xiao will share everything she can. She cannot reveal everything, as that would make her existence too suspicious. Only a fool would do that. Moreover, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps are all exceptionally intelligent, each with their own strengths. She only needs to hint subtly to achieve her goal easily. After making thorough preparations, Yu Xiao began to narrate. There is not much information about Kokushibo. As Upper Moon 1, his strength is undoubtedly the second strongest existence after Muzan Kabutsuji. With a high ponytail, hakama, 6 eyes, and a katana at his waist, there is no doubt he dresses like a samurai, and indeed it is so. Before becoming a demon, he was a renowned, noble samurai during the Warring States period. Just from being granted the surname Tsudakuni, one can tell how highly regarded his family was. Wait, the Warring States period was at least 300 to 400 years ago. This means that his position as Upper Moon 1 has never changed in these 300 to 400 years. Almost hitting the nail on the head, Yuzu Tingen's face showed a serious expression for the first time. The lower moon demons, on the other hand, have been constantly changing, Akaza added. His heterochromatic eyes were slightly trembling at this moment. New demons keep replacing the lower moons that were killed. The Infinity Train, aside from Tanjiro and the others. Even if Kaijuro and Yu Xiao, the two Hashira, teamed up, they would struggle against Akaza, and that's Upper Moon 3. What allows him to remain firmly in the first position for hundreds of years, unmovable as a mountain? Just how strong is Kokushibo's power? However, Yu Xiao's next words dropped a heavy bombshell. Not only that, before becoming a demon, he was also a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 171, The Beginning of Breathing Techniques. What? The faces of all the Hashira showed expressions of disbelief. Yu Xiao's words were like a thunderclap on a clear day. He had actually been a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Did that not mean he had betrayed the Corps, turning against his former masters? This was undoubtedly something that everyone found unacceptable and unforgivable. Why did he betray the Demon Slayer Corps? Although Shimi had tried to keep his voice low, the burning anger from deep within him could not be concealed. Instead, it flared even more intensely. The reason was simple. Just think about the benefits one could gain from it. Yu Xiao said with an indifferent gaze. When the benefits of becoming a demon far exceeded those of being human, naturally, some would be willing to serve Kabutsuji Muzan. But that can't be. Shimi instinctively wanted to refute something. However, Yu Xiao's calm expression made him stop mid-sentence, clicking his tongue in frustration. Since he chose to join the Demon Slayer Corps and become a demon hunter, why would he betray them midway? If he wanted to become a demon, he could have sought out Kabutsuji Muzan from the start, right? Just as Shimi finished speaking, he suddenly paused. Then he seemed to realize something. Could it be that he had been a spy sent by Kabutsuji Muzan from the very beginning? This possibility could not be ruled out. Yu Xiao had no intention of revealing the truth. Butterfly Shinobu shook her head. I don't think it should be that simple. If Kokushibo was a spy sent by Muzan to the Demon Slayer Corps, then Muzan's purpose would be clear. To understand the internal situation of the Corps and then completely eliminate this threat. However, the Demon Slayer Corps still exists to this day, so something must have happened in between. Butterfly Shinobu speculated. Perhaps, before becoming a demon, Kokushibo did fulfill his duties as a swordsman seriously, but for some reason, he gave up that responsibility and turned to Kabutsuji Muzan. A very precise deduction, as expected of Butterfly Shinobu, Yu Xiao thought. However, there was another possibility. Butterfly Shinobu's expression remained calm. Kokushibo indeed planned to completely destroy the Demon Slayer Corps with Muzan, but they failed, which is why the Corps still exists today. Both speculations were very close to the truth. Such terrifying logical thinking and reasoning ability. No wonder she could come up with a way to forcibly replace Tamayo by sacrificing herself. Yu Xiao closed her eyes for a moment. Then she opened her eyes, and her golden gaze swept over the crowd present. Do you know what the initial breathing technique is? The response from them was, of course, a room full of silence. Yu Xiao continued. It is well known that the breathing techniques of the Demon Slayer Corps have been passed down since the Sengoku period. This means that even during the Sengoku period, someone discovered that using rhythmic breathing could enhance physical fitness, thereby increasing the demon slaying success rate and the survival rate of swordsmen. And thus the breathing techniques got their name. So, who was the person who discovered this breathing technique? What kind of breathing technique did he create? Yu Xiao provided clues in the form of questions and encouraged everyone to think. Starting from the breeder, we have already been learning the corresponding breathing techniques. Yuzue Tenjin stated, aside from the self-created derivative breathing techniques, there are corresponding sword forms between each breathing technique, and there are subtle differences between the breathing techniques. Even the same person, using the same breathing technique, may produce vastly different results. Perhaps it's one of the 5 major breathing techniques. Kaijuro said loudly. The initial breathing technique, Iguro Abanai pondered for a moment and said, I have never heard of anything related to it, and besides, does such a breathing technique really exist? I remained skeptical. Namu Amida Butsu. The mournful Mitsuri Kanroji pressed his palms together and chanted the Buddhist mantra. Was a question intentionally raised by the wind Hashira related to Kokoshibo's betrayal? The girl sitting on the sofa smiled with her eyes squinted, but did not respond. Hey, didn't you say you would answer any questions? Mitsuri shouted, somewhat dissatisfied. If you know, then hurry up and tell us the answer. Is it fun for us to guess here? Of course, it's very interesting. Look, aren't you already getting anxious? Yu Xiao tried hard to maintain a smile, almost unable to hold back the words in his heart. Sun breathing, Michiro said softly. He quietly gazed at Yu Xiao, a ripple appearing in his light blue eyes. I remembered that the woman who resembled the birch tree fairy once told me that I was a descendant of sun breathing. Mitsuri exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth. If I remember correctly, aren't you using mist breathing? Shinya asked in confusion. Since you are a descendant of sun breathing, why aren't you using sun breathing and instead using another derivative breathing style? Is it because it has been lost? Or is it because the self-created breathing style is more suitable for you, so you chose to give up sun breathing? Moreover, as the original breathing style, sun breathing must have something very special about it, right? Everyone present, like Shinya, was eager to get an answer from Ichiro. Only Shinobu kept her head down in contemplation, saying nothing. Who said that as a descendant of sun breathing, one must learn sun breathing? Michiro said indifferently, his words blunt. Do you know what sun breathing is like? Finally, the silent Jew spoke up. I don't know, Michiro said expressionlessly, his words hurtful, and besides, I am not obligated to inform you, right? Jew, shutting down, Chapter 172, Sun Breathing and Fire Breathing. Visibly, Jew's previously somewhat fluffy hair quickly drooped down. He slowly lowered his eyelids, his thick eyelashes obscuring the grievances in his eyes, and a sense of desolation enveloped him. It was as if he had been abandoned by everyone, ignored. Mr. Jew is really too pitiful. Yu Xiao wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to really do so, fearing that it might give Yong another stab. Sun's breath, butterfly, Shinobu murmured softly. I remember that not long ago, Tanjiro Kamadu asked me if I knew any breathing techniques related to breath of fire. Butterfly, Shinobu's purple eyes flickered slightly. Perhaps what he wanted to know was not breath of fire, but rather sun's breath. In Japanese, both fire and sun share a common kana, romanized as hai, which could be written as fire or sun. Maybe it's just that coincidental. Yu Xiao said with a bright smile. Huh, could it be that Kemido-kun is also a descendant of the users of sun's breath? Mitsuri was greatly surprised. Yu Xiao shook her head, indicating denial. Tanjiro once told me that his ancestors made a living through charcoal-making skills. The surname Kamadu was also given by an ancient noble who thought the quality of the charcoal made by their family was excellent, thus bestowing them the surname Kamadu. Moreover, his ancestors had never joined the Demon Slayer Corps. The Breath of Fire is a name that Tanjiro came up with himself, and all the related techniques come from the Kagura dance of the fire god, passed down through generations. This doesn't make sense. Butterfly Shinobu rubbed her temples. The constant thinking and speculation drained her mental energy, making her feel a bit fatigued. Someone must have taught his ancestors the sword techniques related to the breath of the sun. Yihei, Koibane suddenly spoke up. A large portion of people agreed with his statement. It is neither a self-created breathing technique, nor has anyone from his ancestors joined the Demon Slayer Corps. This indicates that someone must have imparted related knowledge. In this case, the possibility of a self-created breathing technique is very small and can be completely ruled out. The breath of the sun has been lost, and all those who knew this breathing technique have been killed by Muzan and Kokoshibo. Yu Xiao timely provided important information. The reason is simple. The person who originally created the breath of the sun almost killed Muzan Kabutsuji with it. What? The Hashira were all shocked. What on earth happened? Yuzui Tenjin asked. What exactly is the breath of the sun? If one learns it, can they become strong enough to kill Muzan? Mitsuri had a serious expression, with a hint of urgent desire in her eyes. Namo Amida Buddha, it seems Muzan also has his nemesis. From the moment he killed everyone related to the breath of the sun. It shows he fears this breathing technique and its users. Kanroji Mitsuri shed 2 lines of tears, constantly fiddling with the beads in her hand, seemingly performing rites for the souls who sacrificed themselves because of it. How do you know all this? Shinobu Kocho looked at Yu Xiao, unable to help but furrow her brows. The answer can be revealed later. Yu Xiao shifted the topic. That's all the information about the Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibo. Does anyone have any questions? Yes. Kayajuro spoke loudly. The meaning of Yasaka's maiden is that Kokoshibo is a demon swordsman who can use breathing techniques, right? Yes. Yu Xiao nodded slightly. If the information is correct, he should be using a self-created breathing technique called moon breathing, characterized by a large attack range that is difficult to evade. To be more specific, I'm not sure. The moon breathing used by Kokoshibo features crescent-shaped blades of varying sizes attached to his slashes, and after the shape of the blade changes, the large-range attacks greatly increase in lethality. In the original work, it took the combined efforts of 4 people, Mitsuri Kanroji, Shinobu Kocho, and Michiro Takedo, along with Jinya Shinazugawa, to defeat him. The cost for such a result was that Michiro and Jinya sacrificed themselves. Shinazugawa was severely injured, and Mitsuri sustained injuries. This battle was truly brutal. How could this be? Sanemi was furious, scolding. As a demon slayer, he actually betrayed the Demon Slayer Corps, betrayed the lord he followed. Does he even deserve to be called a samurai? As a samurai, the most important thing is to remain loyal to the lord they follow. If one cannot even do this, they're not worthy of being called a samurai, even less worthy of wearing the hakama that symbolizes the 5 virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust. Shinazugawa, calm down. Kaneo advised him as she noticed his anger. Right now, it's very difficult for us to confront him head-on. We must gather specific information about him before making plans. She made a rational analysis. I know that, I just can't stand it. Sanemi said fiercely. Just thinking about how this traitorous scum can live freely as a demon makes me wish to tear him apart. We feel the same way as you do. Shinobu's eyes darkened slightly. Kokoshibo's betrayal of the Demon Slayer Corps will inevitably cause a painful blow. For a moment, everyone felt a mix of emotions. All right, I will continue to discuss the next one, the information about Upper Moon 2. Yu Xiao shifted the topic again. Then, with a meaningful glance at Shinobu, she met her gaze, and for some reason, a sense of ominous foreboding surged in her heart. Upper Moon 2, Doma, is probably the leader of some religious organization. Yu Xiao spoke slowly and steadily while observing Butterfly Ninja without revealing his emotions. He had white, oak-colored hair, and the top of his head looked as if it had been drenched in blood. Butterfly Ninja's pupils suddenly constricted, and her breathing began to quicken. Additionally, he had a pair of colorful eyes. Butterfly Ninja clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost embedding into the flesh of her palms. Besides this, Tong Mo had a strong preference for devouring women's flesh and blood, and his commonly used weapon was a pair of iron fans. As soon as Yu Xiao's voice fell, Butterfly Shinobu stood up from her chair. Her expression was sinister, and a strong sense of hatred erupted around her, as if it were a surging wave ready to engulf the entire space. Where is he? Chapter 173, Then she smiled. It was the night before dawn. Butterfly Shinobu received a message from Kanai and rushed to the destination with the fastest speed of her life. But it was too late. Far too late. Her sister, who had beautiful, long black hair, wore a butterfly haori, and always looked at her with gentle eyes, lay collapsed in a pool of blood, silent. Even though her body was soaked in blood, her expression remained so peaceful, her gaze filled with deep reluctance and affection. She said, "Listen to your sister. Withdraw from the Demon Slayer Corps." She said, "Shinobu, you must live well." She said, "I hope you can find happiness like an ordinary girl and live to a ripe old age." Even though her broken body endured unbearable pain, and her voice had weakened to the point where it could barely sustain breathing, every word she spoke expressed her love for Butterfly Shinobu to the fullest. Butterfly Shinobu pleaded repeatedly. Even her tone was filled with urgency, before Kanai reluctantly told her. That demon is one of the 12 Kizuki. He has ash-white hair. His head looks as if it has been splattered with blood, his pupils are multicolored, and his weapon is a pair of sharp iron fans. Soon after, the person in her arms slowly closed her eyes and stopped speaking. The hand that had been stroking her cheek suddenly fell. Only a trace of warmth remained on her cheek. The sun slowly rose from the mountains, and before long, the sky brightened. The sound of birds chirping echoed in the distance, and the surroundings were calm. But Butterfly Shinobu remained like a puppet, holding her sister tightly in her arms. Look, she looks so peaceful, as if she's just sleeping. Butterfly Shinobu felt as if a large hole had been torn in her chest. Otherwise, why would it be so cold and painful in her chest when there was clearly no wind around? Oh, son, why can't you come a little earlier? If I had run a bit faster, could I have stopped all of this? My dear sister, please don't leave me, because your sister's world only has you now. In the very end, Butterfly Shinobu put on the butterfly Haori. She changed to a four-leaf-shaped tsuba. Looking at the reflection in the mirror of someone who also wore butterfly hair ornaments, she felt that something was missing. So she smiled. I don't know the exact location of Doma. You're lying, Butterfly Shinobu retorted firmly. Not only are there hyperrealistic portraits, but you even know that Doma is the leader of a certain religious organization. With such detailed information, Butterfly Shinobu simply did not believe that Yu Xiao would not know. Facing Butterfly Shinobu's questioning, Yu Xiao rarely chose to remain silent. She expressionlessly moved her gaze away from Butterfly Shinobu's, the smile at the corner of her mouth gradually fading, and her golden eyes were covered by a layer of gloom. Yet no one noticed that beneath her calm facade, her teeth were slightly trembling uncontrollably. Answer me, Yatsuki Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao took a deep breath. Her voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. I will not let you go to your death. This has nothing to do with you. Butterfly Shinobu pursed her lips tightly, her expression sorrowful. After a long while, she spoke again. Tell me, where is he? Please, Yu Xiao. Her tone was filled with exhaustion, mixed with a hint of humble pleading. At that moment, Shimi was the first to react. Ever since Kanai passed away, Butterfly Shinobu rarely showed any other emotions. For her to be so emotionally uncontrolled, it must be because of this demon. In the next moment, veins bulged on Shimi's face. It's Doma, isn't it? He killed Kanai. Shimi's anger was no less than that of Butterfly Shinobu. Kanai had been kind to her. That girl, with such a good personality, was gentle to everyone and always encouraged people with her smile, even showing a trace of compassion when facing evil demons. Everyone present had some connection to Kanai. Even the newly appointed Hashira, who had never met her, had heard of her deeds. The insect Hashira, Butterfly Shinobu's sister. The flower Hashira, Butterfly Kanai. I can't believe it's the upper moon too. No wonder Butterfly Kanai was defeated by him. Ju's face was as cold as water, his eyes like a frozen pond. Yasaka, you better tell us everything you know about Doma. I want to kill him myself. Everyone calm down. Doma is upper moon too. He's not that easy to kill. Yuzui Tenjin advised. Shinobu, don't do this. Seeing Butterfly Shinobu in this state, Mitsuri couldn't help but tear up, feeling immense heartache. Enough. What do you all want to do? This is my home. If you want to argue, then I want to entertain it. Yu Xiao could no longer hold back her anger and slammed the table, shouting. This was the first time she had lost her temper in front of so many people. In the past, no matter what happened, Yu Xiao always managed to maintain her smiling facade, but that didn't mean she didn't feel anger. You want to go to your death? I will not allow it. Especially you. Butterfly Ninja. If you want to take revenge on Doma, I can tell you where he is. But you have to tell me first, tell everyone present, why your hair has turned purple. The overwhelming pressure surrounding Yu Xiao was cold and bone-chilling, making it hard to breathe. The chaotic scene was instantly subdued by her presence. The onlookers were either astonished or in disbelief, as if they had never truly understood her. And it felt as if they were finally catching a glimpse of the real side hidden behind her mask. Butterfly, what is wrong with your hair? Eong suddenly spoke up. My hair, Butterfly Ninja's voice was hoarse, and for a moment, she couldn't utter a single word. The only thought circling in her mind was, the streamer can't draw. Those who criticize me, I will retaliate one by one. Don't give me suggestions. I don't want to hear them. It's already annoying enough to work a whole day. She knows everything. She knows everything. Due to long-term injections of wisteria toxin, her body had suffered irreversible damage, which also caused some changes in her hair color. The rich purple at the ends of her hair was identical to the color of the toxin extracted from wisteria. Chapter 174. Responsibilities and Choices. Butterfly Ninja was stunned. How does she know? No, that's not right. There had been many times before when Yu Xiao had been testing her. So long ago, Yu Xiao must have discovered her secret. It was just that she hadn't directly stated it due to her unwillingness to be honest. But why? Butterfly Ninja thought she had hidden it well. Even Kanahui, who had always been by her side, was completely unaware. But how did Yu Xiao know? As long as one didn't engage in excessive injections like she did, the wisteria toxin wouldn't affect the human body. Moreover, judging by appearance alone, her body was no different from an ordinary person, just with slightly different hair color, which could easily be brushed off as dyed. Even if Yu Xiao was also proficient in pharmacology, it would be impossible for her to discover her abnormality without a physical examination. Unless Yu Xiao's knowledge in the medical field far surpassed her own. Yu Xiao's response confirmed her suspicion. I think Miss Run, as a healer, should have some knowledge about the 4 diagnostic methods in traditional Chinese medicine. Observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking, right? Would you like to take a guess about where the ancestors of the Yasaki family originally came from? Yu Xiao calmly gazed at her, a hint of coldness flickering in her eyes. Burdened with her family's responsibilities, she had begun studying various knowledge from a young age, undergoing countless training. It could be said that she was well-versed in all means of dealing with ghosts. She had not revealed this before because she had her reservations and did not want others to know her true capabilities, including the encounter with the ghost previously. Even without a knife, she had talismans at her side. Additionally, she had a large number of mixed gas bombs that she personally concocted stored in her 4th-dimensional pocket. Once used, they would unleash indiscriminate attacks, potentially harming even her teammates. It was due to these considerations that Yu Xiao had refrained from using them actively. Furthermore, Yu Xiao had been secretly working on other supplements recently. Once these weapons and methods of combat accumulated to a certain number, they would surely inflict severe damage on Muzan Kibutsuji, even if he did not die. So, should we continue questioning Miss Nin? Yu Xiao had no intention of forcing Butterfly Shinobu to confess in public. She knew that doing so would definitely cause Shinobu to feel resistance, even disgust and aversion. Even if Shinobu felt compelled to admit that she wanted to exchange her life for a chance to inject wisteria poison into Doma, she would absolutely not heed anyone's advice, but would stubbornly carry out her own decision to the end. It was necessary to find a suitable breakthrough to make Shinobu voluntarily give up. Otherwise, it would only backfire. I have no doubts now. Butterfly Shinobu took a deep breath and sat back down. The heavy atmosphere between the two made everyone suspicious, and they all had varying degrees of speculation in their hearts. However, due to the concern of touching on someone else's privacy, they all remained silent. Mr. Iguro, what about you? Do you want to go find Doma for a one-on-one fight? Or are you planning to go with Mr. Ahei? Or should we bring Mr. Kanroji along too? Yu Xiao questioned coldly. Shimi glanced at the gloomy Butterfly Shinobu and then looked around at the equally heavy-faced crowd. Damn, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. He certainly understood that acting recklessly without fully grasping the opponent's details would only lead to a loss of combat power. But that damn Doma, Shimi Iguro remembered him. He would make Doma his next victim under his blade sooner or later. Amiba, alright Iguro, calm down, sit down. And let the wind Hashira continue to explain the information about the 12 Kazuki, Kanroji Mitsuri said. Without being fully prepared, we should deliberate on how to deal with the upper moon demons. Mitsuri looked at Shinobu with some concern. Butterfly Shinobu steadied her mind, suppressed the surging emotions within her, and forced a smile at her. It's okay, Mitsuri, don't worry about me. I'm very sorry about what just happened. I can understand your feelings, Shinobu. Please don't bear this alone. You still have me. You have all of us. Mitsuri comforted her earnestly. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Butterfly Shinobu's mood was complicated, and there was a hint of bitterness in her eyes. Sister, I'm really about to reach my limit. Seeing the situation return to its original state, Yu Xiao's originally cold face also broke into a smile again. All right, then I'll continue. This abrupt change inevitably made everyone feel a little strange. Tomioka Ju slightly furrowed his brow and silently gazed at Yu Xiao, deep in thought. Doma was skilled in ice-based blood demon arts, capable of creating large-scale ice spikes and ice mist. Yu Xiao shared the general information about the upper moons with everyone. In short, no matter which upper moon you encounter, you must never face it alone, otherwise the only outcome is death. Every loss of a Hashira's combat power will decrease our chances of winning when we eventually confront Muzan Kibutsuji. When encountering an upper moon, do not act rashly. Make sure to notify your teammates for support in a timely manner. Yu Xiao paused for a moment, then said seriously, when necessary, we can strategically retreat. I object. Akaza Rengoku shouted loudly. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, our duty is to protect the people. If we cannot stop the demons from causing slaughter in time, that is an act of evasion. It also violates the core rules. Although the Yatsuka girl made a lot of sense, this is precisely our duty. Even if it means sacrificing ourselves to protect others, that is what every swordsman should do. Rengoku's eyes were bright and intense, and although the words hot-blooded fool on his face made him look somewhat comical, they could not overshadow his upright and righteous aura. In fact, this was true. The original intention of the Demon Slayer Corps was to protect the people and stop the demons from committing atrocities. Even though Yu Xiao's suggestion had its merits, they still could not stand by and watch while demons harmed others. What am I supposed to say? Yu Xiao covered her face with one hand, hiding her expression. She had long anticipated this outcome and admitted that saying this had her own selfish motives. The original world line had changed because of her existence, and she could not guarantee whether the future would continue according to the original plot. Now that Rengoku Kaidoro was alive and Akaza had been decapitated and reborn, everything in the future was uncertain. Who knows if Akaza would appear again and attack Rengoku? Should she really start mass-producing talismans? Spare her. Her body was already being eroded by the high concentration of magical crystals, and just completing the magical energy circulation every day was exhausting. Not to mention relying on a lot of sleep to replenish her energy and stamina. She couldn't possibly watch over these people 24 hours a day. Hey, Yatsuka. What do you mean by that? Yu Xiao's attitude made Yuzue Tenjin somewhat displeased. You seem to have little confidence in us. You don't look down on us, do you? Not at all, Yu Xiao replied, shaking his head. As Mr. Rengoku said, the duty of a swordsman is indeed important. However, if sacrificing a few lives can ensure the survival of the majority, I believe you all would make the same choice as I would. Upon hearing this, the Hashira present fell silent. Faced with such a dilemma, protecting the majority was certainly the best option. But did the lives of the few that would be sacrificed not matter? You really know how to stir up trouble, Ihei Shobane said solemnly. Even if what you say makes sense, we will not make that choice. If sacrifices must be made, then that is our fate. His words undoubtedly answered for everyone present. Suddenly, Mitsuri covered her face and began to sob softly. I'm sorry. I don't have the courage like everyone else. I'm really afraid of pain and worried that I might die accidentally. Every time I see someone injured because of a demon attack, I feel very sad. I also want to protect more people, but not every mission goes smoothly. Sometimes, even if I rush to the scene with all my effort, it's already too late. Tears streamed down Mitsuri's face, falling through her fingers. As a demon slayer, what she saw most often was blood, followed by the injured and the dead. Despite always appearing cheerful and bright, Mitsuri was, after all, a sensitive girl. Facing the kind of irretrievable despair, she had felt guilt and sadness on countless nights. The overwhelming majority of those present shared her feelings, their hearts deeply touched by her words. Don't cry, Mitsuri. Kaijiro placed his hand on her head, his voice steady and comforting. You've already done very well. Being a love Hashira undoubtedly proves you are an excellent demon slayer. Mitsuri's light green eyes filled with tears. Really, master? Kaijiro nodded heavily, offering her a determined smile. I am proud to have you as my disciple. You are a Hashira personally recognized by Lord Muzan. So believe in yourself. Ihei Shobane looked at her with gentle eyes. Suddenly receiving comfort from Ihei Shobane, Mitsuri felt a bit overwhelmed. She hastily wiped her tears, her eyes red, and gave him a faint smile. Thank you, Mr. Ihei. I will work harder. I will definitely not let Lord Muzan down. Ihei Shobane softly acknowledged her, then turned his head away somewhat awkwardly. Ba, as the wind Hashira, protecting the people is our duty, so you don't need to persuade us any further, Shinazugawa Sanemi declared, making a decision for everyone. Yu Xiao glanced around and saw that everyone was silent, seemingly tacitly agreeing with the words of Bai Mingyuhang. She curled her lips, a self-deprecating smile lifting the corners of her mouth. You all are united in heart, making me look like a heinous villain. Don't talk nonsense. No one thinks that way about you, Shimi instinctively retorted. We understand your thoughts, but we can't do it. That's the point. TCH, that phrase is so klitsch. Yuzui Tenjin thought to himself, dissatisfied with such an unrefined statement. Michiro's expression was indifferent. As long as we first deal with Muzan Kibutsuji, these problems will cease to exist. Ultimately, the root of the problem lies with Muzan Kibutsuji. Yes, as long as we eliminate Muzan Kibutsuji, all problems will be resolved. But if in the future, both you and I become the meals of demons, while Muzan Kibutsuji still exists in this world, then for the next several decades, even hundreds of years, people will continuously fall victim, creating a deadlock of demons eat humans, humans kill demons, demons die, and so do humans. Moreover, haven't you considered a question? As long as he injects his blood into ordinary people's bodies, Muzan can endlessly create more demons to serve him. He can manipulate prime ministers and government officials, even the entire Japan. Then it would follow that he could ruthlessly take over and rule this country. He could even farm humans, turning them into livestock for demons to slaughter. He clearly has this capability, yet he hasn't done so because for thousands of years, he has been searching for a way to overcome sunlight. Just imagine, if Muzin really overcomes sunlight and achieves immortality, what kind of world would that be? Yu Xiao knew that even if she had the most persuasive tongue, they wouldn't waver in the slightest. But she still had to speak, and she must convey the most desperate situation to them. Only in this way could it serve as a warning, even as a deterrent. And indeed, her words achieved this effect. If Muzin were to attain immortality, he might truly dominate the entire world. Shinobu's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Everyone couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. However, what Yu Xiao said next made them feel even more hopeless about the future. Also, regarding the Mugen train. I'm sure you all are curious about the outcome of my battle with Akaza. I don't know how Mr. Rengoku spoke of it with you, but I must tell you a very cruel fact. I did cut off Akaza's head with a Nichiren blade, but he did not die immediately. Instead, relying on his own will, he grew a completely new, intact head. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Their hearts cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Mitsuri couldn't help but gasp. Her face filled with terror as she covered her mouth. How could this be? Clearly, I used the Nichiren blade to cut off the demon's head, but couldn't kill it completely. Yasaka, you're not joking, right? Sanemi's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He knew Yu Xiao couldn't be lying about this, and her words carried a tremble that even she hadn't noticed. Everything the girl from Yasaka said was true. Kaijiro closed his eyes, his expression heavy. I saw with my own eyes Akaza's head dissipating under the sunlight, yet his main body had already disappeared before the sun rose. At that time, Inosuke and Tanjiro were both beside me, and they witnessed this scene as well. What a joke. If even the Nichiren blade can't kill him, does that mean we can only delay time until dawn? Igiro's whole body felt cold. The fact that even the Nichiren blade couldn't completely kill a demon was utterly despairing. Chapter 176. 2 pieces of information about Muzin. The powerful Upper Moon demons, the traitor of the Demon Slayer Corps, Upper 1 Kokoshibo, the regenerating Akaza, and Muzin Kibutsuji, who seeks immortality. Any one of these would be a significant blow to the Demon Slayer Corps. The faces of the Hashira were shrouded in dark clouds, and the sense of despair brought by this series of bad news weighed on them like a heavy mountain, nearly suffocating them. In other words, even if an Upper Moon demon's head is cut off by a Nichiren blade, there is a high chance they can grow a new head, thereby completely overcoming the fatal weakness of being decapitated. Shinobu forced herself to calm down quickly and immediately began analyzing the information. That's right, Yu Xiao confirmed. Once they overcome this weakness, it will become very difficult to kill Upper Moon demons with a Nichiren blade. Then we must destroy their bodies at the same time we cut off their heads. Sanemi said fiercely, as long as we turn them into pieces. I don't believe they can regenerate. That's a good suggestion, Yu Xiao agreed, but the premise is that we must first cut off the demon's head. However, the hardness of the Upper Moon demon's necks far exceeds that of the lower moons. I believe Mr. Rengoku has a deep understanding of this. Rengoku Kaijiro crossed his arms and nodded. Yes. The necks of Upper Moon demons are very difficult to penetrate with a Nichiren blade. In fact, before the neck can be severed, the wounds can heal rapidly, which is very troublesome. Ultimately, the strategy to defeat Upper Moon demons must be carefully considered. Iguro looked at Yu Xiao. What else? Is there any information related to Muzin Kibutsuji? Indeed, there are 2 pieces of information about Muzin Kibutsuji. As soon as they heard it was related to the Demon King, all the Hashira instantly perked up, each of them focusing intently on Yu Xiao, waiting for her to continue. Yu Xiao did not intend to hide anything, but rather turned what he originally knew into speculation. Although I have not encountered Muzin, he seems to be able to communicate with other demons in his mind. During the battle with Akaza, I could clearly feel that he initially had a persuasive attitude towards me, holding back his attacks and trying to convince me to break me down so that I would voluntarily join the ranks of demons. However, during the fight, his attitude suddenly changed in an instant. He no longer maintained a persuasive stance and was filled with a strong killing intent, wanting to kill me with every move. So I speculate that this may have been an order from Muzin to Akaza, and at the same time, even if Muzin is far away, he might be able to sense what is happening on Akaza's side, and perhaps Muzin can communicate with other demons in this way as well. Yu Xiao's words contain a lot of information, but Butterfly Ninja quickly reacted and made an analysis. In other words, Muzin might have the ability to listen to or monitor other demons. Through this ability, there might also be a similar meeting among Muzin and the subordinate demons, like our 12 Kazuki meetings. and the methods we use against our enemies might also be known to the demons in a very short time? Yu Xiao nodded lightly. Yes. Upon hearing this, Butterfly Ninja's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness. Her heart was in turmoil beneath her calm exterior. If demons can communicate telepathically, does this mean that if the wisteria toxin she extracted cannot kill a demon outright, then any information related to her and the wisteria toxin she used could potentially be known by other demons? Without the intelligence provided by Yu Xiao, they would be completely ignorant about the upper-ranked demons. Meanwhile, the demons they encounter can communicate in their minds at any time. For instance, the Akaza they encountered before probably knows the moves of Kaijuro and Yu Xiao very well. If they meet either of them again, the outcome for the two of them could be very brutal. Stay calm. Anger is a sign of immaturity. I must remain clear-headed to devise a strategy. What is the other piece of information? Yuzui Tenjin, usually laid back, now had a serious expression and asked, regarding Muzin's whereabouts, I'm afraid this will disappoint everyone. Yu Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. After I severed Kaza's head, I lost too much blood and couldn't remain vigilant in time, giving him a moment to recover and allowing him the chance to regenerate. After severely injuring me, he was suddenly pulled into another space by a mysterious force and disappeared. How is that possible? Shinazugawa couldn't believe it. He had never heard of a demon with such an ability to take someone to another space. Where did he go? Could it be the constant world? Iguro Abanai furrowed his brow. How could that be? If someone went to the constant world, it would mean they were already dead, right? Even a demon couldn't go to the constant world before dying, could they? Michiro's expression remained indifferent. Even if a demon's body went to the constant world, it might not necessarily die. As soon as Tenjin finished speaking, he instantly attracted the glares of Shinazugawa and others. Tenjin, are you implying you've been there? Iguro immediately mocked. No, Tenjin was completely unaware that anything was wrong, but it was about right. The constant world means a world that remains unchanged, and it also refers to the afterlife. What does Tenjin mean by saying this? Is he almost dead? Shinazugawa, originally feeling heavy-hearted, nearly laughed in anger upon hearing Tenjin's words. Enough already. Iguro rubbed his forehead, feeling speechless. It seemed like Tenjin had really become more arrogant lately. He didn't know if it was because he often played with Yu Xiao, but now he had completely fallen into a pit. Iguro didn't want to deal with Tenjin at all, not even giving him a glance. However, Yu Xiao smiled and looked at Tenjin, her tone gentle but laced with a subtle threat. Mr. Tenjin, you're doing just fine right now. How about you go to the constant world? Please don't speak carelessly, or else if Mr. Sakanji finds out, he might get angry. Yu Xiao had long been accustomed to the way Iyong spoke. Therefore, it was not difficult to guess that he was likely trying to express that he had experienced near-death situations. I'm sorry. Iyong lowered his head, his brows drooping, and his deep, magnetic voice became muffled. This was the first time the Hashira had seen Iyong show weakness in front of so many people, and while they were surprised, they couldn't help but feel a bit intrigued. Perhaps Iyong's personality wasn't as terrible as they had imagined? Or was it that only Yu Xiao could keep him in check? Shimi looked at Iyong with a hint of disdain, sizing him up from head to toe. Indeed, no matter how she looked at him, she found it quite unpleasant. The same went for Iguro Abanai. Mitsuri noticed the varying expressions on everyone's faces and, feeling somewhat awkward, slowly raised her hand and said softly, about the question of the demons being taken to another space, I think they must have been taken to another dimension, right? Will they just hide in there and not come out? If that's the case, what should we do? Mitsuri's words instantly highlighted the key point. Regardless of whether it led to the human world, this mysterious power that could instantly transfer Akaza was completely beyond everyone's comprehension. The strategies they had been contemplating were all overturned in that moment, and all the fledgling plans crumbled apart. Chapter 177. The meaning of Yatsuka Namu Amida Butsu. If it really is a blood demon art that creates an alternate dimension, that would be very troublesome. Kanroji Mitsuri's expression was calm and resolute as she asked, Rengoku, can you be sure that the opponent is using a blood demon art related to space, and not one that can achieve instantaneous movement? Although blood demon arts for instantaneous movement are rare, there have indeed been similar records in past demon-slaying histories. In contrast, the ability to open an alternate dimension with blood demon arts is truly unfathomable. Kanroji Mitsuri asked Yu Xiao this to obtain a definite answer and determine the next course of action. A glimmer of hope arose in the hearts of the Hashira. If it were instantaneous movement, they could find a way to deal with it, but with an alternate dimension, just considering how to get inside would pose a tremendous challenge. Not to mention, What if the space was filled with hundreds or thousands of demons waiting for them like lambs to the slaughter? Even if they found a way to enter, the consequences would be unimaginably terrifying. It's not instantaneous movement, I can assure you. Yu Zhao's calm voice made the hearts of those present instantly sink to the bottom. I saw a door appear out of nowhere. The suddenly appearing door pulled Iwaza into an alternate space, and then it vanished without a trace. Through the gap, one could faintly glimpse the chaotic and complex environment behind the door, where staircases and flat surfaces intertwined in a disorderly manner. The crowd fell silent. They no longer knew what to say. Yu Xiao provided too much information, and it was too valuable. Such a huge amount of information was enough for them to digest well for a while. After a moment, Butterfly Ninja raised her head, her eyes filled with determination, and she looked directly at Yu Xiao. I think it's time to talk about you now, right? Yu Xiao still wore a perfect and flawless smile, all right? Since Miss Shinobu wants to ask, I have no reason not to answer. I just don't know which specific part Miss Shinobu wants to ask about. Everything. Everything related to you. Butterfly Shinobu said word by word. Sigh. In that case, there's too much content. If I keep talking, I might not finish even after 3 days and nights. Yu Xiao pretended to sigh dramatically. Yasaka. Butterfly Shinobu pressed on. After the Meiji Restoration, laws stipulated that every commoner must have a surname. Yet even so, the surname Yasaka is quite unusual, not something an ordinary person can bear. Before the Meiji Restoration, only nobles and samurai were entitled to surnames. Commoners only had names, and even creating a surname for oneself was not allowed. Of course, commoners could obtain surnames through formal means, but this usually happened because their talents were recognized by nobles and prominent families, allowing them to be granted a surname. Even a granted surname was an incredibly noble honor among commoners. Similarly, one could roughly judge a person's weight in the eyes of the powerful based on the granted surname. And the surname Yasaka is quite interesting. It cannot be hidden from Miss Shinobu. A hint of bitterness involuntarily crept into the smile at the corner of Yu Xiao's lips. Mitsuri blinked, looking at the strange atmosphere between the two, suddenly seeming to realize something, her beautiful eyes widening in an instant. Yasaka? Is it the Yasaka that I'm thinking of? The one representing Susanoo, Kunisada, and Kuninushi, who is also worshipped as the king of cattleheads, protecting Heian-kyo from diseases and disasters. Although Mitsuri is a lively and cute girl, her background is not simple. The surname Kanroji comes from the renowned Fujiwara clan of the Heian period, and as the daughter of the Kanroji family, Mitsuri is undoubtedly a noble lady. Previously, she had not thought much about the meaning of the surname Yasaka due to the laws enacted after the Meiji Restoration. Suddenly being brought up by Butterfly Shinobu, she quickly recalled the information related to the surname Yasaka. Mitsuri cautiously glanced at Yu Xiao. Oh my, I didn't expect Yu Xiao's background to be so impressive. Why didn't I think of it before? Yu Xiao closed her eyes for a moment, then reopened them, a hint of resigned fatigue in her gaze. That's the meaning. Upon hearing Yu Xiao's personal acknowledgement, everyone was immediately shocked. To have a surname representing the protection of 3 deities over Heian-kyo, how noble must Yu Xiao's ancestors have been? Just then, Butterfly Shinobu slowly spoke. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago during the Heian period, an emperor suddenly fell ill with a headache, unable to govern for days, and the court physicians were at a loss. The emperor decreed that anyone who could alleviate his ailment could enter the royal palace for an examination and be rewarded with countless riches. If they could cure him, they would be granted a surname, land, and their entire family would share in the honor. After that, countless physicians volunteered to examine the emperor, but most of them couldn't even pass the basic tests, let alone meet the emperor and examine him. Just then, the appearance of a young man broke the deadlock. The young man was named Shinden, who not only successfully passed the rigorous tests set by the court physicians to prove his qualifications, but also completely cured the emperor's long-standing headache within half a month of meeting him. Although young, Shinden's medical skills were so superb that even the court physicians were ashamed. The emperor admired him greatly, granted him the surname Yasaka, bestowed 3 sacred treasures, awarded him good farmland, and appointed the young Shinden as the chief physician, ordering him to stay by the emperor's side. However, Shinden refused the emperor's rewards and, in front of several court ministers, advised the emperor, "As a physician, I must always have a heart of compassion. If I only treat you in the future and enjoy this honor, I would be extremely grateful, but I could not be at ease. Though you are healthy, the common people are still suffering from illnesses. Therefore, I humbly request you to allow me to seek benefits for the common people on your behalf. In this way, the people will surely be grateful to you, and your prestige will spread far and wide. The emperor felt anger at Shinden's bold words, but also thought what he said made sense. Thus, at the suggestion of the cabinet ministers, the emperor allowed Shinden to leave the palace and ordered his brothers to accompany him, stating that if the emperor summoned him, Shinden must return to Heian-kyo within 3 days. From then on, the young Shinden left Heian-kyo and began a life of traveling around to practice medicine. Butterfly Shinobu narrated this legendary story. Indeed, Yuxiao nodded. Yasaka Shinden is the name of my ancestor, and the origin of the surname comes from this. Upon hearing this, the Hashira felt a mixture of emotions, not expecting Yuxiao's family to have such a profound history and a noble physician, which was truly admirable. Chapter 178. Descendants of Sinners. So in the legend, Yasaka Shinden is indeed a descendant of the immortal who crossed over from the Qin state? Butterfly Shinobu inquired. Yes. Yuxiao lightly nodded. As expected of Miss Shinobu, you must have done a lot of research for my sake. This must have required looking through many ancient texts. That is not important. Butterfly Shinobu did not acknowledge her flattery. If all of this is true, then what happened later? Why did a sudden great fire cause the entire Yasaka family to completely disappear? Historical records show that the Yasaka family went from prosperity to destruction in just 100 years, and the truth behind the Yasaka family's demise has many interpretations. The most commonly accepted explanation is that a sudden great fire turned the entire Yasaka family into ashes. But could it really be that coincidental? Just a fire caused the entire Yasaka family to vanish overnight, and even in the following hundreds of years, the surname Yasaka never appeared again. Did that fire take away all the descendants of the Yasaka family? This is indeed too peculiar. Butterfly Shinobu searched through the information, but found no reasonable explanation. And now, the descendant of the protagonist in the story happened to be right in front of her. Perhaps she could get a truth from Yuxiao, an answer that no one else knew. However, this time, Yuxiao could not immediately answer Butterfly Shinobu's question, instead furrowing her brows and remaining silent for a long time without speaking. Should I be honest? Although she promised everyone present to speak freely, Yuxiao did not intend to reveal anything related to her previous life. The secret of the Yasaka family could be disclosed without issue. Even if being a descendant of sinners led to exclusion and disdain, it would be inconsequential to Yuxiao. However, if it involved the Kanroji family and could cause trouble for the Lord because of her, then Yuxiao would indeed be a true sinner. Yuxiao pondered for a long time, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Seeing that they were all staring intently at her, patiently waiting for her to speak, she hesitated for a moment before finally opening her mouth. Before I continue, I hope you can all promise me that no matter what I say next, each of you here will not waver in your determination to slay demons, nor in your loyalty to our Lord. This is not a matter of distrust towards you. It's just that the truth I am about to reveal may involve our Lord's family and Kabuto Tsuji and it is a serious matter, so I ask for your understanding. Yuxiao considered her words carefully. Hey, you're not going to say something to sow discord, are you? Kaneo Sayuri scoffed coldly, then impatiently waved her hand. Come on, Yasaki. You really are overthinking it. No matter what you say, we will not forget our identities, nor will we give up our loyalty to our Lord. Our Lord has shown us kindness, so you can speak freely. I believe in our Lord, Tenjin Uzi, he said, his tone unexpectedly devoid of sarcasm. So you mean that the disappearance of the Yasaki family is related to our Lord's family and to Kabuto Tsuji, right? Shinobu Kocho looked at the blue-haired girl sitting on the sofa, a complex emotion flickering in her beautiful eyes. I trust our Lord, Tomioka replied in a calm voice, devoid of any emotion. And I trust you. As demon slayers, we will never forget our duties at any time. Our Lord leads us to protect everyone. And even if something bad happened in the past, I will always believe in our Lord. Kaijiro Rengoku said passionately, his voice strong and powerful. I don't care what happens. I'll forget it all soon, Michiro Takedo said with a hollow gaze, slightly melancholic. Nama Amida, Butsu, Rengoku, you can speak freely. No matter what happened in the past, we will never waver in our hearts, Kaname Ubuyashiki said with hands clasped together. To say such a down-to-earth thing is really inconsistent with your glamorous appearance. Yasaki, Tenjin Yuzi, casually swept aside a strand of hair. A seemingly careless action that belied the firm thoughts in his heart. No matter what happens, I believe in our Lord and Yuxiao. Mitsuri Kanroji said, her eyes shining brightly, looking steadfastly at Yuxiao. We are companions after all. Companions? Yu Xiao slightly lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes hiding the unusual emotions in her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, she realized her voice was hoarse. After clearing her throat several times, she was finally able to continue speaking normally. I'll try to keep it brief. The ancestors of the Yasaki family were descendants of the immortal who came from the Qin state. The immortal crossed the sea to seek divine herbs, aiming to concoct an elixir of immortality, but instead, he created man-eating monsters. Yu Xiao told this legend to everyone. After the true ancestor Xindian left Heian Kyo, he indeed began a life of wandering and healing. However, whether it was due to his immortal bloodline or not, his lifespan far exceeded that of people from that era. To avoid being associated with the concept of being an outlier or a demon, the true ancestor Xindian chose to fake his death. During the Heian period, the belief in demons was prevalent, as evidenced by the esteemed position of Onmyoji in Heian Kyo, not to mention the Hashira clan with their light blue hair. Fortunately, to hide their uniqueness, the Hashira clan had learned to dye their hair with plant juices as early as the Asuka period, making them look no different from ordinary people. After faking his death and hiding his identity, the true ancestor Xindian continued to practice medicine and never cut off contact with his family. Until one day, the true ancestor Xindian encountered the clan, who were desperately seeking medical help, and was invited to treat their eldest son, who was critically ill. This eldest son of the clan, Maizutsu, was determined at birth to not live beyond 20 years, and he would eventually become the predecessor of Kibutsuji Musen. From there, the developments unfolded smoothly and predictably. In order to save Musen, Hashira Xindian diligently studied pharmacology and happened to reproduce the long-lost recipe for the immortal elixir. Under the influence of the medicine, Musen's body gradually recovered, needing only the final ingredient, the blue, to fully regain his health. However, before Xindian could fetch the last medicine, Musen turned on him and struck him down. Once the atrocities committed by Musen could no longer be concealed by the family, he betrayed the clan, taking the name of his family as his surname, embarking on a path of bloodshed as the Demon King. As Musen committed more atrocities, his retribution was visited upon the Hashira clan and the clan, the cause of this karma. Children died young, illnesses plagued them, and sudden deaths occurred, all seen as punishments from the gods for their anger. The descendants of these two clans had not been without attempts to hunt down Musen, but the vast difference in physicality between humans and demons made the outcomes predictable. The mistakes made by the true ancestor Xindian ultimately led to the existence of Kibutsuji Musen as he is today. Yu Xiao's gaze gradually became ethereal. As a member of the Yatsuka family, I, Yatsuka Yu Xiao, am indeed a descendant of sinners. Chapter 179, The Method to Unveil the Patterns. The descendant of sinners, Shinobu Kocho, looked serious and murmured softly. Yes, no matter how one decorates it with language, this is an unchangeable fact. Instead of thinking about how to cover it up, it is better to speak it out directly. Yu Xiao forced a light smile. Yatsuka, Shinden, and Musen Kibutsuji completely replicated the story of the farmer and the snake. However, this grudge and entanglement should not involve the lives of so many unrelated people. My purpose in joining the Demon Slayer Corps is merely to conclude this 1,000-year grudge. Yu Xiao said calmly. So no matter how you all view me, it means nothing to me. But that is not your fault. Mitsuri suddenly stood up from her chair, interrupting her self-deprecating words. She looked at the girl in front of her, her light green eyes filled with trust and determination. Clearly, it was Yu Xiao's ancestor who kindly saved Musen, yet she has to bear such guilt. That seems too harsh and inhumane. I don't believe this is Yu Xiao's fault, nor will I harbor resentment against the Yatsuka family. Because of it, I will not give up my loyalty to Lord Musen just because Musen was once from the Kanroji clan. If we must determine who is right and who is wrong, it is Musen, who became a demon and continued to kill, who is the true culprit behind all this. Mitsuri's passionate words resonated deeply with everyone present. The room fell into a brief silence for a few seconds. Kayajiro Rengoku praised loudly. As expected of Kanroji. Truly outstanding. You are absolutely right. I also do not believe this is the fault of the Yatsuka girl. The Yatsuka girl should not bear any guilt for this. If such trivial matters were to create a rift among comrades, then wouldn't we, the Demon Slayer Corps, be no different from a pile of scattered sand? Shinazugawa Sanemi scoffed. Your past has nothing to do with me. Although Iguro Abanai was indifferent, he maintained a default attitude. As long as you're not a demon, you are not my enemy. Ba, what a pitiful child, lamented Himejima Jaiomii, still wearing a sympathetic expression. Takedo Muchiro blinked in confusion. Is there really such a thing as an elixir of immortality in this world? The Hashira either expressed acceptance or chose to remain neutral. None of the 9 Hashira present showed any doubts towards Yu Xiao. I'm sorry, Yu Xiao said, feeling guilty. I didn't expect the truth of the matter to be like this. I wanted to understand her, to uncover the secrets she had hidden behind her, but unexpectedly, this past is an unhealable scar for her and her family. Curse. Is there really a deity in this world? If there is a deity, why don't they punish those who have committed sins? Instead, they let innocent and kind people bear the burden of sin, while allowing the wicked to go unpunished. The more Shinobu thought about it, the angrier she became. However, a sudden burst of laughter disrupted her thoughts. Ha ha ha. The girl's crisp laughter echoed in the room. Yu Xiao covered her face, her whole body shaking violently. It seemed as if she couldn't stop, her laughter gradually growing louder, and one could even faintly hear a trace of sorrow mixed in, like the mournful cry of a nightingale before its death. You guys really are something. How should I put it? Yu Xiao wiped away the non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes and finally stopped laughing out loud. She gazed at the people in front of her, as if she could glimpse the faint shadows of old friends from them. It felt like she hadn't been this happy in hundreds of years. Mealy, seeing that she was fine, secretly sighed in relief and couldn't help but tease, Yu Xiao, you speak so strangely. It's as if you've lived for hundreds of years. How could a person possibly live for so long? Well, it's not far off. Yu Xiao waved her hand nonchalantly. Besides that, I don't think you all have any other questions, right? Compared to the bad news that dampened our spirits before, let me share some uplifting good news now. Yu Xiao smiled as he slowly revealed the information about the markings. During my battle with Yuoza, I unintentionally activated the markings, significantly enhancing my physical abilities. However, to activate this state, one must maintain a heart rate of over 200 beats per minute and a body temperature of 39 degrees Celsius. Only by surviving in this high-risk state, where the body feels as if it's burning and boiling, will the markings appear. How to achieve this state depends on each individual's exploration. However, for personal reasons, I do not recommend that you activate the markings, as those who have previously activated them in the Demon Slayer Corps did not live past the age of 25. My preliminary guess is that this is likely due to the excessive strain on the internal organs caused by the enhancements from the markings. Furthermore, once the markings are activated, they will remain permanently and will never fade on their own. This means that the cost of gaining such an enhancement is the burning of one's own life. So please consider this carefully. After Yu Xiao finished speaking, he went on to mention another matter. Additionally, regarding the red sunwheel knife that people talk about, it is actually called the He Dao. The blacksmiths are eager to see the bright red sunwheel knife because the He Dao is extremely powerful. It can effectively prevent regeneration after injuring a demon's body. However, the method to unlock the He Dao remains unclear for now. In the original world, there are 4 methods to unlock the He Dao. The first method, which is the most fundamental way to unlock the He Dao, is to learn the breath of the sun. The second method involves using a swordsman's strong grip to forcibly unlock the He Dao. The third method is to create intense collisions between weapons to raise the temperature of the blade and unlock the He Dao. The fourth method, which is the most special, involves the blood demon technique of Nezuko Kamado, where flames generated by her technique attach to the blade to unlock the He Dao. Yu Xiao had previously attempted to unlock the red blade using a similar method, but failed. Therefore, Yu Xiao speculated that the flames produced by Nezuko's blood demon art were very special, capable of not only harming her fellow demons, but also helping to unlock the red blade. However, the specific principle is still unclear. How do you know so much information? Butterfly Shinobu was a bit surprised. Although your family has a history of thousands of years, being able to record and pass down such detailed information is truly impressive. But it makes sense, after all. Yu Xiao's family has such a connection with Muzan Kibutsuji. As long as they can record and pass down this useful information, they will eventually find a way to defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. However, Butterfly Shinobu quickly thought of another matter. Yu Xiao, you previously said that the members of the Yatsuka family are naturally light blue-haired, so whenever they need to appear in front of outsiders or in public, they always dye their hair black in advance. Upon hearing this, everyone present unconsciously looked at Yu Xiao's smooth and beautiful light blue long hair. So why don't you dye your hair? Butterfly Shinobu frowned slightly, a hint of worry appearing in her purple eyes. A letter to the readers at the beginning of the story. I want to apologize to all the readers. This book started officially serializing on Tomato 2 years ago, and due to various reasons, it has been interrupted countless times. leaving readers who had high hopes for me feeling disappointed and eventually disheartened and leaving me. I'm truly sorry for this. I don't know when it started, but a sense of powerlessness has deeply entangled me like a parasite, troubling me endlessly, and I feel helpless. My overflowing emotions are stuck in my chest, with nowhere to vent, ultimately turning into a sigh of lament. I may have forgotten the original purpose of writing this book. Initially, I was like a young warrior choosing my battles, inspired by the friendships and bonds between characters in Demon Slayer, filled with passion, wanting to preserve those emotions. Thus, I began an unprecedented attempt, writing. Before this, I had almost no experience in writing fanfiction, so I didn't know what consequences I would face. I just started my passionate creation with that enthusiasm. To this end, I created the character Yasaki Yuxiao as the protagonist of the story. Yuxiao is a character that I have invested a lot of effort in shaping, and I have created countless character design sketches for her. Many unfinished pieces are stored in my drafts because I feel they are not perfect enough to share. I really like Yuxiao because she is written in the style of the type of girl I admire. She embodies the ideal image of a beloved girl in my mind. She is beautiful yet lively and cute, loves to play pranks, and often takes pleasure in teasing others, secretly enjoying their embarrassed expressions. However, she also knows how to make amends when she makes mistakes, maintaining a good balance. She is a quirky girl. I don't think this personality is bad at all. In fact, I find such a girl to be vibrant, with a charm that captivates me deeply. Just imagine, when Yuxiao feels that your relationship is good, she might occasionally play a prank on you. You might become flustered or even annoyed, but once she realizes you are genuinely angry, she quickly tries to charm you and show weakness, making her both lovable and frustrating, something I find hard to resist. Yuxiao is also very good at reading people's expressions. Although there is an element of acting involved, she has no malicious intent in her heart, so she doesn't come off as annoying. Moreover, Yuxiao is quite clueless about love, which undoubtedly adds a layer of hidden innocence to her character. Yuxiao is also very skilled at using language to charm others. For example, in Chapter 2, when Tanjiro tells Yuxiao that they can consider each other friends and there is no need for honorifics, Yuxiao praises Tanjiro, saying he is a very kind person, which subtly brings them closer together. In Chapter 9, after Tanjiro receives a big slap from Sakanji Urokodaki, try not to laugh, Yuxiao later asks if it still hurts. Tanjiro replies that it's nothing serious, and Yuxiao thinks that although Urokodaki is strict, he hasn't done anything wrong, as he was the former water Hashira before becoming a teacher. It's rare for someone with such a background to be so tolerant of demons. He teaches Tanjiro to help him take on the responsibility of his sister turning into a demon. This might be a bit off topic, but later Yuxiao encourages Tanjiro by telling him that to protect his sister, he must become stronger, deliberately emphasizing Tanjiro's qualities by saying he is a very kind person. Because of this, he must give more to protect those he wants to keep safe. With this subtle encouragement, she reassures Tanjiro that it's okay. She will work hard with him. Tanjiro is inherently kind, which shows he is easily empathetic to others, and in this moment, Yuxiao empathizes with him, allowing him to feel a positive feedback from his efforts. Even Tanjiro, who is understanding and genuine, would feel somewhat moved by this. Woon Tihi. For 6 months, Yuxiao has been by his side, and during this time, Tanjiro has unknowingly been drawn to her, developing a sense of dependence that he hasn't even realized himself. So, when they part, he feels reluctant, and when they reunite, he is so happy. Tanjiro, do you know how I lived without Yuxiao for a year and a half? You bionic idiot. Ahem, I tend to lose control when I start talking. Back to the main point. At this point, I honestly don't know what else to say. The plot becomes more hasty as it progresses, and the characters start to fall apart. Due to my lack of writing skill and not having an outline, everything is created purely on imagination and impulse, destined to be a flawed and failed product. And I have nothing much to say about it. However, I've put too much effort into the character of Yuxiao, and I desperately want to write her well. With such a strong desire, I feel that what I write is becoming increasingly distorted. My heavy love for her has made me neurotic. Intense love breeds a hint of hidden hate. After chapter 140, I can clearly feel my dark psychology while writing. I began to suppress Yuxiao, giving her a painful past. A terrifying existence like a nightmare, a disharmonious family, and a hollow family devoid of affection. Even now, I don't understand the purpose of doing this. I clearly should love her deeply, right? Why has it turned out this way? My Yuxiao is a girl who can endure pain, face reality with gentleness, accept all malice without reservation, and has no complaints about it. But why do I have to do this? Why do I have to hurt her? I don't understand. So I frantically read through comments, chapter reviews, and book critiques, trying to find something to prove something, desperately wanting affirmation. I can say that I remember everything each reader has left in the book. There are many negative comments that I've deleted after seeing them, and I'm sorry. Because I feel I cannot accept them. My heart is like a fragile glass, and a little pressure will cause it to crack. I love Yu Xiao too much, so I can't stand any slander against her. I also love every character in this book too much, so I can't bear to hear those who say I've broken their character, because I feel that in my heart, they're like this. Why would anyone misunderstand my meaning? Is it because I don't love them enough? Why question me? ISNT had said that there are 100 Hamlets in 100 people's hearts. Why can't everyone understand me? So I broke down. Even though most readers express their love for me, just a little bit of negligible feedback has trapped me in an inescapable vortex. I struggled desperately in the vortex. Shouting hoarsely, I want to hear a response from the outside. I want everyone to recognize me, affirm me, even though I know this is impossible. Even a literary figure like Leo Tolstoy gets criticized, and I'm not even a real writer. What right do I have to care about these things? But I've gotten stuck in a rut and can't get out. So I can't help but sigh. Humans are indeed very complex beings. Love can fill people's hearts with infinite courage and burst forth with vibrant hope, while hate can effortlessly destroy a person's rationality, making them obsessed and mad. To those readers who still hold expectations for me, I am truly sorry. I can assure you this book will not be abandoned, but I can't guarantee when I will be able to show everyone the ending. Because I was previously abroad, and the environment was very oppressive, I now have to return home for psychological treatment. I was diagnosed with panic disorder and need to take psychiatric medication for a long time to stabilize my mental state. But I'm very busy and often forget to take my medicine, so my condition hasn't improved. Many times, I feel like I'm about to die. But I am also very reluctant to leave my family, my Yu Xiao, and you, who are eagerly awaiting updates on Demon Slayer. Here lies the witch. Thank you for reading this far. I want to say, I love you. Without your persistence and encouragement, I wouldn't have come this far. May the path you walk be filled with flowers. Unfinished character design, hasty semi-official art style, unfinished Yu Xiao special. Chapter 180. Absolutely able to kill Muzan. I didn't expect Miss Shinobu to ask me such a question. Yu Xiao was taken aback, unable to help, but let out a soft laugh. The reason was quite simple, wasn't it? Such eye-catching hair color has a high level of recognition, even at first sight. The impression left would be a girl with long light blue hair, not a girl who looks like she is 16 or 17. With such outstanding features, it is easy to attract attention wherever she goes. As for whether the attention comes from humans or demons, well, Yu Xiao revealed a meaningful smile. While still at the Yasaki family, Yu Xiao was not bound by any restrictions regarding dyeing her hair. She was already a reclusive person, and with the head of the family tacitly allowing it, there was even less need to deliberately dye her hair. The intention behind this was simply to use herself as bait to lure Muzan out. As long as Muzan was willing to take the time to investigate, it wouldn't be hard to discover that Yu Xiao was the descendant of the pharmacist who had once saved his life. Whether Muzan would take the bait depended on luck and his own mood. Oh, what if he actually bites? Is that really the case? Butterfly, Shinobu lowered her gaze and fell silent. She had already faintly guessed the reason why Yu Xiao didn't dye her hair, but without hearing it directly from Yu Xiao's mouth. It was still somewhat hard to believe. But what benefits does this bring? Butterfly Shinobu truly couldn't understand. If Muzan was really interested in Yu Xiao, then at the moment he learned Yu Xiao's true identity, he would definitely try every means to capture her alive. Just the strength of the upper moons in the 12 Kazuki was already terrifying. Would Yu Xiao really have a chance of winning against the Demon King? Why did Miss Shinobu suddenly stop talking? Yu Xiao looked at Butterfly Shinobu, propping her chin up with one hand, squinting her eyes and smiling mischievously. Or are you thinking about me? Before Butterfly Shinobu could respond, Yuzui Tenjin spoke up first. Yasaka, you know what this means, right? I didn't want to ask, but I'm really curious. What would you do if Muzan really set his sights on you? Yeah, what could I do? Yu Xiao suppressed her smile and feigned a sorrowful sigh. Whether I am killed or forced to reveal my family's whereabouts, I won't drag the Demon Slayer Corps down with me. After all, we are companions. Sob sob, I really am so miserable. Yu Xiao secretly lowered her head to wipe her tears. I believe that everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps wouldn't cold-bloodedly watch me die, right? At this point, there's no need for you to keep acting, is there? Ihei Kobain ruthlessly exposed her performance. TSK. Yu Xiao turned her head and rolled her eyes in disgust at an angle that no one else could see. It's not fun at all, really boring. Hurry up and respond. Hey, don't just space out. Shimi shouted. What else can I do? Yu Xiao shrugged, of course. I'll have to confront Muzan. But if it's just you, you can't possibly defeat Muzan, right? Mitsuri disagreed. No matter how you look at it, sending Yuxiao alone to attract Muzan is too much. You're mistaken, Kanroji. Yuzui Tenjin denied Mitsuri's statement. There must be a reason they can do this. How could a prestigious family that has existed for 1,000 years be foolish enough to expose themselves so blatantly? Unless there's a reason, or they have already devised a countermeasure. This is beyond doubt. Yuzui Tenjin scrutinized Yuxiao with a probing gaze. Aren't you going to tell the truth, Yasaki? Everyone is waiting for you here, and besides, you said before that you will answer any question, right? Yuxiao tapped her chin, appearing to be in thought. As the story progressed, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Yoya, intentionally exposed a flaw to lure Muzan to their doorstep. The welcoming gift for Muzan was 100 kilograms of explosives buried beneath the estate. To be able to severely injure Muzan in an instant, one must admit that this method is indeed effective. Similarly, if Muzan were to seek out the Yasaka family, the outcome would be pretty much the same. The only difference is that after being injured by the explosion, Muzan would either choose to face Ubuyashiki's Demon Slayer Corps or face the Yasaka family and Yuxiao. The former is a guaranteed death option, and the latter is also a guaranteed death option. It's not that the Yasaka family's Ichinos is particularly strong, but in a one-on-one situation, Yuxiao has the trump card of being able to kill Muzan without a doubt. That black talisman paper took her a lot of effort to draw. It is also the ultimate gift she meticulously prepared for meeting Muzan. If Muzan really comes knocking, then it will be necessary to find a way to deal with him. Yuxiao said to the people in front of her, as long as he isn't afraid of traps, then he can just come and step on them. The meaning behind her words was already very clear. So what preparations have you made? Yuzui Tenjin did not give up on pursuing the question. Preparations? Just a boom. To send him a grand gift that can take him to the sky. Yuxiao gestured with her hands. Explosives? Shinobu Butterfly pondered. That is indeed a good method. But the only drawback is that it makes too much noise, and based on Muzan's physical quality, this alone might not be enough to kill him completely. Right? Yeah. So at that time, I'll go in for the finishing blow. Yuxiao nodded in agreement. Are you crazy? You just told us not to take on Upper Moons alone. And now when it comes to yourself, you want to go in and fight Muzan alone? Shimi was very dissatisfied with Yuxiao's double standards. Who said I'm going alone? Yuxiao retorted. Do you want to call us along? Iguro Abanai frowned. The problem is no one can predict Muzan's movements in advance. By the time we arrive, it might already be too late. No need. Besides me, there are others at home. When Yuxiao returned to the Yasaka family last time, she noticed that some of the household servants had been replaced, and the replacements were probably from the Ichinos. This should have been arranged by my elder brother. Moreover, with a skilled poison user like my uncle around, even if Muzan doesn't die, he'll still have a hard time. Just thinking about Yasaka Rinshur's face made Yuxiao feel a cold sweat. It's fine. Yuxiao, what's wrong? Your face suddenly looks so bad. Shinobu Butterfly keenly noticed the oddity and asked with concern. I'm fine. Yuxiao shook her head, her voice a bit weak. Seeing her trying to avoid the topic, Shinobu didn't press further. Yuzui Tenjin silently observed this scene, lost in thought. Yuxiao perked up. Does anyone have anything else they would like to know? If not, today's tea party will come to an end. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. I have something I'm very concerned about and would like to ask the Yasaka girl to answer my question. Just then, Kaijiro Rengoku raised his hand. Chapter 181. The Monkeys Burn Wine. Mr. Rengoku, what other questions do you have for me? Yuxiao asked. I want to know why the amulet that the Yasaka girl gave me when we first met disappeared after the battle with Akaza. Rengoku's voice was loud. I had always carried that amulet with me and had never lost it until then. Did Yuxiao really give a protective charm to Rengoku Kaijiro? Why had they never heard Kaijiro mention it before? The crowd looked at Kaijiro and Yuxiao with confusion. Because it was used up, so there's none left. Yuxiao said with a shrug, answering straightforwardly. It's not just that. Kaijiro exclaimed loudly. At that time, I had no chance to defend myself. Akaza's heavy blow almost pierced through me. But in that instant, suddenly a lot of sparkling things appeared. It was a very magical situation, and Akaza's attack was blocked. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be able to sit here and talk with everyone like this. Kaijiro fixed his gaze on the calm, young girl in the main seat. His eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. I want to know what that mysterious power really is. Please, young lady Yasaka, you must answer my question. Yuxiao suddenly became interested, her pink lips curling into a slight arc. Really want to know? I really want to know. Xing Shirong answered seriously. Yuxiao looked around at everyone. Do you all want to know? Stop keeping us in suspense. Just say it, Shirmi said, not wanting to argue with her. It felt like she wasn't going to say anything good next. As if to confirm Ihei Shobane's guess, the next moment, a brilliant yet slightly annoying smile bloomed on Yu Zhao's face. What should I do? You all want to know, but I suddenly don't want to say it. Shirmi drew his sword on the spot. Let's go outside and duel. Yuzui Tenjin slammed the table. Are you messing with us? Kanroji Mitsuri fell into silence. Ihei Shobane facepalmed, just as he had expected. This isn't fun at all, Yu Xiao. Kochu Shinobu smiled, but hashtag appeared on her forehead. Yu Xiao is so scheming, Mitsuri said weakly. Clearly, she intentionally stirred their curiosity, but when everyone was eager to know the truth, she suddenly changed her mind and refused to tell them. Yu Zhao's gaze swept over the changing expressions of the crowd, and the upward curve of her lips was impossible to suppress. After she had enjoyed enough of it, she seemed to come to her senses, cleared her throat, and said seriously, "Oh, I was just joking with you all. How can I not tell you the real reason?" Shimi, disregarding the objections from those around him, pointed the Nichiren blade at Yu Xiao and said fiercely, "Speak. Mr. Shimizu, you should put away the Nichiren blade first." Butterfly Shinobu advised. It's very disrespectful to point a sword at a girl like that. Oomph. Shimi put away the Nichiren blade. He just wanted to intimidate Yu Xiao a bit. He had no intention of actually making a move. Besides, if he were to fight over such a trivial matter, what kind of person would Shimizu Shimi be? Would he still be a proper man? Yu Xiao didn't pay much attention to it. Actually, it's nothing special, just a little spell. Spell? Let me demonstrate it a bit. Yu Xiao snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the table filled with snacks in front of everyone seemed to be enchanted. Bursting into flames, the red tongues of fire danced wildly, and Miri jumped up from her chair. Ah, the table is on fire. Hurry, put out. Tenjin, he noticed something was off. Although the fire looked like it was burning, it actually had no heat at all. He reached out to touch it and felt nothing. An illusion? Huh, it's not real fire? Miri clutched her chest and sat back down. You scare me to death. I thought it was really on fire. It would be such a shame to burn down such a beautiful mansion. Butterfly Shinobu frowned and examined the flame illusion closely. Is this what you call a little spell? Yeah, such a simple illusion doesn't require much effort to create, Yu Xiao replied. How did you do it? Ihei Kabanai asked incredulously. Are the spells used by ancient Onmyoji real? Did your ancestors study Onmyodo? Whether Onmyoji can use such spells? I don't know, Yu Xiao said. Yu Xiao snapped his fingers lightly again, and the flame's phantom on the table immediately vanished without a trace. As if the red light that once illuminated the room had never truly appeared, merely a fleeting illusion in everyone's minds. The spell I inherited, to be precise, is something known as magic, a power taught to me by my former master. My master has left me forever. No one, except me, knew her, and no one remembers her. Such a power can only be learned by someone with my physique, and only I can use it. Others cannot learn it. Unlike blood curse techniques, if I were to make a comparison, blood curse techniques are spells used through other means, akin to people who arrive in a country illegally through smuggling, which is not theoretically recognized. In contrast, magic itself is orthodox and can be proven through formulas and the physical composition that illustrates its underlying logic and principles. Stop. Butterfly Shinobu rubbed her aching temples. Yu Xiao, don't talk anymore. I roughly understand your point. The magic you learned is different from blood curse techniques, and aside from you, no one else in this world can learn it unless they have the same physique as you, right? Yu Xiao nodded and said aggrievedly, Miss Shinobu, do you find me tedious? I didn't mean that. Butterfly Shinobu felt that she had expended too much energy thinking about the matter today. I just think that since we can't learn it, there's no need to continue understanding it. Ultimately, you still find me tedious. Yu Xiao persisted. Butterfly Shinobu smiled but clenched her fists tightly, the veins on the back of her hands silently revealing her repressed anger. I think this ability is really cool. Yu Xiao is just like a monkey with fire liquor. Miri's eyes sparkled with excitement, but she also felt a bit regretful. It's a shame I can't learn it. If I could use this magic, my first wish would be to learn how to fly. This was too absurd. Ihei Shobane also felt a headache coming on. What Yu Xiao said before. Shirmi didn't hear a single word. He only cared about one question. Can it kill ghosts? Yu Xiao thought for a moment. Theoretically, it's possible. The crowd exchanged knowing glances, each having reached a conclusion in their hearts. As long as they could kill the ghosts, they could accept any bizarre ability. Can that talisman be mass-produced? Shinobu Kochu raised a rather constructive question. Chapter 182. The tea party ends. That's really too much, Miss Shinobu. Yu Xiao's eyes were smiling, but her tone was filled with resentment. How could she expect a person with anemia to provide her with blood? Thinking of her precarious situation, even if she had the will, she couldn't mass-produce talismans. She did want to produce them in bulk, so that everyone would have one when it came time for the final battle against Musen Kibutsuji, ensuring everyone's safety. However, the cold reality was summed up in 3 words: not possible. If she could unleash magical power indefinitely, she would have rushed to confront Musen the moment Tanjiro encountered him in Asakusa. She would have let Musen experience the power of enchanting magic. So what use do you have now? Shimi spoke bluntly, and the moment the words left his mouth, he realized he had become the center of attention in the crowd. He maintained a stern expression, his lips drawn into a line that couldn't be straighter, and reluctantly added, "What I mean is, what else can you do?" The invisible pressure dissipated, and Shimi let out a breath of relief. "What can I do? Let's see. If we're talking about what can be done with magic, the possibilities are vast. Creation, destruction, annihilation, healing, and other incredible powers can be realized. However, given the current situation, these can only exist in theory. It depends on the circumstances. Generally, I wouldn't use it lightly, but if I encounter a troublesome Upper Moon Demon or Musen Kibutsuji, then it would be a different story." Yusuke gave a very rigorous answer. The side effects were not mentioned at all, which can be considered quite thorough. Generally, it wouldn't be used lightly, probably because using this power comes with a corresponding cost, right? Butterfly Shinobu was not in the mood for jokes and continued to interrogate. "In the area you were responsible for patrolling, a demon appeared. Although it was later dealt with by Tenjin, someone witnessed that demon suddenly engulfed in flames. You did that too, didn't you?" Butterfly Shinobu stated a series of questions in an affirmative tone. Yusuke felt that since she already knew, there was no need for a response, so she simply chose to remain silent. Saying too much could easily lead to mistakes, even if one habitually lied to cover up. In front of such a shrewd butterfly ninja, it would be easily seen through. "So that's how it is." Kaijiro Rengoku stood up and gave her a deep bow. Although it was hard to believe, he was still grateful for the protective charm from the girl of Yasaka. "Thanks to your help, I can continue to fulfill my mission as a Hashira. Even if I encounter stronger enemies next time, I will fight with all my might." Rengoku's earnest gratitude made Yusuke feel that he and the 4 big words on his face, "hot-blooded fool," matched well. Her prejudice and dissatisfaction towards him also diminished a bit. Yusuke turned her head and murmured in a voice only she could hear, "There's nothing to be thankful for. I'm just helping myself." After a long silence, Tenjin Yuzui suddenly asked her, "What is the powder in that talisman?" Yusuke replied without hesitation, "Some catnip. It's something that can attract cats, just like Mukidenri." Tenjin Yuzui fell silent again. He lowered his eyes, as if deep in thought, a layer of impenetrable mist brewing in his calm and deep blue gaze. "Have you ever lied about what you told me before?" He didn't look up at the girl sitting on the sofa, as if he were immersed in his own world. "Which specific thing?" "Everything. Yes, I understand." The conversation was so concise that it was hard to tell what the two were communicating. Tenjin Yuzui didn't ask specific questions, but at this moment, he had already received all the answers. So their encounter in the snow was not a coincidence, and the family misfortune was just an excuse. Her purpose from the beginning was to join the Demon Slayer Corps, right? Was he being used? You shouldn't think that way. At least he was the one who actively suggested that Tanjiro seek out Mr. Urokodaki. For both public and private reasons, Yusuke joining the Demon Slayer Corps was a beneficial thing. She was exceptionally strong and could effectively lighten everyone's burden, which pleased the master greatly. But why? His chest felt tight. A deep sense of powerlessness enveloped him. The techniques of the assassination style, the bitter feud with Musen Kibutsuji's family, her intense purpose, and the deliberately avoided words. All of these indirectly confirmed the significance of Yusuke's existence. Why was she still sitting here, chatting as if nothing were wrong? Then today's tea party will come to an end. I need to say goodnight to everyone in advance. With all the questions answered, the tea party that lasted an entire day finally came to a close. The Hashira left the mansion one after another, but without exception, they were all unusually silent, each trying to digest the information they had received today and formulate strategies against the enemy. Miss Butterfly said, "I am recovering well, and I should be able to end my rest in a few days." Before parting, Rengoku Kaijiro said to Yusuke, "My younger brother Sanjuro has always wanted to express his gratitude to you. If you have some free time, you are welcome to visit the Rengoku family mansion. He will prepare many delicious desserts to treat you." Upon hearing about the desserts, Yusuke readily agreed. "All right, then I want tea stand on ceremony." Also, during a previous mission, I accidentally injured my eardrum while trying to kill a demon, but Butterfly said there seems to be signs of recovery in the recently ruptured eardrum. I think it might be related to the medicine you gave me. So, thank you again for your help. He raised his eyebrows, a bright and enthusiastic smile appearing on his face. I'll head back to the butterfly mansion now. Yu Xiao, remember to rest well. Yu Xiao stood against the light, her pale face becoming increasingly blurred in the thick night, while the watercolored strands of hair cascading down her shoulders floated like ethereal shadows under the moonlight. Thank you. I will. The wind scattered her voice, merging it into the boundless silence. The girl stood at the door, gazing forlornly at the departing crowd, her thin figure appearing ghostly and insubstantial. Chapter 183. Marbles. A few days had passed since the last tea party. After finishing a day of basic training, Nishikawa Shimi tucked his Nichiren blade into his belt and strode towards the entrance. Just as he pushed the door open, he saw an unexpected guest. No, more accurately, it was his younger brother, who shared the same mother, and he felt that he shouldn't be standing in front of him because he didn't want to see him. Brother. Nishikawa Jinya had bandages wrapped around his shoulder, and his right hand, encased in a cast, was suspended in front of his chest. His clothes looked dirty, and his grimy appearance made Shimi frown. Bang! As expected, the door was slammed shut, and before Jinya could say anything, he was met with a closed door. Get lost! A low roar erupted from inside. Brother, let me explain. Jinya pounded on the door with his good left hand, making the wooden door rattle loudly, annoying Shimi and drawing the attention of curious neighbors who paused their chores to listen. Are you done banging? Shimi yanked the door open, nearly causing Jinya to lose his balance and fall. What are you making all this noise for? Spit out. You think I have all the time in the world? Compared to Shimi's rage, Jinya shrank back, looking like he was ready to be scolded. I'm sorry, brother. I know you don't want to see me, but this time is different. I want to quit the Demon Slayer Corps. I'm here to say goodbye. Shimi's mouth opened as if stuck like a jammed tape, unable to utter a word. I know I shouldn't have joined the Demon Slayer Corps just to find you, but someone like me, who has no talent, is just the same no matter what I do. Jinya wore a bitter smile, his tattered appearance making him look particularly desolate. I won't bother you again. I'm sorry, brother, for being a nuisance. After saying this, Jinya took out a rusty tin box from his pocket, the contents rattling inside, producing a crisp clattering sound, like countless hammers striking Shimi's heart. He knew what it was. Jinya knew too, but he cautiously placed the item into Shimi's palm, then turned away, dragging his heavy and slow steps as he left. Shimi stood there in a daze, watching his brother's figure gradually fade away. With his departure, the memories in his mind seemed to be pulled away bit by a powerful force. He unconsciously clenched his fingers, but the tin box in his palm emitted a mournful cry, the fragile metal distorting under the pressure from outside, and the lid, unable to fit the edges of the box, burst open and fell to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the severely worn old glass marbles rolled onto the ground. They bounced up and down, scattering everywhere. It seemed like they had a pact, all bouncing outward together, the frequency decreasing, their paths gradually shifting to lower ground, ultimately rolling into the dark drainage ditch under the force of gravity. Shimi seemed to finally realize what had just happened. He abandoned the box and dashed to the side of the drainage ditch, not caring about the mud, moss, and other unnamed filth inside, reaching in to search for the marbles that had blended with the mud and water, muttering to himself. I can't lose them. I can't lose them. The marbles seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. No matter how he rummaged, he couldn't find them, until his fingers filled with muck, and the broken skin at his fingertips mixed with mud, flowing out dark red blood. A few marbles covered in dirt finally returned to his palm. As if all his strength had been drained, Shimi's once straight back finally collapsed under the weight of those small marbles. He weakly knelt on the ground. They can't be found again. The marbles, which carried memories, disappeared from his world just like their owner. 10 years ago, on an afternoon, he couldn't recall the exact day. But the evening glow that day was beautiful. The clouds in the sky dyed crimson by the sunset, looking adorably like a sleeping puppy. Shimi carried a bamboo basket, which was empty now. Earlier, it had contained mended clothes. That was the job his mother took on to make a living, mending clothes that had accidentally been damaged for others. Now that the clothes had been returned to their owners, he had neatly packaged the payment in an envelope, hidden in the innermost layer of the clothes, so even if he fell, he wouldn't have to worry about losing it. He was in a good mood. Ever since escaping from his abusive father, life at home had improved, though it was barely enough to make ends meet. At least, no one had to live under their father's scowl anymore. I'm back. Mother, earn a bit more money today than before. We could buy new fabric to make. Before Shimi could finish his excited words, he was interrupted by a burst of crying from inside the house. He furrowed his brow, set the basket aside, took off his shoes, and followed the sound precisely to the room. Pushing the door open, he saw his younger siblings gathered together, with their mother in the middle, holding Ginya, who was curled up in her arms, crying his heart out. What happened? Did he fall? Or did he get hurt? Shimi quickly walked over, noticing his younger siblings looking at him with tear-filled eyes, as if they had suffered a great injustice. Brother Ginya found several marbles outside today, the kind that comes from soda. He wanted to bring them back to play with us, but he was seen by the neighbors Jiro, who snatched them away. His younger brother Seiya said with a crying voice. When Ginya refused to give them to him, he got beaten up badly. At that moment, a surge of intense anger rushed to Shimi's head. His vision blurred as he stumbled to Jinya's side, suppressing his rage. He crouched down and turned Jinya's head toward him, seeing the boy's tender face bruised and swollen, with dried blood beneath his nose. I'm sorry, brother. Was it Jiro who did this? Shimi asked, his calmness almost frightening, his expression devoid of any emotion. Shimi, their mother comforted the crying Ginya, a hint of sorrow creeping into her weary expression. Jiro's father is a thug from the gambling den. We can't afford to mess with him. Just stay away from him next time. Yeah, mother, don't worry. I won't cause you any trouble, Shimi promised, but in reality, he felt an urge to skin Jiro alive. How dare he bully his younger brother while he wasn't around? As dusk approached, Shimi stuffed the hidden sack into his clothes, secured a firewood stick behind his back, and, taking advantage of his mother's inattention, dashed out of the house. Jiro, who had spent the day excitedly tossing marbles in the air, was lost in the joy of winning the game and completely unaware that someone was following him. After he skillfully turned into a small alley on his way home, the person behind him suddenly lunged forward, covering his head with a sack, followed immediately by a blunt blow. A sharp pain shot through Jiro's back, and he let out a howl, dropping the marbles and curling up on the ground to protect his head. The assailant struck him fiercely, ignoring his curses and pleas for mercy, remaining silent until footsteps from others could be heard nearby, at which point he abandoned Jiro and ran off in a hurry. When Shimi quietly climbed back over the wall and returned home, dinner was already on the table, and his mother was bustling out of the kitchen, wiping her hands, surrounded by a group of children. Where have you just been? Nowhere, just went to the bathroom, Shimi deftly lied. His mother didn't suspect anything further and urged him to eat quickly. Shimi smiled and sat down, enjoying a simple dinner with his siblings. In the dead of night, Shimi woke his sweetly sleeping brother Jimmy and sneaked him out of the room. Here, he shoved something into Jimmy's hands. This is a marble. Big brother, where did you get this from? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you want mother and the little ones to hear? Oh, so big brother, where did you get so many marbles? Jimmy squeezed the round marbles in his hand, counted them, and exclaimed, wow, there are 8 in total. Just enough for each of us to have one. In the pitch-black night, Jimmy's swollen face revealed 2 rows of white teeth as he laughed and winced in pain. Looking like a big fool, Shimi patted his head, feeling quite proud. With big brother around, whatever you want, I can get it for you. Really? Really? Then I want to eat roasted meat. Can you get that? I think you just want to eat sticks. The 2 children giggled and played around. Chapter 184. Harm in the name of love. A crow flew over the pine forest and landed beside a blue-haired girl. The girl looked up, stretched her arms, and watched as the crow settled on her wrist. Caw! Report. That matter over there has been taken care of. It went as expected without any issues. It seems I need to pick up the pace on my end as well, Yu Xiao said, glancing sideways at the half-dead creature lying at her feet. I went through a lot of trouble to find this barely communicative fellow, so I can't waste it like this. She pulled a chain out from her sleeve, murmuring an unknown language. In no time, the chain seemed to come to life, automatically wrapping around the ghost that barely breathed. Let's go before the sun comes up. We need to place this gentleman in a spot without sunlight. Caw! Mission accomplished. Rest. Rest. In the dim pine forest, a crow perched on the girl's shoulder, dragging a ghost with one hand, her figure slowly disappearing into the depths of the woods. The next morning, the little black crow flew into the courtyard of Fushikawa Shimi, holding a written invitation in its beak. Shimi was sitting in a daze on the corridor outside, with a brand new wooden box beside him, and the Nicaran blade carelessly tossed aside. Caw-caw, Fushikawa, my master Yuxiao specially sent you an invitation. Hurry up and accept it. The little black crow spat the invitation on Shimi's face, showing an incredibly arrogant attitude. This guy always targeted Yuxiao, so didn't he want to give him a good face? Shimi made no move, sitting there dejectedly as if he had lost all his senses. Even when the crow threw the envelope at his face, he barely reacted. The crow was very dissatisfied with his indifference, flapping its wings and landing beside the young man, pecking madly at his arm with its long beak. Caw! Fushikawa! Fushikawa. It cawed loudly, trying to attract his attention, but Shimi didn't even lift his eyes, waving his hand to shoo it away. Go away, don't bother me. His voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. Baka, baka. The little black crow cursed as it flew up to the roof. Just when it thought the crow's cawing would be annoying enough, unfortunately, there was also a knocking sound and the girl's voice calling from outside the courtyard. Mr. Fushikawa, are you home? I just delivered an invitation, and I came specifically to visit you. Shimi didn't want to care, letting the girl knock on the door outside. Soon, the knocking stopped, but the visiting guest did not take the usual route and jumped directly over the wall. Really, clearly at home, but not opening the door. What are you messing around with inside? The blue-haired girl complained softly as she intruded into the silent courtyard. Raising her eyes, she saw the white-haired young man sitting dejectedly on the corridor outside. What are you doing here? He asked. Yu Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked in response, what's wrong? Not welcoming me? I have nothing to offer you. Hurry up and leave. Don't disturb me. He issued an eviction order to the guest he had just met. You don't think I came specifically to visit for your matcha and rice cakes, do you? Yu Xiao naturally sat down beside him. You don't seem to be doing well. Did something happen? Shimi didn't want to answer, turned his head, and shifted his gaze to the other side. Yu Xiao knew that his current state was not good, so she decided not to tease him anymore. I came to find you because I have something to tell you. Not in the mood, don't want to listen. Shimi's rejection slipped out. Oh, what if I said this matter would interfere with your fate? Even if I say that, I guess you wouldn't be able to take it in right now. If just leave quickly. Don't be in such a hurry to chase me away. Just let me finish before you send me off. It won't take much of your time. Yu Xiao was not angry, smiling as she rested her chin on her hand. Looking at him, Shimi didn't respond anymore, tacitly allowing her to continue. Anyway, whatever she said had nothing to do with him, and he didn't plan to listen seriously. He would just leave after she was done. Previously, when I was on a mission in Chiba, I heard an interesting story. Well, calling it interesting might be an exaggeration, but this matter is quite famous locally, to the point that almost everyone knows about it. What does that have to do with him? Yu Xiao seemed to be talking to herself. The incident happened in a very small town, and the protagonist was named Jundao. He worked at the train station and was a very promising young man. His mother was notoriously strict. Every month, she would forcibly take away a large portion of his salary under the pretext of rent, and she often scolded him for not being ambitious enough, almost daily hurling harsh words at him. Living under his mother's oppression for a long time made Jundao resent her deeply, and he even considered leaving home at one point, but he always failed due to his mother's interference. Jundao, already under a lot of work pressure, was pushed to the brink of collapse by his mother's various behaviors. Neighbors often urged his mother not to be too harsh, as it could hurt the child's feelings, but it had little effect. When Yu Xiao reached this point, Shimi remained unmoved. She sighed, paused for a moment, and continued. The turning point of the story occurred about a month ago when Junjima's mother passed away due to illness. It wasn't a particularly serious illness, but treating it would require a significant amount of money. Therefore, Junjima's mother chose to give up treatment and concealed her condition. It wasn't until one day, after finishing work, that Junjima returned home and was informed by a kind neighbor that his mother had died in pain. Upon hearing this news, Junjima showed a relieved expression and immediately knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, thinking he had finally escaped his mother's oppression. After handling his mother's funeral, his mental state improved significantly, and even the neighbors around could feel that the huge boulder weighing down on this young man had finally been lifted. Junjima himself believed that his new life was about to begin. However, this positive state of mind did not last for more than a few days. While sorting through his mother's belongings, he discovered that a box, which his mother had always treasured and kept locked away, was now lying quietly in the storage compartment without a lock. Out of curiosity, Junjima opened the box, and guess what was inside? A whole box full of money. Coins and banknotes mixed together, filling the entire box. Shimi's eyes flickered slightly, showing some signs of emotion. Yu Xiao naturally noticed his change, and then said, on those coins, there's a handwritten letter left by his mother. The content of the letter roughly conveys that as June Island's mother, she feels very incompetent and unable to provide him with better living conditions. The early death of June Island's father is an unhealable pain in her and her son's hearts. To urge June Island, she resolutely decided that even if she was not recognized by the world, she would take extreme actions to make June Island pull himself together and walk out of the shadow of losing his father. So, she stopped smiling and became very strict, almost blaming June Island every day. Under this constant pressure, June Island indeed lost the heart to grieve for his father's passing, began to work hard, and eventually succeeded in getting a job at the train station, becoming a train attendant. His mother said she really couldn't think of a better way. Her knowledge was limited, and even if June Island resented her, she was willing to accept it because she knew how much harm such actions would cause him. At the end of the letter, she said that all this money was saved for June Island, hoping that in the future, when he has his own family, he could completely forget the pain and harm she brought, as well as her as a person, and start his new life. Yu Xiao saw him clench his fists and deliberately asked him, "What do you think happened to June Dao in the end? Did he live well according to his mother's wishes?" Shimi couldn't answer because he had already guessed the answer. A person who has been in a suppressive environment for a long time might think they have finally escaped suffering, only to realize that the pain they endured was a lie cloaked in love, that the ones who deceived and hurt them were the people who loved them the most in the world. In such a situation, what can that person do? He is afraid. He ultimately committed suicide by lying on the tracks. Yu Xiao calmly stated the conclusion. Shimi's eyes turned red, and he suddenly stood up from the corridor. He was like a furious demon, grabbing the girl's collar and pinning her to the ground, questioning her with uncontrollable anger. "What do you mean? Did you come here to make fun of me? Do you think I'm pathetic? If that's the case, you succeeded." Yu Xiao did not struggle, but calmly looked at him in anger and softly said, "I'm not here to watch your jokes. I just want to know, do you want to become someone like June Island's mother? To hurt your most important loved one with your own words, forcing him to walk the path you think is right. And then what? Have you considered his thoughts? Have you thought about his feelings? You want to keep him away from danger, but don't you realize that by doing so, you are actually harming him?" Shimi did not want to listen to her any longer and shouted angrily, "Shut up. What do you understand?" "Yes, I don't understand anything. I'm not like you. At least you have a brother who is willing to become a demon slayer just to see you. Do you know that? In his eyes, you are his everything. And what about you? You rejected his reconciliation and ruthlessly drove him out of your world. Have you forgotten that in this world, the only blood-related relatives are the two of you? Stop talking. Just stop." Shimi suddenly released her, collapsing against the corridor. It was like the protagonist of a story. June Island, who, after learning the truth, was filled with pain and despair. Just as Yu Xiao said, he had driven away his closest brother with the aim of keeping him away from the Demon Slayer Corps, away from the deadly battles with demons, to give him a safe place to rest. Was he wrong? He was just afraid that he would lose his life at any moment. Do you think that without the Demon Slayer Corps, Xuani would be safe? Without the Demon Slayer Corps, without your protection, he has to live alone outside. If he accidentally encounters a stronger demon, you should know that accidents can happen at any time. I'm not trying to alarm you. Yu Xiao stood up and tidied his clothes. However, you still have a chance to make amends, to stop everything before it happens. Just like June Dao, who learned about his mother's good intentions in advance, used money to cure her illness, and then reconciled with her. After Yu Xiao finished speaking, she took out a piece of paper with an address written on it, and a gift box containing a ring cake from her sleeve, throwing them in front of Shermie. "I don't like wasting food, and there's no reason to take back what has been given away." After saying that, she disappeared on the spot, along with the crow on the eaves. In the quiet courtyard, only the suppressed sobs of the white-haired youth remained. Chapter 185. Fighting side by side, is what we're doing really okay? In an unremarkable courtyard, Xianmi, sporting a mohawk hairstyle, sat on a mat, while opposite him, a blue-haired girl knelt on the mat, leisurely playing with a strand of her hair. Although the medicinal fire is indeed not very good, as long as the dosage is strong enough, treating the illness shouldn't be a problem, Yu Xiao casually remarked. As long as it doesn't kill him, it's fine, the black-hearted Dr. Yu Xiao thought to herself. Long before this, Yu Xiao had discussed a plan with Xianmi. To target the immortal Shermie, they needed to use a powerful remedy. First, they would retreat to advance, letting Xianmi pretend to actively withdraw from the Demon Slayer Corps. Then use a painful tactic to gain Shermie's sympathy, and finally bring out the trump card, a shared memory item between the two of them. With this setup, there was no fear that Shermie wouldn't fall for it. After all, in his heart, the existence of his brother surpassed himself. It was just that because he was too stubborn and obstinate, he couldn't face it calmly, which was why he treated Xianmi in that manner. What Yu Xiao needed to do was force him to confront his own heart, only by making him realize that his actions would hurt Xianmi's feelings. And witnessing that without his protection, Xianmi might fall into a more dangerous situation, would he change his attitude? The first half of the plan went smoothly. Shermie successfully fell into a state of self-reproach. As expected, he would come to find Xianmi today according to the address he left behind. However, that alone was not enough. As mentioned earlier, they needed him to witness firsthand that without his protection, Xianmi's situation was not as good as he imagined. So they had to add another dose of strong medicine. If, for instance, The injured Xianmi were to suffer a sudden attack from a malevolent spirit and was at a disadvantage during the struggle. It would be more effective if Shirmi, as the older brother, arrived in time to rescue his brother from danger. This was also the reason why Yu Xiao spent a lot of effort to catch the demon. Although the method was a bit underhanded, who made Shirmi fall for this? Let him learn from experience. Shirmi still felt a bit uneasy. I think this plan is still a bit inappropriate. What if my brother comes during the day? Wouldn't that ruin everything? What's there to worry about? Just find something to trip him up, Yu Xiao replied nonchalantly. Don't worry. Don't feel any psychological burden. You're not deceiving him along with me. You're just indirectly telling him that without him, you'll face more dangers. Xianmi bashfully touched his arm, which was in a cast. He wasn't actually injured, but had to pretend to be a victim. The two sat quietly, looking at each other in silence until night fell. As the sun gradually sank from the horizon, disappearing from view, a pitch-black crow flew in through the window and landed on the girl's shoulder. Caw! It's here. About 5 kilometers away. The two exchanged glances and Yu Xiao stood up, dragging out a tightly bound demon from the opaque compartment and throwing it onto the ground. The demon had short black hair and bloodshot eyes that stared fiercely at Yu Xiao, with a resentful gaze that seemed to want to swallow her whole. Unfortunately, his mouth was bound by chains. Otherwise, at the moment Yu Xiao opened the door, he might have bitten off her neck. Mr. Demon, don't be so angry. I just want to discuss something with you, Yu Xiao said with a smile. She pointed at the helpless Xianmi, standing aside, and instructed, later, you take care of him, and I'll let you go. How about that? Demon. Oh, almost forgot you can't speak, Yu Xiao raised a finger, and a gap opened in the chains around his mouth. You evil human. I will never let you go. I will kill you. Ah, Yu Xiao stepped on his mouth, the steel-plated sole of her shoe forcefully interrupting his furious roar. You reap what you sow. In the next moment, the chains suddenly tightened, and a dull sound of bones breaking came from the demon's body, which caused it to spit blood in pain and faint immediately. How terrifying! Xuanmi covered her mouth, shrinking back slightly, her eyes filled with helplessness and fear as she looked at the girl. It was too cruel. It would be better to give a quick end. Suddenly, Xuanmi had an epiphany and felt that using a gun and knife was still too kind, especially since the living shore of great reality was right in front of her. Yu Xiao smiled innocently at him. You didn't see anything, right? Xuanmi nodded frantically. After dealing with the evil spirit, Yu Xiao circled around it twice, performed an illusion, and finally unlocked the chains. I'm leaving now. It will wake up soon and attack you directly when it sees you, so be careful, Yu Xiao advised. But I'll be watching from a distance, so make sure to control the situation well and don't perform too stiffly. I'll have your back. Okay, Xuanmi said, trembling as he tried to pull a gun from his body, seeking a bit of security. Yu Xiao didn't say much more and disappeared in an instant with Little Black. In the distance, after a long time of wandering in circles, Shirmi finally arrived at this remote residence. Yu Xiao hid in the tree, concealing her presence. As she watched him approach from afar, his body suddenly stiffened, and then he drew his sword and rushed into the house. Shimi burst into the room and saw the evil spirit about to pounce on Xuanmi, his eyes filled with anger and anxiety. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at the evil spirit, forcing it back in just a few moves. Xuanmi pretended to be scared and weak, calling out, Big Brother. While fending off the evil spirit's attacks, Shimi glanced at Xuanmi with concern, thinking, how dare you harm my brother while I'm not around? The evil spirit was intimidated by Shimi's powerful aura and continued to retreat, though it occasionally launched attacks. The more Shimi fought, the braver he became, quickly finding the evil spirit's vulnerability and striking down its head. After the evil spirit dissipated, Shimi hurried to Xuanmi's side to check on his injuries. Xuanmi, how are you? Shimi's face was filled with guilt. Xuanmi secretly rejoiced that his plan had worked, but still maintained a weak appearance. Big brother, I thought I would never see you again. I'm sorry, it's all because I'm too weak. No, it's not your fault, Shimi said, lowering his head. I was too arrogant. I thought that by making you leave the Demon Slayer Corps, I could keep you out of danger and allow you to live a simple and ordinary life, without having to be like me. But I was wrong. In a world filled with evil spirits, there is no absolute safety no matter where you live. I was too presumptuous, forcing my own ideas onto you without ever considering your feelings. He stood there in a daze, his eyes vacant and confused, murmuring, I created all of this myself. The voice seemed to come from deep within his soul, filled with endless regret and self-blame. Each word struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Hearing his brother's self-reproach, Xuanmi felt a pang of sympathy. He reached out and grabbed Shimi's clothing, softly saying, Big brother, I've always wanted to fight alongside you. You've always protected me as the older brother. I also hope to have the ability to protect you. I've learned a lot from Mr. Beiminjiu. Although I still have many shortcomings, I don't want to give up. I want to stand by your side." Shimi's body trembled slightly, and he lowered his head, his gaze filled with complex emotions. After a long while, he reached out and gently stroked Schwami's hair. "All right, we will fight side by side. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, we will face them together and overcome everything." Hearing his brother's words, Schwami's eyes turned red, and he nodded vigorously. The long-standing conflicts and knots between the two brothers were completely resolved at that moment. They sat by a dim light, talking intimately, and made a mutual vow to protect each other. In the tree, the figure of the girl blended into the night, gradually merging with the darkness. Synopsis: to fulfill her wish, a girl known as the witch signed a contract with a deity, completing countless tasks across various worlds, ultimately reincarnating into the world of Demon Slayer. This is the final task. In this world, there are answers and wishes you seek, the deity said to her. The girl with golden eyes blinked in confusion.